To prove that one can become stronger even while lying down, I resolutely changed my profession to become a boss with no quality class. As soon as my hand touched the class change crystal, it exploded. Seeing this, everyone thought I had failed to change professions. From then on, I could only work like a beast of burden on the assembly line. Yet I didn't care at all. Simply because the profession of boss is so powerful that its quality cannot be displayed. Not only can it share employees' attributes and gained experience, and as long as there is enough funding, employees can be marked without any limit. You can really get stronger just by lying down. The school square. I stood in the crowd and activated my talent skill to check resumes. Scanning the crowd. Name, Lulei, occupation, archer, potential. White, investment opportunity. Ordinary level professional warrior, 1 fun point. Name, Wang Yu, occupation, roving hunter, potential. Yellow, investment opportunities. Elite level professional mage, 3 funds. After examining dozens of people in a row, the potential of the vast majority of people is found to be white. There are very few yellow or blue ones. Some students who excelled in martial arts classes didn't show much potential after all. I sighed helplessly and opened my personal panel. In order to recruit the right talent, personal panel information is as follows. Name, none, not mentioned in the original text. Occupation, boss. Quality, unknown. Level, apprentice. Attributes, strength, agility, stamina, and spirit each increase by 1 point, total of 4 points. Original spiritual power, actual agility, entity breaking, actual mental power, corrected to clear attribute descriptions. Supplement numerical values based on contextual logic. Professional talent, view resume. Can view the profile information of any object. Professional skill 1, recruitment investment. Invest funds to recruit talent and invest in new careers for them. Upon success, acquire all of the target's professional abilities, and share 100% of each other's attributes and acquired experience. Professional skill 2, termination and contract cancellation. Terminate the employee and reclaim their professional capabilities. Occupation passive 1, profit sharing. Whenever an employee achieves an honor or accomplishment, they can receive financial dividends and special rewards. Career passive 2, management log. Employee work performance is evaluated every night at 12 o'clock. Receive corresponding financial rewards based on the quality of work. Initial funds, minus 20 points. Looking at the panel, I couldn't help but ponder deeply. Although the potential of this profession is unprecedentedly strong, as long as funds are spent, even legendary and mythical hidden professions can be invested in. But where can one find a profession with such potential so easily? Moreover, the probationary trial is about to begin. If I can't clear the level, I'll be stuck at the probationary stage and unable to level up. But with these 4 attribute points, adjusted numerical expression based on the corrected attribute panel, the original 10 attribute points were an OCR error. Entering the secret realm would be no different from seeking death. At this thought, I couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. At that moment, the scene suddenly became noisy. A life profession? Gardener? What a pity for such a genius. Is all the hard work from someone like School Beauty by really in vain? At this moment, a lively figure stood on the awakening platform. Her sleek black hair was tied up high in a ponytail. The loose school uniform couldn't conceal her agile and upright posture. She is Bai Qiuli, the top academic prodigy of Qingshan No. 2 High School. Perfect campus belle, ranked first in both martial arts and academic courses every year. Countless teachers have openly stated that this girl is destined to become a pillar of talent in the future. However, at this moment, her stunningly beautiful face was utterly lifeless, as if her heart had turned to ashes. Life skill profession, florist. In just a few seconds, Bai Qiuli's entire life was negated. Principal Ji Changlin standing nearby looked pained. Bai Qiuli forced herself to straighten her back. She forced back the stinging in her eyes. He forced a smile and said, "I'm fine." The dean let out a sigh. Struck by Qiuli's name off the list of students recommended for admission to key universities. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. In my previous life, I also gave it my all. In the end, it all turned to nothing. It can only be said that fate plays tricks on people. With a thought, he activated the resume viewing function. Name, Bai Qiuli. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old. Place of birth, Xincheng, Daxia. Occupation, gardener. Potential, gold, outstanding talent. Biography, parents were killed by a foreign race. Determined to eradicate all alien races. 3-time consecutive champion in the high school league swordsmanship competition. 5 GD combat simulation course comprehensive assessment first place. Investment opportunity 1, legendary class Frostmoon Sword Immortal. 8 PM funds. Investment opportunity 2, epic class ice mage. 10 points of funds. My eyes immediately lit up. Golden potential. Isn't this the best employee? 2 hours later, the job transfer ceremony came to an end. Principal Ji Changlin wore a worried expression. There are no epic level or higher professions. There are 36 elite professions and 12 rare professions. It seems we can only rely on other schools for this year's interclan competition. Ji Changlin shook his head helplessly. Then, looking at the students below, he said solemnly, "This probationary trial is quite challenging. You'd better form a team of 5 people. Students who fail in life professions and job transfers can give up the trial." After he finished speaking, the square became noisy again. Nearly all students with civilian professions left the square in tears. Only Bai Qiuli remained standing in place. But no one was willing to team up with her either. No one wants a support role on the team that holds everyone back. Qiuli, giving up isn't shameful. You're just asking to die if you go into the trial as a support role. That's right, you have such good grades in every subject. Even if unable to pursue combat professions, you could also come to the school to be a teacher. Ji Changlin, the director of teaching, and others stepped forward one after another to persuade them. But Bai Qiuli was very stubborn. "Principal, this might be the only chance I'll ever have to enter a dungeon in my life. Please grant me this wish." Ji Changlin fell silent. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd in the distance. "Stop pretending. Since you awakened as a gardener, just be a vase quietly." The voice was soft, but particularly sharp, like a sharp thorn piercing Bai Qiuli's heart. Her breathing became slightly rapid. Ji Changlin was instantly furious. "Who said that? Get out!" The voice intimidated everyone present. "Discipline of the job change ceremony. Has it all been forgotten?" As the words fell, a male student in the front row said firmly and resolutely, "All citizens of Great Xia are comrades in arms. After the job transfer ceremony, no form of mockery or belittlement of others' professions is allowed. We should unite as one to resist the external enemy. Violations will result in a warning for minor offenses or expulsion for serious ones." Every time the boy spoke, the girl who mocked Bai Qiuli turned paler by the minute. Ji Changlin suddenly took 2 steps forward, his voice filled with intense anger. "Now, the Great Xia faces demonic turmoil abroad, and alien races entrenched within, yet the nation holds up the sky. This is no time for petty jealousy and mockery among yourselves. You merely rely on a slight favor from fate. How dare you laugh at others? You're even less qualified to mock someone who's trying their best." "Principal, I was wrong." The girl was so frightened that her voice trembled with tears. I have a rare profession." Speaking of rare professions, she finally mustered the courage to lift her head. Ji Changlin snorted coldly and said, "A severe warning penalty. Deduct 30% of the professional subsidy. One more time and you're fired." The square fell into a solemn silence, with no one daring to plead for her. This is the century-old ironclad rule of Daxia. Killing each other among professionals is acceptable, whether scolding with flying spittle or not. The only thing you cannot mock is someone's background and profession, because it's not something one can decide for oneself. I couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. This truly resembles how a nation should appear during wartime. The time for the probationary trial drew ever closer, and Yi Tian swiftly approached Bai Qiuli's position. At that moment, Principal Ji Changlin's worried expression reappeared. He looked at the stubborn Bai Qiuli and said, "Qiulu, I respect your choice. But entering the trial alone is far too dangerous. You really should find a team." Yet finding a party for a life-oriented profession was no easy feat. Bai Qiuli shook her head. "No one would want to. Someone will. Someone will." A clear, youthful voice cut through the crowd. Yi Tian walked over and directly sent Bai Qiuli a party invitation. Ji Changlin looked astonished. "Yi Tian? Didn't you fail your class change? Why haven't you left yet?" No, it wasn't a failure. My profession is just a bit unique." Yi Tian explained, his gaze lingering on Bai Qiuli's stunning profile. "Together?" She pondered for a few seconds before decisively accepting Yi Tian's party invitation. After all, it was her only option. "You can form a party? Looks like you really didn't fail your class change." Ji Changlin nodded. He was curious about Yi Tian's class, but with the apprentice trial about to begin, it was time to give the team members a moment to communicate. Bai Qiuli turned to Yi Tian, her expression serious. "Since we're teammates now, I should explain up front. I'm a gardener class with only 5 base attributes." Her current stats were practically a liability. By disclosing this up front, she hoped Yi Tian would reconsider. But Yi Tian waved her off decisively. "No need to elaborate. I trust you." At these words, the principal and others were stunned. Was this kid risking his life and future for love? A flicker of shock rippled through Bai Qiuli's clear eyes. Before her class change, she was often trusted, but since becoming a gardener, this was the first time she'd felt such profound trust. Recalling the contents of his resume file, Yi Tian's tone grew even more resolute. "You might not believe this. I believe in you more than anyone here, even more than you believe in yourself." Chapter 3, The Tide Turns in the Blink of an Eye. Dawn. A resounding bell tolled through the professional hall. The scattered golden light emanating from the Transcendence platform instantly coalesced, forming a portal of light. Begin. The Apprentice Trials. Principal Ji Changlin surveyed the students, watching them drawn one by one into the trial portal. His expression grew solemn. I don't demand outstanding trial results from this cohort. I only urge you all to exercise utmost caution, better safe than sorry. His gaze fell upon Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli. Especially you two, if you must, abandon the trial. Survival is paramount. Yi Tian remained silent, giving a thumbs-up gesture. Together with Bai Qiuli, they stepped into the trial light gate. A flash of golden light, and the scene before them abruptly shifted. A look of wonder spread across Yi Tian's face, as if he had been transported to a new world in the blink of an eye. They now stood deep within a vast forest. The sky was a murky gray, shrouded in mist that obscured their surroundings, making it difficult to discern direction. The air was bitterly cold and eerily desolate. Though all students entered the same secret realm, teams landed randomly. Here, only Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli remained. Trial task issued. I slay 10 or more ferocious beasts. The entire team passes the trial, with higher scores awarded for more kills. 2. Traverse the grey mist forest and reach the secret realm's exit to complete the trial. Challenge task: locate and defeat the trial boss danger. Yi Tian glanced at the task panel that popped up, noticing the 2-hour countdown in the upper right corner. Once time ran out, they would be automatically teleported out of the secret realm. Time's tight and the tasks are heavy. He turned his head and suddenly saw Bai Qiuli standing beneath a withered tree, searching for something. What are you looking for? Dead moss. Bai Qiuli examined the roots of each tree with intense focus. Neither of us is strong in combat. To clear this dungeon, we have to find the exit. Smearing dried moss on our bodies mimics the scent of dead plants, reducing the chance of being attacked by beasts. That's unnecessary. Yi Tian waved his hand and activated his professional skill, recruitment investment, on Bai Qiuli. Select investment opportunity, legendary 20 funds, epic 10 funds. Golden potential talent. Yi Tian decisively went all in, choosing to invest in the legendary profession. The next moment, a recruitment contract materialized in Bai Qiuli's hands. What is this? Bai Qiuli blinked, utterly bewildered. She'd never heard of signing contracts just to join a team. I'm a fair-minded boss. Signing contracts is standard for recruitment. Yi Tian met Bai Qiuli's bewildered gaze and reassured her, don't worry, you won't lose out by signing it. You won't be tricked. But as the words left his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. Watch out. A dark figure streaked through the jungle mist like a whirlwind, charging straight toward Bai Qiuli's position. Bai Qiuli reacted with lightning speed, pushing off the ground with both hands and rolling backward, narrowly evading the attack. Such surprise attacks from monsters were common in the mist-shrouded trial forest. Barbarian Bone Ox Demon. What rotten luck! As the shadow came into view, Bai Qiuli instantly recognized it. The next moment, having just dodged a fatal blow, she hesitated not a second. Drawing a mundane iron longsword awarded by the academy, she thrust it forward. Yi Tian inwardly marveled the savage Bone Ox Demon would enter a 1-second stun after charging, the perfect moment for a counterattack. Theoretically, yes, but most people would be utterly terrified after narrowly avoiding a potentially fatal blow. Few could react instantly and strike back like Bai Qiuli. Clang! The common iron sword struck the beast's hind leg, leaving only a shallow wound on its iron armor like deep brown hide. Too weak. Though the savage Bone Ox Demon was merely a low-tier ferocious beast, Bai Qiuli's meager 5 strength points made it difficult to inflict serious damage. Want more strength? Yi Tian spoke, suddenly feeling like a devil tempting mortals. Sign it. A thumbprint will do. Will I gain some kind of buff? Bai Qiuli looked puzzled. The contract didn't seem like an unfair clause, so she assumed it was just some kind of buff skill from Yi Tian. As the savage Bone Ox Demon recovered from its stiffened state, she pressed her fingerprint onto the Party B section of the contract. Boom! In an instant, a brilliant golden pillar of light pierced through the clouds without warning. Startled, the Bone Ox Demon took several steps back upon regaining its senses. Yi Tian couldn't help but whistle. The awakening of a legendary class really makes a lot of noise. We'll have to be more careful when performing class transitions outside the secret realm from now on. Bai Qiuli's icy lake eyes rippled with shock. Bathed in the golden light, she froze completely. The girl who normally reacted to beast attacks in fractions of a second took a full 5 seconds to register the interface notification. You have accepted the boss's recruitment. Your original gardener class has been replaced. You have been transferred to the legendary tier profession, Cold Moon Swordsman Apprentice. Am I dreaming? Bai Qiuli stared blankly at her hands. This scene had haunted her dreams throughout her decade of relentless training. Yet now, in her darkest hour, it had become reality. Even when she became a gardener and her dreams shattered, Bai Qiuli hadn't shed a tear. Yet now, 2 clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. This scene would make even an Autobot shed a couple drops of gasoline. Yi Tian thought oddly, then glanced at the wild ox demon about to bolt in fright and suggested, how about we kill it first, then cry? Hearing this, Bai Qiuli opened her eyes and swung that mundane iron sword once more. From several meters away, an icy sword chi sliced through the mist. With a mournful bellow, the ox demon was cleaved in two mid-air by the sword chi, its wounds still frosted over. One strike, instant kill. This instant kill from across the distance demonstrated that Bai Qiuli's aptitude for the swordsman class and the attributes of her legendary profession far exceeded Yi Tian's expectations. He opened the employee panel and checked Bai Qiuli's attributes. Employee Bai Qiuli. Class, Cold Moon Swordsman Tier 0 Apprentice. Investment opportunities display the class name after reaching Tier 4. Current class name is Tier 0. Quality Legendary. Level, 0. Strength 3-5. Agility 4-0. Constitution, 25. Spirit 3-0. Class Talent, Cold Moon Decision. Class Skills, Cold Moon Sword Dance, Moon Shadow Step, Cold Light Sword Soul. Yi Tian sucked in a sharp breath. These stats for a legendary class, is this even human? Her starting stats alone were over 3 times those of an average class. Even the strongest rare class in this senior class only had attributes reaching about half of hers. And she even had one more skill and one more talent than rare classes. No wonder every legendary class is treated like a prized treasure by every nation. With stats and skills like these, their future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. Legendary professions are truly insane. Simultaneously, Yi Tian received several notifications. You have successfully recruited employee Bai Qiuli. Acquired attributes: Strength plus 35, Agility plus 40, Constitution plus 25, Spirit plus 30. You have acquired the following talent skills: Cold Moon Decision, Cold Moon Sword Dance, Moon Shadow Step, Cold Light Sword Soul. Employee growth attributes and newly acquired class skills are also shared. Employee Bai Qiuli defeated the ferocious beast, the savage bone ox demon. You share the gained experience, EXP plus 30. Yi Tian nodded without a hint of embarrassment. Good thing my class is a bit more overpowered. At that very moment, nearly every student within the secret realm witnessed the golden pillar of light shooting skyward. Piercing through the clouds, the pillar of light was far too dazzling in the gloomy forest to go unnoticed. On the other side, another squad had also slain a bone-crushing ox demon. The leader, a boy named Lu Chuang, possessed the rare class, Stormfighter. His right arm was a deep crimson, and he grimaced in pain from the ox demon's earlier collision. Lin Yu, heal him quickly. The one being called out was none other than the girl who had mocked Bai Qiuli in the Grand Hall. Lin Yu, a rare tier priest. It was precisely because of her rare class that she had joined this exceptionally high-powered team. With 5 rare class professions, our combat power is unmatched in this session. Let's aim to break the trial scoring record at first high. Lu Chuan's injuries slowly healed under the healing spell. Then, not only will we get the principal's reward, but we can also secure the guaranteed admission spot. Lin Yu's eyes burned with fervor at these words. Her envy toward Bai Qiuli stemmed largely from this coveted direct admission spot to a top-tier university. Now, Bai Qiuli had no hope left, but she had a chance. Holy crap! What is that? A towering golden pillar of light instantly captured Lu Chuang and the others' attention. They say danger and opportunity coexist in the secret realm. Could this be our chance? Who cares? We can't find our way in this gray mist forest anyway. Let's charge over and check it out. Chapter 4, Who turned the school beauty into this? Cold Moon Swordsman. This is exactly the profession I've always dreamed of. Bai Qiuli wiped away her tears, yet her eyes still held a lingering sense of loss. A sudden wave of fear washed over her. If she had remained a gardener, she might have gritted her teeth and endured silently. But now that she'd tasted the power of the Cold Moon Swordsman, returning to gardener would likely shatter her. Rest assured. As long as I don't die, your dream will come true. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow as he spotted a dropped piece of armor near the ox demon's corpse, barbarian ox heavy armor. This is mine. As the boss, safety comes first. Bai Qiuli asked curiously yet conflicted. I recall the general knowledge of alien races mentioned. Among the elven royal clans bordering the southern region, there exists an exceedingly rare tribe known as the Sacred Sacrificial Elves. They can bestow new racial abilities upon other elves at the cost of their own lives. Such methods of bestowing abilities upon others usually come at an immense cost. Why choose me? After a moment's thought, Yi Tian answered sincerely. Because you're a qualified employee. This answer did little to resolve Bai Qiuli's confusion, instead deepening her curiosity about Yi Tian's thoughts. Seeing he had no intention of elaborating further, she smiled sweetly. Alright, boss. Regardless, I'll protect you from now on. Listening to Bai Qiuli's confident promise, Yi Tian glanced at his attributes, each point higher than hers by 10. He silently nodded. Better not dampen her enthusiasm. The two stepped into the mist. This time, they would be the ones hunting the monsters. Demon chi flowers. These blossoms only grow where demonic energy is thick. Looks like we're on the right track. Bai Qiuli scanned the surroundings, her fighting spirit surging. Suddenly, 2 savage bone ox demons charged out of the gray mist. But this time, with their heightened spiritual perception, they detected the 2 beasts earlier. Without hesitation, Bai Qiuli swung her sword, unleashing the passive skill Cold Light Sword Soul. The sword chi sliced through the air with the sharpness and ferocity of an icy spirit. Employee Bai Qiuli slays barbaric bone ox demon. You share plus 30 EXP. Employee Bai Qiuli slays barbaric bone ox demon. You share plus 30 EXP. The attributes and talent bonuses of the legendary class are incredibly powerful. Bai Qiuli's face lit up with delight, but the next moment, she turned to Yi Tian with an apologetic look. Sorry, since we're teamed up, I should have left some low health mobs for you to kill. During trials, experience was divided based on team contributions. Logically, a free rider like Yi Tian wouldn't get any experience, leaving Bai Qiuli to claim it all alone. Yet Yi Tian was unexpectedly delighted. You kill them. Don't worry about me. After all, he'd still share in the experience from her kills. Why bother doing it himself? Trial task, slay 310 ferocious beasts, rating level, none. Time remaining, 1 hour 47 minutes 30 seconds. Time was plentiful, but Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli's ambitions extended beyond mere completion. They aimed for a high score and a record-breaking run. Especially Yi Tian, he was determined to claim the honor of first place in this trial. After all, it determined the dividend funding rewards. With his funds currently at zero, he desperately needed to recoup his losses. Suddenly, fierce battle cries erupted from beyond the gray mist ahead. Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli exchanged a glance and swiftly looked ahead. They discovered 2 massive, rot-black apes, accompanied by 4 savage bone ox demons, relentlessly pursuing a student squad. Lu Chuang, the rear guard, was enveloped in storm energy. Severely wounded, he led his team in a desperate retreat. It was clear their team possessed formidable combat strength, having slain several ox demons. Yet the most challenging adversary for novice adventurers was the swarm attack of beasts. Once surrounded, most newcomers succumbed to overwhelming psychological terror, losing their composure. At that point, forget about forming a defensive line. Just landing a single skill accurately would be a miracle. It's a monkey demon, a low-level demon. They're faster and smarter than ox demons. In trials and dungeons, not only do demonic beasts appear, but also stronger demonic fiends. The latter feed on living creatures by nature and possess greater combat prowess. Bai Qiuli identified the fiends, while Yi Tian pointed out someone with keen interest. Lin Yu, the fastest runner in Lu Chuang's team, was too terrified to even glance back and cast spells. The same girl who had taunted Bai Qiuli not long ago. Are you going to help her? Yi Tian teased Bai Qiuli with a glance. Her face as cold as an icy lake, she swung her sword forward without hesitation. Not to help anyone. I'm here to slay monsters and claim my rightful first place. Boss, you watch your own back. With that, Bai Qiuli's form darted through the air like a phantom, each step leaving a faint moon-shaped trail beneath her feet. The moon shadow step. Yi Tian couldn't help but whistle in admiration, the makings of an outstanding employee. Help! Save me! Lin Yu fled desperately, clearly terrified by this horde of fiends. Meanwhile, Lu Chuang remained anchored at the rear of the group, facing immense pressure as he fought off 2 ape demons. Damn it! Give me some health, will ya? Suddenly, a zigzagging silver streak flashed through Lu Chuang's 5-member squad, charging straight toward the ape demons and thrusting a sword forward. Shoo! The blade pierced the ape demon's throat with lightning speed, striking its weak point and delivering a fatal blow. Employee Bai Qiuli killed the ape demon. You share plus 60 EXP. Yi Tian's experience bar was already full, but since he hadn't cleared the apprentice trial, he remained in the apprentice state, unable to level up. He could only accumulate experience, waiting to advance after clearing the trial. Yi Tian was eager to level up. Reaching level 10 would allow him to advance his profession, progressing from tier 0 to tier 1 and gaining profession-exclusive skills. There are 5 tiers for professions, levels 10, 25, 50, 75, and 100, representing the level requirements for each advancement. Each tier grants a class-specific skill and advances the profession. However, the level 75 4th tier class change dungeon is extremely difficult, with no one globally having succeeded yet. The peak of tier 3 at level 74 represents the absolute limit for professionals across Blue Star's nations. Yi Tian was intensely curious, what could the boss's exclusive skill possibly be? Meanwhile, watching a demon ape collapse before him, dissolving into a pool of putrid blood, Lu Chuang's face paled with horror. Only when he recognized the figure did his voice falter. The school flower? Bai Qiuli ignored him, turning to swing her sword again. The ox demon was instantly slain with a single strike, and the ape demon met the same fate when her blade struck its vital point. Bai Qiuli's swordsmanship was formidable, and combined with her Frostmoon swordsman profession, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Lu Chuang and his teammates were utterly dumbfounded. Isn't Bai Qiuli a gardener class? Compared to her, I feel like I'm just a life-oriented class. Could it be she claimed the opportunity from that golden pillar of light earlier? Hearing the voices behind her, Lin Yu halted, trembling. She glanced back and froze in terror, a fear more paralyzing than any demonic pursuit. Bai Qiuli! You, how could you? Before she could finish, she saw the blood-stained blade in Bai Qiuli's hand, her icy gaze fixed firmly on her. Terrified, Lin Yu's knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, frozen in place, unable to utter another sound. Whoosh! A blade aura surged toward her. Lin Yu's pupils shrank to pinpricks as her expression froze. Yet the blade struck behind her, cleaving the last man bone ox demon, preparing to ambush her clean in two. After finishing her task, Bai Qiuli returned to Yi Tian without pausing, never once glancing at Lin Yu. Trial task: slay 10 ferocious beasts, rating D. Pass the trial to leave the secret realm anytime. Time remaining, 1 hour 44 minutes 36 seconds. After slaying 10 ferocious beasts, the trial task's rating changed, but it fell far short of Yi Tian's expectations. The highest trial record at Green Mountain's second high was an A grade, set by 2 epic tier practitioners. Yi Tian decided to set a modest goal: start with an S rank. Boss, let's go, Bai Qiuli said to Yi Tian. At that moment, Lu Chuang approached awkwardly, his voice still stuttering. Bai, school flower, can I team up with you? His other teammate, having witnessed Bai Qiuli's formidable prowess, hurried over and eagerly added. That's right, Miss Bai. We're both rare classes, we promise not to hold you back. We're definitely not deadweights. Bai Qiuli said nothing, merely looking at Yi Tian, waiting for his decision. Boss, are you taking them? Her voice remained as cool and flat as ever, yet it felt like a tidal wave crashing over Lu Chuang and the others. Boss. Hearing this title, Lu Chuang and the others turned in disbelief to stare at Yi Tian, beside them a guy who looked every bit the slacker. Their minds raced. Why call him boss? The Ice Queen campus beauty, the heartthrob of thousands, now possessing such terrifying strength, she actually calls this slacker kid boss? And by the looks of it, she genuinely obeyed Yi Tian's commands. Who had turned the school beauty into this? For a moment, Lu Chuang and the others could almost hear the faint sound of their hearts shattering. Yi Tian couldn't be bothered with their shock and speculation. He shook his head in exasperation before saying, hurry up and grind those ratings. Try to take down the trial boss too. Got it. Under the varied gazes of Lu Chuang, Lin Yu, and the other three, Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli walked straight out, leaving only their backs to the others. Outside the secret realm, within the professional hall of Green Mountain's second high school, Principal Ji Changlin silently watched the fluorescent screen above the secret realm's portal, the trial scoring panel. Whenever a team's score was assigned or changed within the secret realm, the screen would display the updates to the outside world. Though he claimed to have no expectations for this cohort, Principal Ji Changlin still found himself fixated on the scoreboard. Director Wei. What brings you here? Suddenly, a group entered the professional hall. The leader wore a navy blue Zhongshan suit, exuding an intellectual demeanor, his face graced with the gentle smile of a literature professor. The head of the East China region, the top leader Wei Yuan. Ji Changlin rose to greet him. Wei Yuan's voice was as smooth as jade. I just returned from reviewing the trial results at First High. This year's cohort produced an A-rated squad, quite impressive. Though Wei Yuan phrased it this way, Ji Changlin, with his years as principal, knew full well that this achievement from First High was not what Wei Yuan truly desired. This year marked the period of the grand competition with the Yagyu dynasty, making exceptional new talent especially crucial to safeguard the Great Xia's interests. As the head of East China, Wei Yuan had come specifically to scout for the top talent. But Ji Changlin could only shake his head helplessly. Our second high school's current cohort is roughly on par with first high school's. The results of the career transition process made this abundantly clear. After reviewing number 2 high school's career transition reports, Wei Yuan couldn't help but sigh silently. Professional awakening is predestined, we cannot force it upon the students. In that case, I'll head over to third high school first. Ji Changlin nodded. I'll walk you out. Chapter 5, no time to waste on employee work. First dividend. Ji Changlin and Wei Yuan's group exited the main hall. Only the teachers and the dean of students from number 2 high school remained inside, chatting idly. I wonder which team from our school will make a splash this year. I specifically instructed Lu Chuang to assemble a team of 5 rare professions. They should be able to secure an A-grade rating, at least saving some face for this year's cohort. Excellent insight, Director. Look. A team's rating is showing. At the excited shout of one teacher, the dean and others turned their gaze toward the trial evaluation board. The top entries silently changed. Trial score rankings: first place, Yi Tian squad, members, Bai Qiuli, current score, D. They killed 10 ferocious beasts that fast, and it's just a 2-person team. It's that Qiulu girl. But she's a gardener class, how did she manage that? Yi Tian. Wait, which class is that again? The teachers were stunned. Even a 5-person team would struggle to take down 10 beasts that quickly. And Bai Qiuli was still a gardener before entering the secret realm. Could it be she got lucky? One teacher speculated. If she stumbled upon 2 waves of beasts attacking simultaneously and seized the chance to finish off the weakened ones. It sounds far-fetched, but that seems the only explanation. However, before the words had fully left their mouths, the scoreboard changed again. Before the second group even appeared, Yi Tian's team's rating rose again. Current rating, DC. The teacher who had just proposed the bargain hunting hypothesis stood frozen in shock, while the others wore equally stunned expressions. A C-rank evaluation requires slaying 20 beasts. They've done it in just a minute or two. There's only one explanation: they're killing monsters at an insane speed, even one-shot kills. Only an epic class could achieve such efficiency, right? But it wasn't over yet. Within a mere hour, the rapid ascent of Yi Tian's team's rating left the teachers who had initially held no hope of this year's results staring wide-eyed at the scoreboard. 5 minutes later, CB. 15 minutes later, BA. 30 minutes later, AS. Quickly bring the principal back, the dean of students shouted, unable to contain his excitement. What's so exciting? Ji Changlin returned to the main hall to find the teachers completely beside themselves. The head of academic affairs pulled him toward the trial evaluation board. A massive S-grade rating reflected in Ji Changlin's pupils. An S-grade in less than an hour. Ji Changlin's voice rose, his entire body trembling with excitement. This achievement was something even the top 2 epic tier practitioners in second highest history couldn't accomplish. Bai Qiuli is a gardener, no doubt. It must be Yi Tian's profession that's extraordinary. He clapped his hands, pacing excitedly back and forth. Quickly call the supervisor back. If outsiders could witness the battle within the secret realm, they would undoubtedly rate this S-class performance even higher. Because, from start to finish, that S-rank rating was carved out entirely by Bai Qiuli alone. Yi Tian-chun was coasting. Moreover, all his gear except for his weapon was provided by Yi Tian-xian. If any other male students witnessed this scene, they'd likely fight tooth and nail to take down this freeloader. The school's beloved beauty, adored by thousands, was being used by Yi Tian without a shred of chivalry, treated like a mere pawn. What was even more infuriating was that the school beauty herself seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it. Ha! So satisfying. The sword tip dripped with demonic blood, and Bai Qiuli's expression radiated pure exhilaration as she let out a loud, unrestrained cry. Once we cross this swamp, we'll find the trial boss. Wai Rue Guda. Yi Tian sincerely applauded. Hiring Bai Qiuli was far more efficient than recruiting a dozen ordinary people. This girl was nothing short of a teenage killing machine. Not only was her swordsmanship divine, but she struck with brutal precision against the demonic foe, swiftly targeting weak points and excelling at eliminating enemies with minimal exertion. But, are you really letting me hog all the experience points? Having gained all the experience alone throughout their journey, Bai Qiuli couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt toward Yi Tian. But Yi Tian looked relaxed and pleased. He waved his hand dismissively. Just focus on slaying monsters. As the boss, he meant every word. After all, every bit of experience would be shared with him. What a joke! The boss has to do the work too? But Bai Qiuli's mind was racing with thoughts. What does that mean? Does he think I'm not trying hard enough? Sometimes, a woman's thoughts are truly unfathomable. Bai Qiuli lifted her chin slightly, her icy demeanor tinged with pride. Rest assured, I'll work harder than anyone else. Yi Tian looked puzzled. Suddenly feeling this batch of employees was surprisingly easy to manage, they were practically self-manipulating. Bai Qiuli surveyed the path ahead, then turned to Yi Tian with earnestness. This swamp is treacherous, one wrong step and you'll sink. Let me carry you across. Yi Tian? From start to finish, Bai Qiuli had treated Yi Tian as a support role. And support roles typically have low agility, hence her suggestion. But if he really let Bai Qiuli carry him, where would his dignity as the boss be? Not necessary. With that, Yi Tian leapt to his feet. Bolstered by 50 points of agility, he moved through the swamp as lightly as a dragonfly skimming water, traversing the marsh as if it were solid ground. Seeing this, Bai Qiuli's expression turned astonished. How is it possible his agility seems no worse than mine? Watching Yi Tian reach the opposite shore, Bai Qiuli hurried to follow. Deep within the grey mist forest, the pair immediately spotted a hideous demonic creature. It was a troll, standing 4 or 5 meters tall, its massive, rough body covered in bulging muscles. 2 sharp fangs protruded from its lower jaw, and its arms were as thick as tree trunks, radiating raw power just by looking at it. Troll, medium-sized elite demon. High strength, but long attack intervals. Its large size is also a weakness. Vulnerable points: eyes, back of the head, knees, elbows. In an instant, Bai Qiuli recalled every vulnerability of the troll. She drew her sword and stepped forward. Boss, I'm going in. Roar. The troll spotted the pair, unleashing a furious charge toward them, its footsteps shaking the ground. Yi Tian had no doubts about Bai Qiuli's prowess. Even if she lagged slightly in attributes compared to the troll, her skill mastery and combat expertise more than compensated. After all, the combat prowess of an ordinary person who transitions to a legendary profession is vastly different from that of a sword-fighting prodigy who does the same. Within just 3 or 4 exchanges, Bai Qiuli severed the troll's right forearm. For most massive creatures, joints were among their weak points. But now, the troll had descended into a frenzied rage. Bai Qiuli's stamina was dwindling. She held her breath, her gaze sharp and focused, intensifying the icy glint on her long sword. Cold moon sword dance. As the troll roared toward her, Bai Qiuli's form seemed to merge with the moonlight. Her sword transformed into a white streak of light, solidifying 10 afterimages of the sword dance before her. Sword chi crisscrossed the air, cold light radiating everywhere. In an instant, phantom figures wielding swords in different dance poses left streaks of blood across the troll's body. Cold Moon Sword Dance condenses sword energy into 10 phantom blades that dart forward, slashing all enemies within 1 second. Invulnerable during the dance. Inflicts explosive damage upon completion. Crack. The blood trails erupted, the troll's body drenched in spilled blood. His roar twisted into a scream as he crashed heavily to the ground. As the Cold Moon Swordsman's ultimate damage skill, it dealt 15 to 20 times the damage of a normal attack. This was the terrifying might of a legendary combat class. Feeling her mana and stamina depleted to the brink, Bai Qiuli was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But in the next instant, her pupils contracted sharply. No kill notification. Suddenly, the fallen troll opened its bloodshot eyes. With its last ounce of strength, it swung its left arm wildly, sweeping the ground and hurling it toward Bai Qiuli. The boss's health pool is ridiculously high. It didn't even go down instantly. As an observer, Yi Tian had already noticed this. The troll's death throes might not kill Bai Qiuli, but they'd at least leave her severely injured or even broken, something Yi Tian didn't want to see. It's holding up the employee's work. As the troll swung its arm, Yi Tian seized an iron axe dropped by a minor monster and hurled it like a javelin. Thud. Amidst the whistling air, Bai Qiuli, who had braced for the blow, was stunned to see the troll behind her struck dead instantly by the axe. His strength, how is it stronger than mine? Bai Qiuli was momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, a long string of notification panels popped up before Yi Tian. Defeated Trial Secret Realm Boss Troll. Your party rating has been upgraded from S to SSS. Maximum rating achieved. Automatically exiting the dungeon. You have passed the apprentice trial. Apprentice status revoked. Accumulated experience unlocked. Your level has increased to level 6. Employee Bai Qiuli leveled up to level 6. You share her growth attributes: strength plus 60, agility plus 72, constitution plus 42, spirit plus 48. Employee Bai Qiuli ranked first in the second intermediate apprenticeship trial. You receive a dividend, funds plus 5. Employee Bai Qiuli achieved an SSS tier trial rating and earned the honor, top scorer in Xingqiang trial history. You receive a bonus, funds plus 25, high tier gear mystery box 1. Chapter 6, Wei Yuan. Great Xia never lacks geniuses. Seeing Yi Tian's team's trial rating jump from S to SSS in the scoreboard, teachers like Ji Changlin in the Grand Hall were overcome with excitement beyond words. SSS. If someone told me right now that Yi Tian awakened a legendary profession, I'd believe it without hesitation. No one expected this year's Class 2 to achieve such results. And certainly no one could have imagined that the two students who were least favored before the trial would achieve the most terrifying results. Ding! The secret realm's light gate swung open, and Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli returned together to the Hall of Professionals. Teachers rushed to greet them, their expressions filled with excitement. Ji Changlin instantly noticed the unusual aura emanating from his student. Bai Qiuli's aura now radiated like a razor-sharp blade, unstoppable and utterly formidable. It was worlds apart from her state before entering the trial. Realizing this astonishing transformation, his expression grew grave. Bai Qiuli, Yi Tian, come with me. This isn't the place to talk. In the principal's office of second middle school, Ji Changlin deployed an artifact, casting a shielding barrier throughout the room. He wasn't overreacting. The current situation completely exceeded his understanding, and indeed that of the entire Great Xia. Bai Qiuli's profession had changed. In the entire 200-year history of the supernatural era on Blue Star, this was the first such case. Qiuli, you. Facing these two students, the 80-year-old principal Ji Changlin found himself unexpectedly nervous. Bai Qiuli understood his confusion and nodded. That's right, principal. My current profession is legendary tier, Cold Moon Swordsman. Ji Changlin's pupils dilated as he whispered in disbelief, how did you achieve that? Under normal circumstances, the emergence of a legendary tier profession would have him so excited he'd throw a grand banquet. Yet now, only tension filled his heart. The transformation of a life-class profession into a legendary one, if replicable, such an achievement would unleash unprecedented upheaval upon the Great Xia. Hearing this, Bai Qiuli merely turned her gaze toward Yi Tian. Seeing this, Ji Changlin also turned his gaze to the latter, disbelief evident. Could it be? Bai Qiuli was signaling to Yi Tian whether to disclose it, while Yi Tian himself was contemplating. Should he disclose his abilities to the state? Admittedly, if he concealed his abilities and grew stronger alone, his career would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle. But it was exhausting. Scouring the world for talent, protecting himself from demonic invaders lurking at every turn, concealing the strange phenomena that accompanied each class change. He was already a boss, why subject himself to such exhaustion? With Great Xia facing internal turmoil and external threats, desperately needing talent, combining his abilities with the nation could only be a win-win. The only problem, the nation is vast. Could there be those with ulterior motives lurking within? No problem. Yi Tian's view resume, still could see right through anyone's life records. Even Judge Bao would be out of a job. Including Ji Changlin before him. Yi Tian had already reviewed his life file, a veteran, trustworthy. Quickly, Yi Tian made his decision. Share some abilities with the nation, collaborate with the state. Under Ji Changlin's expectant gaze, Yi Tian finally spoke. Principal, my professional abilities can help others transition careers. Not randomly. Those two simple sentences struck Ji Changlin like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned and speechless. Yi Tian's voice sounded again, so principal, contact the higher-ups. The higher, the better. Qingcheng, outside the gates of Qingshan No. 3 Middle School. Wei Yuan, the East China Regional Director, was driving into the campus with his secretary and bodyguards. News just came in from No. 2 High School. A team achieved an S-rank trial score in under an hour. Would you like to go see it? Inside the car, the secretary briefed Wei Yuan on the itinerary. The latter remained composed and calmly replied, we can take a look. That score is indeed impressive. But 3rd Middle School just had an epic tier combat class awaken. According to their principal's report, the class's potential is exceptionally high. Since we're already at 3rd high, let's observe their first. We can still make it back to 2nd high afterward. The secretary nodded in understanding, scheduling 2nd high school for later. Just then, Wei Yuan's chest pocket vibrated. Wei Yuan pulled out his everyday phone, only to discover it was another encrypted satellite phone ringing. His expression turned grave. This phone could only be reached by the leadership at the Great Xia headquarters and a few old comrades in arms, and every call meant something major. Stop the car. Wei Yuan ordered in a low voice. He quickly identified the caller as his former platoon sergeant, Ji Changlin. Hanging up the phone, even Wei Yuan with his composure and mental fortitude couldn't suppress his shock for a moment. Legendary profession. And someone who could create legendary professions. Wei Yuan took a deep breath. He knew full well, if this news was true, how crucial it would be for the Great Xia. He immediately opened the car door and stepped out, leaving his secretary beside him looking utterly bewildered. Sir, aren't we going to 3rd Middle School? Wei Yuan waved him off. You guys go back first. With that, Wei Yuan's form transformed into a soaring green streak of light, vanishing in an instant like a meteor streaking across the sky, moving several times faster than the official vehicle, leaving the secretary, driver, and others standing there dumbfounded. Inside the principal's office at No. 2 High School, Ji Changlin paced restlessly. He knew all too well how crucial Yi Tian was. If word got out, every nation on earth would stop at nothing to vie for him. The reason Great Xia now faced internal turmoil and external threats, its situation critical, was precisely because it had experienced the extraordinary era for too short a time, lacking too many legendary-level pillars of support. If Yi Tian's abilities were genuine, the situation would be entirely different. Bang! Less than a minute after the call ended, Wei Yuan pushed open the principal's office door. Wei Yuan and Ji Changlin exchanged nods. Wei Yuan smiled first at Bai Qiuli, his voice as soothing as spring breeze. Qiulu, correct? A legendary combat-focused swordsmanship master, your future is bright. After the college entrance exams, I'll arrange for the education department to implement a special talent cultivation program for you. Keep up the hard work. Bai Qiuli responded with measured composure, I will. I'll step out now. She understood perfectly well that today's conversation wasn't about her, even though she now held a legendary class. Wei Yuan nodded. Ji Changlin and Bai Qiuli both exited. In the vast principal's office, only he and Yi Tian remained. By now, Yi Tian had already used View Resume to learn about Wei Yuan. Name, Wei Yuan. Basic info, male, 58 years old, native of Qingcheng, Great Xia, head of East China region. Occupation, Star Soul Master level 74. Potential, gold talent of national importance. Biography, awakened as a legendary Star Soul Master at age 18. Served in the military for 2 decades, vanquishing demons and becoming the East China's foremost warrior. Later entered a high-stakes agreement with the foreign Yagu dynasty and stepped back from the front lines, dedicating himself to advancing East China's military and economic development to this day. Investment opportunity, legendary tier profession, chess sage, 20 points of capital. Upon seeing this resume, Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel, this is the true legend of Great Xia. Golden potential, coupled with a legendary profession. Alas, such individuals are exceedingly rare. In the past century, Great Xia had produced only one Wei Yuan. Yi Tian would love to recruit Wei Yuan, but investing would cause the original profession to vanish. Sacrificing a level 74 legendary profession? The other party would likely never agree. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan's deep gaze studied Yi Tian as he smiled gently and said, Mr. Yi Tian, I've heard of your abilities. But you must understand, the circumstances within the secret realm are difficult for us to verify. Needless to say, having lived 2 lifetimes, Yi Tian understood well that words alone carry little weight, and that those in high positions have their own concerns. Fortunately, after clearing the trial, Yi Tian's funds had recovered to 30 points, allowing him to continue recruiting. I understand. I can currently awaken another legendary profession to prove my capabilities. Really? Wei Yuan's eyes flashed with intensity. Upon receiving Yi Tian's nod of confirmation, his excitement surged uncontrollably. Great Xia had just acquired a talent of nuclear weapon level caliber. From their conversation, he could tell Yi Tian's confidence was no empty boast. With Yi Tian proactively informing the nation and speaking with such clarity and purpose, Wei Yuan saw no need for further preamble. So, what do you need the state to do for you now? Yi Tian didn't have many immediate demands. After a moment's thought, he replied, protect my safety. And then, help me find some talent. Having the state assist in finding talent was one of the primary goals of his collaboration with the state. After all, how could his own efforts match the efficiency of the state's resources? Once I find suitable talent, I can prove my capabilities. Wei Yuan smiled warmly at this. You can rest assured on all these matters. Your safety I will personally arrange your protection. No need to worry. Then, Wei Yuan's tone grew solemn, as if recalling something. The Great Xia Empire has never lacked for talented individuals with potential. What they lack is merely an opportunity. Yi Tian wholeheartedly agreed with this statement, for as the saying went in his previous life, talented individuals are common, but those who recognize them are rare. Wei Yuan then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Principal of 3rd Middle School? This is Wei Yuan. Select some outstanding students from this year's class immediately. Have them wait for us in the conference room. We'll be there shortly. Chapter 7, Golden Potential, Pillars of the Nation. As Wei Yuan had stated, he directly brought Yi Tian to Qingshan No. 3 High School. Since they were seeking talent, the current senior class was naturally the top choice. Yi Tian readily agreed. Since there were no suitable candidates at No. 2 High School, it made sense to explore other schools. Qingshan No. 3 High School. Shortly after Wei Yuan's call, a banner reading "Welcome to our school for guidance" was already hung. As the chief administrator overseeing all affairs across 12 major cities in East China, Wei Yuan's personal visit to a high school was undoubtedly a major event for the latter. The principal and school administrators stood at the entrance to greet him. Seeing Wei Yuan arrive without an entourage, accompanied only by a youth walking almost shoulder to shoulder with him, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who was Wei Yuan? One of the 5 regional directors of Great Xia, a globally renowned top-tier professional. And this youth walking right beside Wei Yuan? What kind of status and standing must he possess? Welcome. Welcome to our school, Director. It's been ages since you last visited. And who might this young gentleman be? After exchanging a few warm greetings, the principal of 3rd Middle School turned his curious gaze toward Yi Tian. Wei Yuan, with a hint of anticipation, gave Yi Tian a light pat on the shoulder and bestowed upon him a new identity. This is my newly recruited Special Admissions Officer. Special recruitment. Any talent he deems worthy will receive priority cultivation from me on behalf of the Ministry of Education. That sounded pretty good. Yi Tian was looking for golden potential talents guaranteed to reach legendary tier professions, so they certainly deserved special cultivation. Hearing this, the principal and other leaders of 3rd Middle School instantly shot Yi Tian fervent glances. This youth could single-handedly determine special admissions for the Ministry of Education. His power and influence were truly terrifying. After all, every specially recruited student represented invaluable achievements for the school. The next moment, Principal San Zhong and the others eagerly extended their hands to Yi Tian, their enthusiasm palpable. Welcome, Director. Welcome, Director. I've already gathered this year's top students in the conference room. Please let us know if there's anything else you require. Yi Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, forced to shake hands with each of the enthusiastic crowd members one by one. A dozen minutes later, Wei Yuan and Yi Tian finally arrived at the 3rd Middle School conference room. 12 outstanding students, specially selected by the principal of 3rd Middle School, had been waiting there for quite some time. Yi Tian scanned the room, reviewing each resume. It must be said, the selected students generally possessed stronger potential. Most possessed blue-tier potential, while 2 stood out with purple-tier talent. Unfortunately, given the current scarcity of funds, Yi Tian needed gold-tier talents who could reliably earn back honor points. Moreover, the attributes and skills granted by legendary professions far surpassed those of epic tier ones. No suitable candidates this time? Wei Yuan dismissed the students and asked aloud. The threshold for potential evaluation remained high. Even some students who had topped multiple practical simulations at the academy hadn't reached gold tier. Yi Tian shook his head. 2 candidates showed promise, but they still fell short of the caliber I'm seeking. Then let's take another look at the others. The moment the 2 left the conference room, a sudden commotion erupted from the nearby academic affairs office. Director, this is my probationary period review application. I've told you countless times you're not qualified. Just stick to your practical teaching internship at the school. Don't get involved in all sorts of nonsense. But Director, I've been interning for nearly 3 years. Cut the nonsense and get out. As the clamor of a man and woman faded, the door to the academic affairs office closed. A handsome young man emerged, holding the application report. The young man sported short, jet-black hair and a ruggedly handsome face. Though his skin was rough, it radiated strength. His masculine features were tinged with resignation. Drawing on his past life's experience, Yi Tian inquired curiously, 3 years of internship and still no permanent position? Hearing this, Wei Yuan also turned to look at the principal of 3rd Middle School, his gaze unfriendly. I remember him too, Wan Jiang. 3 years ago, he was your number 3 high school's top combat prodigy, famous throughout Qingcheng and even Lincheng. Too bad he switched to a life-oriented profession. After you hired him as a combat assistant instructor, what now? You're holding him back from getting his permanent position. Is it that the former combat genius is now incapable of teaching combat classes? The principal of 3rd middle school, under intense questioning, paled and waved his hands frantically. No. You don't understand, director. His situation is rather unique. Before he could finish, Wan Zhang, the young man whose promotion had just been denied, turned and spotted Wei Yuan and the principal. His eyes lit up instantly. He immediately took 3 steps in 2 strides, jogging over to Wei Yuan with an excited expression. Chief Wei. You're my idol. My dad used to talk about you all the time, saying he wanted me to be just like you. Could you please sign my autograph? Wan Jiang excitedly handed over paper and pen. Wei Yuan smiled gently. Of course, no problem. Your father used to. But the next moment, he froze upon seeing the folded paper Wan Jiang had handed him. He unfolded it, application for full membership. Wei Yuan, ? Had. Wan Jiang scratched his head, his gaze drifting away unconsciously as he flashed an awkward smile. He tried to trick Wei Yuan into signing the probationary period conversion application, but his scheme had been exposed far too quickly. Wei Yuan put away the paper and pen, his smile turning to confusion as he asked. Is it that difficult for you to get promoted here? That you need to resort to such petty tricks? Hearing the voices outside, the head of the academic affairs office, a middle-aged woman in a plain business suit who had just rejected Wan Zhang's application, hurried out. She explained awkwardly, Sir, it's not that his probation is difficult, it's that our school's combat training instructor positions are already filled. I don't want a permanent teaching position. Hearing this, Wan Jiang addressed Wei Yuan with unwavering resolve. I only want a chance to go to the battlefield, even if it's as battlefield logistics, field support, or an engineer. At this point, Wei Yuan understood, even instructors teaching life skills at the school were permitted to support the battlefield. Teaching assistants, however, were not. Wan Jiang declared with unwavering resolve, with our nation now in peril and besieged by foreign foes, it is the duty of every man to take up arms and defend our homeland. Wei Yuan's expression softened slightly. Even if you're a life-skilled profession, perhaps you could only handle logistics duties? Wan Zhang's voice grew hushed. My father vanished during a demonic invasion. I trained relentlessly for combat to join the front lines so I wouldn't lose even the chance to find him. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman, the head of the academic affairs office, was visibly enraged. With your carpentry skills, going to the battlefield is nothing but suicide. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Seizing the moment while they argued, he opened Wan Zhang's resume. Name, Wan Zhang. Basic information, male, 21 years old, native of Dingcheng, Great Xia, occupation, carpenter. Potential, gold pillar of the nation. Background, descended from a military lineage. Under his father's tutelage, he aspired to serve the nation. Possesses exceptional combat instincts and unrivaled spearmanship. 3 years ago, his father vanished, leaving behind a ring. Investment opportunity, legendary tier profession, dragon martial spear god, 20 points. Whoa! Looks like we found our talent. Chapter 8, The Mysterious Ring. Even a contract of indentured servitude. Yi Tian sucked in a sharp breath. The potential assessment for Wan Zhang was nothing short of extraordinary. A pillar of the nation. His future accomplishments would likely rival Wei Yuan's, and Bai Qiuli's as well. But what caught Yi Tian's attention even more was the ring left behind by Wan Zhang's father during his lifetime. If it were an ordinary ring, it certainly wouldn't have been noted in his life resume. However, whether it represented an opportunity or a risk was difficult to judge at present. He could only wait and see. Yi Tian signaled Wei Yuan with a glance. Found it. Found what? Wei Yuan froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he looked at Wan Zhang, his heart surging with delight. We found our talent. With that thought, he immediately dismissed the others and summoned a bewildered Wan Zhang to the conference room. Snap! Wei Yuan snapped his fingers, and a starry sky-like barrier, both shielding and defensive, instantly enveloped the conference room. Wan Zhang froze. I just wanted to sign a confirmation application. This seems a bit over the top. He looked at Wei Yuan in confusion, who gestured for him to turn his gaze toward Yi Tian. Only then did he notice that the one now presiding over the proceedings was this youth, who was even younger than himself. Is your dream to join the military? Yi Tian asked, leaning back in his chair. It wasn't an essential question, but Yi Tian felt it suited the recruitment scene. Wan Zhang, thinking he was about to sign his formal employment application, replied with righteous conviction. Yes, sir. Defending our homeland, driving out demons and foreign invaders, it's our sacred duty. Yi Tian nodded. Joining the military seemed to offer more opportunities for honor than school ever could. This recruitment drive was definitely worth it. Funds 20. Recruitment investment, skill activated. A contract landed in Wan Zhang's hands. Sign it. From now on, call me boss. Then have manager Wei take you to enlist. Hearing this, Wan Zhang's face lit up with delight. Signing this means I can join the military. Wait, this isn't some kind of indentured servitude contract, is it? Forget it if it means joining the army, I'll sign a contract selling my soul. After all, Wei Yuan was here, he didn't think Yi Tian could be a fraud. At that moment, Wei Yuan was also watching intently. The prospect of a mortal awakening a legendary profession had him desperate to confirm whether this ability was genuine. If it's real, then those demonic creatures. Wei Yuan hadn't felt such intense anticipation in a long time. He watched Wang Jiang sign his name on the contract with his own eyes. Boom! A golden pillar of light, signifying legendary awakening, erupted from Wang Jiang's body. The light reflected in Wei Yuan's pupils. It was the light called hope. Wei Yuan's expression grew distant as he murmured in awe. Yi Tian, great Xia, thanks you for coming. Within the pillar of light, Wang Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the changes sweeping over his body. My class. Yi Tian opened the employee panel, eagerly examining the new profession's abilities. Employee Wang Jiang. Class, Dragonheart Spear Fighter Tier 0. Investment opportunities display the class name after reaching Tier 4. Current name reflects Tier 0 status. Quality, Legendary. Level, 0. Strength 40. Agility, 35. Constitution, 35. Spirit 25. Class talent, Dragon's Courage ignores fear status for every 1% HP lost, agility and constitution each increase by 1% for every enemy within range, strength increases by 2%. Class skills, Dragon's Soul Protection, Army Breaker, One-Man Barricade. If Bai Qiuli's Cold Moon Swordsman is an elegant assassin, then Wang Jiang's Dragon's Courage Spearmaster reigns supreme on the battlefield. Especially the talent perfectly suited for frontal combat. It won't be long before he makes his mark in the military. This thought filled Yi Tian with renewed confidence that his investment would pay off. You have successfully recruited employee Wang Jiang. Gained attributes, strength plus 40, agility plus 35, constitution plus 35, spirit plus 25. You have acquired talent skills, Dragon's Courage, Dragon's Soul Protection, Army Breaker, One-Man Barricade. With the recruitment of his second employee, the terrifying potential of Yi Tian's boss profession had only just begun to surface. Now at level 6, Yi Tian possessed the attributes and skills of two legendary professions simultaneously, truly terrifying. At the same time, having witnessed Yi Tian's abilities firsthand, Wei Yuan deeply recognized his importance. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the encrypted satellite phone and immediately sent a message to a specific number. Lock Yi Tian's file with the highest security clearance. After sending the message, Wei Yuan looked up, his heart heavy with emotion. But suddenly, he saw Wang Jiang bow deeply to Yi Tian, his voice trembling as he fought back tears. Boss. Yi Tian hastily waved his hand to cut off the emotional outpouring. No need for words. Just keep working hard. In that moment, Wang Jiang finally understood why Wei Yuan held this young man in such high regard. Boss, I will repay you. Yi Tian gave a casual nod before reminding him, remember to keep that ring your father left you safe. Wang Jiang paused, startled. I will. His voice began to tremble. I finally have the strength to go to war. Finally, I have the strength to search for my father. Wei Yuan deactivated the barrier around the conference room, walked over, and patted his shoulder gently. I'll send you to the Eastern Border Military Command. That will be the perfect place for you to prove yourself. Wait, Commander. Before I leave, there's one more thing I must do. Wang Jiang dashed out of the conference room. He arrived at the door of the Academic Affairs Office. The principal of 3rd Middle School glanced over curiously. What's going on here? Thanks to Wei Yuan's barrier, the pillar of light from Wang Jiang's second-class change went unseen by others. Wei Yuan stepped out to announce, Wang Jiang has been specially recruited. I'll be sending him to the Border Defense Forces. The principal of 3rd Middle School responded with deep satisfaction, excellent. Absolutely splendid. Wang Jiang pushed open the door to the Academic Affairs Office. Over the past 3 years, he had applied for permanent status countless times, losing count of how many visits he had made here. The head of the Academic Affairs Office, a middle-aged woman, was intently writing a report, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Wang Jiang approached, his footsteps light. He stared at the woman who had blocked his promotion application for 3 years with every excuse imaginable. The woman who had berated him countless times as a professional failure, insisting he stick to teaching if he lacked the ability. The woman who had warned him countless times that going to the battlefield was a suicide mission. Yet also the woman who had raised him for 21 years and had shown the most faith in him before his career change. Mom. I'm leaving. A complex mix of emotions churned within Wang Jiang, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Mom, I've always known you wouldn't let me become a full-fledged professional because you feared I'd seize the chance to go to war. Life professions lack self-defense capabilities. You feared my impulsiveness, feared I'd die on the battlefield. Wang Jiang's mother never paused the pen in her hand, as if she hadn't heard a word. Yet her eyes, crisscrossed with fine crow's feet, silently brimmed with tears. Mom, I'm capable now. I won't die. I'll enlist, grow stronger, defend our homeland, and protect more families from foreign invaders and demons. I'll even find father. As he spoke, Wan Zhang's throat tightened, choking off his words. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times before his mother. Mom, take care of yourself. Mom, I'm leaving. Chapter 9, The Yagu Dynasty. Give the foreign tribes a surprise. At dusk, a military SUV departed Qingcheng, heading toward Dingcheng on the eastern border. Wei Yuan personally drove the vehicle, accompanied by Yi Tian, escorting Wan Zhang to the border defense camp. Had anyone else witnessed the Eastern China commander personally driving 2 youths, they would have been utterly astonished. Dingcheng, though called a city, resembled a war fortress more than anything else. Steel walls were reinforced with rune cannons and metal storms forming the outer defenses, while Fighting Eagle patrol aircraft monitored the border skies at night, vigilant against enemy threats. Upon entering Dingcheng, the entire city felt devoid of any signs of daily life. What astonished Yi Tian most was that the evening streets of Dingcheng were not filled with merchants or returning residents, but with several alien races. 3-meter-tall lizardmen with reptilian heads, humanoid red sand scorpions wielding bone-bladed tails, half-dragon beings with wings unfurled. Why were there alien races in a city of the Great Xia Empire? Noticing Yi Tian's confusion, Wan Jiang, a native of Dingcheng, sighed and explained. Dingcheng no longer has any Great Xia residents. 25 years ago, demonic forces launched a full-scale invasion of Blue Star, leaving the entire world under siege. As a result, some alien races exploited the interdimensional portals to invade Blue Star and plunder its resources, seeking to seize its lands. Many small nations were utterly annihilated by these invaders. Dingcheng was seized by the Yagu dynasty during that chaos. The Yagu dynasty? Exactly. The portal that appeared in Dingcheng connects to another world larger than Blue Star, and the Yagu dynasty rules over that realm. They are ruled by the Aga Dragon Kin, who command dozens of alien races. Their power is truly terrifying. The alien races before us are all subjects of the Yagu dynasty. Regarding the portal to another world, Yi Tian finally recalled. When the portal first appeared, adventurers assumed it was similar to a dungeon entrance. Only after entering did they realize it was a 2-way portal. Otherworldly races could use it to descend upon Blue Star. Blue Star adventurers could likewise travel to the other world. Some friendly alien races, such as elves, dwarves, and automatons, coexisted peacefully with humans, engaging in trade and resource exchange. But the majority were dangerous, warlike races. They used every means to seize Blue Star's lands and plunder its resources, the Agu dynasty being one such example. They view Blue Star as a wild delicacy, scrambling to take a bite. Since Dingcheng has already been occupied, why set the border here? Yi Tian was puzzled. As the border of Great Xia, numerous non-human figures were already visible outside the carriage. Yet he felt no fear, for Wei Yuan remained by his side. As a level 74 legendary Star Soul Master, Wei Yuan's combat prowess ranked among Blue Star's mightiest. Hearing this, Wan Jiang grew even more excited. I heard that back then. Commander Wei Yuan, who was still the special squadron captain, led the charge into the Yagu dynasty to reclaim Dingcheng. He fought his way south from Dingcheng to the Yagu royal capital, battling for 3 days and 3 nights. He slew 300 royal dragon descendants. Stop, stop, stop. Wei Yuan, who was driving, immediately cut him off. Face history squarely, and stop exaggerating. 300 royal dragon descendants? That's enough to overthrow all 22 nations on the planet. Wan Jiang reluctantly shut up, though it was clear he genuinely admired Wei Yuan. Then, Wei Yuan spoke as if lost in recollection. Dingcheng is a strategic stronghold in East China, easy to defend, hard to attack. To safeguard the rear and protect more cities, we must retake it. Foreign powers seek to exploit our battle against demons to seize benefits and territory within Great Xia. Then we'll make them understand, if we can't have it easy, no one else will either. At that time, Great Xia voluntarily abandoned the 12 defensive lines of East China. We ceased fighting the demons and monsters, instead focusing all our strength on attacking the Yagu dynasty, striking down the Yagu royal family. Even if we suffered 1,000 casualties for every 800 we killed, we would strike terror into the hearts of the invaders and make them think twice before daring to attack. Finally, after I slew the 3rd royal dragon descendant, a peace treaty was reached between our 2 clans. The Yagu dynasty agreed to return Dingcheng. Wei Yuan's tone was remarkably light and carefree. Yet Yi Tian could hear the weight in his words under the dual threats of demonic forces and foreign tribes. Every step taken by Great Xia was fraught with peril. One misstep could cost everything. Yet compared to the plight of other nations worldwide, Great Xia had clearly made the right gamble. A century ago, when alien races descended upon nations worldwide, some offered treasures and ceded territories to form alliances. Others even proactively submitted as vassals, hoping to gain the powerful alien race's protection. Without exception, these nations have nearly vanished from history. Peace survives when fought for, peace perishes when sought through compromise. Yet even so, the immense threat posed by the Yagu dynasty remains undeniable. After all, these foreign tribes still tread upon the soil of Great Xia. Had the Great Xia possessed sufficient strength, not a single citizen would have permitted foreign tribes to dwell within its cities. Both the Great Xia and Wei Yuan had likely exhausted all efforts at that time. The off-road vehicle traversed the city and arrived outside a heavily guarded military camp. 2 rows of Great Xia border guards signaled for it to stop for inspection. Upon approaching and recognizing Wei Yuan's identity, the border guards saluted solemnly and cleared the way. As they approached a training ground, Wei Yuan spotted the person he sought. Yi Tian also stepped out of the vehicle, gazing toward the bustling center of the training field. Within the vast training grounds, an alloy fence enclosed a combat platform. On the platform, a Xia border guard recruit was locked in fierce combat with a lizard man from the Yagu dynasty. Below the platform, the crowd cheering them on included not only Great Xia border guards but also a significant number of Yagu dynasty foreigners. Brother Fong, take him down. Take that damn alien down. Brother Fong, try cutting him down the middle. Add #%ampamp. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, their shouts equally intense. But Yi Tian couldn't understand a word of what the foreign tribesmen from the Yagu dynasty were shouting. Foreigners exist even within the military camp? As an ordinary high school student like his former self, Yi Tian knew very little about the specifics of the Great Xia's border defenses. No, those are the Yagu dynasty's own border troops. Do you recall the peace agreement between Great Xia and the Yagu dynasty? Wei Yuan motioned for Yi Tian and Wan Zhong to follow him, explaining as they walked. The treaty stipulates, both tribes cease hostilities and jointly combat demonic forces. Dingcheng would be returned to the Great Xia, but half of its territory would be designated for administration by the Yagu dynasty. Both tribes shall coexist peacefully, engage in friendly exchanges, and each station troops in Dingcheng to jointly combat the demonic forces. Peace? Friendship? Though the demonic forces that devour living beings are the common enemy of both the human race and all other races, to suggest the two races could fully unite. Not just Yi Tian, no one could possibly believe it. Wei Yuan decided to state it plainly. The Yagu dynasty harbors unrelenting ambitions, seeking opportunities to seize Great Xia's territories and plunder Blue Star's resources. This mirrors the aspirations of most alien races. Meanwhile, the Great Xia still needs to harness the power of alien races to combat demonic forces, reduce casualties among its practitioners, and alleviate national pressures. Mutual exploitation, covert maneuvering. Yi Tian understood. Ultimately, however, it all stemmed from Great Xia's limited national strength and the finite power of its professionals. Why else would they need to engage in such pretense with the alien races? Forced to cede half of Jiangding City was already a reluctant concession for the Great Xia. Now Yi Tian understood, with the border guards of both races stationed within the same city, friction, duels, and covert rivalries were inevitable. A thunderous crash erupted on the combat platform as the rookie dubbed Brother Fong was hurled over 10 meters by the lizard man, suffering a crushing defeat. Damn it! That lizard bastard's as stubborn as a pile of stinky and rock hard. Recruits, show some spirit. Can't you win a single match? Next one, next one. As the new recruits' defeats piled up, the enthusiasm among the border guards below the platform visibly waned. At that moment, Wei Yuan, accompanied by Yi Tian and Wan Zhang, approached an officer of considerable rank. The latter looked up in surprise. Old Wei. What brings you here? You've been complaining to me constantly about the border defense troops lacking talent. Well, here's one I've brought you. Wei Yuan smiled. Wan Zhang, you'll remain with the Vanguard Regiment from now on. Yes, sir. Wan Zhang gazed at the border defense camp with longing, his heart swelling with pride. The dream he had pursued relentlessly for 3 years had finally come true. Greetings, Commander. The Vanguard Regiment commander's eyes lit up. Anyone Wei Yuan personally called a talent was bound to be extraordinary. Excellent timing. We're currently holding the Border Defense Rookie Martial Arts Tournament against the Yagu Dynasty. On the combat stage, all participants are locked at level 1. It's purely about combat prowess and skill application. 5 consecutive wins claim victory. Are you up for it? Wan Jiang had been watching the arena for ages and was already itching to join. Why wouldn't I dare? Sir, boss, I'm in. Yi Tian nodded, pondering inwardly, would this border garrison rookie martial contest count as an honor? Upon hearing Wan Zhang's declaration, the Vanguard Regiment commander shot Yi Tian a suspicious glance. Boss? Wei Yuan chuckled beside him, explaining and introducing, I'm just responsible for bringing Wan Zhang to the barracks. This man was discovered and recruited by our classmate Yi Tian. It wouldn't be wrong to call him one of his talents. Classmate. The Vanguard Regiment commander froze. He knew nothing of Yi Tian's background, but having a student recommend talent to the military seemed utterly preposterous. In an instant, his initial favor toward Wan Zhang turned to irritation. He frowned and asked, Senior Wei, this. Before he could finish, a wave of frenzied cheers erupted from the combat stage. On the stage, the lizardman's claws slashed through the air, only to be swiftly dodged by Wan Zhang's sidestep. A powerful kick struck the lizardman's knee joint, and as he lost his balance, Wan Zhang unleashed a crushing punch. Breaking Army. Army Breaker, a devastating single-target skill. It channels bone-shattering force into weapons or fists, dealing massive damage that ignores defense while stunning nearby enemies. A legendary tier skill, its damage was exceptionally staggering. With a thunderous crash, the lizardman's body was hammered into the ground like a bird struck by a boulder. He remained pinned there for a long time, unable to rise. The battle ended in less than 2 seconds. Damn! That was fluid as flowing clouds. Where did this new recruit come from? Whose commander is this, to be so ferociously brave? Percent. Amp%, hashtag amp%. This time, even without understanding the alien language, Yi Tian knew the creatures below the stage were cursing. The vanguard commander's eyes widened like copper bells. Having frequently faced the foreign tribes, he knew well that the tribes of the Yagyu dynasty possessed faint dragon bloodlines, granting them naturally formidable physiques far surpassing those of humans. Yet now, he had been instantly killed by Wan Jiang. With his extensive battlefield experience, he saw it clearly that effortless sidestep dodge, the knee strike, and the final heavy punch were unmistakably those of a combat expert with exceptional professional skill. A treasure found. The Vanguard Regiment commander's expression instantly shifted from anger to delight, even tinged with a hint of flattery as he chuckled. Oh my, comrade Yi Tian, do you have any other talents under your command? Send a few more to our Vanguard Regiment, won't you? You have no idea how tough it is for us holding the line against demons to the north while guarding against foreign tribes. Life's no picnic. Yi Tian. The martial arts tournament required 5 consecutive matches, but after watching the first bout, Wei Yuan and Yi Tian departed. With the stats of a legendary profession and Wan Zhang's combat prowess, Yi Tian had every reason to be confident in him. Besides, the foreign tribes sent to the border garrison were limited in both lineage and skill. The true adversaries to be wary of were the dragon-blooded royal lineage of the Yagyu dynasty. Night had deepened, and the midnight management log was about to refresh. Wei Yuan once again drove Yi Tian back. This time, Wei Yuan seemed intent on letting Yi Tian learn more about the conflicts with the alien races. Today's border defense military combat tournament is essentially a microcosm of the strategic chess game between Great Xia and the Yagyu dynasty. He explained while driving, the peace treaty has a second clause, survival of the fittest. Every 5 years, the two races hold a grand competition for their new generation. The competition consists of 5 one-on-one duels and 1 team battle in the secret realm. Victory determines ownership of the Eastern Huadong resource secret realm for the next 5 years and even territorial control. Hearing this, Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise, so if we win, we could reclaim ownership of the other half of Dingcheng. Not only that, theoretically, we could even gain control over the Yagyu dynasty's home world. Wei Yuan sighed with a wry smile. Unfortunately, we've never won. Never won? But we haven't lost any other territories, have we? We cannot afford to lose any more territory. Therefore, each year we substitute the punishment for losing the grand competition with control over a minor secret realm. Secret realms are categorized into small, medium, and large types, producing resources like resources for cultivator advancement, equipment materials, and skill traits. For Qincheng, the output from just 5 small secret realms is enough to sustain an entire city. Then what about us? To preserve its territory, Great Xia relinquished 27 small secret realms. Admittedly, relinquishing some territory and population might make life easier for Great Xia. But who would make that sacrifice? Whom would they abandon? Those were all subjects of the Great Xia. 27 minor secret realms. This signifies that continued defeat could shake the very foundations of Great Xia. Yi Tian was deeply curious, is the Yagyu dynasty truly that powerful? The Great Xia has only 2 centuries of extraordinary history, while the Yagyu dynasty has at least several millennia, with profound foundations. Moreover, the strength of the Yagyu dragon descendants is determined by the purity of their bloodline. To preserve this bloodline, royal incestuous marriages are commonplace, even fathers having children with their daughters, and grandfathers with their granddaughters. This ensures each generation of royal blood is exceptionally potent. For humans to grow stronger, it takes over a decade of relentless effort and sweat, honing skills, accumulating attributes and abilities, and even relying on luck during class change ceremonies. Compared to that, the Dragonborn's method of producing offspring through incestuous unions is remarkably simpler. It's no wonder they excel. Wei Yuan expressed a hint of relief. Thankfully, you appeared this year, bringing some hope to East China. Otherwise, we might have had to gamble our national fortune against the Yagyu dynasty once more this year. But Yi Tian wasn't content with merely some hope. His ambitions were far more audacious. I wonder how much of the prize pool we'd get if we won the race against the Yago royal family. And if we drive out or even counterattack the Yagyu dynasty in the future, the honor dividends. The car returned to Qincheng, stopping beneath a building bearing the sign Qingshan Apartments. This was the new residence Wei Yuan had arranged for Yi Tian, offering significantly better living conditions and security measures than his previous lodgings. Oh, and take these. Wei Yuan handed Yi Tian several spherical artifacts. Barrier Sphere, epic item. Upon activation, deploys a 5x5x5m shield barrier, blocking external intrusion, detection, and other means. Next time you awaken, deploy this barrier to shield the awakening light pillar. If high-tier class awakenings were detected by alien races, extremist organizations, or hostile nations, it could lead to unnecessary danger. Yi Tian gladly accepted the offer. Having been educated in his previous life, he naturally understood the principle of a hidden dragon should not be used. A faint smile touched Wei Yuan's refined features. May the great race competition in half a month bring the alien races a surprise. The two exchanged a glance. Unspoken understanding blossomed in their shared smiles. Chapter 10, Management Log. Advancement Task. Room 502, Green Mountain Apartments. Though called an apartment, the interior was remarkably spacious. The residence Wei Yuan had arranged for Yi Tian featured over 100 square meters of spacious living area with a balcony. Inside, there were buttons for instantly activating a defensive barrier and summoning backup, a specially designed national facility. Moreover, Wei Yuan himself lives nearby, providing a profound sense of security. As for Yi Tian's former residence, there was little to miss. His previous self had been an orphan, raised from childhood in the Qingcheng welfare home. Without parents, even his former residence had been state-provided subsidized housing. For an orphan to live safely in Great Xia until high school graduation and participate in the job change ceremony would be unimaginable in any other country. This fact alone made cooperation with Daxia a sure bet. The current time was 11:45. There was still a little time left before the management log refreshed its rewards at 12. Yi Tian opened the personal backpack provided to all professionals and retrieved the high-tier gear blind box from his apprentice trial dividends. High-tier gear blind box, upon opening, randomly grants one high-tier piece of equipment, weapon, armor, accessory. Probability, rare grade 50%, epic 40%, legendary 10%. The quality tier of the equipment matched the profession's quality level. Yi Tian never imagined that a gearbox from an apprentice trial dividend could yield such high-quality equipment. Just imagine how terrifying the special rewards from winning the race grand tournament dividends would be. Yi Tian couldn't help but fantasize. Globally, epic and legendary gear was exceedingly rare. The emergence of alien races had seized numerous secret realms originally belonging to Blue Star, drastically reducing equipment and material production across nations. Even high-tier professionals struggled to craft a full set of high-grade gear. Open. Yi Tian cracked open the gear blind box. The next moment, a golden light armor adorned with a swirling sandstorm pattern landed in his hands. Sandy armor epic, level 5, defense plus 30, constitution plus 6, magic damage reduction 20%. Upon taking damage, gains resistance, shield equal to constitution 500%. For most practitioners, an epic tier armor was already considered top tier equipment. Yi Tian equipped it immediately. Even with personal protection, defensive gear remained indispensable. After all, numerous extremist organizations still existed in society. They believed alien races would inevitably dominate Blue Star, actively aiding them against humanity and hunting down human prodigies by any means. Such traitorous organizations were numerous, for many alien races possessed millennia of extraordinary history, boasting vast numbers and formidable strength. Rumors even suggested certain alien races harbored divine beings. By comparison, the path for the human race was far more arduous. Finally, 12 o'clock arrived. A lengthy settlement window appeared on Yi Tian's profession panel, accompanied by substantial monetary rewards. Management log. Employee Wan Jiang won first place in the Border Guard Recruit Martial Arts Tournament. Reward, funds plus 7. Employee Bai Qiuli completed Qingcheng Solo Dungeon, held difficulty first clear achievement, reward, funds plus 4. Employee Bai Qiuli cleared held difficulty of Savage Beast Ridge 4 times. Reward, funds plus 0.4. You shared Bai Qiuli's Hell Dungeon first clear EXP 5,000 points. You shared Employee Monster Hunting Experience 26,000 points. Your level has increased to level 10. You have reached the required level for advancement. After completing the advancement quest, your profession will advance, granting you exclusive class skills. Looks like my employees are working hard. Seeing the management log, Yi Tian's face lit up with delight. He hadn't expected that besides Wan Jiang securing first place, Bai Qiuli hadn't been idle either. She'd soloed the dungeon and earned the first clear achievement. But for Bai Qiuli, whose mastery of the sword path was exceptional, clearing hell difficulty solo with a legendary profession wasn't surprising. With the remaining 10 points accounted for, the funds had rebounded to 21.4. It seems the funds earned from employees clearing dungeons are significantly less than what comes from first clear rewards. After Bai Qiuli's first clear, running hell difficulty again only yielded a meager 0.1 in funds. It seemed the only way to secure a steady cash flow was to have them continuously pioneer new dungeons and conquer new difficulties. Beyond that, what delighted Yi Tian most was that his level had actually reached 10. Truly leveling up while lying down. All thanks to Bai Qiuli's efforts. What took others a full day to clear in a party, she breezed through 5 times efficiency at its peak. Finally, he could advance. Yi Tian opened his profession panel. Beside the Tier 0 designation in the profession section, an upward upgrade indicator button appeared. He clicked to view the advancement quest. Tier 1 advancement quest, recruit 3 golden potential talents. Current progress, 2-3. Just 1 more golden talent to go. Yi Tian glanced at his balance of 21.4 funds and suddenly felt relieved. Thankfully, he'd recruited top-tier talents who generated income for him. Otherwise, completing this advancement quest would have taken ages. With funds now ample, he'd wait until tomorrow to see if any suitable candidates appeared. Yi Tian felt a surge of anticipation. The boss's exclusive career skill. Central Huazhong District, Daxia headquarters. Inside the conference room, a sharp-eyed elder stood before his desk, his intense gaze fixed on the holographic strategic map unfolding like a 3D sand table. The map displayed all of Daxia's territories, the 5 major war zones of East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, along with their corresponding combat situations. Beyond Daxia's borders, patches of pitch-black strategic points, symbols of the demonic forces, loomed like entities poised to devour the empire at any moment. Along the Great Xia border, over a dozen gray and red strategic points marked the presence of alien tribes, enemies equally demanding attention. For ordinary people, merely confronting such a daunting challenge would make them want to surrender immediately. But for the Great Xia headquarters, this situation had persisted for decades. On the other side of the conference room, 2 commanders discussed this year's challenges. The Shadow Moon Wolves in North China, the Dracula Empire in West China, and the Yagu Dynasty in East China. This year we must contend with 3 alien factions vying for dominance. Dispatch the new recruits from South China and Central China to provide support. Especially in North China and East China we cannot afford any further complications. Heard that 2 days ago, the capital of the Han Kingdom was wiped out by the Void Insect Clan. Another nation gone from Blue Star. Han Kingdom borders our Great Xia's southeast. Could this have repercussions? The officials grew increasingly exasperated as they spoke. At that moment, the elderly man seated at the desk suddenly spoke up, "Forget about East China this year." Hearing this, the others in the conference room looked startled. "No, we're not handling it? East China. It's not about abandoning East China." The old man glanced at several messages received on his satellite phone, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Wei Yuan says they might be able to handle it themselves this year. Redirect the support intended for Central and South China to other areas. The mood instantly shifted from gloom to surprise. The Yagu dynasty facing East China is among the most formidable among the alien tribes. How can Wei Yuan be so confident? Let's trust him for now. If East China can hold out on its own, then West China and North China will receive more support. Perhaps they can endure too. It was clear. Beyond East China, the threats from foreign tribes in South China, West China, North China, and Central China were equally immense. Yet for the Great Xia Empire, it could only proceed step by step. Let's hope East China sees some unexpected developments this year. Chapter 11, Golden Potential, Martial Arts Prodigy. The next day, Yi Tian awoke in his new home, about to reach for his phone to check the time. Suddenly, a refreshingly pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. "You're awake?" A crisp, pleasant voice echoed from the living room. Through the haze before his eyes, a slender beauty dressed in white casual wear stepped into view. "Would you like some breakfast?" Why are you here?" Yi Tian stared blankly at Bai Qiuli. Usually, scenes where a beautiful woman appears beside your bed after waking up only happened in certain interactive video games. Bai Qiuli held a bowl of unidentified food as she explained. "Old Wei said you're extremely important now. Someone needs to be assigned to protect and care for you closely. There can be no mishaps. I said I'd protect you, so here I am." Yi Tian fell deep in thought. With you here, who's protecting whom is still up in the air, right? Still, since Wei Yuan arranged this, he'll surely see it through to the end. His stomach was rumbling, and Yi Tian looked expectantly at the food Bai Qiuli brought over. But the next moment, his expression changed abruptly as he exclaimed. "This is fodder? It's a specially blended salad I prepared." Bai Qiuli declared with righteous conviction, "It's nutritionally balanced, perfect for meeting a professional's daily needs." Yi Tian's expression darkened, seemingly torn between eating animal feed and wasting food. "Master Wei said he's arranged a professional squad for you today. They'll specifically guide you through leveling up, aiming to help you advance your profession as soon as possible." Not only Bai Qiuli, but even Wei Yuan believed Yi Tian must be some kind of support class, destined for slow personal growth. After all, being able to facilitate others' class changes was already impressive enough. It wouldn't make sense for him to be a powerhouse in combat too, right? Leveling up through a proxy? Yi Tian shook his head. "That won't be necessary. I'm already level 10. That fast?" Bai Qiuli's eyes widened. "I ran the hell difficulty dungeon 5 times yesterday and only just hit level 10. "Yeah, thanks to you." Yi Tian silently thanked her, then cleared his throat. "By the way, what's your tier 1 advancement quest?" Advancement quests vary by class, and higher tier class quests are more challenging. My quest is to clear a dungeon that no one has ever cleared before. Truly befitting a legendary profession, the quest difficulty is indeed high. 200 years into the Great Xia's age of transcendence, every new dungeon brought immense rewards to adventurers, driving guilds and adventurer groups to eagerly challenge them. There was only one reason a dungeon remained uncompleted: it was simply too difficult. Despite this, Bai Qiuli remained fiercely determined. Yi Tian was also eagerly anticipating the first clear of a dungeon, which would undoubtedly bring in a huge amount of funds. Perfect timing. Why don't we find a group and see if there's a suitable dungeon we can clear? Qingshan No. 2 High School. The entire campus now buzzed with an atmosphere of intense effort. The reason was simple: the college entrance exams would begin in just 6 days. For most students, these exams determined the quality of their university, the trajectory of their future, a pivotal moment in their lives. For a time, the few low-level dungeons available at Qingshan No. 2 High School were almost entirely booked by students grinding levels. Those from more affluent families also hired professional players to level up their characters. Yet at the school gate, a party of 2 men and 1 woman professional players kept turning down one business opportunity after another. Bro, other teams have already run the dungeons multiple times. Why hasn't our client shown up yet? One of the boys leaned against the wall, complaining bitterly. Making us wait this long. Even the king himself would have to pay extra today. The other young man, slightly older and seemingly the leader of the trio, sternly reminded him. Jiang Che, keep your head down. This client is being closely monitored by higher-ups. We already signed the confidentiality agreement. As long as we pull this off smoothly, the rewards won't be skimpy. Stop complaining. Jiang Che, sitting on the ground, muttered under his breath, but we still need more money. Just then, Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli approached. Along the way, Yi Tian had been scanning for suitable talent, but since viewing resumes could only be done one person at a time, he had been moving slowly. After all, he was just one golden potential away from advancing, and Yi Tian was growing impatient. Spotting Yi Tian, the older youth's eyes lit up. Mr. Yi, right? Hello? We're the proxy team from Starlight Martial Arts Academy. My name is Jiang Xing, a level 25 epic dual gun ranger. Yi Tian gladly stepped forward to shake hands, realizing this was the team Wei Yuan had hired to level him up, though he didn't need it. Glancing at the resume, he discovered Jiang Xing was actually a purple potential. An epic tier class, purple potential, and 2 years since class change, yet only level 25? After voicing his confusion, Jiang Xing offered a resigned smile. Limited abilities. Since reaching higher tiers is out of reach anyway, I might as well earn some pocket money as a power leveler. Players beyond tier 1 couldn't form parties, so many power levelers stopped advancing, capping their levels at tier 2 level 25 to guide newcomers. Judging by his expression, there seemed to be more to the story, but since he didn't elaborate, Yi Tian didn't press further. Jiang Xing introduced again. This is my sister, Jiang Han, a level 25 shield swordsman. The petite Jiang Han nodded to Yi Tian. Though Yi Tian didn't need their help, these players were indeed quite skilled. Teaming up with Bai Qiuli to tackle new dungeons would be perfectly feasible. Finally, Jiang Xing pointed to the last boy. This is my younger brother. Get up. Jiang Che, a level 25 elf priest. He kicked Jiang Che, who was sitting on the ground, to his feet. Jiang Che stood about 5 feet 10 inches, his frame slightly thin and fair-skinned, perhaps due to childhood malnutrition. His features retained a hint of youthfulness, yet his physique clearly revealed a foundation in martial arts training. Upon seeing him, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim. A martial arts prodigy, yet he became an elf priest? Simultaneously, Jiang Che's profile appeared before Yi Tian. Name, Jiang Che. Basic information, male, 19 years old, native of Qingcheng, Great Xia, profession, elf priest. Potential, gold martial arts prodigy. Background, an orphan taken in by the headmaster of Starlight Martial Arts Academy. Heir to ancient martial arts traditions, possessing extraordinary talent and insight in martial arts, yet exceptionally interested in making money. His dream is to open a new martial arts academy for the old headmaster. Investment opportunity, legendary tier profession martial arts grandmaster 20 points. Unexpectedly, he found a gold tier potential talent within the power leveling team. Yi Tian was thrilled this completed the final piece of the puzzle for his profession advancement. But Jiang Che felt a bit resentful. To him, Yi Tian's words sounded more like mockery. His mood instantly soured. What's wrong with being an elf priest? I play it just fine. No matter who you are, you can't just mock someone's class out of thin air. Jiang Che. His older brother Jiang Xing roared, rushing to stop him. But Yi Tian paid no heed, continuing to stare at him as he stated directly. I can change your class for you. Do you believe me? At those words, the 3 siblings froze in place. Especially Jiang Che, who froze for 2 seconds. The next moment, Jiang Che found himself rushing forward before Yi Tian, clasping his hands together with eyes brimming with emotion. Jiang Che has drifted through half a lifetime, regretting only that I never met a wise ruler. Chapter 12, Job Advancement. Exclusive Skills. How could someone change their expression so swiftly? Had Jiang Che's investment profile not explicitly stated martial arts grandmaster, Yi Tian would have sworn he was a Sichuan opera master. Jiang Xing and Jiang Han first shot Jiang Che a look of contempt. Then they began to deeply question Yi Tian's words. Professions are predestined, that's been the rule for 2 centuries. How could one possibly change careers? Anyone hearing such a claim would dismiss it as bragging who wouldn't want to change their profession? But who could actually do it? But Jiang Xing and Jiang Han were different. They knew Yi Tian was an employer Wei Yuan had specifically mentioned, someone Wei Yuan held in high regard. There was no reason for him to deceive them. In truth, Jiang Che thought the same. But what if? What if a miracle happened? Yi Tian led Jiang Che and the others into second high school. Changing professions right at the school gate would be far too conspicuous. Principal Ji Changlin, one of the few aware of Yi Tian's abilities, naturally offered strong support, lending him a private space. Yi Tian produced the barrier bead, enveloping both himself and Jiang Che within its protection. The next moment, 20 points of funds were consumed, and the recruitment contract landed in Jiang Che's hands. The latter, looking utterly bewildered, carefully scanned the contract's contents. "You want me to be your employee and don't even mention a salary? Are you kidding me?" Jiang Che spotted the glaring omission and exclaimed in shock, "You're a ruthless boss, not even a penny in wages? Whoever signs this contract is a fool." "Wait, what do you mean provide legendary tier professions?" Jiang Che rubbed his eyes, looked again, then rubbed them once more, his face frozen in shock. Yi Tian offered no explanation, merely stating everything was outlined in the contract. Signing or not was entirely up to him. Jiang Che immediately grabbed a pen. "I'll sign. Besides, if you can't deliver a legendary class, it's a breach of contract and the agreement won't affect me anyway." With that, Jiang Che signed his name with a flourish. As a golden pillar of light erupted, Jiang Che's unrestrained expression turned utterly shocked, his pupils suddenly dilating. "You're serious?" In an instant, Jiang Che's class panel transformed. Employee Jiang Che. Profession, Kung Fu Kid Tier 0. Quality Legendary. Level, 0. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Stamina 30. Spirit 25. Class talent, Martial Art maintains composure in combat at all times plus 50% damage from fists, feet, or weapons plus 50% armor penetration. Class skills, Bagwazang Collapsing Fist, Bagwazang Mountain Leaning Stance, Bagwazang Cleaving Palm. As the saying goes, Taiji pacifies the world through literature, while Baji settles the universe through martial arts. But Jiquan is fierce and explosive, yet it remains the simplest class in terms of skills that Yi Tian has ever encountered. Its entire 7-skill set consists solely of Bagwazang techniques. Yet it boasts the highest starting strength and agility among all professions. Combined with its innate damage boost, it possesses a certain numerical elegance. A notification then sounded, marking the successful advancement of the profession. You have successfully recruited employee Jiang Che, gaining attributes, strength plus 40, agility plus 40, constitution plus 30, spirit plus 25. You have acquired the talent skills, martial art, Bagwazang. You have completed the class advancement quest. Your class rank has been upgraded from Tier 0 to Tier 1. Future employees you recruit will start with Tier 1 as their initial profession rank. Professional skill resume review upgraded. Acquired exclusive boss profession skill, hold meetings. Though the original heart of martial arts possessed formidable effects, its limited skill pool was a notable flaw. Now shared with Yi Tian, the array of usable skills has expanded tremendously. For Yi Tian, the effect is even more powerful. Moreover, when recruiting talent to awaken professions, they no longer start at Tier 0 but Tier 1, apparently matching the boss's profession tier. Next, he reviewed the resume upgrade details. Review resumes upgrade automatically detects nearby talents with golden potential or higher. Seeing this ability, Yi Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, finding talent would have meant manually opening every single resume one by one, a truly tedious task. Now, after the upgrade, any talent with gold or higher potential nearby would automatically alert him. Finally, what he never could have imagined. Conducting meetings was actually a skill. Convening meetings ignores distance restrictions, gathering all employees into a special space for meetings. There are 2 types of meetings, strategic meetings and tactical meetings. Strategic meeting, after the meeting, all members gain a 40% experience boost lasting 3 hours. If using employee benefits, experience gain increases to 120%. Tactical meeting, after the meeting, all employees gain a 30% boost to all 4 attributes, lasting 3 hours. If employee benefits is used, the attribute boost increases to 80%. Employee benefits, spend funds to distribute special rewards to all employees. Both meeting types function more like group buffs. However, the effects are quite substantial, nearly equivalent to a legendary passive skill. It might be worth testing their effects before leveling up or tackling new dungeons. Just as Yi Tian finished reviewing the new skill, Jiang Che finally began to recover from his prolonged shock. A pang of bitterness welled up in Jiang Che's heart. As the youngest sibling, he'd always been cared for by his older brother and sister. Especially after becoming an elf priest, he felt like he'd become a burden. But now, everything was finally different. Jiang Che couldn't wait to pump his fists into the air, sending waves of fist winds surging through the air. This is the class real men play. No one in their right mind would choose an elf priest. His eyes turned to Yi Tian, excitement palpable. "Boss, what do I need to do now?" He knew that all these changes were brought about by Yi Tian. It was Yi Tian who had given him new hope. Yi Tian understood that golden talents each had their own unique paths to follow. Forcing guidance on their work was less effective than letting talent flourish freely. Therefore, he assigned no specific tasks to Jiang Che. He only told him that when he had matters to attend to, Jiang Che must follow orders. At this point, Yi Tian had intended to invite him to tackle the new dungeon run together, but suddenly felt curious to test the effects of meeting. After all, the buff lasted a full 3 hours, more than enough time to last until the new dungeon run later. With that thought, Yi Tian activated the skill immediately. Meeting. In that instant, his body became ethereal and shimmering. The surrounding scenery shifted like a holographic projection, as if he had entered another dimension. Before him unfolded a unique virtual space, as if suspended above the starry heavens. Soft, interwoven light and shadow formed the distinct shape of a conference room. A crystal-topped conference table stood at its center. Yi Tian sat in the commanding chair at the head, its towering backrest radiating the majesty of a throne, as if surveying the cosmos itself. Simultaneously, an intangible presence spread like a shroud. Boss. Where is he? Zhang Che watched as Yi Tian vanished before his eyes. The next moment, a meeting invitation notification popped up. He clicked to accept. Outside, Jiang Xing and Jiang Han waited with tense anticipation. No one knew if changing professions could succeed. Bai Qiuli stood beside them, her expression calm. Suddenly receiving the meeting invitation, a thought crossed her mind, and she vanished from her spot. Huh? Where'd she go? Did she turn invisible? Jiang Han beside him scratched his head in bewilderment. Dingcheng, Border Defense Zone. The Vanguard Regiment was about to commence live fire exercises when Wan Jiang received a notification. Boss has invited you to a meeting. Unless urgent matters arise, please click accept or silently affirm your attendance. The boss needs me? After a moment's thought, Wan Jiang decisively broke ranks from the drill formation and reported directly to the new recruit squad leader. Sergeant, I'm having stomach trouble. It's urgent, I need to use the restroom. Given Wan Jiang's track record, having defeated 5 consecutive foreign factions and clinched first place in the new recruit combat tournament, the officers of the Vanguard Regiment were quite lenient with him. The drill won't start for a while. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Wan Jiang arrived at a secluded spot, silently recited a phrase, and gradually became ethereal until he vanished entirely, as if pulled into another dimension. Chapter 13, Employee Perks. Unsealing the Dungeon. Select meeting type, strategic meeting, tactical meeting. Since we're about to pioneer a new dungeon, we should boost our stats. Tactical meeting. Yi Tian sat in the executive chair at the head of the table, his choice made. The next moment, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Zhang Che appeared in the conference room one after another, seated along one side of the long table in the order they were hired. What a beautiful place. It feels like sitting amidst the stars. Boss, you called for me? Holy crap. Wan Jiang, who won first place in yesterday's Border Defense Martial Arts Tournament, is actually one of the boss's employees too? The sudden appearance of the 3 men here left them momentarily stunned. Especially Wan Jiang, he never imagined Yi Tian could teleport him all the way from Dingcheng, dozens of kilometers away. That was a feat even legendary professionals found difficult to achieve. Yi Tian was pondering this very point. It seemed the skill, convene meeting, held even greater potential for future applications. For now, though, he just wanted to test the skill's effects. Nothing serious, just testing a new skill. Once the meeting wraps up, I'll give you guys a pretty decent buff. With that, Yi Tian decided to check the employee benefits he'd spent funds on. Using the employee perks actually boosted the buff attributes by a whopping 80%. If it could achieve an 80% attribute boost, that would be downright outrageous, comparable to doubling one's level out of thin air. Employee benefits. 1. Insurance. Spend 3 funds per employee to generate a life-saving shield for all staff, capable of withstanding 1 fatal blow. Lasts for 3 days. Only 1 available employee benefit at Tier 1. A single chance to avoid death. Although Yi Tian's Tier 1 offers only 1 option, the content of this employee benefit is genuinely impressive. Unfortunately, it costs 3 funds per employee, meaning 9 funds for 3 employees. Yi Tian glanced at his remaining funds of 1.4 and silently deactivated the employee benefit. Alright. Let's wrap up the meeting. Yi Tian was quite satisfied with the test of his meeting skills. The ability to summon employees regardless of distance, apply buffs to the entire team, and even the employee perks that cost funds, all worked remarkably well. This made Yi Tian even more eager to experience the exclusive skills of Tier 2 and Tier 3 professions. The meeting concluded. The special meeting space vanished and everyone returned to their original positions. Wan Jiang stared at the plus 30% to all 4 attributes buff on his body and couldn't help but gasp. What a powerful buff. Even after he returned to his training squad, his squad leader and the other company squad leaders were stunned. That kid, how come he seems even more formidable after just going to the bathroom? Jiang Che. Your class has actually changed. Seeing Jiang Che's current state, siblings Jiang Xing and Jiang Han felt genuine joy and shock, still finding it hard to believe even now. Only then did they understand why Wei Yuan had made them sign a confidentiality agreement before coming. Tears welled up in Jiang Che's eyes. Brother, we don't have to grind levels for gold farming anymore. We're capable of leading raid teams now, we can make tons and tons of money. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli were summoned for a meeting with Principal Ji Changlin. Yi Tian, Qiuli, the college entrance exams are approaching. Do you still plan to take them? While Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli's professions could secure them special admission spots, special admissions into university were different from regular admission. In present-day Daxia, practical experience was prioritized, and the college entrance exam determined subsidies, mentor selection, and more. Bai Qiuli declared decisively, "I will take it. I plan to apply to Huaxing University. I've heard Senior Yuan Shuang, the strongest swordswoman in Daxia, teaches there. I want to study under her." After speaking, Bai Qiuli turned to look at Yi Tian, waiting for his reaction. Even Yi Tian himself didn't realize how much weight his opinion carried in Bai Qiuli's mind enough to alter her original plans. Yet Yi Tian never dictated others' choices. "Sounds good. Though I probably won't be joining." Bai Qiuli had a high probability of achieving a top ranking in the college entrance exam, which would bring in another dividend payment. If Yi Tian took the exam, the boss would handle it personally and he wouldn't get a share of the profits. He always believed in taking it easy whenever possible. No need to lift a finger unnecessarily. Besides, with 3 legendary professions under his belt, taking the exam would be like picking on kids. After leaving the principal's office, Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli joined Zhang Che and his sister to head toward the professional hall. Bai Qiuli needed to complete her advancement quest, Yi Tian required clearing the new dungeon for dividends, and level 0 Zhang Che desperately needed to grind experience. Beyond the class change platform, the Hall of Professionals also housed the dungeon area. Qingshan No. 2 High School's several low-level dungeons could be accessed through the entrance at the rear of the hall. With the college entrance exams approaching, the dungeon entrance was packed with people. Yi Tian avoided the crush and headed straight for the dungeon bounty board. Bounties were posted for uncompleted, extremely challenging dungeons. The reason the state offered bounties for these dungeons was that once a dungeon was cleared for the first time, its difficulty would be lowered and divided into 5 difficulty tiers. This allowed newbie adventurers to grind levels and farm gear through these dungeons. This indirectly boosts new players' leveling efficiency. If the first clear team submitted their strategy guide, they would receive additional rewards from the state. These strategies are compiled into textbooks to teach students, thereby elevating the skill level of new professionals in the Great Xia Empire. However, after reviewing the list, Yi Tian and his companions discovered that the uncompleted instances all required extremely high levels. Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, and Zhang Che were far too low level to meet the entry requirements. How about we check out other high schools? The lower level dungeons have mostly been cleared already. Wait, there's one here. Bai Qiuli pointed excitedly to the top of the bounty list. The higher a bounty appeared on the list, the longer it had been posted, meaning it remained unclaimed. Even the dungeon's name had taken on a sinister hue. Beast King. Sealed type instance, difficulty, limited to players level 10 and below, maximum party size, 3. An unsealed instance. The Zhang siblings all gasped in unison. For them, this was nothing short of a distant dream. Yi Tian's expression also betrayed surprise. He hadn't expected any unsealed dungeons to remain uncompleted. Because once a sealed dungeon was cleared, it would randomly generate a secret realm within that region. The importance of secret realms was undeniable. They produced vast quantities of resources, materials, and equipment, earning them the reputation as the oil fields and money printing machines of the current era. Even a small secret realm brought immense benefits to a nation. Thus, whenever a sealing-type dungeon appeared, nations would immediately dispatch forces to conquer it. The fact that this instance remains uncompleted speaks volumes about its extreme difficulty. Sealed dungeon. Should we give it a shot? Zhang Che was eager to take on the challenge. The higher the difficulty, the greater the honor points reward upon completion. Yi Tian naturally didn't refuse. Then it'll be me, Qiuli, and Zhang Che together. Hearing this, a receptionist from the bounty office hurried over. She had intended to dissuade Yi Tian and his group from attempting the challenge, but upon seeing Bai Qiuli in the party, she immediately changed her tune. "You must be Bai Qiuli, who cleared Hell difficulty, Beast Ridge, first yesterday. With your track record, you certainly have the credentials to give it a shot." Yi Tian never imagined this dungeon had become so difficult that most players weren't even qualified to attempt it. The receptionist explained. "The Beast King dungeon is inherently high difficulty, and it seems an anomaly has occurred within it." "An anomaly?" "Yes. It could be that the dungeon boss has mutated or become demonic, or perhaps other unknown creatures have appeared within the dungeon. No one has figured out the cause." Hearing the attendant's warning, Yi Tian felt even more eager to take on the challenge. Possessing the abilities and attributes of 3 legendary professions, he was joined by 2 other legendary class employees. Combined with the attribute boost from meeting, their lineup was nothing short of luxurious. As the saying goes, the root of all fear is insufficient stats. Finally, the young lady gave each of the 3 a dungeon escape talisman, instructing them to leave immediately if danger arose. Meanwhile, the adventurers gathered near the instance entrance watched Yi Tian's group challenge the sealed instance with astonishment. What courage! That sealed dungeon hasn't been cleared in over a decade. I recall 2 years ago when Central China dispatched a legendary and 2 epic tier professionals to tackle this dungeon, they returned in utter defeat. That beauty's Bai Qiuli, I know her. She cleared the hell dungeon yesterday. She's incredibly strong. Don't recognize those two guys beside her. But if they're teaming up with Bai Qiuli, they must be pretty good too, right? Go for it, sword-wielding lady. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Yi Tian and his two companions stepped into the entrance of the chiefing instance. Zhang Che wore a look of stifled frustration. Why? I'm the top-ranked proxy team at Starlight Martial Arts Academy, and yet no one recognizes me. Soon enough, I'll make a name for myself across the Great Xia. Yi Tian, cut the crap. Let's get in there. Chapter 14, The Vanished Special Talent. You have entered the chiefing dungeon, Beast King. Accompanied by a dungeon notification, Yi Tian and his two companions materialized onto a desolate grassland. Scattered around them were massive beast bones and broken weapons. In the distance, a narrow gorge carved by giant boulders came into view. Unlike any other instance, the trio faced immediate danger the moment they entered. Wah-ah! A silver-gray alpha wolf let out a piercing howl, while 3 or 4 gray-black wild wolves bared their teeth at the trio. After scanning the area, Bai Qiuli exclaimed in astonishment, no wonder it's a sealed-class dungeon, even the minor monster's stats are higher than hell difficulty. Level 10 wild wolves possess stats nearly 1.5 times that of rare professions at the same level. Still, they fell far short of legendary class players. Watch this move. Take that. Zhang Che let out a strange howl, tensing his calf muscles as he swung a punch at one charging wolf. His fist connected with the wolf's head, but to his surprise, it only caused superficial damage. The wolf then flicked its head, sending Zhang Che flying several meters. Damn it! You're only level 0 and you think you can take down monsters 10 levels above you? Bai Qiuli's tone was icy. As Zhang Che was knocked back, she darted forward like a rainbow, her long sword slicing through the air. Blood-red damage numbers flashed repeatedly, each strike landing a critical hit. Even the pack leader couldn't hold a candle to Bai Qiuli's combat prowess. After clearing the minions, Bai Qiuli turned and said, "Boss, let's go." Boss? She and Zhang Che both turned to look, only to find Yi Tian frozen in place, his expression strange, as if he'd witnessed something utterly unbelievable. Before him, a special notification flashed, visible only to him. Ding! Detected special potential talent in vicinity. On the other side of the instance, within the Beast King's lair, a colossal tiger, massive as a small mountain, dozed peacefully. Its fur resembled rock-gray armor, concealing coiled muscles pulsing with explosive power. At that moment, a shadowy figure cloaked in black approached the beast and bowed deeply. Lord Beast King. The voice was neutral, devoid of gender or emotion. The tiger's eyes snapped open, clearly displeased at being disturbed from its rest. The cloaked figure bowed even lower. Lord Beast King, another challenger has appeared. You disturbed me for this trivial matter? No. Lord Beast King, this challenger is unlike any before. Their power is extraordinary. One of them possesses attributes so formidable that I have never witnessed their like before. The cloaked figure's tone carried a hint of apprehension. In direct combat, they are utterly unmatched. In my humble opinion, we should first send scouts to lure them deeper into our territory. When the time is right, we can deploy our elite forces to ambush his two allies. We'll wear them down with relentless attacks, and finally, you and I will join the fray together. Only then might we stand a chance. Before the cloaked figure could finish, the colossal tiger let out a roar of fury, its nostrils flaring with scorching breath. Bull! The giant tiger rose to its feet, its eyes blazing crimson as it glared at the cloaked figure. I once thought you possessed considerable skill, but now it seems your courage is pitifully weak. The rules of the dungeon are clear. What strength could a level 10 human possibly possess? The cloaked figure remained silent. Ignoring her, giant tiger strode toward the nest's exit, his footsteps making the ground tremble. Challenger? Just another fresh blood offering. I happen to be hungry myself. The colossal tiger exited the lair, intending to hunt down Yi Tian and his companions as the boss. The moment the giant tiger departed, the black-robed figure shed all pretense, radiating a cold, murderous intent as he watched the beast leave with an expressionless face. The aura emanating from the cloaked figure now surpassed even that of the dungeon boss. Useless trash. Useless. Her gaze as the giant tiger departed was filled with utter contempt, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. If even I can't defeat him, do you really think you're strong? You're just asking for death. This instance is about to be cleared. If I don't leave, my life is in danger too. I won't die alongside that stupid tiger. With that, the cloaked figure revealed an arm, cold and silver gray. With a sweep of the arm before them, a deep purple portal opened before them, resembling a gateway to the void. Within, light surged like liquid. The cloaked figure stepped through, vanishing entirely within the instance. The light gate closed behind him. Ding! Detected special potential talent in vicinity. Note, special potential does not necessarily surpass golden or iridescent potential. Instead, it signifies possessing or being capable of awakening unique abilities, qualities found in only one being across tens of thousands of worlds. Upon recruiting special potential talent, you will also share their unique abilities. Before Yi Tian could finish reading the unique details of this special potential, the automatically detected information vanished abruptly. Ha! Yi Tian looked skeptical. He reopened the skill only to be informed. No gold or higher potential talents currently detected nearby. How could this happen? Yi Tian froze in shock. He had finally discovered an extremely rare special potential, and now it had vanished. Admittedly, recruiting a special potential talent required 60 points of funds, extremely expensive. But if he could keep them close, he could at least save up and still have a chance to recruit them. Now, even that hope was gone. For a moment, Yi Tian frowned deeply. Talent that appeared in the instance, but has now vanished. Either they were killed, or they must have left the instance. Yi Tian made up his mind and instructed Bai Qiuli and Zhang Che. Quickly, speedrun the instance. Then thoroughly search the dungeon for any hidden rooms or special passages leading to other areas. Yi Tian hadn't originally planned to get involved personally. But the search for that vanished special talent had him growing restless. Search thoroughly. Yi Tian was now firing on all cylinders. Along the way, elite monsters of considerable strength were no match for him. They were as useless as dirt chickens and clay dogs. Monsters that even Bai Qiuli could only one-shot by precisely targeting their weak points were dispatched with a single punch by Yi Tian, showcasing his overwhelming stats. Zhang Che watched in stunned silence beside him. Could it be that the boss possesses legendary tier combat prowess too? The dungeon run was barely halfway through when the ground began to tremble. Before the trio of Yi Tian, a monstrous tiger appeared, its form like a moving mountain accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar. A boss. Why would the dungeon boss appear here on its own? Rock-splitting Tiger King Beast Lord level 18 epic boss. Upon seeing the colossal tiger's information, Bai Qiuli and Zhang Che couldn't help but show a hint of apprehension. An epic boss at level 18 possessed attributes significantly stronger than Bai Qiuli, a legendary class at level 10. Even she would need to proceed with extreme caution to secure victory. At that moment, the colossal tiger roared, its thunderous cry shaking the heavens. With a savage glare, it fixed its gaze upon Yi Tian and his two companions. Humans, already scared? Yi Tian paid no heed, mainly because he wasn't proficient in universal beast speech and hadn't understood a word of it. But when it came to anyone getting in his way, Yi Tian had no intention of wasting a single second. If you're not special, don't block my path. With that, Yi Tian unleashed a straightforward punch, slamming toward the rock-splitting Tiger King like a cannonball. With the damage boost from the martial heart skill, his right fist glowed crimson. Break the army. The fusion of two distinct legendary abilities unleashed devastating, unstoppable force. The Tiger King's massive pupils contracted as Yi Tian closed in. As the king of beasts, it could never have imagined a human capable of unleashing such terrifying power. Compared to the human adventurers it had encountered before, there was simply no comparison. It was like a schoolyard bully suddenly facing an adult today. The gap was like a chasm. Just as Yi Tian's fist was about to strike, the Tiger King suddenly recalled the black-robed man's warning. Boom! The Tiger King's massive body crashed to the ground, smashing a huge crater into the earth as cracks spread like a spiderweb across the surface. One punch, one kill. Zhang Che's jaw nearly hit the floor in shock, his mind filled with question marks. Seriously, dude? Who the hell told me to bring this terrifying guy along for leveling? Must be out of their mind. Oh, it was Wei Yuan. Well, that explains everything. Bai Qiuli's beautiful eyes narrowed in disbelief as she stared at Yi Tian's figure. Why am I so much worse than him? Could it be? I just haven't tried hard enough. Chapter 15, Medium-Sized Secret Realm. Think you can just leave after gathering intel? Still nothing? Boss, no hidden rooms. No passages leading to other areas either. After searching the entire dungeon for half a day without finding any trace of the special talent, Yi Tian speculated helplessly. Could they have been killed? Meanwhile, Bai Qiuli, clutching a dying monkey demon, exclaimed gleefully. Boss, I just interrogated this monkey demon. He said there was originally a black-robed figure by the Tiger King's side, but he didn't show up today. Zhang Che was utterly stunned. You can interrogate monkeys? Bai Qiuli replied matter-of-factly, my universal beast speech has always been perfect. Monsters and various alien races within dungeons each spoke their own distinct languages. Mastering these languages proved immensely beneficial in combat and during dungeon exploration. The Great Xia Empire selects certain universal languages for inclusion in high school textbooks, though unfortunately, neither Yi Tian's previous incarnation nor Zhang Che had mastered them. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. The black-robed man. Zhang Che inquired curiously, wait, he left without engaging us. Could it be he knew he couldn't defeat us? Highly likely. And if he was a dungeon monster, yet somehow managed to leave the instance, he really is special. The knowledge about dungeon monsters is common sense in high school textbooks. No instance monster can ever leave the instance. Moreover, based on the monkey demon's description, the black-robed figure's appearance was distinctly different from other monsters in the Beast King instance, likely not even belonging to this instance at all. An entity that traverses the instance freely without using the entrance. His potential is truly extraordinary. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel. Since he's still alive, we'll have chances to encounter him again. Perhaps I could ask Wei Yuan to send people to investigate. Having reached a conclusion, Yi Tian no longer dwelled on it. He simply exited the instance and proceeded with the clear run settlement. However, this incident did serve as a reminder. It was wise to save up more funds. Otherwise, if he encountered another high-potential talent next time but missed the recruitment opportunity due to insufficient funds, that would be truly heartbreaking. Exiting the instance. You have cleared the unsealed dungeon, Beast King. A randomly scaled secret realm will spawn in the surrounding area. Employees Bai Qiuli and Zhang Che cleared the unsealed dungeon. You receive dividends, funds plus 15 too. Bai Qiuli completed her advancement quest, advancing to Cold Moon Swordmaster. You share her exclusive Tier 1 skill, Freezing Breath Slash. Bai Qiuli has leveled up to 12. You share her growth stats, Strength plus 26, Agility plus 30, Constitution plus 20, Spirit plus 22. Zhang Che has leveled up to 8. You share attributes, Strength plus 96, Agility plus 96, Constitution plus 64, Spirit plus 56. Your level has increased to level 14. Secret Realm Unsealed Medium Resource Type Secret Realm. Will respawn at Qingqing City outskirts in 2 days. As a dungeon conqueror, you will receive 9.5% of the medium-sized Secret Realm's resource yield based on your contribution. Meanwhile, at the Qingqing City Lord's Mansion. In the spacious conference room, Qingqing City Lord, the commander of the garrison army, and other officers stood solemnly behind Wei Yuan, the overall project leader. Originally, Wei Yuan had planned to personally arrange Yi Tian's leveling and class advancement today, but things did not go as intended. The reason lay on the other side of the conference room. 7 half-dragon individuals from the Yagu dynasty had arrived as envoys for negotiations in East China. Their leader held a significant position within the Yagu dynasty, bearing the title Red Emperor Dragon Envoy. Lord Wei Yuan, there's no need to revisit the rewards and punishments for this year's great competition between our 2 clans. If your Great Xia loses again, why not simply cede Dingcheng and Qingqing to our dynasty? It would be beneficial for both our sides. The Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy's voice was hoarse, yet brimming with confidence. Each year before the great competition between the 2 clans, the Yagu dynasty would send envoys. Their purpose was twofold: first, to negotiate the rewards and punishments for the upcoming contest, always seeking greater advantage. Second, to blatantly probe the military strength of Eastern Hua. In the past, the Yagu dynasty's demands had been limited to the number of minor secret realms. But this year, they had the audacity to demand the cession of 2 entire cities from Great Xia. After dividing the 2 cities, our tribe will also aid Great Xia in guarding against demonic forces. This would alleviate both your military burdens and economic pressures, wouldn't you agree, Lord Wei Yuan? Such a blatant scheme to seize Daxia's territory left the Qingqing City Lord, the garrison commander, and other officers seething with indignation. Their eyes burned with hatred, as if they could devour the Crimson Emperor's dragon envoy sitting opposite them. Wei Yuan, however, remained utterly unperturbed. Leaning back leisurely in his chair, he remarked with playful amusement. Such an outrageous demand, you'd better have the Red Emperor himself come forward. The Crimson Emperor was one of the rulers of the Yagu dynasty, the pinnacle of combat prowess among the royal dragon descendants. Years ago, he had clashed with Wei Yuan, with neither gaining the upper hand. Hearing this, the Crimson Emperor's dragon envoy retorted bitterly, "You speak well, Wei Yuan. But whether the Crimson Emperor comes or not, it won't change the outcome of this grand contest. Your Excellency and the Great Xia should still make preparations early." Though the Crimson Emperor's dragon envoy harbored some apprehension toward Wei Yuan, he remained supremely confident in the outcome of the Yagu dynasty's racial grand competition. The dragon envoy's gaze held a hint of mockery. No matter how formidable Wei Yuan was, he remained but a single individual. One person could not alter the rise or fall of an entire race. But at that moment, both Wei Yuan and the dragon envoy were separately informed of news. The sealed secret realm of Qingqing has been cleared? A medium-sized secret realm is about to appear in Qingqing. Both Wei Yuan and the Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy were taken aback. That sealing realm instance had been personally assigned to Wei Yuan 2 years prior, with reinforcements dispatched from central China to conquer it, yet none had succeeded. Who could have done it now? A sudden possibility crossed his mind. As for the Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy, his astonishment stemmed from the fact that the unsealing instance had spawned a medium-sized secret realm. Consider this: the resource yield of a single medium-sized secret realm rivals that of 10 small ones, enough to sustain 2 or 3 entire cities. Even for a powerful alien race like the Yagu dynasty, a medium-sized secret realm was an object of intense envy. Across the entire eastern region, there was only one medium-sized secret realm. Lord Wei Yuan, congratulations. The Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy offered a forced smile. Might we be permitted to take a look? Wei Yuan's expressionless face paused for a second. Yes. In the Hall of Practitioners at Green Mountain Second High School, the news of the Chiefing instance being cleared erupted into thunderous cheers. Not only because Yi Tian and his 2 companions had conquered one of Qingqing's greatest challenges, but also because of the medium-sized secret realm. A medium-sized secret realm appearing in Qingqing, if they could conquer it, the benefits for Qingqing's practitioners would be immense. Principal Ji Changlin had also come out of curiosity, but upon seeing that the conquerors were Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli, he felt a sense of inevitability. Qingshan No. 2 High School has 2 top talents in one graduating class. Maybe they'll snag the top spot in the East China College entrance exam. No, I was thinking too small. Looks like we might even win the inter-race tournament this year. Amidst the crowd's stunned gasps and cheers, Yi Tian and his 2 companions emerged from the dungeon. Jiang Che had intended to stand tall and embrace the cheers, but the thought that he hadn't lifted a finger in the dungeon that he, a legendary class, had essentially coasted to victory made him slump back into despair. Looks like I need to get stronger sooner. I can't lose to the boss. No, just not to Bai Qiuli would be enough. After reuniting with Jiang Xing and Jian Han, the receptionist beside them gaped in astonishment, utterly stunned that these few had actually pulled it off. She hurriedly interjected, "Wait, I need to register your information for subsequent reward distribution." Meanwhile, far outside the Grand Hall, Wei Yuan and the Crimson Emperor's Dragon Envoy hadn't squeezed into the hall. With their keen eyesight, they spotted Yi Tian and the others from afar. Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, it really is them. Wei Yuan sighed inwardly. Though he didn't know Yi Tian's combat capabilities, Yi Tian always seemed to bring him a sense of miracles happening. Jiang Che, his profession has changed too. This must be Yi Tian's doing. Few detection skills could uncover legendary professions, but perceiving a person's class changes in class quality through heightened spiritual power was entirely feasible. At this realization, Wei Yuan shot a sharp glance at the Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy beside him. The Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy, however, remained immersed in his own discovery. A medium-sized secret realm. It truly is a medium-sized secret realm forming. Wait. Legendary tier. 2 new legendary tier players. Damn it. How could Great Xia have such luck this year? Why didn't our scouts detect this? The Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy's face darkened, then shifted to relief. Thank goodness I discovered it. These 2 legend tier newcomers might pose a threat to the Yagu dynasty during the inter-clan competition. Moreover, having cleared the sealed realm dungeon, their combat prowess is clearly formidable. A supremely talented individual who transitions into a legendary profession could very well become another Wei Yuan for Great Xia in the future. This was something the alien races absolutely did not want to see. The Crimson Emperor's Dragon Envoy resolved, upon returning to court, "I must inform His Majesty the Crimson Emperor these 2 legendary newcomers must be nipped in the bud." As for the third individual who cleared the instance with them, their class rank remains undetectable. Yi Tian's class rank was unknown, even his data panel couldn't be detected. No matter how powerful others' psychic abilities were, they were useless. The Crimson Emperor's Dragon Envoy frowned, then declared decisively, "Never mind. Killing them all together can't hurt. There's also the medium-sized secret realm. After its emergence, it remains unclaimed. Whoever clears the realm will claim its ownership. Our clan might just seize the opportunity. But our immediate priority is to leave quickly and relay this news back. We can't let Wei Yuan become wary." The Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy pondered for a long moment, preparing to put on a false smile and turned to reassure Wei Yuan. Yet in the next instant, Wei Yuan swept his hand out. Celestial net. Sparkling chains of starlight surged from all directions, binding the Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy and the other 6 alien beings. The speed was so swift the Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy had no time to react. "Wei Yuan, you're breaking the rules." The constellation net's bonds tightened relentlessly. The Crimson Emperor's Dragon Envoy gradually lost the ability to speak or transmit information, his power drained until he fainted. Blocking, restraining, silencing, disarming, stunning. Among legendary professions, Star Soul Masters may not possess the greatest combat prowess, but their control abilities are undoubtedly top tier. Wei Yuan cast a detached glance at the 7 bound alien beings on the ground, his eyes glinting with cold indifference. "You think you can leave after gathering intel? Nothing ever comes that easily." Chapter 16, The Demon Tide Approaches. The mysterious ring strikes. Wei Yuan ordered his men to take away the 7 lockdown alien beings, including the Crimson Emperor Dragon Envoy, and imprison them. Killing the envoys would inevitably alert the Yagu dynasty. Given the current overall level of practitioners in East China, direct confrontation with the Yagu dynasty was not advisable. It was wiser to seal their power and imprison them indefinitely. As Wei Yuan acted, Yi Tian Yuan caught a glimpse and sensed something. Wei Yuan simply motioned for Yi Tian to join him, and the 2 found a secluded office to talk. "Well done. Even I didn't expect you to clear the sealed realm instance. I've already instructed logistics to equip you with some gear. Next time you enter a dungeon, at least give me a heads up. Going in without any equipment is reckless." Wei Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly as he surveyed Yi Tian, who was barely equipped yet had conquered the sealing dungeon that had plagued East China for over a decade. He'd rather the dungeon remain uncompleted than risk Yi Tian getting hurt. The latter nodded cheerfully before recounting his discovery of the cloaked figure in the Beast King dungeon. Yi Tian relayed the characteristics of the cloaked figure he'd gleaned from interrogating the monkey demon. Wei Yuan found this uniquely promising talent particularly memorable, even if he currently lacked the funds to recruit him. Wei Yuan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this, then he agreed, a monster capable of freely leaving a dungeon? I've never seen such a thing. I'll post a bounty with the military and the professional guild. The moment one is spotted, I'll relay its location directly to you. Thank you, Elder Wei. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, their conversation turned to Jiang Che, who had recently undergone a class change. Wei Yuan held high expectations for the talent Yi Tian had discovered. However, Jiang Che intended to form a professional dungeon running team with Jiang Xing and Jiang Han, specializing in clearing instances in secret realms. He had no plans to enlist in the military or pursue higher education like Wan Jiang. Like Yi Tian, Wei Yuan expressed his non-interference. Alright, you may go now. Wei Yuan rose, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. Try not to leave the city today. The entire city is about to be placed under martial law. Curfew? Citywide curfew meant the city was entering a state of military readiness, generally not a sign of good news. Wei Yuan nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. The demon tide is coming. Ever since the Crimson Meteor struck Blue Star 2 centuries ago, demonic forces have relentlessly invaded nations across the world. To this day, no one has figured out where these fiends come from. All is known is that they are mad, bloodthirsty, and exist solely to devour living beings. Notably, these fiends show no distinction between humans and other races. All living beings are treated as enemies without distinction. Even many other worlds have suffered demonic invasions. Scholars of the Great Xia Empire have observed that periodically, these fiends are drawn by some unseen force into heightened frenzy, triggering massive invasions. This phenomenon is known as the demon tide. Yi Tian returned to Green Hills Apartments. Upon learning of the approaching demon tide and the potential danger it posed, he immediately returned home to activate his defensive measures, with no intention whatsoever of venturing out. Armed with his past life experience, he understood profoundly. As a boss, just don't do anything stupid. His employees were each more formidable than the last, and they could all help him grow stronger. Why risk his own life? When your employees are all exceptionally capable, the boss only needs to focus on one thing: stay alive. So Yi Tian immediately planned to stay home today, grab a bottle of soda, browse the professional forum, and play some games. But before he could start, a message from Wan Jiang popped up on his phone. Wan Jiang, boss, are you there? Wan Jiang, can we get that meeting buff again? Wan Jiang, the demon tide is coming, but the squad leader said new recruits can't join the front lines unless their stats hit 150 points. I'm just a hair's breadth away. With the demonic tide approaching, Dingqing the frontier city would bear the brunt of the assault. Dingqing's defenses were fortified like a war stronghold, reinforced by the year-round garrison of border troops specifically stationed to combat demonic forces. Yi Tian never imagined that Wan Jiang would go to such lengths to get on the battlefield even if he had to create the conditions himself. His employees' enthusiasm was borderline excessive. But as the boss, he couldn't just ignore them. With the demonic tide approaching, perhaps Wan Jiang could make a name for itself. With that thought, Yi Tian glanced at the skill restrictions for convene meeting, limited to 2 uses within 24 hours. After 2 uses, no attribute bonuses will be applied. This meant he could hold meetings indefinitely, though the buff would vanish after 2 uses. Fortunately, this was only the second time. Yi Tian immediately activated his skill convene tactical meeting. Meanwhile, at the Dingqing border defense zone, Wan Jiang emerged from the restroom. He grinned excitedly at the tactical meeting buff on his body. Finally, I get to hit the battlefield. Wan Jiang. Class, Genshin Gunfighter. Quality, Legendary. Level, 9. Strength, 148 plus 44. Agility, 125 plus 38. Constitution, 125 plus 38. Spirit 88 plus 26. Values in parentheses indicate buff bonuses. With the meaning buff active, all primary combat attributes surpassed 150, with strength soaring to an impressive 192 points. At level 9 in Wan Jiang, he achieved stats typically seen at level 25 for rare professions, all thanks to buffs. At this moment, border defense units were mobilizing and marching toward the front lines. The squad leader of the Vanguard Regiment approached and, spotting Wan Jiang, barked, "Wan Jiang! Get back to the new recruit barracks for training. I know you want to fight, but you're not strong enough yet. Going now would be suicide. Go back for now." Wan Jiang flashed a bright smile. "Sergeant, my stats are up to standard." "What did you say?" "Ha? Holy crap. Where did you get such high stats?" Wan Jiang displayed his 4 attributes, leaving the squad leader utterly speechless. "Is this ING level 9? So, Sergeant, which squad should I report to?" "You." The squad leader's rebuke caught in his throat before he reluctantly relented. "Join the 5th squad of the reserve unit." "Yes, sir." Watching Wan Jiang's excited figure disappear, the squad leader fell deep in thought. He then sought out the Vanguard Regiment commander and solemnly reported the situation. "Commander, have you noticed that Wan Jiang seems to grow stronger every time he returns from the restroom?" The Vanguard Regiment commander pondered for a moment. "It's only human nature. As a crucial frontier stronghold, Dingchang relied not only on its steel-like city walls but also maintained 2 additional defensive lines 5 to 6 kilometers outside the city. For minor demon surges, border troops engage in small-scale skirmishes, ambushes, or harassment tactics. By dividing forces, they contain the demon tied outside the city walls. This approach served dual purposes, preventing the hordes from wearing down the city's defensive machinery while simultaneously training soldiers and enhancing their combat experience. For this minor demon tide, our 5th squad will primarily conduct guerrilla operations in Sector 12 on the Eastern Front. Our task is to mop up remnant demons behind the vanguard main force. Do not advance recklessly. At the 2nd defensive line outside the city, the captain of Squad 5 issued these instructions to his 5 members. Combat forces were divided into the main battalion and the reserve unit, the latter tasked primarily with hunting down low-level demons missed by the main force. Wang Jiang was one such member. Though confined to trailing the main force as a rear guard, he felt profoundly satisfied for his first time on the battlefield. He gripped the blue glowing steel spear in his hands, a rare grade weapon specially assigned to him by the regiment commander once he met the requirements for combat duty. Military resources were not abundant, or rather, resources throughout the entire Great Xia Empire were scarce. Wang Jiang had earned his rare grade spear as a military merit reward for winning first place in the new recruit martial arts tournament. Gale force winds howled, the air thick with the putrid stench of demonic energy. Thunderbolts erupted from the sky, silver dragons dancing wildly as they struck the distant horde of demonic creatures, a black tide of foes where the elite high-tier professionals formed the main force. At the edge of the battlefield illuminated by lightning, the captain of the 5th patrol team raised his hand. He signaled that 3 demonic beasts had been spotted in the distance. These were low-tier demons called ghost children, childlike in form yet sickly gray-black, their surfaces cracked and fissured, possessing strength comparable to elite level 30 warriors. The captain signaled a tactical gesture, and the team members, each according to their class, moved in unison. Taunt! The shield guard in the squad acted first, drawing the hatred of the 3 ghost children. The first wave of taunts aimed to focus fire for an instant kill. But before others could act, Wang Jiang timed his leap precisely as the taunt took effect, his spear tip blazing crimson. Shatter the army! Boom! What kind of attack power does this rookie have? The captain froze in shock as Wang Jiang's spear sliced one ghost child to pieces. But what no one saw was, after Wang Jiang slew the demonic creature, faint wisps of ashen black magic energy drifted from its corpse as it dissolved into black mist. These threads flowed into the ring left by his father, now resting on Wang Jiang's finger. The ring suddenly glowed with an ethereal aura. Chapter 17, Demon Sealing Tower. 1,000-ton tempering. Well done, Wang Jiang, exclaimed the Squad 5 captain, overcome with excitement. After Wang Jiang's shattering strike slew one ghost child, the remaining 2 fell under its intimidating effect, frozen like lambs awaiting slaughter. This dramatically accelerated the pace of eliminating the demonic fiends. The squad members were thrilled. If they kept up this pace, they might just rank among the top units in the Vanguard Squadron's merit standings. During each demon tide, the Vanguard Regiment's reserve squads were ranked and rewarded based on the number of demons slain. Top-ranked squads received extra bonuses and promotion opportunities. No one could have imagined a rookie's combat prowess would be so ferocious. But their joy was short-lived. The next moment, the ring on Wang Jiang's finger flickered with an eerie blue glow, enveloping his entire body. Then, Wang Jiang vanished from his spot. Damn it! Where'd he go? What the hell just happened? The squad members froze in shock, scanning left and right but finding no trace of Wang Jiang. He was truly gone. In a deep, dark crimson space, gray-white stones engraved with array patterns covered the floor, surrounded by utter gloom in every direction. A faintly glowing path, illuminated by the glow of runes, led to a central space resembling a cage. Where is this? Wang Jiang's face was blank with confusion. One moment he'd been slaying demons on the battlefield, the next he'd been transported to this strange place. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed above him. You have fulfilled the unlock condition for the first floor of the Demon Sealing Tower, slaying an evil spirit-tier demon. The first trial of the Demon Sealing Tower will now commence automatically. Wang Jiang instinctively looked up and saw a faint, shimmering ring-like image floating at the very top of the entire space. It was identical to the ring on his own finger. Is this the ring Dad left behind? Wait, this isn't just an ordinary ring, is it? Combining the recent hint with his current situation, Wang Jiang grasped a possibility. Could it be? I'm inside the ring right now? Seal. Demon. Tower. Wang Jiang carefully recalled the earlier hint, his emotions surging violently. The ring had always appeared ordinary, and he'd simply regarded it as one of his father's common keepsakes. Little did he know it concealed a world within. After slaying a wicked spirit-tier ghost child, it had transformed into this mystical realm. Initiate the trial of the first layer. Realizing this was his father's legacy, Wang Jiang's confusion and terror faded considerably. Gripping his spear, he strode straight ahead along the faintly glowing path. In the center of the space, he saw a gray altar. First trial of the Demon Sealing Tower, slay 10 ghost children. 3 attempts per trial level. Failure in all trials permanently seals the demon's sealing tower. Take on 10 ghost children solo. This mission is ridiculously difficult. In military training, sending a rookie to fight even 3 ghost children alone would be considered abuse. Ghost children's attacks inflict potent debuffs, slowing, bleeding, and corrosion. Without a shield guard up front, getting hit and entangled meant being trapped with little chance of escape. Even veterans wouldn't take them lightly, let alone Wan Jiang at level 9. Now, one after another, ghost children crawled out of the grim altar, creating a scene straight out of a horror movie. It's just a trial. Far easier than the agony of powerlessness. Wan Jiang took a deep breath. In the next instant, he decisively slashed his own body, driving his health below 40%. Simultaneously, his agility and constitution attributes skyrocketed. Dragon's Courage ignores fear status for every 1% HP lost, agility and constitution each increase by 1% for every enemy nearby, strength increases by 2%. By now, his agility had surged by 60% and his strength had increased by 20%. Combined with the tactical meeting buff, Wan Jiang's stats now far surpassed those of the Ghost Child. Since Gu Tong's attacks inflicted devastating debuffs, they simply couldn't be taken head-on. Kill! Wan Jiang raised his spear, leaping into the air as it shot forth like a dragon. Outside, all members of Squad 5 exchanged glances, their expressions growing grave. While casualties were inevitable during the demon tide, this sudden disappearance felt far too bizarre. For a moment, even the squad leader, a veteran of many years, was momentarily stunned. We can't wait any longer. Report the situation immediately. In room 502 of Green Hill Apartments, Yi Tian was browsing the professional forum when Wei Yuan's call suddenly came through. What? Wan Jiang vanished? 3 minutes earlier, Squad 5 had reported the situation to the Vanguard Regiment commander. The commander, already informed by Wei Yuan that Wan Jiang was a legendary professional, knew that the disappearance of a legendary professional was a major incident. After failing to find any leads, he immediately reported it to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan was equally baffled. The only person who might know the reason was Wan Jiang's boss, Yi Tian. Thus, Wei Yuan called, "That's correct. Do you have any leads? If not, I'll send people to search the front lines." "Hold on, let me look into it first." Yi Tian hung up, his expression peculiar. Could Wan Jiang's disappearance be connected to that ring left by his father? Having devoured online novels during his university days in a past life, a possibility immediately sprang to mind. He opened the employee dashboard. Employee work status, unless checked in detail, would only be settled uniformly at midnight each night, but it could also be viewed proactively. Soon, he discovered Wan Jiang's status. Sealed Demon Tower Trial Challenge status, unable to leave this space. Demon Sealing Tower? Yi Tian was almost 90% certain this was some kind of golden finger. This development piqued Yi Tian's curiosity. After all, when employees grew stronger, the benefits would extend to their boss as well. Simultaneously, several kill notifications popped up. Employee Wan Jiang has slain the wicked spirit-tiered demon Ghost Child. You have gained plus 400 shared EXP. By the 10th kill notification, Wan Jiang's status finally changed. Employee Wan Jiang cleared the first trial of the Demon Sealing Tower. You received dividends, funds plus 5. Wan Jiang obtained trial reward, talent advancement. You share talent advancement, Dragon's Courage Peerless. Wan Jiang obtained trial reward, 1,000-ton tempering. Currently undergoing tempering. Body tempering. Upon seeing the effect, Yi Tian was stunned. He never imagined the first floor of the Demon Sealing Tower would contain something legendary like this. 1,000-ton tempering hones the physical form under gravity, reaching up to 1,000 tons, profoundly strengthening the body to lay the foundation for cultivating an extraordinary physique. This meant there was a chance to cultivate an extraordinary physique in the future. What was an extraordinary physique? It referred to physiques endowed with innate superhuman attributes or special abilities, qualities almost exclusively found among alien races, such as the dragon physique of the Dragon Clan, the elemental spirit physique of the Spirit Clan, and so on. They may possess innate, formidable physiques, innate divine strength, or innate mastery of certain special abilities. The royal dragon descendants of the Yagyu dynasty derived their might from their innate dragon physique, possessing initial attribute values dozens or even hundreds of times greater than those of humans. Yet among humans, extraordinary physiques have never been recorded, only whispered of in the legends of other races. And now, an opportunity to forge such extraordinary physiques has unexpectedly emerged. Though body tempering merely lays the groundwork for extraordinary physiques, it undeniably offers a glimmer of hope. Chapter 18, Borrowing Someone Else's Golden Finger feels pretty good. Inside the Sealing Demon Tower, Wan Jiang exhaled deeply, feeling thoroughly satisfied. His tactic was risky, yet its effectiveness was astonishing. The immense agility he gained by severely injuring himself allowed him to evade all 10 ghost children's attacks. Combined with his spear's reach, he successfully cleared the trial unscathed. The trial reward included another item, a profession advancement card. When Wan Jiang reached level 10, he instantly broke through to Tier 1. Class, Dragonheart Spear Fighter, Dragon Shadow Spear Soul Tier 1. Acquired new skill, Spear Shadow Formation. What thrilled Wan Jiang even more was the advancement of his innate skill. Normally, one only gains an innate skill advancement opportunity upon reaching Tier 3. Yet the Demon Ceiling Tower's reward allowed Wan Jiang to advance his talent at Tier 0. This meant he gained empowerment for Tier 3 at Tier 1. Dragon's Courage ignores fear status for every 1% HP lost, agility and constitution each increase by 1% for each enemy nearby, strength increases by 2%. Advancement. Unrivaled ignores all negative status effects for every 1% HP lost, increases all 4 primary attributes by 1% for each enemy nearby, increases all 4 primary attributes by 3%. For a low-tier class talent, the advanced effect wouldn't be overly extravagant. But Wan Jiang is a legendary tier class talent, its advanced effects are downright terrifying. Body tempering is about to commence. Challengers, prepare to endure the gravity baptism. The baptism may be performed up to 3 times. When the challenger can withstand 1,000-pound gravity, it signifies the body tempering has reached perfection. Enduring 1,000-ton gravity within 3 attempts is considered perfect? As the words fell, an invisible pressure seemed to solidify in the air. Wan Jiang felt his body pinned down, the ground beneath his feet cracking like a spiderweb, the fissures steadily widening. His resolute face burned with fighting spirit. Bring it on! Outside, the 5th squad leader fell deep in thought. Yi Tian relayed the situation to Wei Yuan. Following orders from the Vanguard Regiment commander, Squad 5 received instructions to stand by at their current location. Thankfully, Wan Jiang should be fine. But waiting here like this really slows down our demon-slaying efficiency, doesn't it? The squad members voiced mild discontent, and the captain understood their frustration. After all, slaying demons counted toward their merit points. Though Squad 5 wasn't particularly strong and their chances of ranking were slim, who wouldn't want to earn a few more points? How about splitting into 2 teams? Hold up, don't split up. Look! One team member looked visibly alarmed, instinctively glancing toward a certain direction. Out of the gloom, over a dozen demons charged toward them. Some ghost children crawled on all 4s, moving at astonishing speed. Encountering a demon horde was usually disastrous. One could only fight a retreat while rallying nearby squads for a coordinated assault. But now, their teammate Wan Jiang was still in his vanished state. Are we still waiting? The squad leader gritted his teeth. We'll wait 3 more minutes. The shield guard holds them off. If that fails, then... Before he could finish, that faint blue aura reappeared. Wan Jiang had emerged from the ceiling demon tower. What the hell? You, get out of here. The captain's mind raced with conflicting emotions, but in that moment, he could only urge everyone to retreat immediately. Sorry. Wan Jiang scratched his head sheepishly, though he truly hadn't anticipated the demon ceiling tower. Turning to face the dozen or so demonic beasts charging at them with savage intent, his expression hardened into one of calm resolve. Spear Shadow Array. He thrust his spear forcefully into the ground, unleashing a blaze of golden light. A 10-meter diameter golden array radiated outward from him as its center, instantly conjuring countless phantom spears that flashed with a sharp, icy glint. As the demonic foes charged in, the phantom spears moved like soldiers awaiting orders, darting, weaving, and relentlessly shredding their way through. One skill, and the entire demon horde was annihilated. The members of Squad 5 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded, their minds screaming the same question. Is this guy really our teammate? Meanwhile, Wan Jiang watched the effects of the body tempering technique, his heart surging with emotion. Body tempering level 270 June. Talent effect, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, spirit plus 20. His first body tempering attempt had only reached 270 June, still far from the 1000 June mark, requiring more effort. Yet his current combat strength had doubled compared to before joining the demon tide. With 2 more tempering opportunities remaining, reaching the 1000 June level would surely yield even more formidable results. Additionally, he learned the requirements for the next level of the ceiling demon tower trial within the tower itself. Defeat a demon-level fiend. This plunged Wan Jiang into deep thought. Currently, the known demonic beings in Great Xia are divided into 5 tiers. Evil spirits, demon monsters, demon spirits, demon lords, and demon heaven kings. The appearance of a demon lord or demon king spells catastrophic disaster for Blue Star, possessing the power to destroy cities or even nations. At this rate, unlocking the 4th and 5th floors of the demon ceiling tower seemed an impossibly daunting task. Yet what was even more terrifying was that Wan Jiang discovered a miniature tower pattern on the ring, clearly showing 9 layers at its peak. Where on earth did father even get this thing? Wan Jiang pondered this for a long time but found no answer. He decided to focus on the present instead. The journey must be taken 1 step at a time. He turned to his teammates in Squad 5 and flashed a bright smile. Let's go! I'll lead you all to claim first place in the merit rankings. Meanwhile, after Wan Jiang completed his body tempering, Yi Tian also shared the innate effect of 1000 June tempering. Though currently only at 270 June, Yi Tian remained confident in Wan Jiang, believing the 1000 June mark wouldn't be far off. Superhuman physique. Yi Tian found this ability, which could elevate a practitioner's upper limits, quite intriguing. Body tempering tests strength, physique, and willpower. Should we get Wan Jiang some attribute boosting items? Higher attributes would help Wan Jiang reach the 1000 June threshold sooner, benefiting Yi Tian as well. And it would also aid in the trials of the higher levels of the Demon Ceiling Tower. Since the first tier trial reward is body tempering, the rewards for later tiers should be related to superhuman constitution, right? He had to admit, this feeling of leveraging someone else's golden finger was pretty damn satisfying. Yi Tian leaned back in his computer chair, scrolling through forums as he waited for midnight to approach. Today, Yi Tian was the only one in the house. After the dungeon unlocked, Bai Qiuli had gone solo and hadn't returned yet. It seemed his earlier boss one-shot had spurred her on again. With only 6 days left until the college entrance exams, every senior student was likely focused on strengthening themselves. Moreover, the prestige of excelling in the college entrance exams was undoubtedly immense. Dividends and special rewards were guaranteed, and Yi Tian was particularly eager for them. The night grew ever deeper. The demonic tide seemed to have ended, and the grayish-black demonic energy that had shrouded the eastern border was steadily dissipating. The clock struck midnight. 12 o'clock. The settlement list in the management log began to refresh. Chapter 19, The Secret Realm Emerges. Phantom Grade Potential. After clearing the unsealed dungeon and Wan Jiang conquering the first floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower, Yi Tian's funds reached 36.4. Though still short of recruiting special talents, it was a considerable sum. Wonder what this settlement will bring. Yi Tian began reviewing yesterday's management log. Management log. Wan Jiang, ranked first in new recruit drill. Reward, funds +2. Wan Jiang, ranked first in the Pioneer Corps Demon Tide Reserve Unit merit, reward, funds +5. Bai Qiuli, completed first solo run of Ghost Valley Hell difficulty, reward, funds +4. Bai Qiuli, first solo clear of Blood Fury Dungeon on Hell difficulty. Reward, funds +4. Bai Qiuli, cleared Blood Fury Hell difficulty 3 times. Reward, funds +0.3. Experience gained by shared employees monster grinding, drills, first clears 84,000. Your level has increased to level 16. Rewards like those from the Unsealing Dungeon or the first floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower, once collected early by Yi Tian, won't appear in the management log. So far, the financial gains have been quite substantial. Yi Tian's funds have increased again, 51.7. Experience points also surged dramatically, but due to the exponential increase in experience required for leveling after advancing, the actual leveling speed wasn't particularly fast. However, Yi Tian noticed a problem. Zhang Che, what the hell is this kid up to? Any activity, be it pioneering new content, clearing a dungeon for the first time, or even grinding levels by running dungeons, counted as an achievement and returned some funds. Yet Zhang Che showed no such feedback whatsoever. Did he slack off all day? No, his experience points clearly increased significantly. Zhang Che had now reached level 10, stage 1, advancing his class from Kung Fu Kid to Chi Energy Warrior. Yet, judging by the settlement panel, he hadn't cleared a single instance. The Zhang siblings Zhang Che, Zhang Xing, and Zhang Han had planned to transition from being power leveling services to a raid team. They aimed to earn money by clearing dungeons in secret realms, selling guides or materials. It seemed their early development might not be going smoothly. I'll ask him about it tomorrow when we meet. In contrast, Bai Qiuli was a source of genuine satisfaction for Yi Tian, tackling hell-level dungeons almost daily. Of course, her Cold Moon Sword Master class naturally suited solo play with its high damage and agility. Just as he was thinking this, a message from Bai Qiuli popped up. Bai Qiuli has transferred 0.5% of her secret realm yield ownership to you. Your current secret realm yield ownership, 10%. Only then did Yi Tian recall. Upon clearing the Unsealing Dungeon, all members would split 10% of the secret realm's ownership rights based on their contributions, a reward for those who unlock the secret realm. Yi Tian had originally received 9.5% ownership, while Bai Qiuli had taken 0.5%, which she now transferred to him. The remaining 90% belonged to the reward for clearing the secret realm. This is controlled by the first team to clear the secret realm. Once a sealed secret realm appeared and was conquered, the holder of ownership rights could continuously extract equipment, materials, and other secret realm resources. Securing ownership rights to a secret realm's output is akin to striking gold. Even if surrendered to the state, it would yield enough wealth to live comfortably for a lifetime. Thus, the competition for first clear rights in secret realms is fiercer than that for dungeons. Not only do nations dispatch elite teams from across their territories, but major guilds and even alien races vie for a share of the glory. All teams enter the secret realm simultaneously. The first team to clear it is deemed the realm's master. Yi Tian remained highly interested, for clearing a medium-sized secret realm was undoubtedly an honor, and the dividends would be substantial. Medium-sized secret realm will respawn in 1 day. Yagu Dynasty, Crimson Emperor City. In the otherworldly passage north of Dingcheng, connected to another realm, the Red Emperor City stood majestically atop the world. At its center stood a dragon-shaped palace, resembling a colossal dragon poised to soar. Each scale was an epic-grade material crystal. Upon the throne within the palace, the Dragon King, clad in dark crimson scales, gazed with eyes like the blazing sun, his voice deep and commanding. "Where is the envoy?" Reporting to Lord Crimson Emperor, the dragon envoy has not yet returned. The half-dragon attendant bowed beneath the throne. Humph. The Dragon King of the Yagu dynasty, the Crimson Emperor, uttered a disapproving question. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Perhaps that human sought your protection and thus tried to flatter and delay the envoy, causing his late return." Upon hearing this, the Crimson Emperor showed no trace of suspicion. After all, the envoys dispatched by the Yagu dynasty represented the face of the Crimson Emperor himself. Save for certain lawless elite practitioners of the Great Xia, no one dared show disrespect. Especially certain anti-human extremist factions. They believed alien races were the true rulers of the world and even actively sought to join the Yagu dynasty. Flattering the envoy was simply routine. At that moment, a scout hurried into the hall to report. "Your Majesty, the Azure Emperor has detected a medium-sized secret realm emerging near our front lines. It lies close to the human territory Great Xia near Qingcheng." "A medium-sized secret realm?" The Crimson Emperor's dragon eyes flashed with a greedy light. "Excellent. Very good. With the war intensifying, we desperately need the resources from a secret realm." Among the dragon descendants of the Yagu dynasty's royal family, 3 currently held the title of Emperor: the Crimson Emperor, the Azure Emperor, and the White Emperor. Among them, the Crimson Emperor possessed the greatest combat prowess. As the commander of the Yagu dynasty's armies and the primary instigator of external conflicts, he was one of the great threats to Eastern Great Xia. The Azure Emperor, known as the Dragon of All Laws, possessed exceptional perception of magic and spiritual energy, enabling him to detect the spiritual fluctuations signaling the formation of secret realms. It is precisely because of the Azure Emperor's existence that the Yagu dynasty can act preemptively, securing numerous secret realm resources. "Transmit my command." The Crimson Emperor was already growing impatient. Though the secret realm appeared within the Great Xia, a medium-sized secret realm was worth sending forces to contend for. "Dispatch Mar and Yedra to this location. Ensure we seize the secret realm before the humans do." "Understood." The next day, Yi Tian opened his sleepy eyes. After washing up, he discovered Bai Qiuli had already left. Were it not for the fresh signs of life in the room, Yi Tian might have suspected Bai Qiuli hadn't returned at all. She truly slept later than him yet woke earlier. Rubbing his tousled hair, Yi Tian headed down to the cafeteria below the apartment for breakfast. But unexpectedly, Jiang Che came rushing over. Boss. Finally found you." Jiang Che sat down beside Yi Tian, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Tian had intended to ask where Jiang Che had been the previous day, but seeing his urgent demeanor, he changed his question. "What's up? Boss, could you get Qiuli to team up with us?" Meeting Yi Tian's puzzled gaze, Jiang Che explained, "Boss, my brother, sister, and I switched from being a power leveling team to a raid team. But most raid dungeons require 5-man teams, and we just can't find teammates. All 3 of your classes are top tier. How could you not find teammates? The medium-sized secret realm is about to open, right? Every major guild is frantically recruiting now, preparing to assemble their top forces to tackle it. They're offering higher and higher salaries, so naturally, no one wants to join our small team." Only then did Yi Tian realize the allure of the medium-sized secret realm was far greater than he'd imagined. For every organization, it was a high-stakes gamble. Win, and they secured prosperity for the rest of their careers. Consequently, even the top-tier professionals were seeing their market value skyrocket. No wonder Jiang Che couldn't find teammates. Then, Jiang Che remembered something else and protested indignantly. "Boss, yesterday we actually stumbled upon a secondary secret realm spawning. We were the first group to attempt it, but some mediocre 5-man team snatched the first clear from us." Oh? Now Yi Tian finally understood why Jiang Che had only leveled up yesterday without any dungeon clear records. So that's what happened. They encountered the secret realm but got beaten to the first clear. In secret realms, once the first team completes it, all subsequent attempts automatically fail. Sub-tier secret realms are less challenging than minor ones, and many professional adventurers have cleared them in random parties. Given Jiang Che and Jiang Xing's abilities, they shouldn't have lost their first clear. "A mediocre team actually snatched your first clear?" Yi Tian finished his last bite of fried dough stick and asked curiously. Jiang Che, though clearly annoyed, replied seriously, "That team leader really knew his tactics. Managing to speedrun with 4 average teammates." As he spoke, Jiang Che clenched his fist, his frustration resurfacing. "If he hadn't snatched that sub-tier secret realm from me, we'd have enough money now to upgrade our gear, maybe even build a martial arts dojo for our master." A sub-secret realm, though not as valuable as a minor secret realm, still held significant worth in ownership. Yi Tian considered it, then agreed to Jiang Che's request. "Alright, I'll ask Qiuli for her opinion." Had. Jiang Che trailed behind Yi Tian as they walked away, his eyes seemingly ablaze with vengeance. "If Sister Qiuli had been there yesterday, how could they have snatched that realm from us? Next time we run into that leader, we'll show him our true strength." Jiang Che followed Yi Tian out of the cafeteria. The next moment, he spotted a figure walking down the street. His eyes widened instantly, as if he'd spotted an enemy. Holy crap! It's him! Yi Tian also looked up curiously, spotting a slightly scruffy, slender figure. Jiang Che's eyes blazed. That's him! I remember him! The team leader who snatched my secret realm yesterday. Yi Xiu! Ding! Detected rainbow tier potential talent in vicinity. Chapter 20, Yi Xiu. The genius forced out by the guild. Rainbow tier potential. The moment he heard the skill notification, Yi Tian nearly thought he'd misheard. Such a small town as Qingcheng, yet it harbors hidden talents. It truly echoed Wei Yuan's words, Great Xia never lacks talent. At that moment, the slender youth Yi Xiu also heard Jiang Che's voice. He paused, turned around, and offered a natural smile. Oh, the martial arts instructor from yesterday? Noticing Jiang Che's face set for revenge, Yi Xiu asked with interest, still mad I beat you to clearing the secret realm? Jiang Che curled his lips. If it weren't for the three of us yesterday, you wouldn't have gotten the first pass to the secret realm. Just wait for my revenge today. Hearing this, Yi Xiu didn't argue, admitting it with complete confidence. Of course. I've seen your damage output, your class quality must be terrifyingly high. But? Yi Xiu spread his hands and chuckled. Don't come looking for me for revenge though, I've already left the Sega Guild. Ha? Jiang Che froze, momentarily speechless. But you just led a team to clear a tier 2 secret realm yesterday. Why? At the same time, Yi Tian opened Yi Xiu's resume. Name, Yi Xiu. Basic info, male, 20 years old, native of Qingcheng, Great Xia. Occupation, combat mage elite rank. Potential, illusionary colors full-time master. Career, naturally gifted with tactical genius, possessing deep understanding of nearly all class abilities, joined the Sega Guild as a leader after class advancement, leading countless first clears with extraordinary dungeon comprehension. After securing the secondary secret realm, the Sega Guild recruited an epic tier player as their new leader. Citing contractual terms, they demanded Yi Xiu relinquish ownership of the secret realm and transition to a support role. Yi Xiu departed the Sega Guild, sacrificing the secret realm in exchange. Investment opportunity, God tier class solo player 40 funds. Damn. Sega Guild really is a bunch of jerks. After reviewing the resume, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. The guild that grew strong thanks to Yi Xiu, now that they had the dungeon as their foundation, they kick Yi Xiu out. What a bunch of ingrateful bastards. But Yi Xiu didn't elaborate to Jiang Che, merely saying casually. Anyway, if you want revenge, go after Sega. I'm off to find another team. Until we meet again. Yi Xiu waved his hand nonchalantly. At his current level, soloing was too slow for leveling and gear farming, and he couldn't clear high-level dungeons without a team. He still needed to find a group. Jiang Che sighed at the sight, seeming somewhat regretful toward this former rival. Those who understand your strength best are often your opponents. The Sega Guild couldn't grasp Yi Xiu's worth, but Jiang Che understood his capabilities, especially for a raid-clearing team. Jiang Che hesitated. Do you want a fresh start? Yi Tian spoke up, halting Yi Xiu. Jiang Che turned to Yi Tian with surprise and delight. He had intended to recruit Yi Xiu but worried he couldn't offer satisfactory terms. Now that Yi Tian had spoken up, things would be much simpler. Want to consider joining me? See, this legendary class Jiang Che is one of my subordinates. Without beating around the bush, Yi Tian patted Jiang Che's shoulder and got straight to the point. If anyone else had heard Yi Tian's words, they would have scoffed. A legendary class? A legendary class working under you? Dream on. Legendary professions were as rare as hen's teeth nationwide. Every major faction and organization treated them like honored guests. How could one possibly submit to a mere teenager? But Yi Xiu actually believed it. Because during yesterday's battle for the secondary secret realm, he'd witnessed Jiang Che's prowess firsthand. His damage output at level 10 was already staggering, his class quality must be terrifyingly high. Jiang Che played along perfectly, picking up where Yi Tian left off. That's right. I'm the boss's top, second best. He intended to flaunt his status, but then thought of Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang both seemed stronger than him. The third best expert. Jiang Che gave a thumbs up, leaving Yi Tian beside him slightly embarrassed. Yi Xiu studied Jiang Che intently. He didn't seem to be lying, which only deepened Yi Tian's curiosity. What kind of organization is this? Is the internal harmony really this strong? A legendary profession, yet so humble. He thought to himself, subconsciously assuming that a legendary profession ranking third was somewhat self-effacing. Maybe it's because my rank is too low. Perhaps others have higher ranks. If it was truly as Jiang Che described, Yi Xiu held high hopes for this organization. After all, the Sega Guild that had abandoned him couldn't even recruit legendary professions using a secondary secret realm as a selling point. Only epic tier players were interested. Noticing Yi Xiu's interest, Yi Tian motioned for him to find a quieter spot to talk. Discussing this openly on the street was drawing too much attention. Yi Xiu followed, casually asking, "What's the approximate pay?" Jiang Che answered without hesitation, "None whatsoever." Yi Tian. Yi Xiu, forget it. A place to stay is enough. The three arrived at Yi Tian's apartment. Yi Xiu had no conditions and Yi Tian had no demands. The recruitment process went smoothly. But when Yi Tian handed the contract to Yi Xiu, the latter fell silent. Compared to Sega Guild's terms, this contract was practically drafted by a philanthropist. Not only did it impose no restrictions on employee actions or demand surrender of secret realm ownership, but it even had pitifully few clauses. Yet upon seeing the final clause, the boss provides god-tier professions, Yi Xiu's lips twitched. Ha! The scene felt like walking down the street and encountering a beggar holding the secret manual to the Buddha's poem, solemnly declaring, "Young man, I see extraordinary potential in your bones." In fact, Yi Tian had said exactly that. But he went a step further. Seeing Yi Xiu's expression of being toyed with, Yi Tian spoke up. "I've called someone over. Seeing him should give you some confidence." Soon after, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Che opened it for Wei Yuan. Holy crap! Yi Xiu's casual expression instantly turned serious. He'd seen this legendary head of East China multiple times on forum headlines. The aura of a high-level professional and the authority of a leader were undeniable, not something you could fake. "There you go," Yi Tian gestured with evident interest. "This is our partner. Partnering with the state? How could that not count as a partnership?" The reason Wei Yuan was summoned was primarily for the god-tier class change, his first such procedure. It remained to be seen if any unforeseen complications would arise. In the 200-year history of the world, god-tier professions had actually appeared 16 times. Yet only 3 remain today. Without exception, every divine tier class that emerged became a target for demons and evil forces. They faced relentless assassination attempts from alien races and extremist organizations, a fight to the death. Having a powerful ally nearby would make it easier to handle any unexpected incidents. And soon enough, events proved Yi Tian's precautions were justified. Wei Yuan's gaze swept over Yi Xiu as he exclaimed with delight, "Another prodigy has emerged?" Beyond his curiosity about the new talent, he also harbored some surprise. Just how many legendary professions could Yi Tian possibly transform into? Yet what he never could have imagined was that this time, the class change wasn't legendary. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiu decisively signed the contract. Having the top leader of East China on his side was like a beggar obtaining the secret manual of the Buddha's poem. He would practice it no matter what. Seeing this, Wei Yuan gave a light snap of his fingers, and a starlit barrier appeared. Yet the next instant, Wei Yuan's composed expression abruptly shifted. A terrifyingly powerful, iridescent light coalesced around Yi Xiu, its momentum like a surging rainbow, seemingly poised to tear through the barrier and pierce the heavens. Chapter 21, The Lone Wanderer. I alone can resolve all matters. Not golden light, but multicolored light. Wei Yuan's expression wavered for an instant. Just as the barrier was about to be breached by this towering pillar of light, he cast spells with both hands, consecutively forming 3 layers of barriers. This time, even the god-tier transformation pillar was concealed. Had Wei Yuan not been present, the demonic and alien assassination attempt triggered by the divine tier transformation pillar would have struck by noon. God tier. Though Wei Yuan had never witnessed a god tier class materialize firsthand, he had heard of the iridescent light that accompanied such transformations. Instinctively, he glanced at Yi Tian. Unlike Zhang Che's stunned expression, Yi Tian showed no surprise whatsoever, clearly having known all along. Yi Tian, can even god tier professions be awakened? Such power was simply terrifying. Thankfully, Yi Tian had appeared in Great Xia. Wei Yuan exhaled softly, his thoughts sinking into deep contemplation. A stronger hope welled up within him, hope for Xia's current battle situation, hope to shatter the covetous glances of the alien races and demonic forces. Yi Xiu's gaze froze, his pupils slightly dilated, as if rooted to the spot. Yi Xiu, who could devise tactics for any dungeon or secret realm with astonishing speed, now found his mind blank, filled only with indescribable shock. His hands trembled uncharacteristically as he stared at the current interface. Yi Xiu. Class, Lone Wanderer Tier 1. Quality God Tier. Level, 10. Strength 170. Agility 170. Constitution 170. Spirit 170. Class Talent, 1000 Machinery Umbrella exclusive weapon for the Wanderer class. Its level scales with the Wanderer's growth, allowing instant transformation into any weapon form without cooldown, while possessing mythic tier weapon attributes. Talent 2, all class enhancement, unrestricted access to learn all low tier skills level 2 and below from any class. Skills learned receive super enhanced effects. This class actually has 2 talents. But it doesn't come with any innate skills. Yi Tian couldn't wait to examine the abilities of this god tier class, the Wanderer. It was undeniably unlike any other class he'd ever seen. First off, starting with a mythic tier weapon was already absurd enough, and it could even shift forms without any cooldown. Keep in mind, mythic tier represents the highest quality of equipment, and currently, not a single piece exists anywhere in the world. That's right, not a single one. The few remaining dungeons capable of dropping mythic gear, much like the Tier 4 job change dungeons, were so high level and difficult that no one had ever cleared them. And this is the world's sole mythic tier weapon. Wait, make that 2, because once the recruitment succeeds, Yi Tian will also possess one. But Yi Tian found the second-class talent rather underwhelming. While the ability to learn any class's skills without restriction is powerful, it only applies to low-tier skills. Whether it translates to combat effectiveness ultimately depends on Yi Xiu's skill. I just wonder how far this super enhancement can actually go? Yi Tian reserved his anticipation for the latter half of the effect. You have successfully recruited employee Night Repair, obtaining their attributes: Strength plus 170, Agility plus 170, Constitution plus 170, Spirit plus 170. You have acquired the talents: Thousand Machinery Umbrella, Full-Time Enhancement. The iridescent glow of the class change beam gradually faded. Wei Yuan also dispersed his starlit barrier. The world's 4th-ranked, Great Xia's 2nd-ranked god-tier profession had just been born before his eyes. For a moment, Wei Yuan felt a pang of emotion. Would the total number of high-quality professions worldwide ever surpass those under Yi Tian's command? Here, take these. Wei Yuan produced 3 rings and handed them to Yi Tian. These were items called shield rings, possessing the ability to conceal one's profession quality from detection. While skills that can detect such things are rare, and few possess the mental power to perceive a profession's quality, it's still best to be cautious. Yi Tian gladly accepted them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, these items were indeed necessary. Originally, the 3 rings were meant for Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, and Zhang Che. Wan Zhang's had already been delivered to the barracks, but Wei Yuan hadn't anticipated the addition of Yi Xiu today. Come to my office later. I'll give you another one, and there's a set of gear I need to hand over to you as well. Before leaving, Wei Yuan reminded Yi Tian once more. Only after Wei Yuan had left did Yi Xiu fully process the immense surprise. Only now did he piece together the puzzle. Why would Zhang Che, a legendary tier professional, follow orders from Yi Tian, a mere teenager? Why could even Wei Yuan be summoned by Yi Tian? And now, Yi Xiu finally understood. Boss. Yi Xiu composed himself and said, in that case, I'll address you that way too. Of course. So, is there any task you need me to handle now? The usually carefree and unrestrained Yi Xiu now found himself hoping Yi Tian would assign him something. The favor of receiving a god-tier profession was simply too immense. He couldn't wait to prove his worth. It was like joining a company only to be gifted a luxury car, a villa, and a $10 million bonus on your first day. At this point, not working your ass off would feel like ants crawling on your skin. Yi Tian readily granted his wish. Tomorrow, the Qingcheng medium-sized secret realm opens. I want you to lead the team as tactical commander and clear it. After recruiting Yi Xiu, Yi Tian felt even more confident about clearing the medium-sized secret realm. A medium-sized secret realm. Yi Xiu had naturally heard rumors about it. Recently, major guilds were frantically recruiting members. Just imagining it made the competition seem fierce. Even the Sega Guild had stripped Yi Xiu of his team leader position, all to recruit for their medium-sized secret realm campaign. Clearing the secret realm meant outpacing all other teams to be the first to complete the speedrun. But Night Repair never shied away from a challenge. Boss, who are our teammates? Dungeons typically accommodate teams of up to 5 members. Yi Tian had just the right candidates in mind. He shared the basic details of Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, and Zhang Che with Yi Xiu. With himself included, that made 5. All legendary professions. Yi Xiu sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze fixed on Yi Tian with utter disbelief. He never imagined anyone could assemble such a terrifying team. If word got out about this all-legendary class squad, it would likely scare off 90% of the guilds vying for the medium-sized secret realm. Mid-thought, Yi Xiu suddenly looked up at Zhang Che. So when you said you were the 3rd best player, you really weren't being modest. Zhang Che. However, after processing the team members' information, Yi Xiu felt a hint of difficulty. The medium-sized secret realm itself presented both difficulty and complex mechanics, with all monsters at Tier 2 level 25 or above, and the final boss nearing Tier 3 level 50. Though Yi Xiu and his team members possessed exceptional quality, their levels were far too low. The highest level member, Bai Qiuli, had only just reached level 14. Yi Xiu fell deep in thought. Yi Tian asked, can't we do it? Of course we can, Yi Xiu replied without hesitation, brimming with confidence. Low levels mean lower damage output, but with our class quality, we can compensate for that by leveling up. Yi Xiu pondered his teammates' abilities repeatedly, growing increasingly certain. However, he noticed that Yi Tian had only mentioned the abilities of the other 3 teammates, not his own. He instinctively assumed they'd be tasked with leading the boss through the dungeon with the 3 teammates. Even so, Yi Xiu wasn't worried. With teammates of such high professional caliber, failing to take down the boss would be entirely my fault. While pondering this internally, Yi Xiu voiced another concern. Boss, I've been thinking about our team's class composition. What do you mean? Cold Moon Swordmaster, Dragon Shadow Spear Soul, G-Force Warrior, all melee DPS classes. Our capabilities are too one-dimensional. Clearing low-level dungeons is no problem, we can steamroll through them. But medium-sized secret realms require more preparation. Only upon hearing Yi Xiu's observation did Yi Tian belatedly realize the issue. A well-balanced party composition typically includes tank, assassin, mobile class, ranged high damage class, healer, support, or other roles. By comparison, the flaws were glaringly obvious. Our class composition lacks healing, lacks frontline aggro management, lacks AoE clearing capabilities, and lacks aerial combat. As Yi Tian spoke, his tone grew increasingly confident. But boss, don't worry. I alone can solve all these problems. Chapter 22, Never Fought Such a Wealthy Battle. Now, all we need are some skill books. Yi Tian thought of Yi Tian's talent, full-time enhancement, and couldn't help but feel immense anticipation for super skill effect enhancement. Just imagine what kind of boost a god tier class could achieve. However, free roaming classes start without any initial skills, so they must learn abilities through skill books. Most skill books drop from dungeons and secret realms, with extremely low drop rates. They were also sold on the official trading platform established by Qingcheng. The problem was, neither Yi Tian nor Yi Tian had any money. One was a penniless high schooler, the other had just been kicked out of his guild with nothing. No problem, let's approach Elder Wei. Yi Tian thought without hesitation. With the nation's resource reserves, obtaining a few skill books should be simple. After all, they were partners. With that thought, Yi Tian prepared to take Yi Tian to Wei Yuan's office. As the chief administrator, Wei Yuan had originally worked in Xingqing, the only major city in East China. After discovering Yi Tian, he personally took on the role of Yi Tian's guardian of the path and moved into Qingcheng. With the opening of the medium-sized secret realm coinciding with this period, his office was temporarily set up in the Qingqing City Lord's Mansion, just a few hundred meters from the Green Mountain Apartments. You're here. Noticing Yi Tian's arrival in the office, Wei Yuan paused his writing and pushed aside a large equipment case beside him. This was the set of equipment Wei Yuan had promised Yi Tian for his self-defense. Yi Tian opened it with curiosity, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light flashed. A complete legendary set. The 5 pieces armor, bracers, greaves, boots, and helmet glowed with silver wolf head patterns against the golden light, powerful yet elegant. This was the Celestial Wolf set, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. Even though he knew the state's intervention would be extraordinary, he never imagined they'd actually provide him with a full legendary set. After all, the Great Xia Empire was currently facing a severe shortage of resources. Constantly guarding against demonic forces while confronting various alien tribes, wars erupted frequently. Even without knowing the specifics of the battles, Yi Tian understood the Great Xia Empire was already spending more than it earned. The secret realms plundered by foreign tribes over the years alone were no small number. Fewer secret realms meant dwindling resource production for the Great Xia Empire, making it increasingly difficult to forge high-quality equipment. A full legendary set was something even Wei Yuan himself likely couldn't assemble. Yet Yi Tian showed no unnecessary sentimentality. He took what was his due. Thank you. He knew his worth. It was merely a set of legendary gear. Yi Tian was supremely confident he could recoup the investment 100-fold. As an excellent boss, he wouldn't let his partners lose money. Wei Yuan continued, by the way, the Hidden Dragon Base in central China and the military in East China are forming 2 expedition teams to tackle tomorrow's medium-sized secret realm. They want to recruit Bai Qiuli and Wang Jiang to lead separate teams. I came to ask your opinion first. Qianlong Base. That name was no stranger to Yi Tian. It was a renowned special operations unit within the Great Xia. Within the Hidden Dragon Base, 3 or 4 special task forces stood on standby, each composed of top-tier professionals possessing epic tier or higher abilities. They specialized in handling special missions for the Great Xia, responding to urgent or critical enemy situations. It was essentially a special organization within the official professional ranks. With the emergence of this medium-sized secret realm, they were likely dispatched as reinforcements to prevent hostile forces from seizing it. Yi Tian hadn't expected Bai Qiuli's reputation to have reached the Hidden Dragon Base, but he had already decided to assemble his own team. There was no reason to agree. I've also decided to assemble a team to conquer the secret realm. Yi Tian flatly refused. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Zhang Che, these individuals are all members of my team. You? Wei Yuan froze in surprise, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. After all, Yi Tian and his companions were far too low level. At this level, it was doubtful any of them could withstand the damage from the secret realm's monsters. But seeing the resolute look in Yi Tian's eyes, he didn't discourage him. Instead, he asked, "You've made your decision?" "That's right. Youth is truly wonderful." Wei Yuan's tone was tinged with envy. Even when he was in his teens, he had never attempted to challenge a medium-sized secret realm bordering on Tier 3 difficulty. Of course, that was also because back in his youth, he simply couldn't gather enough legendary tier teammates to form a party. Alright, then I'll decline their offer. Wei Yuan respected Yi Tian's decision, even if he didn't hold much hope for it. After all, the secret realm would open in just one day, and the level gap was too difficult to bridge. At this moment, Yi Tian broached his primary purpose, to request some low-tier skill manuals. The military treasury of the Great Xia Empire or the logistics department in East China both stored such skill books, but they could only be exchanged for military merits or contributions. But Wei Yuan responded readily. Just some low-tier skill books? No problem. Soon, Wei Yuan led Yi Tian and Yi Xiu to the logistics department. The logistics department referred to the official logistics division of East China, responsible for supplying equipment and materials to the official military, as well as handling reward exchanges for professionals who contributed to East China. With Wei Yuan leading the way, Yi Tian and Yexiu walked down a long, silver-white, high-tech corridor, arriving at the skill book repository. These are Tier 0 and Tier 1 skill books, though high-quality ones are scarce, Wei Yuan indicated with a raised finger. The drop rate for high-quality skill books was even lower than the probability of awakening a high-tier professional, making them scarce within the logistics department. Yi Xiu tactfully responded, I only need the lowest-tier skill books. After all skills would be enhanced, even low-tier skills would be powerful in his hands. With such anticipation, he soon found a basic skill book on the shelves of the library. Basic healing restores a small amount of health to a single friendly target restricted to priests. Seeing Yi Xiu take what was practically the weakest skill book, Wei Yuan looked puzzled. Thinking Yi Xiu might feel awkward taking it in front of him, Wei Yuan turned away. Having promised Yi Tian, he wouldn't be stingy. But Yi Xiu and Yi Tian weren't thinking that deeply. Both were now intensely eager to see just how far could full-time enhancement push a skill's effects. Yi Xiu immediately activated the skill book. It transformed into a faint grayish-white glow that merged into his body. In the next instant, the skill underwent a revolutionary change. Full-time enhancement skill healing technique enhanced to Divine Revelation. Divine Healing Revelation instantly restores massive health to all nearby allies, removes all debuffs, and applies a layer of Life Shield and Divine Blessing. But Life Shield, a shield equal to 50% of maximum HP remains unchanged until the shield is broken. Divine Blessing increases attack and speed by 20% for 2 minutes. Yi Tian and Yi Xiu were both overcome with excitement, unable to contain themselves. A low-tier, ordinary quality skill after full-time enhancement seemed to surpass even legendary tier skills in effect. With just this one skill, Yi Xiu could almost become Qingqing's top healer. Gazing at the dozen rows of skill book shelves before him, each nearly overflowing with tomes, Yi Xiu froze, his mind drifting into a daze. Never had he fought such a bountiful battle. Chapter 23, First Team Battle. To Yi Xiu, this library overflowing with skill books now resembled a treasure trove. Simultaneously, the talent-enhanced skill was also shared with Yi Tian. You have shared the skill Divine Revelation with your subordinate Yi Xiu. The team's healing issue was resolved, but this was only the beginning. Yi Xiu continued his search and soon discovered the next target. Green Machine Gun inflicts rapid-fire bursts upon enemies. Limited to gunnery specialists. A gunsmith skill greatly compensates for ranged damage output. The strength of the free roaming class begins to manifest here. Night Repair selects skills without any class restrictions. Mastering the strengths of all classes. Moreover, the Thousand Machines umbrella could transform into any mythic tier weapon of any class. Combined with the all-class enhancement talent, it allowed him to master the abilities of every profession flawlessly. Yi Xiu was thoroughly satisfied. This class ability feels tailor-made for me. With that, he consumed the skill book for the Gatling gun. All-class enhancement skill, Machine Gun enhanced to Metal Storm. Metal Storm, fire rate surges to its absolute limit, unleashing 500 to 800 rounds in an instant to form a dense barrage. Each bullet reduces the enemy's defense and movement speed by 5%. Now, this ranged attack skill could also function as an armor-piercing and crowd control ability. Yi Xiu felt a surge of satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the other skill bookshelves. One more ranged DPS skill. The medium-sized secret realm has diverse defenders, so I need to beef up my anti-air capabilities too. After a moment's thought, he reached out and pulled one. Photoelectric Sphere inflicts ricochet damage on target enemies with a chance to cause paralysis. Learn Enhance. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain creates a vast thunder domain, dealing massive chain-jumping lightning damage to enemies within. Guaranteed paralysis. Upon domain's end, unleashes a thunder tribulation for lethal damage. Paralysis significantly reduces movement speed and has a chance to inflict brief stun. Yi Xiu's focus was unwavering as he collected and mastered skill books one by one, to the point where Yi Xiu's abilities grew increasingly versatile. Taunt Enhanced Chaos Domain. Roll Enhanced Triple Blink. Illusionary Clone Enhanced Multiple Shadow Clones. Wave Slash Enhanced Soul Shattering Void Slash. In the end, Yi Xiu selected a total of 8 skills, all leaning toward team-oriented abilities. As for why he didn't choose more, Yi Xiu understood clearly that his current mana pool and stamina were limited. These were already sufficient. Similarly, Yi Tian also gained access to these skills. After bidding farewell to Wei Yuan, the two departed the logistics department. With the team's capability configuration result, Yi Xiu's confidence in clearing the medium-sized secret realm surged once more. He asked Yi Tian, "Boss, now all that's left is to level up the team members. If we follow my leveling strategy today, we should reach an average of level 17. That would make clearing the secret realm much more stable." Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully. "We might even reach higher levels." Yi Xiu, "Unlikely. My calculations already reflect the fastest possible dungeon efficiency. Yi Tian said nothing, simply leading Yi Xiu back to the apartment to prepare for a meeting. Come to think of it, this is actually the first official meeting since acquiring the meeting skill. It was also to announce the commencement of our first team operation. Please select meeting type. Yi Tian, strategic meeting. Strategic meeting. After the meeting, all members gain a 40% experience boost lasting 3 hours if using employee benefits. Experience gain increases to 120%. As the words fell, the scene before them twisted and ended like a holographic projection. The light and shadow conference room, seemingly suspended above the starry sky, illuminated once more. What an amazing ability! Yi Xiu materialized in the second row of the crystal conference table, observing his surroundings with astonishment. Zhang Che was seated directly across from him. Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang occupied the front row, their eyes fixed on the newcomer, Yi Xiu, with keen curiosity. Tomorrow, the medium-sized secret realm in Qingcheng will appear. We'll strike as a team and secure it. This Yi Xiu will serve as our team's commander. Yi Tian cut straight to the point without any preamble, formally introducing Yi Xiu to the others. No one at this meeting would dare challenge Yi Tian's orders. Yet Bai Qiuli studied Yi Xiu, inwardly questioning whether he could shoulder the responsibility of leadership. Wan Jiang, while excited, sensed the issue, a medium-sized secret realm. Hold on, boss, aren't our levels a bit too low for this? At that moment, Yi Xiu spoke calmly. I've already planned our leveling strategy. By running dungeons together today, we'll easily hit at least level 17. Leveling becomes increasingly difficult as you climb higher, and it's common for high-level players to gain only 1 level per month. Yi Xiu's plan offered remarkably high efficiency. That's some serious efficiency. Wan Jiang wasn't surprised at all that Yi Tian's team was full of talented individuals. However, including Yi Xiu, the others present were unaware of this meeting's additional outcome. Yi Tian then opened the employee benefits menu. IT insurance, spend 3 funds per employee to generate a life-saving shield for all staff. This shield can block 1 fatal attack and lasts for 3 days. Using employee benefits could boost the strategic meeting's experience buff to 120%. But with 4 employees currently, that meant spending 4/3 is equal to 12 points of funds. To put it bluntly, it was a hefty sum. Yet to ensure a more secure victory in the medium-sized secret realm, Yi Tian suppressed the pain in his heart, gritted his teeth, and decided to spend it. With 4 employees clearing the medium-sized secret realm, that meant 4 dividend shares guaranteed to double the investment. But the fund balance alerted him, the original 51.7 funds, after transferring to Yi Xiu's job change, were now down to 11.7. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian immediately reviewed everyone's work performance for the day, hoping to find some funds to deduct. Unexpectedly, Bai Qiuli, who had risen early today, directly resolved the issue. Employee Bai Qiuli, cleared Spirit Beast Wilderness held difficulty 3 times. Reward, funds plus 0.3. Model worker. Clearing the hell difficulty dungeon 3 times in one morning, truly a genius of diligence. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel, even considering whether he should arrange some kind of reward for her. Funds reached 12 at noon. Before the meeting ended, Yi Tian distributed the employee benefit insurance to everyone. The fund balance was subsequently reset to 0. A 1-layer immunity shield. Awesome stuff, thanks boss. With this invincibility shield, maybe I should push my limits again in the demon ceiling tower. The employees thanked Yi Tian, unaware that an even bigger surprise awaited them after the meeting. Holy crap! Yi Xiu stared at the buff currently active on his body, utterly stunned. Strategic meeting buff, experience gain increased by 120%, lasts 3 hours. Leveling up is a challenge for all adventurers, making any effect that boosts experience gain exceptionally valuable. Sometimes, an item granting a mere 20% XP boost could fetch hundreds of thousands at auction, yet still be in short supply. And now, Yi Tian had just granted everyone a 120% EXP boost. Yi Xiu turned to Yi Tian in disbelief. Am I hallucinating, boss? Yi Tian, it only lasts 3 hours. Make good use of it. The words had barely left his mouth when Yi Xiu perked up. With this buff and his leveling plan, their level disadvantage would be overcome. If they couldn't take it down now, it would truly be his fault as the commander. Don't worry, boss. Meanwhile, at Qingshan No. 2 High School, maglev mini-trams pulled up at the school gates, where this year's seniors were lining up to board. For days before the college entrance exams, the Ministry of Education organized a large-scale team dungeon trial for all senior high school examinees. These group trials, designed to enhance students' practical and team combat skills while allowing them to acquire valuable equipment and skill manuals, were a crucial pre-exam activity. Students eagerly boarded the trains. Bai Qiuli had just emerged from a secluded corner of the campus and was surprised to see the buff from the meeting had ended. "Qiuli, where were you just now?" Principal Ji Changlin inquired upon seeing her, gesturing urgently. "The raid train is about to depart. Hurry aboard." Upon learning that Yi Tian planned to tackle the secret realm, Bai Qiuli had already changed her mind. "My apologies, Principal. An urgent matter has arisen, and I must decline the raid. I hope you'll approve. What could possibly be more important than the raid?" Ji Changlin frowned slightly, pleading earnestly, "Surely, large-scale raid dungeons can help compensate for some of the shortcomings in your gear. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Having lost both parents, Bai Qiuli relied solely on her school scholarship for support. Gear resources were something she had to secure entirely on her own. Compared to wealthy second-generation students or those backed by major guilds, she was inherently at a disadvantage in terms of gear, skills, and items. This put her at a disadvantage in the fierce competition for top rankings in the college entrance exams. Bai Qiuli understood Ji Changlin's meaning and weighed the pros and cons. But tackling a medium-sized secret realm was simply too ambitious, utterly beyond the capabilities of a high school senior. She decided to change her approach. "Principal, rest assured. I understand everything." Her gaze was confident, her tone earnest. "I am determined to secure the top spot in the East China region for this year's college entrance exam." Ji Changlin, who had intended to persuade her further, was visibly moved. His words caught in his throat. After a long pause, he nodded. "Very well. I'll arrange special permission for the raid group. You have full freedom to participate before the exam." "Thank you, Principal." Chapter 24, One Shot Clear. Terrifying dungeon farming efficiency. Xingcheng Dungeon Center. Every city in Daxia had a designated location for dungeon runs. Unlike the professional hall at Second High School, the dungeon portals here were higher level, with no instances below level 10. It was the busiest hub for adventurers daily, teeming with major guilds and raid teams. Bai Qiuli, clad in a plain white uniform, moved with light steps. Her hair fluttered in the breeze as she scanned the area for her teammates, who had agreed to meet here. Her presence drew admiring glances from passers-by. Jiang Che waved repeatedly upon seeing her. A young man leaning casually against the wall nearby also greeted her. "Knight Repair. You're a battle mage?" Bai Qiuli noticed the mage armor on Yi Xiu, a type unique to combat mages. Yi Xiu smiled. "Used to be. Now I dabble in a bit of everything. Wanjiang will be here shortly from Dingcheng. Let's clear the instance first." "All right." As Yi Xiu and his two companions prepared to enter the instance, a figure in the crowded instance center fixed their gaze upon him. This person wore guild-customized clothing emblazoned with the word Sega. Wait, could that be Yi Xiu? Hearing this, several members of the Sega guild nearby turned to look. Even from his back, they could recognize him. They'd often watched Yi Xiu's silhouette during previous dungeon runs. Leading the group was Sega's guild leader, Ma Xiang. Spotting Yi Xiu's two teammates, a look of contempt crossed his face. Without Sega, Yi Xiu really is nothing. Look at him now, teaming up with a kid who just got promoted. Looks like our old captain's finished. And we're about to tackle the medium-sized secret realm. Yi Xiu and us will never be on the same level from now on. At that moment, Yi Tian approached Wei Yuan again, requesting his assistance and recalling Wan Jiang. Military regulations prohibited leaving the barracks without authorization, but Wei Yuan's intervention made things much easier. Within the time it took to make a phone call, Wan Jiang was already seated in a special vehicle bound for Qingcheng. Seated behind his large wooden desk, Wei Yuan observed Yi Tian on the sofa and cautioned. "Your team is different from the others. Your levels are too low, making you highly vulnerable to injury in the secret realm. Do not push forward recklessly." Whether in dungeons or secret realms, this was no game. The moment a health bar reached 0, it signaled a person's permanent demise. With 1 God tier and 3 Legend tier members in Yi Tian's squad, the loss of any one of them would be catastrophic. "Got it, Brother Wei." As relying on Wei Yuan for favors became increasingly smooth, Yi Tian's address had naturally shifted from Old Wei to Brother Wei. Level 25 Hell Difficulty Dungeon, Barren Wind Gorge. Is the leveling efficiency in your plan really as fast as you claim? As the trio of Yi Xiu, Bai Qiuli, and others braved the howling winds to reach the gorge's entrance, Bai Qiuli couldn't help but ask curiously. Typically, clearing a hell difficulty dungeon in a party took at least an hour, yet Yi Xiu claimed it would take no more than 5 minutes. Of course, Yi Xiu replied with a calm smile. "Just wait here for me." With that, Yi Xiu activated Triple Blink, vanishing hundreds of meters away in an instant. Jiang Che frowned in confusion. Is he going solo to pull mobs? Monster pulling was an inefficient tactic. A single player could only hold limited aggro, attracting only a few monsters at a time. This method had quickly fallen out of favor. Over 2 minutes later, Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che, still puzzled, suddenly felt the earth shake violently. Holy! Jiang Che looked toward the other side of the canyon and froze in shock. 10 night cultivators were charging toward them, followed by an endless horde of monsters. The sheer force of their movement seemed to make the canyon tremble. Jiang Che gasped, did he pull every single monster in the entire instance over here? Bai Qiuli was also astonished, using clone techniques to lure monsters, but to split into so many clones at once and precisely control each one to hold aggro? That's some seriously skilled micromanagement. Exactly. Night Cultivator was using multiple shadow clones, effectively controlling 10 separate viewpoints to draw monster aggro. The number of clones generated by multiple shadow clones scales with level. At level 10, only 10 clones could be created, but they couldn't use the main body's skills, only attack or defend. Yi Xiu instantly realized this was a god-tier monster pulling technique. Boom! 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 Under Yi Xiu's masterful aggro management, every monster in the entire dungeon was drawn into the canyon. He used triple blink to return to his teammates and warned. The canyon's confined space means you can clear them with your strongest AoE skills. Their levels were generally over 10 levels below the dungeon monsters, making normal progression extremely slow. Fortunately, their advantage lay in their exceptionally high skill damage. By gathering their most powerful AoE area of effect damage and unleashing it at the moment the monsters were most concentrated, their efficiency skyrocketed. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain, Metal Storm. Frostbite Slash. 8 Extremes Fist Collapse Punch. The roar of destruction intertwined with powerful energy ripples, nearly tearing the entire canyon apart in an instant. A searing wave swept through, obliterating all life. A dozen seconds after their skills were exhausted, the instance completion notification sounded. Level 11. After being teleported out of the instance, Yi Xiu checked his level and was thoroughly satisfied with the efficiency. Looks like the one-shot tactic worked like a charm. Bai Qiuli and Zhang Che both nodded in agreement. At this rate, their leveling speed would be unbelievably fast. At that moment, a 6-foot-tall, short-haired, ruggedly handsome young man approached Yi Xiu and the others. "My name is Wan Zhang. The boss asked me to join you." "Oh, looks like we're finally all here," Yi Xiu said, extending his hand to Wan Zhang with a smile. "The boss isn't here, so just the 4 of us will run the dungeon together." Yi Xiu added with a hint of seriousness, "Today's grinding will be tedious, mechanical, and monotonous. But for the boss's mission, I hope everyone can hang in there." As tactical commander, Yi Xiu instinctively took on the role of team leader. Motivating the team members was part of the job. Yet the only response came from Bai Qiuli's cold voice, "Cut the nonsense. Strategy meeting buffs have limited duration, don't waste time." Wan Zhang and Zhang Che nodded in agreement, completely dismissing the tedious grinding ahead. Yi Xiu scratched his head, flashing a self-deprecating smile before shutting up and resuming the dungeon run. Yet deep within Yi Xiu, astonishment stirred. Back when he'd been hanging around Sega, he'd encountered epic and legendary players in other guilds. These individuals, relying on their superior class quality, were often arrogant. Getting them to follow the leader's instructions was like asking for the moon if they weren't treated like royalty, they'd refuse outright. Yet here, under Yi Tian's command, these individuals weren't just legendary class, their overall competence was downright terrifying. By evening, Yi Xiu's conviction only deepened. Led by Bai Qiuli, the entire team grinded dungeons non-stop until late night. Only when the extreme fatigue debuff appeared on their status bars did they finally get a break. Yi Tian arranged for the exhausted quartet to return to the Green Mountain apartments to rest. All rooms on the 5th floor of Qingshan apartments had been entrusted to Yi Tian by Wei Yuan, providing ample space. "My employees are working overtime so much it's kinda scary. What if I end up hanging from a street lamp?" As Yi Tian sank into thought, the new day's management log began settling. Chapter 25, Employees are too easygoing. A gathering of talents. Management log. Bai Qiuli, cleared hell difficulty dungeon Kufeng Gorge 36 times, buns plus 3.6. Wan Zhang, cleared hell difficulty dungeon Kufeng Gorge 35 times, buns plus 3.5. Zhang Che, cleared hell difficulty dungeon Kufeng Gorge 36 times, buns plus 3.6. Yi Xiu, cleared hell difficulty dungeon Kufeng Gorge 36 times, buns plus 3.6. Shared employee dungeon monster grinding experience, level up, 1624. After the 3-hour strategic meeting buff wore off, Yi Tian used strategic meeting again, though the second experience boost was only 40%. Even so, the 4 players achieved remarkable dungeon progress. Among them, Bai Qiuli, the highest level player, jumped from level 14 to level 20. Wan Zhang, Zhang Che, and Yi Xiu all reached level 19. Keep in mind that the experience bar increases exponentially after level 15. Historically, the fastest leveling rich kid to hit level 20 who hired 2 rotating teams of professional power levelers took nearly 10 days to achieve this milestone. But with Yi Tian's buff effects and Yi Xiu's dungeon clearing efficiency working in tandem, the entire team was now within striking distance of level 20. Especially Yi Tian, whose level skyrocketed to 24. He was now very close to the second class advancement at level 25. Having unlocked the level 1 meeting skill, Yi Tian now eagerly anticipated the boss's level 2 professional abilities. What Yi Tian hadn't anticipated was that before the medium-sized secret realm even began, he'd already recouped his investment. Current funds balance, 14.3. Without any achievement rewards, this was purely a 0.1 fund grind, a hard-fought victory. For a moment, Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel. As a boss, having employees like these truly made life effortless. The next day, news of a medium-sized secret realm spawning in the eastern suburbs of Qingcheng swept through the entire city and surrounding areas. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the gathering of elite adventurers. Professional guild teams with the best intelligence rushed to the eastern outskirts first, determined not to be left behind. Outside the eastern suburbs, the Great Xia army had already deployed troops to establish security perimeters. A hazy island phantom steadily solidified on the outskirts, the sign that the secret realm's entrance was about to open. Initially, it appeared as a faint illusion on the horizon, flickering and elusive, like a mirage. The outline of a floating island gradually came into focus, as if a staircase paved with starlight prepared to guide people onto the island. Once the staircase solidified and the entrance opened, exploration teams could enter to conquer it. Upon successful conquest, it would remain as a resource dungeon, continuously yielding materials. Should the conquest fail within 3 days, the secret realm vanishes completely. Within just over 10 minutes, over a dozen guild expedition teams had already gathered here, poised and ready, including Sega. Sega's guild leader, Ma Xiang, accompanied by 3 newly recruited epic tier teammates, radiated confidence. Guild leader, look. That must be the official East China Guild's expedition team. And that team over there, even the hidden dragon base sent people. The competition is fierce. That's the Earthquake Squad. Their blue-haired leader, Zhao Qi, is a legendary tier professional. With each remark from his teammates, Ma Xiang's confident expression darkened a little more. The 3 epic tier teammates he'd painstakingly recruited seemed inadequate in this setting. Ma Xiang's face twisted with fury. Damn it! Is the competition for medium-sized secret realms really this fierce? Had Yi Xiu not helped him secure a sub-tier secret realm, granting him the funds to recruit epic tier members, the Sega Guild wouldn't have had the capability to compete for a medium-tier secret realm in the first place. His overconfidence had been misplaced. At that moment, another guild leader nearby remarked, medium-sized secret realms yield abundant resources and immense profits. It's easy for alien races or extremist organizations to infiltrate the competition. That's why the hidden dragon base has come. As they spoke, several guilds, knowing they couldn't compete, quietly withdrew. But Ma Xiang stubbornly remained. On the other side, the tall, slender blue-haired Zhao Qi, also the captain of Dragon's Lair's special squad Earth's Roar, stood alongside Wei Yuan with his teammates. As a special squad leader, he held Wei Yuan in deep reverence. But recalling his leader's words, he forced a smile and cautiously spoke up. Senior Wei, the boss asked us to pass on a message. He said, when helping others secure the secret realm, the reward is up to them. But when assisting you specifically, it must start with 5 legendary equipment pieces. Zhao Qi carefully studied Wei Yuan's expression. Of course, this is solely the boss's decision and has nothing to do with the Qianlong base. As a special task force, they often assisted other districts in securing secret realms to prevent their disappearance upon failed raids or capture by alien races and extremist organizations. Upon successful conquest, the special squad would fully transfer ownership of the secret realm back to the district leader, though they would symbolically collect some compensation. But demanding 5 legendary items? That was pure extortion. Wei Yuan didn't seem angered. A smile curved his lips as if recalling amusing memories. Ha! Your leader Ling Luo has been picking fights and getting beaten since boot camp. Decades of it. You've got to hand it to him, tough as nails. Zhao Qi pressed his lips together, bowing his head respectfully, not daring to respond. It's best not to offend either side. Rest assured, Wei Yuan said gently. If you truly manage to be the first to secure the secret realm, I'll personally bring 5 legendary artifacts to your doorstep as your reward. Zhao Qi straightened his back slightly. Rest assured, old Wei. Our Earthquake Squad is determined to win. We won't give our enemies any opening. The other members of Earthquake also eagerly voiced their determination. Though they were the latest special squad to form, they were confident they could crush any other squad or guild. Wei Yuan glanced around, a hint of confusion in his mind. The secret realm is about to open. Where is Yi Tian's team? In truth, Yi Tian's team was timing their preparations to the last minute before the secret realm appeared, aiming to squeeze in one more dungeon run. Waiting at the entrance is just waiting anyway. Might as well level up some more, Bai Qiuli had said. Thus, when Yi Xiu and the others emerged from Kufeng Gorge once more, their levels had risen to 20. As for Bai Qiuli, she had reached level 21. The average level increase was 1. And the experience bar for reaching level 25 had surged to 80%. The medium-sized secret realm had an entry restriction of tier 2 or below. Nearly all competing teams, including the Earth Roar Squad, had reached tier 1, level 25. The gap between their team and these rivals was far smaller than Yi Xiu had originally anticipated. Factoring in class quality, their composition actually far surpassed other teams. Beyond that, Yi Tian once again applied the tactical meeting buff. All members received a 30% boost to their 4 core attributes. Why not spend another 12 funds to boost the increase to 80%? Well, it simply wasn't necessary. At this point, Yi Tian simply chose not to act, not because he couldn't. East suburbs of Qingqing City. The entrance to the medium-sized secret realm was about to open. Wei Yuan, the Earthquake Squad, the Eastern Military's pioneering team, and the pioneering squads from major guilds all gathered here in anticipation. Suddenly, the sky fell silent, obscured by a monstrous shadow. Heads turned upward as solemnity, apprehension, and dread rippled through the crowd. It was an overwhelmingly imposing figure, a colossal, majestic dragon whose wings obscured the sky. Its scales blazed like eternally burning flames, and its earth-shaking dragon roar announced its arrival with thunderous intensity. The Aegu dynasty, the Crimson Emperor. Following behind him were 5 half-dragon beings of varying forms, each bearing the bloodline of the Yagu royal family. It was clear they had come to seize the secret realm. Damn it! Those outsiders are here to steal again. The Eastern Army personnel glared with fury. The Earthquake team members frowned deeply. Looks like the pressure's on us now. Captain Zhao Qi's gaze was unwavering. We will prevail. Chapter 26, Entering the Secret Realm. The comfort zone arrives. Boom! Brilliant starlight coalesced into 8 spheres within Wei Yuan's palm, then shot toward the Crimson Emperor in the sky with a thunderous roar. These seemingly ordinary orbs unleashed a deafening roar upon impact with the Crimson Emperor, causing those below to instinctively cover their ears. Yet when the Crimson Emperor blocked the attack with a single wing, it left only faint blue marks. Treating a partner like this? Not cool, huh? The Crimson Emperor's voice boomed like thunder. There's an ancient saying in Great Xia that this emperor finds quite fitting: survival of the fittest. The secret realm naturally belongs to the capable. Are you, Wei Yuan, afraid of competition? The Crimson Emperor crossed his arms, hovering mid-air with wings spread, his face twisted in mockery as he laughed at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan remained impassive, his expression showing no surprise, as if he had long anticipated the Yagu dynasty's bid for the realm. After all, Qingchun lay not far from the Yagu dynasty's portal to the otherworld. But now was certainly not the time to provoke the Yagu dynasty. The Great Xia was besieged on all sides, already embroiled in too many wars. Adding another conflict was unwise. Wei Yuan's voice was solemn. The secret realm was opened by our human race. Does the Yagu dynasty simply come and go as it pleases? The Crimson Emperor roared with laughter. We'll return that minor secret realm in Dingqing to you. Consider it our tribe's entry ticket. Medium-sized secret realms yield resources at a rate over 10 times that of small ones. Moreover, the larger the secret realm, the greater the probability of producing high-quality items. Seeing Wei Yuan's lack of refusal, the Crimson Emperor led several royal half-dragon kin to the secret realm's entrance. He couldn't help but let out a confident, maniacal laugh, as if everything were under his control. It was like trading a small secret realm for a medium one. Ha 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 ha. That's the spirit. The Red Emperor's dragon eyes swept the surroundings, his expression brimming with confidence. Secret realms should belong to those who can claim them. Hear this decree. From now on, whenever a secret realm appears in the Yagu dynasty, the Great Xia may challenge it freely. No challenger shall be refused. Ha 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 ha. The royal dragon descendants possessed innate strength due to their bloodline and dragon physique, especially at lower levels, where their power and stamina far surpassed that of humans. This had always fueled the Yagu dynasty's unwavering confidence. Upon the Yagu dynasty's arrival, nearly half the guilds immediately withdrew from the secret realm competition. These half-dragons, each one nearly matches a legendary warrior, no contest. Don't waste your time. Yet as countless others departed, the 5-member squad led by Yi Tian pressed forward against the tide and finally arrived. Upon seeing the alien race, Bai Qiuli's icy gaze grew colder as she translated for Yi Tian. Boss, this dragon says we can raid the Yagu dynasty's secret realms anytime we want from now on. Oh? Yi Tian perked up instantly, teasing, sounds like the Yagu dynasty is quite friendly. Jiang Che scratched his head. I may not be well read, but judging by everyone else's expressions, something doesn't seem quite right. Yi Xiu, equally fluent in the alien language, confirmed. For us, that's exactly what it means. Wan Jiang fixed his gaze on the secret realm's entrance and declared in a deep voice, it's begun. As the words fell, the entrance to the secret realm officially opened. The guiding path, woven like starlight, solidified into tangible substance. Any challenger who approached would be drawn into the medium-sized secret realm. Get ready to move. The Earthquake Squad and the 5 half-dragon folk were the first to charge toward the path. Immediately after, all teams including Yi Tian and his group entered the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian and his companions were transported to another realm. 5 figures stood upon a floating island. Cascading streams of light fell like waterfalls from its edges, while shattered runes littered the ground, exuding an ancient aura. You have entered the medium-sized secret realm trial, Skyal Realm. Current trial stage 1, clear the stage by eliminating all monsters on the floating island. Most medium-sized secret realm trials are divided into 3 stages. Yi Xiu, who had considerable knowledge of secret realms, remarked, looks like the first stage is a speedrun to clear the monsters. This was indeed a common trial format, typical for the first stage of most secret realms. But after last night's grueling grinding session, Yi Xiu, Bai Qiuli, and the others were intimately familiar with monster clearing tactics. As tactical commander, Yi Xiu shed his usual nonchalance. After assessing the surrounding terrain, he swiftly gave the order. Move out. Cross-pull the mobs. Roger that. Boss, find a place to rest. Jiang Che will stay behind to protect you. All right. Jiang Che? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Xiu, Bai Qiuli, and Wan Jiang dashed off in different directions. The floating island's terrain differed from Kufeng Gorge. There were no natural canyons to funnel monsters. Thus, each team member had to draw aggro separately, then converge the monster's hatred. Yi Xiu's multiple shadow clones skill, now at level 20, could generate up to 20 clones. Most of the aggro drawing tasks still fell to him personally. Simultaneously controlling 20 clones presented an extraordinary challenge, but for Yi Xiu, micromanagement was practically his comfort zone. Boom! From every direction around the circular floating island, all-night shaman clones and Wanjiang Bai Qiuli drew mobs toward the island's center. This was the core of Yi Xiu's cross-gathering tactic. Converging all monsters' movement paths at a single intersection point to maximize fire coverage. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain. The thousand machinery umbrella in Yi Xiu's hand transformed into a mythical great staff. Terrifying thunderous power descended from the heavens like the majestic might of the heavens themselves. Boom! Nearly half the monsters at the convergence point were wiped out in an instant. With Yi Xiu's level jumping from 10 to 20, his attributes more than doubled. Combined with buff effects, his combat power surged dramatically. Cold Moon Sword Dance. Spear Shadow Array. After last night's grueling dungeon grind, Bai Qiuli and Wanjiang had mastered the timing of their attacks to perfection. In an instant, 3 waves of AoE skills swept through, completely clearing the monsters of the first stage. Seeing the Night Cultivator's one-wave tactic for the first time, Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel. Compared to other teams' brute force approach, Night Cultivation's one-shot strategy felt like a dimensional strike. Of course, it also leveraged the overwhelming power of their skills. Maximizing efficiency, Night Cultivator declared without hesitation, second stage. After the secret realm opened, the ethereal floating island transformed into an array disk composed of holographic projections. It displayed each team's real-time progress in the race as progress bars. Those who had opted out of the secret realm lingered here, eager to witness the fierce competition unfolding in this medium-sized realm. Holy crap, the half-dragon from the Yagu dynasty and the Earth Roar Squad are clearing mobs at insane speeds. Someone exclaimed in surprise, drawing murmurs of agreement from those nearby. Wei Yuan and the Crimson Emperor, positioned at the very front, also noticed this. The Yagu dynasty and Earth's Roar Squadron cleared the monsters swiftly upon reaching the first stage, sending their progress bar soaring past 30%. This outcome was not unexpected for the two supreme masters. What puzzled Wei Yuan, however, was that he saw Yi Tian's team's progress bar remained at 0% for an extended period. What is he? Before he could finish speaking, Yi Tian's team's monster-clearing progress bar surged dramatically. Within a second or two, it shot from 0% to 98%, 99%, and finally 100%. Ha! Wei Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Similarly, everyone watching including the Crimson Emperor stared wide-eyed in utter bewilderment. Dude, did you cheat? Only a cheat could pull off that kind of speed. Which team is this? How come I've never heard of them before? A chorus of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, the Crimson Emperor's expression darkened slightly. Yet the next moment, after Yi Tian's team cleared the first stage, the trial scene for the second stage unlocked. In the next scene of the floating island, 5 small floating islands appeared. Each small floating island housed a minor boss. This meant that to clear the stage, all 5 minor bosses across the different islands must be defeated. Seeing this, the Crimson Emperor's expression brightened, a faint smile curling his lips. The onlookers, including the military personnel, murmured in discontent. Damn it! This second stage is way too favorable for the Yagu dynasty. Yeah, the Yagu dynasty's half-dragons are incredibly powerful individually. 5 of them could even take on all 5 mini-bosses at once. The Earthquake Squad has a healer, support, and tank. They have to take them down one by one no matter what, so it'll definitely be much slower. It's not just Earthquake Squad, it's the same for every professional squad. Unless a team has members who can single-handedly tear apart minor bosses, but teams usually need to balance roles like healers and tanks. How could that ever work? Chapter 27, Encountering Special Potential Again. 5 floating islands, each with a mini-boss. Inside the secret realm, upon seeing the second trial's layout, Yi Tian's expression turned peculiar. If the first stage's mob gathering was Yi Xiu's comfort zone, then the second stage was the entire team's comfort zone. After all, before Yi Xiu arrived, Yi Tian's employees had no special abilities whatsoever. They could just fight. Seeing this, Yi Xiu looked astonished, even feeling a bit relieved. Nothing more to say. 1 per person. Go! The team members stood at the edge of the floating island, facing 5 teleportation arrays. Each array could transport them to one of 5 smaller floating islands. Hearing this, Bai Qiuli, Wanjiang, and Zhang Che stepped forward one after another, each teleporting to a small floating island to take on their challenge. Boss, I can take care of the remaining 2 consecutively. You can count on me. Yi Xiu turned to Yi Tian and said before stepping into the teleportation array and departing. Not wanting to slow the team down, Yi Tian stepped into the final teleportation array. Yi Xiu transformed the 1000 machinery umbrella in his hand into a long blade, then instantly teleported before the boss. We need to finish this quickly. The mini-boss he faced was named Sky Island Fungus Lord, a level 40 creature. Resembling a small mountain formed from mycelium and flesh, the Sky Island Fungus Lord was massive, its surface covered in thick fungal folds. It excelled at defense and stacking poison damage. Against ordinary squads, it could slowly stack poison damage using its high defense, proving quite troublesome. But with the Night Cultivator's mythic weapons blessing, that defense was no match. In an instant, several massive, razor-sharp edges erupted from the blade. Wherever they passed, the air itself seemed to vibrate, sending ripples of disturbance outward. Soul-shattering Void Cleave. Compared to other skills learned to compensate for lack of AoE, this slash boasts the highest damage output alongside its control effects. However, judging by the health bar of the opposing Sky Island Fungus Lord, the effects of the control couldn't be discerned. The slash landed, and with a wail, the mini-boss crashed heavily to the ground. One down. Without pausing, Yi Tian moved directly to the final island to deal with the last minor boss. 3 quick teleports brought him back to the teleportation array. But when Yi Tian arrived at the final small floating island, he found Yi Tian already seated beside the minor boss's corpse, quietly waiting for the others to finish. Boss. Yi Tian's expression flickered with surprise as he looked at Yi Tian with astonishment. This was the first time he realized the boss wasn't without combat prowess. And he didn't seem weak at all. Ding! The 5 minor bosses of the floating islands were all defeated. 5 glowing golden floating runestone slabs formed a bridge-like passageway, guiding the team toward the final stage. Let's go, Yi Tian stood up and gestured. Yi Tian didn't hesitate, setting off to follow Yi Tian. Let's go! Compared to the other team's pace, Yi Tian's group held a commanding lead. Even the trailing Yagu Dynasty and Earth Roar teams had only just reached the second stage. This lead was truly terrifying. The 5 of them arrived at the final colossal floating island. The area was shrouded in storms, with lightning weaving a web through the clouds. Thick fog formed a gate, as if guiding their arrival. Meanwhile, beyond this mist-shrouded barrier, a figure cloaked in black robes darted back and forth. Its appearance stood out from the other creatures in this secret realm. Rock Shard Guardians. The cloaked figure locked onto 2 minor monsters nearby. 2 purple throwing knives flicked silently from beneath the cloak, instantly dispatching the guards. Their essence dissolved into experience points absorbed by the cloaked figure. Were anyone else present, they would surely be astonished. For never before had a dungeon monster been able to gain experience by slaying other creatures. Evolving into an elite monster can't be far off. The cloaked figure mused silently. Dungeons below tier 2 pose little threat to me, as long as I don't encounter that freak from last time. Yet at that moment, 5 figures emerged from the mist beside him. They've reached the 3rd stage already? The cloaked figure turned in shock. The next moment, she locked eyes with the leader of the group, her expression turning horrified. Across the way, Yi Tian's eyes lit up with delight the moment he spotted the cloaked figure. Ding! Detected special potential talent in vicinity. It's you! It's him! Ever since leaving the Chiefing's secret realm last time, Yi Tian had entrusted Wei Yuan to issue orders to search for him, yet there had been no news of the man in black. Never did he expect to meet him again within the secret realm. The black-robed man and Yi Tian locked eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, run! Damn it! Why must I keep running into this disaster magnet? She was certain she stood no chance against Yi Tian in a single move. As a dungeon monster, when confronted by a player she couldn't defeat, what else could she do but flee? Don't run! I'm not here to kill you. Yi Tian's feet moved like the wind as he immediately gave chase. The 4 remaining teammates stood frozen in place, staring at each other. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned by Yi Tian's blinding speed before quickly interjecting. Forget about the boss. Let's take down the boss. The secret realm is more important. After all, Yi Tian's original boss strategy hadn't factored Yi Tian in any way. The group swiftly arrived at the center of the 3rd stage's colossal floating island, where they encountered the final boss, the Sky Realm's sovereign. It was a 3-meter-tall elemental creature, its body woven from starlight and storm, resembling a seahorse with 6 wings sprouting from its back. Wan Jian, distracted first, I'll break its defenses. Metal Storm. Yi Tian commanded swiftly as his 1,000 machinery umbrella transformed into a massive, mechanically elegant firearm. Over 2 meters long, forged entirely from dark gray alloy, it unleashed purple flames at a rate of hundreds of rounds per second as the skill activated. Meanwhile, on the other side of the colossal floating island, the cloaked figure realized he couldn't shake off Yi Tian no matter how desperately he struggled. A deep sense of helplessness surged within him, mingled with intense fury. As for Yi Tian's claim that I'm not trying to kill you, who would believe that? She knew all too well that when those adventurers encountered dungeon monsters, especially special ones like her, only one thought filled their minds. Will killing her drop good loot? During her period of weakness, she had endured countless such killings. The agony of each one remained vividly etched in her memory. If I die again, I can still resurrect, but all the experience and levels I painstakingly accumulated will be wiped clean. In an instant, the figure in black robes showed a look of resolve. I can't die again. Void Gate. With a fierce sweep of her hand, just as when she first unlocked the dungeon, a gate appeared before her, its destination unknown. The cloaked figure dashed through it and vanished. Yi Tian halted, his expression resigned. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a peculiar method of leaving a dungeon. That void gate gave him an unsettling sense of unknown danger, and he had no intention of following in to take that risk. The ability to freely traverse dungeons and secret realms, what a game-breaking power. If he could obtain this ability, wouldn't he be able to directly enter and loot while others were farming secret realms? Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. He was still very eager to recruit this uniquely talented individual, the only one he'd encountered so far. But unless he could neutralize the opponent's ability to freely traverse instance spaces, he wouldn't even get the chance to talk. Yi Tian's experience was still limited, he hadn't thought of a way to counter it. Yet, as if compelled by some unseen force, he reached for his phone to consult the enigmatic Wei Yuan. Is there any way to counteract spatial teleportation? Outside, Wei Yuan, who had been intently focused on the progress of clearing the secret realm, suddenly felt his phone vibrate slightly. Upon seeing Yi Tian's message, even the composed Wei Yuan fell into a prolonged silence. Aren't you racing through the secret realm? How the hell did you find time to text? Wei Yuan let out an ambiguous chuckle and replied. Yes. Is this another subspace within the secret realm? The cloaked figure emerged from the door, finding the surrounding scenery remained that of the medium-sized secret realm Skyall realm. Subspaces were trial realms within the secret realm, identical in setting and challenges, allocated to each challenger. She surveyed her surroundings and realized this was the second stage. Not far from her, a half-dragon was challenging the minor boss, the Storm Weaver. The Yagyu dynasty's strategy for the second stage was for each member to challenge a minor boss individually, but they hadn't anticipated the cloaked figure witnessing one such encounter. Dragonborn? Facing the half-dragon, whom countless eyes deemed formidable, the cloaked figure showed no sign of concern. Not bad, but nowhere near as formidable as that disaster magnet. Ever since facing Yi Tian, the cloaked figure felt far more confident against others. As the half-dragon focused all his energy on attacking the minor boss, the cloaked figure swiftly launched 4 purple throwing knives from behind. Whoosh! 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 With a sharp whistling sound, for throwing knives pierced the half-dragon's waist with pinpoint accuracy. The intense stabbing pain left the half-dragon writhing in agony, letting out a piercing scream. Seeing this opening, the minor boss Stormweaver followed up with a skill, nearly crippling the previously dominant half-dragon on the spot. Perfect timing. Seeing this, the cloaked figure drew his twin blades once more and lunged forward. With precise and deadly strikes, he swiftly finished off the half-dragon, whose health was already critically low. She didn't spare the minor boss, who had been crippled by the half-dragon either. The abundant experience from slaying 2 powerful targets caused a qualitative change in her title. Elite Monster. Chapter 28, Big Money. Tier 2 Quest. Outside, the Crimson Emperor's face flushed crimson with rage, seemingly raising the surrounding temperature. He sensed it clearly, one less half-dragon with royal blood had perished within the secret realm. A half-dragon had perished within the secret realm. Useless. The Crimson Emperor could never have imagined that a half-dragon with royal blood could actually perish within the secret realm. Indeed, had the black-robed figure not been scared off by Yi Tian and teleported directly behind the half-dragon, death would have been impossible. But now, not only had they lost a half-dragon, but the Yagyu dynasty's progress through the realm had been delayed. Useless. Wei Yuan remarked casually from the side, Emperor Qi, mind your image. Hearing this, the Crimson Emperor's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He glared fiercely at the unruffled Wei Yuan, his rage mounting. You think 4 of us can't win? Your great Xia's progress is only. As the Crimson Emperor spoke, he glanced at the secret realm progress bar. His eyes widened in shock and he fell silent. For the progress bar showed that Yi Tian's team had already reached 95% completion in the 3rd stage, the final boss. They were just a step away from clearing the dungeon. In contrast, the 4 remaining half-dragons of the Yagyu dynasty had only just finished the 2nd stage. A faint smile curved Wei Yuan's lips. For some reason, after receiving Yi Tian's message moments ago, he had an inexplicable feeling Yi Tian would undoubtedly take first place. Within the secret realm, the final stage, a colossal floating island. Yi Xiu, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Jiang Che positioned themselves in a semi-encircling formation. Yi Xiu continuously issued commands. Hold fire. Save your skills and mana. Wait for me to break his armor. The boss's health is critically low, time for the finishing move. Xiaolu, interrupt him. Before his words faded, Bai Qiuli was already primed, channeling overwhelming icy power into her longsword. Frostbound breathless slash. A white streak sliced through the air, trapping the rampaging Skylord within a crystalline prison of ice. Immediately, countless slashes struck the crystalline shell. Yi Xiu quickly ordered, focus fire. Take down the boss. The icebound breath slash possesses a freezing effect that can forcibly interrupt the boss's abilities. However, once the freeze ends, the boss will unleash its berserk state even faster. Therefore, it must be instantly killed during this window. The boss's health was down to 5%. Reaching this threshold meant an instant kill was child's play for Yi Xiu and his team. Crack boom. Ice shards exploded, scattering the boss's remains and shattered crystals across the floor. Your party has defeated the secret realm boss Sky Realm Sovereign. Yi Tian had just returned when he witnessed the boss's demise. He barely lifted a finger yet was carried through a medium-sized secret realm, truly a historic first. Nice! Zhang Che and Wan Jiang fist bumped in celebration. It was everyone's first time clearing a medium-sized secret realm, but Ji Xiu felt it most deeply. He had joined the Sega Guild 2 years ago and had only just conquered his first sub-secret realm. Never did he expect that upon arriving here, he'd clear a medium-sized secret realm on his second day. Yi Xiu's smile radiated like he'd been reborn. How about it, boss? Excellent. Yi Tian affirmed. What truly delighted Yi Tian, however, was Wei Yuan's message confirming a solution to block spatial teleportation. This meant that the next time they encountered the cloaked figure, they'd have a chance to recruit this special talent. Double good news. At the same time, the settlement announcement was released. You have cleared the medium-sized secret realm Sky All Realm. Your level has increased to 25. You have reached level 25. After completing the advancement quest, advance your profession twice to obtain exclusive class skills. Employees Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Zhang Che, Yi Xiu achieved first clear of the medium-sized secret realm. Reward shares, funds plus 24, legendary equipment mystery box 4. This reward package is nothing short of luxurious. 4 players cleared the medium-sized secret realm, yielding 4 dividend shares totaling 80 funds. This marks Yi Tian's first substantial influx of funds. Combined with his existing balance, his total capital now stands at 94.3. Even after hiring a special potential talent, he still has plenty of funds left over. Beyond that, the most crucial gain this time: the ownership of the medium-sized secret realm. As the first team to clear the medium-sized secret realm, per the team distribution rules, you, as the leader, receive 100% ownership of the realm's output. This had been decided by the team before entering the secret realm. Entire ownership of the secret realm's resources was granted to Yi Tian. After all, the resources within the secret realm require people to develop them. A resource-rich secret realm capable of sustaining 2 or 3 cities demands even more dedicated management. Everyone agreed this was the boss's concern. However, aside from military units, Yi Tian's squad was likely the only one to so decisively relinquish ownership rights to a secret realm. The team members all gained levels, but clearing the secret realm didn't yield any equipment or skill rewards. Seeing this, Yi Tian decided to distribute 4 legendary gear mystery boxes as rewards to the 4 members. After all, the team's hard work was undeniable. As the boss, he couldn't be stingy when it came to rewards. Besides, Yi Tian already possessed the celestial wolf set gifted by Wei Yuan. The others deserved decent gear too. Great job, everyone. Consider this a bonus. Each of you will randomly open a legendary gear piece for your class. Holy! Zhang Che's eyes widened in disbelief. A legendary item worth a fortune, just given away like that? Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang both stared fixedly at the blind box, utterly stunned. Especially Bai Qiuli, whose subpar gear might have been a disadvantage in the college entrance exam, but Yi Tian had just fixed that for her. The boss is so generous. Yi Xiu accepted the blind box, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of emotion. Having spent 2 years in the guild, he'd seen countless bosses who clung to every last penny of their wealth. They doled out meager rewards that employees deserved, yet acted as if they were bestowing favors, making it seem like the employees had received some immense blessing. Yet Yi Tian? Even if he did nothing, no one would complain. Yet here he was, rewarding them with legendary gear, a first in the guild's 200-year history. If his earlier actions were more about repaying Yi Tian, then tonight, Yi Xiu truly recognized this boss. Come on, everyone cheers to the boss's generosity. Boss is generous awesome. Before leaving the secret realm, Yi Tian checked his advancement quests. His current level had been reached, and the second advancement was not far off. Stage 2 advancement quest, recruit 1 god-tier potential talent. Any employee earns a regional level honor. Progress, 1-2. For divine tier potential talent, he already had Yi Xiu. Only one requirement remained, a regional level honor. Honor, to be specific, referred to a particular award. For instance, Bai Qiuli's record as the top trainee in the historical trials, or Wan Jiang's distinction as the most meritorious reserve team member during the Demon Tide. Regional refers to China's 5 major military districts: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China. Undoubtedly, a larger scale award is required. Yi Tian immediately thought of the college entrance exam. In present-day Daxia, the National College Entrance Exam had been restructured into 5 separate regional examinations. The East China Regional College Entrance Examination is just 2 days away. For Bai Qiuli, who was preparing to take the exam, securing a top ranking would undoubtedly be a regional honor. 2 days later, Yi Tian silently calculated. On the day of the exam, all candidates across East China would participate. Among them would surely emerge many talented individuals. It would be an excellent opportunity for recruitment. Chapter 29, Methods for Recruiting Special Talents. As Yi Tian's team cleared the secret realm, the other teams were forced to end their challenges, all ending in failure. For there could only be one victor. At that moment, Yi Tian and the other conquerors emerged from the secret realm. The other teams were stunned. It ended way too fast. Sega Guild's leader, Ma Xiang, was dumbfounded. His team hadn't even reached halfway through the first stage before being teleported out. Sega's progress was already among the worst of all teams. Ma Xiang couldn't command effectively and contributed no damage. He was completely relying on his 3 new epic teammates to carry him through. Pure fantasy. But his eyes suddenly widened. Among the teams that had cleared the stage, he spotted Yi Xiu. Guild leader, that can't be Yi Xiu, right? No way. He's just an elite class. How could he possibly clear a medium-tier secret realm? He must be piggybacking on someone else. Actually, I think Knight's team leader is pretty good. Several members of the Sega Guild actively countered the guild leader, infuriating Ma Xiang until his face flushed crimson. Yeah, our team doesn't even have a proper leader now. We're just a chaotic mess. You idiot president, I'm quitting the guild. Former Knight Squad members couldn't help but feel envy and regret when they saw the squad's current state. Now, the Knight Squad and us are truly worlds apart. Meanwhile, the Earthquake Squad, a special unit within the Hidden Dragon base, was also reeling. Captain Zhao Qi stared at the top-ranked player in disbelief, unable to fathom it. Due to the Yagi dynasty's intervention, they had already unleashed their full firepower, yet they had only just cleared the second stage. And someone had already cleared the entire secret realm. Seriously, if you guys are more formidable than the special squad, then what the hell makes us special? The only consolation was that the secret realm hadn't fallen into alien hands. Overall, the outcome was favorable for Great Xia. Still, Zhao Qi felt a bit down. They'd been specially assigned to assist, yet now they felt like mere bystanders. The Earthquake Squad awkwardly bid farewell to Wei Yuan and hurried back to the Hidden Dragon base. At that moment, none was angrier than the Crimson Emperor of the Yagu dynasty. Useless. All of you are useless. The half-dragon competitors like Yedra and the others hung their heads in silence, not daring to utter a word. Mar is the worst of the worst. To be killed by a secret realm monster, his soul should be cast into the barren forge. The Crimson Emperor's rage boiled over, his composure nearly shattered. The Yaga dynasty had fought countless times to seize secret realms, yet never had they suffered such a crushing defeat. Not only that, but failing to secure the medium-sized secret realm was bad enough, they'd also squandered an entry ticket to a small-sized secret realm. A classic case of losing both the battle and the wife. A wasted trip that brought great disgrace upon the Great Xia. This was utterly unacceptable to the Crimson Emperor. Beside him, Wei Yuan silently observed the Crimson Emperor, his expression impassive, as if watching a play. This only fueled the Crimson Emperor's rage further. He roared, "Wei Yuan!" A faint smile touched Wei Yuan's lips as he folded his arms, replying calmly, "The secret realm has ended. Emperor Qi, take your time leaving. No need to see you off." Very well. The fury in the Crimson Emperor's dragon eyes nearly solidified into tangible form. Don't forget, the great race competition isn't like the secret realm with its level restrictions. I hope you're still laughing then. As the Crimson Emperor prepared to leave, his fury flared once more. For this race competition, I demand you stake a medium-sized secret realm as your wager. Wei Yuan didn't respond, merely remarking casually, "I wonder if the Crimson Emperor's offer allowing Great Xia to freely challenge the Yagu dynasty's secret realm still stands?" The Crimson Emperor remained silent, spreading his wings and departing. The remaining half-dragons hurriedly followed him back to the Yagu dynasty. Ha 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 ha. Who'd have thought the old dragon would suffer such humiliation? That Yi Tian squad did a splendid job. No matter who defeats the alien race, I'll be their loyal fan. Among the onlookers, many who had abandoned their quest to enter the secret realm felt a surge of satisfaction after witnessing this fierce competition. The Yagu dynasty, having seized numerous secret realms from Great Xia over the years, finally gained a measure of redemption, a victory that lifted spirits. After the secret realm competition concluded, Yi Tian and his companions were escorted away by Wei Yuan. Especially Yi Tian, who was taken aside by Wei Yuan for a private discussion in the conference room. "I truly didn't expect you to actually clear the secret realm." Wei Yuan couldn't help but admire Yi Tian. He had truly achieved the impossible. As partners, we naturally have our roles to play. Without further ado, Yi Tian struck a deal with Wei Yuan, preparing to transfer ownership of the resource production rights for the medium-sized secret realm to East China. After all, a medium-sized secret realm required massive manpower for resource development, ongoing management, protection, and more, far too difficult for an individual to operate. Moreover, the sheer volume of resources in a medium-sized secret realm was far beyond Yi Tian's capacity to utilize effectively. Transferring ownership to the state would ensure these resources were put to better use. A hint of admiration flickered in Wei Yuan's eyes. The fact that Yi Tian hadn't even taken the opportunity to propose conditions was proof enough of his long-term vision. For a moment, Wei Yuan, as the chief administrator of East China, found himself seriously contemplating the possibility of a partnership with Yi Tian. "Very well. Since that's the case, I won't say more," Wei Yuan said briskly. "Should you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me." I'll also set aside a portion of the Secret Realm's resources specifically for your use. Yi Tian immediately responded with a request. We actually have a need right now. You mentioned having the ability to prevent spatial teleportation. What exactly is that? The Wei Yuan didn't know what Yi Tian needed it for. Seeing the latter's urgency, he decided not to keep him in suspense. He produced a square artifact, its four sides composed of ethereal transparent grids, resembling a miniature prison. The Deathmatch Prison. Once activated, it creates a sealed space. No one can escape by any means until the item's holder dies. Hearing this, Yi Tian's face lit up with delight. There's such a good thing. He accepted the Deathmatch Prison, discovering it was a legendary tier artifact. With this in hand, next time he encountered the cloaked figure, he wouldn't have to worry about her escaping again. Wei Yuan explained, this was developed by a legendary tier profession and inventor from Great Xia. Currently, only the Great Xia government possesses a few of these. This exemplified one of the benefits of collaborating with the state. Without Wei Yuan's guidance, Yi Tian would have found it extremely difficult to locate such a uniquely functional artifact on his own. All in all, a fruitful collaboration. Where there is joy, there is also anger. On the other side, within the Crimson Emperor's palace of the Yagu dynasty, the palace lay in utter disarray. Rare treasures beside the throne lay scattered on the floor, and even the stone pillars in the hall had been smashed to pieces. The assembled royal dragon descendants held their breath in terror. The Crimson Emperor had returned in a furious rage. For the first time in over 20 years, he had suffered such a humiliating defeat. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. After the Crimson Emperor's fury had raged for some time, one of his half-dragon mage advisors spoke up to soothe him. The Secret Realm was merely a minor setback. The royal princes have now returned from the dragon ancestors' secret realm. Their dragon bloodlines far surpass those of half-dragons, easily crushing the Great Xia. When the two clans meet in battle, they will make the Great Xia pay dearly for their blood debt. These words tempered the Crimson Emperor's furious expression somewhat. The princes of the Yagu dynasty were among the purest-blooded new dragon offspring. According to dragon bloodline hierarchy, they also possessed the greatest strength. In terms of rank, they had already surpassed the second tier. The Crimson Emperor reclaimed his throne, letting out a thunderous growl. For this grand contest between the two clans, I shall raise the stakes. Let Great Xia produce two medium-sized secret realms. The half-dragon advisor chimed in approvingly. The Crimson Emperor is wise. Let Great Xia repay double what it gained today. Just as the Crimson Emperor's expression began to soften slightly, the next moment, a soldier entered the hall with news. Your Majesty, the Great Xia border forces intend to take control of one of our clan's minor secret realms, claiming you have authorized it. Ugh. Damn it. The Emperor's newly eased expression darkened with fury once more. He slammed his fist onto the throne's armrest. Thankfully, the throne was sturdy enough to withstand the blow. One trip out, and he lost a minor secret realm. The word loser seemed etched onto the Crimson Emperor's face. They want to take the secret realm? I'll see just how much guts the Great Xia Empire has to take it. The Crimson Emperor snorted coldly, then ordered his advisor beside him. Go to the Great Xia border defenses and stir up demonic energy. Let's see if they have any spare time left to take my secret realm. Chapter 30, Tempering the Body with 1,000 Gene Perfect. The Sudden Demon Tide. After leaving the city lord's residence, Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, Yi Xiu, and Jiang Che gathered at an apartment for a hotpot feast. It served as a celebratory feast for their first successful team operation. Before the secret realm, Yi Xiu and the others had pushed themselves to utter exhaustion grinding through dungeons. Now that they'd successfully claimed the secret realm, it was time to relax. So, at Yi Tian's suggestion, the group took a short afternoon break and treated themselves to a nice meal. But Wan Jiang didn't join them. His leave from the military was strictly timed, lasting only 2 full days at most. Having finally returned to Qingcheng, he rushed home to see his mother immediately after the secret realm expedition concluded. When a child achieves something, what they crave most is their parents' approval. Unfortunately, Wan Jiang's father was missing, so he could only share the news with his mother. I wonder when I'll find my father. Late at night, after dinner with his mother, Wan Jiang lay alone in bed, staring blankly at the ring on his finger. Confusion. Confused? Then strengthen my abilities. This thought reignited Wan Jiang's fighting spirit, and he resolved to continue challenging the 1,000-ton tempering. After leveling up to 22 in the secret realm, combined with the attributes granted by the 1,000 June tempering, 270 June tempering, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, spirit plus 20. His stats skyrocketed. Plus, he pulled a legendary armor piece from the boss's blind box, coiled dragon armor. Compared to his first attempt at the 1,000 June tempering, his stats had more than doubled. Now, attempting the 1,000 June tempering again, he might even achieve the perfect score of 1,000 June. With a flicker of thought, Wan Jiang vanished from the room, teleporting directly into the ring space to the center of the first floor of the demon ceiling tower. Challenge the 1,000-ton tempering. The moment the words left his lips, the tower responded to his request. Second 1,000-ton tempering challenge initiated. In the next instant, an invisible weight instantly condensed. This time, the challenge commenced directly from his previous score of 270 Qin Jun. But with his physical attributes enhanced several-fold, Wang Jiang felt not a shred of strain. 500. 600. 800 Jun. As the crushing weight pushed relentlessly toward its limit, Wang Jiang felt bound by countless chains, every muscle tearing apart. Yet his willpower, taut as a stretched string, forced his body to endure. 1000 Jun. Such crushing weight would have pulverized an ordinary person of the same level into mincemeat. Yet Wang Jiang endured. Moments later, a gleam of brilliance flashed across his body, and his aura abruptly transformed, as if a mountain had risen from the earth. 1000-ton tempering challenge complete. Perfect tempering achieved, 1000 Jun. One of the foundations for achieving an extraordinary physique has been fulfilled. 1000-ton tempering perfect strength plus 150, constitution plus 150, spirit plus 50, agility plus 50. Physical attributes surge dramatically, vital energy surges like a dragon, recovery rate skyrockets, even severe injuries heal rapidly. Success! Wang Jiang's clothes were soaked through with sweat as he gasped for air, rejuvenating his body. Phew! Strength and constitution both increased by 100, totaling a 280-point boost across all 4 attributes. His current level 22 stats now surpass those of epic tier professionals at level 40. Wang Jiang grew increasingly eager for the next stage of the Demon Ceiling Tower. The unlock condition for the second floor: defeat Demon Lord tier fiends. I'll strive to achieve it as soon as possible. Room 502, Green Hills Apartments. After dinner, Yi Tian and the others lounged on the living room sofa, chatting idly. Yi Xiu had decided to form a pioneering team with the Jiang Che siblings, perfectly resolving both his isolation and the Jiang Che trio's need for a skilled player. Suddenly, a notification popped up before Yi Tian. You have shared the talent of employee Wang Jiang, 1000-ton tempered body perfect. Instantly, his physical constitution surged. Merely sitting there, his chi and blood raged like a furnace. Who turned the AC to heat? Jiang Che fanned his collar, a puzzled look on his face. Bai Qiuli, seated on the other side of the sofa, stared at Yi Tian, sensing he had grown stronger. Yi Xiu also observed Yi Tian, teasing him. Boss, you're still young. Getting all fired up this late at night? I usually only feel like this in the morning. Yi Tian hadn't expected Wang Jiang's 1000-ton tempering technique to yield such remarkable results after reaching perfection. Yet, hearing Yi Xiu's words still made the corner of his mouth twitch. Soon, midnight arrived. The management log settlement refreshed. However, since everyone was in recovery mode after clearing the secret realm today, there wasn't much to report. Only the few instances run before the secret realm for leveling up. This yielded a total of 2.8 in funds. Compared to the massive haul from clearing the secret realm today, it was merely a token amount. Current funds balance, 97.1. The next day, Wang Jian reached the time to return to his unit and drove back to the border defense military camp in Dingcheng. However, the moment he arrived in Dingcheng, the Border Defense Force's urgent mobilization status sent a chill down his spine. What's going on? We're suddenly on combat alert. Wang Jiang immediately sought out the commander of the Vanguard Regiment and learned the current situation. A new demonic tide had emerged. And it was larger than the last one, at least a medium-scale demon tide. Why so sudden? The last demon tide just ended not long ago. Source energy. Someone triggered demonic source energy, causing the demons to rapidly converge and form this tide. Vanguard Regiment Commander Chang Wei snorted coldly. It's definitely those bastards from the Yagi dynasty. Demon Source Chi is a unique artifact like a stimulant for demons. Once activated, it inevitably triggers a demonic surge. Wang Jiang's expression instantly darkened with fury. A medium-scale demon tide already posed a significant threat to the border defenses. Repelling it head-on would inevitably come at a cost. And now, triggered by the Yagi dynasty, a medium-sized demonic tide had suddenly appeared. For the unprepared border guards, it could deliver a devastating blow. Who knew how many soldiers would fall in the line of defense? Noticing Wang Jiang's furious expression, Battalion Commander Chang Wei gave a slight chuckle and signaled to him. But there's no need to worry too much. The person in charge issued an early warning yesterday. Wang Jiang froze at the words, Old Wei? Yesterday. He issued a warning. Recalling the orders Wei Yuan had issued yesterday, Battalion Commander Chang Wei couldn't help but feel admiration. The Crimson Emperor is hot-tempered and unwilling to suffer losses. He must be plotting something sinister. Border defenses are to immediately enter combat readiness patrol status. As soon as yesterday's secret realm concluded, Elder Wei issued the combat readiness order. Thus, Dingcheng had already prepared defenses. Wang Jiang's expression shifted, his thoughts churning. Regimental Commander Chang Wei extended a finger, pointing upward, signaling him to look skyward. A figure hovered mid-air, surveying the borderlands. It was Wei Yuan. A faint starlight shimmered around him, his robes fluttering in the gusts of wind. His refined, reserved face bore the steadfast calm of a mountain. The alien tribes, who had intended to take advantage of the mid-level demon tide to make their move, all retreated the moment Wei Yuan appeared. If Yi Tian had been present, he would surely have exclaimed, "This is what a talent fit for the state looks like. No wonder he's the one in charge." Company Commander Chang Wei patted Wan Zhang's shoulder with admiration. "You should learn from him in the future." Wan Jiang nodded silently. Chang Wei then assigned him a task. The way Yuan had anticipated it, the threat of the medium-scale demon tide was very real. The border guards needed to respond with utmost caution, leaving no room for complacency. "You won't be assigned to the reserve squad anymore. You're joining the guerrilla squad." "Yes, Commander." Chapter 31, Connecting to the Ceiling Demon Tower. Choose one of 3 supernatural physiques. Given Wan Zhang's performance during the last demon tide, joining the reserve unit felt like a waste of his talent, while the main force unit required more experience. Thus, the guerrilla squad of flexible, small unit formation proved a far better fit. Thinking of the unlock conditions for the second floor of the demon ceiling tower, Wan Zhang gripped his spear, striding briskly toward the front lines, eager to engage the enemy. Medium-scale demonic surges featured large numbers of fiends and even demon lord-level threats. Consequently, the border guards would abandon the first defensive line outside the city walls, retreating instead to the second line to coordinate with the city's defensive machinery in repelling the enemy. While slaying foes, Wan Zhang could also provide cover for his teammates' retreat. At his current strength, he could handle low-tiered demons with ease. A medium-scale demon tide indeed fiercer and larger than the last minor one. Found it! A demon lord-level fiend. After slaying several demons, Wan Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted his target. It was a monstrous creature over 2 meters tall, its twisted form covered in a layer of flowing blood, resembling a flesh and blood monster stripped of its skin. Blood Demon, Demon Beast Tier, 30th level Epic Tier Strength. Wan Jiang recalled the military's demonic creature records among demonic beasts. The Blood Demon was considered one of the more formidable. But for Wan Jiang now, it was no more than a single-round opponent. Break the army. The spear shot forth like a dragon, its destructive force effortlessly shattering the Blood Fiend. In the next instant, Wan Jiang vanished entirely. You have fulfilled the unlock condition for the second floor of the Ceiling Demon Tower, slay a demon-level fiend. The second floor trial of the Demon Ceiling Tower has automatically commenced. The Demon Ceiling Tower is great in every way, except for that sudden teleportation thing, pretty ridiculous. Wan Jiang muttered his complaint before striding straight into the trial space. Demon Ceiling Tower second floor trial, slay 10 blood demons. Unlike his initial bewilderment upon first entering the tower, Wan Jiang now possessed ample confidence. Facing 10 blood demons emerging from the darkness of the trial space, Wan Jiang gripped his spear with both hands and thrust it into the ground, causing a radiant golden formation to surge upward from beneath his feet. Spear Shadow Array. Notably, the 10 blood demons before him granted Wan Jiang a 30% attribute boost, making their defeat even swifter. Second trial cleared. Reward, Talent Spiritual Forming. Spiritual Forming, scour the physical body with spiritual essence to forge an extraordinary physique. The trial concluded. The second level of the Demon Ceiling Tower radiated brilliant light as formless spiritual essence, like a clear spring, merged into Wan Jiang's body. Unlike the crushing pressure during body tempering, spiritual forming brought immense comfort, as if every bone and joint had been purified. So refreshing. With this, Wan Jiang's 5 senses were fully enhanced. Vision, hearing, smell, touch all significantly heightened. He could even perceive spiritual fluctuations, foreseeing danger or an enemy's movements. Talent 1000-ton body tempering perfect has fused with Talent spiritual essence coalescence, fulfilling the prerequisite for an extraordinary physique. Seeing this new notification, Wan Jiang's face lit up with joy. He never imagined that the legendary supernatural physique was already beckoning him. A new attribute appeared in his talent panel. Supernatural physique, none. Prerequisites for activating physique fulfilled. Physique must be obtained activated. Simply put, Wan Jiang had earned the qualification for a supernatural constitution, but had not yet possessed it. However, information from the Demon Ceiling Tower hinted. The reward for the third layer trial will directly grant supernatural constitution. Requirements to unlock the third layer, slay a demon spirit tier demonic entity. Wan Jiang's heart surged with excitement. Demon spirit tier? With some effort, victory might not be impossible. The boss gave me a legendary class and rewarded me with legendary gear. If I don't grow stronger, how could I possibly live up to his expectations? He'd give it his all. After much deliberation, Wan Jiang finally resolved to attempt the Demon Spirit Tier challenge. A rookie challenging Demon Spirit Tier fiends. If the squad leader found out, he'd likely be shot. But Wan Jiang wasn't stopping at just one. Wan Jiang's fighting spirit was unmatched, yet the moment he stepped out of the sealed demon tower, he froze in shock. The instant he appeared, countless pairs of blood-red eyes were fixed on him. All around him were demons. At Dingqing's border defense command post, all the regimental commanders, including Chang Wei, were stunned. Weren't all personnel confirmed to have evacuated the first defense line? How could someone still be fighting their way into the demon's rear? All allied forces were stunned, and the 2 battalion commanders in charge of the evacuation were even more bewildered. Yes, everyone had indeed withdrawn just moments ago. Facing a medium-sized demon wave, the original plan was to fall back to the second defense line, with all troops from the first line withdrawing. But no one could have imagined someone suddenly appearing within the demonic encirclement. Above Ding Chang, Wei Yuan gazed impassively down upon the battlefield until he spotted Wan Jiang amidst the demon horde. That's the member under Yi Tian. What is he doing? At that moment, he realized he was trapped within the demonic force's encirclement. Wan Jiang felt no fear, no dread, only exhilaration. For now, he was terrifyingly powerful. Unrivaled, ignores all negative status effects for every 1% HP lost, all 4 primary attributes increase by 1% for every enemy within range, all 4 primary attributes increase by 3%. The range of surrounding wasn't vast, but the demon horde was so densely packed that 60 or 70 fiends still swarmed his sides. This nearly doubled Wan Jiang's stats. An unprecedented sense of power surged through Wan Jiang, igniting waves of battle fervor within him. A sweeping thrust of his spear, a casual strike, instantly obliterated nearly 10 fiends. That feels good. A wave of exhilaration coursed through his body, yet Wan Jiang did not act recklessly. He was no brute, he understood the situation clearly. A mid-level demonic tide, containing demon lords, represented an entirely different tier of enemy for him. Confronting them meant certain death. His immediate priority remained seizing the opportunity to unlock the third trial of the sealed demon tower. After the first 2 trials, he realized the monsters within mirrored the demons he had slain to activate them. Demon spirits were formidable foes, equivalent to epic tier adventurers at levels 50 or 60. They were difficult to handle, so it was best to choose an opponent he could counter. Got it. Wan Jiang's gaze locked onto a dwarf-like monster shrouded in a black, virus-like mist. Plague Roar Demon Spirit. Level, 55. Attributes, Strength 565, Agility 565. Constitution 600, Spirit 595. Description, releases vast quantities of viruses, inflicting numerous debuffs. Contact with these viruses spreads a deadly plague. The Plague Roar is a formidable foe for border guards, and many adventurers avoid confronting it altogether. Its released viruses are utterly repulsive. Infection brings excruciating suffering, and post-battle recovery takes an agonizingly long time. But for Wan Jiang, this is a bonus stage. His innate talent, Peerless, ignores all debuffs. This includes viruses and plagues. Break the army. With that thought, Wan Jiang wasted no time. His figure darted forward, swiftly closing the gap to the Plague Roar. His spear tore through the demon's body. With the immense boost from Peerless, the demonic spirit shattered upon contact. In the next instant, Wan Jiang vanished once more. When did he become this formidable? Inside the command post, Chang Wei, commander of the Vanguard Regiment, was stunned, but quickly grew bewildered. How did he vanish again? Someone nearby murmured doubtfully, could his class be a spatial assassin? Demon Ceiling Tower, 3rd level. Wan Jiang was utterly focused, his nerves taut, for he faced 10 Plague Roars. Moreover, the immense attribute boost from Peerless had vanished. Against 10 foes, he now possessed only 30% of that enhancement. Even with his immunity to debuffs, his raw combat power was significantly diminished. Without hesitation, Wan Jiang stabbed himself repeatedly with his dagger, reducing his health bar below 50% to trigger a 50% attribute boost. In that instant, his strength attribute skyrocketed to 882. Damn, that hurts. Wan Jiang grimaced, yet his fighting spirit remained fierce. Superhuman physique, here I come. Kill. At the same time, after Wan Jiang instantly killed a demon spirit, the border defense forces began clearing the demonic tide. The foreign tribes of the Yagyu dynasty had initially hoped to exploit the chaos to disrupt the Great Xia's garrison operations. But with Wei Yuan overseeing the entire situation and the Crimson Emperor absent, the remaining alien tribes dared not make any rash moves. The root cause of Great Xia's weakened position stems from a scarcity of high-caliber professionals, insufficient resources, and an overwhelming influx of external threats through the alien portals. Yet once high-potential, elite professionals emerged, they would prove no less formidable than those mighty alien clans. On the 3rd floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower, Wan Jiang's health had now dropped to 20%, yet his momentum remained undiminished. Only 3 Plague Roars remained on the opposing side. Even immune to the Plague's debuff, these demonic spirits remained formidable opponents, making this Wan Jiang's most perilous battle yet. I should have had the boss hold a meeting first before I came to challenge this. Wan Jiang thought to himself, suddenly feeling ashamed of his current attitude. With a legendary profession, legendary gear, and even an employee perk from the boss granting immunity to fatal damage, yet he still couldn't bring himself to fight with everything he had. I'm not pushing myself hard enough. Wan Jiang's expression hardened, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fighting spirit. Then, he stabbed himself twice more with his own weapon. His health plummeted to 5%, but his stats reached unprecedented heights. One man holds the pass. Wan Jiang swung his spear and leapt into the air, his overwhelming might far surpassing that of the 3 demon spirit level fiends. Break the army. Boom! The devastating impact sent shockwaves rippling through the trial space. The three plague roars perished instantly, and Wang Zhang's level rose to 23. Simultaneously, this marked the successful completion of the third layer trial. You have cleared the third trial layer. Reward: random supernatural constitution. Choose one of three options. A choice of three extraordinary physiques. Wang Jiang sat cross-legged on the ground, his formidable vitality still repairing his wounds as he excitedly examined the reward. Superior physique could be described as an exceptionally potent passive ability, fusing with and fortifying the entire physical form, a trait predominantly found among alien races. He eagerly scanned the choices, three ethereal card-like patterns appearing before him. Mystic Ion Dominance Grade A significantly boosts defense and constitution, converting incoming attacks into energy for a powerful counterattack. Damage scales with constitution and defense. What incredible defensive and counterattack capabilities! It was exceptionally suited for a tanking class, capable of elevating combat effectiveness to an entirely new tier. The A-rank physique alone was nearly on par with legendary class abilities. But Wang Zhang's class leaned more toward warrior-type abilities. He randomly scanned the next option, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Phoenix Form S rank significantly boosts agility. Attacks deal massive additional fire and light elemental damage. Upon death, can be reborn through phoenix-like resurrection. Note: selecting this transforms the character into a female form with a massive boost to charm. Wang Zhang. He had been quite tempted in S-rank extraordinary physique. Not only did it grant a massive agility boost, but attacks also dealt dual element damage. It was practically stronger than a legendary passive ability. But just when? It required transforming into a woman. Wang Zhang took a deep breath and silently averted his gaze. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Tian was wandering through the hubs of major instances. He had searched countless instances today, all in pursuit of the black-robed figure with the special potential. Unfortunately, the odds were too slim for someone capable of traversing instances. Yet now, Yi Tian felt a sudden stir within him, plunging him into confusion. Why do I feel like I've narrowly escaped something? He noticed that Wang Jiang had already met the requirements for an extraordinary physique. Sharing this with himself should have been good news. Strange. Chapter 32, Thunder Warbody. Establishing a special task force base. Wang Zhang fixed his gaze on the final option. The third option's icon depicted a small figure enveloped in thunder. The icon displayed the corresponding information. Thunder Warbody S significantly enhances attack speed and movement speed. Each attack summons thunder power around the body, with the range and damage of the thunder power determined by the strength of the attack. Thunderbolts striking enemies have a chance to inflict paralysis. So powerful. Upon seeing the final physical attribute, Wang Zhang's face finally lit up with delight. He had found his target. He decisively chose Thunder Warbody. Thunder Warbody selected as the third-tier trial reward. Superior Constitution fusion successful. As the voice of the ceiling demon tower echoed, a surge of intense power flooded into Wang Zhang's body. Arcs of lightning, intertwining light and shadow, flickered around him. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a legendary master of the element of thunder. He instinctively swung his spear, unleashing a bolt of thunder as thick as a bamboo pole that crashed down, sending fragments of rock flying from the ground. Wang Zhang's face lit up with astonishment. Sweeping his spear horizontally once more, 3 consecutive bolts of lightning followed its trajectory, striking the ground and carving out 3 large craters. An extraordinary physique indeed. As Wang Jiang rejoiced, the prompt for the next trial space sounded. The 4th trial space can enhance this extraordinary physique or grant a higher rated physique. 4th trial layer unlock condition: slay a demon lord tier fiend. If an S-grade physique is this powerful, how formidable must a higher rated physique be? At this thought, Wang Zhang felt his motivation surge. Time to leave the tower. At the second defensive line of Dingqing's border defenses, the main force of the Vanguard Regiment was locked in fierce combat with the demonic tide. Once stirred by source energy, these demonic creatures became almost frenzied, driven solely by the urge to fight. Despite having already repelled several waves using the city defenses, dealing with them remained a formidable challenge. At that moment, on the command center's electronic screen, a beacon of friendly light flashed once more amidst the dark, dense swarm of demonic creatures. Holy! Who the hell got behind the demons again? Who else could it be? Seeing Wang Jiang reappear, several commanding regimental commanders were already somewhat accustomed to it. After all, he would likely vanish again shortly. But then, Colonel Chang Wei gasped, "Wait! What is he doing?" Behind the demonic tide, Wang Jiang swept his spear horizontally. Wherever his spear struck, thunderous might shattered mountains and split rocks unstoppable, like a thunder dragon descending from the heavens. Demons feared nothing more than the thunder that slays evil. In an instant, Wang Zhang's spear darted like lightning across the sky. Bolstered by both his S-class physique's attack speed and movement speed, his killing efficiency reached a whole new level. This time, Wang Jiang had no intention of fleeing via the demon ceiling tower. With the border guards launching their counterattack as part of the guerrilla squad, he was determined to contribute his share. Charging into the enemy's rear, how could that not be guerrilla warfare? Spear Shadow Array. As his Tier 1 class skill activated, thunder several times more potent than before gathered in the air. The Thunder War Body amplified its thunderbolts with each powerful strike. Against a group of enemies, the Spear's Shadow Array was undoubtedly the most devastating attack available. Boom! The world-shattering thunder intertwined with the golden radiance of the Spear's Shadow formation, weaving the opening act of a war to annihilate the demonic forces. After 2 Demon Lord tier fiends from the Demon Tide were neutralized by the Border Guards elite, the rear of the Demon Tide was miraculously thrown into utter chaos by Wan Jiang alone. Isn't he a gunfighter? How did he master thunder magic? Perfect timing. The demon's rear is in chaos, and their charge rhythm is disrupted. It seems we can end this Demon Tide sooner. The regimental commanders in the command post all lit up with realization. With their wealth of combat experience, they instantly grasped the value of Wan Jiang's actions. This kid. I don't know whether to punish him for acting on his own or reward him for his outstanding performance. We'll discuss it after the battle. Main Force, charge. You have shared the ability of employee Wan Jiang, Superhuman Constitution Thunder Warbody. ZZZZT. Purple lightning surged like a dragon across Yi Tian's body. The manifestation of the Thunder Warbody's fusion was even more intense than when Wan Jiang had activated it. A Thunder-type Superhuman Constitution. Not bad, not bad. Yi Tian adapted to the extraordinary physique's abilities, acknowledging Wan Jiang's choice. This S-rank extraordinary physique granted power nearly on par with a legendary profession. With this extraordinary physique now enhanced, Wan Jiang could likely challenge the God-tier Knight Cultivator for the title of strongest employee. With these thoughts, Yi Tian exited the current instance. Having spent most of the day without finding the cloaked figure, he felt a lingering sense of frustration. I should still contact Wei Yuan and have him post a bounty tomorrow. The main reason for today's failure, Yi Tian believed, was the overwhelming number of players flooding the instance, severely slowing down progress. After all, the college entrance exams were tomorrow. No candidate would pass up this last-minute opportunity. What if they lucked out with gear or skills that suited them, or leveled up a couple more times, potentially climbing a few spots in the rankings? Though he wasn't planning to take it himself, he was still eagerly anticipating the exam. Not just for career advancement, but also for more opportunities to discover talent. Leaving the instance hub, Yi Tian learned en route that the mid-scale Demon Tide had been repelled, marking a major victory for the border defenses. This came as no surprise, for he knew that with Wei Yuan personally overseeing the defense, nothing could go wrong. Just then, Wei Yuan, clad in a blue overcoat, descended from the sky and materialized before Yi Tian. That employee of yours, Wan Jiang, he's become quite powerful now. Wei Yuan walked side by side with Yi Tian, chatting casually like old friends. Recalling Wan Jiang's demon ceiling tower and his potential rating as a pillar of the nation, Yi Tian nodded firmly. He'll only grow stronger. Wei Yuan looked at Yi Tian in surprise, not expecting him to seem utterly unfazed by Wan Jiang's miraculous performance today. Was this what you'd call a boss's confidence in his employee? After pondering for a long moment, he set the question aside for now and stated his purpose. The college entrance exams are tomorrow. Since you won't be taking them, why not join us as a special recruitment officer for East China? Alright, Yi Tian agreed readily. Just like back at Qingshan No. 3 High School, the special recruitment officer position involved identifying exceptional talent, a role that perfectly aligned with Yi Tian's plans and provided him with an official status. He accepted without hesitation. One more thing. At this point, Wei Yuan's expression turned amused, as if anticipating something. Given your large team and formidable strength, how about establishing a special task force base? Like the Earthquake Squad? Wei Yuan shook his head. Not a single special squad. More like the Hidden Dragon base, one that commands multiple special squads. Yi Tian froze for a moment. He truly hadn't anticipated this, asking him to establish a special task force base. Are you kidding me? Chapter 33, Mercenaries of Great Xia. The Gaokao begins. Special squads were dedicated to handling unique missions for Great Xia, responding to urgent threats, and providing support across its territories. On average, a new special squad is formed only once every 4 to 5 years. The Special Squadron Department, Central China's Hidden Dragon Base. This elite division oversees all special squads, the most unique organization in Great Xia, without exception. In the past 200 years of Great Xia, only one Shenlong base has ever existed. Now Wei Yuan was telling him to benchmark against the Hidden Dragon Base. In that instant, he was suddenly reminded of the terror he had endured in his previous life, dominated by a clueless boss and demanding clients. Noticing Yi Tian's peculiar gaze, Wei Yuan offered a faint smile. Don't worry. I imagine you can still awaken quite a few more people, right? Yi Tian nodded. With sufficient funding, he could even recruit and awaken 1 billion people. Truthfully, he was quite eager for that day to come. What level of power would he attain by recruiting 1 billion people? Then there's no problem. Think about it, what's the most critical shortage at the Special Task Force base? Top-tier operatives. And you can find plenty of them. Wei Yuan was brimming with enthusiasm, while Yi Tian fell silent. Collaborating with the state for mutual benefit was indeed what he desired. But joining or establishing a State Department, while granting access to resources and support, would inevitably bring more trivial hassles and complications than he currently faced. He didn't want to waste his time on that. He didn't hide his reservations, openly sharing his concerns with Wei Yuan and expressing his refusal. To his surprise, Wei Yuan's expression turned peculiar. "You don't seriously think the Great Xia Empire could fund another Qianlong base, do you? There simply aren't enough resources for that." Yi Tian froze. "Then what?" Wei Yuan placed a hand on Yi Tian's shoulder and explained, "The special task force base I want you to establish isn't meant to be a State Department, but mercenaries collaborating with the Great Xia." Yi Tian's eyes lit up at this. This identity seemed promising. As mercenaries, they wouldn't be bogged down by the bureaucratic red tape of a state agency. The core remained collaboration. After further explanation from Wei Yuan, Yi Tian understood this special task force base wasn't the Grand Xia headquarters idea, but Wei Yuan's suggestion. Xia currently faced numerous special missions and urgent threats, but resource constraints prevented the creation of another special operations unit. Yi Tian and his team's successful passage through the medium-level secret realm had given Wei Yuan renewed hope. In short, previously, it was Yi Tian alone collaborating with the state. Now, Yi Tian leads his entire team, shifting from an individual to an organizational entity collaborating with the state. "I'll still try my best to meet your needs, but matters within your organization you'll have to handle those yourself." Wei Yuan smiled. "Care to give it some thought?" Yi Tian was quite tempted. Becoming an organization would grant access to higher-level affairs, meaning more opportunities to earn dividends. For instance, when the last medium-sized secret realm appeared, he could dispatch special task forces to assist other districts, just as the Qianlong base had done. The only issue, it seems, is competing with the Dragon's Lair base. After all, establishing a new special task force base with overlapping functions to the old department is bound to create some competition. Yi Tian eyed Wei Yuan suspiciously. "You've got something against the Dragon's Lair base, don't you?" Wei Yuan stroked his chin, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Not exactly. It's just that the head of the hidden dragon base harbors some resentment toward me." As he spoke, he suddenly caught on to Yi Tian's implication. "You're awfully confident." Yi Tian's question clearly implied that when it came to special task forces, the hidden dragon base couldn't possibly compete with him. And Yi Tian genuinely believed it given the caliber of his staff. He couldn't imagine any other special task force matching his. He promptly agreed to Wei Yuan's proposal, though with his current limited staff, establishing the special task force would take some time. "Fine. If you need base facilities, I can still provide them." After saying this, Wei Yuan escorted Yi Tian back to Green Hills Apartments before departing. Midnight. Another day's management log settlement. Management log. Wang Zhang cleared the second and third trials of the Ceiling Demon Tower, earning +10 funds. Yi Xiu and Jiang Che successfully cleared the level 40 dungeon Bone of Resentment, earning +6 funds. Jiang Che submitted dungeon guides and sold new dungeon equipment materials, accumulating funds to establish the new Spark Martial Arts Academy. Funds +1. Jiang Che taught Bagua Zhang to a new student who came seeking the school's reputation, earning +0.2 funds. Your experience is maxed out. You cannot level up until you complete the advancement quest. Bai Qiuli has college entrance exams tomorrow, so she spent the entire day practicing various martial arts exam techniques today, with no funding feedback. What astonished Yi Tian most, however, wasn't Wang Zhang clearing the demon ceiling tower or Yi Xiu pioneering a new dungeon, it was Jiang Che. Opening a new martial arts academy? I seem to recall him mentioning it. Jiang Che was a child taken in by the old Starfire Martial Arts Hall's master, and his wish was to open a new martial arts hall for the old master. But Yi Tian never imagined that opening a new martial arts academy and teaching new students could actually generate funding. Could this count as some kind of achievement? Perhaps it could be. Yi Tian couldn't quite figure it out yet. He needed more examples to make a clear judgment. The good news, however, was that the funds had increased further, reaching 114.3. Unfortunately, he'd been so focused on tracking down the cloaked figure today that he hadn't noticed the new talent at all. Fortunately, tomorrow was the college entrance exam. If there's one place in Great Xia where talent gathers, the college entrance exam halls certainly count as one. Hopefully tomorrow brings some results. Closing the management log settlement, Yi Tian picked up his phone, planning to play a couple of games before bed. Early the next morning, Yi Tian, sporting faint dark circles under his eyes, arrived at Qingqing's designated exam venue Qingshan No. 1 High School. The shielding array at the school gate had been activated early, barring entry to anyone without exam or proctoring credentials. Members of major professional guilds and prominent families were all held back dozens of steps from the gate by heavily armed guards. The annual college entrance exam officially commenced. Granted special official access, Yi Tian proceeded unimpeded to the examination management office of the high school. The moment he arrived, his gaze was drawn to a woman in red standing beside Wei Yuan. She wore a custom-made crimson uniform that accentuated her tall, slender figure. Waves of dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an alluring yet dangerous aura like a scarlet mandrake flower standing proudly against the wind. Yet Yi Tian noticed her not for her beauty, but because her gaze never left Wei Yuan, filled with hostility. "You're here. Quick, let me introduce you." Seeing Yi Tian arrive, Wei Yuan beckoned cheerfully. Over a dozen admissions officers from Dacia's top universities were stationed at the exam hall administration office. Seeing Wei Yuan actively beckoning to someone who appeared to be a student, they couldn't help but feel curious. But Yi Tian merely tugged at the corner of his mouth. He already had his suspicions about the identity of that woman in red. Sure enough, Wei Yuan pointed at the woman in red and smiled. "Here she is, the head of the Hidden Dragon Base, your future competitor, Commander Ling Luo." Ling Luo crossed her arms, her icy eyes briefly appraising Yi Tian before she gave Wei Yuan a cold snort. "Humph, coward. You can't bring yourself to do it, so you make a student take the fall." Yi Tian's eyes lit up. From just those two sentences, he could already sense the tangled web of love and hate between Ling Luo and Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan chuckled lightly, seemingly oblivious to Ling Luo's sarcasm, and continued. "This is Yi Tian. I know him, the squad leader who overpowered the Yagu dynasty and the Earth's Roar squad to clear the medium-sized secret realm. After the Earth's Roar squad's failure in the secret realm, they'd returned and mentioned him to Ling Luo, sparking her intense curiosity." Ling Luo's gaze sharpened. As the leader of the Hidden Dragon Base and a top-tier level 74 professional herself, she couldn't fathom Yi Tian's true depth. Strange. The written exam has begun. Inside the examination hall administration office, the principal of First High School noticed the time and reminded everyone. The professional college entrance exam consisted of both written and martial arts components. The written exam tests textbook knowledge and tactical strategy. Some candidates with less desirable career paths would only register for the written exam, using their scores to secure clerical or tactical support positions. But Yi Tian never imagined he'd spot his target in the very first written exam. Detected golden potential talent. Chapter 34, Scholars and Ruins. Though most attendees were admissions officers, few showed much interest in the written exam. For professionals, the written exam's content was merely a bonus. The martial arts exam was the decisive test, revealing a newcomer's true strength and potential. Thus, aside from a handful of proctors who had left to oversee the written exams, the crowd remained waiting for the martial arts trials to commence. Yet Yi Tian headed straight for the written exam hall. This puzzled the onlookers. Only Wei Yuan, aware of Yi Tian's extraordinary abilities, followed him out without a word. The written exam venues in this world were identical to the college entrance exams of his previous life. Students completed written tests and mock exams in various classrooms. Yi Tian approached the rear window of one examination room. Following the prompt on his resume, he looked inside. He spotted a girl writing rapidly, seemingly very confident in her answers. She was delicate and quiet-looking, slightly thin, wearing plain white school uniforms that had faded slightly from washing. Her expression was exceptionally focused. Name, Ning Jing. Basic info, female, 18 years old, from Qingcheng, Daxia, profession, dual blade warrior. Potential, gold ancient civilization explorer. Background, raised by her grandmother after her parents' divorce, leading to an introverted personality, possesses an almost obsessive fascination with ancient ruins and history, along with a natural talent for exploring ancient civilizations. Investment opportunity, legendary tier profession scholar 20 points. Dual blade warrior. Yi Tian glanced at Ning Jing's almost frail appearance and couldn't help but find it somewhat exaggerated. Reviewing her resume, Yi Tian noted Ning Jing's modest family background, a pattern he observed among most high-potential talents. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian shook his head. It wasn't that talented individuals came from modest backgrounds, it was that most families in Great Xia were struggling these days. With dual invasions from demons and alien races, where could there be so many affluent, warm-hearted families? In the exam hall corridor, a patrolling teacher spotted Yi Tian sneaking through the back entrance and instinctively prepared to shoo him away. But then, seeing Wei Yuan also approach Yi Tian, he promptly turned away to patrol elsewhere. What's this? New talent? Seeing this, Wei Yuan stepped forward, and Yi Tian seized the moment to ask. How about the scholar profession? Scholar clearly not a combat class. As for non-combat professions, Yi Tian didn't know much about them and wasn't sure if they were worth recruiting. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. For the Great Xia, scholars are far more scarce than combat professions. Oh? A scholar's abilities lie in discovery and research. Wei Yuan explained, taking the opportunity to brief Yi Tian on the nature of ruins. Ever heard of ancient ruins? They're lost repositories of civilizations from other worlds. They include ancient battlefields, birthplaces of natural anomalies, repositories of primordial transcendent civilizations. Opportunities are boundless. Scholars can excavate these lost ruins and decipher their secrets. A relic bearing such heritage holds immeasurable value. Hearing Wei Yuan's explanation, Yi Tian was vaguely impressed. After all, no news of ruins had surfaced in Great Xia for ages. The last time a secret realm appeared was over a decade ago. However, Wei Yuan understood the value of ruins and scholars very well. Scholars not only excavate but also study. Remember when the portal to the other world opened? The languages of the alien races were incomprehensible to humans. It was only after scholars studied those alien tongues that Great Xia could establish contact with them. The common beast tongues and dragonkin languages you've learned are all fruits of scholarly research. Beyond that, scholars also contributed to the development of specialized tools and materials. Hearing Wei Yuan's explanation, Yi Tian realized for the first time that the roles of non-combat professions were equally indispensable. In excavating ruins and deciphering languages, scholars were simply irreplaceable. In that case, they truly had found a treasure. Wei Yuan also mentioned that for the scholar profession, the quality level is crucial. While scholars don't undergo name changes like other professions when progressing from common to legendary quality. But certain ruins or alien scripts simply couldn't be deciphered by low-tier scholars, only higher-tier ones could crack them. Scholarship truly operates on a rigid hierarchy. If East China had one more legendary tier scholar, who knows when they might unearth an ancient ruin. Recalling Ning Jing's potential evaluation, ancient civilization explorer, Yi Tian was certain this young woman would prove invaluable once hired. After the exam concludes, have someone escort her to the conference room. This girl? No problem. Ding dong ding dong. Amidst the urgent chime from the classroom speakers, all written exam candidates handed in their papers and exited the testing hall. Ning Jing, dressed in her plain white school uniform, stepped out of the building and exhaled deeply. I did pretty well, should be enough to apply for a clerical position. Though her awakened profession was elite dual blade warrior, a status envied by many, she had no intention of taking the martial arts exam. She knew her temperament simply wasn't suited for battle. Awakened professions couldn't alter one's nature. Ning Jing couldn't even bring herself to kill a chicken. This often made her feel a sense of guilt, as if she were failing her chosen profession. As she stepped out of the classroom building, a striking figure flashed past her. It's Bai Qiuli. Ning Jing's eyes sparkled like tiny stars, the legendary Sword Immortal sister. If only I could be as skilled as her. Bai Qiuli had achieved numerous first clears of hell-tier dungeons and conquered a medium-sized secret realm, spreading her fame rapidly. As Ning Jing stared in awe, Wei Yuan's secretary approached and said, Ning Jing, please come with us to the conference room. Huh? Ning Jing froze in shock. Her mind raced. Did I forget to write my name on the exam? Or did I forget to fill in the answer sheet? Could I have been that careless? Ning Jing followed blankly. They arrived at a small meeting room in the academic building. After politely inviting her inside, Wei Yuan's secretary closed the door and left. Ning Jing immediately spotted Wei Yuan, the person in charge, which made her feel exceptionally nervous. What puzzled her even more, however, was that Wei Yuan stood silently by the window while a young man sat on the conference room sofa. This made Wei Yuan look more like a bodyguard. Wei Yuan finally spoke up. This is our special recruitment officer, Yi Tian. Yi Tian had come to realize that no matter who they were recruiting, whenever Wei Yuan personally intervened, the process became remarkably straightforward, with the other party's level of trust skyrocketing. After all, his reputation as the East China regional director and one of China's top professionals spoke for itself. Sure enough, after Wei Yuan spoke, Ning Jing's tense expression transformed into surprise. I've been specially recruited. Yi Tian handed her a contract and confirmed, that's right. Sign this, and you'll become my employee. Commander Wei will then assign your placement. As a non-combat specialist, Ning Jing wasn't suited for the special ops space. Yi Tian decided to leave her placement entirely to Wei Yuan. After all, as a legendary tier scholar, major research institutes across the Great Xia would fight tooth and nail to recruit her. Ning Jing pursed her lips and studied Yi Tian briefly. Could this teenager, barely older than herself, really expect her to become his employee? Could this be reliable? She cautiously inquired, what would the monthly salary be after joining? 200,000. Wei Yuan answered on Yi Tian's behalf. Setting aside other combat professions, he intended to offer the proper compensation befitting a legendary scholar. After all, Yi Tian had entrusted her to his care, and he certainly wouldn't shortchange her. Bonuses are separate. Before he could finish, Ning Jing's expression turned solemn the moment she heard the figure of 200,000. She grabbed a pen and began signing the contract. She practically signed every available space, as if afraid Yi Tian might change his mind. 200,000 yuan, that was nearly 2 years' salary for a clerk. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. Having a salary really makes a difference. If Jiang Che knew about a 200,000 yuan monthly salary, he might just consider founding the Spark martial arts chain. As Ning Jing signed her name, Wei Yuan snapped his fingers, and the starlight barrier unfolded. The next moment, golden light burst forth. Chapter 35, Bai Qiuli possesses the talent of a top scholar. Employee Ning Jing. Occupation, Scholar Tier 1. Quality, Legendary. Level, 10. Attributes. Non-combat professions omitted. Class talent, absolute focus significantly enhances mental power when immersed in study or research, achieves absolute concentration and is highly resistant to external distractions. Class skills, universal linguistics, ancient ruins exploration, relic decryption, civilization scholar. Upon seeing the skills of the legendary scholar Ning Jing, Yi Tian felt a surge of delight. Mastery of 10,000 races languages allows the bearer to learn the languages of 10,000 alien races, including ancient texts and cryptic scripts. It instantly compensated for Yi Tian's deficiency in alien languages. Moreover, Ruin's decryption granted the ability to uncover 3 core insights about any relic upon entering it. Should he ever have the chance to enter a ruin, its utility would be immeasurable. Seeing that golden light of class advancement, even though he'd witnessed it several times before, Wei Yuan couldn't help but marvel at it. If other nations learned that the legendary profession they fought tooth and nail to claim could be awakened effortlessly by Yi Tian, no, by then it would likely be war. Meanwhile, Ning Jing, the young girl, had been staring blankly for who knew how long. The moment the golden light flared, her mind seemed to freeze. Only when Wei Yuan briefly explained the situation, she was finally roused from her dreamlike daze. She immediately summoned her secretary to arrange accommodations for Ning Jing. The martial arts exam has begun. As soon as he stepped out of the conference room, Yi Tian saw the admissions officers hurrying toward the martial arts exam venue. Not even Ling Luo, the head of the Qianlong base, was an exception. The head of the prestigious special department's Qianlong base actually coming to recruit at our little Qingcheng? Wei Yuan couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. Ling Luo, cold and elegant like a mandrake flower, lifted her chin slightly and returned a chilling snort. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian seemed to have guessed the other party's target. It was likely none other than the legendary professional Bai Qiuli. However, snatching an employee from under Yi Tian's nose was virtually impossible. Martial arts examination hall. This was the professional square, several times larger than the literary examination classrooms. Yet the number of martial arts exam participants was far fewer than those taking the literary exam. One must possess at least some measure of professional strength to even consider applying for the martial arts exam, otherwise, it's a complete waste of time and money. Before the exam began, admissions officers from major universities were already making their moves, seemingly having identified targets long ago as they engaged several candidates in conversation. Among them, a male candidate named Sunny even caught the attention of Guowu University. National Martial Arts University, Jingde University, and Huaxing University were the 3 top-tier institutions in Daxia, boasting elite instructors and dungeon resources, the dream of countless students. Sunny, whose resume Yi Tian had reviewed, was a purple-tier talent. His profession was epic tier, Battle King. Beyond that, his family background appeared quite affluent, as his entire set of equipment was either epic or rare grade. My goal is to enter Guowu University as the top student from East China. Sun Yi's proud tone drew a satisfied smile from the National Martial Arts University admissions officer. Impressive ambition. Your father has selected Xiao Feng as your mentor. He will be remotely monitoring your college entrance exam. Do your best. Sunny responded with fiery determination. Yet before the words had fully faded, every admissions officer including Ling Luo found their gaze drawn to a striking figure emerging from behind. Bai Qiuli. Someone called out, and in an instant, admissions officers from the 3 top-tier institutions Guowu, Jingde, and Huaxing rushed over, none wanting to be left behind. Even Ling Luo felt a strong urge to recruit her. Last time, his invitation to join the Earth Resonance Squad had been declined. This time, Ling Luo intended to personally extend a special recruitment offer. A legendary profession, with a track record of clearing medium-sized secret realms, and a hotly contested top candidate for the college entrance exam. Countless examinees cast envious glances her way, while Sunny silently marked Bai Qiuli as his greatest rival. Yet Bai Qiuli paid no heed to the special recruitment offers from the universities, not even sparing Ling Luo of the Hidden Dragon base a second glance. To everyone's astonishment, she walked straight toward Yi Tian. How come the boss is out running the show today? Bai Qiuli's smile seemed playful, but to others, it carried a different meaning. Countless male and female examinees began speculating about the relationship between Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli. Yi Tian smiled. Of course, I came to see you win the top honors. This wasn't untrue. Yi Tian's second stage advancement quest required Bai Qiuli to achieve a high rank in the college entrance exam, and securing the top spot would be ideal. A faint, almost imperceptible pride touched Bai Qiuli's lips as she flicked her wrist. A long sword, radiating a chilling aura, sliced through the air. With the Ice Soul sword from my boss, first place is mine. Yi Tian froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. The legendary equipment blind box he'd given Bai Qiuli had actually yielded a legendary great ice attribute long sword, truly remarkable luck. The Ice Soul sword paired with the Cold Moon sword was practically a weapon-specific combo. Not bad. Yi Tian praised, then informed Bai Qiuli about his plan to form a special squad. She readily agreed. In the distance, Ling Luo shot Yi Tian a displeased glance. She never imagined that despite her personal visit as the head of the Dragon's Lair base, not a single youth would receive her attention. Ling Luo's gaze shifted to Bai Qiuli, her tone dripping with displeasure. That girl's a hopeless romantic sacrificing her future for some boyfriend. No one came to clear up this misunderstanding, as nearly every admissions officer and student shared the same opinion. The only one in the know, Wei Yuan, stood silently nearby. Seeing Ling Luo's humiliated expression, he couldn't help but smile. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the martial arts exam commenced punctually. The martial arts exam consisted of 3 major components: combat robot battles, dungeon challenges, and simulated demonic entity confrontations. These tested candidates' combat skills, dungeon solving strategies, and performance against demonic entities. All candidates started with the first category, combat robot battles, progressing sequentially through 3 stages. Their final clearance speed determined their exam results. All candidates enter the trial grounds. I hereby declare the martial arts exam officially open. Wei Yuan's steady voice echoed across the entire plaza as he stood before the podium to personally declare the start. Standing beside Wei Yuan, Yi Tian experienced the perspective of an exam proctor. Every student's performance in the martial arts exam stages was clearly displayed before the podium. Yet what no one anticipated was that within 10 seconds of the exam starting, someone had instantly broken through the first gate. What? Bai Qiuli just obliterated the combat robot. That's equivalent to a second-tier professional strength. What terrifying damage. The admissions instructors were all stunned by the sight. Wei Yuan and Ling Luo also exchanged surprised glances. Wei Yuan silently turned his gaze toward Yi Tian. Seeing the latter's unruffled expression, he remarked, "A legendary tier weapon? You really went all out, didn't you?" Even Sun Yi, with his wealthy family background, didn't possess a single legendary item proof of their rarity. Yi Tian laughed casually. It's only right to be generous with employees. Moreover, Bai Qiuli's level had also surpassed everyone's expectations. Level 23. Thanks to the efficiency of grinding in Night Cultivation's Hell mode, her level was a full 6 levels higher than Sun Yi, who ranked second. With her overwhelming level, attributes, and gear, a one-shot kill was only natural. 3 minutes. Bai Qiuli cleared the dungeon too. That's way too fast. She's in a completely different league from the other candidates. Bai Qiuli has the makings of a top scholar. Chapter 36, Expanding and Strengthening the Office. Top in East China. These admissions officers from major universities were all seasoned veterans, having witnessed dozens of college entrance exams. But someone like Bai Qiuli, clearing it this swiftly? Truly unprecedented. At this moment, even Sun Yi, currently in second place, had only just reached the second stage of the martial arts exam, the dungeon challenge. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuli had already advanced to the final stage, the simulated demonic entity confrontation. Her opponent was a simulated demonic monster of the dark giant class. Demon-level foes were already beyond the capabilities of most candidates, so the martial arts exam primarily evaluated performance during combat. Yet now, Bai Qiuli was holding her own without faltering. Ahem. Yi Tian. At that moment, an admissions officer from Nanda quietly approached Yi Tian and spoke. "Mr. Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli is your girlfriend, right? How do you feel about Nanda?" Seeing this, the recruiters from the 3 top-tier institutions Guowu, Jingda, and Huaxing all widened their eyes, inwardly cursing the underhanded tactics. Seeing that recruiting Bai Qiuli directly wasn't working, they were now trying to win over her boyfriend? But the recruiters quickly realized, given Bai Qiuli's submissive attitude toward Yi Tian just now, whichever university managed to recruit Yi Tian might just get Bai Qiuli along for the ride. Though his abilities remained unknown, Bai Qiuli's near-top scorer performance made her a prize recruit. Offering Yi Tian a special admission spot for her would be a bargain. Realizing this, the admissions officers swarmed around Yi Tian, leaving Yi Tian feeling both amused and exasperated. Want to recruit me? It must be said, these admissions officers had some rather peculiar ideas. Before Yi Tian could respond, Wei Yuan beside him couldn't help but clear his throat softly. "You're trying to poach my student? This student, Yi Tian, belongs to East China. Don't even think about it." Not only these university recruiters, but even if the heads of other regions came, Wei Yuan wouldn't part with Yi Tian. The others never imagined Wei Yuan would value this young man so highly. It seemed he was no ordinary student. Hearing this, the others awkwardly laughed it off. Sorry, that was presumptuous. Another 2 minutes passed during the martial arts exam. Bai Qiuli now held complete dominance in her battle against the dark giant. Even Wei Yuan and Ling Luo, 2 elite practitioners, couldn't help but exchange looks of profound admiration. Wei Yuan couldn't help but remark, "This Bai Qiuli might just become a trump card for us in the race grand tournament." Ling Luo, second-place finisher Sun Yi, is actually quite impressive. He's a viable candidate for the race grand tournament. The race grand tournament still refers to the new generation grand tournament against the Yagu dynasty. Held every 5 years, it consists of 1-team dungeon speedrun and 5 1-on-1 elimination matches. The Great Xia Empire must field newly awakened practitioners, while the Yagi dynasty can only send newly born alien races or dragon descendants. This means Great Xia must field at least 5 contestants. In Ling Luo's eyes, Sun Yi with his epic profession and epic gear was a solid candidate. After all, 5 participants were required. Even having Bai Qiuli alone wouldn't suffice, especially since the dungeon speedrun demanded team coordination. Wei Yuan smiled but said nothing. Sun Yi was indeed quite capable, but if Ling Luo knew that Yi Tian had 3 others as strong as Bai Qiuli, it wouldn't be considered merely quite capable. At this moment, aside from Bai Qiuli, no one else had reached the 3rd stage. Bai Qiuli's form was swift as a swallow, her sword chi as frosty as ice. The icy glints from her ice soul sword cut through the air, overwhelming the dark giant from all angles. Only when Bai Qiuli sheathed her blade did her icy voice echo, "Cold Moon Sword Dance." It's slain. She actually killed a demonic monster-level fiend outright. That was effortless. On the viewing platform, the admissions officers had anticipated this outcome, yet they couldn't help but be stunned when it actually unfolded. The Dark Giant's fall signaled Bai Qiuli's completion of the trial. This achievement had already been recorded by the proctor and uploaded to the National Assessment Management System. Once the scores were finalized, the National College Entrance Exam rankings would likely be released that evening. Looks like first place is practically guaranteed. Yi Tian felt a familiar surge of excitement. Once the rankings were released, he would receive another bonus and advance in his career. About 5 or 6 minutes after Bai Qiuli finished, Sunny finally passed the martial arts exam as well. But when he saw the gap between his score and Bai Qiuli's, his confident expression instantly turned to disbelief. Half an hour later, the martial arts exam concluded completely. The end of the martial arts exam also signaled the conclusion of the college entrance exams. All examinees gradually returned home to await their results, while admissions officers from various institutions began reaching out to candidates for special recruitment based on their performance in the trials. However, since Yi Tian hadn't been automatically flagged as high potential, he wasn't approached. He was being escorted by Wei Yuan to the city lord's mansion. After confirming the establishment of a special task force base, Yi Tian's mercenary base, Wei Yuan decided to grant him a base location. Seriously? This is it? Yi Tian looked up, questioning the sight of a conference room-sized office spanning several dozen square meters. As an office, the space was indeed quite large, and its location was right next to Wei Yuan's own office. But the problem was this really all they were giving for a special task force base? That's pretty shabby. Wei Yuan smiled and explained, "The base will come. It's just that you currently have too few people under your command. This office is merely a cover to facilitate your activities within Great Xia." Yi Tian fully agreed with this point. In a country like Great Xia with its rigid systems, having a proper cover identity would make things much easier. Otherwise, every time he needed to leave the city, he'd require permits and documentation. And you couldn't have Wei Yuan playing the underdog every time an emergency arose. Wei Yuan agreed that once 2 special task forces were assembled, he would immediately approve a separate base for him. Very well. Wei Yuan casually pointed to the office sign by the door. "You should come up with a name for your office. This space can also serve as your base office going forward." This request caused Yi Tian to fall into deep thought. As a special task force base similar to the Hidden Dragon base, it deserved a name that commanded respect. Go big or go home. Yi Tian held up a single finger, a decision born of deep contemplation, while Wei Yuan fell silent. And so, the name of this office was decided. Grow Stronger Office. Subsequently, Yi Tian entered the names of Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu into the special task force roster. They were now officially under the office's command. Theoretically, special teams operated in groups of 5. Excluding Yi Tian, one team currently lacked a member. Around 7 p.m., the college entrance exam rankings were released. Bai Qiuli ranked first in East China. Chapter 37, Career Advancement. 1 promotion, 1 god tier. Within minutes of the news breaking, journalists from across the nation flooded into Qingcheng. Fortunately, Qingshan Apartments had a discreet location and tight security, otherwise, Yi Tian's apartment would have been swamped by reporters by now. Deprived of their target, the journalists instead swarmed the entrance of Qingshan No. 2 High School. Principal Ji Changlin greeted them with a broad smile. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuli herself was at the city lord's mansion, meeting with Jiang Yuanshuang, known as the Great Xia's first sword saint. Jiang Yuanshuang, a professional swordsmanship instructor at Huaxing University, a 74th level sword saint of the flowing clouds, and one of the top practitioners in Great Xia, she was also the mentor Bai Qiuli had always aspired to study under. Upon confirming her status as the top student in East China, Jiang Yuanshuang had immediately traveled from central China to personally interview her for apprenticeship. As for her ranking, why East China's top, it wasn't that Bai Qiuli couldn't compete nationally. Rather, since the massive invasion by the alien tribes, the Great Xia Empire had consolidated its scattered regions into 5 major zones to combat the enemy. The college entrance exams had also been reformed into separate examinations for each zone, rendering a national ranking obsolete. Of course, the Great Xia headquarters might still maintain rankings, but they were not made public. The title of top student in East China was already more than satisfying to Yi Tian. The advancement task for Tier 2 was finally accomplished. Bai Qiuli secures first place in the East China region Gokao. Reward, 15 funding points, Stellar Guardian Array. Tier 2 professional quest completed. Your professional tier has been upgraded from Tier 1 to Tier 2. All future employees you recruit will start with a Tier 2 profession rank. New employee benefit added. Acquired exclusive boss profession skill, promotion. The college entrance exam truly lives up to its reputation. Special rewards indeed. Yi Tian first spotted the Starry Sky Guardian Array among the dividends, a legendary quality formation item. Formations, similar to barriers, are a special and rare ability. Even during the college entrance exam, formations were used to protect and monitor the security of the exam halls. This Starry Sky Guardian array possesses the ability to detect hostility and defend against all dangerous attacks. Once activated, it remains undetectable to others until its defensive effects are triggered. Excellent, excellent. Legendary grade formations are rare indeed. We can deploy this at the base to enhance departmental security. Consider this, rare grade formations are only used during college entrance exams, yet Yi Tian has already deployed a legendary grade 1. He then turned his attention to the other rewards. After advancing to Tier 2, an additional employee benefit had unlocked. But upon seeing the specifics, he genuinely gasped. Employee benefits. 1. Insurance. Spend 3 funds per employee to generate a life-saving shield for all staff, capable of absorbing 1 fatal blow. Lasts for 3 days. 2. Year-end bonus. Spend 10 funds per employee to distribute 1 legendary grade equipment blind box to all staff. Year-end bonus 10 funds per person. Yi Tian calculated, with his current headcount, a single distribution would cost 50 funds. Whoa! After hiring Ning Jing, he'd thought his 109.3 fund balance was quite substantial. But now it seemed the money just wasn't enough. While each legendary tier blind box was valuable and would greatly boost employee strength, it was simply out of the question for now. The staff will just have to work harder. The final perk, the boss's exclusive Tier 2 skill, proved remarkably practical. Promotion, elevate an employee's rank e.g., from regular to excellent employee and gain another special investment opportunity. Current promotion slots available, excellent employee 2. After career advancement, promotion slots increase and additional employee ranks become available, key employee, secretary, etc. Currently, all employees, including Bai Qiuli, are at the regular employee level. Promotions can elevate regular employees to outstanding status, with 2 promotion openings currently available. After promotion, special investment opportunities become available. Yi Tian rubbed his chin. He had to admit that each profession's exclusive skill proved remarkably useful. At this moment, he had already silently decided on the first candidate for promotion. Bai Qiuli, without a doubt. Even among so many talented individuals, Bai Qiuli stood out as the most diligent. Her exceptional talent held limitless potential for future achievements. Moreover, Bai Qiuli was about to enter university, where she'd have even more chances to win awards and generate greater dividends for him in the future. Promote Bai Qiuli. With a flick of Yi Tianxin's thoughts, Bai Qiuli's title on the employee panel instantly changed. Outstanding employee Bai Qiuli. Immediately afterward, a new special investment panel popped up. Outstanding employee investment opportunities. Career advancement, promote a legendary tier profession to God tier. 20 funds. 2. Exclusive weapon, obtain the exclusive weapon of the Frostmoon Sword Immortal. 5 funds. 3. Promotion only, no investment. Choose one of 3. Yi Tian immediately dismissed the third option. Merely promoting a title, what's the difference from making empty promises? Having endured a grueling sales career in his past life, he despised empty promises above all else. Promoting his profession to God tier undoubtedly offered the greatest boost. He hadn't even considered that there was an option to upgrade the quality of his profession. But the cost was steep, 20 points. Fortunately, Yi Tian was currently fairly well off. Invest in career advancement. Wait a minute. He nearly forgot the astonishing phenomena accompanying a God tier profession might attract trouble. Better to call Wei Yuan for assistance first. In the city lord's mansion conference room, Bai Qiuli was engaged in lively conversation with a beautiful woman. The woman wore a moon-white gown, her tall figure adorned with a flowing cloud hairpin that gathered her long locks. Her features were gentle yet sharp. She was none other than Jiang Yuanxuan, renowned as the Great Xia's foremost sword saint. Recognizing Bai Qiuli's extraordinary talent in the sword arts, Jiang Yuanxuan considered taking her as a direct disciple. Qiulu, since that is the case, you shall enter my discipleship and accompany me to Huaxing University. Bai Qiuli readily agreed, but suddenly her expression turned apologetic. Senior Yuan Shuang, I still need to discuss this with others. She figured leaving Qingqing for university at least warranted informing her boss. To her surprise, Jiang Yuanxuan gave her a knowing look and teased with a smile. Tell your little boyfriend? Before arriving, she had already learned from Huaxing's admissions officer about Bai Qiuli's circumstances during the exam, including her seemingly intimate relationship with Yi Tian. Bai Qiuli's pretty face froze in surprise. She hastily waved her hands. No, that's my boss. Boss? Jiang Yuanxuan's brows instantly furrowed slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. Qiuli, you're a legendary class. You're destined to rise to the top of Great Xia. How can you stay under someone else's command for so long? A romantic partner might be one thing, but how could a legendary profession work under someone else? Before Bai Qiuli could explain, Wei Yuan pushed open the conference room door. Dressed in azure robes, Wei Yuan stepped inside. Waving his hands with star spirit energy, he instantly cast 3 starlit barriers around Bai Qiuli. As the barriers materialized, Jiang Yuanchuan couldn't help but smile faintly. What's this? The esteemed head Wei, unwilling to let Qiulu accompany me? Bai Qiuli also looked puzzled. She knew her performance was solid, but with so many talented individuals under Yi Tian's command, Wei Yuan shouldn't be the one to stop her from leaving. A smile curved Wei Yuan's lips as he spread his hands. Being the head of the department isn't such a big deal. I'm just here to do my job. Jiang Yuanchuan looked surprised. Though Wei Yuan's words carried a hint of jest, they confirmed he'd been summoned for a task. Could it be headquarters? But then Wei Yuan turned to Bai Qiuli with a peculiar look and said, "Your boss says he wants to promote you." Bai Qiuli and Jiang Yuanchuan both frowned in confusion. Promotion? What the hell? But the next moment, dazzling, iridescent light suddenly burst forth from Bai Qiuli's body. A dazzling pillar of light shot straight into the sky, reflecting in Jiang Yuanchuan's utterly shocked pupils. A crisp sword's cry echoed from within the pillar. Bai Qiuli's robes fluttered as the sword intent within her surged, growing ever more powerful and fierce. You have been promoted to outstanding employee. Your current profession has advanced from Cold Moon Sword user to God tier Cold Moon Sword Sovereign. Ultimate profession upgraded from Cold Moon Sword Immortal to Cold Moon Sword God. You have obtained the God tier class skill, Soaring Heaven Sword Domain. Bai Qiuli's face flushed with excitement. Her profession had ascended to God tier. The boss promoted me. Beside her, Wei Yuan, who had just witnessed the second divine tier class, felt a surge of emotion. Jiang Yuanchuan's mouth gaped open involuntarily, her usually composed expression now completely unguarded. Is this the power of that boss? She turned to Wei Yuan in disbelief, only to find his index finger pressed to his lips, signaling her to keep it confidential. No wonder. Jiang Yuanchuan's chest heaved with emotion. No wonder Bai Qiuli serves under that boss. If she were in Bai Qiuli's position, she'd be tempted to join that boss's team herself. A single promotion gave birth to a god-tier profession. Chapter 38, Ruins Tablet. Deathmatch Dungeon unlocked. On the other side of Qingcheng. Accompanied by Wei Yuan's secretary, Ning Jing bid farewell to her grandparents, leaving behind a month's salary advanced from her earnings. Wei Yuan's female secretary had also arranged for special personnel to covertly protect Ning Jing's grandparents. Soon after, the secretary drove Ning Jing along a hidden mountain path. As a legendary scholar, Ning Jing arrived at East China's sole ancient civilization research institute. This institute served as a hub for East China's scientific talent, dedicated to locating and deciphering the ruins of otherworldly civilizations. This was the destination Wei Yuan had arranged for Ning Jing. So many stone tablets from alien civilizations. Upon entering the institute, Ning Jing's eyes lit up with excitement. Stone tablets served as the primary medium for many alien races to record their civilizations or esoteric knowledge. Having endured the vicissitudes of time to reach this place, they held particular fascination for Ning Jing. Welcome, Ning Jing. Inside the facility, professors and researchers clad in white lab coats emerged to greet her. The director of the institute gave a warm gesture. Wei Yuan had informed him earlier that this was a legendary scholar. Across the entire Blue Star, the strongest scholars were merely epic tier. A legendary tier scholar? This was the first time such a figure had ever appeared. This discovery holds immense significance for the ongoing excavation of ancient ruins in East China. Hello, Ning Jing greeted politely, her gaze drifting involuntarily toward the stone slab on the distant laboratory bench. This slab, could it be the legendary relic tablet? The institute director had intended to exchange pleasantries, but seeing Ning Jing's rapt attention, he cut straight to the point. Indeed. This tablet contains clues to an ancient site near East China. Once we decipher the clues on the slab, we'll uncover the location and contents of this ancient site. Unfortunately, our deciphering progress is too slow, and the content is far too complex. Ning Jing's eyes lit up. Can I give it a try? Of course. The director had been hoping for just that. What we've deciphered so far only confirms the tablet's connection to the Yagu dynasty. It seems to involve dragons or dragonkin. He led Ning Jing to the stone tablet at the ruins. Its surface was covered in mottled marks, appearing ancient yet remarkably well preserved with minimal wear, thanks to excellent protective measures. On its deep gray-brown surface, symbols and esoteric characters seemed to float with an almost sentient quality. Ning Jing held her breath, her eyes intensely focused. Absolute focus. Even with her legendary tier scholar's deciphering skills, this tablet presented a slight challenge, proof that among countless stone slabs, this relic was exceptionally difficult to decipher. I can't fully decipher it yet. It'll take a little time, Ning Jing said apologetically. However, the director and researchers exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this, momentarily at a loss. Do you think deciphering an ancient stone tablet is as simple as glancing at it? Any research institute worldwide would need at least 2 months to decipher a single ancient tablet. It's fine. The director was about to offer some words of caution. But Ning Jing continued, but I've deciphered 3 pieces of information. Director and all researchers? Are you serious? All eyes instantly focused on Ning Jing as she spoke. Ning Jing pointed her finger at one of the lines on the stone tablet and said earnestly. The forbidden realm of the dragon ancestor's secret sanctuary, the world-ending dragon betrayed. Before she could finish, every researcher including the director froze in shock. Several words matched their translations perfectly. She had truly deciphered it. But she wasn't finished. Watching her finger slowly trace another line, her gaze intensely focused, her lips barely moving as she murmured. Black Emperor, N.I. de Hog. The next day, at Green Hills Apartments. Yi Tian woke up, washed up, and headed downstairs to the apartment cafeteria for breakfast as usual. Not only was the food delicious, but best of all, it was free, hard to resist. After promoting Bai Qiuli yesterday, he now shared in the substantial attribute boosts granted by the Cold Moon Sword Sovereign, along with the God-tier pure offensive skill, Soaring Heaven Sword Domain. Compared to Yi Xiu's free roaming style, Bai Qiuli's Cold Moon Sword Mastery now specialized in pure offense. She truly resembled a sharp blade, ranking first in combat strength among the employees. As for the other outstanding employee slot, Yi Tian planned to think it over. He hadn't used it yet. Still, if he could advance to professional quality, he was quite curious to see what Yi Xiu's God-tier free agent would look like after progression. After spending 20 on Bai Qiuli, his funds stood at 89.3. Adding yesterday's log settlement of 6 points, his balance reached 95.3. The reason he maintained such a high fund balance all along was because Yi Tian still couldn't shake his obsession with that cloaked figure, a truly exceptional talent. That's why he always kept over 60 in reserve, though he'd yet to encounter another. Today, Yi Tian planned to venture into the dungeon again, hoping for a stroke of luck. But just then, Wei Yuan suddenly called. Yi Tian, hello? What? The black-robed man has appeared. Unable to contain his excitement, Yi Tian immediately dropped the fried dough stick he was holding. 2 minutes later, Yi Tian arrived at Wei Yuan's office and learned the details. Yesterday you had me post a bounty with the military, and today someone encountered that monster you mentioned in the dungeon. Cloaked in black, unlike ordinary dungeon monsters, fast and unpredictable. Wei Yuan relayed to Yi Tian, doesn't that match the description you gave? Exactly. Yi Tian's eyes burned with intensity. Where is it now? Wei Yuan, the Qingcheng garrison discovered it in the level 35 wild forest. They didn't engage it, they left immediately to report. Good. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel excited, marveling that having connections truly made things easier. Searching alone felt like looking for a needle in a haystack, but Wei Yuan had issued a bounty mobilizing the entire army, making things much simpler. With that, Yi Tian thanked Wei Yuan and immediately set off for the dungeon hub. Level 35 dungeon, Wildwood Forest. The blazing sun hung overhead, casting long shadows beneath the towering, sturdy trees. Yi Tian entered the instance alone, his heart pounding with apprehension. Did it run away? He moved forward slowly, but the sound of the auto-detector never came. His frustration grew. Only after a long while did he spot the corpse of a monster bearing the wounds of a blade. In a new dungeon, freshly slain monsters should theoretically never appear. Ding! Detected special potential talent in vicinity. Just as I thought. Yi Tian's eyes burned with intensity as a smile curved his lips. Deathmatch Prison, activate. Chapter 39, Dungeon Bug Alice. On the other side of the instance. That familiar figure in black robes delivered a precise, razor-sharp strike with the dagger in his hand, landing it cleanly on the head of a dungeon monster. As the monster collapsed, its corpse dissolved into a blue glow of experience points, absorbed by the cloaked figure. Level 24 now. The voice of the cloaked figure sounded utterly devoid of emotion. My current strength only allows me to hunt minor monsters. Leveling up is still too slow. The boss of the wild forest, the savage gorilla, is stubborn as a mule. Negotiating with it is impossible. In truth, as a unique entity like her, survival was a constant struggle. She faced both the challenges of dungeon-running adventurers and the rejection of the dungeons themselves. If a dungeon boss took a dislike to her, it meant endless pursuit. Had it not been for this, she wouldn't have had to play along with those dungeon bosses in the first place. And this level 35 dungeon still posed a significant threat to her. I wonder when I'll ever escape these dungeons. The cloaked figure tilted her head back slightly to gaze at the sky. Beneath the hood, the left side of her face bore eerie patterns resembling black spider lilies. She sheathed her dagger and swiftly moved to seek out other monsters. But then, a black-clad youth appeared before her. The youth stared straight at her, a smile spreading across his face as if greeting an old acquaintance. He looked up and greeted her. Long time no see. His friendly words were met with the cloaked figure's body suddenly tensing, instantly shifting into combat escape mode. You again. The cloaked figure never imagined that after the Beast King dungeon in the Skyal realm, he would encounter Yi Tian yet again. What did I ever do to you? Yi Tian was probably the last person she wanted to see right now. His combat prowess was simply too monstrous. Even now that she had reached the elite monster tier, she felt no chance of victory. She even suspected Yi Tian possessed attributes far beyond level 50, yet somehow managed to enter a dungeon restricted to level 35. Is there any justice in this world? Yi Tian's voice remained calm. Don't get nervous. I'm really not here to kill you. Like hell I believe you. The moment the words left her mouth, the cloaked figure prepared to flee using her spatial teleportation ability. She reached out to activate the void gate, her gaze fixed on Yi Tian at all times, ready to prevent him from suddenly intervening. Seeing Yi Tian remain unmoved, she felt a surge of secret delight. I can't defeat you now, but sooner or later, I'll surpass you. Yet the next moment, her pride and joy the void gate failed to open. The entire space ignored her command. This area is affected by the item Deathmatch Prison. All beings are unable to leave until the owner of Deathmatch Prison dies or actively releases it. What? The black-robed figure's heart plummeted. Seeing Yi Tian's smug grin, he knew instantly this was the other's doing. To kill me, you've gone this far? She was no novice. Such space-manipulating artifacts were priceless treasures. She couldn't fathom what she'd done to offend this man before her. Her gaze turned icy, her mind consumed by a single thought. Yi Tian stood rooted to the spot, hands tucked into his pockets, his tone unwavering. I bet you won't give up. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a figure brimming with murderous intent swept toward him like a gale. A cold blade instantly slashed toward Yi Tian's throat. The black-robed figure's ferocity seemed almost tangible. No matter how powerful one is, a slit throat will still kill them. She was currently a dungeon monster. Though she would respawn after death, her level and abilities would reset to 0. It had taken her over half a year to build up her current strength. Having fought her way up from level 0, she refused to start over. She didn't target the heart, for those with formidable physiques possessed skin as hard as steel, making them difficult to gravely wound. But the throat was a vulnerable spot many neglected to defend. She poured all her strength into the strike. Yet in the next instant, Yi Tian vanished from his position, instantly arriving behind the cloaked figure with a triple instantaneous shift. 2 fingers lightly tapped the cloaked figure. Boom! A mountain-like weight crushed the cloaked figure to the ground, stripping him of all strength and ability. No hope after all. The black-robed figure lay limp on the ground. The pain coursing through her body did not alter her impassive expression, but a profound sense of helplessness spread through her heart. Power without power, one is merely fodder for slaughter. Without strength, nothing could be achieved. She must grow stronger. The black-robed figure's despair vanished instantly, replaced by a fiercer resolve to start anew. Yet Yi Tian merely sat beside her. Now you believe I'm not here to kill you, right? The cloaked figure froze at his words. True enough, she was no match for Yi Tian. If he intended to kill her now, he would have done so already. Could there be an even more vicious scheme? At that moment, she propped herself up, revealing her face beneath the black robes to Yi Tian. It was an extremely eerie face. One half was coldly exquisite, radiating the aura of a snake and scorpion beauty. The other half was covered in black patterns resembling the flower of the underworld, emanating a chilling aura of evil. Yi Tian froze slightly. For those black patterns on half her face weren't tattoos or the like, but the mark of a demonic entity. This was a person corrupted by demonic forces. Theoretically, she should have long since become one of them, her sanity utterly lost. The cloaked figure lifted his eyes to meet Yi Tian's gaze, puzzled and unable to fathom what this youth intended. And so, Yi Tian activated his resume. Name, Alice. Basic info, female, 33 years old, human race from the Source Martial World, occupation Source Martial Warrior Dungeon Elite Monster. Potential, Special Dungeon Bug. History, the Source Martial World's foremost female warrior. While exploring an abyssal wormhole, she encountered abyssal corruption. Through sheer willpower, she resisted the corruption and transformed into a half-human, half-demon monstrosity, awakening the ability to traverse dimensions. Later, when the abyss wormhole was shattered by an unknown entity, it fragmented into multiple instances. After becoming an instance monster, Alice retained her memories. Her half-human, half-demon form awakened a monster template, allowing her to evolve by defeating enemies. However, she remains trapped within the instance. Investment opportunity, Hidden Class Blade Queen 60 funds. This resume contains an overwhelming amount of information. Source Martial World, Abyssal Worm Nest, half-human, half-demon, dungeon bug level monster. Every term represented a knowledge gap for Yi Tian. The only predictable element was the hidden class granted by his special potential. Source Martial World. After numerous interdimensional portals appeared in Great Xia, it became known that beyond Blue Star, many other worlds akin to the Yagu dynasty existed. The Source Martial World was likely just one among countless such realms. As for the other details about the Abyss, they weren't covered in Dashia's textbooks either. It's not that I forgot, Yi Tian thought silently. The black-robed Alice watched him warily. What are you planning? Help you? Help me? Alice snorted coldly. You can reverse the dungeon rules and help me escape? Yi Tian shook his head. While I can't help you escape the instance right now, I can help you grow stronger. As he spoke, he activated a skill, and a contract landed in Alice's hand. After reading it, Alice's lips curled into a cold smile. I'd rather die than work for anyone else again. Oof. Yi Tian chuckled lightly. As a former salesman in his past life, he remained unfazed by rejection. Alice, what is your dream? How do you know my name? A tiny, insignificant ability. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Alice's expression flickered between disbelief and doubt. Dream. As the thought crossed her mind, Alice's expression hardened into a fierce resolve. Revenge. Those scum who ordered us to explore the abyss wormhole, yet sealed it shut when demonic corruption was discovered, trapping us inside. So many people weren't infected. They could still be saved. Every enemy who stands in the way of my vengeance must die. As she spoke, Alice's fury reached its peak, her rage nearly solidifying into tangible form. She almost forgot Yi Tian's presence. Yi Tian felt a chill run through him. The story briefly mentioned in her resume was actually so tragic. But it worked to his advantage for what he was about to say. Looks like your will for revenge isn't all that strong after all. How could that be? Alice's eerie eyes glared at Yi Tian. I'd do anything for revenge. Yi Tian smiled calmly. Then for revenge, couldn't you temporarily set aside your principles? Alice froze. A whirlwind of emotions raged within her, a fierce internal battle raging. That principle never work for another again was being relentlessly assaulted by the raging flames of vengeance within her heart. After a long pause, Alice shook her head. It's useless. I've already been tainted by the abyss. I can't accept any other power. Unless your power surpasses the abyss's corruption, which is even less likely. Hearing this, Yi Tian fell deep in thought. Which was stronger, the abyss's corruption or the power of his unknown profession? He pointed at the contract in Alice's hand. Why not give it a try? Give it a try? Alice gazed at the contract in her hand, her eyes flickering with a mix of hope and self-mockery before she pressed her fingerprint onto it. The next moment, a blinding light erupted. Chapter 40, Dual Templates. Queen of Blades. Blinding light erupted, unbearable to look upon. Thousands upon thousands of runes transformed into a river of starlight, flowing toward Alice's body. Instantly, the dungeon's sky turned blood red, a murderous aura enveloping the entire world. A terrifying, razor-sharp aura erupted from Alice's body, as if countless invisible blades, guided by her will, were slicing through everything in their path. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It had worked after all. The resume check had warned that hidden professions differed from golden or iridescent ones. Each talent with unique potential manifested differently during class change, with vastly divergent ability types. This must be the unique trait of hidden professions. As a new member appeared on the employee panel, Yi Tian's heart leapt with joy. He had finally recruited his first special potential talent. Though the 60-point cost was steep, leaving his balance at 35.3. But upon seeing Alice's attribute panel, Yi Tian instantly felt it was worth every penny. Employee Alice. Professional Profile Blade Queen Tier 2. Quality, Hidden. Level, 25. Strength, 575. Agility, 600. Constitution, 518. Spirit, 550. Class Talent, Demonization Dark God of Battle, 12-Winged Light Wool Blade. Class Skills, Endgame Judgment, Cold-Blooded Executioner. Monster Template Void Walker Elite Monster. Ability Void Shuttle, opens a portal to traverse freely between dimensions currently limited to dungeons only. Usable up to 6 times per day. 2 panels. This was the first time Yi Tian had ever seen such a thing. Moreover, the abilities on both panels were exceptionally powerful. The hidden class Blade Queen goes without saying her stats rival those of a god-tier character, but her innate skill, Demonization, is an exceptionally powerful transformation ability. As everyone knows, transformation skills are bound to be powerful. Beyond that, the monster template's abilities also reveal to Yi Tian why Alice was dubbed the Dungeon Bug. Freely traversing instance spaces, the skill is incredibly useful. It means silently eliminating enemies within dungeons. Even during raid progression, it allowed an extra person to assist in dungeons originally capped at 5 players. Yi Tian instantly thought of the upcoming racial competition. The first event was a team dungeon speedrun competition, with the Great Xia Dynasty and the Yagu Dynasty each sending 5-person squads to race through the dungeon. With Alice on their side now, Yi Tian couldn't imagine how the Yagu Dynasty could possibly win this round. How do you fight against a cheat? Then there was the globally challenging level 75 Tier 4 dungeon. Once Alice matured, clearing it would be child's play. The 60 credits spent were definitely worth it. You have hired an employee Alice. Shared skills, Void Shuttle, Demonization Dark God of Battle, 12-Winged Light Wool Blade. Shared attributes. A long list of feedback flooded Yi Tian's screen. As for Alice, her appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her silvery white hair flowed like liquid metal, while faint dark patterns beneath her skin hinted at a deeper demonic transformation. Her left eye contracted into a vertical slit, with slender dark patterns extending from the corner like demonic tear streaks. Her black robes billowed in the wind, while 12 light wool blades 6 pairs floated behind her. Adorned with metallic-hued silver energy patterns, they could be summoned at will. This was the passive manifestation of the 12-winged light blade. Unprecedented power surged through Alice, leaving her almost unable to believe it was real. After a long moment, Alice retracted the 12 light blades beneath her cloak and glided toward Yi Tian. She knelt on one knee. Her face, radiating an otherworldly beauty, tilted downward slightly. Her right hand formed a fist pressed against her chest, resembling some gesture from the source martial world. Regardless of your identity, Alice pledges her loyalty to you, Master. Her voice was husky and magnetic, carrying an otherworldly allure, especially those final two words, which were as deadly as poison. Yi Tian waved his hand. Rise. From now on, call me boss. My identity is simply that of an ordinary human from the Great Xia. Yes, Boss. Alice's seductive trailing note faded as she rose, her gaze burning intensely upon the youth. And yet, the strikingly handsome youth had infused her with such immense power. His abilities were truly beyond comprehension. And it had given her hope to grow stronger. With the power of the Blade Queen, she would never again have to struggle between life and death as she once did. With that thought, Alice drew closer to Yi Tian, her voice dangerous and seductive. Boss, aren't you afraid that once I possess this power, I might threaten you in the future? Yi Tian, ? His gaze toward her turned peculiar, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Alice silently pursed her lips, for to her, Yi Tian's gaze seemed like he was looking at a fool. Alice, what level can this monster template reach when upgraded from an elite monster? What improvements does it offer? Alice, dungeon monsters are categorized as regular monsters, enhanced monsters, elite bosses, lord bosses, ultimate bosses, and world bosses. Elite bosses and lord bosses are what players commonly refer to as dungeon sub-bosses and main bosses. The latter are often the strongest monsters at the end of a dungeon. As for ultimate bosses, they're said to appear only in special locations like legendary ancient ruins or massive secret realms. As for world bosses, only one has ever been witnessed globally in an ultra-large secret realm developed by the American Empire. No one survived that encounter. Alice continued, theoretically, I could also reach the level required to face a world boss. This has always been my goal, because the power of void travel increases with the monster template level. I believe my chance to break free from the dungeon lies here. Yi Tian felt a surge of anticipation. Currently, the ability to traverse space could only be used within dungeons. If it could be used outside dungeons in the future, its utility would be even greater. Yi Tian inquired curiously, to increase monster levels, must one only hunt dungeon monsters? Or can any creature be slain? Any creature will do. The stronger, the better. Alice added, but as a human, I wouldn't actively hunt fellow humans. A sudden thought struck Yi Tian, hey. Then you could hunt down the alien races in Dragonkin in the Aegu Dynasty dungeon. It's time to give those alien races a proper challenge. Chapter 41, Secret Realm Invaded. Void travel. Hunt non-humans? That's perfect. Alice was thrilled. With her monster template, defeating dungeon challengers granted her more experience than slaying regular dungeon monsters. Especially those inherently powerful alien races previously she'd avoided confronting them due to her lack of strength. Now, with her hidden class, hunting them would surely accelerate her growth. But then a problem occurred to her. But I'm always stuck inside dungeons. I have no idea where the alien races are, I can't even find their dungeons. The Voidwalker's ability Void Shuttle allowed her to traverse any instance freely, but without location guidance, it was like walking blindfolded. In truth, Alice, living within the dungeons, couldn't discern external directions. Each dungeon traverse was a gamble. But Yi Tian had a solution. You should be able to sense my location now, right? Alice closed her eyes and focused her senses slightly. She nodded with delight. After the successful recruitment, Yi Tian and Alice automatically established an employer-employee relationship. Just as Yi Tian could view her employee panel, Alice could now intuitively sense her employer's presence. That was the source of her power. To Alice, this sensation felt like being in the boundless darkness of the ocean, suddenly enveloped by the light of a lighthouse. I'll locate the dungeon for the alien race. When the time comes, just teleport directly to my side. Alice's face lit up with joy at Yi Tian's words. At last, her days of wandering blindly through the instance were over. She bowed gracefully toward Yi Tian. Alice follows your guidance. Exiting the instance. Yi Tian was quite satisfied with this expedition. He had gained a special talent and acquired the extraordinary ability to traverse dungeons. That special potential truly is extraordinary. As Yi Tian marveled, he suddenly noticed the number of adventurers in the instance hub had dwindled significantly. After some whispered discussions, groups of adventurers began rushing out of the city. What's happening? The receptionist at the instance center, who had been deeply impressed by Yi Tian's completion of the sealed instance and secret realm, explained. The medium-sized secret realm outside the city has undergone some kind of mutation and sealed itself off completely. The medium-sized secret realm outside the city? Wasn't that the Sky Owl realm Yi Tian and his group had seized not long ago? Yi Tian frowned slightly. Mutation and complete sealing undoubtedly meant the resources within the secret realm could no longer be mined. A perfectly good medium-sized secret realm. If they couldn't enter to harvest its resources, they'd be left staring at it helplessly, gaining nothing. It meant their previous struggle had been entirely wasted. Strange. With that thought, Yi Tian swiftly headed toward the secret realm outside the city to investigate. But upon arriving at the secret realm's vicinity, he discovered its entrance had already been cordoned off by the garrison troops. Hundreds of professional adventurers who had come to observe were all blocked behind the cordon, barred from approaching the entrance. The situation looked quite serious. "Everyone step back. Do not approach," the guards shouted. Seeing this, Yi Tian stepped forward and presented his own identification, a credential from the Expansion and Strengthening Office. A guard frowned slightly upon seeing it. "What the hell is this?" "Whoa, wait. My apologies, sir. I didn't recognize you earlier." His expression shifted from indignation to bewilderment, and finally to solemn respect. He raised his hand, signaling that Yi Tian could pass through the blockade. The credential's name was abstract, yet its function was undeniable. According to Wei Yuan, this credential held authority rivaling that of the city lord, granting unimpeded access to most parts of Great Xia. "Why does he get to go in? Who the hell is he?" The crowd of onlookers blocked outside murmured in discontent. The guard snapped, "He's from a special agency. He can handle things. Why would you go in? To be buried alive?" At this, the murmurs of resentment from the professional onlookers gradually died down. Yi Tian approached the secret realm's entrance, where a dark purple vortex now swirled, emanating a dangerous aura. At that moment, Wei Yuan was nowhere to be seen near the entrance. Instead, Bai Qiuli and another elegant, mature woman stood there. "Boss! I was just about to message you," Bai Qiuli exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yi Tian arrive. The other beautiful woman, sword in hand, turned her gaze toward Yi Tian upon hearing this, and he returned her look with equal curiosity. Bai Qiuli quickly introduced the two. "So this is Senior Jiang Yuanshuang. Boss Qiuli's young boss." Jiang Yuanshuang appraised Yi Tian with her gaze. She hadn't expected the boss who could help Bai Qiuli advance to a god-tier profession to be such a handsome young man. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled. For Jiang Yuanshuang, a top-tier level 74 professional, to come here, the matter must be significant. Bai Qiuli then explained to Yi Tian. "This morning, the secret realm suddenly went haywire. The entrance sealed shut, trapping all the miners inside. We suspect a demonic presence has invaded the realm and need a team to resolve it. Then, the exploration team formed by Yi Xiao and Jiang Che went in. It's been 4 hours, and they still haven't come out. Ever since they went in, the entrance has been completely sealed off. No one can get in. Yi Xiao and Jiang Che went in too." Yi Tian's brow furrowed slightly. He knew Yi Xiao and Jiang Che's capabilities. If it were demonic entities, they wouldn't be trapped for so long. Unless it was a demonic entity of the Demon Lord or Demon King tier, but if such a being had arrived, its target wouldn't be a single secret realm. It would likely be the entire Qingcheng. Jiang Yuanshuang gazed at the deep purple entrance to the secret realm, her expression solemn. "This kind of technique, it's very likely some kind of alien race." Bai Qiuli spoke urgently. "Boss, why not try contacting them through the meeting portal? Otherwise, no one knows what's happening inside." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian opened the employee panel and checked Yi Xiao and Jiang Che's status. He found both were still engaged in combat, their health bars holding above half. While they weren't in immediate danger, prolonging the fight could change that. "No need. I'll go rescue them." As Yi Tian finished speaking, Bai Qiuli froze slightly. Jiang Yuanshuang beside her shook her head helplessly. "The entrance is sealed off. No one can get in. The purpose of these alien beings is likely far from simple." Though she spoke thus, Yi Tian still approached the entrance to the secret realm. "The secret realm is sealed off. Entry is impossible." This warning halted Yi Tian in his tracks. Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli, one tall and one short, both looked at Yi Tian with puzzled expressions. At that moment, Yi Tian raised his hand and pinched the entrance to the secret realm. Unstable energy flickered in his palm, causing the vortex to nearly tear apart. Void shuttle. In the next instant, Yi Tian stepped into the torn fissure and entered the secret realm's entrance directly. Witnessing this, Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli both stared in stunned silence. "What kind of power is this?" Jiang Yuanshuang's composed demeanor began to unravel as she murmured, "When did Great Xia produce such a terrifying figure?" She turned to Bai Qiuli. "Just how powerful is your boss?" Bai Qiuli's delicate features wore a look of bewilderment as she carefully recalled the events in her mind. Yet, even her own tone betrayed uncertainty. He must be incredibly powerful, right? Chapter 42, The Void Insect Clan. Brazen Extortion. Purple light flickered as Yi Tian materialized within the secret realm. The once familiar Tianyu realm was now shrouded in countless barriers like a black net. A putrid stench spread relentlessly, filling the air with foul odor. Seems this level of sealing can still be broken by void shifting. After sharing Alice's void shuttle ability, Yi Tian had also mastered the power to traverse into instances and secret realms. It seemed one could not only traverse between instances but also from the outside world into instances. Yi Tian glanced around and spotted 2 Heaven Scar gold mines. Within resource secret realms, numerous such mineral veins would form. Once mined by extraction workers, they yielded vast quantities of materials. Heaven Scar gold, infused with wind elemental energy, was ideal for crafting equipment for agility-based classes. Yet the few fragments of scar gold scattered across the bleak surface now bore telltale signs of being gnawed on the heart or was riddled with nicks and chips. Looks like there are quite a few alien races around. Yi Tian's gaze drifted toward the depths of the Sky Owl realm, a hint of anticipation flickering in his heart. He then spoke. Alice. Zzzzzzz. As the words fell, the secret realm space beside Yi Tian tore open, and a demonic figure stepped out, striding with long legs. Queen of Blades Alice. She approached Yi Tian, her coldly beautiful face brimming with curiosity. Isn't this the same secret realm as before? Yes. Though it's not an instance of the Yagu dynasty, there should be plenty of alien races here. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Alice instinctively licked her crimson lips, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Let's go. Yi Tian swiftly charged deep into the Sky Owl realm, his senses pinpointing the location of Yi Xiu and Zhang Che. Stepping onto the second floating island, sounds finally emerged from the black web-like barrier enveloping it. Swarms of insects crawled across the barrier, emitting a teeth-grinding hum. Yi Tian looked up. The tiny insects were hideously grotesque, their shells glowing with a sinister purple light, each sporting 6 beetle-like legs. Void insects? Alice's gaze sharpened as she recognized them instantly. Yi Tian gave them a casual glance, noting that this alien race, the Void Insect Clan, possessed mediocre strength, only around Tier 2 combat power. 12 luminous wheel blades instantly materialized behind Alice. Her long blades sliced through the air with a whistling sound, striking several void insects with her intent. Each slash traced dazzling trails of light. Her innate 12-winged light blade passive granted a massive 500% attack damage bonus, making even her basic strikes lethal enough to instantly kill. Shoo! Shoo! The fierce blade flashes swept through the swarm before her, instantly annihilating them. They dissolved into orbs of experience, absorbed by Alice. Alice beamed with delight. This experience is definitely stronger than dungeon monsters. I'm not far from the elite boss level now. At that moment, Yi Tian charged straight toward the third giant floating island. The atmosphere here was even more putrid and foul, with dense swarms of insects crawling across a black web-like barrier. In a corner of the island, dozens of mining workers huddled together. Yi Xiu, Zhang Che, his siblings, and a professional wearing Starfire Martial Arts Academy attire under Yi Xiu's command, protected the miners while fighting off the swarm of void insects. It seemed the battle had been raging for quite some time. Boss. What brings you here? Wasn't the secret realm sealed off? How did you get in? The moment Yi Xiu and Zhang Che saw Yi Tian, shock washed over their faces. They shared a connection with Yi Tian, enabling them to sense that the man before them was indeed the real Yi Tian, not some imposter. This left them even more bewildered. I'm here to rescue you. Before them stood a massive, dark green reptilian creature and a spider-like insect that periodically devoured prey nearby, clearly 2 elite members of the Void Insect Clan. Void Lobster, level 40. Void Weaver, level 40. These must be the 2 strongest creatures they've brought this time. Tough opponents, boss, be careful. Yi Xiu Jiangche hurriedly warned. Yi Tian remained composed. Alice. In the next instant, 2 mantis-like energy blades sprang from Alice's wrists. Combined with her 12-winged light blade, the blades whirled like a fierce whirlwind. The 2 void insects weren't particularly formidable, even a god-tier profession like Yi Xiu could handle them. But with dozens of mining workers behind him needing protection, he couldn't unleash his full power. Zhang Che couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Holy crap, boss, this chick is fierce. Seems like she's got god-tier combat power too? Yi Xiu nodded in agreement. Alice's current combat prowess was on par with his own. Little did they know that Alice hadn't even activated her demonic transformation yet. If she had, she could have easily wiped out both void insects in an instant. Yi Xiu caught his breath and, seeing the situation, warned Yi Tian Dao. Boss, these void insects are up to something big. I recall the Void Insect Clan's dimensional portal originated from neighboring Han Kingdom. But just days ago, Han Kingdom was annihilated by them. Now they've set their sights on Great Xia. Destroyed Han Kingdom? Yi Tian expressed mild surprise. Though Han Kingdom was relatively weak, it was still a sovereign nation. How could it have fallen so easily? Yi Xiu shared the intelligence he possessed. The Void Insect Clan comprises 2 types, void insects and parasites. The void beetles are the ones surrounding us. Their combat prowess isn't top tier among alien races, but they possess the ability to invade instances, employing devious tactics. As for the parasites, it's said they can infest other creatures with low mental power and control them. It must be said, these 2 abilities are truly bizarre. It's no wonder they could wipe out an entire nation. Yet Yi Tian couldn't shake the feeling that the void insect's abilities held some inexplicable connection to Alice's void travel. And there's another type, the parasite? Outside, Wei Yuan was just a short distance from the secret realm when his driver suddenly glowed green in the eyes, his face contorted into a horrifyingly grotesque expression. Playing tricks. Wei Yuan observed the driver's sudden change in expression, his own face utterly calm. Got something to say? Spit it out. With Wei Yuan's formidable psychic power, he naturally sensed something had possessed the driver. Yet the entity hadn't acted rashly. Clearly, it had something to say. Soon, the driver's voice came out hoarse, "Greetings to the great Xia from Her Majesty the Bug Queen." Cut the nonsense. From these words alone, Wei Yuan understood immediately the visitors were none other than the Void Insect clan that had annihilated the Han Kingdom. The ruler of the Insect clan was none other than the Void Queen. Upon receiving this information, he immediately realized that the sealing of the secret realm was the work of the Void Insect clan. The insectoid entity parasitizing the driver spoke with a sinister tone, "Since you're so impatient, I'll make this brief. The issue of the Tianyu realm being inaccessible, our clan can resolve it for Great Xia. And we can also help free those exceptional humans trapped within the secret realm. In return, we only require 2 small secret realms as payment." Chapter 43, Boss Promotion. Dungeon Permissions. Ha! Wei Yuan chuckled. The sealing of the medium-sized secret realm? That was clearly the work of the Void Insect clan. It was undoubtedly nothing more than blatant extortion. Exchanging 2 small secret realms for 1 medium-sized one, in other words, it was practically extorting protection money. Refusal meant the medium-sized secret realm would remain sealed, inaccessible to anyone, effectively rendered useless. And the Void Insect clan could repeat this process endlessly. This is precisely the insidious nature of the Void Insect race. Their ability to invade dungeons is a threat most nations cannot defend against, the Great Xia Empire included. Wei Yuan would not compromise, but the Great Xia Empire needed time to devise countermeasures against this capability. Just then, his phone vibrated. Wei Yuan glanced sideways and saw a message from Jiang Yuanshuang. Yi Tian has entered the sealed secret realm. Yi Tian. Wei Yuan was well aware of the secret realm's status. After Yixiao, Jiang Che, and the other 5 entered, the realm had been completely sealed off by the Void Insect clan. No one could enter. Invasion was a racial ability of the Void Insect clan. Dungeons and secret realms were essentially isolated, self-contained spaces. Typically, only one group was permitted entry at a time before the space sealed itself shut. Yet the Void Insect clan could corrode space, eroding the sealed walls to invade en masse. Once inside, they could further seal off the space using unique methods, securing exclusive control over the secret realm. Nations worldwide, and most alien races, lack countermeasures, otherwise, the Han nation wouldn't have fallen so swiftly. Yet Yi Tian actually broke through the Void Insect clan's blockade? How did he do it? Seeing Wei Yuan's pensive expression, the parasite inhabiting the driver spoke again. "As the leader of Great Xia, you surely understand the principle of sacrificing the lesser to protect the greater. Exchanging 2 minor secret realms for a medium-sized one, plus the lives of 5 Great Xia talents, that's a bargain. Wouldn't you agree?" The parasite's voice was hoarse and unsettling, yet Wei Yuan's mood gradually calmed. If Yi Tian possessed the capability and audacity to enter the sealed secret realm, he must have some confidence in his ability to handle the situation. Besides, at this point, Yi Tian was likely the only one capable of countering the Void Insect clan's devious tactics. The parasite urged, "If we delay any longer, I can't guarantee what might happen within the secret realm." Wei Yuan chose to trust Yi Tian, responding with a faint smile. "I'm not so sure." Within the secret realm, in the domain of Tianyu, Alice's combat prowess truly stunned the entire crowd. 12 winged light blades split into 6 to fend off the smaller insectoids, while the remaining 6 joined Alice in simultaneously battling 2 elite level 40 void insects. She single-handedly held back hundreds of void insects. Alice's form flickered as 6 light wool blades streaked like soaring auroras, closing in on the 2 elite void insects. "Die, you madwoman." The void kraken was startled. It hadn't expected its opponent to dare meet its attack head-on and charge in for a direct confrontation. But he sensed an opening. Purple acid sprayed from its monstrous mouthparts, a highly corrosive attack enveloping Alice's form. Yet in the next instant, a long, black gleam flashed through the acid. A single slash cleaved through the corrosive liquid, its shockwave instantly severing half the void turtle's body. The void kraken shrieked, retracting all its nerve cords defensively, letting out a wail. "What?" The 2 exchanges occurred in the blink of an eye, causing the void weaver's pupils to suddenly contract. Her abilities leaned toward control. The black web enveloping this secret realm was her masterpiece. Yet in the blink of an eye, her damage-dealing ally had been gravely wounded. Instantly, black spiderwebs spread from her body, blanketing the sky like a giant black hand reaching out from behind Alice to seize her. This was her most potent means of control. Seizing Alice would not only save her teammate but also seize the opportunity to turn the tide of battle. Yet, facing the overwhelming black web, Alice didn't even turn her head, her right hand reaching backward through the air. Final judgment. Dozens of crimson slashes erupted from behind Alice. Trails of crimson slashes instantly shredded the webs, piercing through them to explode upon the web weaver in the void. The weaver's body seemed struck by countless slashes, instantly torn into a myriad of fragments. Boom! Accompanied by the explosive crackle of bursting blood, the weaver was slain by Alice before it could even utter a scream. She had struck. She was taken down instantly. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Blue sparks flickered across the void weaver's corpse, transforming into experience points absorbed by Alice. The void kraken before Alice now stood utterly dumbfounded. The next moment, Alice summoned 12 light wool blades simultaneously. In the colossal beast's enormous pupils, Alice's left hand was reflected as she raised it lightly. Instantly, all 12 light-wool blades pierced its carapace. The dark purple carapace emitted a shrill cracking sound, like shattering crystal, completely obliterating the life force within the Void Kraken's massive body. At that moment, Yi Xiao, Jiang Che, and the others including the mining team members were all frozen in shock. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether Alice or these void insects were more terrifying. Employee Alice defeated Void Crab and Void Weaver. You have gained shared experience. Alice has absorbed sufficient hunting experience, upgrading her monster template from Elite Monster to Elite Boss. Void Shuttle ability enhanced, usage limit increased from 6 times per day to 10 times per day. As the interface notification flashed, Alice's form grew more slender and upright upon becoming an Elite Boss, while the 2 mantis blades on her arms significantly strengthened. Though referred to as a sub-boss, an Elite Boss is still a boss completely transcending the realm of minions. Along with this came the dungeon permissions reserved for bosses. Alice gains Elite Boss privileges, can alter dungeon terrain, weather, can impose one ability restriction during combat. Seeing this, Yi Tian felt a surge of delight. He hadn't expected Alice to already possess the ability to impose restrictions. Among adventurers, this is also known as the boss's mechanics. In dungeons, powerful bosses can impose restrictions such as healing prohibited near the boss, fire attribute spells disabled throughout the instance, group disarmament, etc. These are unique abilities exclusive to instance bosses. As long as they're within the instance, bosses can impose ability restrictions on any target. This is their unique authority. In the globally stalled level 75 Tier 4 dungeon, one particularly insane restriction stands out. All challengers suffer a 90% attribute reduction. However, such restrictions originate from an ultimate boss. The higher the level and the more powerful the boss, the stronger the ability restrictions they can impose. Though Alice is currently only an elite boss, her ability to wield such restrictions proves her future potential. Two elite void insects fell, triggering a panicked chorus from the swarm of smaller void insects surrounding them. 2 groups trembled, nearly fleeing first. If even the 2 elite ones were dispatched so easily, the remaining small insects stood no chance against Alice. Moreover, the void insect race's innate ability to invade dungeons comes with limitations. Invading a dungeon was akin to storming the lair of its boss, drawing the boss's attention and countermeasures unless the boss was slain or allied with. Once a dungeon was cleared and its boss vanished, these small void insects could invade with ease. As long as the dungeon boss remained, the tiny void insects sensed they were trespassing on another's territory, constantly in danger, and instinctively wanted to flee. Trying to run? But Alice was in the thick of the kill, and there was no way she'd let them escape so easily. This was all experience for her monster template. Alice, issue a restriction prohibiting departure. Yi Tian spoke up, and Alice was just about to do so. Theoretically, higher-tier bosses possess greater authority, and their abilities override the limitations of lower-tier bosses. Thus, within dungeons, adventurers typically face the mechanics imposed by the main boss, instinctively ignoring those of lesser bosses. But in this particular secret realm, Alice was the only boss present. Prohibit departure from the secret realm. Alice invoked her boss privileges to issue this command across the entire secret realm. Instantly, the entire realm seemed enveloped by an invisible force, imposing a restriction upon all living beings. With elite boss privileges, the prohibited from leaving the secret realm restriction can only be limited to 1 minute. From the moment this command is issued, all targets within the realm are prohibited from leaving for 1 minute. 1 minute is enough. Alice's demon corrupted eye turned crimson as the 12-winged light blade blazed to full power under her command. Yi Tian checked his status and confirmed that even professionals were bound by the restriction forbidden to leave. As a boss, the authority within the instance was truly terrifying. It was easy to imagine if Alice were to grow into an ultimate or even world-class boss in the future, what dungeon would be beyond her reach. Forget the Aegis dynasty competing in dungeon speedruns at the Great Race. Even if 10 other races joined the contest, they'd still slaughter everyone. Kill. 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 She leapt forward like a wolf among sheep. In stark contrast to the tiny void bug's panic, Alice descended like a celestial demon slayer. Wherever her 12 light-bladed wheels struck, the ground was strewn with the mangled limbs and blood of monsters. The scene was utterly bloody. Ha 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 ha. Alice's maniacal laughter pierced the ears of everyone present, sending a chill down the spines of Yi Tian, Jiang Che, and the others. The dozens of rescued miners, initially overjoyed to see the void bugs trapping them slain. But now, witnessing Alice's frenzied slaughter, the workers exchanged horrified glances, their scalps prickling with dread. How come she seems even more ruthless than those bugs? Compared to those bugs, she's the real boss. Just watching her gives me chills down my spine. Dude, your back's cold because you're leaning against a bug corpse. 1 minute passed. Inside the instance, only Alice's flashing blades remained. The giant floating island and the void bug's black web barrier were covered in slash marks and scattered limbs of small void bugs. Though the small void bugs outnumbered her, Alice's terrifyingly swift kills were made possible by her extraordinary agility and the 12 independently controlled light blades she wielded. Yi Xiu and Jiang Che had intended to assist, but Yi Tian stopped them. As invaders of the secret realm, slaying these void insects by Alice significantly accelerated the upgrade speed of the monster template. This was one reason Yi Tian recognized Alice as a potential dungeon bug. Beyond possessing dual templates as both a professional and a monster. As a dungeon monster, she could infinitely level up, even evolving from a minor foe into a boss. This was utterly impossible for other monsters. As a class-based player, one could kill instance monsters to level up. As a dungeon monster, she can level up by defeating dungeon challengers. With her dual templates, Alice's future potential was limitless. Hundreds of small void bugs transformed into experience absorbed by Alice, bringing her closer to ascending from elite boss to lord boss. Delicious. After the slaughter, Alice licked her lips, her expression one of pure delight, as if she had just finished a delicious meal. It's over, Yi Tian informed Yi Xiu and the others. You should lead the mining team out first. Yi Xiu nodded. Understood. The weather over the floating island cleared from overcast to sunny, and the black web barrier shrouding the secret realm gradually dissipated, signaling the realm had returned to normal accessibility. Alice seemed reluctant to leave. She turned to Yi Tian and asked, Boss, now that this secret realm has no monsters or alien races left, where should I go next? This was likely Alice's only flaw, having existed solely within isolated instance spaces, she lacked any sense of direction and couldn't accurately locate suitable hunting targets. This killing machine needed Yi Tian to activate it. The Yagu Dynasty. Chapter 44, Joint Annexation of Great Xia? Head to the hostile faction instance. The Yagu Dynasty. This was Yi Tian's original intended destination. Since enemies could be hunted within instances, the alien race was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. He spoke as he stepped out of the secret realm, instructing Alice. Wait for my summons. Outside, Zhang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli watched the secret realm's entrance with tense focus. Yi Tian's entry signaled a further escalation of the crisis. If he couldn't emerge, the consequences would be far graver than losing a medium-sized secret realm. Fortunately, the violet-hued entrance gradually returned to normal, and the blockade lifted. Yi Xiu, Jiang Che, and the others led dozens of mining team members out of the secret realm completely unscathed. Thank goodness. Bai Qiuli and Zhang Yuanshuang breathed a sigh of relief. The latter, surprised and delighted, added, Qiulu, your little boss is really quite capable. Bai Qiuli froze for a moment. Truth be told, she rarely witnessed Yi Tian in action and couldn't gauge his true strength. Yet from the few glimpses she caught, his abilities were undeniably mysterious. She nodded blankly in agreement. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan's gaze pierced through the distance toward the secret realm. The parasite inhabiting the driver urged, Don't waste time, Your Excellency. There won't be any miracles. Before the words had even left his mouth, the parasite turned pale with shock. The presence of hundreds of its fellow void insects from the secret realm had vanished without a trace. What's happening? Have they all retreated? The parasite was utterly bewildered, never having considered the possibility of casualties. After all, this was a Tier 2 secret realm, restricted to players below level 25. Sending 2 elite level 40 void insects was supposed to guarantee overwhelming dominance. How could anything go wrong against a group of no more than 5 Great Xia professionals? Moreover, hundreds of void insects couldn't possibly die so quickly. The parasite seethed with rage, damn it. How dare they disobey Her Majesty the Queen's orders and retreat without permission? Wei Yuan sensed the alien presence vanishing from the secret realm, a satisfied smile curving his lips. Yi Tian, truly a man capable of miracles. In the next instant, he reached out toward the parasite, his grasp forming into an immense, intangible hand of stellar spirit power that crushed the parasite's thread of mental essence into oblivion. Tell your queen that if she dares set foot in Great Xia again, I will personally pay her a visit. The parasite's gray-green body screamed in agony. The parasite's method of infestation involved remotely projecting a thread of its mental essence through a void insect, seizing the opportunity to take control of a mentally weak host. Though the core itself posed no immediate threat, if that mental thread were destroyed, the parasite's core would suffer excruciating backlash. Its current location was a land corroded to a sickly gray-black hue, its sky shrouded in a black web-like barrier. Beneath the surrounding ruins, countless dense, repulsive insect eggs were hatching. This was the ruined realm of Han. Human traces lingering in the ruins were mercilessly trampled by the insectoid horde's collapsed skyscrapers, shattered vehicles. Not a single spark of human life remained. This tiny patch of land had become the void insect clan's nest, where bizarre, twisted insects crawled across the collapsed buildings. Ignoring the torment of its mind, the parasite raced furiously to the queen's lair, intent on demanding why the void insects had suddenly withdrawn. Yet the moment it reached the queen's lair, the eerie silence sent an inexplicable chill through its very core. The answer it received sent a shockwave through its very being. Not a single one of the hundreds of void insects sent to Great Xia returned? They all perished. I am the sole survivor. He couldn't believe it, dared not believe it. The chill deep within him sent shivers down his spine. He had assumed his comrades had abandoned him, but who could have imagined they had all perished? At that moment, from the darkness within the queen's lair, the queen's deep, commanding voice echoed. Daxia, truly different from the Han Kingdom. When the Void Insect clan invaded the Han Kingdom, they had never faced such setbacks. Their first strike alone cost them hundreds of void insects. And they gained not a single shred of benefit, utterly wasted losses. Having conquered the Han Kingdom with ease, the void insects now tasted defeat at the hands of the human race for the first time. It makes perfect sense that Great Xia possesses such vast territories. The queen's voice grew hoarse with fury, but we void insects crave even greater territories. This tiny realm of the cold nation could never satisfy them. Great Xia. The dragon descendants of Yagu seemed to be their match. The queen's deep, hollow voice echoed once more from the darkness. Find the Yagu dynasty. Unite and devour the Great Xia. The secret realm issue was resolved, but Wei Yuan remained deeply curious about Yi Tian's method to counter the void insect invasion. Wei Yuan sought out Yi Tian for a private conversation. The void insect race employed bizarre tactics, having ravaged numerous nations. A permanent defense against them would be like removing a thorn from the Great Xia's side. Yet Yi Tian shook his head. I have no method to prevent the void insect's invasion. My solution is to directly enter the instance and eliminate every single void insect. Directly entering the instance sounded simple, but Wei Yuan knew this was yet another unique ability exclusive to Yi Tian. Still, he felt reassured. Though prevention was currently impossible, at least with Yi Tian around, there was a temporary solution to deal with the void insects. It seems we must task the Research Institute with mastering large-scale barrier techniques. Preventing the void insect race before they pose a threat would be ideal. After all, Yi Tian was just one person. The Great Xia Empire couldn't rely solely on him and do nothing else. After speaking, Wei Yuan solemnly added, Still, we owe this victory entirely to you. At the very least, had Yi Tian not intervened today, the Great Xia Empire would have had no effective countermeasure and likely would have had to sacrifice a medium-sized secret realm. Yi Tian responded with a smile, having a favor to ask. Brother Wei, could you take me into the Yagu dynasty instance? Any instance they control will do. Wei Yuan froze. Enter the Yagu dynasty's instance? Voluntarily venturing into a dungeon belonging to an enemy faction? This peculiar request was a first for him. Still, Wei Yuan knew Yi Tian wasn't one to make unfounded requests, he must have a purpose. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Alright, I'll take you. Chapter 45, Who blocks the dungeon entrance with a boss? Dingcheng, on the eastern border of Great Xia. This city served as a joint garrison for the border forces of the Great Xia and the Yagu dynasty, where skirmishes and duels were commonplace. Since the Great Xia had seized a small secret realm one the Red Emperor had freely given from the Yagu dynasty, the border clashes between the two factions had grown even more intense. Hurry! Hurry up! We're about to sprint. Nice! Just beat that little dragon's record. Bring over all their wagers. What's so great about a few seconds lead? Humans just haven't seen the world. You damn alien! In the heart of Dingcheng, a group of Great Xia border guards and another of alien troops were gathered around a dungeon entrance, placing bets with fierce intensity. Wei Yuan drove Yi Tian over. Seeing the scene, Yi Tian asked curiously. What's this? Besides martial duels, the border guards usually engage in this kind of speedrun dungeon challenge. It's another form of competition. After Wei Yuan's explanation, Yi Tian quickly grasped the rules. Both the Great Xia and the Yagu dynasty sent teams to clear the dungeon, competing to see which side could finish faster. Simultaneously, both sides placed bets against each other. Winners receive wagers from the losing side based on their betting ratio. Much like martial duels, this direct measure of combat prowess was commonplace in cities garrisoned by both tribes. The only real victim was the dungeon itself, being run over and over by both factions. Wei Yuan gestured toward the dungeon and asked, Could this dungeon be your objective? No way. I'll lead you into the Yagu continent, guaranteed you'll have no trouble clearing a dungeon there. The Yagu continent lies beyond Dingcheng's portal to another realm, the ancestral homeland of the Yagu dynasty. Yi Tian immediately cut him off. No need for that. This dungeon will do just fine. His goal was simply to bring Alice near the Yagu dynasty. Once there, she could handle things freely. The two dismounted and walked over. It happened to be the time when the Yagu dynasty had dispatched someone for the speed competition. Yi Tian recognized the Sen alien race. It was Yedra, the half-dragon from the last medium-sized secret realm. It seemed his failure in the secret realm competition had earned him a demotion to the border defense forces by the Crimson Emperor. Boss! As Yi Tian approached, a cheerful voice called out. Wan Zhang jogged a few steps forward, visibly delighted to see Yi Tian after so long. Commander, good day. Commander Wei is here too. Wei Yuan gave a slight nod. Yi Tian noticed the shoulder insignia on Wan Zhang's uniform. He'd been promoted to squad leader. What? You're participating in the dungeon speedrun too? Wan Zhang chuckled. Just messing around during breaks. Then, Wan Zhang leaned in close to Yi Tian's ear with a mysterious look. Boss, you'll never guess what happened. I've gained an incredibly powerful ability. Yi Tian casually replied, superhuman physique? Wan Zhang's eyes instantly widened like copper bells, the shock of having his carefully guarded secret exposed in one sentence. Yi Tian cleared his throat lightly, patting his shoulder. Not bad. Keep up the good work. With that, Yi Tian headed toward the dungeon bedding area. Wan Zhang was left standing there, his face frozen in utter disbelief. Boss really is the boss. He could even tell I have a super physique. But he'd never guess my extraordinary physique can still be enhanced. Yedra, 8 minutes 35 seconds to clear the level new record. Damn. Soon, Yedra, the half-dragon from the Yagu dynasty, exited the instance, her speed runtime beating the previous record by over a minute. The Great Xia border guard's wagers from the previous round were all won by the Yagu dynasty. Great Xia, send someone out now. Bring it on. The dungeon speedrun rotated participants, and now it was the Great Xia's turn to send someone. Wan Zhang was already itching to go. Boss, I'm in. Watch me crush this little dragon. No, let me handle it. Yi Tian spoke, ignoring Wan Zhang's astonished gaze as he strode directly to the dungeon entrance. The Great Xia border guards froze in shock. Who is this kid? Which regiment is he from? Meanwhile, the foreign tribesmen of the Yagu dynasty sneered, some greenhorn kid. Is Great Xia out of options? However, seeing Yi Tian actually enter the instance, the foreigners didn't place reckless bets. After all, pretenders were common these days. The Great Xia border guards had played this game countless times before, making the foreign tribes far more cautious. Thus, only a handful placed bets this round. This was a level 35 instance. In terms of difficulty alone, it posed almost no challenge to Yi Tian. But his goal wasn't speedrunning. Alice. As the words fell, Alice's bewitching figure, cloaked in black, flashed over. Her 182 centimeters frame appeared even more slender beneath the cloak, her eyes glinting with gold and possessing an eerie, demonic gaze filled with anticipation. Boss, is the prey here? Indeed. Soon, a steady stream of alien races will be lining up at our doorstep. Yi Tian chuckled. And this place is near the Yagu dynasty. The nearby dungeons are teeming with them. Bringing Alice to the Yagu dynasty also accelerated the advancement of her monster template. Those dragon-blooded with innate, powerful bloodlines were the best nourishment for Alice's evolution. Yi Tian instructed, clear this wave of dungeon monsters first. Keep the clear time under 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Alice nodded obediently, summoning her 12-winged light blade and springing into action. Yi Tian, new record cleared in 8 minutes 30 seconds. Pfft, thought you were holding back. A mere 5-second lead? What's a few seconds ahead? Just luck. I haven't even gone all out yet. Clearing it under 7 minutes is no problem. Upon seeing Yi Tian's completion time, the foreign tribes of the Yagu dynasty scoffed in disdain. The half-dragon Yedra, who spoke last, was already preparing to make another move. Place your bets. Place your bets. This time, the alien races threw themselves into placing wagers with renewed vigor. Equipment, materials, coins, anything of value served as stakes. They knew Yedra's strength. A half-dragon sent to conquer a medium-sized secret realm was clearly no ordinary foe. The Great Xia border guards understood this too, and almost none of them placed bets except Yi Tian. Boss, you're betting too? Wan Zhang lowered his voice in puzzlement. Not only had Yi Tian placed a wager, but it was substantial. He'd thrown in a pile of gear he'd looted from dungeon runs, prompting even more non-humans to join the betting frenzy. Yi Tian merely smiled. Just for fun. Wei Yuan pondered thoughtfully, suddenly recalling the black-robed figure Yi Tian had mentioned within the dungeon. A vague suspicion began to form. Yedra entered the instance. He too had wagered considerable wealth before entering. If he went all out, breaking the record would be a breeze. Bring it on. Ha! Half-dragon Yedra had barely entered the instance when, before she could fully take in the scene, he spotted a dark-robed figure standing not far away, 12 light blades hovering behind her, an eerie and dangerous sight. Wait. Why hadn't he seen this monster last time? His mind was still processing when Alice flickered into motion. She closed the distance at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, a cold gleam flashing before his eyes. No! This is the boss. A ridiculously powerful boss. From their first encounter, he could tell he stood no chance. The overwhelming pressure radiating from her nearly drowned him like a tidal wave. Yedra's heart nearly exploded. Damn it! Who puts a boss right at the dungeon entrance? Chapter 46, Royal Dragonblood. Ascension to Lord Boss. Soon, Yedra realized he was wrong. This wasn't merely a dungeon boss blocking the entrance. The hooded figure before him was immeasurably stronger than any final boss in a level 35 dungeon. Something's off about this boss. There's no time. We must first withstand her attacks, then figure out how to escape the dungeon. Feeling the icy glint of the blade closing in, Yedra decisively abandoned any thought of fighting. Summoning every ounce of strength, he crossed his arms before his chest, the dragon blood scales on his forearms shimmering with azure light. In the next instant, a flash of cold light erupted. His desperate defense was sliced apart by Alice as easily as cutting tofu. Among the non-human races of the Yagyu dynasty, Yedra ranked as an upper mid-tier half-dragon. Yet before Alice, the Blade Queen wielding dual templates and a hidden class, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from an equal opponent. The cold glinting light-will blade seemed to sneer. Your defense is as laughable as you are. In the next instant, 12 light-bladed wheels pierced Yedra's body like 1,000 arrows. Yedra died instantly. Alice's expression was one of pure satisfaction. The boss was right after all. If we just wait here, they'll come right to us. Yedra failed clear. Outside, witnessing the instant's entrance revert to a challengeable state, everyone present, humans and alien races alike, froze in stunned silence. Challenge failed, and no one emerged? There was only one possibility: they had perished within the instance. How could that be? The alien races couldn't believe it. He was a half-dragon. How could he die in a level 35 dungeon? Had the instance, after being cleared so many times, awakened? Evolved? As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, Yi Tian smiled, collecting every last bet the alien race had placed in the previous round. Equipment of varying quality, materials, and more. A massive haul of wagers was claimed by Yi Tian alone. Though the items weren't particularly valuable, free stuff? Who wouldn't take it? Seeing this, Wan Jian couldn't help but burst out laughing. First, is this all the Yagyu dynasty's got? This is your level? Can't even clear a dungeon? If you suck, practice more. Hearing this, the alien tribes erupted in fury, especially those who had bet heavily in the previous round. Yedra is a useless piece of trash. No wonder we failed to clear the medium-sized secret realm. Turns out he's this weak. Swap him out and try again. Soon, the Yagyu dynasty dispatched another half-dragon. This half-dragon bore a military rank, suggesting he held a significant position within the alien forces. This caused the alien factions to erupt in boisterous cheers once more, with even larger sums being wagered. Half a minute later. What? Failed again? The instance reset, meaning the new half-dragon had also perished within. Had the instance truly evolved? The alien races exchanged stunned glances, while the great Xia border guards mocked them mercilessly. This was what infuriated the former most. Not only had they lost a fortune in wagers, but they'd been humiliated by the great Xia's mockery. Stationed in the same city, how could they endure such humiliation? A giant scorpion alien, over 3 meters tall, rose angrily. I'll handle this. 20 seconds later. Dungeon failed, giant scorpion perished. The alien races? Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Alice was too hasty. Who'd dare challenge this now? Wan Jian cast a suspicious glance at Yi Tian. Now he understood the boss must have pulled off something extraordinary inside the instance. Though the great Xia border guards didn't know the specifics, seeing the alien race humiliated filled them with satisfaction. Challenges rang out one after another. The alien forces felt as if they'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. The 3 fallen alien warriors were elite combatants among those below level 35. If they couldn't win, how could any other alien hope to prevail? But then, a colossal dragon's silhouette soared through the sky. The colossal dragon's massive body crashed to the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outward that sent the alien tribes reeling backward. Compared to the half-dragon, this dragon bore far more pronounced dragon-like features in both form and appearance. Its overwhelming presence radiated power, and its golden vertical pupils attested to its purer dragon bloodline. Prince Nos has personally arrived. The alien races gazed upon him with reverent expressions, while Wei Yuan, Wan Jiang, and the others recognized his identity. A royal dragon descendant. In the Yagyu dynasty, the strength and status of a dragon descendant were determined by the purity of their ancient dragon bloodline. The royal dragon descendants, possessing the most potent bloodlines among the dragon progeny, were bestowed the title of royal family. If a half-dragon's bloodline purity is rated at 3, then a royal dragonblood's bloodline purity is at least 20. In terms of raw attributes alone, their strength surpasses legendary warriors, and their physique exceeds legendary tanks. This is the royal dragonblood. Wei Yuan cautioned, this must be one of the opponents for the great race competition. The great Xia and Yagyu dynasty's racial competition required both sides to field new generation contestants, and this colossal dragon, Nors, was clearly the standout among the new dragonborn. Wan Jiang stared intently at the dragon Nos, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Yi Tian wore an expectant look. He isn't planning to enter the dungeon, is he? If he enters the instance, Alice would probably be thrilled. As the words fell, the dragon Nos snorted coldly. Poof. A mere dungeon? Is there even a need to compete over that? His voice rumbled like thunder, causing the surrounding great Xia border guards to flinch with apprehension, while the foreign troops of the Yagyu dynasty grew excited. Yet his gaze toward the foreign tribes turned even more contemptuous. You lot can't even beat a mere human race. A bunch of useless trash. To the royal dragonkin, these foreign tribes with their diluted bloodlines were scarcely worthy of being called subordinates, merely foot soldiers at best. The dragon Nos had just completed the Crimson Emperor's trial and was preparing to return to the Yagyu continent. Passing through Dingcheng, he happened upon the 2 tribe speed competition and decided to stop for a bit of fun. Seeing Yi Tian's 8-minute 30-second completion record, Nas's face twisted with utter contempt. A mere level 35 instance? 1 minute is more than enough. Though Nas had only recently reached Tier 2, hovering around level 28, his dragon bloodline granted him extraordinary combat prowess. At his declaration, the foreign legions of the Yagu dynasty erupted in cheers, their fighting spirit instantly surging to its peak. Prince Nos is unmatched. Watch this, great Xia humans. Spotting the betting area, Nos flashed unshakable confidence as he casually tossed 10 crystals shimmering with azure light. The great Xia crowd gasped in astonishment. Holy crap! Dragon marrow crystals. Legendary grade materials. These dragons are loaded. If we could conquer the Yagu continent, our army would never run out of funds. Even Wei Yuan was intrigued. Dragon marrow crystals, they seem to only be found in the dragon ancestors' secret realm on the Yagu continent. The forging material for the most elite legendary equipment. Dragon ancestors' secret realm? Yi Tian heard this name for the first time. Wei Yuan, legend says it's a mysterious space left behind by ancient dragon ancestors, containing endless dragon treasures and heritage. Only dragons with sufficiently potent bloodlines can enter. And it's said that within the dragon ancestors' secret realm lies a forbidden ruin. Hearing that only dragons could enter, Wan Jiang expressed deep regret. What a shame. I recall the Crimson Emperor mentioned we could freely challenge the secret realm. Though dragon marrow crystals held immense value, not a single wager was placed on the great Xia side. After all, the might of the colossal dragon Nos was palpable to all present. Breaking records held little suspense for him. Only Yi Tian. After Nos entered the instance, he placed another heavy wager, becoming the sole bettor from great Xia. Wei Yuan and Wan Jiang both exchanged suspicious glances. Wan Jiang lowered his voice as much as possible and asked, "Boss, what exactly did you do in that instance?" Wei Yuan had noticed it too. Ever since Nas decided to enter the instance, Yi Tian's expression had grown decidedly peculiar. Yi Tian flashed an innocent smile. "I think we might have one less opponent in the great race competition." The dragon Nos stepped into the instance space, his golden vertical pupils calm and indifferent. Even clearing the instance in a minute posed little challenge to him. It was merely a pastime. He paid no heed to dungeon battles, nor even the grand race competition itself. Only competition with other races held any real interest for him. Yet suddenly, an excited voice rang out from behind him. "I thought no one else would come. Who knew the appetizer was over, and now it's time for the main course?" To Nos's ears, every word carried a dangerous edge. Instantly, every muscle in his body tensed as he whirled around, locking eyes with Alice. Her half-human, half-demon appearance instantly weighed heavily on him. Meanwhile, Alice was utterly delighted by such a perfect prey. Her monster template evolved faster the more powerful creatures she hunted. Fortunately, the elite boss's progress bar, having absorbed numerous alien beings today, was now less than half away from its next evolution. This dragon arrived just in time. "You'd better not run away." Alice issued another command to the instance, all targets prohibited from leaving the instance. "Still 1 minute. That's plenty." As the words fell, the dragon Norsrin's golden eyes blazed fiercely, his face twisted with fury. "You're nothing but a special boss with a bit of intelligence. You think you can defeat me?" With a deafening dragon's roar, the 4-meter-tall Nos spread his wings and soared into the air, his dragon wings beating downward with a thunderous crash. Accelerating like a missile, Nos lunged toward Alice. Alice and Nors were nearly equal in level. What was even more remarkable was that one was a dragon of noble bloodline, while the other possessed dual attribute bonuses from a hidden class and monster template, resulting in equally absurd stats. In the outside world, both would be terrifying entities. Peak combat power at the early stage 2 level. Witnesses to this clash would likely hail it as the true embodiment of Ace versus Ace. This is precisely why the dragon Nos is enraged. "I do fear you, for our strengths are nearly equal. But what gives you the confidence to claim you can kill me in a minute?" Alice's expression was far too relaxed, and it infuriated him. The shadow of North's massive dragon claws loomed over Alice, steel blade-like talons poised to tear her to shreds in an instant. "Since I'm going to finish you in a minute, I'll give it my all too." A cold, merciless black aura enveloped Alice. The eerie Higanbana demonic pattern on her left cheek pulsed as if alive, unleashing boundless dark power. The moment the dragon claw was inches from crushing Alice, a voice of frenzied ferocity erupted from her mouth. "Dark Battle God." In an instant, the dungeon's atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark energy surged skyward, obscuring the sun and sky. Fear, like an invisible weight, gripped both Nos and the dragon claw, forcing him to freeze for several seconds. Nos's dragon eyes narrowed sharply, as if some profoundly dangerous entity had descended before him. The power of the abyss. "Are you a demon tainted by the abyss?" Whoosh! Behind Alice, a pair of enormous demonic wings unfurled. Her entire body was covered in pitch-black scales, with 12 floating light blades merging into one, a long, dark blade flashing crimson patterns. She slowly opened her eyes, her left eye now a burning crimson, radiating a savage, vicious aura. The power of the abyss. This was the first time Alice had wielded it since being corrupted by the abyss wormhole and becoming half-human, half-demon. In her usual human form, suppressing the abyss's corruption was already difficult enough. Actively using it would only hasten her demise. Yet after Yi Tian converted her to a hidden class, she could now harness the abyss's power to transform at will. This dark battle god was the demonic form of Alice's former source warrior. "It's too late to run now," Alice murmured, then unleashed 7 or 8 lightning-fast slashes, carving crimson-black explosive trails through the air. In the blink of an eye, the dragon claw that Nos had just reached out to grab was sliced into shreds. Gah! Nos let out an agonized scream as his severed claws gushed scalding dragon blood. Demonization. Dark Battle God transforms the user into the Dark Battle God form, increasing destructive power, attack speed, movement speed, skill damage, reaction speed, and other combat abilities by 5 times for 3 minutes. Destructive power encompasses both attack power and defense penetration. The moment she demonized, Alice's combat power became utterly overwhelming. Goodbye. Alice flashed forward with a wing beat, her demonic longsword unleashing a colossal wave of dark energy that tore through Nas's body like a whirlwind. No! I am a royal dragon descendant. I was destined to become Dragon King. Nas's dragon eyes widened in terror as his struggles grew feeble. His colossal form finally crashed to the ground, pounding a deep crater into the earth. The immense experience points of the royal dragon blood were absorbed by Alice, elevating her to level 26. Her monster template also upgraded. Monster template upgraded from Elite Boss to Lord Boss. Void travel ability enhanced, daily usage limit increased from 10 to 15 times. All previously traveled regions can now be marked for instant return. Gained Lord Boss privileges, can alter instance environment mechanisms, can issue stronger ability restriction commands, can command all monsters within the instance. Alice couldn't help but feel a bit intoxicated. It had taken her a full 6 months to advance from a regular monster to an elite monster. Yet after meeting Yi Tian, she ascended 2 tiers in a single day. Following the boss was definitely the right decision. Chapter 47, The Fall of the Yagu Dynasty. Under attack. In the outside world, only half a minute had passed. The foreign tribesmen of the Yagu dynasty watched with intense focus. Prince Nos had promised the dungeon would end in 1 minute, and it would end in 1 minute. Yet after a few more seconds, the instance did indeed conclude within the minute. But Nos didn't emerge. What? Half-dragons, red sand scorpions, giant lizardmen, and all the other alien races were utterly shocked, their expressions bordering on madness. Nos, the royal dragonblood of the Yagu dynasty, a top contender in the Great Race Tournament, one of the purest dragonbloods, had perished within the instance. In an instant, the officers of the alien army felt their hearts sink to the depths. Once this matter reached the Crimson Emperor, even if they had done nothing, they would surely be punished. All the alien races scattered in panic like frightened birds and beasts, never daring to discuss the dungeon competition again. The great Xia border guards roared with laughter, never having felt such vindication. Many began to realize, what the hell did that kid pull off in the instance? That was insane. Yeah. I'd even believe he threw a demon lord into the dungeon. Hey, where's he gone? After confirming Nos's death, Yi Tian promptly collected the 10 dragon marrow crystals he'd wagered and departed with Wei Yuan. Wan Zhang watched Yi Tian's departing figure and waved to the others. What trickery! The alien race was just too weak. At this remark, the border guards immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. Useless trash. Dragon descendants, my ass. On the journey back, Yi Tian fiddled with the dragon marrow crystal, its surface shimmering with azure light. Truly legendary material, just looking at it is enticing. Wei Yuan chuckled, since it's also an ingredient, dragon can usually consume it directly to enhance their physique. But with human teeth and stomachs, they can neither crush nor digest it. Along the way, through Wei Yuan's explanations, Yi Tian had come to deeply understand the value of this dragon marrow crystal, or rather, that anything mined from the dragon ancestors' secret realm was extraordinarily valuable. This deepened his curiosity about the dragon ancestors' secret realm on the Yagu continent. Wei Yuan added, it's a pity there are only 10 dragon marrow crystals here, not enough to craft equipment. If we had more, we could forge some top-tier legendary gear. Hearing this, Yi Tian immediately thought of Nos. Nos had been slain by Alice, and the spoils from his corpse should now be in her possession. As a royal dragon descendant who could stake 10 dragon marrow crystals, who knows what surprises might be hidden among the spoils. North of Qingqing City, a high-end air car was heading out of the city. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Yuanshuan was escorting Bai Qiuli, en route to Huaxing University. Huaxing, one of the 3 top-tier institutions of the Great Xia Empire, was situated within Qingqing, the only major metropolis in East China. I heard Huaxing has a solo trial realm where you can hone and enhance your skills. Bai Qiuli said excitedly, the race grand competition begins in 3 days. I hope to grow even stronger. Zhang Yuanshuang smiled gently at this. She had seen many powerful newcomers, but those as strong, gifted, and diligent as Bai Qiuli were truly rare indeed. In the one-on-one matches of the race tournament, her chances of defeating the royal dragon descendants were quite high. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly narrowed in alarm. A piercing alarm instantly blared throughout the airship, warning. Enemy attack. Warning! Enemy attack! Boom! 3 missiles streaked across the wilderness between Qingcheng and Xingqing, trailing long plumes of flame. They struck the airship, triggering a violent explosion. Amidst the thick smoke of the explosion, Zhang Yuanchuan gathered a shield of azure sword intent around herself, protecting Bai Qiuli as they landed safely. Yet the moment they touched down, several figures closed in under the cover of the dim sky. Zhang Yuanchuan's expression turned cold as she swept her sword-wielding gaze around. They were over a dozen professionals clad in purple church robes, their faces etched with various bizarre symbols. All were around level 50, with no shortage of third-tier professions among them. Among them was even an epic-tier mechanic, a massive cannon barrel smoking behind him. The downing of the airship was his doing. Divine Descent Cult. Zhang Yuanchuan's voice was icy, brimming with murderous intent. At a glance, it was clear these were members of the God's Descent Cult, a notorious anti-human terrorist organization infamous across Blue Star. They typically operated only in the wilderness, never daring to set foot within Great Xia's cities, much less attack elite professionals. Instead, they hunted down the finest newcomers from every nation, driven by their own laughable ideology. The cybernetic enforcer and the rest of the Divine Descent cult members fixed their eyes on Bai Qiuli, their voices tinged with an almost religious fervor. Those who obstruct the descent of all races upon Blue Star must die. Chapter 48, The Divine Descent Cult. The one-sided slaughter began. At that moment, Wei Yuan was driving, preparing to take Yi Tian back to Qingcheng. Suddenly, his expression turned grim. Through the barrier he had set up in Qingcheng, he sensed the aura of high-tier practitioners battling nearby. Zhang Yuanchuan and Bai Qiuli are under attack. Yi Tian froze upon hearing this, instinctively opening his staff interface. He saw Bai Qiuli's status bar fluctuating wildly. She was currently engaged in combat. With senior Zhang Yuanchuan present, who would dare attack them? Wei Yuan conducted a deep perception scan, his brow furrowing slightly. The Divine Descent Cult. They're a bunch of madmen who'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. It's likely Bai Qiuli's recent actions drew the Divine Descent Cult's attention. The Divine Descent Cult was an organization frequently mentioned in lectures, specializing in the deeds of hyenas. They adhered to the doctrine that divine beings existed among the myriad races. Only by aligning with these races and invoking divine power upon Great Xia could the nation survive the demonic apocalypse. Yi Tian found this utterly absurd. The very existence of gods remained uncertain. And if the 10,000 clans truly descended upon Blue Star, would Great Xia still be Great Xia? Yet the Divine Descent cult pursued this with fanatical zeal, targeting anything deemed detrimental to the multiverse. Unable to defeat top-tier professionals, they resorted to targeting newcomers utterly despicable. Though Bai Qiuli wore a shielding ring, her consecutive first clear hell raids after class change, her conquest of a medium-sized secret realm, and her top score in the East China Gaokao guaranteeing her entry into the Great Race competition had made the Divine Descent cult feel threatened. These bastards! Yi Tian felt sick to his stomach. Wei Yuan's tone quickened. I must rush to provide support. The Sword Saint of Flowing Clouds excels at offense, not defense. If the Divine Descent sect is determined to kill Bai Qiuli at any cost, Zhang Yuanchuan might not be able to protect her. I'll handle it. Yi Tian's words drew a peculiar look from Wei Yuan. Rest assured, I can protect my own. Senior Zhang needn't hold back, just slaughter every enemy. With that, Yi Tian snapped his fingers, activating his skill, meeting. In the next instant, Yi Tian vanished into thin air, as if transported to another dimension. The invisible summons from the boss reached every employee. Wei Yuan's expression froze. On the other battlefield. Theoretically, Zhang Yuanchuan and some members of the Divine Arrival sect were all third-tier professionals. A top-tier legendary profession at level 74 far surpassed their combat strength. They had only just crossed the threshold of tier 3 at level 50. Yet the Divine Descent cult were truly a band of madmen, willing to sacrifice nearly everything for the so-called will of the gods. A level 55 third-tier assassin slipped into stealth and approached the two women. Then, he detonated himself. He carried the mechanical modifier's destruction artifact, channeling all his class power into the explosion, sacrificing his own life to unleash a devastating strike. Madman! Zhang Yuanchuan had spotted him long ago, but facing such a suicidal foe, she could only abandon her attack and unleash her full sword intent to shield Bai Qiuli. As members of the human race, you don't fight for your own kind, instead, you risk your lives for the alien race. What a bunch of good dogs! The Divine Descent cult's mechanical augmenter roared with laughter. Wrong. We fight precisely for humanity. Only by summoning the deities of all races to Great Xia can we bring hope for peace. The azure sword light in Zhang Yuanchuang's hand blazed fiercely. If that's the price for peace, I'd rather die by the hands of demons. Yet her assault faltered as another assassin slipped in and detonated nearby. She had no choice but to abandon her attack and shield Bai Qiuli. Facing each potentially fatal explosion, Bai Qiuli's face remained unflappable, her voice utterly calm. Master, I'm sorry. I've brought this upon you. Though her combat prowess was formidable, it still fell short against a third-tier professional. Zhang Yuanchuang smiled with satisfaction. Such a child of exceptional character, if she could survive, her future achievements would surely be boundless. Rest assured, Wei Yuan will come. I will protect you. A sense of helplessness washed over Bai Qiuli, yet instead of crushing her spirit, it only fueled her resolve. I'm not strong enough. Just then, a notification popped up before Bai Qiuli, instantly brightening her eyes. Master, you needn't worry about me anymore. The Divine Descent cultists launched another wave of attacks. Attack! Don't let her escape. But before the words had even finished echoing, Bai Qiuli vanished into thin air. The Divine Descent cultists froze in shock. What's going on? Intelligence never mentioned they possessed spatial abilities. Spatial abilities are extremely rare, none exist in the entire Great Xia. Could she be cloaked? Even the lead cybernetic operative was dumbfounded. Their primary objective was to eliminate Bai Qiuli, otherwise, how could they have dared to hijack Zhang Yuanxuan's air car? And now, their target had vanished into thin air? Zhang Yuanxuan froze for a moment. But recalling Bai Qiuli's final words and the Divine Descent cult's apparent ignorance, Bai Qiuli must have been rescued. Was it her little boss? Though the details remained unclear, it was undoubtedly a positive outcome. Zhang Yuanxuan rose, sword in hand, her gaze icy and menacing. A murderous aura of the floating cloud sword instantly enveloped the entire area. That tangible sword intent shot straight into the heavens, instantly sending a bone-chilling coldness through the Divine Descent sect members. Now, who's going to run? Zhang Yuanxuan's voice was icy cold as the drifting cloud sword intent sliced through the night sky, tracing an arc of sword energy across the battlefield. The sword intent swept through obstacles like a whirlwind, stirring up winds and clouds wherever it went, permeated with a fierce and pure killing intent. What? No! No! Her sword intent struck the mechanically enhanced warrior first. Though both were third-tier practitioners, the latter was instantly obliterated by a single strike. Even two third-tier Divine Descent cultists were caught in the sword intense aftershock, their life force utterly extinguished. A one-sided slaughter had begun. Chapter 49, Dragon Ancestors Secret Realm Token. Dragon Marrow Crystal. Within the instance space, Alice, who had just ascended to become a Lord Boss, was traversing nearby instances. As Yi Tian had said, this was the territory of the Yagu dynasty. Prey was abundant within the instance. However, at that moment, a notification popped up before her. Boss invites you to join meeting, causing her to pause in surprise. A meeting? Could this let me leave the instance? After a moment's thought, Alice accepted the invitation, and her figure vanished instantly. It felt as though she had ascended to a meeting chamber high above the starry sky. Bai Qiuli looked relieved. Thank goodness you called this meeting in time, boss. Now teacher Yuanxuan should be able to handle the enemy with ease. Yi Tian nodded. He too had discovered the meeting ability, a life-saving skill that defied distance. After all, meetings had no time limit. It could last as long as needed. This meant that whenever an employee faced danger, Yi Tian could instantly pull them into the conference room for protection until the external crisis passed. Yi Tian reminded everyone, if you ever find yourselves in danger, alert me immediately. Ning Jing wasn't present in the meeting, so Yi Tian planned to message her privately after adjourning. During the meeting, he noticed she was in a state of absolute focus, deeply engrossed in her work, so he chose not to interrupt. The other employees nodded in agreement, never imagining that a meeting could actually save their lives. But at that very moment, Bai Qiuli, Yi Xiu, and all the other employees suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Demons! Everyone's nerves were stretched taut, clearly sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the abyss. They immediately focused their gaze and saw Alice appear at the fifth seat along the conference table. Alice's expression was filled with delight. We actually made it out of the dungeon. Too bad we can't use any abilities here, nor can we traverse the void. Everyone, relax. Yi Tian raised his hand to signal calm, then introduced. This is our new colleague, Alice. He briefly explained Alice's situation. Upon learning she was also part of Yi Tian's team, the others' expressions relaxed considerably. After all, they were all employees under Yi Tian, so calling her a colleague made sense and helped everyone accept her more readily. Yi Tian added, Alice's situation is unique, she can only operate within dungeons. If you encounter danger in a dungeon, you can call on Alice directly. Alice nodded. If you spot any prey, call me anytime. She sensed a subtle connection with everyone present, likely due to their shared status as colleagues, enough to allow her to locate each of them across different instances. Wan Jiang suddenly realized something and exclaimed, Boss. Was it Alice who killed North in the instance? As Yi Tian nodded in confirmation, Wan Jiang felt as though he'd finally found the answer. A royal dragonkin slain by Alice in under a minute. The sheer power left Wan Jiang astonished. Yi Tian asked at that moment, Alice, did that royal dragon descendant leave any loot behind? Only these. Alice rummaged through her inventory, pulling out a token and 30 crystals. Placing them on the conference table, the items drifted toward the boss's seat at Yi Tian's mental command. Crystals and legendary grade material at that, dragon marrow crystals. A look of delight spread across Yi Tian's face. With this, the 40 dragon marrow crystals in his possession should be more than enough to forge equipment. Equipment forged with dragon marrow crystals ranked among the finest in legendary quality. The other token, however, made Yi Tian frown slightly. Dragon Ancestors Secret Realm Token. This token grants 1 entry to the Dragon Ancestors Secret Realm portal. It vanishes upon use. Dragon Ancestors Secret Realm? The Wei Yuan had mentioned its abundance of high-quality resources and countless hidden treasures. But isn't that inside the Yagu continent? How am I supposed to use this? After pondering for a long time, Yi Tian put the token away first. Yagu continent, Crimson Emperor's Palace. One of the 8 bluestone pillars supporting the palace had been shattered by the furious Crimson Emperor's furious blow. Nos, dead. And you still have the nerve to show your faces before me? The Crimson Emperor kicked the broken pillar, sending a chunk of stone hurtling toward the Dingchang army officer who had come bearing news. The officer made no attempt to dodge and was struck down, left half dead. If they were half-dragons or other alien races, the Crimson Emperor wouldn't care how many perished. But the royal dragon-blooded each one was a future pillar of the Yagu dynasty. Not a single one could be lost. Especially with the great race competition imminent, this undoubtedly meant one less competitor. What enraged the Crimson Emperor even more was that the Dragon Ancestors Secret Realm token he had rewarded to Nos was surely lost as well. Each of those tokens was worth a fortune. Only with such a token could one access the hidden treasures within the Dragon Ancestors Secret Realm or even acquire the special abilities passed down from the ancient Dragon Ancestors. The entire Yagu dynasty could only obtain 5 tokens annually, and now one was missing. The half-dragon mage advisor beneath the throne spoke up. Your Majesty, it must be those treacherous humans. They must have done something within the dungeon to trigger its abyssal transformation, leading to Prince Gnosis. The Crimson Emperor met him with a cold stare. Need I say more? Your Majesty speaks with divine wisdom. The Crimson Emperor knew full well that Great Xia had tampered with the dungeon, but he couldn't catch them. This thought only fueled his anger further. At that moment, a messenger arrived with news. Your Majesty, envoys from the Void Insect clan have arrived to discuss a joint campaign against Great Xia. Hearing this, the assembled alien races within the palace exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. Cooperation between 2 alien races was quite common, but the Void Insect clan was known for its dark and treacherous ways, and the Yagu dynasty held no favorable impression of them. The Crimson Emperor snorted with disdain. Crawling vermin from the gutter, daring to dream of allying with dragons? Tell them to get lost. Even after losing Nos, the Red Emperor still held Great Xia in contempt, relying on the Yagu dynasty's vast resources. Why would they need to ally with others for a mere Great Xia? The Crimson Emperor snorted coldly. Tell the Azure Emperor to send his people over. This racial competition isn't my personal affair. Northern Xinjiang Wilderness. Facing Jiang Yuanchuan's full-scale assault, the Divine Descent cult suffered countless casualties. The casualties exceeded the combined losses of all previous missions. Had the Divine Descent cultists fled outright, perhaps so many wouldn't have perished. But they still speculated that Bai Qiuli had merely retreated into some hidden space and would return in time, when they could hunt her down. As Wei Yuan had said, the Divine Descent cult was nothing but a bunch of madmen. This belief sustained the Divine Presence cult for a long time. From unwavering conviction at the outset to collapse, to the near-total annihilation of the sect finally, some succumbed to fear and fled. By this point, the majority of Divine Descent cultists had perished by Jiang Yuanchuang's blade. It was an opportunity to eradicate an anti-human organization. The meeting concluded. Yi Tian's body returned to Wei Yuan's car, sparking the latter's curiosity. Bai Qiuli is indeed safe now. Your method of protecting people is quite peculiar. Yi Tian's ability to pull people into his spatial realm was truly rare. Wei Yuan even found it a bit underhanded. Yi Tian smiled, then produced 40 dragon marrow crystals and asked, Brother Wei, is this enough to craft gear? Wei Yuan looked pensive. You actually managed to retrieve the spoils? He'd guessed Yi Tian had managed to kill Nos, but hadn't expected him to retrieve even the relics Nos left behind in the instance. This substantial haul of dragon marrow crystals was truly invaluable. Enough to craft 2 legendary pieces. I'll find you a blacksmith. Which equipment slot do you want? Without further ado, Wei Yuan accepted the crystals and agreed. Crafting legendary grade materials into gear required at least an epic level blacksmith, plus a fair amount of auxiliary materials. But for Wei Yuan, that shouldn't be a problem. Yi Tian considered it accessories, I suppose. Compared to armor or weapons, accessories like necklaces and rings were rarer and more precious. Wei Yuan nodded in agreement, then led Yi Tian back to Green Mountain Apartments. Night had fallen, stars embedded in the sky, scattering cold light. Before parting, Wei Yuan said earnestly, tomorrow is the contestant selection for the race grand tournament. I'm leaving it to you. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Chapter 50, as long as you win one match. By the time they returned to the apartment, night had deepened. Bai Qiuli had accompanied Jiang Yuanchuang to Huaxing University, effectively registering early, leaving Yi Tian alone in the apartment once more. After transferring Alice today, his funds had drastically dwindled from nearly 100 to just 35.3 now. Fortunately, Alice's strength and dual template capabilities made Yi Tian feel it was well worth it. Moreover, midnight arrived swiftly, triggering the refresh of the new management log settlement. Management log. Yi Xiu and Zhang Che team up to clear Hell-tier Dungeon Valley of Despair for the first time. Reward, funds +6. Bai Qiuli challenges Huaxing University's solo trial secret realm reward, funds +4. Wan Jiang promoted to squad leader of the Great Xia Border Defense Army recruit camp. Reward, funds +1. Ning Jing deciphered ancient ruins tablets, interpreting 3 key clues to reach 74% decipherment rate. Reward, funds +2. Experience gained from shared employees' kills, trials, first clears, monster grinding 650,000. Your level has increased, 2528. Funds, 48.3. This management log revealed to Yi Tian there really are countless ways to acquire funds. First clear of dungeons, secret realm trials. Even rank promotions and deciphering ancient relic tablets count as dividend achievements. As a legendary scholar, Ning Jing proved unexpectedly efficient, making significant contributions to deciphering ancient relic tablets within a single day. Ironically, Alice, currently the strongest employee, was temporarily trapped in a dungeon with no way out. This forced her to focus solely on killing enemies, preventing her from earning any dividend, achievements or honors. However, in terms of gaining experience through combat, Alice proved the most efficient. Yi Tian cast a final glance at the employees. One promotion slot remains. Who should receive it? The grand race was set to begin in about 2 days. At the very least, he needed to fill the vacancy before the race to bolster his team's strength. His thoughts drifted as he pondered, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Early the next morning, Yi Tian, accompanied by Wan Jiang, Zhang Che, and Yi Xiu, boarded the exclusive aircar arranged by Wei Yuan, heading toward Xingcheng. With the grand race approaching, it was customary for the high-ranking officials of East China to hold a selection event in Xingcheng to choose the participants for the competition. Today marked the official debut of the region's most promising talents. The airship glided smoothly toward the only major city in East China. Following yesterday's attack by the Divine Descent sect, Wei Yuan dispatched the garrison commander to redeploy 4 battalion-level forces, thoroughly sweeping the wilderness once more. This made the flight route exceptionally secure. Is this Xingcheng? It's so grand. This is my first time seeing a major city in my entire life. Soon, the only major city in East China came into view, drawing gasps of astonishment from Zhang Che and Wan Jiang. Viewed from above, it appeared nearly 10 times larger than Xingcheng, with several futuristic-looking towers particularly eye-catching. Yet compared to the first-tier cities Yi Tian had known in his previous life, this place, scarred by war, maintained a more rustic style far from opulent. Several people arrived at the East China branch office building. Wei Yuan, Bai Qiuli, and Zhang Yuanxuan were chatting by the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Tian and the others arrive, Wei Yuan led him directly to the third-floor conference hall, where today's selection process would take place. Wei Yuan and Yi Tian were the last to arrive, finding the conference hall already filled with the East China region's top leaders. The race competition held stakes vital to the entire East China region, its interests and very survival. Failure meant forfeiting countless secret realms, deducted from the cities and departments involved. Even Huaxing University, one of Daxia's top-tier institutions, had paid a heavy price in secret realms in recent years. Consequently, its president, Yu Hua, was present in person today. President Yu Hua of Huaxing University was a white-bearded elder clad in deep blue robes. Upon seeing Wei Yuan arrive, he and another elderly man in military uniform stepped forward to question him. Wei Yuan, I just heard that you refused headquarters support for the East China race competition. Are you intending to face the race competition against the Yagu dynasty alone? In racial competitions against alien races, headquarters or the hidden dragon base would typically send reinforcements. After all, relying solely on the strength of a single district to combat an alien force dominating an entire alternate world is simply too difficult. Even with such support, past years often ended in draws or defeats. Yet this year, Wei Yuan had proactively declared just days ago that East China required no support. This naturally angered Principal Huaxing. After all, should the race competition fail, Huaxing University would bear a portion of the cost for the lost secret realm. Observing the two men approaching with fierce expressions, Wei Yuan offered a calm smile. Headquarters support should naturally be reserved for regions that need it more. Old Lin, I believe East China won't need it starting this year. The elderly man in military uniform Lin Guodong, commander of the East China garrison, reacted with equal astonishment to Yu Hua upon hearing this. How dare Wei Yuan speak so arrogantly? The Yagu dynasty, the terror of those royal dragon descendants, was common knowledge in previous years. Even if Wei Yuan had discovered a few promising recruits this year, how could he be so utterly certain? For a moment, they even suspected Wei Yuan intended to tear up the peace treaty with the Yagu dynasty. At that moment, Yi Tian suddenly spoke up. Reinforcements? So we can still go support other districts in their duels? Wei Yuan smiled. Of course. Though Great Xia is divided into 5 major regions, we are one unified whole. If we have the capacity, we should naturally support our comrades. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. It seemed there were more avenues to secure funding. Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing Academy and Garrison Commander Lin Guodong exchanged alarmed glances. East China can barely manage its own affairs, and you're already planning to support others? How could this youth in Wei Yuan be more reckless than the next? Wei Yuan found their expressions particularly amusing. He promptly raised his hand to introduce Yi Tian to them, his tone leisurely. This gentleman is the mercenary leader I brought in, Mr. Yi Tian. Yi Tian's face darkened at the title, while Yu Hua and Lin Guodong were utterly baffled by the term mercenary leader. Yet, a peculiar feeling washed over them. It felt as if the Wei Yuan of old had returned. Back then, at a young age, he had already become the strongest in East China. That version of him was carefree and often enjoyed playing pranks. It wasn't until he became the head of East China, bearing the weight of defending the region against alien races and demonic forces, that he gradually grew more serious. For a moment, Yu Hua and Lin Guodong felt a faint, nostalgic pang. But the next moment, this nostalgic feeling was shattered by Wei Yuan's next words. I intend to delegate full authority over the contestant slots for the great race competition to Yi Tian. What? Absolutely not. You're out of your mind. It wasn't just Yu Hua and Lin Guodong. Wei Yuan's voice carried loud enough for nearly everyone in the conference hall to hear, and the entire room erupted in shock and astonishment. The reason for their shock and anger was because the selection of contestants for the grand race had never been so straightforward. Typically, representatives from various cities, departments, and high-ranking officials would bring forward promising young prodigies they favored. These candidates would then undergo rigorous selection rounds and competitive matches, with the final decision made through a vote among the high-ranking officials. Yet Wei Yuan clearly intended to place the outcome of the race competition entirely in this youth's hands. What kind of nonsense was this? If you're going to pre-select one contestant, fine. But to pre-select 5 spots? And to have a youngster make the decision outright? The conference hall erupted in murmurs, with Yu Hua and Lin Guodong directly confronting Wei Yuan. Are you out of your mind? The race grand tournament spots are no joke. Putting such a greenhorn in charge of deciding something this crucial. Amidst the flying spittle, Wei Yuan shrugged helplessly at Yi Tian. Yi Tian understood the gesture and instructed Wei Yuan's secretary to hand Yu Hualin and Guodong 2 freshly printed business cards. The two stared blankly at the cards. The top line was simply printed. Grow bigger, grow stronger office. Then, Yi Tian raised his hand and called out loudly. Since everyone objects, let's settle this the simplest way possible. Each of you may send your most promising talents to challenge my people to their heart's content. If you win even one match, the selection rules will remain in your hands. As his words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Zhang Che, and Yi Xiu all 4 stood behind Yi Tian, awaiting the challenge. Chapter 51, I challenge Yi Xiu. How arrogant. That was Principal Yu Hua's first impression of Yi Tian after his declaration. Yi Tian had practically declared outright that the person he brought far surpassed anyone present in terms of potential. How arrogant. Every attendee at this meeting was a shrewd operator. If Yi Tian made such a bold claim, it couldn't be without reason. He wasn't here just for fun. Nor did they believe Wei Yuan would come here just to toy with them. At that moment, Yu Hua quietly stepped back behind the crowd. Pulling Zhang Yuanchuan, who had also attended the meeting, he couldn't help but ask. That girl, is she your new disciple, Bai Qiuli? As one of the top practitioners in Great Xia and a sword arts instructor at Huaxing University, Zhang Yuanchuan was naturally well acquainted with Yu Hua. She nodded in response. That's right. Among her peers, Xiulu is unmatched. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yuanchuan added, as for that Yi Tian, I suggest you don't oppose him either. He's no ordinary person. Zhang Yuanchuan recalled Yi Tian tearing open the secret realm portal and facilitating Bai Qiuli's god-tier class change scenes that even she found somewhat intimidating. But she had promised Wei Yuan she wouldn't spread such matters recklessly. Upon hearing this, Principal Yu Hua pondered for a moment, glanced at Yi Tian, and ultimately remained silent. The others present, however, unanimously agreed to accept Yi Tian's challenge. It was simple, whether he was a donkey or a horse, they'd find out once he was put to the test. Soon, everyone moved directly to the combat arena. Such a solemn and formal contestant selection meeting, pushed forward by Yi Tian, didn't even last a minute before combat commenced, truly unprecedented in history. Countless elite talents, selected from cities and departments across the land, gathered in the arena. Commander Lin Guodong of the East China garrison brought a youth clad in white sword robes named Yi Bai, an epic swordmaster. Sun Yi, an epic tier battle king who shared the same examination hall as Bai Qiuli, stood beside Sun Ziyang, the head of the East China finance department. Even a legendary tier warrior was present, Lu Yuan, a thunderblade master with blue hair, black armor, and dual blades. Beyond these, nearly every epic tier professional from East China had gathered here. This confirmed what Yu Hua had said earlier. The spots for the race grand tournament are no joke. For East China, the outcome of the race grand tournament was of paramount importance, especially this year. For the participants, the grand race competition was a stage for glory. Virtually every capable individual yearned to test their mettle. The atmosphere within the arena was now intensely charged. Yi Tian stood with Bai Qiuli and the other three on one side, while Army Commander Lin Guodong and other high-ranking officials, along with over a dozen selected contestants, stood on the other side. Wei Yuan and Jian Yuanxuan occupied the referee positions. Alright, everyone may now select opponents and begin the challenges. Yi Tian produced a stool from somewhere and calmly sat down at the back of the arena, with his 4 employees standing behind him. At first glance, it seemed like a demon king seated upon his throne, flanked by his 4 great demon generals. I'll say it again: defeat any one of my men, and I'll concede defeat. I'll take him. Before the words had even faded, Sun Yi stepped forward first. Sun Ziyang, the finance director who bore a slight resemblance to him, patted his shoulder with a satisfied smile. Sun Yi's purple potential, epic battle king class, and full set of epic gear had left a deep impression on Yi Tian. Sun Yi's gaze swept past Yi Tian. His gaze swept over Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, Zhang Che, and Yi Xiu. He quickly assessed in his mind, I definitely can't beat Bai Qiuli. I'll admit that. Wan Jiang has made significant achievements in the border defense forces. Rumor has it he's slain demon spirit level fiends, not someone to be taken lightly. The third one, I don't recognize. But judging by his steady breathing and calloused hands, he must be someone who trains in martial arts year-round. Finally, his gaze settled on the 4th figure. Slack-faced, slouching posture, pale skin, definitely the weakest link. You're the one. Sun Yi pointed at Yi Xiu with unwavering resolve. Me? Yi Xiu pointed at himself with a hint of amusement, though he didn't seem surprised to be the first one challenged. He drew his 1000 machinery umbrella, his expression calm and expectant. Honestly, I prefer the thrill of professional combat over grinding dungeons. With that, he rose and stepped into the center of the arena. In the next instant, a virtual space materialized within the arena, a designated battleground for professional fighters. Even if one fell within this virtual realm, they wouldn't truly perish. Wei Yuan, seated at the referee's table, wore an expression that seemed to relish the spectacle. Excellent. First match, begin. Sun Yi's body constantly gathered a faint purple fighting spirit as he drew an epic longsword and charged straight ahead. Watch closely. Yi Xiu, I'm watching. With that, the 1000 machinery umbrella in his hand instantly transformed into a blade, a mythic tier longsword. Battle Spirit Shield. Shatter the earth. Sun Yi, playing it safe, first gathered a protective shield around himself. He swung his blade, carving 3 slashing fissures into the ground as he charged at Yi Xiu. The latter leapt upward, evading the slash while swinging his blade mid-air to counterattack. Soul-shattering wave slash. Boom! Boom! Sun Yi's expression froze. He had clearly seen only a blindingly fast purple streak flash before him, yet the next moment, he found himself outside the virtual combat space. I lost? How did I lose? Yet those who had witnessed that single strike were all left speechless. A single strike had nearly obliterated half the virtual combat arena. The slash had been so blindingly fast, it was utterly impossible to dodge. In that instant, many participants in the selection process sucked in a sharp breath. He can't be fought, he's completely untouchable. That night cultivator that struck just now must have been legendary level power. Better not choose him. Their gazes shifted to the other 3 standing behind Yi Tian. Better to challenge someone else. Chapter 52, Crushing. Promotion 9, Sun Dragon Hunt. Yi Xiu landed smoothly on the ground, riding the aftereffects of his wave slash, a hint of lingering satisfaction still visible on his face. The skill damage was too high, ending it all too quickly. This precise style remark drew grumbles from many challengers. But it was Yi Xiu's genuine sentiment. He craved an evenly matched opponent for a truly exhilarating duel. Perhaps the grand race would present such an opportunity. Yi Tian unconsciously crossed his legs, addressing the crowd across the arena. Next challenger, please. His words, coupled with Yi Xiu's earlier display, sent a wave of apprehension through the other challengers participating in the selection. Yet, there were still plenty eager to step forward. I challenge him. Beside Garrison Commander Lin Guodong, the graceful swordsman clad in white leapt onto the arena. His target was Zhang Che. He had considered his options. Bai Qiuli's unparalleled strength as the top-tier college entrance exam champion was undeniable, Wan Zhang's combat record was somewhat known, and Yi Xiu was beyond question. That left only one final choice. Yi Xiu stepped down from the stage with a look of regret, followed immediately by Zhang Che's entrance. It was worth noting that since Zhang Che and Yi Xiu formed their pioneering team, their dungeon clearing and leveling efficiency had skyrocketed. They had long since reached level 25 and advanced to Tier 2. From a Tier 1 Chi warrior, he advanced to a Tier 2 profession, Heavenly Gang's martial artist. The youth in the white sword robe clasped his fists in salute. I am Yi Bai. You'd better watch your back. With that, his sword drew from its sheath, its cold gleam flashing. His epic class, Sword Madness, triggered a frenzy where he lost all sense of friend or foe once combat began, granting him devastating destructive power. That was precisely why he had warned Zhang Che to be cautious. Yet facing the fierce sword glare, Zhang Che neither dodged nor retreated. Heavenly Guardian. A layer of diamond hard protective energy coalesced around him like a shield. The sword madman's blade struck it, yet only left a few faint white marks. In the next instant, Zhang Che erupted with a fierce roar. Heavenly Guardian Dragon Tiger Roar. This was the exclusive second-tier skill of a Heavenly Gang's martial artist. To Yi Bai's ears, it sounded like the roar of a tiger and the bellow of a dragon, shaking his very soul. The crimson bloodlight that had filled his eyes upon entering the sword madness state instantly cleared. The next instant, the gale force energy carried by the roar knocked Yi Bai unconscious. His mind scattered, leaving him utterly powerless to fight back. Finally, he was thrown out of the arena by Zhang Che. Lost again. Witnessing this, the assembled high-ranking officials wore expressions of astonishment. They were stunned that the talent they had handpicked could offer no resistance whatsoever against Yi Tian's disciple. Yi Bai, defeated in mere seconds, wore a look of deep regret. "My apologies, General Lin." Lin Guodong patted his shoulder reassuringly. "It's not your fault. Your opponent was simply too strong." At that moment, someone suddenly questioned Yi Tian. "Hold on, are all these people newly awakened this year? Surely you know the rules of the great race competition." In the race grand tournament, the Yagyu dynasty could only field descendants born this year, while the Great Xia Empire could only compete with individuals who had newly awakened their professions this year. But for Yi Tian, this condition posed absolutely no restriction. Wei Yuan's secretary beside the judge's platform responded, "Verification has been completed. All participants meet the eligibility requirements." Upon hearing this, the murmurs of doubt instantly ceased. Yet, Yu Hua, the president of Huaxing University, wore a look of puzzlement. Where on earth did this kid find so many geniuses? From the judge's stand, Wei Yuan observed the bewildered expressions of the high-ranking officials and smiled silently. The battle raged on. The third contestant to step forward was Lu Yuan, blue-haired, clad in black armor, wielding twin blades, a legendary Thunderblade warrior. From the perspective of the other high-ranking officials, he was the most likely to secure a victory. But in Yi Tian's estimation, Lu Yuan's potential was merely yellow tier. His combat performance would likely fall short of the previous two purple tier talents, Sun Yi and Yi Bai. Moreover, after much deliberation over his opponent's selection, Lu Yuan ultimately chose Wan Jiang. He passed on opponents with diverse tactics or formidable martial arts, opting instead for the one with the highest numerical stats. Beyond his legendary profession, Wan Jiang possessed an additional S-tier extraordinary physique Thunder Warbody. Even if Sun Yi and Yi Bai were recalled to join Lu Yuan in a three-way alliance, their chances of defeating Wan Jiang remained exceedingly slim. 1 minute later. It's over. At that moment, the expressions of the high-ranking officials facing Yi Tian had shifted from resignation to acceptance. Even Lu Yuan, a legendary class, had only lasted a minute. They wisely abandoned any notion of defeating Yi Tian. The ensuing battle could easily be called a combat demonstration. The executives even began encouraging them, urging them to hold out for as many moves as possible. "Nice. I lasted 2 moves against Yi Xiu. I fought Zhang Che for 2 whole minutes. As long as I fly high enough, I can die later. I'm going up against Bai, the campus beauty. If I can die by her sword, it'll mean my day wasn't wasted." Of course, Yi Tian firmly rejected this final act of perversion. "Comrade Yi Tian, I'm thoroughly convinced." Defense Force Commander Lin Guodong stepped forward first, his expression sincere. Senior officials including Finance Minister Sun Ziyang and Yu Hua also expressed their approval of Yi Tian. In short, witnessing the emergence of so many prodigies was undoubtedly a great blessing for the Great Xia Empire. Wei Yuan descended from the judge's platform with a broad smile. "Well, what do you think, everyone? We're convinced, we're convinced." Then the selection of contestants for this year's grand competition is entirely up to Yi Tian. At this decision, none of the East China high-ranking officials voiced any objection. The race competition consists of 5 one-on-one matches and 1 5-player dungeon speedrun. Theoretically, at least 5 official contestants are required. Winners of the 5 one-on-one duels earn 1 point each, while the victorious team in the 5-player dungeon speedrun earns 3 points. The faction with the highest total score wins the competition. Yi Tian personally believed 4 participants would suffice for victory, but Wei Yuan mentioned a special training program planned for later, suggesting it would be best to select 1 more. In the end, Yi Tian selected Sun Yi, a Battle King class. With the selection complete, the race grand competition would commence the day after tomorrow. During this period, Huaxing University would organize a special training camp to provide final intensive training for the participating contestants. The grand competition between East China and the Yagyu dynasty was fast approaching. Before the training camp, Yi Tian had already decided to give the final promotion slot to Wan Jiang. On one hand, Wan Jiang was among his earliest employees and had excelled in the border defense forces, proving capable of shouldering the heavy responsibility of repelling demonic forces. On the other hand, Wan Jiang possessed the Sealing Demon Tower. The stronger one's power, the higher the tier they could break through. Advancing to the next level now required defeating Demon Lord tier fiends, a challenge still beyond his current capabilities. Yi Tian saw this as the perfect opportunity to lend him a hand. Before Wan Jiang departed for the special training camp, Yi Tian summoned Wei Yuan to set up a barrier. Promote Wan Jiang. As Wan Zhang's title changed to Outstanding Employee, a new investment panel popped up. Outstanding Employee Investment Opportunities. I ascend to God tier profession 20 funds. 2. Exclusive weapon 5 funds. 3. SSS grade superhuman constitution 20 funds. 4. Promotion only, no investment. Compared to Bai Qiuli's promotion, there was one more option. SSS grade superhuman constitution. This option had Yi Tian's heart racing. The S-Class Thunder Warframe nearly doubled Wan Zhang's combat power, and SSS class would naturally be several times more powerful. Unfortunately, only one investment opportunity could be chosen. After pondering, Yi Tian ultimately chose to ascend to God tier. Because in Wan Zhang's Sealing Demon Tower, once the trial levels increased, there might still be opportunities to obtain even stronger extraordinary physiques. But the chance to advance to a God tier profession was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Option 1, Advanced Profession. As Yi Tian's words fell, 20 points of funds were deducted. Within the barrier, Wan Zhang's expression was utterly stunned. From the moment Yi Tian summoned him until now, he finally grasped the magnitude of the surprise his boss had bestowed. You have been promoted to Outstanding Employee and rewarded with advancement to the God tier level 2 profession 9 Luminaries Dragon Hunter. Ultimate profession upgraded from Dragon Martial Spear God to 10,000 Phenomena Spear God. You have acquired God tier class skills, Great Wilderness Star Illuminating Spear, Dragon Hunter Domain. Chapter 53, The Great Race Competition begins. 2 days passed swiftly. During this period, with all employees undergoing intensive training, there were no opportunities to achieve any accomplishments or honors, meaning no bonus funds could be earned, a rather disheartening situation for boss Yi Tian. However, the experience gained was substantial, allowing Yi Tian to level up from 28 to 33 within 2 days. Meanwhile, Ning Jing made remarkable progress deciphering the ancient ruined stone tablets, reaching a staggering 94% completion rate. With just one more day, the clues of the ruins would likely be fully deciphered, leaving Yi Tian marveling at the legendary scholar's remarkable efficiency. On the eve of the grand competition, Wei Yuan presented Yi Tian with a necklace and a ring, 2 legendary accessories forged from 40 dragon marrow crystals. Originally requiring at least 10 days to forge, Wei Yuan had enlisted 4 epic tier smiths to collaborate, forcing the completion before the race competition. Necklace, Dragon Soul. A defensive accessory. When activated, it generates a powerful shield based on mental energy to absorb damage and intimidate surrounding enemies. Yi Tian always kept defensive gear for himself. As for the other piece, upon seeing it, Yi Tian immediately decided to give it to Alice. Blood Dragon's Curse Ring. Effect 1, each time the wearer slays a dragonkin creature, a blood dragon mark appears on the ring's surface. Effect 2, the first attack after exiting combat deals damage equal to 3% of the blood dragon marks present, resetting upon killing an enemy. Effect 3, each blood dragon mark permanently increases maximum health by 1%. The more dragonkin creatures slain, the more powerful the ring becomes. Whether it's boosting damage or permanently increasing maximum health, these are incredibly useful enhancements. And the one who slays the most dragonkin? None other than Alice. Ever since placing Alice near the Aegu dynasty, whenever she teleports into any instance, she inevitably encounters and slays several dragonkin or alien races farming the dungeon. So much so that the Yagu dynasty has been investigating this matter recently, even suspecting a traitor within their ranks. That evening, Yi Tian held a meeting and handed the ring to Alice. The next day, the great race competition officially commenced. Dingcheng. The East China garrison deployed 3 regimental level units, personally commanded by Lin Guodong, to maintain order within Dingcheng. The venue for the grand race competition was the colossal arena at the very heart of Dingcheng. The border guards stood ready for battle. Wei Yuan and Zhang Yuanshuang, 2 of the 8 remaining top-tier professionals in Great Xia, personally arrived to oversee proceedings. Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing Academy, Commander Lin Guodong, and other high-ranking officials of the Border Defense Forces had all gathered here. This was a momentous day for all of East China. Numerous journalists from newspapers and media outlets, granted access, rushed to the scene immediately. Even Ji Changlin, principal of Qingshan No. 2 High School, had arrived. A large portion of the public, including Ji Changlin, held little hope for East China. Previous grand competitions had all ended in failure, dealing a heavy blow to the region's economy. But today seemed different. Whoosh! A colossal figure, darkening the sky, descended upon Dingcheng with overwhelming force. Even in his half-dragon flight form, the Crimson Emperor measured over 10 meters in length. Unless he deliberately shrank, even Dingcheng City would struggle to contain him. The Yagu dynasty, the Crimson Emperor, and several royal dragon descendants arrived with overwhelming momentum. For them, the invincible confidence built through recent consecutive victories had grown increasingly unrestrained. But today, besides the Crimson Emperor, the Yagi dynasty had unexpectedly brought another top-tier powerhouse for the very first time. A tall, elegant woman stood before them, her 1.9-meter frame exceptionally straight. Her skin glowed like translucent jade, while golden runes on her blue-green robe hinted at profound magical knowledge. Compared to the Crimson Emperor's arrogance and recklessness, this female figure radiated an air of refined intellect and understated grace. What a formidable dragon descendant! Who could that be? The legendary Azure Emperor. The great Xia spectators seated around the arena murmured in astonishment. The Yagyu dynasty currently had 3 rulers of supreme power: the Crimson Emperor, the Azure Emperor, and the White Emperor. Apart from the Crimson Emperor, the other 2 were unseen by the great Xia, known only through tales from foreign tribes. Yet Wei Yuan seemed to recognize her. The dragon of all laws. She's here too. His expression turned slightly mocking as he added, seems the Yagyu dynasty isn't so confident this year after all. Yi Tian now sat at the foremost seat of the viewing platform, flanked by Wei Yuan and Zhang Yuanshuang. This spot represented one of the highest positions in East China, yet no one found it odd that Yi Tian occupied it today. Yi Tian's expression was peculiar. Ever since the Azure Emperor arrived, his resume had alerted him that this was a golden potential. This wasn't particularly surprising. Both the Crimson Emperor and the Azure Emperor, the 2 supreme beings of the Yagyu dynasty, possessed golden potential. That was only natural. But what was peculiar was, Yi Tian sensed that the Azure Emperor, one of the supreme rulers of the Yagyu dynasty, seemed to be constantly observing him. Wei Yuan! A brazen roar echoed, accompanied by the fierce flapping of wings as he soared into the air. In such a setting, only the Crimson Emperor would dare to speak with such arrogance. This was the classic ritual before the great race placing bets. It was similar to the border guard races Yi Tian had witnessed in Dingcheng, where both sides wagered on speedruns, only this time the stakes were far higher. You Easterners, show some guts and stop being such cowards this year. Seated at the head of the Yagyu dynasty's table, the Azure Emperor remained impassive, his gaze as still as an ancient well. She knew the Crimson Emperor had accumulated much resentment lately and was preparing to place a hefty wager today to exact his revenge. As she pondered, her gaze drifted unintentionally toward Yi Tian's direction once more. The Crimson Emperor's voice boomed like thunder as his dragon eyes flickered. This year's wager, 2 medium-sized secret realms, plus control over half of Dingcheng. Dare you match it, Wei Yuan? At these words, the high-ranking officials of Great Xia collectively sucked in a sharp breath. After all, the last racial competition had only involved 7 small secret realms, a difference as vast as heaven and earth compared to what the Crimson Emperor now demanded. Sun Zheyan, the shrewd finance minister, observed, this is a deliberate attempt to force us into renegotiating. The entire East China region, combined with the recently developed Tianyu secret realm, only held 2 medium-sized secret realms. Add to that control over half of Dingcheng. If they lost, not only would they surrender a crucial border stronghold, but the very lifeline of East China would be shaken. East China could not accept such a defeat. A heavy silence fell over the room as all eyes waited for Wei Yuan's counteroffer or negotiation. Yet Wei Yuan merely smiled indifferently, turning his head toward Yi Tian on his left. With the casual tone of someone chatting in class, he remarked, "What do you think?" Yi Tian crossed his arms and nodded firmly. "Sounds good to me. If we'd won more, I'm afraid they might have torn each other apart. Of course, that would have been your problem to deal with." Ha 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 ha. Seeing Wei Yuan laugh unrestrainedly, the Red Emperor was thoroughly annoyed. "You? Alright, I agree. That's the bet." At that moment, the entire venue erupted once more. Reporters from various newspapers and media outlets were so stunned they nearly forgot to take notes. Agreed. 2 medium-sized secret realms and control over half a city. This was gambling with the fate of East China. Why was Wei Yuan acting so recklessly this year? Amidst the stunned silence, even the Crimson Emperor stood frozen for a long moment. Beside him, Zhang Yuanshuang hesitated. Though she didn't object, she still posed a question. "Why do you trust Yi Tian so completely?" Her voice was soft, audible only to Wei Yuan. Zhang Yuanshuang couldn't quite grasp it. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment before responding in an equally soft, matter-of-fact tone. "Do you recall the prophecy left behind by the Great Xia's first god-tier profession? Chapter 54, The Prophecy Bearer? A prophecy." Among the 8 top-tier level 74 professionals in Great Xia, Zhang Yuanshuang was among the youngest. Though holding the title of Sword Path Mentor, she was only 32 years old. The emergence of Great Xia's first god-tier profession had occurred a century ago. Zhang Yuanshuang didn't recall this ancient legend clearly. Yet soon, the memory surfaced, her expression drifting into a dazed state. 80 years prior, the Great Xia's first god-tier professional, the Star Guardian, had been ambushed by 3 demon kings, suffering fatal injuries. On the brink of death, he channeled his final life force to deliver a prophecy for Great Xia. When Great Xia faces a calamity threatening its very existence, a savior shall emerge. Time and again, this savior will turn the tide, rescuing Great Xia from the brink of destruction and saving humanity from catastrophe. That Star Guardian protected the Great Xia for nearly 20 years before fading completely into starlight. This prophecy was thus engraved in the headquarters' memory, passed down through generations. Today, only the most inner circle of leadership knows its contents. Simultaneously, the prophecy indirectly gave rise to 2 factions within the Great Xia. One faction advocated for preserving national strength to the utmost, avoiding war whenever possible, and awaiting the arrival of the savior. The other firmly believes that man can conquer nature, dismissing prophecies as mere illusions, and advocates for aggressive warfare to break the deadlock. To this day, neither faction can persuade the other. And the figure foretold in the prophecy has yet to appear. At that moment, Zhang Yuanxuan's expression shifted abruptly. She stared at Wei Yuan in disbelief, her voice strained as she whispered. You mean, Yi Tian is the one foretold in the prophecy? She carefully recalled her impressions of Yi Tian, elevating Bai Qiuli to godhood, repelling the void insect race's invasion. His abilities were indeed beyond comprehension, fitting the prophecy's description perfectly. And in the great Xia of today, besieged by external enemies and threatened by alien races and demonic forces for nearly a decade, it was no exaggeration to call it a matter of life and death. From this perspective, Yi Tian did indeed fit the prophecy's description. Only the phrase again and again remained baffling to Zhang Yuanxuan. Yet when Zhang Yuanxuan voiced her confusion, Wei Yuan merely shook his head. He too could only speculate, unable to confirm. Nevertheless, he had resolved that after the great race competition, he would bring 003 to Yi Tian. That legendary artifact, 003, listed by the great Xia as a forbidden extraordinary object and said to be the partner of the prophesied child, might just confirm the identity of the prophesied one. Moments later, Wei Yuan's focus returned to the race grand competition. Hovering in midair, he locked gazes with the Crimson Emperor. 2 medium-sized secret realms, plus control over the other half of Dingqing, I'll take that wager. Hearing this, the Red Emperor's dragon eyes narrowed sharply, his gaze filled with astonishment. He had proposed such a massive wager merely to test and intimidate. After all, the former Hua Dong would never have dared accept such a massive wager. Yet now, Wei Yuan accepted it without hesitation, clearly having come prepared. Yet the Crimson Emperor showed no trace of apprehension. His gaze shifted from astonishment to wild elation. He. Ha 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 ha. The Crimson Emperor roared with laughter, his cackles brimming with unbridled arrogance. Wei Yuan, oh Wei Yuan. You chose to go all out, but you picked the wrong moment. What a pity, what a pity. This time alone, you simply cannot win. Hearing this, the high-ranking officials of Great Xia all wore solemn expressions, sensing something amiss. But Wei Yuan nearly snorted coldly, enough talk. Let's begin. Very well. The Crimson Emperor returned to the spectator seats, leaving the arena space for the contestants of the great race competition. Simultaneously, both races dispatched 2 teams of referees to oversee the competition. The grand competition's single combat, one-on-one elimination matches officially begins. Bo 5. First match. A royal dragon descendant of the Yagyu dynasty stepped forward, his crimson scales gleaming beneath golden eyes, a visage bearing a striking resemblance to the Crimson Emperor. The spectator stands erupted in astonishment at the sight of this royal dragon descendant. Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing Academy's voice rang out behind Yi Tian. Nodding. The strongest royal dragon descendant under the Crimson Emperor, and he's the first to appear? He's slightly stronger than Nas. The second remark was Wei Yuan's warning, but Yi Tian remained completely unfazed. To ensure victory in the grand competition, he had spent 6 number of employees. 3 is equal to 18 points of funds before the match to grant all employees the Employee Benefit Insurance Immortality Shield. Additionally, he applied the Tactical Meeting buff. Tactical Meeting. After the meeting concludes, all members receive a 30% boost to all 4 attributes, lasting 3 hours. If Employee Benefits is used, the attribute boost increases to 80%. Human attributes are generally lower than those of the Royal Dragon Kin. After all, as dragon descendants, they possess bloodline and dragon physique bonuses, granting initial attribute values dozens or even hundreds of times greater than those of humans. Only high-tier professions, by reaching level 70 or above and leveraging growth attributes, could barely compensate for the attribute gap. But now, the tables have turned. Though the 18-point expenditure reduced Yi Tian's funds to 10.3, it made his win rate more stable. After all, victory in the racial competition would inevitably bring in a huge sum of funds. Sacrificing the small for the big, it's perfectly reasonable. Yi Xiu. Learning that nodding was the strongest under the Crimson Emperor, Yi Tian wasted no time, assigning Yi Xiu to face him. Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, Zhang Che, Yi Xiu, and Sun Yi all took their seats in the contestant area. Upon hearing Yi Tian's command, Yi Xiu's face lit up with anticipation as he stepped forward first. In the spectator seats, Yu Hua, Lin Guodong, and other high-ranking officials were filled with mixed emotions. Entrusting the entire race grand competition to a single youth, was this sheer madness, or a sign of the times advancing? Yeshio stood clad in silver white light armor, his crimson cloak fluttering in the wind. Learned a few new skills at the special training camp, perfect for testing them out on you. Gripping his 1000 machinery umbrella, he taunted the royal dragon descendant, nodding with trash talk. The next instant, Nodding's muscles tensed with explosive force. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward Yishio like a locomotive hurtling at breakneck speed. Among the dragon-blooded, whose strength was determined by lineage, different bloodlines yielded distinct power systems. Those of the Crimson Emperor lineage possessed innate, overwhelming strength and physique war gods who triumphed through sheer destructive force. Nodding was one such warrior. Boom! As Nodding's charge reached its peak, Yi Xiu's thousand machinery umbrella transformed into a shield. It not only withstood the impact but also sent rippling shockwaves scattering in all directions. Then, Yi Xiu's head emerged from the massive shield. Hey buddy, didn't you eat today? Ugh! With a piercing wind/sound, Nodding furiously swung his claws. Yi Xiu remained utterly composed. I'd love to trade a few more blows with you, but the boss said we have to win decisively. With that, Yi Xiu silently activated his skill, Chaos Domain. A super-enhanced form of the taunt skill. The instant it activated, Nodding's eyes turned blood red, transforming him into a raging beast. Wait, is he a shield guardian? From the player seats, Sunny watched Yi Xiu's taunt skill and fell deep in thought. Then his eyes suddenly widened. No, wait, is that an assassin's stealth and backstab? On the arena, the moment Nodding was taunted, Yi Xiu used his newly mastered stealth enhancement skill to reposition. His massive shield transformed into a dagger, Godslayer Blade, the enhanced backstab skill. Though the skin of the dragonborn of the Crimson Emperor lineage was exceptionally hard, Yi Xiu's dagger possessed mythical tier attributes. Combined with skill enhancement, it pierced through Nodding's spine with ease. Arg! The stab jolted Nodding back to his senses. But Yi Xiu immediately seized Nodding's back, exerting force with both hands. Earth throw. Enhanced back throw. Nodding instantly lost his balance, only to be met head-on by a surging purple light. Soul-shattering wave slash. The combo flowed seamlessly. Though it seemed to involve numerous skills, everything unfolded within 2 seconds. First match concluded. Great Xiao wins, earning 1 point. Awesome. Brilliant. As the arena declared the outcome, the referees announced the result, and the Great Xia spectator stands erupted in a thunderous roar of celebration. Across the arena, the Crimson Emperor clenched his fists until they cracked, his gaze dark and hostile. Chapter 55, Word Spirits. 1 win, 1 loss. These few individuals, they're no ordinary bunch. Beside the Crimson Emperor, the Qing Emperor, a woman of refined intellect, spoke slowly, her voice calm and elegant. Her gaze fixed directly on the 4 contestants in the player seats, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and the others before finally settling on Yi Tian. The Crimson Emperor's expression darkened. Humans aren't brainless. If they hadn't prepared, how could they dare wager so much against us? This race competition isn't solely my concern. That scheming White Emperor isn't showing up? Fine. Now it's your turn to act. The Azure Emperor nodded slightly at this, signaling a female dragon descendant beside her to step forward. Yet she immediately countered the Red Emperor's words. Who said the White Emperor isn't here? The Red Emperor looked puzzled. Game 2 of the best of 5 series begins. Jiang Che, you go. Seeing the royal dragon descendant with blue-green scales take the stage, Yi Tian paused slightly before dispatching Jiang Che. Not only Yi Tian, but most of the Great Xia observers in the viewing stands had never seen a dragon descendant with such blue-green scales. The most commonly seen in Great Xia were the dragon descendants of the Crimson Emperor lineage, renowned for their formidable strength and physique. While royal dragon descendants of the Azure Emperor lineage were indeed rare. Yi Tian instinctively scanned the opponent's profile. Alisa. Basic info, female, Yagu royal clan of Yagu continent, grade A bloodline dragon descendant. Potential, purple. Background, descendant of the Azure Emperor, innate mastery of wind and psychic elements after entering the dragon ancestor's secret realm, attained the Black Emperor's inherited ability, Word Spirit Soul Snatch. Investment opportunity, none, currently unable to invest in non-human races. No investment opportunities available. Currently unable to invest in non-human races. Seems at least a semi-human form like Alice's is required. Perhaps the opportunity to invest in non-human races will come later. Etienne's gaze quickly settled on the Black Emperor and... Spell speech, soul snatch? Spell? Hearing Etienne's mutter, Wei Yuan couldn't help but ask, that dragon-blooded can use spells? Receiving Etienne's affirmative response, Wei Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Jiang Che should be wary. What kind of power is Word Spirit? It's said to be a special ability of the ancient dragon clan, born from the resonance between dragon speech and dragon bloodline. Wei Yuan explained, from what I understand, the purer the bloodline, the more powerful the word spirit one can wield. Some word spirits even possess the power to alter the rules of reality or bring about the end of the world. Yi Tian gasped, that's far too powerful. A single skill capable of altering the rules, or even ending the world. However, Wei Yuan added, but those are all ancient dragon legends. In the present-day Yagu dynasty, dragon descendants possessing word spirits can be counted on one hand. Though the power of word spirits is formidable, it pales in comparison to the ancient dragon clans, barely 1/10 as potent. I've only witnessed word magic unleashed during my battle with the Azure Emperor. Hearing this explanation, Yi Tian's astonishment subsided considerably. It seemed the dragon race had indeed declined significantly compared to their ancestors. Still, one couldn't underestimate the dragon descendants who possessed word spirits today. At the very least, this Alicia was currently holding her own against Jiang Che. This caused Yi Tian's brow to furrow slightly. Heavenly Dragon Roar. The battle had raged for 3 or 4 rounds. Zhang Che seized the moment, preparing to unleash his signature skill for a decisive strike. But unexpectedly, amidst Zhang Che's earth-shaking roar, the dragon-blooded Eliza neither dodged nor retreated. Her dragon eyes blazed with golden light as she chanted obscure incantations, as if performing some ritual. Soul's Lock, Will's Curse Bind. Originally, this ancient dragon tongue was incomprehensible to Yi Tian. But after sharing the tranquil, universal language proficiency, the obscure terms coalesced into clear sentences within his mind. Must halt the dragon tiger roar, prioritize mental defense. Bai Qiuli fixed her gaze on the battlefield, contemplating countermeasures even without the language comprehension skill. She understood. The incantation clearly indicated this was a psychic assault. But unfortunately, her words couldn't reach the arena. As for Zhang Che, he couldn't understand. Buzz. An invisible shackle enveloped Zhang Che's entire body. Spell Soul Snatch. Relying on her dragonkin's physique, Elisa weathered the damage from the heavenly dragon tiger roar and countered with her word spirit. In an instant, Zhang Che's eyes lost focus, his mind went blank, and he became as if in a stupor, utterly helpless. It's over. Elisa stepped forward and kicked Zhang Che flying out of the arena. Round 2 concluded. Yagu Dynasty, 1 point. Zhang Che, roused by the crowd, returned to the contestant seats, looking utterly dejected. Bai Qiuli patted his back. Go back and brush up on your ancient dragon language. In truth, this defeat couldn't be blamed entirely on Zhang Che. Even Yi Tian hadn't anticipated the sheer power of the word spirit ability. And yet, even this was but a fraction of the true power of the ancient dragon clan's word spirit abilities. As for the ancient dragon language chanted during the incantation, let alone Zhang Che, only 4 people present could understand it: Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, Wei Yuan, and Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing Academy. The language was too ancient. Bai Qiuli understood it because she'd once studied the exam material in the library and learned it with the mindset of picking up a language for leisure. Single combat, 3rd match. The Yagu dynasty still sent a representative from the Azure Emperor faction. In single challenges, competitors who had already appeared could not participate a second time, so this time Yi Tian sent Bai Qiuli. Another dragon descendant with word spirit. Yi Tian noticed that dragon descendants from the Azure Emperor's lineage all seemed to possess word spirits. Moreover, their resumes revealed nearly identical paths to mastering word spirits. Upon entering the dragon ancestor's secret realm, mastered the Black Emperor's inherited ability, word spirit Shadow Ghost. Black Emperor? The Yagu dynasty had only 3 emperors: the Crimson Emperor, the Azure Emperor, and the White Emperor. Where did this Black Emperor come from? As Yi Tian pondered this, Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing Academy reminded him from behind. Make sure Bai Qiuli stays cautious around that word spirit ability. Yi Tian smiled at the warning. Don't worry. She knows far more than I do. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the opponent's dragon-blooded descendant began chanting incantations the moment they appeared. Instantly, the air within the arena grew bitterly cold, as if invisible specters began drifting through the space. Shadow of Death. The incantation of word spirit Shadow Ghost had barely begun. The next moment, Bai Qiuli drew her Ice Soul Sword, its icy blade instantly enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of frigid light. Sky-piercing sword domain. The space shifted color as countless sword energies surged from the void. The unfolding of the domain skill instantly annihilated every unformed specter. In the blink of an eye, before the opponent, the Dragonblood, could finish chanting a single line, Bai Qiuli had already closed in. Frostbound Breath Sealing Slash. Within the domain, sword skills dealt double damage. Combined with the 80% attribute boost from Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, a god tier class, exploded her full output within a single second. The sword path class was already one of the highest damage dealing professions. No! The dragon descendant, a shadow spirit speaker, halted his incantation. He realized that despite his dragon descendant's tankiness, he was in danger of being instantly killed. By the time he realized this, the initial effect of the Icebound Breath Slash had already frozen him solid, leaving him unable to move. The Cold Moon Sword Dance combined with the latter stage damage of the Icebound Breath Slash erupted in an instant. Boom! Ice crystals shattered as the corpse collapsed. Instant kill. Round 3 concludes. Great Xia gains 2 points. Chapter 56, White Emperor. The arena collapses. Let me take over. 2 in 1. Instant kill? How could someone who wields word magic be taken down like that? The Crimson Emperor's brows furrowed, his face twisted with rage. Dragonkin who mastered word magic were invariably of powerful bloodlines, possessing equally formidable attributes. He could never have imagined being taken down in an instant. 2 out of 3 duels lost, unprecedented in past racial competitions. The Azure Emperor was also slightly startled, but quickly regained his composure. Shadow Ghost and Soul Snatch are both low-tier word spirits. Failure is quite normal. Besides, that human girl wielding the sword is truly formidable. Hearing this, the Crimson Emperor grew distinctly displeased. Why has Great Xia produced so many talents this year? In past racial competitions, someone of Jiang Che's caliber would have been hailed as the top newcomer of Great Xia. Yet this year alone, they've been one more formidable than the next. That insignificant race, the humans, are surprisingly resilient. The Crimson Emperor's face darkened with anger. Who's next? He knew the Azure Emperor still had 2 dragon descendants wielding word spirits under his command, but their strength was not much different from the Shadow Ghosts. Winning against Great Xia would be no easy feat. Yet the Azure Emperor merely smiled faintly. Didn't I mention it? The White Emperor has also arrived. With him stepping in, that's all we need. White Emperor, the Crimson Emperor questioned, bewildered. That treacherous wretch, how could he? Before he could finish, an unremarkable-looking dragon descendant approached them. The 4th match, I'll take it. The Crimson Emperor recognized him, Nora, a seemingly ordinary dragon descendant whose power was even weaker than Nodding, who had lost the first match. You. But soon, he realized that while the appearance remained that of the dragonkin Nora, everything else, the mental energy, the tone of voice, the aura, was completely different. It felt as though a powerful soul was manipulating this dragon-blooded shell. The Crimson Emperor understood, his face twisting with disdain. White Emperor. Using spell of word sovereignty to forcibly possess the body of your descendant. You truly remain as treacherous as ever. The White Emperor occupying the dragon-blooded Nora chuckled lightly. You flatter me. The Crimson Emperor snorted coldly. Had you personally arrived in Great Xia sooner, what need would there have been for the grand competition? The Yagu dynasty would have conquered this land long ago. With that, the Crimson Emperor adopted a mocking expression. Oh, I nearly forgot you're terrified of the Black Emperor's vengeance. Even though he's been dead for nearly a century, you still dare not leave his burial ground for a single moment. He said he would return. The White Emperor's voice grew icy. Do you wish to return to the era of his rule? With that, the White Emperor said no more. Flapping his wings, he soared into the arena space. The Crimson Emperor sneered with disdain, terrified by a single last word for nearly a century. What a pathetic waste. Wanjiang, you take the 4th match. As Yi Tian's words fell, Wanjiang leapt forward, spear raised. Yi Tian's original plan was that if the opposing dragon descendant was of average strength, sending Sunny into battle might still hold a chance of victory. But from the very first match, the Yagyu dynasty showed no weakness. Their competitors in this year's grand tournament were arguably the strongest they'd ever fielded. In this 4th match, the opponent's aura far surpassed that of the previous rounds. Something's off with this round's opponent, Wei Yuan observed. Yi Tian promptly opened the opponent's profile. Nora deceased. Basic information potential omitted. History, descendant of the Crimson Emperor. Consciousness erased by word spirit royal authority. Body now possessed and controlled by fragments of the White Emperor's consciousness. Partially controlled by the White Emperor's will. The White Emperor's proxy? Yi Tian rubbed his chin in thought. This method resembled the parasites of the void insect race encountered earlier. The difference lies in the parasite's inherent weakness. After taking control, it relied solely on the host's abilities to fight, and expulsion caused minimal lasting effects on the host. The White Emperor directly erases others' consciousness, a technique strikingly similar to soul stealing from ancient fantasy novels. Spell Kingdom? A word spirit capable of erasing others' consciousness is undeniably powerful, no need to guess. As for its full effects, that remains unclear for now. However, using it this once would cost the life of a royal dragon descendant. Yi Tian immediately classified the White Emperor as ruthless. Moreover, as one of the 3 emperors of the Yagu dynasty, though he hadn't witnessed the White Emperor in action, he was at least on par with the Crimson Emperor. Facing this substitute brought considerable pressure. Fortunately, Wanjiang now possessed an S-tier extraordinary physique and a god-tier profession, making him arguably the strongest among the Great Xia contestants. His odds of victory were equally formidable. Battle commence. The arena instantly shifted into combat mode. Wanjiang immediately activated the exclusive skill of 9 Luminaries Dragon Hunt Domain. In an instant, the skies above the arena darkened as a pair of enormous golden eyes materialized. Within this domain, Wanjiang could clearly perceive every enemy's movements and attack patterns. Seeing this, White Emperor sneered coldly, a mayfly shaking a tree. 2 dragon claws spread wide, eyes blazing white as an invisible, terrifying wave of psychic pressure crashed toward Wanjiang like a raging storm. The White Emperor was the mightiest dragon clan master of psychic elements. Though his will now partially occupied the body, allowing him to wield only a fraction of his true power. But even a mere shred of power from a dragon of at least level 80 was enough to crush others. Yet this overwhelming mental pressure failed to crush Wanjiang. Having undergone the baptism of the 1,000-ton tempering, his resilience against pressure had grown stronger. Oh? The White Emperor's expression flickered with surprise. Wanjiang swung his spear, unleashing bolts of thunderous energy from the heavens. The power of his thunder war body instantly straightened his slightly bent frame, making him stand as tall and imposing as a thunder god descended from the heavens. Superhuman physique. The White Emperor's eyes narrowed sharply. With his vast experience, he recognized it instantly, and his expression shifted. How is this possible? The human physique is so feeble, how could it produce a superhuman physique? There are many things you cannot fathom. As Wan Zhang's words faded, his figure darted forward like lightning. The spear tip skimmed the ground at breakneck speed, sending sparks flying. Breaking army. The spear tip flicked upward with explosive force, like a dragon surging from the sea, unleashing all its pent-up power in an instant. White Emperor sensed imminent danger from this strike. In his current weakened state, a single hit would mean instant death. Get out of the way. As he raised his hand, an invisible force radiated outward from him, creating a repulsive blast that forced everything around him to scatter. But Wan Zhang reacted with lightning speed. Sensing the repulsion, he instantly changed his technique. Spear Shadow Array. A golden array formed by countless phantom spears remained fixed in place. Even as Wan Zhang was pushed back, the Spear Shadow Array still encircled the White Emperor, hundreds of spear phantoms poised to pierce him through at any moment. Interesting. Faced with the threat of the Spear Shadow Array, the White Emperor couldn't help but sigh. Had Nora, the original owner of this dragon-blooded body, stepped forward, Wan Zhang would likely have slain her within 2 or 3 exchanges. Even if it were a royal-blooded dragon descendant. The explosive power of an S-class supernatural physique combined with a god-tier profession was truly terrifying. Had I known my opponent would be like this, I would have taken more care in selecting a body to possess. The White Emperor was deeply frustrated. Crucially, the release of word spirits was tied to bloodline. With this body's lineage, he couldn't wield word spirit royal authority. It seems I must neutralize this body now. In the next instant, the aura emanating from this dragon-blooded body surged relentlessly. The air froze abruptly, and the ground cracked open like a spiderweb. Is he self-detonating? Jiang Yuanxuan felt perplexed. Wei Yuan's expression grew grave. His psychic power keeps surging, but that body can't handle such intensity. It's about to explode. Like a small balloon overinflated with air, it will burst. That dragon descendant's body was now the balloon, and the ever-growing psychic energy of the White Emperor was the air. But just how terrifying must that psychic energy be, to shatter a royal dragon descendant's body? Die! The White Emperor's dragon claw swept through the void, causing the surrounding space to collapse as if obliterated. Even the ground trembled and shattered. Boom! Wan Zhang activated the speed boost of his Thunder Warbody, barely dodging the fatal strike with a desperate roll. After the White Emperor forcibly amplified his spiritual power at the cost of crippling his own body, Wan Zhang found himself in dire straits. Let's see how you dodge this. White Emperor showed no trace of playful intent. With his body now useless, he must eliminate Wan Zhang immediately. The spectators held their breath in the stands. His current opponent was far too powerful. Wan Zhang had to keep dodging the White Emperor's follow-up attacks until that body was destroyed to win. But if he failed to evade even once, instant annihilation awaited. Dodge? Wan Zhang snorted coldly, his spear continuously bursting with dazzling starlight. Why should I evade your blade? He drove the spear tip into the ground. Instantly, billions of starlight burst forth from beneath his feet, like a dazzling explosion of brilliance. The surrounding light gradually dimmed, all sound ceased, and a colossal, star-illuminated spear coalesced in the heavens above. Great Wasteland Star-Illuminated Spear. The second signature skill of the 9 luminaries Dragon Hunter. There was no time to waste even a second. Now, it was kill or be killed. The White Emperor was shaken to his core, unable to suppress his admiration. If you were to submit to my command, it would be most ideal. Though he spoke thus, the White Emperor's hands never paused. When he could no longer withstand the blow, he channeled every ounce of his psychic power. 2 unimaginably powerful attacks collided. A blinding white light erupted throughout the entire arena, obscuring the view for everyone watching. The Crimson Emperor rose to his feet. Immediately, the blinding light shot skyward, forming a tremendous explosion. Boom! The entire arena space was destroyed. This arena, meticulously constructed at great expense by the Great Xia and Yagu dynasties, was designed to withstand immense force. Yet under the single strike, it collapsed and shattered. This. Wan Zhang, Bai Qiuli, Zhang Che, and the others rushed onto the field, dragging the gravely injured Wan Zhang back. Within the arena's protected space, combatants normally suffered no physical harm. Yet their attack had destroyed the arena itself, leaving Wan Zhang gravely wounded by the explosive shockwave. Yi Xiu unleashed divine healing revelation, restoring Wan Zhang's vitality. Thank you. Wan Zhang underwent examination by the Great Xia medical team, who confirmed he had no life-threatening injuries. On the Yagyu dynasty side, while the White Emperor was unharmed, at least one royal dragon descendant had perished completely. The Crimson Emperor stepped forward, his brow furrowed. The arena is destroyed. Who counts as the winner? Round 4 ends. After heated debate among the joint panel of judges from both clans, a decision was reached. Due to the destruction of the arena, the outcome of the 4th match is a draw. The announcement sparked murmurs throughout the crowd, though most seemed to accept the outcome. Only the Crimson Emperor sneered, the White Emperor truly is a failure. He couldn't even defeat a mere human boy when he stepped onto the arena himself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another ordinary dragonborn approached the Crimson Emperor, his voice cold and detached. That human is no ordinary opponent. Judging by the voice, the White Emperor had swiftly switched to another body. An extraordinary physique and at least a legendary tier profession, this kid. The White Emperor fixed his gaze on Wan Zhang's retreating figure, his eyes filled with hostility. Meanwhile, the referees began consulting their superiors. The arena's been destroyed. How are we supposed to play the fifth match? A draw yields no points, so the current score remains 2-1. It could be said that whether or not the fifth match was played would no longer affect the final outcome. After all, in a 5-player dungeon speedrun, victory earns 3 points. The outcome of the dungeon speedrun determined the ultimate result of this great race between races. The fifth event is cancelled. The second event dungeon speedrun will commence immediately. After confirmation from Wei Yuan and the Crimson Emperor, the judging panel announced the results. The speedrun event is the level 50 dungeon Howling Abyss. The first team to clear it wins and earns 3 points. At that moment, the competition's momentum surged to a new peak. The decisive moment arrived ahead of schedule. Zhang Yuanchuan cautioned Yi Tian, the fifth round contestant from the Yagu dynasty hasn't appeared yet. Whoever they've hidden until the fifth match must be formidable. Be cautious. Yi Tian nodded with a smile, showing no signs of tension. At the Great Xia contestant seats, Sun Yi quietly patted his chest, as if relieved. As a contestant himself, his epic profession Battle King might have made him a standout elsewhere. But here, with Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, the dragon-blooded descendants of Huayanling, and others, each seemed ready to tear the heavens apart and overturn the entire arena. Sun Yi felt like a husky lost in a pack of wolves. He dreaded that Yi Tian might employ some Tianji's horse racing strategy, sending the weakest of them himself to face the Yagu dynasty's ace in the fifth match. In truth, he was overthinking it. If it came down to the decisive match, and the Yagu dynasty truly had some hidden trump card, then Yi Tian would step in personally. Let them see what a real trump card looks like. While one-on-one duels emphasized individual prowess, dungeon speedruns placed greater emphasis on team coordination and efficiency. Each side fields a 5-member squad for the battle. And Yi Tian truly discovered that among the 5 contestants sent by the Yagu dynasty, besides the dragonborn like Nodding and Alicia from the first 3 rounds, and the White Emperor who had taken over another body, there was indeed an unfamiliar dragon descendant concealed beside the White Emperor. The Great Xia team remained unchanged, Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, Zhang Che, Yi Xiu, and Sun Yi. The medical team was currently assessing his condition. As the weakest link among them, Sun Yi was visibly flustered, seemingly worried about his own performance. If the opponent's strength remained manageable, Yi Tian believed that with the 5 of them coordinating with Alice, victory would not be difficult. But with the Yagu dynasty boasting the White Emperor's possession and a hidden trump card, the odds of victory were highly uncertain for both sides, making a sure win difficult. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian stepped forward, patted Sun Yi's slightly flustered shoulder, and declared, "Let me take over." Chapter 57, Alice's hunt begins. What? The head coach is warming up? The high-ranking officials of Great Xia who saw Yi Tian preparing to enter the court all shared the same bewildered expression. Immediately, Yu Hua, Lin Guodong, and others turned to Wei Yuan, their expressions disbelief. It was one thing that Yi Tian had so many talented players under him, but was he himself also this strong? Is this really an 18-year-old teenager? Wei Yuan merely shrugged, indicating he too was unaware of Yi Tian's true capabilities. He said no more, merely turning to Yi Tian for confirmation. Are you confident? Rest assured. Since I've taken charge of this grand competition, I'll naturally give it my all. Yi Tian appeared nonchalant, but inwardly he muttered. I spent 18 points on this tournament. If I don't win, I'll be losing big time. Sun Yi wrestled with his decision for a long time before finally nodding and relinquishing his spot in the instance. Ultimately, Yi Tian led Bai Qiuli and Wan Zhang as a team of 4. Facing off against Bai Di's team of 4 dragon descendants, Nodding, Eliza, and the others. The second event of the grand competition dungeon speed run officially begins. Level 50 dungeon, Howling Abyss. The Black Valley stretched endlessly downward, its shattered ground scattered with grayish-white snow. A howling wind whipped through the air, sounding like the valley's own mournful wail. Alice. As Yi Tian's words fell, Alice's tall figure materialized from the void beside him. Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, and the other 4 watched in astonishment. Though they'd heard of Alice's ability to traverse dungeons, this was the first time they'd witnessed it firsthand. Boss. Alice was visibly excited. The boss's summons meant suitable prey had appeared. As a Lord-level boss, she found advancing to the ultimate boss tier incredibly difficult. Despite hunting numerous dragonkin over the past 2 days, her monster template progress had barely edged upward. Upgrading the monster template not only granted stronger boss privileges and enhanced void traversal abilities. Even her innate talent, demonic transformation, had seen its combat enhancement multiplier jump from 5-fold to 8-fold after becoming a Lord boss. This made her particularly eager for the monster template advancement. Alice, you're coming with me to another instance to intercept the Yagu dynasty. Yi Tian issued orders to the group. Yishio, you'll lead the team to speedrun this dungeon. The emergence of the White Emperor was a major destabilizing factor. Yi Tian had to personally eliminate it. Understood. Yishio nodded in acknowledgement, wasting no time as he led Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, and Zhang Che deep into the howling abyss. Yi Tian and Alice simultaneously activated their void shuttle, heading to another subspace within the howling abyss. The other sub-instance space was the one where the Yagu dynasty resided. At this moment, under the leadership of the White Emperor, the Yagu dynasty advanced through the level 50 instance with ease, clearing it at an astonishing pace. The White Emperor, the dynasty's peak powerhouse, couldn't fully unleash his strength. His mastery of skills and tactics far surpassed that of other dragon descendants. Soul pressure. Boom! His psychic energy surged forth, obliterating every monster in the entire major stage in an instant. At this pace, the Great Xia Empire stands no chance against us. Lord White Emperor truly possesses profound foresight. Elisa paid her respects. But just as the other Dragonborn prepared to advance, they discovered the gate before them had been sealed shut. The path that had been passable was now blocked by terrain, effectively trapping them here. What the hell is going on? White Emperor froze for a moment. His seasoned experience told him, altering the past terrain? Isn't that something only a Lord Boss can do? Why would a Lord Boss want to delay their progress? Never mind. White Emperor was about to act, just destroy it. But the next moment, the Dragonkin voiced their doubts again. The instance has imposed new ability restrictions. Lord White Emperor. Sensing something amiss, White Emperor furrowed his brow slightly and examined the newly applied debuff on himself. Dungeon restriction, mental element damage reduced by 60%. What? The White Emperor, who wielded only psychic elements, voiced his disbelief. Restrictions of this magnitude could only be imposed by a Lord-level boss. Yet such a low-difficulty dungeon shouldn't feature a Lord-level boss at all. Moreover, restricting only psychic element damage seemed far too targeted at him. White Emperor was utterly perplexed, first altering the terrain to slow progress, then restricting psychic damage. Could this Lord Boss possibly be sent by the Great Xia? Of course, all of this was arranged by Yi Tian using Alice's instance permissions. From their one-on-one duel, he'd observed that the White Emperor only used psychic attacks. He'd considered trying to outright ban them within the instance, but his Lord Boss privileges weren't sufficient. He had to settle for the next best option, reducing the damage from psychic attacks. This way, he could finally usher in Alice's moment of hunting. Dark Battle God. From the depths of the shadowy valley, a demonic figure shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy burst forth. The demonic wings flapped, soaring into the air. An eerie and dangerous, palpable sense of oppression pressed down upon White Emperor and the other Dragonkin. What kind of monster is this? The power of the abyss. Has this dungeon been corrupted by demonic forces? The Dragonkin were all shocked, but only White Emperor remained calm and composed, stating with certainty. Demonization occurs when a dungeon and its monsters are infected by the abyss. But this dungeon is intact, only the boss has been corrupted. This is the Great Xia's dirty trick. The White Emperor himself possessed a cunning nature, making him adept at discerning his opponent's underhanded tactics. The altered terrain and dungeon restrictions were no coincidence. All excellent prey. Alice's eerie eyes glowed with delight as her demonic longsword flickered with a dark crimson glow, as if the blade itself breathed. You think such tactics will stop us? The Dragonborn, master of the Shadow Ghost Word Spirit, declared angrily. In the next instant, Alice's demonic blade sliced through the air, tracing a crimson arc of devastating power. No! White Emperor sidestepped swiftly to evade, while Eliza rolled frantically to dodge the slash. The eightfold increase in destructive power after demonic transformation, combined with the damage amplification of Blood Dragon's curse, the terror was beyond measure. The Dragonborn master of the Shadow Ghost Word Spirit was struck by the shockwave, severing one arm cleanly. Nodding failed to evade. His massive frame was cleaved clean in two by the blade. Instant death. A crimson glow emanated from Nodding's body, merging into the ring, Blood Dragon's curse, on Alice's hand. Each Dragonkin slain grants a 3% boost to the first attack. Alice had already killed 15 Dragonkin during this period. Nodding brought the total to 16, granting a 48% damage increase. Dragonborn Elisha's face twisted in horror. Why does such a dungeon harbor such a powerful boss? Chapter 58, Great Xia Triumphs. Outside the arena. Among the spectators of both races awaiting the outcome, the Crimson Emperor's expression darkened with fury. Nodding was dead. Just like during the recent battle for the medium-sized secret realm, a dragon descendant had perished so soon after the fight began. Damn it! Why is this happening again? Beside him, the Azure Emperor had not relaxed her expression since witnessing Yi Tian enter the instance. On the Great Xia side, two formidable professionals approached Wei Yuan. One was Ling Luo, the red-robed leader of the hidden dragon base. The other was a lean man clad in a tight-fitting blue outfit, his limbs wrapped in gray cloth, looking rather pale. Old Zhou, you're here too. He and Wei Yuan were true peers. Zhou Yuan, the head of the North China district. He was also one of the 8 top-tier level 74 practitioners of Great Xia. Now, half of Great Xia's elite practitioners were present. Ling Luo had been summoned by Wei Yuan, but Zhou Yuan's arrival was arranged by headquarters. Heard you bet 2 medium-sized secret realms with the Yagu dynasty. Headquarters thought you were going all in, playing for keeps with them. Wei Yuan chuckled at this. If you're going to risk everything, it better be worth it. Zhou Yuan stared blankly at the decisive final match of the grand competition, then glanced at Ling Luo, who had been summoned by Wei Yuan for reasons unknown. If you lose this tournament, what are you planning to do? 2 medium-sized secret realms, those were the lifeblood of the entire East China region. Wei Yuan's smile remained carefree. Then your timing couldn't be better. Within the dungeon of the Yagu dynasty, Alice, in her dark battle god form, was prepared for a swift and decisive battle. Within moments, the dragon-blooded who wielded the shadow ghost word spirit was dispatched with another effortless strike from Alice. A mere demon-corrupted boss dares to act so arrogantly. White Emperor was enraged. Even with his damage reduced by 60%, he could still kill Alice if he went all out. Both he and Alice were classic glass cannons, low defense, high offense, each capable of one-shotting the other. In an instant, his psychic power surged. But the next moment, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. So old, yet still participating in the grand competition? Has the Yagu dynasty run out of successors? The White Emperor startled at the remark, halting the surging psychic energy around him. He eyed the youth warily. With his formidable spiritual power, he had completely failed to sense the other's arrival. Yi Tian stood there, yet he had already drawn the White Emperor's profound apprehension. For the moment he had sensed Yi Tian, the White Emperor had immediately probed him with his spiritual energy. The result? Bottomless. Both his attributes and abilities were like an endless abyss, unfathomably profound. The White Emperor even harbored a sense that even if his true form arrived, he might not be able to kill this youth. Too strange. He was clearly just a boy with a youthful appearance, yet his power was terrifyingly formidable. The White Emperor pondered deeply. Could it be that some entity has possessed his body? The more he pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why Yi Tian appeared in the dungeon. Moreover, as a demonic boss, Alice's backers might very well be connected to the abyss. Could it be that the terrifying entities within the abyss were personally cultivating their descendants? Highly probable. Looks like it really isn't someone from the Great Xia. Could it really be just a coincidence that I stumbled upon them? For the White Emperor knew that among Daxia's elite warriors, there were no practitioners capable of possessing others' bodies. And certainly none this young. Lord Bai Di, save me! A wretched cry for help rang out as Eliza, pursued by Alice, was slashed and gravely wounded. But with Yi Tian present, the White Emperor couldn't act rashly. To be precise, the moment he sensed Yi Tian's power, the White Emperor realized this dungeon run was likely over. We mean no disturbance to the abyss. We take our leave. The White Emperor's voice was exceedingly humble, as if he feared provoking some great calamity. With that single sentence, his consciousness vanished entirely from this body. Before departing, he extracted a thread-like spiritual essence from the dragon-blooded being he had concealed nearby, plunging the latter into unconsciousness as well. The trump card the White Emperor had prepared and used was carried away by him. The abyss. Yi Tian's expression was peculiar, utterly baffled by what the White Emperor might be alluding to. Still, the smoothness of this ambush against the Yagu dynasty was beyond his expectations. He hadn't even lifted a finger, yet he'd scared the White Emperor away. Come to think of it, someone who dared not even reveal their true form probably didn't have much courage to begin with. Meanwhile, Alice struck down the last dragon descendant with a single blow, and waves of experience surged into her body. The advancement progress of the monster template increased by a little over half. Thus, of the 5 dragon descendants who entered the dungeon of the Yagu dynasty, 3 were slain by Alice, and 2 lost consciousness, declaring defeat prematurely. Outside, the Yagu dynasty seemed to have completely erupted. The Crimson Emperor's dragon eyes whitened like copper bells. Even if he refused to believe it, the dungeon's outcome remained unchanged. The dungeon raid team from the Yagu dynasty had failed outright. No way. Impossible. Not only the Crimson Emperor, but even the intellectually composed Azure Emperor wore expressions of utter disbelief. This meant the Yagu dynasty had suffered a complete defeat in this year's grand competition. Even if the Great Xia's dungeon raid team also failed, with the current one-on-one duel score at 2-1, Great Xia still held the lead over the Yagu dynasty. And besides, Great Xia hadn't failed. Led by Yi Xiu, they cleared the Howling Abyss in under 5 minutes. The score now stood at 5-1. A crushing victory for Great Xia. Holy crap! That was insane. This year holds the most promise. East China's rise. Yi Tian, how did you pull this off? What did Wei Yuan do to deserve such a prodigy? At that moment, the Great Xia stands erupted in a thunderous roar of celebration, their cheers nearly shaking the heavens and earth. It was impossible not to be moved. In the past, East China had rarely won, let alone achieved such a decisive victory. Hugs, shouts, tears of joy. The moment Yi Tian emerged from the dungeon, he was swept up in the fervent excitement, and his teammates felt the same. But what he anticipated most was the glory of victory. The great Xia members of the judging panel swiftly announced. All members of the Yagu dynasty have perished. The instance run has failed. Great Xia successfully clears the instance and earns 3 points. The overall score is 5-1. Great Xia wins the grand competition. Woohoo! Even the Great Xia members among the referees couldn't help but cheer. They had heard of the Yagu dynasty's victories countless times, but this time, it was Great Xia's turn. At the moment of the announcement, the long-awaited notification finally popped up before Yi Tian. Employees Bai Qiuli, Wanjiang, Jiangche, Yishio have earned the honor of race competition victors. Reward, funds plus 25 4, legendary equipment selection gift box 4. 100 points of funds credited. The most substantial sum he'd ever received instantly filled Yi Tian's treasury. But before Yi Tian could even glance at the contents of the gift boxes, he heard the icy voice of the Crimson Emperor from across the room. Hold on. The cheers gradually died down, while Wei Yuan's gaze had long been fixed on the Crimson Emperor. The latter stated without reservation. I suspect your Great Xia contestants are problematic. They don't meet the competition requirements. Hand them over. I will personally inspect them. Chapter 59, I now declare war. As the Crimson Emperor finished speaking, the air itself seemed to grow several degrees warmer. The Great Xia officials rose in unison. Zhang Yuanchuan coldly retorted, the athletes have already been tested, there are no issues whatsoever. The Crimson Emperor's expression darkened. I said I want to inspect them personally. The Great Xia delegation's faces darkened with indignation. Personal inspection? That's a nice way of putting it. Handing over the geniuses who defeated the Yagu dynasty to the Red Emperor, what good could possibly come of that? Wei Yuan's gaze sharpened. We signed a contractual agreement. Are you suggesting you intend to breach it? Before every great race competition, as leaders of their respective tribes, the Crimson Emperor and Wei Yuan would sign an artifact called the gambling contract. Breach by either party would trigger severe backlash and punishment from the contract. The Crimson Emperor remained silent, his golden pupils turning a blinding crimson, as if poised to erupt at any moment. The moment the score appeared in the arena, he knew he had lost. But he refused to accept it. Neither the Crimson Emperor nor the Yagu dynasty had ever suffered such a crushing defeat. The two medium-sized secret realms at stake were economic lifelines for East China, yet to the Yagu dynasty, they were utterly insignificant. They held exclusive control over the entire Yagu continent, possessing a full 14 medium-sized secret realms. Losing two would barely scratch the surface, yet he could not accept defeat at the hands of the human race. The dragon race was proud. Since the great race began, they had scarcely tasted defeat, nearly forgetting the bitter taste of loss. Worse still, losing these realms meant relinquishing half control over Dingcheng. Meaning they would struggle to hold on to Great Xia territory, let alone carve up resources on Blue Star. Considering the unique nature of Blue Star, the Crimson Emperor grew increasingly unwilling to concede. Beside him, the Azure Emperor rose to his feet, his azure dragon wings slowly unfurling as he prepared for action. In the Great Xia spectators section, some media reporters wore indignant expressions. De Xia has lost for so many years and always accepted defeat gracefully. Can't the Yagu dynasty even lose once without throwing a tantrum? They raised their cameras, intent on documenting the Yagu dynasty's shameless behavior. But before long, the garrison troops entered the arena and promptly urged all spectators to leave. For everyone's safety, please evacuate immediately. It was clear to anyone with eyes that tensions had reached a breaking point. Whether to fight or not now rested entirely on the whim of the powerful figures on both sides. The fact that Ling Luo, head of the hidden dragon base, had been summoned by Wei Yuan in advance, clearly indicated that Wei Yuan had anticipated this very scenario. Ling Luo turned to Wei Yuan, her expression unreadable. Should we withdraw our forces? She was prepared to escort Yi Tian and the others to safety. Her belief that Wei Yuan wouldn't act stemmed from her knowledge. Wei Yuan was a staunch conservative. According to the prophecy of the savior, the Great Xia Empire gradually split into two factions. The conservatives and the hawks. The conservative faction unanimously believed in avoiding war, preserving national strength, and awaiting the arrival of the savior. This was precisely why Ling Luo and Wei Yuan, after serving as comrades in arms for over a decade, had grown distant, even harboring resentment toward him. Ling Luo simply refused to believe in prophecies. Nor could he fathom why Wei Yuan would place faith in such an ethereal and elusive concept. What Ling Luo didn't know was that Wei Yuan's alignment with the conservatives had almost nothing to do with the prophecy. It was because East China and Great Xia were too impoverished. 2 full centuries of war against foreign invaders and demonic forces had repeatedly drained Great Xia's reserves dry. Especially when the war dragged on indefinitely, beyond the power of any single force to end it. Thus, after Wei Yuan assumed leadership, he rarely initiated external conflicts. Another reason, Daxia's future was utterly shrouded in uncertainty. Barbarian tribes encircled the realm, while demonic forces lurked menacingly. With professions entirely random, the Great Xia faced a generational gap. No one knew when the next pillar of the nation would emerge. It felt like standing in pitch-black fog, where no one dared to act boldly. But now, things seemed to have changed. The emergence of Yi Tian finally gave him hope the future of the Great Xia holds promise. Wei Yuan exhaled deeply and spoke, Yi Tian, you've done well. Leave now to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Hearing this, Yi Tian promptly led Bai Qiuli and the others to retreat far behind Wei Yuan. As the boss, what matters most? Safety, damn it. As Wei Yuan finished speaking, Zhou Yuan and Ling Luo exchanged surprised glances. The battle of the younger generation is over. Now it's our turn to act. Ling Luo gave him an approving look. That's a man's decision. Zhou Yuan froze for a moment before instantly understanding. Wei Yuan had anticipated that the Yagyu dynasty would refuse to concede defeat. By summoning Ling Luo early, he signaled his readiness for war even before the grand competition began. Zhou Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. You weren't supposed to be a conservative? You think the Hawks are too cautious, huh? Driving a foreign power from Great Xia's territory was every regional commander's dream. Zhou Yuan wanted it too, but it was far from simple. Especially the Yagyu dynasty, the dragon-blooded race, was exceptionally powerful among the foreign tribes. Due to the nature of his profession, Zhou Yuan was also a member of the conservative faction, and he fell into deep thought for a moment. At that moment, Jiang Yuanshuang murmured softly beside him, the child of prophecy seems to have appeared. The child of prophecy. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened. The next moment, his gaze hardened as he turned to the Crimson Emperor. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Let's do this. Wei Yuan floated in midair, his blue robes billowing around him. Several spheres of star spirit power coalesced behind him as he stared impassively at the indignant Red Emperor. Admit defeat. Hand over the 2 medium-sized secret realms and control of Ding City. Return to your Yagyu continent. The Crimson Emperor spread his wings and soared upward, his expression defiant. You think a mere human dares demand my admission of defeat? Ha! Dream on. Very well. Then the truce between the Great Xia and the Yagyu dynasty is over. Wei Yuan spread his arms wide, his robes billowing in the wind. Instantly, the sky transformed. Daylight gave way to starlit night. His boundless stellar energy surged, amplifying his power. I hereby declare war. As the words fell, the stellar energy coalesced in the heavens into a colossal spear, blindingly luminous. Guided by Wei Yuan's will, it plummeted like a meteor, crashing toward the Crimson Emperor. No foreign invader shall rest undisturbed upon our land. Their long occupation ends today. He was determined to forge a secure East China for the younger generation, free from alien invasion. It had been a long time since Wei Yuan had unleashed his full power. Ever since signing the contract for the great race competition with the Yagyu royal clan, he had focused most of his energy on developing eastern China. Yet now, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan stared in astonishment. Years of biding his time had not diminished Wei Yuan's power. If anything, it had only grown more formidable. He now seemed to stand as the foremost figure in the Great Xia. Wei Yuan? You alone? The Crimson Emperor roared, his wings enveloping his body as crimson light flared. Mid-air, he transformed into a monstrous, blood-red dragon hundreds of meters long. This was the exclusive ability granted to dragonbloods upon reaching level 50. Only after this transformation did he assume his true form. Not only did his attributes surge dramatically, but his resistances also grew significantly stronger. The Crimson Emperor unleashed a burst of explosive flames, clashing fiercely with Wei Yuan's descending starlight spear. The sky was dyed in 2 colors, deep blue and crimson. Seeing this, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan charged forward simultaneously. Half of Great Xia's elite combat power 874 level legendary tier practitioners were now gathered here. Within the Yagyu dynasty, aside from the ancient White Emperor who had surpassed level 80, both the Crimson Emperor and Azure Emperor were stuck at the level 74 threshold. But dragons were dragons after all. Especially in their true dragon forms, facing off against ordinary legendary tier combatants of equal rank, taking on 3 at once was no stretch. Alas, the 4 present were no ordinary foes. Wei Yuan and the Crimson Emperor clashed fiercely in the heavens, their starlight power colliding with crimson dragon breath, causing the very skies to darken. Mastering the element of fire, the Crimson Emperor's strengths lay in raw power and physical prowess. Seizing the moment when the dragon breath collided and exploded, he closed in rapidly through the billowing smoke, or rather, it was more accurate to say he charged headlong. Wei Yuan. Prepare to die. Human physique could never match that of a dragon. Once the Crimson Emperor closed in, it would take but a second or two to tear Wei Yuan apart. Yet Wei Yuan, a master of the Star Soul domain, unleashed his ultimate control technique, Celestial Net. Several spheres of star spirit energy behind Wei Yuan rapidly intertwined before him, weaving a vast celestial net. Its multiple control effects rendered the Crimson Emperor unable to advance an inch. Leveraging his mastery of control and manipulation, Wei Yuan single-handedly engaged the Crimson Emperor. The other 3 showed no intention of aiding him. They concentrated their lethal strikes on the Azure Emperor, who stood on the opposite side. As the dragon of all laws, the Azure Emperor posed a far greater threat than the Crimson Emperor in large-scale combat. Her potential destruction of the Great Xia city demanded utmost caution. Ling Luo's crimson robes billowed as she crossed her hands before her, unfurling a blood-red domain. Crimson Calamity Domain. As the leader of the Great Xia Special Forces base, Ling Luo's prowess was unquestionable, second only to Wei Yuan. The Crimson Domain enveloped the Azure Emperor, and in an instant, it seemed as though countless tangible blades of killing intent converged upon her. The Azure Emperor neither dodged nor evaded. Of course, evasion was largely impossible. As a master of elements and spells, speed was not the Azure Emperor's forte, though she naturally possessed countermeasures. Deep within her pupils, runes seemed to coalesce. Accompanied by a ripple of magic, the Azure Emperor's true dragon form, a deep blue-green, manifested instantly. In her true form, her wings enveloped translucent, iridescent auras, the crystallization of elemental power, the very symbol of her magical prowess. Wind, fire, water, earth, thunder within her domain, the Azure Emperor continuously unleashed elemental spells to counter Ling Luo's lethal domain. Each skill seemed to have no cooldown. Zhang Yuanshuang and Zhou Yuan, one wielding a sword, the other striking with fists, attacked from both flanks. Coordinating with Ling Luo's domain assault, they poured all their might into breaching Qingdi's defenses, creating a deafening uproar. Clouds churned into whirlpools as spells danced like mad serpents and dragons. Attacks collided relentlessly, sending shockwaves rippling through the air that shook the heavens and earth, their impact terrifyingly fierce. For the first time, the battle between Blue Star's most elite warriors unfolded before Yi Tian and the others. Even from a great distance, the astonishing power was palpable. Awe flashed in everyone's eyes. Bai Qiuli gazed with yearning. This level of power is the very goal I strive for. Wang Jiang, too, felt his own insignificance. To grow strong enough to reach that level, I must strive even harder. Yi Tian couldn't help but nod. If his employees all shared this mindset, he'd have little to worry about. Indeed, my employees must strive even harder. They stood vigilantly at the very edge. Under the assault of three opponents, Qingdi unleashed his word spirit, barely managing to hold his own against the three. Yet Zhou Yuan, who appeared thin and unremarkable, unleashed increasingly fierce strikes after unwrapping the grey cloth binding his hands. His damage proved even stronger than Wei Yuan Ling Luo's. After the cloth was removed, Zhou Yuan clapped his fists together, a layer of blood mist appearing on their surfaces. His killing intent was restrained, yet each strike landed on the Azure Emperor seemed to pierce through scales, dealing true damage. Yet Yi Tian's brow furrowed slightly at the sight. He sensed Zhou Yuan seemed to be paying some price for this. Yet the effect was outstanding. With Zhou Yuan unleashing his full power, the Azure Emperor quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the Crimson Emperor, devoid of flashy skills and relying purely on frontal combat, resembled a berserker among professionals. He relentlessly closed the distance using every tactic, strictly speaking holding the upper hand. Given just one opening, he could finish Wei Yuan instantly. Yet Wei Yuan masterfully controlled the distance, using his own maneuvers to deny the Crimson Emperor any opening. Instead, he only succeeded in fueling the Crimson Emperor's rage. Wei Yuan! Don't run, the Crimson Emperor roared. At that moment, Wei Yuan's lips suddenly curved upward, revealing a faint smile. Immediately, the sky darkened. A bolt of lightning, like divine retribution, crackled through the air and struck the Crimson Emperor squarely. Arg! The Crimson Emperor let out a wretched dragon's roar. Even with his formidable physique, enduring this strike was excruciatingly painful. The contract. It was the gambling contract backfiring and punishing him. According to the terms of the wager contract, he must relinquish control of Dingcheng and surrender 2 medium-sized secret realms to fulfill his obligations. Yet he refused to admit defeat, leading the charge against Great Xia. Naturally, he faced the most severe backlash and punishment. Damn it! The Red Emperor's face contorted in fury. Wei Yuan, however, wore a smile, as if this outcome had been entirely expected. If I had lost the grand competition, things would have been rather tricky. But thankfully, our people proved worthy. You'd better crawl back home obediently. The agony of backlash tormented the Crimson Emperor, making his already bloodshot eyes burn with even more madness. He desperately wanted to kill Wei Yuan, but it was impossible for him to do so now. Moreover, if he failed to honor the wager, he would face the contract's punishment once more. His eyes bulged with rage as he was forced to flee back to the portal to the other world. Very well. Wei Yuan, Great Xia, you've done yourselves proud. The 2 medium-sized secret realms I lost to you lie within the Yagu continent. If you have the guts, come and take them. He glared at Wei Yuan, his face twisting with disdain. Though he had lost the medium-sized secret realms, they were immovable. To claim the wager, one would have to enter the Yagu continent to retrieve them. If they didn't come, it would be Great Xia forfeiting the wager, not the Red Emperor's concern. And given Wei Yuan and his group's strength, daring to come to the Yagu continent meant certain death. The city is yours for now, but I will reclaim it with my own hands, sooner or later. The Crimson Emperor seethed inwardly. Had it not been for the contract's backlash, he would have fought 300 more rounds. But now, he could only turn his back and enter the interdimensional portal, returning to the Yagu continent. Seeing the Crimson Emperor depart, the Yagi dynasty garrison stationed in Dingcheng hastily retreated as well. The Azure Emperor decisively abandoned the fight and departed as well. Chapter 60, Refusing a Job Change? Golden Potential. We won. Zhang Yuanchuan let out a slight sigh of relief, but Wei Yuan shook his head. Not exactly. We've only temporarily reclaimed Dingcheng. From now on, we'll be in a state of formal war with the Yagu dynasty. As he watched the Crimson Emperor and Azure Emperor enter the dimensional portal, Wei Yuan immediately signaled his men to cease pursuit. The Crimson Emperor was right. Penetrating the Yagu continent was virtually impossible at present. Within the Yagu continent stood the mightiest of all, the White Emperor. The Wei Yuan didn't know why he hadn't emerged. But if they invaded the Yagu continent, the White Emperor would certainly not stand idly by. Moreover, the other side of the portal was the Yagu dynasty's home turf. The pressure they would face there would undoubtedly be even more severe. The two medium-sized secret realms, one in the great race of races, seemed out of reach for now. Soon enough, we'll breach the Yagu continent and show these mongrel dragons what true might looks like. Ling Luo blared fiercely at the interdimensional portal. Wei Yuan immediately deployed 2 array artifacts, activating them with his professional abilities to establish a 6-layered array at the portal's entrance. The 6 interlocking arrays combined defensive, control, and offensive capabilities. Should the dragon descendants attempt to pass through again, the formations would trigger an attack. Wei Yuan knew full well that once the backlash from the contract ended, the Crimson Emperor would likely strike back again. But for now, Dingcheng had at least been reclaimed by Huadong. Defense forces, clear the northern sector of Dingcheng. Leave no remnant of the Yagu dynasty behind. General Lin, take control of all minor secret realms occupied by the Yagu dynasty within Great Xia. Though they hadn't secured the medium-sized secret realms, the Yagu dynasty had occupied numerous small secret realms within the Great Xia in recent years. Now that they fled in defeat, Wei Yuan immediately dispatched forces to take control. Counting them up, there were 11 small secret realms, enough to bolster East China's economy. But at this moment, Zhang Yuanchuang supported Zhou Yuan, whose gaunt, pallid face was losing its last traces of color. It seemed that after his explosive power surge during the battle against the Azure Emperor, something was relentlessly draining his vitality. Wei Yuan forced down a vial of potion and sighed helplessly. Don't you dare die on me, I'd be held responsible for that. Zhou Yuan stood up. I'll try. The man before him, Zhou Yuan, the North China Regional Director, was also a golden potential, a legendary practitioner. Yet after reviewing his resume, Yi Tian discovered his current profession was rather peculiar. Legendary occupation, life-eroding martial saint. Beside them, Yi Xiu, who possessed extensive knowledge of all professions, couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Life-eroding martial saint? This profession has appeared many times in Great Xia, but every awakened practitioner died young. Why? The life-eroding martial saint trades vitality for combat prowess. After every battle, it devours a portion of their life force. The fiercer the battle, the more vitality is consumed until death. Unless they refrain from combat, their life force will be perpetually drained by the power of their profession. A profession that burns life or combat power. No wonder Zhou Yuan dealt such devastating damage to the Azure Emperor earlier. Unfortunately, given Zhou Yuan's current state, barely over 30 years old, it seems his days are numbered. At that moment, Yi Tian suddenly conceived a solution. He approached Zhou Yuan and Wei Yuan, addressing the former. Senior, would you like me to change your profession for you? At these words, Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. Indeed, if Yi Tian could help Zhou Yuan switch professions, it would practically save his life. Zhou Yuan froze, his mind racing to process Yi Tian's meaning. Hey, could you maybe not say something that terrifying with such a deadpan expression? Change his profession. Professions are predestined by heaven. Can they really be changed on a whim? Seeing his reaction, Wei Yuan quickly filled him in on Yi Tian's abilities. In just over 10 seconds, the explanation seemed to overturn Zhou Yuan's entire worldview, built over decades. Zhou Yuan's mind went blank. After a long moment of stunned silence, his expression turned alarmed as he abruptly looked at Wei Yuan. The child of prophecy? He is the child of prophecy, right? In that moment, he felt he understood Wei Yuan's resolve to wage war against the Yagu dynasty. Yet Wei Yuan shook his head. It's not certain yet. But it no longer mattered. Even if he wasn't, given Yi Tian's abilities, Zhou Yuan was willing to regard him as the child of prophecy. The child of prophecy. Yi Tian looked utterly bewildered. What is that? The ability to grant others a legendary class change, that's too outrageous. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as he gazed at Yi Tian with a look of profound emotion. If this were 5 years ago, I would have begged you to help me, no matter the cost. The life-eroding martial saint. When Zhou Yuan first awakened it in his youth, he felt boundless destiny and knew no fear. But by middle age, with children of his own, he discovered his life held only a few short years left. He began to worry, even shrinking back in battle. Yet now, with only a month or two left, Zhou Yuan felt strangely at peace. Enough. The Great Xia lacks too many pillars of strength. If my professional forces vanish, North China will be in peril. The Great Xia doesn't need one more genius like me. Let me use what remains of my body to briefly guard the Great Xia for a little longer. That will suffice. As the words fell, Wei Yuan patted his shoulder, his expression solemn. Yi Tian felt a surge of emotion, his respect deepening. Perhaps it was precisely because of countless individuals like Zhou Yuan that the Great Xia Empire had endured 2 centuries of struggle without falling. Leave this precious opportunity for others who need it. Zhou Yuan's low voice continued. Yet in the next instant, his tone shifted abruptly. As if in a final burst of strength, he stepped forward and gripped Yi Tian's hand tightly, his face filled with hope. We in North China have many who need it. Wei Yuan covered his face, unable to bear the sight. Wait, you spent all that time building up to this, just to lure Yi Tian to North China? Yi Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, the solemn mood he'd been building up vanishing instantly. Ahem, Zhou Yuan cleared his throat a few times, explaining, we don't have a single legendary profession in North China this year. It's only natural I'm a bit anxious. As the head of North China, Zhou Yuan even earnestly pleaded with Yi Tian to help awaken a legendary profession for the region. Truthfully, he didn't need to ask. Given sufficient funding, Yi Tian was highly motivated to recruit talent. Besides, Zhou Yuan had helped repel the Yagu dynasty. No problem. Alright, let's go now. Upon receiving Yi Tian's agreement, Zhou Yuan's expression betrayed his eagerness as he immediately summoned the hovercraft. This drew a speechless look from Wei Yuan. On the aircar, Zhou Yuan enthusiastically introduced the North China district to Yi Tian throughout the journey. He seemed ready to transfer his household registration from East China to North China at Yi Tian's slightest hint. The aircar entered the territory of North China. Visiting the North China district for the first time, Yi Tian noticed the architecture here was far more imposing. Every city resembled a fortress. It was clear that the threat from alien races here seemed far more severe. Senior, where shall we go first? No rush. Brother Yi Tian has come all this way, let's head to my place for a meal first. Zhou Yuan prepared a welcome banquet for Yi Tian. Though a martial artist and a rough-and-tumble sort, he knew the basics of hospitality. Besides, who would make a guest work the moment they arrived? Zhou Yuan's home wasn't large, situated on the outskirts of Nantang City in North China, spanning just over 100 square meters. The moment one stepped inside, the warmth radiating from every detail was palpable. Daddy, you're home. Do we have guests today? A soft voice echoed from the living room, instantly drawing a genuine smile from Zhou Yuan. I'm home. He turned to introduce Yi Tian. This is my daughter, Zhou Moya. He looked up to see a quiet, adorable little girl standing up at his words, her pale yellow dress complementing her delicate, elegant features. Yet the next moment, Yi Tian's brow furrowed slightly. The girl's eyes, which should have shone bright as stars, were now veiled in a faint mist, her pupils a dull gray. Hello? Zhou Moya bowed slightly toward Yi Tian, following the source of the voice. Her eyes were unable to see clearly. Seeing Yi Tian's silence, Zhou Yuan explained in a voice only he could hear. 5 years ago, Moya was attacked by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan in the wilderness. By the time I arrived, her eyes had already been destroyed. Zhou Yuan's voice grew heavy. Blindness dealt a devastating blow to anyone. A person who might have had boundless potential, stripped of sight, would struggle even to survive in this era. Yi Tian paid no heed, smiling as he addressed the girl. Hello, I'm Yi Tian. An autoprompt appeared on his interface. Detected golden potential talent. Chapter 61, The Clairvoyant. The Azure Phoenix Spirit Messenger. Hello. I won't disturb you any longer. Zhou Moya said timidly, then felt her way back to her room. She knew anyone who could return with her father must be of considerable status, and it was best for her not to be present during their discussions. At that moment, Yi Tian's expression shifted as he opened her profile. Name, Zhou Moya. Basic information, female, 18 years old, native of Nantang City, Great Xia occupation, mystic sound physician. Potential, gold spirit seer. Biography, possesses innate psychic abilities far surpassing ordinary humans naturally gifted with spiritual perception, enabling her to see things invisible to others. At age 13, encountered the Shadow Moon Wolf clan and was stripped of her eyesight after gazing directly at the shadow-devouring crescent moon. Investment opportunity, legendary profession Azure Phoenix Spirit Summoner 20 points. Stared directly at the shadow-devouring crescent moon? What the hell is that thing? The Shadow Moon Wolf clan is an alien race bordering the North China district, with a dimensional portal in the wilderness along its frontier. This incident seems closely tied to the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Moreover, Yi Tian hadn't anticipated Zhou Moya's innate mental prowess being so formidable sufficient to grant her spirit-linked vision even before class advancement. Some are born with godlike strength, others with blazing speed. These are obvious gifts. Those born with powerful psychic abilities often go unnoticed. If she were to transition into a psychic-based profession, she would surpass most practitioners by a wide margin. Yi Tian was quite intrigued. Senior, your daughter would actually be a perfect fit. Among Yi Tian's current team Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Zhang Che, and Yi Xiu, only one more member was needed to form a perfect 5-person special squad. And they were precisely missing a support role. Zhou Yuan froze, his mind drifting to his daughter's condition before sinking back into sorrow. It won't work. For some reason, her eyes just can't be cured. Even if she became a professional, she wouldn't be able to fight while blind. In truth, Zhou Moyao's awakened profession was quite promising in epic tier support class, the Divine Sound Physician. Becoming an outstanding support for her team was her only small wish in life. But after losing her sight, even walking became a struggle. How could she accurately cast skills to her teammates? How could she ever become a competent professional? After a moment's thought, Yi Tian spoke again. It's okay. Try my class instead. His confidence stemmed from his experience as an employer. Every class he invested in had proven perfectly suited to his employees. Though he didn't know what profession suited a blind person. But he wanted to try. At the very least, no one with talent should be easily given up on. Failure would only cost 20 points of funds. Yi Tian's current balance stood at 110.3, more than enough to take the risk. Zhou Yuan gazed at Yi Tian's confident face, lost in thought for a long moment before finally nodding. As a father, he too wished for his daughter to fulfill her dreams, at the very least, to escape the despair of living cooped up indoors day after day. Mo Yao. Zhou Yuan knocked on his daughter's door, then stood outside explaining the situation to her. Yi Tian's gaze drifted to a corner of the room where several small green bird figurines hung alongside wind chimes by the window, swaying and tinkling softly in the breeze. Change careers? Zhou Moyao hesitated. But it's fine. Give it a try. Who knows? You might just become the top support in Great Xia. Zhou Moyao giggled at Yi Tian's cheerful voice. The best support? That's a bit much. Just becoming a competent professional would be great. As he spoke, Yi Tian activated his skill, and a contract materialized in Zhou Moyao's hand. Place your fingerprint here. Seeing Zhou Moyao about to sign without hesitation, Yi Tian teased. Aren't you afraid I might be a scammer? Shouldn't you let your dad check it first? Zhou Moyao flashed a bright smile, her voice soft as she replied. Ever since I lost my sight, whenever I get close to someone, I can sense their heart. I can also sense others' good or evil intentions. Big brother, your heart is kind. You're a good person. Yi Tian froze at her words. Sense others' good and evil intentions? Could it be that after losing his sight, his spiritual vision ability had transformed into telepathy? As he pondered this, Zhou Moyao pressed her fingerprint onto the contract. In an instant, golden light filled the air, Phoenix's sword, and shot straight into the heavens. Employee Zhou Moya. Occupation, Azure Phoenix Spirit Messenger Tier 2. Quality Legendary. Level, 25. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution 50. Spirit 1080. Class talent Azure Phoenix's reach transforms into an untargetable, invulnerable Azure Phoenix spirit form that possesses an ally, granting them plus 40% agility and damage, plus 70% movement speed. Possession can be cancelled or transferred at any time. Class skill Light Tracing deploys a luminous magic array, granting nearby allies a shield equal to 500% of their spirit. While active, the shield nullifies 3 control effects and increases defense by 60%. Spirit Wind Draw restores 10% of the possessed ally's maximum health per second. Actively using this skill removes all debuffs and resets all skill cooldowns for that ally. Azure Cloud Strike grants nearby allies a buff. Attacks manifest a phantom Azure Phoenix that pursues enemies, dealing 15% additional true damage based on spirit power, applying a 70% slow, and marking the enemy's location. P.S. Skills with obvious effects won't be detailed here, but abilities like this one will be fully described. Over. Yi Tian examined Zhou Moyao's skills with satisfaction. This support is incredibly powerful. Never mind the terrifying 1080 spirit at level 25. A single possession skill effectively addresses the greatest weakness of support roles. Unselectable and immune to damage. Moreover, this meant that even if Zhou Moyao couldn't see the path, her teammates could guide her through combat. Agility, damage, and movement speed bonuses. Even an ordinary person could become a superhero. Whether it's shields or group buffs, these are support abilities that greatly benefit the team. But what Yi Tian found most insane was Lingfeng Yin. Resetting all skill cooldowns effectively doubled teammates' damage output. You have shared Zhou Moyao's attributes, gaining Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 1080. You have shared Zhou Moyao's skills, gaining Azure Phoenix's Distant Call, Tracing the Light's Flow, Spirit Wind Draw, Azure Cloud Severance. Simultaneously, Zhou Moyao, sensing the skill effects in her mind, froze momentarily, her face flushing with excitement. This. She stammered in her excitement, I want to try it. Yi Tian stepped forward, placing his hand over hers, signaling she could possess him. Zhou Moyao activated Sangwuan's distant flight. Her body seemed to transform into a phantom of a Sangwuan bird, becoming translucent as luminous wings materialized. Glittering particles like stardust drifted beneath her feet. Her form rapidly shrank, her 160 centimeters height reduced to less than half her original size. She now resembled an exquisitely crafted, ethereal figurine. Now able to float within a 10-meter radius around Yi Tian, the sensation of free flight felt utterly novel to her. Though she couldn't see her path clearly, a wondrous connection formed with Yi Tian allowed her to return to his side at any moment, free from fear of getting lost. Zhou Yuan's gaze grew distant. It had been ages since he'd seen such a delighted smile on his daughter's face. Zhou Moyao was naturally overjoyed. With these skills, she could still be a great support even if she lost her sight. No, with her current professional abilities, becoming the top support in Great Xia was not beyond the realm of possibility. Zhou Moyao released the possession and stood before Yi Tian, timidly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, benefactor brother. Yi Tian declined the peculiar title and corrected her. Call me boss from now on. Yes, boss. Then, turning to Zhou Yuan, Yi Tian declared. Senior, your daughter will now join my department and serve under me. With Zhou Moyao's support, plus Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu, the pieces for the first special task force were finally complete. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, but after considering his own situation, he finally nodded and said, agreed. The moment the words left his mouth, the relaxation that had just returned to Zhou Yuan's face instantly gave way to confusion, his expression turning peculiar. Wait. Something's off. Wasn't I asking Yi Tian to help Huabei awaken a legendary profession? How did this turn into my daughter being kidnapped? Chapter 62, Partner. What did you see? Zhou Moyao's heart raced with excitement. This was the first time since losing her sight that she felt hope blossoming in her life. Boss. Yi Tian turned his head and replied, May I touch your face? Ha! Yi Tian froze for a moment, then saw Zhou Moyao's face flush crimson. I just want to remember what you look like. Visually impaired individuals build their perception of others by touching facial features, a process similar to how sighted people remember a face. Yi Tian understood her meaning, though the idea of someone touching his face for the first time felt odd. Go ahead. Zhou Moyao's delicate fingers brushed against Yi Tian's cheek. Before Yi Tian could react, her own face flushed crimson. It was her first time touching a boy. Yi Tian closed his eyes slightly, feeling the soft, cool touch of her fingertips on his skin. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched. His gaze suddenly became unfocused, as if 100 urgent matters had suddenly piled onto his shoulders. He looked around restlessly. I just remembered I haven't cooked dinner yet. He turned and strode purposefully toward the kitchen without a moment's hesitation. Zhou Moyao pressed her lips together, running her fingers over his cheek 2 or 3 times before finally withdrawing her hand. Then, as if struck by another thought, she asked, Boss, does this mean I'll be working under you from now on? She wasn't referring to joining Yi Tian's team, but rather, as a blind person whose profession required her to bind herself to a teammate, she was destined to need a partner. Not just for combat, but for daily life as well. Having a male partner presented certain inconveniences, so Yi Tian had arranged Bai Qiuli for her. Zhou Moyao was also of college age, making her a suitable roommate for Bai Qiuli. Moreover, the synergy between the Sword Immortal and Azure Phoenix Spirit Envoy classes would yield exceptional mobility, damage output, and survivability. The two should make a highly compatible partnership. I've connected you with someone else, a girl your age. You can attend university together. Thanks, boss. Zhou Moyao knew Yi Tian had thought this through for her. The chance to attend university was a profoundly fortunate opportunity for her. At that moment, Yi Tian looked into Zhou Moyao's eyes, now a dull gray, and after confirming Zhou Yuan was far enough away, he asked in a low voice. Mo Yao, 5 years ago, what exactly did you see? Not even your father would tell you. At these words, Zhou Moyao's body trembled violently, as if frozen in place. Yi Tian recalled that when Zhou Yuan explained the cause of Zhou Moyao's blindness, he had mentioned an attack by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Yet her resume clearly stated that Zhou Moyao had witnessed something that caused her eyesight to be taken away. Clearly, she hadn't told Zhou Yuan. What could it be that, with just one glance, would cost someone their sight? Even with the advanced medical technology of Great Xia today, and all manner of priest-like practitioners, it remained incurable. Zhou Moyao hadn't expected Yi Tian to uncover her concealment. She froze for a long moment, unable to speak. Yi Tian spoke gently. You didn't tell your father because you feared he'd act impulsively and seek revenge for you, right? Zhou Moyao instinctively flinched, feeling the panic of a secret exposed. After a long silence, she nodded slightly. Don't worry, your father isn't here. Yi Tian was now deeply curious. Zhou Yuan's strength was among the highest in Great Xia, and with his profession as a life-eroding martial saint, what kind of situation could make Zhou Moyao believe even Zhou Yuan couldn't handle it? After much hesitation, Zhou Moyao finally spoke, encouraged by Yi Tian. There's a dark shadow on the moon. Yi Tian froze at the words, instinctively glancing out the window at the sky. The moon? Zhou Moyao added, not the moon of Blue Star. It's the moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly. His knowledge of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan was limited, leaving him in an information-blind spot. Still, he encouraged her, a dark shadow. What else? Zhou Moyao's voice trembled with fear. That shadow, it was perched on the moon. And the shadow kept growing larger, like pollution. I only remember seeing that much before. Yi Tian's hand gently rested on her head in comfort, though his own mind churned with turmoil. A shadow, pollution, the moon? Was it connected to the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, or something else entirely? Whatever it was, he sensed it lay beyond his comprehension. Jo Moyo possessed the innate ability of spiritual vision, allowing her to perceive these strange phenomena. Others would likely remain oblivious, let alone capable of resolving them. Fortunately, it wasn't the moon of Blue Star that was polluted, but the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan. This thought brought Yi Tian a slight sense of relief. Soon after, Bai Qiuli's message arrived. Yi Tian called out to Jo Moyo, "Come on, your partner's here." He instructed Bai Qiuli to bring Jo Moyo directly to Huaxing University, deciding to summon her over. Before that, Yi Tian had a gift box to give Bai Qiuli. Legendary Gear Selection Gift Box. Description: upon opening, select one legendary equipment piece suitable for your class. As a special reward for the race competition, Yi Tian planned to follow tradition and give one to each of the 4 participants. The boss had received ample rewards himself, so he certainly couldn't shortchange his employees. Only Alice, confined to the dungeon environment, had few high-tier items. She would have to wait for future opportunities. "Thank you, boss." Bai Qiuli's eyes lit up. Legendary gear right off the bat? The boss's generosity was truly astonishing. She even wondered if the boss had raided the East China Logistics Department. No, the East China Logistics Department probably didn't even have that many legendary items. With this legendary gift box, she could finally address her gear deficiencies. Once she entered Huaxing University, her combat prowess would undoubtedly rise another notch. "Boss, is this the partner you mentioned?" Bai Qiuli noticed Jo Moyo beside Yi Tian, her misty eyes carrying a touch of heartache. "Hello, I'm Bai Qiuli." Bai Qiuli. Could it be the East China top scholar, that legendary female sword immortal? Jo Moyo's eyes lit up with surprise. Yi Tian never imagined Bai Qiuli's fame had already reached North China. But someone who possessed both beauty and formidable power was bound to gain fame easily. Thus, the two girls became acquainted quickly, sparing Yi Tian the trouble of making introductions. After learning about the skills of the Tsungwan Spirit Envoy, Bai Qiuli was utterly astonished. So powerful. It can boost damage output by more than 1 tier. She had never regarded the person Yi Tian had chosen as ordinary, but she hadn't expected them to be this powerful. The two girls formally decided to enter Huaxing University as partners. Zhou Yuan then invited everyone to grab a bite to eat. "It's getting late. Let's all." Before he could finish speaking, a piercing alarm echoed through Nantang City, the red lights of patrol aircraft flashing across the entire city. Oh no! The Shadow Moon Wolf Clan is attacking again. Chapter 63, Finding a Mother for the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan. The sirens echoed throughout the city. Zhou Yuan sighed as he gazed at the table laden with freshly prepared dishes. But soon, he changed into his battle attire and headed straight for the city's front lines without a word. Yi Tian naturally prepared to join him. Jo Moyo activated, Sangwan Yao, transforming into a compact spirit form that possessed Bai Qiuli as they followed. "Are the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's attacks frequent?" Zhou Yuan nodded. All wolf tribes share a nature of savagery and greed. The Shadow Moon Wolf Clan attacks or rather, raids almost every 2 or 3 days. They've taken over the wilderness, specifically targeting mining teams in the secret realms to plunder resources. Habits varied greatly among different alien races. Take the Yagu dynasty, an enemy of Huadong. Their dragon descendants rarely resort to raids or ambushes, preferring open conquest instead. They even disdain tactics like teaming up with other races to attack smaller groups. This was the pride ingrained in the dragon bloodline. By contrast, the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan proved far more ruthless. Along the way, Nantang City swiftly entered a state of combat readiness. City guards cleared the streets and took up positions on the ramparts, demonstrating considerable experience in repelling attacks. Numerous miners from ambushed mining teams lay on stretchers, their bodies covered in gruesome, torn wounds. At that moment, Yi Tian and Zhou Yuan stepped onto the defensive works atop the city walls. Looking up, their expressions froze. A sinister, dark red moon hung eerily beneath the sky, casting an unsettling glow. Contrasting starkly with the silver-white full moon on the opposite side, creating a scene of 2 moons shining together. Yi Tian suddenly recalled Zhou Moyo's words, his pupils constricting sharply. This is the Shadow Moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan, Zhou Yuan remarked, gazing down at the city below. It's the Shadow Moon Wolf King's innate domain. Under the Shadow Moon's light, the Shadow Moon Wolf Pack can conceal their forms and gain vastly increased mobility. They won't even reveal themselves when attacking. Sure enough, though Yi Tian clearly heard the wolves' howls and the sound of their charge below the city walls, not a single wolf could be seen on the ground. The troops covering the retreat of the wounded into the city suddenly felt their shields struck by tremendous force, leaving rows of gash marks. Yet Yi Tian saw no dark shadows beneath the crimson moon. Bai Qiuli frowned deeply at the sight. If this happened outside the city walls, such an attack would be deadly. An invisible enemy moving at such blinding speed was a headache just to contemplate. But within the city walls, the garrison forces still had countermeasures. At the command of the garrison commander, the mage corps on the ramparts unleashed area of effect spells in unison. Rolling waves of fire surged, thunderclouds raged across the sky. That's right, casting area of effect spells in the direction of the wolf pack's advance would definitely be effective. Even if the Shadow Moon Wolves were cloaked in the moon's shadow, area spells would still inflict damage upon them. However, Yi Tian quickly identified the flaw. Even so, whether we press the attack or retreat for now, the initiative remains firmly in the Shadow Moon Wolves' hands. Exactly. Unless we can make the enemy reveal themselves, we won't seize the initiative. Zhou Yuan was well aware. The Research Institute has developed several detection devices, but they consume vast quantities of high-grade materials, making them impractical for city defenses. After all, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan attacked far too frequently. Using such costly devices for every defense was financially unsustainable for the Great Xia Empire. At that moment, seeing the fierce assault from the city defense forces, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan temporarily retreated. The city defenders unleashed several waves of skills into thin air, achieving little in terms of kills. The moment the skills ceased, the wolf pack would surge forward again. Despite the towering steel walls stretching over 10 meters high, several elite wolves leaped from the ground and landed directly atop the ramparts. Fortunately, the seasoned city defenders acted swiftly. Melee soldiers charged forward with a piercing wind-cutting sound, blocking the wolves and preventing them from leaping back into the city to plunder. In such moments, it was usually only Zhou Yuan who could intervene by slaying or forcing back the Shadow Moon Wolf King, causing the Shadow Moon to vanish, thereby reducing casualties. But now, Zhou Moya, in her spirit form, quietly raised her hand. I think I have a way. Zhou Yuan, who had been preparing to act, paused in surprise. Yi Tian reached out to restrain Zhou Yuan. As a life-eroding martial saint whose very action shortened his lifespan, it was best to refrain from fighting if possible. Zhou Moya now addressed Bai Qiuli, whom she possessed. Sister Bai, could you please take me to the area with the highest concentration of mages? As Bai Qiuli, the dedicated driver, heard this, she immediately set off. The spirit form of Zhou Moya, attached to her body, moved along with her. She arrived behind the mage group. This is the place. The city defense commander, bewildered by the scene, glanced at Zhou Yuan and saw him give a slight nod. He silently acquiesced to their actions. Zhou Moya raised her hand with some unfamiliarity. Emerald Cloud Absolute. Emerald Cloud Absolute applies a buff to nearby allies. During attacks, a phantom of a blue-green phoenix pursues the target, dealing 15% additional true damage from spiritual energy, inflicting a 70% slow, and marking the enemy's position. A celestial bird's phantom, entirely blue-green, reared its head and spread its wings. Its clear, resonant cry rippled through the heavens and earth, projecting a silver feather-like rune pattern over everyone nearby. The actual radius of the Emerald Cloud Absolute buff spans hundreds of meters, but Zhou Moya couldn't gauge the distance. To be safe, she had Bai Qiuli guide her to adjust their position. At this moment, over 500 mages of the city defense forces were all imbued with the buff. This time, wave after wave of area of effect spells were unleashed. Yet the Shadow Moon wolves struck by the spells now bore a vivid blue-gold pattern of egret feathers above their heads, illuminating their silhouettes. In the pitch-black night, these conspicuous blue-gold marks stood out like downward arrows in an online game, signaling to the Great Xia army. Fire here! Damn it! They're revealed! We can see them now! And their speed slowed down, they won't be able to retreat so easily now. What an insane buff! The city defenders erupted in gasps of astonishment. Zhou Yuan stared in stunned silence. He never imagined his daughter, despite her blindness, could truly function as a professional practitioner and make such a tremendous impact on the battlefield. And to such an extent against the Shadow Moon Wolves. As wave after wave of area of effect skills were unleashed, nearly the entire Shadow Moon Wolf pack was marked. Advancing or retreating would no longer be possible with such ease. No, the city defenders could even seize the momentum to turn the tables. Bai Qiuli couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, Moya! That was brilliant!" The cheers around her reached Zhou Moya's ears. She lifted the corners of her lips shyly. I'll become a great support." Yi Tian silently watched the battlefield. Even he hadn't anticipated this. He'd actually found the Shadow Moon wolves a father, no, a mother. With Zhou Moya's assistance, this wolf clan assault concluded swiftly. The Wolf King, positioned at the rear of the pack, couldn't fathom why their numbers had suffered such heavy losses this time. The Nantang city garrison seized the momentum to counterattack, returning victorious. Employee Zhou Moya made significant contributions to repelling the Shadow Moon Wolf clan's attack. Reward, funds +5. Yi Tian felt a touch of unexpected delight. Repelling an alien tribe actually comes with a reward? Was this considered a form of honor? If that's the case, then defeating the alien races or even launching a counterattack against them might yield rewards that rival those of the great race competition. The future looks promising. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan retreated. Given the casualties they suffered this time, they likely wouldn't dare to plunder so brazenly again. Yet above, the crimson shadow moon still lingered in the sky. Yi Tian stood atop the city wall, gazing directly at the shadow moon as he fell deep in thought. Chapter 64, Transcendent Forbidden Artifact, Mysterious Fighting Spirit. The wolf attack ended. That very night, Bai Qiuli brought Zhou Moya directly back to Huaxing University. Tomorrow happened to be the day for new student registration, so the two enrolled together. Given Zhou Moyao's background and professional skills, Jiang Yuanxuan easily secured her a suitable advisor. Yi Tian, however, returned to Green Mountain Apartments. Since Bai Qiuli had become Jiang Yuanxuan's disciple, she had moved into the university dormitory. The two-bedroom apartment now belonged solely to Yi Tian. The journey back from North China to East China by aircar took several hours. By the time Yi Tian arrived home and took a shower, today's management log had just settled. However, today's events were primarily dominated by the grand race competition. Beyond that, little else of note occurred. Management log. Wang Jiang promoted to captain of the Vanguard Regiment's guerrilla unit in the East China Frontier Defense Forces. Reward, funds +3. Ningjing decrypts ancient ruins tablet to 100% completion, successfully revealing location and clues of an ancient site. Reward, funds +5. Yi Xiu and Jiang Che cleared the Hell Dungeon Valley of Despair 4 times. Reward, funds +0.8. Shared experience from your employees, level up 33-34. Funds, 102.1. Wanjiang actually went straight from the training camp to becoming a captain in the regular army? Typically, new recruits require at least 6 months of training. But given Wang Jiang's combat prowess during the grand competition, his early promotion is hardly surprising. Yi Tian also heard that after recapturing Dingcheng, the border defense forces were split into 2 units, one stationed at the frontier to repel demonic forces, the other guarding the interdimensional portal to guard against the Yagu dynasty. With such critical needs, Wang Zhang's promotion was entirely logical. Beyond that, Ning Jing had deciphered the location and clues of an ancient ruin, which truly piqued Yi Tian's curiosity. Ancient ruins, the sacred sites where the legacies of major otherworldly civilizations were preserved. They held treasures and legacies passed down from the super-civilizations of antiquity, opportunities beyond measure. Across the entire Blue Star, such ruins had appeared only a handful of times. Yi Tian was genuinely eager to see one. I'll inquire about the specifics tomorrow, Yi Tian murmured as he drifted into a deep sleep on his bed. Meanwhile, at the Central China headquarters. Late into the night, the headquarters conference room remained brightly lit due to Wei Yuan's unexpected arrival today. Wei Yuan, your victory in the great race competition and your repulsion of the Yagu dynasty are truly remarkable. The alert-looking elderly man in a Zhongshan suit cautioned, but the threat from the Yagu dynasty will only grow more dangerous in the future. We must be cautious. Wei Yuan nodded. Defeating the Yagu dynasty was not solely my achievement. The elder then shifted the conversation, speaking of which, you should pay close attention to those outstanding talents from the East China race competition. In recent years, the American Empire has poached quite a few talents from other nations. The competition for talent was commonplace among the nations of Blue Star. The American Empire employs every possible means to bolster its new national forces. Wei Yuan nodded, acknowledging the need to warn Yi Tian. I will. With that, Wei Yuan stated the purpose of his visit. Elder son, I intend to take the transcendent taboo object, 003. The elderly man known as Old Son's expression abruptly changed. What? The child of prophecy has appeared. Transcendent forbidden objects were mysterious, dangerous, and unknown artifacts discovered sporadically over the past 200 years of the Great Xiao's transcendent era. They possess extraordinary properties, but either carry dangerous side effects or remain incompletely understood. Thus, they are classified as forbidden objects. Object 003, numbered thus, is a peculiar entity brought back by the god-tier professional who made the prophecy. It is said that only the child of prophecy can wield it, granting protection and immense power to the chosen one. It could be called the exclusive weapon of the child of prophecy. Yet Elder Son urged Wei Yuan to think carefully. Are you certain? 003 only bonds with the child of prophecy. If an ordinary person approaches it, they will face unforeseeable danger. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. Huadong's victory in the great race competition was entirely due to his efforts. Even my defeat of the Yagu dynasty owes much to his contributions. I believe it is highly likely to be him. Old Son nodded slightly. Very well, you may try. But ensure absolute safety. Understood. Rise with the morning sun. The next day, Yi Tian rose, drew back the curtains, and hummed a tune while washing up. Suddenly, his phone vibrated a message from Bai Qiuli. Upon reading the message, Yi Tian's brows instantly furrowed, and his humming abruptly stopped. Soon after, not only Bai Qiuli, but also Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu, all 4 employees participating in the race competition, sent messages. Yi Tian immediately pulled the 4 into the meeting space. It's like this, boss. When I woke up this morning, there was a letter waiting on my dorm desk. Bai Qiuli continued, it contained an offer from the US military. If we agree to immigrate, they promise extremely generous benefits and compensation. Yi Tian scanned the contents of the letter, unable to suppress his astonishment. The terms offered by the American Empire were downright outrageous. Just looking at the benefits alone, most people would find it hard to resist. Bai Qiuli's expression grew slightly grave. I have no idea how they placed the letter on my dorm desk. I didn't notice it at all. Yi Xiu chewed the lollipop in his mouth and casually remarked. No big deal. It's a special profession in the American Empire, the messenger. Once a messenger memorizes someone's appearance and burns the letter, it will land near that person. Probably our photos or videos from the grand competition were seen overseas. All 4 of them, including Yi Xiu, had received recruitment letters. Meanwhile, Jiang Che's head slumped onto the desk as he let out a near-desperate cry. Why? Why are my terms and conditions so much worse than yours? Yi Tian. I have to work harder now. An unprecedented fighting spirit flared in Jiang Che's eyes. Though this determination was utterly baffling. Clearly, no employee of Yi Tian would ever accept terms from another country. This was evident from the fact that all 4 immediately informed Yi Tian upon receiving their letters. Not only did Yi Tian provide them with careers, but working under him meant access to legendary gear, meeting buffs, promotion opportunities, and other perks simply unattainable elsewhere. In recent years, reports had surfaced of the American Empire poaching top talent from numerous nations, even targeting Great Xia on multiple occasions. Amidst demonic and alien invasions, the American Empire has resorted to unscrupulous tactics against nations worldwide. Especially when they targeted Yi Tian himself, it grated on him like sand in his teeth. The conversation didn't last long. The meeting concluded. Everyone had their own affairs to attend to. Yi Tian also prepared to leave, intending to inquire about specific details regarding the ancient ruins. But as soon as he reached the door, he spotted Wei Yuan and a pet carrier in Wei Yuan's hands. Yes, an airline crate, the kind used to transport cats, though this one appeared to be a custom-made version. And inside that carrier sat a black cat. Chapter 65, Taming a Kitten. Entering the ruins. You mean this black cat is the extraordinary forbidden object designated as 003? That's correct. Yi Tian and Wei Yuan sat on the living room sofa. After Wei Yuan explained the nature of extraordinary forbidden objects to Yi Tian, the latter stared at the black cat inside the airline crate with astonishment. The cat was rather small and slender, its jet black fur glossy and smooth, its pupils faintly shimmering with gold. Wei Yuan added, "You know the prophecy. I think it might be able to help you. When Great Xia faces a calamity threatening its very existence, a savior shall emerge. Time and again, this savior will turn the tide, rescuing Great Xia from the brink of destruction and saving humanity from catastrophe." After Wei Yuan shared this prophecy, Yi Tian couldn't help but question himself. Am I the prophesied one? But I'm a time traveler. Logically speaking, the prophecy appeared 80 years ago, a time when I hadn't even been born yet, let alone arrived in this world. If that could be foretold, it would be utterly absurd. After deep contemplation, Yi Tian finally decided to open the flight case. Anyway, just letting it out should do the trick, right? According to Wei Yuan, whether he was the child of prophecy could be determined by this black cat. Wei Yuan gave a slight nod, then focused intently, guarding against any unforeseen danger. If Yi Tian wasn't the child of prophecy, he had to prevent the black cat from harming him. Meow. The door of the airline crate swung open. The black cat let out a lazy meow, and Yi Tian and the cat stared at each other. In Wei Yuan's imagination, either Yi Tian was the chosen one of prophecy, drawing the black cat's affectionate closeness, or he was not the chosen one, repelled by the black cat and facing imminent danger. According to the records of the Great Xia dynasty, no one except the child of prophecy could be accepted by the black cat, not even Wei Yuan himself. But now, Wei Yuan watched as the black cat took 2 light steps onto Yi Tian's lap and simply lay there. Yi Tian tentatively reached out to touch it. The cat offered no resistance, lying obediently as Yi Tian ran his hands over its fur. While stroking it, Yi Tian turned to Wei Yuan. "What's going on here?" Wei Yuan looked flustered. "Yeah, I'd like to know what the hell is going on too." The black cat's current demeanor wasn't exactly affectionate, nor was it outright hostile. To Wei Yuan, it seemed more like submission. Yes, submission. The current situation far exceeded Wei Yuan's expectations. Yi Tian calmly stroked the cat while casually glancing at its profile, and sure enough, it had some interesting details. Cat of Time. Life story: the destined partner of the Great Xia's prophecy child. Gains strength as the prophecy child's abilities grow. At its peak, possessed the power to traverse the river of time, but is currently extremely weak. The resume was sparse. After reading it twice carefully, Yi Tian stated with certainty, "Looks like I'm not the prophecy child." His reasoning was bold. Since this time cat grows stronger alongside the prophecy child's abilities. And Yi Tian now possessed the abilities of 1 hidden class, 3 god tier classes, 3 legendary classes, plus a transcendent physique. With such power, if he were the chosen one, then this cat absolutely couldn't be extremely weak. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Yi Tian's conclusion. After all, 003 showed no signs of affection and had yet to demonstrate any partner-like abilities. Yet its submissive demeanor still baffled him. Yi Tian suggested, "Let me keep this cat. Perhaps I can lead it to the child of prophecy." Since this cat could identify the child of prophecy, it would actually be a form of assistance for Yi Tian. The child of prophecy was undoubtedly a high-potential talent. He could recruit them later. Wei Yuan didn't refuse. Since it doesn't reject you, it can follow you. Just don't let it come into contact with others, it could be dangerous to them. Yi Tian, got it. He placed the black cat back into the airline carrier. Yi Tian inquired about the ancient ruins from Wei Yuan. Yesterday, Ning Jing had deciphered the location and clues of the ancient ruins, but he still didn't know the specifics. Wei Yuan was about to mention it to Yi Tian anyway, that ancient ruins, it's said to be the lost domain of the primordial dragon clan. The ancient dragon clan could almost be considered the ancestors of the Yagu dynasty. Yet as Wei Yuan spoke, a look of regret crossed his face. The entrance to that ancient ruins has been found, not far from Dingcheng. Unfortunately, the interior of that ancient ruin happens to lie within the dragon ancestors' secret realm on the Yagu continent. Which means, even though we've found the entrance, to enter the ruins, we must first enter the dragon ancestors' secret realm. Yi Tian was puzzled, so what? Wei Yuan, to enter the dragon ancestors' secret realm, you need the dragon ancestors' secret realm token. Those tokens are only bestowed by the Crimson Emperor and Azure Emperor upon their descendants. We could never obtain them in the first place. Now that they've retreated back to the Yagu continent, acquiring the tokens is utterly impossible. So even though we found the ruins entrance, we can't get in. What a pity. Wait. Are you talking about this? Yi Tian looked thoughtful as he pulled a long-forgotten dragon pattern token from his backpack. Back when Alice had slain Nod in the dungeon, it had dropped 30 dragon marrow crystals and one token which Yi Tian had stored away for ages. Wei Yuan stared at the token, his expression utterly bewildered. Forgetting his composure, he blurted out a curse. Holy! How the hell do you have everything? What do you mean? Yi Tian tilted his head, gesturing, let's go. With remarkable speed, Wei Yuan led Yi Tian to the entrance of the ruins. The entrance was a phantom passageway. Without the guidance of the relic stone tablets clues, even someone standing right here wouldn't find the entrance. Beyond the entrance lay an unknown destination. Unlike the self-contained microcosms of secret realms, ruins might be hidden corners within various worlds, perhaps existing for countless ages. For instance, long ago, the Great Xia Empire had entered the sacred spirit forest of the Elven royal clan through a relic entrance in southern China. This particular relic entrance lies in the wilderness outside Dingcheng, now sealed off by military forces. Research Institute members were racking their brains here, attempting other methods to enter the ruins, but all efforts failed. Ning Jing, her white lab coat lending her an air of intellectualism, stood at the core of the research team. Spotting Yi Tian, brought by Wei Yuan, she exclaimed in surprise. Boss! The address drew glances from surrounding researchers, while Yi Tian responded with a smile. Wei Yuan spoke up, only Yi Tian can enter this ruin. Ningjing, please brief him on the clues. Hearing that Yi Tian could enter the ruins, the surrounding Research Institute personnel were astonished. Ningjing was equally surprised. She informed Yi Tian, boss, the secret realm lies within the forbidden zone of the Dragon Ancestor secret realm. The forbidden zone is designated as off-limits by the Yagu dynasty. There might be dangers. Yi Tian understood well that ruins always brought both opportunity and danger. But that didn't stop him from wanting to try. Worst case, he could just use Void Shuttle to escape. Wei Yuan then produced a golden rope-like artifact. This is a single-use legendary item, soul-guiding fairy. Tie one end to yourself and the other outside. Whenever you need it, just tug the rope to pull yourself out. A one-time life-saving item. An extra layer of safety never hurt anyone. Without hesitation, Yi Tian put it to use. After learning all the relic clues Ning Jing had deciphered, Yi Tian took out his token and prepared to depart. Stepping into the nearly transparent passageway at the entrance, his figure flickered and vanished from everyone's sight. Chapter 66, You'll help me, right? Darkness, gloom, and cold. This was Yi Tian's first impression upon arriving in another space after traversing the passageway that seemed to exist in nothingness. The Dragon Ancestor's secret realm token in his hand had vanished. Theoretically, Yi Tian had officially arrived on the Yagu continent, even reaching its most mysterious Dragon Ancestor's secret realm, the Forbidden Land. This was the interior of the ancient ruin space. It felt like a cavern, yet it was immense. Dark red rock layers crystallized into stalactite clusters hundreds of feet high, making human figures appear exceptionally small here. Ding! You are now within the ancient ruins. Skill Ruins Decryption activated. Automatically acquiring 3 core pieces of information about the ruins. Only then did Yi Tian recall that ruins decryption was a skill of the scholar profession, its effect exactly as the prompt described. Ancient ruins were broadly categorized into 3 types. Ancient civilization battle sites, birthplaces of natural anomalies, and sites of primordial transcendent inheritance. Yi Tian pondered as he began reviewing the decrypted information, using it to determine which category this ruin belonged to. I, descendants of the White Emperor, shall die upon entering. 2, betrayers shall die upon entering. 3 of those favored by the gods shall die upon entering. Whoa! This is brutal. These are the rules formed within the ruins. For these 3 types of targets, once they enter the ruins, death is certain. Such savagery strongly suggests this is a war site. Moreover, clues deciphered by Yi Tian from Ningjing revealed, White Emperor appears to be the White Emperor of the present-day Yagu dynasty. And the central figure of this ruin appears to be connected to the legendary Black Emperor. Yi Tian was certain he didn't belong to any of these three categories, and without hesitation, he stepped deeper into the ruins. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Yagu continent, within the Crimson Emperor's palace, the Crimson Emperor remained agitated for a long time after his defeat in the Great Xia campaign, while the Azure Emperor stood by, unruffled. The White Emperor had once again possessed the body of a dragon descendant to attend here, his true form still undisturbed. It was rare indeed for all three dragon emperors of the Yagu dynasty to gather in one place. The Crimson Emperor's voice was explosive. We should never have agreed to the Great Xia's grand competition proposal. We should have conquered them by force from the start. The Azure Emperor replied coldly, did you wish to destroy both the Great Xia and ourselves? Ever since the Black Emperor's demise, the Yagu dynasty's remaining strength has been insufficient. We could have easily eroded the Great Xia through the grand competition. Who could have foreseen this year? Oomph. The Red Emperor turned angrily toward the White Emperor. If not for you guarding the Forbidden Land with your true form, protecting a corpse for nearly a century, how could the human race have run rampant? The White Emperor's expression remained impassive. I have said. The Black Emperor cannot truly die. His body may perish, but his soul endures. The Forbidden Land is sealed off precisely to deny him any chance of revival. The White Emperor stared impassively at the Red Emperor, otherwise, we would both be doomed. The Crimson Emperor snorted coldly, offering no rebuttal. Then what of Great Xia? I will not rest until we reclaim it. Your contract backlash will subside in 5 days, commanded the Azure Emperor. After 5 days, we will fully transfer our main force to Blue Star. Ideally, we'll establish a foothold there in one decisive move. This time, the White Emperor will lead the main force. White Emperor endorsed the Azure Emperor's strategy, understood. Blue Star's territory is indeed worth fighting for. I've never seen a world like Blue Star, so rich in secret realms and ancient ruins. With its abundant resources and numerous portals to other realms, Blue Star truly seems like a must-have territory. This was also why the Crimson Emperor had been unwilling to relinquish Blue Star's territory. Take the Yagu continent, for instance. Though it holds numerous secret realms, its resources are finite. Once mined, they're gone forever. Most worlds are like this. Only Blue Star is different. Dungeons of all kinds emerge constantly, small and medium-sized secret realms appear with extreme frequency, large-scale secret realms surface regularly, and ancient ruins, hidden treasure troves, and more abound. Truly, it can be described as vast and resource-rich. This is also why even the White Emperor is willing to take action. I will select a suitable vessel to maximize my bloodline and combat power. For those troublesome individuals in Great Xia, kill them if possible. The Crimson Emperor sneered, ha, so the true form remains untouched. The Azure Emperor cautioned, the matter concerning the Black Emperor truly cannot afford any missteps. Dragon Ancestors' secret realm, a forbidden land. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Having traveled merely a few kilometers, he had already amassed a fortune. Along the way, he had gathered over 60 legendary materials. Dragon marrow crystals formed within the caves alone. Beyond that, he encountered countless dragon descendant remains, apparently victims of the ruins' instant death rule, leaving behind a landscape strewn with dragon bones and scales. Upon reaching a broad clearing, Yi Tian discovered a massive dragon scriptstone tablet. It chronicled the former glory of the dragon race, recording the ancient dragon rulers, one emperor, one sovereign, 4 monarchs. Whatever events unfolded led to the current configuration of the Yagu dynasty's 3 imperial titles. Yi Tian pressed onward. Soon he emerged from the cavern, and the scene opened up before him. But it wasn't entirely bright. For even beyond the cave, the sky stretched dark and murky before him, as if light itself were being swallowed. Yet the distant view caused Yi Tian's gaze to flicker with shock. A dark mountain range formed by the colossal vertebrae of dragons stretched before him. Countless dragon skeletons, large and small, lay scattered around, resembling a burial ground more like the realm of the underworld. The faint outlines of dragon wings could be discerned along both sides of the dark mountains. Viewed from above, it was unmistakably the corpse of a colossal dragon. The sheer number of dragon bones scattered around spoke volumes about the scale of the earth-shattering war that had taken place among the dragon clans. But Yi Tian didn't dwell on it. His eyes were fixed on the dragon marrow crystals and bones scattered across the ground, his mind racing with thoughts on how to gather them as quickly as possible. Wait, what's that? Yi Tian's gaze sharpened. Upon the black mountains, he spotted a cross. Before he could approach, an immense surge of psychic energy enveloped him. After a moment of dizziness, the scene abruptly shifted. Like a dream, yet like a fleeting fragment in his mind. He found himself in a palace that resembled ruins. Deep within the palace, in its darkest recesses, stood the very cross Yi Tian had seen. Upon it, a young boy was nailed fast, clad in a black ceremonial robe, wearing a blood-stained bow tie, his pupils glowing with a faint golden hue. His face bore a nobility and elegance beyond his years, the very image of a gentleman. A weapon resembling both a tree branch and a spear pierced the boy's chest, pinning him firmly to the cross. "You've finally come." The noble boy, barely clinging to life, lifted his head and offered Yi Tian an elegant smile. Yi Tian suddenly laughed. "You know me?" "No, but you'll help me, won't you?" From the moment he was pulled into this church, Yi Tian received an active detection alert. Ding! Detected special potential in vicinity. Chapter 67, The Black Emperor. Recruiting the second hidden class. Interesting. Yi Tian almost clapped in admiration. This was the first time he'd encountered someone like this, as if they could peer into his very soul. If this were an adversary, he'd be on high alert. But now that this was a recruitable employee, Yi Tian instantly grew eager. He didn't respond immediately. This was the forbidden realm of the dragon ancestors' secret sanctuary, the deepest, most hidden secret of the dragon clan. Yet here, a young boy was nailed to a cross. Traitors who enter shall die. The sole dragon emperor of the ancient era, the world-ending dragon betrayed. That legendary Black Emperor? 1,000 thoughts raced through Yi Tian's mind in an instant, culminating in an exaggerated conclusion. His gaze fixed on the boy on the cross, who looked like an ancient noble, suddenly evoking a surreal sense of staring directly into history. The next moment, he attempted to open the resume. Black Emperor Nidhogg Soul Form. Basic information: Soul Form, 480 years old. Potential: Unique world-destroying dragon. History: Sole ruler of the dragon race. At his zenith, he wielded power rivaling gods and demons. He reigned over all dragons with imperial authority and absolute might, crushing enemy clans through iron discipline and brutal force. None dared defy him. Until the divine entity of the Ago continent, the world tree Yggdrasil, sensed a god-slaying threat within the Black Emperor. It bestowed the world artifact upon the White Emperor, the eternal spear forged from the world tree's trunk, commanding the White Emperor to usurp the throne. The White Emperor seduced 3 sovereigns, who stabbed the Black Emperor in the back during an external war. The Black Emperor's reign ended with the deaths of these 3 rulers and countless dragons. The eternal spear shattered the Dark Emperor's physical form, binding his soul and nailing it to the dragon bone cross for nearly a century. Investment opportunity: none non-human races cannot be invested in before Tier 3. The Black Emperor Nidhogg. It was him after all. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. From just these few lines of his resume, he could almost sense the downfall of this generation's sovereign. Though he appeared as a gentlemanly young boy, he was already 480 years old. Yet Ningjing had once mentioned that several hundred years was hardly old for a dragon. This Nidhogg might not even be the first Black Emperor. Beyond that, the mention of divine beings truly made Yi Tian marvel. So gods truly exist. The world tree, it turned out, was also a type of deity. However, the Black Emperor of old was a truly terrifying presence, one who could even strike fear into the hearts of gods and make them sense danger. Alas, heroes grow old. No, it should be said that the tyrant's reign has ended. By now, this Black Emperor Nidhogg has even lost his physical form, leaving only his soul behind. Yet when Yi Tian saw the final line of the resume, he found himself at a loss for words. Seeking investment in non-human races, requires Tier 3, requires level 50. He looked up at the boy's clear, innocent face and asked, "How do you want me to help you?" A faint golden glow flickered in the boy's pupils as a smile curved his lips. "It's incredibly simple." He gestured downward toward the spear embedded in his chest, his tone cheerful. "Freeing me requires just one step: pulling this spear out. And once you succeed, you'll even get a world-class artifact for free. How about it? Pretty simple, right?" Ha! Yi Tian's mouth twitched. This Black Emperor's personality was quite different from what he'd imagined. Perhaps because only his soul remained, he now resembled a cunning little devil. What surprised Yi Tian even more was that while he communicated with other dragonkind in their native tongue, this little devil spoke only human language and demonstrated a surprisingly deep understanding of human culture. As for his demands, simple? Indeed, it was simple. All he needed to do was pull out a spear. If only this spear weren't the Eternal Spear, a world-class artifact forged by deities, powerful enough to shatter the Black Emperor's body and pin his soul to the ground. He didn't know what a so-called world-class artifact was, but a quick thought told him it couldn't be simple. He shook his head decisively. "Forget it. Suddenly, I don't feel like helping you after all." Hearing this, the little boy actually laughed heartily, as if some mischievous scheme had been exposed. "Ha ha ha, you call me out without even trying? That's a bit heartless." Yi Tian silently watched the little devil laughing heartily and suddenly thought. During the century he was nailed to the cross, he must have been terribly lonely, right? After laughing for a moment, the boy's tone turned serious as he explained. "This spear was forged specifically to kill me. As long as my soul remains, it can never be pulled out. The world's divine weapon, the Eternal Spear. Once hurled, it ignores all obstacles, traverses any distance to pierce its target, leaving even the soul unable to escape." Yi Tian listened silently, still unable to discern how he could help, until the next sentence made him start slightly. The boy continued smiling as he said, "The target this spear seeks to strike is the Black Emperor Nidhogg. But I am now nothing but a soul. My power and physical form are lost. If I alter my final soul ability, I will become a completely different entity. And the Eternal Spear will no longer be able to target me. You can alter my abilities, can't you?" The boy stared at Yi Tian with eager anticipation. Yi Tian paused slightly. Hiring employees, investing in professions, overriding their past abilities to awaken new ones that certainly counted as altering abilities. That's exactly how he handled all his employees. The ingenuity of this method to circumvent the eternal spear struck Yi Tian as brilliant. Unfortunately, it's not possible right now. The boy froze in surprise. Why? What brought you here? Treasure hunting? Or a grudge against the current dragon clan? I can help with either. Both reasons. He was eager to recruit this special talent. It could be a major trump card against the Yagu dynasty in the future. Yi Tian explained the basic reason. As a dragon, he could only recruit non-humans after reaching level 50, tier 3. Of course, he skipped over the details about class-specific traits. Yi Tian had planned to wait about half a month to a month, level up to 50, and then return to recruit him. But unexpectedly, the young boy chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Not human? Then what harm is there in me joining the human race? What? Well, not with a physical body. Of course, the boy chuckled cheerfully, his voice gradually growing husky. But souls, they have no race. Yi Tian's expression turned curious. Indeed, the information on his resume only noted his soul state, no race was specified. After the boy spoke, a blue soul light surged around him, as if undergoing some invisible transformation. Though he spoke with ease, the process clearly demanded considerable effort. For those who master the realm of the mind, altering the form of a soul is as simple as molding clay. As the words fell, he still appeared as the little boy, yet a subtle shift seemed to occur. He had reshaped his soul into the form of a human. Yi Tian noticed immediately, the investment opportunities section had indeed changed. Investment opportunity, hidden profession, Dark Emperor's soul, 60 funds. Yi Tian whistled in amazement, then turned to the boy and asked. So, could you mold a catgirl for me to see? The little boy. Hey. If I try this any more times, I'm really going to crack. His tone was serious, sounding less like a joke and more like his soul was genuinely about to shatter. Yi Tian chuckled. Alright, but don't call me hey, call me boss. With that, he activated his skill, pressing the little devil's handprint onto the contract. The next moment, the shattered palace scene collapsed in an instant, darkness engulfing the surroundings as if plunged into eternal night. In a daze, beyond the dragon bone cross, a pair of pitch-black dragon wings vast enough to obscure the sky seemed to unfold. Hanging from these wings were the corpses of traitorous ministers, soaring toward the crimson sky above, heralding the return of the world destroyer. Chapter 68, The Black Emperor's Soul. Soul-based profession. Employee, Nidhogg's soul. Class, Dark Emperor's soul. Quality, hidden. Level, 25. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Constitution, 0. Spirit, 1600. Class talent, Dragon Sovereign possesses a bloodline that surpasses all other dragon clans, allowing it to ignore and suppress the word magic abilities of all dragons. Can instantly cast word magic without requiring a medium. Class skill, Sin and Punishment, Execution domain. Judges sinners within the Black Emperor's judgment domain and executes them. Effectiveness against dragons is doubled. Bloodskift induces a single target into blood boil state, boosting overall power by up to 2x. Amplification depends on the strength of the Black Emperor's soul form. Descent fusion, the Black Emperor's soul may descend into any living being, seizing control of their body and manifesting partial abilities of the Black Emperor's true form. No consent is required for possession, though competition may be necessary against opponents with high psychic power. If the host voluntarily sacrifices their soul, the Black Emperor unleashes even greater primal power. The strength of manifested power after descent correlates with the target's physical resilience and the extent of soul sacrifice. Word Spirit Emperor unusable without a dragon body. Word Spirit World cannot be used without a dragon body. Yi Tian stared at this new hidden class with surprise. It was his first encounter with a soul-based profession. He teased the little demon offhandedly, so it's a support role, huh? The moment the class change concluded, the eternal spear fell from the boy's chest, seemingly devoid of purpose and power. The boy finally stepped down from the cross, brushing the slightly soiled hem of his robe. Now that I'm just a soul, do you still expect me to fight? Boss, you're really pushing it. In his current state, he truly was nothing but a soul entity. The data panel confirmed it, no physical form existed, merely a presence in the spiritual dimension, invisible to ordinary eyes. Unless he chose to manifest or was observed through abilities like spirit sight. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel at this form, which reminded him of the medicine elder from the XX sky in his previous life. Though lacking the overwhelming offensive prowess of Alice's Blade Queen, this hidden class proved truly extraordinary. Simply the Dragon Sovereign's ability to ignore and suppress all word magic alone had nearly crippled half of the Aegis dynasty's combat strength. Moreover, the higher the dragon bloodline, the greater the suppression exerted upon those of lower bloodlines. Truly the bane of the dragon clan. Beyond that, this descent fusion ability was exceptionally unique. It can descend into any living being's body without even needing their consent. Once descended, it can harness another body to unleash the Black Emperor's true power. That is, the power it possessed when Nidhogg's physical form still existed. Moreover, the soul-sacrificing aspect of its fusion effect truly made Yi Tian think the nickname Little Devil is spot on. Unfortunately, since only the soul remains, the two seemingly most powerful word spirit abilities remain temporarily unusable. It seems they can only be activated once a powerful body is possessed or Nidhogg's original form is revived. Overall, compared to the Blade Queen, the Black Emperor's soul form possessed more unique class abilities. As for combat prowess, it seemed to grow stronger against tougher opponents. After all, it's essentially a support role. Black Emperor, how does it feel? Yi Tian observed the young boy, who swiftly assessed his new abilities before nodding in approval. It's even stronger than my previous soul abilities. I really like it. But, it's nowhere near enough to make me emperor again. I need a new name. Oh? Following the boy's gaze, Yi Tian looked behind them. The scene had shifted back to the Forbidden Land. The black mountain range shaped like a dragon's spine was deeply imprinted in the boy's pale golden pupils. Yi Tian now understood that the Black Mountain Range was the destroyed body of the Black Emperor. Thus, while nailed to the cross, the Black Emperor could only gaze upon his own corpse day after day. His disembodied form spoke in a heavy tone, as if making a solemn proclamation. When this body is reawakened in the future, the Black Emperor Nidhogg shall return to this world. Without a body, even if Nidhogg regained strength, he could not yet reach the Black Emperor's full peak power. Thus, he would preserve the name Black Emperor. Only when the body was revived and fused with his soul would the day of the Black Emperor's true return arrive. Yi Tian suddenly had an idea. Why not call it Black Prince? The little boy snapped his fingers. Great idea. Yi Tian, actually, Little Devil might suit him a bit better. You're the boss, so whatever makes you happy. The Black Prince's voice shifted back to its usual flippant, lazy tone. He stretched lazily, looking quite content. Though he was a spirit entity, he didn't appear as unselectable as when Jo Moya possessed him. Instead, he looked indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Only when he didn't want to be seen did he seem separated from others by another dimension. But it seems I can't leave just yet. Why not? The Dark Prince pointed mockingly toward the boundary of the Forbidden Land. Out there. Little Bai is still keeping watch. Only then did Yi Tian realize the White Emperor. Only then did he realize the White Emperor was stationed right outside the Forbidden Land. So that meant the moment Nidhogg left, the White Emperor would surely sense it. By then, he might just lose his mind completely. If Yi Tian brought the Black Prince back to Great Xia, the White Emperor might sense it potentially endangering the entire realm. After all, facing the White Emperor now, he might not stand a chance. But he couldn't abandon the Black Prince here. After all, staying here meant no chance to level up and grow stronger. It was no different from being imprisoned. Yi Tian quickly devised a plan. Alice. The Black Prince raised an eyebrow slightly. Boss, you can actually call someone here? This place was the forbidden zone of the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm. With the White Emperor guarding the entrance, the Black Prince hadn't seen a living soul in decades. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively, signaling basic operations. But after several seconds, Alice still hadn't appeared. Only when Yi Tian called out a second time did that familiar void gate unfold, and Alice stepped out through it, her long legs striding confidently. Boss. Just finished a dungeon run and got tangled up with another Lord-level boss. He's level 60 tough to handle. Alice explained to Yi Tian, her gaze darting toward the Dark Prince beside her. Yi Tian nodded. Alice was barely level 30, now taking on a level 60 Lord boss was indeed a bit reckless. But he clapped his hands. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you to a new partner. Black Prince or Nidhogg, whichever you prefer. He's a support type. Yi Tian introduced Alice and the Black Prince to each other. The latter produced a white top hat from somewhere, performing a gentlemanly bow. Alice gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Indeed, Yi Tian planned to have the Black Prince, in his soul form, level up alongside Alice in the dungeon. In his soul form, he could perfectly serve as Alice's partner, just like Old Man Medicine. Two hidden classes, as partners. One was the soul form of the Dragon Clan's supreme being. The other a half-human, half-demon dual template form. Yi Tian was even considering that the 5 members for the first special squad were already assembled. Could the second squad be forged with 5 members possessing extraordinary potential? No, by then, it would likely be a combination of 5 super monsters. Just imagining it made Yi Tian realize how chaotic such a squad would be. Chapter 69, Revive my body, I'll handle the gods. Alice and the Black Prince locked eyes in the air for a moment. Even the Black Prince had to admit that, even when his physical form still existed, he was only on par with Alice at her current level. Now existing as a soul, he clearly sensed that within Alice's body lay an even more terrifying form. Moreover, this was an ancient ruin and she could freely traverse it? Such a feat was unheard of even to Nidhogg. The thought that Yi Tian commanded such a figure. For a moment, Yi Tian's image grew even more mysterious in the Black Prince's mind. Alice, too, studied the Black Prince's peculiar soul form. After Yi Tian explained his abilities, she accepted the Black Prince as her partner. Very good. Now we won't have to worry about the Black Prince being found by the White Emperor. After all, at only level 25, discovery by the White Emperor would surely spell certain death. At the same time, Yi Tian had another reason for pairing Alice with the Black Prince. Balance. Given the Black Prince's temperament and abilities, if he were to enter human society without supervision, who knows what he might get up to? After all, he was a genuine tyrant, even if he was still young. Having Alice keep an eye on him was just the thing. Just as Yi Tian finished his instructions and was about to leave the ruins, his expression suddenly froze. He realized the auto-detection prompt for skill resumes hadn't disappeared yet. Ding! Detected special potential in the vicinity. Indeed, the alert persisting meant another special potential still lingered nearby. Black Prince, Yi Tian's voice took on a peculiar tone. Are there other living beings here? Other life forms? The Black Prince, clad in an elegant stand-collar formal gown, blinked his golden eyes twice before conjuring a dragon bone staff from nowhere. Pointing the staff toward the Black Mountain range behind Yi Tian, he stated with certainty. If we're talking about life forms, there's only him left. He was pointing at his own corpse. Accompanied by the Black Prince, Yi Tian approached the area. Alice watched in astonishment and exclaimed. This dragon corpse appears to have been subjected to repeated attempts at destruction, yet its formidable physique remains intact, retaining a faint glimmer of vitality. The Black Prince floated with his hands on his hips. Pretty impressive, huh? This is my body. Alice was speechless, silently rolling her eyes. The Dark Prince immediately explained to Yi Tian, the eternal spear severed my soul from my flesh, yet a dragon's body does not perish easily. Therefore, he can still be considered a living being. Indeed, Yi Tian had also noticed this baffling detail. Black Emperor Nidhogg Dragon Corpse. Basic information, male, Dragon Clan, 480 years old, a body without a soul. Potential, unique catastrophe and despair. History, the sole ruler of the dragon race. Investment opportunities, none non-human races cannot be invested in before Tier 3. His life story mirrors that of the Black Prince indeed, he is the true dragon body of Nidhogg. Yet Yi Tian never imagined that even after soul and flesh had separated, a mere corpse could still be rated as special potential. Just how immense must its strength have been? This corpse of the Black Emperor, devoid of power, drained of every drop of blood, its life extinguished, its soul severed, still held the potential for investment. Indeed, investing in this corpse meant there was a chance to revive it. During the Great Race competition, the dragonkin body possessed by the White Emperor showed no hint of investment potential after its consciousness died. But Nidhogg? He has. Is this the power that rivals gods and demons? Yi Tian murmured to himself, it seems I truly have a chance to revive him. The words had barely left his mouth when the Black Prince beside him felt his pupils suddenly dilate. Shock rippled through his very soul. This was his true form. No one desired its revival more than he. Only when the physical body and soul merge can the true Black Emperor Nidhogg be born. Yet he knew how impossibly difficult this was. The greater the power of the body in life, the greater the difficulty of revival. To resurrect the corpse of a dragon sovereign with only a faint glimmer of life remaining. In the Black Prince's plans, he had even prepared to spend decades, even centuries. The Black Prince fixed his gaze on Yi Tian, molten-like patterns rippling deep within his golden pupils, as if suppressing anticipation. If you can revive my body, I will help you destroy the Yagu continent. Hearing this unprecedented solemn tone, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. So all that talk about helping me find treasure and slay dragons was just for show? The Black Prince sighed. Truthfully, my initial plan was to simply possess your body. But I never expected that your abilities as a mere human would make me feel somewhat inadequate. These words revealed the Black Prince's complete shift in perspective toward Yi Tian. The one who had never bowed to anyone now showed signs of wavering. TSK, you really are a devil. Recalling how Yi initially sent him to pull the Eternal Spear, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. If it were just about helping you deal with the Dragon Clan, that wouldn't be a problem. The Black Prince addressed the core issue with gravity, but with the strength of the human race, even if we defeat the Dragon Clan and the White Emperor, we still cannot shake the foundations of the Yagu dynasty. Because of the divine entity of the Yagu continent, the world tree, Yggdrasil. As the name was spoken, Yi Tian distinctly sensed a surge of anger in the Black Prince's tone. The existence of the deity will not permit you to undermine the Dragon Clan, nor will it permit you to strike at the Yagu continent. His voice was like a blade drawn from its sheath, unwavering, without hesitation. But if you restore my body, I will deal with the deity myself. The world tree Yggdrasil. Yi Tian knew this was the true reason behind the Black Emperor's demise, for even the Eternal Spear had been forged by its hand. The reason? The gods deemed the Black Emperor uncontrollable. Yi Tian suddenly laughed, as if this journey had delivered a death sentence with a stay of execution to the Yagu dynasty. But he was quite pleased. It settled then. Unfortunately, the Black Emperor's body could not alter its form like a soul could, at least not until Yi Tian reached level 50, Tier 3. Nevertheless, when Great Xia gained the strength to counterattack the Otherworld, he would be perfectly positioned to detonate this god-slaying bomb, the Black Emperor. Before leaving the ruins, Yi Tian attempted to touch the world artifact lying on the ground, the Eternal Spear. Regrettably, the Black Prince informed him that the World Tree's permission was required to take it, leaving him no choice but to abandon the attempt. He simply departed the ruins. Alice also took the Black Prince away through a void transfer. But the instant the three departed the Forbidden Land, within the Crimson Emperor's palace, the White Emperor, manifesting as a duplicate, was plotting the invasion of Great Xia alongside the Azure Emperor and the Crimson Emperor. Suddenly, the White Emperor's pupils contracted sharply, his expression twisting into utter horror. He seemed to have sensed something, frozen in place as if struck by invisible lightning, his throat constricted, unable to utter a sound. Where did it go? Why has the target of the Eternal Spear vanished? The Azure Emperor and Crimson Emperor exchanged stunned glances. They had never seen the White Emperor like this, panicked, nearly driven to madness. The White Emperor was panicking. Chapter 70, Boss, you don't look human at all. What vanished? The Crimson Emperor and Azure Emperor exchanged glances, an inexplicable tension rising within them. Nidhogg vanished. The White Emperor uttered these words before his consciousness abruptly severed from this avatar and returned to his true form. The possessed dragon descendant collapsed straight onto the ground. Hearing this, both the Crimson Emperor and Azure Emperor leapt to their feet in shock. Their eyes narrowed sharply, their expressions filled with disbelief and panic. Especially the Crimson Emperor, his emotions nearly spiraling out of control as he roared and charged toward the Forbidden Land. How is this possible? The White Emperor guarded the outer perimeter of the Forbidden Land precisely to prevent any living being from entering. This ensured the Black Emperor remained eternally sealed within, with no chance of escape without external aid. Yet now, not only had the Black Emperor's soul vanished from the Forbidden Land, but the target locked by the Eternal Spear had also disappeared. This points to a terrifying conclusion. The White Emperor summoned a dragon descendant, entrusting him with a dragon ancestor's secret realm token and ordering him to enter the Forbidden Land immediately to investigate. For within the Forbidden Land's rules, the White Emperor is deemed a traitor. Entering means certain death. That was the domain of rules activated by the Black Emperor on his deathbed. Even after over a century, the White Emperor dared not attempt to enter. Soon, the dragon-blooded emerged, bearing the news. Lord White Emperor, the dragon bone cross has vanished. And the spear you mentioned, it's fallen to the ground. The White Emperor's breath caught. The Black Emperor had truly vanished. In that instant, he descended into utter madness. The White Emperor knew full well the Black Emperor's terror. The traitor's cowardice filled him with dread, prompting him to immediately consider the Black Emperor's possible whereabouts. There aren't many portals connecting the Yagu continent to other realms. If I had to pick the most likely. The human race. Great Xia. After all, the day after declaring war on Great Xia, the Black Emperor vanished. It was hard for the White Emperor not to suspect this direction. In the next instant, he charged toward the dimensional portal like a madman. Outside Dingchang, in the wilderness, Yi Tian emerged unscathed from the ancient ruins. He described the ruins' layout to the Research Institute members, displaying his haul of dragon bones and dragon marrow crystals. He also brought several dragon speech stone tablets as gifts for Ningjing. Yet Wei Yuan expressed regret. What a pity. This ruin only yielded materials, no secret treasures or ancient inheritances. For a ruin, the treasures Yi Tian held were indeed insignificant. But Yi Tian knew the greatest reward from this expedition had already gone with Alice to level up in the dungeon. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through Dingqing City. Wei Yuan's expression instantly stiffened. He sensed an extraordinarily powerful target emerging from the interdimensional portal. Not only him, but the entire vicinity of Dingcheng, indeed all of East China including Jiang Yuanshuan, Yuhua, and others within Huaxing University were all startled. Boom! North of Dingcheng, beside the dimensional portal connecting to the Yagu continent, Wei Yuan had already laid out 6 layers of formations, along with numerous traps and countermeasures. The White Emperor, burning with impatience, had barely materialized when explosions and formations triggered in rapid succession. As the trap Wei Yuan had devised for the Red Emperor, the White Emperor was the first to taste its full fury. Roar! The White Emperor roared, unfurling dragon wings vast enough to obscure the sky. His scales shimmered with a cold, silver light, and his starlit dragon eyes unleashed an invisible storm of psychic energy that swept across the land. He had no time for words. He must find Nidhogg. In an instant, ancient runes seemed to manifest within his dragon eyes. His dragon might solidified, unleashing the power of word magic without restraint. The air nearly froze solid. Mental pressure like a colossal palm crushed the Dingcheng border guards who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the roar. Only a few high-tier professionals and Wan Jiang managed to barely withstand it, their veins bulging. Word spirit sovereignty. The moment the true form descended, this exclusive word spirit of the White Emperor subjugated every practitioner in Dingcheng regardless of rank in the blink of an eye. All living beings felt a crushing pressure from their very souls. Within the word spirit's domain, resistance became exceptionally difficult, as if every movement had slowed tenfold. Is this the White Emperor? Why did such a powerful dragon appear only now? Wei Yuan's brows furrowed as he unleashed stellar spirit power to shield those around him from the word spirit's influence. Even he felt at least a third of its suppression. But then he caught sight of Yi Tian beside him. Yi Tian stood as if untouched, his black robes fluttering, posture perfectly upright. He was even completely suppressing the effects of the word spirit on Ning Jing. Ning Jing silently basked in Yi Tian's protection, her eyes widening in astonishment at her boss, a man who seemed to ignore even the power of words. Boss. Your current performance doesn't seem human at all. Yi Tian, if you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. Ning Jing silently pursed her lips. Oh. Having shared the Black Prince's Dragon Clan sovereign talent, Yi Tian naturally gained the ability to ignore and suppress word magic. Wei Yuan paid little attention to Yi Tian, instead swiftly pulling out a specialized communicator and urgently declaring, "Activate Level 1 Emergency Protocol. Now." His gaze fixed intently on the White Emperor's direction, he demanded, what exactly is he planning? Only when the White Emperor descended did the Great Xia Empire realize just how powerful the hidden White Emperor of the Yagyu dynasty truly was. His power far surpassed that of the Crimson Emperor and Azure Emperor combined. Yet the White Emperor did not attack Dingchen. Instead, he endlessly expanded the reach of his psychic aura. On the surface, the White Emperor seemed supremely formidable, subduing an entire city in an instant. Yet only he knew the panic raging within. Nidhogg. Where the hell are you? Come out already. His mental energy had expanded to cover an area of 60 million square kilometers. Yet, still no trace of Nidhogg. Because Yi Tian had already resolved this issue. Right now, the Black Prince and Alice were traversing dungeons, perhaps still slaughtering Dragonkin descendants in the dungeons of the Yago continent. Is it truly not on Blue Star? The White Emperor Dragon's gaze faltered, plunging him into self-doubt. He couldn't have escaped the Eternal Spear on his own. Who could have helped him? As the betrayed, he knew full well that once the Black Emperor regained his power, the first target of his vengeance would be none other than the White Emperor. Thus, his urgency to locate the Black Emperor was overwhelming. Facing this sword of Damocles hanging over his head, anyone would be unsettled. Could it be another alien race? Who would be bold enough? The White Emperor's breathing quickened slightly. After a long moment, his dragon eyes flashed with resolve. It seems I must seek divine revelation. Without a moment's delay, the White Emperor returned to the Yagu continent to prepare for an audience with Yggdrasil, the World Tree. As the White Emperor re-entered the interdimensional passage, the Dingchen garrison regained their senses, though they remained utterly bewildered by the current situation. Outside Dingchen, Wei Yuan sensed the White Emperor's presence vanish. He paused in surprise before retrieving his specialized communicator. Cancel emergency protocol. On the other end, Wei Yuan hung up immediately after speaking. The White Emperor's sudden arrival in Great Xia and equally abrupt departure made Wei Yuan quickly realize it was undoubtedly connected to Yi Tian's recent entry into the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm. He turned to look at Yi Tian, meeting the latter's innocent, harmless expression. Wei Yuan had genuinely believed Yi Tian had only obtained some materials and gained little else. But now, judging by the White Emperor's reaction, he'd believe Yi Tian had dug up the Dragon Clan's ancestral tomb. Wei Yuan, what exactly did you do in that ruins? Yi Tian smiled calmly, just found an interesting opponent for the Yagu dynasty. Chapter 71, The Ultimate Boss Spot. The United States asks for help? While the White Emperor frantically searched for Nidhogg, the Black Prince was in the dungeons of the Yago continent, hunting down dragon descendants alongside Alice. Emerging from the ancient ruins, they found themselves right in the heart of the Yago continent's dungeons, saving Alice the trouble of searching for enemies. Swoosh! Alice wielded her light will blade, decapitating a level 40 dragon descendant with a single strike. She teased the Dark Prince beside her, seeing your kind die, doesn't it bother you at all? The Dark Prince lay sideways in midair, his slightly youthful face utterly unruffled, even offering a faint smile. Just a bunch of traitors. During my reign, slaughtering 100,000 in a single day wouldn't even merit a second thought. With their casual exchange, the entire 5-member Dragonborn squad within the dungeon was annihilated. Alice subsequently leveled up to 30. Alice turned and left. Alright, let's go. The Black Prince's lips curved upward. Finally, an opponent worth my time. With the Black Prince as her partner, Alice prepared to exact revenge on the level 60 Lord Boss that had defeated her not long ago. Summoned by Yi Tian to the ruins, Alice had been held back precisely by this boss. The Dark Prince took a keen interest in such acts of vengeance, and the two found common ground instantly. Void Shuttle. After ascending to a Lord Boss, Alice's Void Shuttle gained a new effect, the ability to return to any location she had previously visited. Even on the Yagu continent, Alice could traverse freely. The next moment, the two arrived at a mutated small secret realm. It was precisely because the secret realm's boss had mutated that Alice failed to correctly assess the Lord Boss's capabilities, leading to her defeat. At that very moment, a pioneering squad composed of the East China Garrison Army was advancing through the secret realm, preparing to reach the boss stage. This elite squad, personally led by Lin Guodong, was specifically tasked with capturing this minor secret realm. As a globally significant resource source, even a minor secret realm was worth fighting over. Who would have thought even the minor boss in this secret realm would be this powerful? Lin Guodong, a level 55 third transition player, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. His teammates nodded in agreement, unaware of the anomaly plaguing this minor secret realm. Suddenly, a void gate opened not far from the boss chamber. Alice's slender, blade-like figure materialized before them out of thin air. Startled, the group immediately went on high alert. Holy! What is that? A secret realm boss? Why did it appear so suddenly? Even the battle-hardened garrison troops had never witnessed such teleportation techniques. Lin Guodong and the others watched Alice warily, their brows furrowed. Alice gave them a cold glance, her voice devoid of emotion. You're no match for the boss. Don't get in the way. No match for the boss. But you are the boss, aren't you? A elite guard looked perplexed. What does she mean by that? The other teammates shook their heads in confusion, equally baffled. Alice, however, had no intention of explaining herself further. 12 floating light blades coalesced into one, descending like a blade from the heavens. In an instant, it cleaved a fissure across the crowd, as vast as the abyss of heaven. Fall back. Feeling the overwhelming might contained within that strike, Lin Guodong and the others recoiled in horror, scrambling backward. However, the blade did not strike them. Instead, it cleaved the ground, nearly severing the path to the boss stage entirely. So terrifying. She doesn't seem to be targeting us. What is she trying to do? As Lin Guodong and the others looked on in confusion, a child dressed in a gentlemanly black suit suddenly appeared before them. The Black Prince appeared utterly harmless, floating in midair, yet his presence heightened everyone's vigilance. In his soul form, the Black Prince was invisible to the naked eye. Only when he chose to reveal himself could others perceive him. Just do as I say and stay back. The Black Prince pointed teasingly at Alice, shushing them. After all, she's not as easygoing as I am. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, the Dark Prince removed his black cap, made a farewell gesture, and vanished before their eyes in the blink of an eye. By the time they regained their composure, Alice had already entered the boss stage. Lin Guodong and the others were left staring in utter shock. What exactly are those two? Within the boss stage, at a deep, ancient pool. Puff! A towering black dragon king, dozens of meters tall, leapt from the depths of the pool. A pair of small dragon horns protruded from its forehead, and its massive, jet-black eyes locked onto Alice. It's you! He sneered, you dare intrude into my domain. Looking for death? Lord bosses possess a unique trait. If two boss monsters appear in the same instance, they will each regard the other as their primary aggro target. After all, a single instance or secret realm can only be ruled by one lord boss. A case of two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Alice's sudden appearance felt like an invasion of someone else's territory. But Alice wasn't exactly a saint herself, so she felt no remorse over such matters. Her partner, the Dark Prince, certainly isn't either. Well, a mongrel. The Black Prince stared coldly at the Black Dragon, not cursing but calmly stating the facts. It was precisely this utter lack of emotion in his tone that sent the Black Dragon King into a rage, his hatred reaching boiling point in an instant. You're asking for death. The Black Dragon King roared to the heavens, the very air trembling with his fury. The Black Dragon King, a level 60 Lord tier boss and an epic tier beast. Especially when the boss stage environment favored him, his combat power would surge dramatically. Combined with the dungeon's anomalies, this was precisely why Alice had declared Lin Guodong and the others no match for him. After all, even Alice herself had been at a disadvantage back then. But now, the situation was different. Let's finish this quickly. Alice was visibly irritated. Since Yi Tian had promoted her to Blade Queen, she had never been outmatched in combat, let alone driven away. The Dark Prince slowly raised his right hand, crimson bloodlight swirling around his fingertips as it merged into Alice's body, blood's blessing. Instantly, crimson veins coiled around Alice's form, transforming her half-human, half-demon appearance into something even more monstrous. Her overall strength doubled. This wasn't merely an attribute boost, it encompassed a comprehensive enhancement across all aspects, including damage output. Previously, even at full power, Alice could only maintain a 60-40 stalemate against the Black Dragon King. The level gap was simply too great. But now, empowered by the blood gift, a crimson glow flared deep within Alice's eyes as her fighting spirit surged, completely turning the tide of battle. Dark Battle God. Damn it! What's that noise? Outside the boss chamber, Lin Guodong and the others were on edge. Judging by the battle sounds echoing from within, neither the boss nor Alice seemed to stand a chance against either of them. Each one more terrifying than the last. Only now did the garrison troops truly grasp the boss's extraordinary strength, a chill running down their spines. The elite defenders froze. Boss, should we retreat? Lin Guodong stared intently at the boss gate. Wait a little longer. After all, it was a small secret realm he wasn't ready to give up so easily. But mere seconds after his words fell, the commotion within the boss chamber vanished. Alice, now twice as powerful, unleashed her full might and felled the level 60 epic boss with just 3 strikes. Absolutely ridiculous. Her already devastating Dark God of Battle form, amplified by the Blood Blessing buff, was more outrageous than a nuclear weapon. The monster template's experience is finally maxed out. This level jumping kill not only boosted Alice by 2 levels but also maxed out the experience required for the Lord Boss's advancement. Yet Alice discovered she couldn't advance. Because within a given major region, there could only be one ultimate boss. In other words, across the entire Great Xia and its surrounding regions, only one ultimate boss could exist. The privileges and bonuses granted by the ultimate boss were immense. It could even fuse dungeon realms and double the attributes of all monster templates. Alice sensed that Dasha's ultimate boss resided within a level 74 instance somewhere in central China. If Yi Tian were here, he'd likely recognize this as the 4th tier advancement dungeon blocking the path to the 4th tier in Dasha. For other domain lords, their advancement path would likely stall right here. Ordinary lords cannot leave their dungeons and can only advance after the previous ultimate boss perishes. But Alice was different. With her Void Shuttle ability, if the ultimate boss had a long lifespan, she wouldn't mind hastening its demise. The ultimate boss, huh? Actually, if you're willing to sacrifice a tiny bit of your soul, we could test his mettle right now. The Dark Prince whispered seductively from the side. Alice ignored him, replying coldly, if you've nothing better to do, tell those outside to transfer ownership of this secret realm to the boss. The original boss of the secret realm was dead. Once Alice left, the realm would enter a phase ready for exploitation. Though Alice knew the boss wasn't short on cash, secret realms were never a bad thing to have. The Dark Prince snapped his fingers. Brilliant idea. But you'll still have to tell me what's the boss's name? Alice. As the words fell, an inexplicable silence descended upon the two. After the White Emperor departed through the dimensional portal, Dingcheng immediately began reinforcing its defenses. Though there had been no casualties this time, Wei Yuan and everyone present were still shaken. No one knew if the White Emperor's next visit would bring another catastrophe. Wei Yuan stared intently at the portal's entrance, deep in thought about how to resolve the White Emperor's threat. He couldn't allow him to continue acting with such reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Yi Tian pondered the issue of reaching the 3rd tier. Only by reaching level 50 and advancing his profession to the 3rd tier could he revive the Black Emperor's true form and launch a counterattack against the Yagu continent. Beyond that, he needed to secure more funds. Though hidden professions held immense potential, recruiting just one at 60 was undeniably expensive. Yi Tian's once substantial savings had dwindled to just 42.1, and reviving the Black Emperor would require another 60. Just then, Wei Yuan suddenly mentioned to Yi Tian, by the way, while you were in the ruins, 2 major international events occurred. The first concerns you, the second should pique your interest. As he spoke, Wei Yuan's tone took on a playful edge, sparking an inexplicable sense of anticipation in Yi Tian. Remember the Void Insect Clan? The American Empire's 2 medium-sized secret realms on the border of California were also attacked by the Void Insect Clan. The medium-sized realms couldn't be mined, and then they were blackmailed by the Void Insect Clan. The American Empire? Yi Tian still harbored resentment toward this nation that had attempted to poach his talents, but he hadn't expected retribution to come so swiftly. However, after hitting a wall in Great Xia, the Void Insect Clan would inevitably shift their focus. Their innate abilities were exceptionally troublesome, and the American Empire lacked the capability to traverse dungeons. Dealing with them would likely prove extremely difficult. Sure enough, Wei Yuan chuckled. They simply lacked the capability to resolve it. Upon learning we'd resolved the Void Insect issue, they reached out for assistance. Now Yi Tian understood the mocking tone in Wei Yuan's voice. The American Empire had been poaching talent from Great Xia for years, and now they had the nerve to ask for help? But for them, it was truly a desperate situation. If the Void Insect Clan's invasion couldn't be stopped, it would become a bottomless pit they could never fill. While they claimed to be seeking aid from Dasha, Wei Yuan understood that within Dasha, only Yi Tian possessed the means to resolve the Void Insect Clan crisis. Yi Tian clicked his tongue twice. What terms did they offer? Wei Yuan sneered, they want sustained aid from Great Xia in exchange for a small secret realm and some resources. Poof. Yi Tian laughed bitterly. They expected the Great Xia to permanently handle the Void Insect Clan for them, offering only a minor secret realm? It wasn't that Yi Tian was asking for the moon. Consider this, the American Empire openly prices its aid to other nations, demanding at least 2 or 3 small secret realms as the starting point for any international assistance. Payment was demanded regardless of whether the crisis was resolved. Over the years, the American Empire had amassed the largest secret realm resources on Blue Star. And now, this offer to Great Xia. Was it contempt for the Void Insect race, or contempt for Great Xia? Yi Tian grew intrigued. Then let them wait. Let's see if the Void Insect Clan can knock some sense into them. If the Void Insect Clan fails to do so, Yi Tian was prepared to send Alice over. Wei Yuan chuckled too, clearly sharing the same thought. The United States offer was clearly disrespectful to Great Xia, but the Void Insect Clan would make them realize that. The second matter should pique your interest. Wei Yuan continued, a trial realm has appeared in the international public zone. Oh? A trial realm. Trial realms differ from resource realms, the latter yield resources immediately upon completion. Whereas clearing a trial realm merely determines its ownership. Specific rewards require further challenges and performance-based drops. However, the rewards from trial realms are often far more valuable than those from resource realms. It's even rumored that mythical tier rewards exist. Huaxing University possessed a single-player trial secret realm, securing its place among the top-tier universities. Yi Tian was genuinely intrigued. Even setting aside the trial rewards, clearing the dungeon alone would yield a substantial sum. Interesting. Where did it appear? Wei Yuan, Eastern Capital. Chapter 72, Trial Secret Realm. Freshman Challenge Tournament. It's not too far from East China, but since it's in an international public zone, the American Empire or other national powers will likely send forces to vie for control of the secret realm. Eastern Capital. Yi Tian's face twisted into a mocking expression. International public zones refer to territories once ruled by extinct nations, those overthrown long ago by alien races or demonic forces now existing as ownerless lands. Throughout Blue Star's 2-century history of extraordinary events, numerous nations have perished. When capable, other nations would expel or eliminate these dangerous remnants of fallen states with varying degrees of success. Yet in this era of encircling external threats, no nation would willingly annex such unclaimed territories, only to burden themselves with additional defensive pressures. Consequently, the territories of these fallen nations remain ownerless, designated as international public zones. The Eastern Capital, the former site of the island nation. The island nation possessed limited comprehensive strength and was conquered long ago by a demonic tribe, its land reduced to complete ruin. Within international public domains, should instances, secret realms, or ruins emerge, all nations possess equal standing to compete for them. Of course, while all nations possess this qualification. But in reality, only a handful of powerful nations dare venture into the common areas to compete. Daxia is one of them. Among them, the most frequent and fiercest competitors in the public domains were only the Great Xia and the United States. The other nations have fluctuated in strength over the past 2 centuries of extraordinary history, but none have ultimately prevailed. Some weaker states couldn't even secure their own secret realms and required foreign aid, rendering them hardly worthy opponents. Yi Tian hadn't anticipated that the island nation would fall so early in this world. But competing for secret realms in the public domain? That truly piqued his interest. Shall we depart now? Yi Tian and Wei Yuan reached an agreement. With Zhou Moyao's addition, Yi Tian had finally assembled the 5 members of his first special task force, though they hadn't officially taken action yet. Today is university registration day. I wonder if Qiuli and Moyao have time. The journey to Dongdu was no short trip, so Yi Tian planned to contact his teammates in advance. Huaxing University. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moyao had officially completed their enrollment procedures. Thanks to Jian Yuanshuan's special approval, even though Zhou Moyao had only arrived at Huaxing yesterday, all her enrollment procedures were completed today. At that moment, Bai Qiuli was holding Zhou Moyao's hand, guiding her on a tour of the campus. Having spent years confined indoors since losing her sight, Zhou Moyao breathed in deeply, soaking in the lively, joyful atmosphere of the surrounding freshmen. It feels so warm. Hey, look at all those people over there. Though Zhou Moyao couldn't see, her mental power exceeding 1,000 allowed her to constantly sense the movements around her. Bai Qiuli replied, "It's the Freshman Challenge Tournament. Every year when Huaxing University starts its semester, they hold this event. It lets freshmen from the 5 major regions spar and challenge each other. The winner gets academic credits as a reward. Since the college entrance exams are held separately in each region, freshmen are eager to compete against peers from other areas. That's why universities organize this challenge tournament. Zhou Moyao, Sister Bai, why don't you give it a try? If you entered, no one would stand a chance against you." Bai Qiuli had initially declined, as freshmen posed no challenge to her. But then she remembered. "I almost forgot the boss told me to participate in more competitions if possible, and ideally secure a good ranking." The reason was simple: Yi Tian needed to raise funds. Otherwise, given Bai Qiuli's temperament, she'd likely never bother competing with her peers all year round. "Then let's go." "Alright." Zhou Moyao transformed into a spirit form, floating behind Bai Qiuli like a little angel. This drew the astonished stares of many passing students who stopped to watch. At the martial arena, a highly anticipated duel had just concluded. On one side stood Lu Yuan, the legendary Thunderblade master whom Bai Qiuli had met once before. His opponent, with blonde hair, pointed ears, exquisite features, and pale blue skin, was an elf. More accurately, an elf of royal blood. As one of the few friendly races, the elven royal family had established an exchange student program with Great Xia to foster friendly relations. This program facilitated academic exchanges between universities, hence the presence of elves at Huaxing University in recent years. Students sent on these exchanges represented the honor of their respective races, and their abilities were certainly not to be underestimated. "You're welcome." The male elf on the combat arena, LVD, mimicked the human gesture and bowed his hands to Lu Yuan. This battle, featuring 2 formidable opponents, drew a massive crowd of spectators. Holy crap, a draw! An elf actually managed to tie a legendary class? It's not a draw, VD clearly had the upper hand. This elf has royal blood, he's naturally powerful. His strength rivals a legendary class, it's no surprise he's ahead. Amidst the buzzing discussions, the elf VD on the stage suddenly addressed Lu Yuan, "Your strength is quite impressive. As a legendary class, are you the strongest in Great Xia this year? Lu Yuan froze upon hearing this. To be honest, he's grown accustomed to failure by now, all stemming from the day of the Great Race contestant selection. Originally, as an awakened legendary class, he had been filled with pride. The city lord had placed immense hopes on him, even viewing him as a future sharp blade for East Hua. But that day, this sharp blade was utterly crushed by Wan Jiang, left defenseless like a roadside creature kicked to death. And that day, he saw 4 others who could crush him just as easily. Sigh. Lu Yuan sighed and said to Vidi, "We're nowhere near that level." Wei chuckled teasingly, excessive modesty borders on hypocrisy. Knowing legendary professions were exceedingly rare in Great Xia, he assumed Lu Yuan simply refused to admit defeat under the label of strongest. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately just shook his head and stepped aside from the combat arena. Because he spotted Bai Qiuli's figure. Upon arriving, Bai Qiuli first sought out teacher Zhang Yuanshuang, who was serving as the host. Then she said to Zhou Moyao, "Stay with the teacher for a moment. This is a solo challenge. I'll be back soon." Chapter 73, still far from the strongest in Great Xia, but close to the world's best. Zhou Moyao nodded. After meeting yesterday, she and Zhang Yuanshuang had already become quite familiar. Zhang Yuanshuang smiled, "I thought you wouldn't participate in this freshman competition. But it's good you did come, it'll keep the other freshmen from getting too cocky." Bai Qiuli stepped onto the martial arena. The rules for the freshman challenge tournament were straightforward. Participants could enter the arena freely at any time. The winner would be the one who achieved the highest number of victories or fought until no one dared challenge them anymore. Her opponent remained the same spirit, LVD, still standing in the arena. Below the arena, the crowd of freshmen and upperclassmen erupted once more. Bai Qiuli's reputation as the top scholar of East China, coupled with her status as Zhang Yuanshuang's direct disciple, made her unrivaled among the new students. A flicker of surprise crossed Vidi's eyes as he bowed slightly with grace and inquired, "So you're the strongest in this year's class of Daxia? The strongest?" Bai Qiuli pondered seriously for a moment before shaking her head. When it came to the strongest within this cohort alone, she held no certainty of victory against either Yi Xiu or Wan Jiang. And then there was Alice, and the boss. Her voice was cool as she replied, "No. I'm still far from being the strongest in Great Xia." As her words fell, the battle commenced. Prompt flashed across the arena. Almost simultaneously, Bai Qiuli drew the Ice Soul sword from its scabbard. A fierce sword intent instantly enveloped the entire arena, its tangible cold glare sending shivers down spines. Then, with a single strike, the entire arena was nearly leveled. The moment he felt that piercing sword intent, Vidi's pupils contracted violently. His entire body trembled as if he were truly facing death. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been teleported out of the arena. Vidi's pupils suddenly contracted. This isn't even the strongest in Great Xia. This power, you're telling me he's a freshman? That single strike, not just him, but even 10 of him would be instantly annihilated. Seeing this, Lu Yuan stepped forward and patted Vidi's shoulder in consolation. Then he explained. What Bai Qiuli meant was, among her peers, she's still far from being the strongest in Great Xia, but she's likely on par with the world's strongest. Waity? Seeing Vidi's horrified expression, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a pang of empathy. Just a couple days ago, when he was kicked to death, he'd had that exact same look. Now you believe me, right? Vidi seemed drained of all strength. "I do." Just then, another silver-haired elf approached with an air of arrogance, looking at Vidi with a mocking tone. "What's up? You look pretty down after just a moment apart." "I've won 8 straight matches." Both he and Vidi had actively applied to be exchange students this year. Having heard that competition in Great Xia was weak and top-tier practitioners scarce, they'd arrived with the mindset of wolves entering a sheepfold. This was evident from the start, when Vidi actively sought out the strongest practitioners in Great Xia. Vidi tugged at the corner of his mouth and pointed toward the stage. "There. Go challenge her. That's not just Daxia's strongest, she's the world's strongest." The silver-haired elf perked up at the words, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oh? Then I absolutely must try." He stepped onto the stage. The match began. One sword strike. He stepped off the stage. Half a minute later, the silver-haired elf sank into deep contemplation. Why is it that whenever we exchange students, we end up facing monsters like this? Seeing this, Vidi couldn't help but chuckle. "I heard he's only the world's strongest, not the strongest in Great Xia." The silver-haired elf was dumbfounded. "Given the state of Great Xia this year, I absolutely must report this back to the clan." At that moment, the entire crowd erupted in cheers for Bai Qiuli, their enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. The pent-up emotions, suppressed by the elf royal clan's consecutive victories, suddenly surged. Yet Bai Qiuli's expression remained unchanged, as calm as ever. Within the same cohort, it was nearly impossible to find a rival at school who could match her nearly 30-level advantage, divine tier profession, and legendary weapon. It felt like an adult bullying a child. Soon, no one dared to challenge her anymore, and Bai Qiuli claimed first place without a hint of suspense. Amidst the cheers, she returned to Zhou Moyao's side. Zhou Moyao exclaimed excitedly, "First place. Sister Bai, you're amazing." Bai Qiuli smiled. "Just got a message from the boss, there's a trial dungeon in the international public area. He wants us to join." The boss. Zhou Moyao suddenly perked up. "When do we leave?" "Right now." Bai Qiuli requested a day off from her instructor, Zhang Yuanchuan. Though taking leave on the very first day of school was somewhat against protocol, Zhang Yuanchuan granted permission immediately upon hearing it was related to Yi Tian. Employee Bai Qiuli wins first place in Huaxing University Freshman Challenge Tournament. Reward, bonus points, funds +6. Oh, an unexpected bonus. On the way to Dongdu with Wei Yuan, Yi Tian received the good news from Bai Qiuli. They picked up Wang Jiang, while the other four arranged a private aircar for them, to be followed by Wei Yuan's secretary. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan received news that left him both amused and exasperated. "Heard you guys went over. The earthquake squad that was originally assigned to Qianlong base just dropped out." Wang Jiang scratched his head. "Is our reputation really that intimidating?" The earthquake squad was the only rookie squad at the Hidden Dragon base. They had already suffered a setback during the competition for the medium-tier secret realm, and now they were simply not coming at all. Wei Yuan, well, this trial secret realm is only tier 2 in difficulty. Competing against you guys at tier 2 level would be a bit of a waste of their time. They'd be better off taking on other missions. With that time at least they'd gain something. Wei Yuan added, "Qianlong base only has one tier 2 squad Earth Roar. Their absence means you'll be the only ones here. Remember to stay vigilant." Wang Jiang stood ready. "Understood." Yi Tian nodded, sipping juice from Wei Yuan's car. After contacting Bai Qiuli and the others, he suddenly felt like he'd overlooked something. Just then, Wei Yuan received a call. As he listened, his expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Yi Tian. "Commander Lin of the garrison army says they've been threatened inside the secret realm. Two monsters demanded they hand over the ownership of a small secret realm to the boss, but didn't reveal their names. General Lin suspects an organization even more terrifying than the Divine Descent cult has arrived." At the mention of boss, Wei Yuan's expression began to crack. He turned to Yi Tian. "Any leads?" At those words, Yi Tian's mouth twitched, finally realizing what he had overlooked. He could stay in touch with Bai Qiuli and the others via phone, but Alice and the Black Prince were the only ones he had no way to contact. Apart from brief meetings during conferences, he couldn't reach them. "Looks like I'll have to equip them with some communication devices." Yi Tian cleared his throat. "It's me, not some terrorist organization." Though slightly awkward, Alice and the Black Prince had performed reasonably well this time. They'd even remembered to hand over the small secret realm they'd captured. It would have been better if they'd contacted him beforehand. Wei Yuan chuckled teasingly, "Your reach is pretty long. Can you even remotely control secret realms?" "This is nothing yet." Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. If Wei Yuan knew he'd already extended his reach to the Yagu continent and recruited a Dragon Clan Supreme, what expression would he wear? Chapter 74, The Special Squad takes shape. The ruins entrance appears. Eastern capital, a desolate wasteland. Houses lay shattered and tilted into the ground, withered vines sprawling across the crumbling walls. The earth seemed stained a deep brown, as if drenched in blood, presenting a scene of utter ruin and desolation. This was the island nation that had perished decades ago. As an international public zone, it usually saw many international mercenary organizations roaming about. Yet now, in the presence of Wei Yuan's regular army, not a single one dared show itself, fearful that the Great Xia might wipe them out during the scramble for the secret realm. Yi Tian and his group arrived at the eastern capital, coinciding with Bai Qiuli and the others. He introduced Zhou Moyao to the others. "This is Zhou Moyao, a formidable support specialist." With 4 out of 5 members focused on combat, a support role was indeed essential. Zhou Moyao cheerfully greeted Wang Jiang, Zhang Che, and Yi Xiu, while also expressing her gratitude to Yi Tian. After all, it was rare for a team to accept a blind person, let alone include her in a specialized squad. Wang Jiang and the others felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing her eyes, yet they responded to her with genuine warmth. Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Zhang Che, Yi Xiu, Zhou Moyao. With all 5 gathered, the special squad began to take shape. Yi Tian and the others arrived at the coordinates of the trial realm. The entrance was about to manifest. Someone actually arrived this early? Not far from the secret realm's entrance, 2 groups had already gathered. Wei Yuan, who had set up surveillance, observed a group of fully armed individuals and said to Yi Tian, "There they are, the Delta Force base from the United States. I don't recall which specific squad it is. The international public zone, the most fiercely contested area on Blue Star, naturally deployed only the elite of the elite." The Delta Special Forces base was also the only special squadron base of the American Empire. And it stands as a fierce rival to the Hidden Dragon base. Upon seeing Wei Yuan leading the team, the Delta Special Base commander didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Wei Yuan observed the man and remarked, "Colonel Jack, he's the mastermind behind the long-standing poaching of talent across nations." Yi Tian let out a cold laugh. Wei Yuan then turned his gaze to another group of contenders, blonde hair, pointed ears, bearing a striking resemblance to the opponent Bai Qiuli had just fought. The Elf Royal Clan. A bit tricky. Aren't they supposed to be in South China? Why are they here? They're still an alien race. As long as there's a chance to seize resources from the secret realm, they won't pass it up. After all, this is an international public zone free competition. Everyone wants a piece of the action. Within the elf royal clan's ranks, every member possessed royal blood. Much like the Yagi dynasty, lineage symbolized both status and power, ensuring each individual was no weaker than legendary tier. Meanwhile, within the Delta Special Forces squad, the captain, brown-haired with slight curls, wearing a ghost mask, snorted coldly upon seeing Yi Tian and his group. So the hidden dragon base doesn't even dare send anyone anymore? Afraid of us now? The squad members burst into laughter at the remark. In past international public zone competitions, the Great Xia and the American Empire had always pitted the hidden dragon base against the Delta Special Base, long-standing rivals. Seeing Shenlong base absent this time, they couldn't resist a bit of mockery. Normally, before a secret realm contest, Colonel Jack wouldn't bother refuting such trash talk meant to pump up his team. But this time was different. His tone turned stern as he warned. Martin. Shut up. Stay alert. Take this squad seriously. He had recognized them. Bai Qiuli and her group were the contestants from the Great Xia race competition. He knew these individuals possessed formidable strength. Therefore, he had sent recruitment letters to each of them, offering exceptionally generous terms. Such terms would only require a third of the cost to recruit a legendary tier professional in other nations. Yet not a single one of them had responded. He couldn't understand it. But this time, it's my chance. If I can demonstrate the true strength and depth of the American Empire, it might just help me recruit them. Colonel Jack had considerable confidence in his team. After all, the United States allocated its largest annual military expenditure to the Delta Special Operations Base. Meanwhile, within the Elven royal family, an elf with inky blue skin fixed her gaze on Bai Qiuli, a playful smile curling her lips. Could she be the one your brother spoke of? That's her. Never imagined I'd run into her like this. So, a newcomer dares to vie for the trial secret realm? Is it sheer skill or sheer audacity? Neither matters. Elvine, a member of the royal bloodline of the El clan, floated in the air with his arms crossed, radiating an air of unhurried composure. Buzz. A distant resonance echoed, and the entrance to the ruins appeared. Chapter 75, Secret Realm Race. Can it be played like this? The Secret Realm entrance has appeared. Pay attention. Serena, the elven leader of the expedition, cautioned Elvine. Don't forget you need to capture one more secret realm to pass the royal court's assessment. Don't disappoint them. Don't worry, it's just a tier 2 secret realm. We'll win. Elvine waves dismissively, leading his elven squad toward the secret realm's entrance. Yi Tian and the others also turned their gaze toward the secret realm's entrance. Above the entrance, the secret realm's terrain floated in the sky like a mirage, the very map they would race to conquer. So everyone races on the same map? Wan Jiang spotted the blind spot. Previous medium-sized secret realm races involved multiple squads entering separate sub-level trial spaces to race individually. This time, however, was clearly different. Zhang Che scratched his head. This secret realm terrain, why does it look like a maze? Bai Qiuli explained, it only looks like a maze. It's actually not complicated. Each team starts at a different entrance, all leading to the boss location at the map's center. The elite monsters and sub-bosses along the way are also factors to consider for a successful speedrun. Similar to the Tianyu realm mode in medium resource secret realms, the only issue was that all teams shared the same map. Zhou Moya, who had studied many clearing strategies before losing her sight, murmured, so besides speed, we also need to guard against other teams at the boss location. Bai Qiuli nodded. Exactly. When 3 teams vie for one boss, things get complicated. With all teams on the same map, arriving at the boss area often leads to boss stealing and harassment. Whoever defeats the boss in the secret realm claims ownership of it, introducing numerous unpredictable variables. At that moment, Yi Xioma stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. Interesting. Everyone, I've thought of an interesting strategy. Although the dungeon's unpredictability had increased significantly. This time, Yi Tian decided not to join the raid team, instead letting Yi Xiu lead and improvise freely. On one hand, it was an opportunity for this first special squad to gel. After all, they would need to rely on their own efforts in the future. Yi Tian certainly wouldn't be tagging along every time. On the other hand, if 5 employees entered the instance, they could split the bonus funds earned from conquering the secret realm into 5 shares. At that moment, upon surveying the secret realm's terrain, the Elven Royal Party's leader pondered briefly before murmuring. This terrain is extremely unfavorable for us. An elf squad member said, that's right. If we reach the boss stage and the Great Xia Empire and the American Empire team up against us, our chances of winning are slim. After all, both the Great Xia and the American Empire are human races. It's highly likely they'll team up against us. Human factions aren't guaranteed to get along either. Elvine sneered coldly, besides, even if we face 2 against 1, what is there to fear? Flames surged around his hands like a leaping fire serpent. Serena, the team leader, praised him, excellent. Elemental manifestation. Your second tier ability has nearly reached its peak. The elven royal lineage possessed an innate ability to commune with the 5 great natural elements: wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Thus, the elven race could be called natural-born mages. Within the royal bloodline, those of purer lineage could more easily commune with elemental power, even command it. Among them, those of the highest royal bloodlines possess innate mastery over certain high-risk magic, their abilities astonishing. Though not among the highest-blooded in the royal family, Elvine still stands as one of its most exceptional members. With the captain here, a Tier 2 secret realm is nothing. A silver-haired elf teammate flattered, "We're congratulating you in advance on passing the royal court assessment, Captain." Serena gave a slight nod. A mage's area of effect skills indeed held a significant advantage in secret realm speedruns. Meanwhile, personnel from the U.S. Delta Special Operations Base had unexpectedly approached Great Xia. After Wei Yuan's secretary contacted their diplomatic personnel, he stated, "The American Empire proposes trading a minor secret realm for our assistance in seizing the trial secret realm. They want us to block the Elven royal clan in the boss area." Yi Tian cut straight to the point, "Tell them to get lost. A trial secret realm? Forget trading it for a small one, even swapping 2 medium-sized realms wouldn't be enough." The American Empire clearly recognized the challenges in the boss area and now sought to exploit this opportunity. Under the guise of opposing alien races, they expected Great Xia to do their dirty work. They were dreaming. They clearly haven't grasped the true strength of the players involved. After we rejected them, it seems they sent people to negotiate with the Elven royal clan again. Wei Yuan's tone was teasing, yet he used it to subtly remind Yi Tian and the others. However, Yi Tian remained entirely unconcerned. He had complete confidence in the strength of his subordinates. Soon, the secret realm trial officially commenced. The Great Xia, the American Empire, and the Elven royal clan 3 expedition teams simultaneously entered the secret realm's gate. Each team landed in a separate corner of the map. Only by traversing the long tunnel filled with elite monsters and minor bosses could they reach the final boss area. 3 and 4, head ahead and draw the monsters in the first zone to speed up the clearing process. The masked captain of the American Empire squad issued the order. Due to the Empire's rapid recruitment pace, special squads might soon be replaced by stronger members. Until things stabilized, all members addressed each other by codenames. To avoid elimination, every member worked tirelessly, luring mobs, clearing waves, and preemptively drawing enemies, operating with extreme efficiency. Meanwhile, the elf squad led by Elvine was even more extreme. As a natural-born mage, he possessed an extensive arsenal of area of effect spells. Especially Vayne, whose magical talent was so high that he had few rivals among his fellow second-tier elves. A single spell could wipe out a large wave of minor monsters. Our captain is too strong. No other team could possibly match our clearing speed. We can absolutely be the first to reach the boss area. Elven Vayne declared proudly, "Exactly. As long as we kill the boss before the other teams arrive, no one can stop us." At that moment, outside the realm, within the floating secret realm terrain, the progress bars of 3 teams were clearly visible. Both the Elven royal clan and the Empire of Beauty advanced at breakneck speed. Judging by their pace, both teams were already pushing themselves to the limit, clearing mobs with astonishing speed. Yet neither Serena nor Colonel Jack showed the slightest trace of joy. For joy was instead written all over the faces of the Great Xia members. The Great Xia team's progress bar shot up like a rocket. Not a single moment of pause. After all, when facing large groups of elite monsters and minor bosses, it was inevitable to pause briefly to deal with them. Yet the Great Xia team showed no such hesitation. It wasn't like a race, but more like they were playing a racing game. Serena's exquisite face was etched with worry. How is that possible? Aren't they clearing the mobs? Exactly, they weren't clearing mobs. Within the secret realm, in the passageway Xia occupied, Wan Jiang charged alone at the forefront, sprinting toward the boss area at breakneck speed, the thunderous power of his thunder war body crackling around him. Bai Qiuli, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu followed closely behind. Minor monsters, elite monsters, minor bosses, they didn't even touch a single one. Following Yi Xiu's strategy, they sprinted toward the boss's location at breakneck speed, without a single pause. Jiang Che shouted excitedly as they ran, "Holy! You can actually play this way in a secret realm speedrun?" Zhou Moyao, clinging to Bai Qiuli's back as she moved, grimaced as the howling wind whipped past her ears. Too fast. Way too fast. Chapter 76, My teammates don't treat me like a blind person, nor do they treat me like a human. Time rewound to the moment they entered the secret realm. After studying the secret realm map, Yi Xiu immediately conceived this novel strategy and laid it all out for his teammates. In this map, both elite monsters and elite bosses are obstacles slowing our movement speed. Using skills to clear mobs, no matter how quickly we one-shot them, will inevitably waste time. So this time, we're ignoring the minions entirely. Hearing this, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Zhou Moyao all reacted with confusion. Huh? After running countless dungeons, this was the first time they'd ever heard of ignoring the minions. Bai Qiuli quickly assessed the feasibility. Indeed, ignoring the mobs is the fastest speedrun tactic. No matter how fast the one-shot kills were, they couldn't beat running straight to the boss's location. Because this secret realm has no level barriers, it's a straight path from the entrance to the boss stage. But the question is, how do we handle the damage from monsters along the way and the problem of mobs surrounding us? Ignoring monsters was one thing, but elite monsters and elite bosses dealt damage that couldn't be underestimated. After all, they were both tier 2. A single misstep could lead to severe injuries, making the attempt counterproductive. Yi Xiu addressed Zhou Moyao. Moyao, this is where your trace light comes into play. As the team leader, Yi Xiu had thoroughly researched his teammates' abilities before entering the secret realm. Backflow Light grants a group shield equal to 500% of their spirit power, grants immunity to control effects, and boosts defense. Ordinary shields couldn't let the group ignore the damage from the minor boss. But Zhou Moyao was different. Her spirit power was a staggering 1080. That was an attribute typically only seen in legendary classes at level 50. With this shield active, the boss wouldn't even scratch her skin. Zhou Moyao, no problem. Yi Xiu continued, Wanjiang, your Thunder Warbody can summon the power of thunder. You'll lead the way at the front to prevent minor monsters from blocking our path. When the thunder strikes an enemy, it can paralyze them and immobilize them, allowing the rest of us to rush through quickly. Brilliant idea. Wanjiang perked up. Bai Qiuli praised, this way, we'll reach the boss area first, eliminating the uncertainty of encountering the other two teams. Yi Xiu turned to Zhou Moyao with seriousness. Moyao, the greatest pressure now falls on you. Your spirit body will follow behind, flying at speeds that might feel like a roller coaster. You'll need to push through that. Zhou Moyao pumped her fist. I will. Back to the present. I can't handle this at all. Zhou Moyao's current sensation truly felt like riding a roller coaster. Her spirit form couldn't be targeted or harmed, but her senses remained intact. Due to the limitations of the Sanghuan Yao possession ability restricted to staying within about 10 meters of the host, she was forced to be dragged along by Bai Qiuli's high-speed movements. She now felt like a balloon dangling from a roller coaster. My teammates didn't treat me like a blind person. But they didn't treat me like a human either. Fortunately, this ordeal didn't last long. By completely avoiding minor enemies, the group reached the boss area at breakneck speed. What should have been a proper clearing phase turned into a full-on sprint. Zhou Moyao's turbulent heart finally settled. Alright, Moyao, just one more buff. We'll take down the boss in one shot and call it a day. Got it. Zhou Moyao briefly sensed her teammates' positions. Biyun-ju. The ethereal form of a blue phoenix materialized among the group. This boss of the Tier 2 Trial Secret Realm was a level 55 epic monster, slightly stronger than the bosses found in medium-sized resource secret realms. Back when Yi Xiu and the others defeated the boss of the Skyao realm, it took them less than a minute. With their current strength, they wouldn't even need half a minute. It's just a Tier 2 secret realm boss. Once I break its armor, we'll focus fire. As Yi Xiu's words fell, wave after wave of skills followed. In just over 10 seconds, it was instantly obliterated. Boss defeated, secret realm concluded. Boss defeated, secret realm concluded. Multiple notifications popped up before the eyes of every member of the raid teams within the secret realm. In that instant, the Elvine, the Elf Squad, and the 5 members of the American Empire were all stunned into silence. What? The boss is dead? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We just cleared the elite boss in seconds. How could someone have already taken down the final boss? Elvine froze in place, as if unable to believe his ears. The 5 members of the American Empire's Special Squad were utterly dumbfounded. 2 of them had even prepared to lure out the next wave of monsters early. Now their tactics seemed laughably outdated. The dungeon ended. Both squads were teleported out, utterly disoriented. The abrupt conclusion caught everyone present completely off guard. Wei Yuan couldn't help but marvel, not only are your people incredibly powerful, but they also have so many different tactics. Of course. I have complete confidence in my team. Yi Tian's eyes lit up with excitement as a new sum of funds had already been deposited. Employees Bai Qiuli, Wanjiang, Zhang Che, Yi Xiu, Zhou Moyao, conquered Trial Secret Realm. Reward dividend, funds 15.5. A total of 75 funds deposited. The current balance now stands at 123.1. The treasury was replenished once more. Perhaps because the employees had grown stronger, the Tier 2 Secret Realm proved too easy for them, resulting in lower dividends. Still, the sheer number of successful clearers made up for it. It must be said that Yi Xiu's leadership, combined with the team's coordination, proved exceptionally effective. They secured the victory with clean, decisive execution. For a moment, Yi Tian even considered whether to offer some employee perks. After all, Ning Jing had made significant contributions to the ruins excavation lately, and Alice had worked tirelessly, especially since she desperately needed high-tier gear. Not to mention Yi Xiu and the others as the first fully formed special squad, their future potential was undeniable. He still remembered the employee benefit unlocked at Tier 2. Year-end bonus, spend 10 number of employees to distribute 1 legendary quality gear blind box to every employee. Each blind box guarantees equipment suitable for the recipient's class. Legendary gear was undoubtedly the most appealing perk. Should he distribute them? With 8 employees now, it would cost 80 points. Yi Tian pondered for a moment before finally deciding, next time for sure. Yi Tian swore it wasn't because the boss was stingy. The main reason was that after distributing employee benefits, only around 40 points of funds remained. If they encountered a special talent, they wouldn't even have enough to hire them. This was truly for the long-term good. This time, he'd have to hold off. As soon as a large sum came in next time, employee benefits would be distributed without fail. Yi Tian silently resolved in his heart. Chapter 77, Galactic Glory. While the Great Xia faction erupted in jubilant cheers, the American Empire and the Elven Royal Clan wore expressions dark and ominous. A normal defeat would have been one thing, but this time, the gap was simply too vast. Especially for Captain Alvin, who had made bold boasts before entering the secret realm. His face was now frozen in utter stiffness. Serena, the team leader, sighed upon seeing this. I heard Great Xia defeated the Yagu dynasty in this year's grand competition. It seems their strength is truly extraordinary. Thankfully, we have no conflicts with Great Xia. Serena then led her team to approach Wei Yuan and the others, proactively extending goodwill and engaging in conversation. Serena hadn't initially taken the Great Xia team seriously, but judging by the secret realm results, it was wise to actively show goodwill. Yet Alvin remained deeply resentful. If it came down to pure strength, he believed he would never lose. He suspected the Great Xia had merely employed cunning tactics. Who is your team leader? Alvin addressed them in standard Great Xia Mandarin. Having resided near South China for generations, the Elven royal family had naturally mastered the human tongue. Yeshio stepped forward, his expression languid. Yeshio. What can I do for you? Alvin was taken aback. He had assumed that only someone who could defeat his younger brother, Bai Qiuli, was worthy of being captain. He hadn't expected there to be another master. He snorted coldly, I look forward to facing you again next time. With that, the elves departed. Meanwhile, back at the American Empire headquarters, Colonel Jack raged for a long time. 2 of the Empire's medium-sized secret realms had been eroded by the void insect race. They desperately needed secret realms to compensate for their losses, yet the elite squad he'd invested heavily in had failed so spectacularly. Before leaving, he shot a resentful glance at the trial secret realm belonging to Great Xia. Dongdu isn't far from the void insect clan's lair. Once they invade your secret realm, all your efforts will be for naught. The ruins of the cold nation occupied by the void insect clan were not far from the eastern capital of the island nation ruins. Given the void insect clan's nature, they might very well come to seize the secret realm. But Colonel Jack frowned. He suddenly recalled. Great Xia didn't seem to fear the void insect clan. Recognizing the dire straits of the American Empire, Colonel Jack adopted a friendly demeanor as he approached the Great Xia delegation. We are willing to offer 2 minor secret realms in exchange for the Great Xia's assistance in eliminating the void insect clan. We humbly request the Great Xia to reconsider. The translator conveyed Colonel Jack's words. Wei Yuan snorted coldly upon hearing this, then shot a glance at Yi Tian. Without hesitation, Yi Tian replied, we'll consider it. But perhaps you should be the ones considering. Better bring your brains along when you reconsider. After these 2 exchanges, the American delegation departed, their faces growing increasingly sullen, like dark, storm-laden clouds. Quick, let's examine the specific trial methods of this secret realm. Once only the Great Xia delegation remained, Wei Yuan urged them to activate the trial realm. Though the realm belonged to Great Xia, the rewards could only be obtained by passing its trials. Different trial methods meant varying levels of difficulty. Yi Tian inquired curiously, do the trials within the secret realm vary significantly? Wei Yuan replied, not necessarily. Some trials involve clearing stages and slaying monsters, while others are quite unique. Hearing this, Yi Tian's face lit up with anticipation. He, along with Yi Xiu and the other 4, and Wei Yuan, stepped into the secret realm's entrance and activated this trial realm. The secret realm's space abruptly transformed, resembling a virtual game environment. It appeared to be a virtual reality arena constructed from a digital network. At the arena's entrance, a screen resembling a ranking bulletin board floated in the air. Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise, what is this? It's the Stellar Arena Network. You've got some serious luck. Wei Yuan exclaimed with delight. The contents of trial realms were always random, and this particular random outcome was exceptionally favorable. The Stellar Arena Network. Yi Xiu suddenly grew excited, his eyes brightening. I've heard you can match up against all kinds of opponents for one-on-one duels here. Wei Yuan, exactly. And what makes the Stellar Arena Network so great is that its rewards are said to have no upper limit. No limit. Yi Tian was slightly startled. Just then, a notification from the trial realm popped up before everyone. Welcome to Stellar Glory. This is a matchmaking platform connecting thousands of star domains across myriad realms. As a realm owner, you may enter the Stellar Glory platform using your entry ticket. Based on your rank and personal strength, opponents will be matched for one-on-one duels. Winners will earn stellar points, redeemable for rewards in the Glory Treasury. Advancing in rank grants promotion rewards. The Stellar Glory tier system comprises 8 ranks: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Starfall, Sovereign, Boundary Breaker, Immortal, and Blood Siegera. Each tier is subdivided into 5 sub-tiers. From 5 to 1, winning one match advances you one sub-tier. What the hell? Farming? Yi Tian was startled at first, then realized this was a one-on-one duel. Unlike certain low-stakes recovery games from his past life, as long as your individual skill was strong enough, the higher the tier you reached, the greater the rewards you earned. At that moment, Yi Xiu's eyes burned with intense excitement. This glory treasury seems to let you exchange for anything, even divine artifacts. Bai Qiuli's expression turned astonished as she surveyed the vault's offerings. The exchange interface of the glory treasury displayed an array of items, equipment, skill books, materials, rare items, and more. At the very top, it was prominently displayed. Mythic grade equipment, exchange requirement, 5,000 starlight points. Above that lay even more items requiring higher point thresholds, though they remained hidden for now. Reach Silver 5 rank to unlock next page of exchange items. Wei Yuan remarked, it's not just the exchange rewards, the rewards for advancing ranks are also substantial. The Great Xia previously reached the Stardust tier, securing at least mythic tier rewards. The person he referred to was none other than the God tier professional who had left the prophecy, the only individual in Great Xia's history to reach Meteor Fall rank. Boss, I want to try. Yi Xiu blurted out impatiently. While dungeon tactics were his forte, competitive challenges were his true passion. Seeing this stellar glory now, he felt as if he had found his home. Glory of the Star Realm wasn't freely accessible. Each entry required an admission ticket, and failure in a single battle meant immediate expulsion. The secret realm only produced 3 entry tickets per week, making the opportunity extremely precious. As the owner of the secret realm, Yi Tian immediately nodded and declared, Yi Xiu deserves an entry ticket for his contributions as team leader in securing this secret realm. Yi Tian handed the ticket to Yi Xiu, who eagerly activated it. The next moment, he flashed into the virtual combat space. Matching. Name, Yi Xiu. Your current honor rank, Bronze via professional level, Tier 2, level 30. Matching you with an equally skilled opponent. Chapter 78, Young Wei Yuan. So, defeat me. Yi Tian handed the remaining 2 entry tickets to Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che, while Wan Jiang voluntarily withdrew. Zhou Moyao, being a support, would struggle in a one-on-one duel. Yi Tian, once Yi Xiu loses, it'll be your turn. The battle rules were clear to all. Victory meant continuing to fight, while a single defeat meant expulsion, requiring the next entry ticket to re-enter the fray. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che nodded. All eyes turned to Yi Xiu, awaiting his first experience. Soon, Yi Xiu's match was confirmed. Opponent matched, Blue Star United States Malik virtual opponent. Instantly, an arena materialized around Yi Xiu, and a fluorescent blonde man appeared before him. Excitement flashed across Yi Xiu's face as his 1,000 machinery umbrella transformed into a long blade. Yi Tian looked puzzled. A virtual opponent? Wei Yuan explained, based on Xia's years of experience, a pattern has emerged from Star Domain Glory. Bronze and Silver tiers are matched against virtual opponents, essentially projections of professionals with combat instincts. These projections are derived from professionals who have previously participated in Star Domain Glory. Only players at gold rank and above are matched with real opponents in real time. Yi Tian understood, human machine. Wei Yuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The combat prowess of these virtual opponents is indistinguishable from that of the professionals themselves. They shouldn't be underestimated. Moreover, it's said that below the Starfall tier, opponents are only matched from the current world. Reaching Meteor rank or higher unlocks cross-stellar domain matchmaking. In Glory of the Star Realm, Star Domain refers to planets and realms. In other words, this secret realm of trials could even match opponents from other worlds. Yi Tian couldn't help but be astonished. Possessing such immense power to engage in cross-world duels against other races and opponents, what kind of entity could have created Glory of the Star Realm? It felt as though it had been born solely for the sake of combat. At that moment, Bai Qiuli was describing the arena battles to Zhou Moyao, painting a vivid picture for her. Yi Xiu's opponent was a mage from the United States, likely a Tier 2 Earth mage. Yi Xiu teleported. Yi Xiu drew his blade. It's over. Zhou Moyao, wow, that was fast. It wasn't that the opponent was weak. Anyone qualified for an entry ticket wouldn't be a nobody in the American Empire. But among Tier 2 mages, unless they were among the absolute elite, withstanding a single strike from Yi Xiu wielding his mythic Tier 1000 machinery umbrella was simply too difficult. Standing with his blade sheathed, Yi Xiu watched the victory screen appear before him. You have won this match. Reward, 10 starlight points. Ranked promotion, Bronze 4. Damn, it's over already. Yi Xiu felt deeply unsatisfied. Let's go again. Victory meant he could keep matching. Therefore, with only one life available, maximizing consecutive wins was the only way to climb the ranks. Matchmaking. No one was surprised that Yi Xiu easily won the first match. But this ease kept continuing. Bai Qiuli was still explaining to Zhou Moyao. Yi Xiu teleported, then drew his blade, another instant kill. Yi Xiu unleashed Metal Storm, overwhelming firepower, instant kill. Yi Xiu unleashed Divine Punishment Thunder Domain, one shot. Yi Xiu, just give up. Jomoyo immediately chimed in, I know. Another instant kill. Indeed, in the bronze tier, 5 consecutive matches ended in instant kills. Even an epic tier player 10 levels above Night Repair was instantly eliminated without fail. You have won this match. Reward, 50 Starlight Points. Ranked up to Silver V. You have received the Silver Tier Promotion Reward, titled Glory Silver Challenger. Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. A title reward? Titles could be displayed in specific scenarios to showcase status. Beyond that, they provided attribute bonuses that took effect without needing to be equipped, essentially functioning as passive skills. Glory Silver Challenger, plus 20% damage against alien creatures. Alien creatures? This is practically a demon and alien slayer. Not only Yi Xiu, but Yi Tian also exclaimed in admiration. Your shared employee Yi Xiu has obtained the title, Glory Silver Challenger. Employee Yi Xiu has advanced to the Silver tier in Stellar Glory, earning a bonus, Funds plus 3. Titles were rare and hard to obtain. Many seasoned powerhouses didn't even have one. Receiving a title as a reward for reaching Silver rank was a pleasant surprise. Silver was far from enough to satisfy Yi Xiu. To this day, he hadn't encountered a single opponent worthy of a proper duel. He craved not just rewards, but the thrill of professional competition. Next match. Matching you with a worthy opponent. Below the arena, Wei Yuan remarked upon seeing this, a silver tier opponent should pose a significant challenge for him. Bai Yin's second tier opponents already represented the elite few on Blue Star. But alas. Though the opponents were formidable, even including legendary professionals like Colonel Jack and the life-eroding Marshal Saint Zhou Yuan, the projections displayed their younger selves from when they participated in Glory of the Star Realm, all at tier 2. Yet Yi Xiu possessed countless tactics. Facing Colonel Jack's blazing divine shot, he stealthily teleported behind him and executed an instant kill. Against the life-eroding Marshal Saint Zhou Yuan, he used Thunder Realm Control and Sacred Healing Apocalypse to delay the opponent's burst timing before finishing him off. After 4 consecutive battles, Yi Xiu still appeared effortlessly composed. Even Wei Yuan couldn't help but marvel, his methods are truly limitless. To master such a diverse array of skills and wield them all with such perfection. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. This was the allure of a god-tier free agent. You have won this match. Reward, 140 Starlight Points. Ranked promotion, Silver I. A Silver 2 rank victory added 140 points, bringing Yi Xiu's total to 590. Moreover, one more victory would grant him direct promotion to Gold. Continue. However, when the opponent was matched this time, everyone present wore peculiar expressions. Including Yi Xiu, Yi Tian, and the others all turned to look at Wei Yuan. Holy crap, Wei's old, cough, not swearing, okay? Opponent matched, Blue Star Great Xia Wei Yuan virtual opponent. Standing before Yi Xiu at that moment was none other than the younger version of Wei Yuan. He too had been projected as a virtual opponent into Glory of the Star Realm, a level 30, tier 2 Star Soul Master. Seeing his younger self, Wei Yuan looked dazed for a moment before chuckling, who'd have thought it'd be me? The Golden Tribulation Arena actually matched me with this kind of opponent? Yi Xiu scratched his head and turned to the audience below the stage, grinning awkwardly. Master Wei, could you perhaps share your weaknesses? Wei Yuan chuckled, you'll have to figure that out yourself. His gaze fixed on the stage with sudden realization. His younger self, battling the current Yi Xiu. Back then, he too had been sharp as a razor, unstoppable, truly the top newcomer in the Great Xia at the time. Alas, when facing demonic forces and alien races, he was stretched too thin. After that, he never again had the chance to challenge for the Star Domain's glory. Truthfully, even Wei Yuan himself hoped Yi Xiu would win this duel. The future of a nation lies in its younger generation. If today's youth cannot even match the achievements of their elders in their prime, what future could there possibly be? Over the past decade, with the random awakening of professions, a generational gap had become the norm in Great Xia and other nations. Only this year's emergence of Yi Tian brought seeds of hope like Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and many others, making Wei Yuan truly feel that the future of Great Xia held promise. So, defeat me. Chapter 79, The Omnipotent One. Special thanks to Wanchuan Kong for the author's certification. In truth, no further words were needed. Yi Xiu struck without hesitation. Even facing the younger Wei Yuan, his assault remained relentless. Divine Punishment Thunder Realm. Thunder rolled, the heavens thundered down. Yi Xiu twisted his wrist, transforming the 1,000 machinery umbrella into a short dagger. It closed in at blinding speed, its approach whistling like a howl. As a spellcaster, Wei Yuan's Star Soul Master inherently possessed the weakness of being fragile. The virtual opponent could not speak, possessed no emotions, only the instinct to fight. Quickly, the young Wei Yuan enveloped himself in a star spirit barrier, shielding himself from the Divine Punishment Thunder Domain while preventing Yi Xiu from locking onto him. Seeing this, Yi Xiu hesitated not a moment. He instantly changed his technique, transforming the dagger in his hand into a massive firearm. He aimed directly at the barrier and fired. Metal Storm. A dense barrage of fire struck the barrier, shattering it almost instantly. Yet the next second, the young Wei Yuan suddenly materialized behind Yi Xiu. The stellar net transformed into a massive hand, grabbing hold of Yi Xiu. Eyes widened in shock. Bai Qiuli's voice was sharp. Teleportation? No, it's an illusion. The moment he released the barrier, he wasn't even inside it. He used an illusion to shift his position. Yi Tian couldn't help but turn his head and say, "Brother Wei, you're way too cunning." Wei Yuan gave a faint, resigned smile. Too bad. The starlit heavenly net was the most powerful control skill of a star soul master. Once seized, no one of equal rank could resist. Yet, just as the vast net of stars was about to descend, Yi Xiu's lips curled upward. Triple instantaneous movement. He vanished from his original position, leaving the giant hand grasping at thin air. Then, without warning, he materialized behind the young Wei Yuan. Godslayer Blade. You have won this match. Reward, 160 Starlight Points. Rank promotion, Gold 5. You have received the Gold tier promotion reward, ability refill count 1. Title Glory Gold Duelist. I actually won. Wei Yuan explained to the others, this kid saw through my skill, or rather, he figured out my playstyle. His grasp of tactics and professional skill surpasses mine. For Wei Yuan to admit that was quite the compliment. Yi Tian chimed in with flattery, you're a national treasure, while he's a professional master, they're different. Wei Yuan took it as consolation, shaking his head to indicate he didn't mind. In truth, Yi Tian's words reflected the potential assessment in their resumes, a prediction that now seemed remarkably accurate. Employee Yi Xiu has advanced to Gold tier in Starfield Glory. Reward, funds plus 6. These two rank advancements brought Yi Tian a total of 9 points in funding income. Additionally, the Gold tier promotion reward granted Yi Tian's title a shared attribute upgrade. Golden Duelist plus 60% damage to alien lifeforms. But at that moment, Yi Xiu on stage was eagerly anticipating another reward. Ability Supplement, upon use, restores one missing ability skill of your current class. Yi Xiu's expression turned peculiar. Supplement a missing ability? Wei Yuan chimed in, this ability replenishment is quite valuable, it restores a top-tier legendary skill. For a mage class, if their damage output is sufficient, it might add a survival skill. For a warrior class, it might compensate for ranged attacks, defense, or area of effect skills. The skills it supplements will all be geared toward boosting combat effectiveness. Sounds pretty good. But at that moment, both Yi Xiu and Yi Tian shared a common thought. As a solo player, what if there are no lacking abilities? Exactly, Yi Xiu now possessed 14 skills, covering every aspect. He possessed the abilities of a priest, assassin, swordsman, mage, tank, gunner, summoner, and more. After all, his core ability was to learn and enhance anything, leaving him with almost no gaps in his skill set. What could they possibly add to me? Yi Xiu's expression turned curious as he immediately activated this ability's supplementary usage. Detecting your missing abilities. At that moment, Jiang Che scratched his head, exasperated. Boss. I'm reporting this, bro. Yi is cheating. He already has so many skills. Now he's getting another one added? How could he possibly lose? If Yi Xiu doesn't lose, who knows when Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che will get to use their 2 entry tickets. Yi Tian reassured them, don't worry, he will lose. But it went on for a long time. The detection process still hadn't finished. Detecting required abilities to be completed. Several more minutes passed. Even Wei Yuan was taken aback when the results finally appeared. Testing complete. Preliminary assessment indicates no deficiencies in your 8 foundational attributes: strength, agility, constitution, spirit, attack, defense, speed, endurance. Congratulations on achieving the hidden achievement, all-rounder beginner. Acquired special talent, all-rounder. Hidden achievement. The crowd gasped in unison, and Zhou Moya was equally baffled. Yi Xiu's pupils suddenly contracted, almost unable to believe the talent attributes before his eyes. Omnipotent beginner. Effect, all your skills gain double their base stats. As an initial stage omnipotent, stay the course of omnipotence. Unexpected rewards await in the future. Double the stats. This meant that skills originally boasting a 500% bonus would now reach a staggering 1000%. It's important to note that high-tier skills are powerful not only because of their unique effects, but also due to their high numerical values. And now, he's maximizing that numerical strength to its fullest potential. And this is merely the talent of a beginner-level omnipotent? Yi Xiu couldn't believe it. Staying on the path of omnipotence. I'm already a full-time practitioner, isn't that a piece of cake? Below the stage, Yi Tian sucked in a sharp breath. He patted Jiang Che on the shoulder, this might just turn the tide. With this talent, Yi Xiu's combat power would more than double. Jiang Che felt like crying. Because Yi Xiu, now 100 times more excited, was preparing to challenge again. One more time. Gold tier, match me. Reaching gold tier meant real-time matchmaking against actual opponents. Yi Xiu couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Meanwhile, at the elf court, Elvine had just finished explaining the reasons for their failure to the elders. Due to his failure in the Secret Realm contest, he must now complete another Secret Realm mission to meet the court's assessment requirements and gain entry into the most sacred realm of the Elven Royal Court for cultivation. Originally, a Tier 2 Secret Realm should have been a breeze for someone of his caliber, yet he had lost so utterly and decisively. And to lose to a human whose innate talent was far inferior to that of the Elven Royal clan. On his way back, Elvin endured a barrage of mockery from his own kind. Human. Great Xia. Night Cultivator. Frustrated beyond measure, he refused to accept any more quests. Instead, he headed to a trial secret realm and pulled out an entry ticket. This is infuriating. Haven't played Starfield Glory in ages. Time to unwind. Chapter 80, Putting New Skills to Use. New exchangeable items. Opponent matched, Blue Star Elf Court Elvin. Seeing this opponent, everyone present including Yi Xiu immediately wore expressions of astonishment. Elvin wasn't that the elf captain who'd just lost the secret realm competition? The Elven Royal clan held significant influence on Blue Star, making them a legitimate opponent from the current world. Being matched against him was perfectly normal. At that moment, on the arena. The moment he spotted Yi Xiu, Elvin erupted with emotion, the kind of fury born from long-held vengeance. It's you! The name I remember, Yi Xiu. Elvin gritted his teeth, his words dripping with venom toward this great Xiaoman who had cost him a secret realm. In contrast, Yi Xiu remained utterly unfazed, his tone nonchalant. Well, isn't this a coincidence? Coincidence? Ha! I hope you can still say that after this fight. As the words fell, natural elemental power surged around Vayne, his strength exploding as if he intended to flay Yi Xiu alive. Flames, heed my command. Wind chanted in the elven tongue, unleashing dozens of meteor-like blazing flames toward Yi Xiu's position. The elven race possessed no need for spells. Their innate ability to command the elements alone allowed them to unleash legendary tier destructive magic, a racial gift. Yi Xiu vanished in an instant, evading the onslaught. Wind, fire, thunder, answer my call together. Vayne's face twisted with madness as he unleashed a barrage of spells, channeling the surrounding elemental energies like a spell-firing machine gun. This single technique had propelled Vayne to an unstoppable winning streak all the way to the gold tier. His elemental spells, with their vast coverage and devastating power, seemed downright unfair in the arena. The arena scene was a canyon. After exhausting his 3-stage teleportation, Yi Xiu arrived atop a sheer cliff. You're courting death. A smirk curled at Vayne's lips. He was ready to use this battle to wash away the shame of his failed attempt to claim the secret realm. As the team captain, he had defeated the opposing captain, so the loss must have been due to his teammates' incompetence. Now standing on the cliff, Yi Xiu would find it even harder to evade the barrage of spells. Vayne unleashed a triple elemental assault of wind, fire, and lightning, focusing his fire instantly. Divine Protection. Yi Xiu activated his shield skill, blocking the spells while enveloping himself in protection. Nothing but a death throw, Vayne sneered, conjuring a white light bow in his hand. Arrow of light. A volley of arrows erupted, dozens of white light projectiles hurtling toward the shield on the cliff face. Once the shield shattered, Yi Xiu's position would be fatal. As Vayne thought this, his expression brimming with arrogance. A sharp sound of metal-piercing flesh echoed from behind him. Shoo! Vayne's pupils contracted sharply. With great effort, he lowered his gaze to see a dagger protruding from his heart. When did you? Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xiu had silently approached from behind and ended the fight with a single strike. But the crowd below the stage all wore expressions of astonishment. Yi Tian even turned his head in surprise to look at Wei Yuan. He's already putting what he just learned into practice. He just copied the tactic you used and turned it right around on someone else. Wei Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly. Indeed, the moment Yi Xiu raised his light shield, he vanished, leaving his opponent under the illusion that Yi Xiu remained behind the shield. This very tactic had been employed by the young Wei Yuan against Yi Xiu moments before. Yi Xiu caught on, but Elvin didn't. Elven combat hadn't yet evolved to such devious depths. Still got some practicing to do, buddy. Yi Xiu flashed an innocent smile, then ended Elwine with a single strike. Cunning. So damn cunning. Elvin's eyes bulged with rage. Only after being kicked out of the arena following his defeat did he grasp the full extent of Yi Xiu's tactics. Human race, too sneaky. This time, he hadn't just been outmaneuvered in the secret realm, he'd been utterly outclassed in a one-on-one duel. Elvian emerged from the trial realm, his expression shattered. Hoping to unwind, he found himself even more irritated. The elven guard stationed beside the secret realm looked up in surprise. Out already? Not fighting today? The abrupt end caught the elf guard off guard, failing to register the defeat. Elvin's face darkened further. He muttered a grunt of acknowledgement before trudging away. You have won this match. Reward 200 starlight points. Ranked tier upgraded to Gold 4. Not bad, this match was actually pretty fun. Yi Xiu flicked the dagger in his hand, his face lit with excitement. He casually opened the glory treasury. Beyond the rank up rewards, the treasury rewards he could exchange with points were also quite valuable. Having reached the gold tier, he now had access to a much wider array of rewards. The moment he glanced at the options, he was stunned. He immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Yi Tian and the others, exclaiming, "Holy crap! Check out these exchange rewards. What's this world artifact? It's ridiculously expensive." Yi Tian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. A world artifact. The eternal spear that had slain the Black Emperor was precisely such a world artifact. Without it, the White Emperor and the others would have found it nearly impossible to kill the Black Emperor. But for the Great Xia Empire, they didn't even possess mythical weapons, let alone have ever heard of a world artifact. Yet now, among the items available for exchange at the gold tier, there was a listing that read, "World Artifact This World, exchange cost, 100,000 Starlight Points. World Artifact Otherworldly, 200,000 Starlight Points required for exchange." Yi Tian's expression sharpened. Though the required points were astronomical, it undoubtedly gave them a tangible goal to strive for. Higher tiers yielded more victory points. A single win at Gold 5 already added 200 points. Though the odds were slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. As for the difference between the world artifact of this world and that of another, they would likely only discover it after obtaining it. However, at that moment, Yi Tian spotted another item on the exchange list and his eyes lit up. Exclusive gear blind box, exchange star glow points required, 2,000. Exclusive gear. Like Yi Xiu's 1,000 machinery umbrella, it's tightly bound to the profession. He'd always wondered what the boss's exclusive equipment would be. Now he finally had his chance. "Yi Xiu, exchange that exclusive equipment for me." "Got it, boss." Yi Xiu possessed the 1,000 machinery umbrella, so he understood the importance of exclusive gear all too well. But currently, the points accumulated from Bronze V to Gold 4 total 950. To unlock the exclusive gear worth 2,000 points, he needed just a few more victories. "I'll get it soon." Unfortunately, when Yi Xiu tried to match again, the wait time grew even longer. Gold tier uses real-time matchmaking. If there are no other players on Blue Star challenging the Galaxy Honor, it does take a while. Yi Tian understood this and wasn't in a hurry. The reward wasn't going anywhere anyway. At that moment, Wei Yuan received a call and informed Yi Tian he would be leaving first. "What? Headquarters is preparing to attempt the level 74 tier 4 advancement dungeon again?" Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise. This was no small matter. After all, the global progression had been stuck at level 74 for a long time. The reason for the persistent failure to break through was repeated defeats in this 4th stage dungeon, preventing the acquisition of the 4th stage advancement items. Now, Great Xia was preparing to gather its top combat forces for another challenge, a highly risky endeavor. Wei Yuan explained, "The White Emperor's descent upon Dingcheng has made the gap in strength painfully clear to everyone. If we don't challenge the 4th tier, what will we rely on when the White Emperor returns? Pray he does nothing and leaves again?" Indeed, the White Emperor departed last time because his primary objective was to find the Black Prince. But next time, if he directly threatens Great Xia, it would be truly difficult to counter. After all, he was an ancient emperor of the Dragon Clan. His power was beyond estimation. Wei Yuan added solemnly, "Moreover, Zhou Yuan's lifespan is running out. If we could help his life-eroding martial saint ascend to the 4th tier, perhaps we might find a way to extend his life." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian fell silent. Ever since the last race competition, Zhou Yuan seemed to have been running out of time, and now it appeared the situation had worsened. Yi Tian pondered. The primary reason 4th tier dungeons were so challenging was the ultimate boss's ability restriction, dungeon challenger attributes reduced by 90%. If Alice could also ascend to become the final boss, thereby counteracting the opposing restriction, it would surely increase their chances of clearing the dungeon. I wonder how much Alice still needs to advance. Chapter 81, God Tier Potential. Undead Catastrophe. Wei Yuan exited the secret realm, setting tomorrow as the date to tackle the level 74 dungeon. Besides Wei Yuan, the other 4 elite professionals Ling Luo, Zhang Yuanshuang, and the rest would also participate, requiring ample preparation time. Yi Tian and the others also departed the secret realm together. As long as the Starfield Glory Challenge succeeded, they could still be matched even after leaving the secret realm. However, failure would require re-entering the realm, so Yi Xiu departed as well. Wei Yuan stationed a portion of his forces to guard the secret realm's entrance. After all, in international public zones, professional adventurers and mercenary organizations from various nations could move freely. Though they couldn't enter the secret realm, they might still pull some nasty stunts. Over a decade ago, someone had piled a mountain of excrement at the entrance to the American Empire's secret realm. The sheer scale of that mountain of excrement blocking the entrance was terrifying to even imagine. Rumor had it was the work of a nation whose personnel had been poached by the American Empire, but the culprit was never identified. Too many suspects fit the profile. The hovercraft returned to base. The mood inside was high. Someone suggested playing cards, while Yi Xiu was still waiting for a match. Yi Tian leaned against the window. "Ha!" Yi Tian suddenly spotted a group of international mercenaries below, hunting down a lone individual. His expression instantly sharpened. The resume auto-detection had activated. International mercenary organizations mostly operated as chaotic neutral entities within international public zones. Mercenaries adhere to one principle: get paid, do the job. Among the 21 nations worldwide, each would face crises to varying degrees that their domestic forces struggled to handle. Seeking aid from major powers proved prohibitively expensive, making the hiring of international mercenary groups a cost-effective alternative. Additionally, nations often turned to mercenaries when undertaking actions likely to provoke retaliation. This has led to a significant proliferation of international mercenary organizations. Conflicts frequently erupt between these mercenary groups themselves. At this moment, along the eastern frontier, a man from the Great Xia Empire was being hunted down by a group of mercenaries. Chen Mo. You escaped when I wiped out your family, and now you dare return for revenge? You're courting death. How dare you ambush and kill my son? I'll crush every bone in his body. I'll make you regret ever being born. A dozen heavily armed mercenaries swiftly closed in. Covered in blood and utterly exhausted, Chen Mo remained silent. His icy eyes scanned the area, searching intently for an escape route. I cannot die. My blood feud remains unavenged. Yet despite Chen Mo's desperate struggle to break free, the fully armed men forming the encirclement paid him no heed whatsoever. But then, a figure leapt down from the heights, black robes billowing in the gale, landing directly within the encircling group. The dozen heavily armed men frowned, their pupils suddenly contracting. They had certainly noticed the airship bearing the Great Xia emblem above, and none dared provoke it. But that airship was clearly hovering over 3,000 meters above. This person jumped down. It wasn't just these dozen or so individuals. Wei Yuan, Bai Qiuli, and the others aboard the airship watched Yi Tian leap out after the door opened, their expressions mirroring the same shock. Sir, I am the squad leader of the Black Gold Hand. Who might you be? The leader introduced himself, hoping to intimidate with his organization's prestige. Black Gold Hand ranked among the top 5 international mercenary groups. But Yi Tian merely waved him off. Get lost. Don't get in the way. At this, several faces among the Black Gold Hand members turned pale. Only the leader, his voice thick with apprehension, managed to stammer, Sir. Before he could finish, an American team member nearby erupted in fury. You bastard! Who the hell do you think you are? The Black Gold Hand boasted numerous third-tier professionals. Even the American Empire would show them some respect. And you're telling us to get lost right off the bat? Do you think you're one of the top-tier professionals in Great Xia? The moment those words left his mouth, the Black Gold Hand captain's pupils contracted sharply, his sense of danger skyrocketing. He wanted to immediately stop that American Empire member's foolish behavior. You son of a... Anyone who can leap from 3,000 meters up isn't just some ordinary person. But it was already too late. Yi Tian flipped a long blade in his hand, swinging it casually to unleash the soul-shattering void slash. A crescent-shaped, invisible slash erupted from the center of Yi Tian. Boom! Not a single member of the Black Gold Hand present could withstand this strike, instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Chen Mo stared at Yi Tian's retreating figure, his black cloak billowing behind him, momentarily lost in thought. Yi Tian turned his head. Having already reviewed Chen Mo's background, he was prepared. Name, Chen Mo. Basic info, male, 19 years old, native of Dingcheng, Great Xia, profession, assassin. Potential, prismatic undead scourge. Biography, parents massacred by foreign tribes in childhood, adopted by the leader of the international mercenary organization Dawnbreak while passing through. 3 days ago, Dawn clashed with Black Gold Hand over AF Nation relic mission. Amidst a surprise attack by Black Gold Hand and remnants of the Divine Descent cult, Dawn was annihilated by an internal traitor. Chen Mo was the sole survivor. Investment opportunity, God-tier profession necromancer 40 funds. The reason Yi Tian jumped out of the vehicle to rescue him immediately was because he spotted this God-tier prospect. Necromancer, a summoning-type God-tier profession. This was the first time he'd ever seen one. Want revenge? He cut straight to the point. For Chen Mo, everything that had just happened spoke volumes. The man before him was terrifyingly powerful. He didn't ask Yi Tian how he knew of his grudge, nor did he inquire about Yi Tian's origins because there was no need. Yes. Chen Mo's reply was concise. At your level, you're nowhere near ready. Yi Tian casually added, join my ranks, obey my commands, and I'll give you the power to exact your revenge. Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the bloodstains left by the Black Gold Hand corpses. After a moment's silence, he said, agreed. Revenge was the obsession consuming his heart. As for who Yi Tian truly was, a devil or otherwise, it mattered not at this moment. Very good, Yi Tian murmured with satisfaction. Those with a clear goal in mind often walk a little faster. 40 points of funds spent, and a contract landed in Chen Mo's hands. The latter suddenly spoke up, what are you going to do? Yi Tian considered it, control all international public zones. Prevent anyone from approaching the trial realm in Dongdu. Become the strongest among international mercenaries. Can you do it? The international public zones were universally recognized as lawless territories, where major extremist terrorist organizations gathered. Even the remnants of the Divine Descent cult seemed to lurk within these borders. However, due to the vast size of the public zones, the numerous dangers, and the complexity of management, Though countless dungeons and secret realms spawn here annually, no nation has intervened. And Yi Tian wanted to test whether this undead scourge could quell the chaos here through force. 3 conditions that would be utterly outrageous to ordinary people, yet Chen Mo accepted without hesitation. Agreed. He pressed his fingerprint onto the contract. Chapter 82, Necromancer Archmage. Ruins Clues. Chen Mo's ultimate class title was changed from Necromancer to Necromantic Overlord. At that moment, the hovercraft descended slowly, preparing to pick up Yi Tian. Everyone remained stunned by Yi Tian's leap from 3,000 meters, especially Bai Qiuli. She simply couldn't fathom why the gap between herself and her boss kept widening. But compared to the others, Wei Yuan could see the deeper meaning. He sank into curious contemplation. Only 3 types of people could survive a fall from such heights unscathed. First, those with the ability to fly. The second type possesses physical fortitude so formidable that they can completely disregard the damage from a high-altitude fall. This was the scenario Wei Yuan deemed most plausible and the one he found easiest to accept. The third requires practitioners to attain the levitation realm, enabling them to float in the air and achieve simple flight effects. However, this realm demands that physique, agility, and spirit all reach a specific threshold. Such thresholds are typically only attainable by legendary practitioners above level 70. Across the entire Great Xia, only a handful of elite practitioners possess this capability. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment before finally shaking his head. It was too far-fetched. A teenager who had only awakened his abilities a dozen days ago could rival the realm's elite in attributes? He didn't underestimate Yi Tian, but the likelihood was minuscule. He decisively dismissed this possibility. At that moment, a burst of iridescent light shot skyward from below. Holy crap! God tier awakening. The boss is at it again? I want to become God tier too. The passengers on the hovercraft gasped in shock. Wei Yuan's pupils contracted. Another God tier. He instinctively tried to activate his barrier to block the awakening beam. Then he realized this wasn't the Great Xia. The international public zone in East Capital was already sparsely populated. Even if alien races or extremist organizations wanted to launch a siege, they'd likely struggle to find anyone. Besides, in a public zone, you could just run away anytime. Yi Tian thought the same. Moreover, as his own strength grew and the grand competition with the Yagu dynasty concluded, he increasingly felt there was no need to conceal his class change unless circumstances demanded it. Now, as he examined Chen Mo's profession, he couldn't help but marvel. Employee Chen Mo. Class, Necromancer Archmage Tier 2. Quality, God Tier. Level, 25. Strength, 435. Agility, 435. Constitution 480. Spirit 690. Class Talent Undead Enhancement, all undead-related skills are enhanced tenfold. Soul Harvest, absorbs a portion of the spirit attribute when enemies die nearby. Class Skills, Curse Domain, Damage Transfer, Bone Cage, Summon Undead Berserker, Summon Undead Marksman, Summon Lich Mage, Summon Undead General. Summoning Space, 01250. This undead enhancement alone made Yi Tian feel it was all about raw stats, requiring no skill whatsoever. Truly worthy of God-tier quality. Undead skills are amplified tenfold, not just spellcasting abilities, but summoning skills as well. Any undead summon now sees their attributes, skills, and everything else amplified tenfold. Originally, the weakness of undead summons was their fragility; they were easily one-shot. But now, with this enhancement, they truly become an army unto themselves. Combined with Soul Harvest, it infinitely boosts mental power. Remember, a summoned creature's attributes are tied to the summoner's spiritual power. With this enhancement, the future might of the necromancer is beyond imagination. Moreover, the 1,250 summoning slots mean 1,250 undead minions can exist simultaneously. This capacity will continue to grow with level progression. This capability alone suggests a future where Chen Mo single-handedly controls all international public domains. This would likely leave every nation utterly stunned. Too powerful. Only now did Chen Mo utter his first emotionally charged remark. He had truly never encountered such a formidable profession before. Even the legendary mercenary ranked number 1 in the world, as spoken of in rumors, was worlds apart from his necromancer. His awe for Yi Tian deepened even further. When Chen Mo faced a life or death crisis, Yi Tian had suddenly appeared to save him, granting him the power to exact vengeance. Such actions, in Chen Mo's eyes, could only be performed by the demons of legend. The power Yi Tian granted was so immense. He must be a great demon, no, a demon king. Yi Tian, however, remained oblivious to Chen Mo's wild imaginings. He reviewed Chen Mo's resume once more and inquired, "What's the deal with that F-country relic mission?" The Black Gold Hand and the remnants of the Divine Descent cult mentioned in the resume held no interest for Yi Tian. He dismissed them as mere stepping stones for Chen Mo's growth. But this ruins mission? That piqued Yi Tian's genuine interest. Every ancient site represented boundless possibilities. Who knew what hidden treasures or legacies might lie within? Chen Mo didn't ask where Yi Tian had gotten the information. He figured that with Yi Tian's terrifying connections, obtaining this bit of intelligence was no big deal. He rattled off a long explanation in one breath. A few days ago, Country F issued a mission to all major mercenary organizations to conquer the ruins. That ruin was supposedly unlocked after nearly 3 years of effort. F Nation's high command originally didn't want to spread the news. But after their own forces entered the secret realm, they suffered heavy casualties with nothing to show for it. They had no choice but to issue the mission seeking assistance. Spending years cracking the ruins, only to fail to conquer them. No wonder they're seeking mercenaries. And the reason they didn't seek help from other nations was likely to prevent others from claiming the relic's treasures. Mercenaries are far easier to control in comparison. Chen Mo added, but many mercenaries who accepted the mission never returned after entering the ruins. My boss. He paused at this point. My former leader at Dawn's Break suspected the ruins might contain some treasure that requires sacrificing a certain number of people to reveal. Oh? Yi Tian perked up. This theory wasn't entirely without merit. If true, the treasures within that ruin would be truly extraordinary. Too bad he never got the chance to prove it. Chen Mo's voice turned icy. Yi Tian patted his shoulder. If you get the chance, do me a favor and probe around for news about that ruin. Even if it were a twisted artifact, Yi Tian was intrigued after all. He had his fair share of eccentric employees. Chen Mo nodded. Beyond seeking revenge, he had already planned to explore the ruins himself and fulfill the dying wish of the boss who had taken him in. Remember my mission. Yi Tian gave him a contact number before returning to the hovercraft and departing. Watching the hovercraft disappear into the vast ruins of the eastern capital border, Chen Mo was left alone once more. He stood rooted to the spot for several seconds, seemingly still unable to believe this was real. The next moment, his voice grew low as he called out. Soldiers. As the words fell, dark energy swirled into vortexes on the ground around Chen Mo, their aura decayed and terrifying. With a series of clicks, the dark energy coalesced into skeletal bones, precisely reassembling and piecing themselves together. Boom! Dozens of skeletal figures, each 2 to 3 meters tall, completed their reassembly. Hollow eye sockets ignited with 2 points of ghostly blue flame, as if granted new life. Among them, some wielded bone-bladed double axes, towering and muscular. Others wielded longbows, their bodies agile. Others resembled soul-like liches, wielding skeletal wands with an eerie, terrifying aura. Before Chen Mo stood the most imposing of them all, a skeleton general. Cloaked in a shadow-drenched cape and wielding a long sword, he stood with unyielding pride. This was the necromancer general, the only entity that could only be summoned one at a time. The other undead, empowered by Chen Mo's tenfold talent, possessed stats nearly equivalent to a level 30 epic tier professional, each with 3 fixed skills. The undead general, however, was 2 or 3 times stronger than them. Feeling the chilling aura around him, Chen Mo felt not the slightest bit of cold. Instead, he smiled. These summons were merely the beginning. As his tier rose, he sensed even mightier undead awaiting his call. Chen Mo's thoughts turned to the nearby black gold hand outpost, and the flames of vengeance burning within him nearly became uncontrollable. His gaze turned cold as he swung his right hand forward. Soldiers, advance. Chapter 83, Exclusive Equipment. Yi Tian and the others returned to East China. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moya disembarked at Xingqing and headed straight back to Huaxing University. Wan Jiang returned to the Border Defense Military Camp in Dingcheng. As Yi Xiu disembarked at Xincheng, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, as if teleported away. Brother Yi seems to have matched with someone. In Star Domain Glory, while remote matchmaking was possible, once a match was found, players would be instantly teleported to the arena. Zhang Che remarked, staying put, I'll wait for Brother Yi here. Yi Tian nodded and departed alone. It was already late after returning from Dongdu, so instead of going home, he headed to a dungeon. Not to grind levels, but to contact Alice. He'd obtained 2 custom communicators from Wei Yuan, crafted from legendary mother and child crystals. Messages input on one end would instantly reach the other, bypassing signal and spatial barriers. With these, Alice could finally reach out to Yi Tian proactively. His primary purpose, however, was to ask Alice how long it would take her to become an ultimate boss. After all, the Great Xia was about to open Tier 4 dungeons, and if Alice could ascend to ultimate status, things would be much simpler. Unfortunately, upon receiving the answer, Yi Tian fell deep in thought all the way home. Only one ultimate boss can exist across the entire Great Xia? Alice had been troubled by this question for quite some time, and now it seemed she could only proceed with patience. Without ascending to ultimate boss status, clearing the Tier 4 dungeon would be extremely difficult. Without clearing the 4th tier dungeon, replacing the ultimate boss was impossible. Since the Great Xia's ultimate boss resided within the 4th tier dungeon, it created a vicious cycle. The moment Yi Tian returned home, his expression suddenly shifted. What if we try promoting the ultimate boss in other regions? Since only one ultimate boss slot exists per region, could other regions lack an ultimate boss? The thought lit up Yi Tian's eyes, as if he'd found a shortcut. He planned to investigate this possibility tomorrow. Meow. Hearing that piercing cry, Yi Tian froze in place. The black cat inside the airline crate on the coffee table now flashed sharp glints in its eyes, emitting a plaintive meow directed at Yi Tian. Hiss. Yi Tian sucked in a sharp breath, utterly embarrassed. After leaving this time cat at home today, he and Wei Yuan had departed, leaving the cat seemingly locked up all day, starving all day. Sorry, I didn't expect to be back so late. Yi Tian lifted the black cat out of the carrier with an apologetic expression, silently pleading, please forgive me. But the black cat seemed remarkably forgiving. It obediently curled up on Yi Tian's lap, ceasing its cries. If the caretakers who usually looked after 003 had seen this, they would have been utterly astonished. Given 003's temperament, it would normally throw a fit over even a minor change in its cat food flavor. Yet now, in Yi Tian's hands, it was unusually docile. It was clear the cat only showed this magnanimity toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian hurriedly asked Wei Yuan to send someone with some cat food. He had no idea what it usually ate. Then, gently stroking the black cat's fur, he asked curiously, where exactly is your partner, the child of prophecy? The black cat let out a weak meow, as if to say it had no idea either. Yi Tian was puzzled. If it was truly the child of prophecy, it should have caused quite a stir in Great Xia. Why was there no trace of it now? For a moment, both man and cat were plunged into confusion. Night had deepened. The black cat gobbled down the freshly delivered special cat food. Yi Tian's management log also settled up. Today's collective action in the international public sector yielded modest additional dividend funds. The dividends from the Secret Realm and the tier-up bonus from Stellar Glory had already been credited. Including today's recruitment of Chun Mo. The fund balance was still quite substantial, 92.8. However, in terms of experience, today's gains were truly substantial. Although Yi Tian dedicated both meetings today to experience gains, the leveling efficiency was astonishing. Experience gained by your shared employee, level up. 3437. 3 levels in a single day? Upon checking, it turned out Alice and the Black Prince had teamed up to take down 3 level 60 Lord bosses today. Their achievements were nothing short of terrifying, and the experience gained from defeating higher level foes was incredibly rich. No wonder they've already reached the threshold of the ultimate boss. Now, all that's missing is a promotion slot. Yi Tian was now just over 10 levels away from reaching tier 3 at level 50. Beyond that, after Yi Tian woke from his slumber, Yi Xiu immediately knocked on the door of Yi Tian's apartment, delivering a huge surprise. Boss! I've won 4 straight matches. I've saved up enough points. Seeing Yi Xiu's dark circles and excited face, the sleepy Yi Tian even felt a twinge of guilt. Clearly, Yi Xiu had spent the entire night matching in Star Domain Glory, all to redeem that exclusive gear. Coincidentally, nighttime in Great Xia corresponded to daytime in the United States. Yi Xiu had matched against 4 American players in a row that night, winning every single match. The victory points for each tier in gold rank were 230,260,290,320. Combined with Yi Xiu's previous 950 points, this perfectly earned him the exclusive gear blind box. You've worked hard, Yi Tian said sincerely. He even resolved that the next promotion opportunity would go to Yi Xiu first. This guy was just too relentless. Simultaneously, he immediately opened the blind box, eager to see what exclusive gear the boss had in store. A flash of light appeared, and a black card landed in Yi Tian's hand. Exclusive equipment black card. Effect 1, allows overdraft of funds. Funds accrue 5% interest daily. Effect 2, using the black card allows purchasing any item requiring currency. Effect 3, unlocked at tier 3. Effect 4, unlocked at tier 4. Effect 5, unlocked upon collecting full set. Chapter 84, a conscientious boss or a greedy one? Exclusive gear, a black card? Yi Tian stared at the exquisite black card with golden patterns in his hand, feeling a surge of astonishment. A special equipment piece boasting a full 5 effects, though unfortunately, the last 3 required fulfilling specific conditions to unlock. But the first 2 points alone have already proven remarkably effective. A daily 5% interest rate on funds is highly favorable for hoarders, allowing capital to accumulate steadily. With a base capital of 100 points, daily interest would yield 5 points. Unfortunately, for Yi Tian, saving up was temporarily out of the question. The threat from the Yagu dynasty could not be ignored. He planned to increase employee benefits and boost experience gains to reach level 50 as soon as possible and launch a counterattack. However, the effect of overdraft limit truly had Yi Tian pondering for quite some time. How much can I overdraw? If it were like the black card from his previous life, the ultimate high-limit credit card, then the limit would be unlimited. Alas, Yi Tian's dreams were quickly shattered upon reading the detailed description. Tier 2 boss, maximum overdraft limit, 500 funds. Alright, I guess my rank isn't high enough. Yi Tian sighed inwardly, but even 500 funds was a substantial sum. At least he wouldn't have to worry about running out of funds when suddenly encountering high-potential talent. Not only that, but with the second effect, available funds could be used to purchase any item requiring currency. Theoretically, he could unlock even more uses for his funds. Items requiring consumption currency. Baozi and Youtiao from breakfast shops, equipment and skill books from the trading post, even exchanges in certain special secret realms all could be paid for with funds. A sudden flash of insight struck Yi Tian. Yi Xiu, take this. See if you can exchange it for a world artifact from the glory treasury? Yi Xiu took the black card with a puzzled look. Boss, isn't this just your personal gear? World-class artifacts in the glory treasury cost 100,000 points. How could this card possibly exchange for one? Though baffled, Yi Xiu followed the instructions and to his astonishment, it worked. Wait, it actually did it. Meanwhile, a prompt popped up on Yi Tian's screen. Black card exchange for world artifact. This world requires 1,000 funds. It actually works. And it's even easier than using points. Yi Tian's face lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected the exchange rate between funds and star domain points to be as high as 100 to 1. Funds were clearly more valuable after all. Moreover, compared to 100,000 points, 1,000 funds didn't seem so unattainable. After all, this was a world artifact. The former Black Emperor, whose body and soul rivaled those of gods and demons, had been utterly destroyed by the world artifact, the Eternal Spear. Meaning a world artifact could pose a genuine threat to gods and demons. Thinking about it this way, 1,000 credits feels like a bargain price. Unfortunately, even this bargain price was still quite steep. Yi Tian had intended to swipe his card again to exchange for another, exclusive gear blind box, but alas, only one exchange was allowed per secret realm. Yi Tian could only abandon the idea. Since I have the black card now, I don't need to worry about my current funds. Why not cash in on some employee perks? At the conclusion of the trial dungeon, Yi Tian had resolved to distribute legendary gear as employee perks next time, and now he had the black card. But hesitation crept back into his mind. If he didn't distribute these employee benefits, or delayed them by a few days, he could potentially earn a few more days of interest? With the current balance of 92.8, delaying the distribution by one night could earn nearly 5 more points. Not distributing them would yield even more. The thought sent a sudden chill down his spine. Damn it, how did becoming a boss make me start thinking like a heartless bastard? For a moment, it felt like a battle raged within him, a voice of conscience clashing with a voice of greed. But Yi Tian quickly ended the battle. Promises made, even those made silently to oneself, must be honored to the best of one's ability. Besides, the employees were doing a great job, making Yi Tian's life much easier. Currently, all employees were at stage 2, the critical growth phase of their careers. With the added equipment, their development would accelerate and improve significantly. Besides, by providing them with gear, Yi Tian was confident the investment would eventually pay off. With 9 employees requiring 90 points of funds, Yi Tian didn't hesitate. Every member received a legendary piece of gear for their respective profession. Beyond this, Yi Tian's substantial expenditure on employee benefits served another purpose. The experience buff from the strategic meeting. After distributing the insurance benefit, the strategy meeting buff would upgrade to gain plus 120% EXP for 3 hours. And after this year-end bonus benefit, the effect doubled. All employees gain plus 300% EXP. Ignores fatigue effects. Lasts 7 hours. This drastically boosts leveling efficiency. Yi Tian also aimed to reach level 50 sooner, advance to tier 3, and eliminate the Yagu dynasty as a threat. Beyond negating fatigue effects, this wave of perks truly gave the employees a massive boost. Yi Xiu's eyes, now ringed with dark circles, suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. I must dedicate myself to the boss immediately. Counting this one, Yi Xiu had now received 3 legendary items from Yi Tian, making his full set of gear exceptionally luxurious. Yi Tian sighed at his 2.8 credit balance, waving him off. Get to work. Meanwhile, outside East China, a scientific expedition team was exploring the ruins. Ning Jing was among them. As researchers, they had discovered clues about ancient stone tablets here and had come to investigate. Ning Jing gazed at the gleaming golden staff in her hands, her expression brimming with delight. Ancient Scholars Exploration Staff. The boss actually gave us a bonus. After a moment of surprise, Ning Jing approached the expedition leader with a beaming smile. Captain, with this, we'll find the ancient stone tablets much faster. International Public Zone, East Capital. Within a small outpost of the Black Gold Hand, Chen Mo commanded his undead soldiers, unleashing a bloodbath. Chen Mo, you'll die a miserable death. It's you who will die a miserable death. Chen Mo's eyes glowed with a cold, sinister light. A black grimoire floated in his right hand as he flipped through its pages. Without this, Book of the Undead, avenging myself against the Black Gold Hand and sweeping through East Capital would have taken far longer. But now, things are different. The Necromancer's Codex replenished Chen Mo's mana regeneration, accelerated his summoning speed, and elevated his combat prowess to new heights. Hundreds of undead soldiers, led by the Necromancer General, continued their relentless slaughter. Chen Mo gazed at the Black Tome, recalling. Yi Tian casually bestowing a legendary item, his reverence deepened. The boss truly is the boss. Meanwhile, on the Yagu continent, the entire Yagu dynasty now lay in deathly silence. After a day and night of searching, the Crimson Emperor, Azure Emperor, and White Emperor had exhausted every possibility. They had searched every connected realm, yet found no trace of the Black Emperor. As the Black Emperor's disappearance dragged on, the panic within the traitors led by the White Emperor grew ever more intense. And so, at this very moment, the White Emperor flew alone to the very center of the Yagu continent, arriving beneath the world tree that pierced the heavens. Mist swirled at the base of the world tree, brimming with vitality, its roots spreading over 100 meters wide. Though the White Emperor feared the Black Emperor, he still possessed confidence. His confidence stemmed from this very entity, Yggdrasil, the deity of the Yago continent, the forger of the Eternal Spear, the mastermind behind the Black Emperor's downfall, and the immortal world tree itself. Bowing before the world tree, the White Emperor spoke in ancient dragon tongue with profound reverence. Eternal deity, I require your aid. Nidhogg has vanished. Chapter 85, Great Upheaval? Ascension to the Ultimate. A fierce wind swept past, yet the world tree standing tall between heaven and earth remained silent. But the White Emperor felt no urgency. For it was none other than the world tree itself that feared Nidhogg most in those days. It knew the Black Emperor's threat, his power matched his ambition perfectly. And even foresaw the day when Yggdrasil would be gnawed to pieces by Nidhogg. Thus, the one most eager to eliminate Nidhogg was not the White Emperor but the gods themselves. The White Emperor's gaze grew sinister as he thought to himself, Nidhogg, the gods seek to destroy you, how do you expect to survive? The world tree emitted an invisible ripple, silent, yet transmitting its words directly into the White King's mind through pure mental intent. I cannot find him either. The White Emperor's pupils contracted sharply, his mind and spirit shaken to their core. How is that possible? The world tree, whose existence predated the Yagu continent itself, possessed divine power beyond measure. Yet now, even it could not locate Nidhogg? World tree, his soul has betrayed the ancient continent. The implication was clear, beings not of the Yagu continent could not be immediately located by the world tree. This touched upon the very nature of divine authority. The White Emperor did not understand, but the world tree soon provided an answer that made his dragon eyes light up. He chose the human race. The human race? The White Emperor's rage boiled over. Great Xia! It must be Great Xia! Then, the world tree's words carried a hint of mockery and derision. Nidhogg has chosen to join the battlegrounds of the multiverse. After a century of confinement, his mind has grown dull, The emotionless laughter carried an inexplicable chill. The White Emperor frowned and asked, the battle zone of the multiverse? Does it refer to Great Xia? Or Blue Star? Even the White Emperor couldn't grasp this concept, perhaps it was knowledge reserved for the gods alone. The White Emperor was solely focused on capturing Nidhogg, then I shall depart immediately for Great Xia to apprehend Nidhogg. Beyond that, seizing Nidhogg would also allow him to annex Great Xia's territory, a prospect that delighted the White Emperor. But the world tree shifted its tone. In 3 days, the game within the war zone will undergo a major upheaval. Act then, and you'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. If the White Emperor could expand his territory outward, it would also benefit the world tree, the deity of the Yagu continent. Thus, it offered this advice. A major upheaval in 3 days? The White Emperor placed unwavering faith in the divine being's words. Understood. I shall first retrieve the Eternal Spear. Brother Wei, do you know which area doesn't have a final boss? At that moment, Yi Tian was calling Wei Yuan. Since Great Xia had no slot for the final boss, they would look to other regions, a plan Yi Tian had devised last night. He couldn't figure it out alone, so he called Wei Yuan. Where doesn't have a final boss? I really have no idea. Such an obscure question hadn't crossed Wei Yuan's mind either. Yi Tian sighed in resignation. All right. But then Wei Yuan added, however, I can connect you to the East China Scientific Expedition Team. An expedition team? Headquarters allocates significant research resources annually to organizing these expeditions. They investigate relic clues nationwide, documenting all manner of extraordinary phenomena including dungeon instances, secret realms, their distribution, density, and so forth. They have comprehensive knowledge. Yi Tian was stunned. There's an organization like that? The Grand Xia headquarters truly had a long-term vision. Yi Tian hadn't imagined such an organization existed. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Such a team's investigative records would save practitioners a great deal of effort. Soon, Wei Yuan transferred him to the expedition team's phone line. A deputy leader named Zhang Qi answered Yi Tian's question. Ultimate bosses must exist in every region across the globe. But the void insect race that destroyed the Cold Nation possesses unique traits. They corrupt instances, violently seizing resources like bandits. This makes them hostile to all instance bosses, as bosses are the masters of their instances and hinder their ability to invade. Therefore, they will inevitably eliminate every boss within their territory. And since the void insects can invade dungeons, overwhelming even ultimate bosses with sheer numbers, no boss can stand against them. The expedition team's explanation suddenly made everything clear to Yi Tian. I get it now. Thank you, Team Leader Zhang. The region of Han Nation now overrun by the void insectoid is precisely where the ultimate boss slot is most likely to be found. Yi Tian hung up the phone and rushed out without delay. He boarded the hovercraft Wei Yuan had assigned him, disembarking some distance from the Han Kingdom to avoid alerting the void insect swarm. Using the stealth skill shared by Yi Tian made his way through the ruins of Han Kingdom. This was a land corroded to a grim, charcoal black hue. Around the crumbling walls and ruins, every step revealed countless dense clusters of insect eggs hatching. It was utterly disgusting. The sight nearly made Yi Tian physically ill. Fortunately, Yi Tian soon spotted a dungeon entrance, though it appeared severely damaged. The moment he stepped inside, the surrounding insect swarm suddenly erupted into a frantic buzzing, as if detecting an intruder. In an instant, the previously silent swarm surged into motion, a dense, dark mass of insects swarming toward the dungeon entrance Yi Tian had just entered. Alice. Yi Tian had entered the instance solely to summon Alice. The next moment, the void gate opened, and Alice and the Black Prince arrived together. Alice's face lit up with delight. "Boss, this place really can grant ultimate advancement." "That's good." Yi Tian felt satisfied, proving that all the unpleasantness he endured along the way hadn't been in vain. At that moment, within a shattered dungeon scene, the black web was densely packed with void insects. A colossal void insect, its dark purple eyes fixed intently on Yi Tian, declared, "Humans! A mere two of you dare intrude upon our territory, courting death." Yi Tian chuckled. Not only could these insects never hold them back. "Who told you there were only two of us? Come out." Gazing at the swarming masses of insects, Yi Tian couldn't be bothered to fight them himself. As the words fell, countless massive black whirlpools appeared on the ground around him, followed by hundreds of undead warriors materializing at Yi Tian's side. Undead summons derived their attributes from the summoner's mental state. After recruiting Zhou Moya, the Black Prince, and Chen Mo, Yi Tian's shared mental power had reached terrifying heights. This meant the undead warriors he summoned were dozens of times stronger than Chen Mo's. Beyond that, he also shared Yi Xiu's innate talent. Omnipotent beginner, all skills you possess have their stats doubled. Thus, the undead warriors under Yi Tian's command became terrifyingly powerful. The swarm of void insects recoiled in terror, retreating several paces in unison. The mere soul flames blazing in the eyes of just a few undead warriors sent a chill down their spines. Seeing this, Alice wasted no time, recognizing that Yi Tian was creating an opportunity for her. Already meeting the requirements for monster template advancement, she ascended immediately. Monster template successfully upgraded from Lord Boss to Ultimate Boss. Chapter 86, Boss Template. Dungeon Monster Descends. Special thanks to Li Shi for the expert certification. The moment Alice ascended to Ultimate Boss, her monster template's abilities and permissions enhanced. Void teleportation ability enhanced, daily usage increased to 30 times. Instantly teleport to any location within sight or locked by mental perception, regardless of distance. Demonization ability enhanced, combat power in Dark Battle God form increased from 8x to 12x. Ultimate boss level permissions granted, capable of merging multiple instances, manifesting the main entity within other instances, imposing ultimate level ability restrictions, and commanding all instance monsters within the sphere of influence. Simultaneously, Yi Tian shared all the above enhancements except for the boss level permissions. What surprised him most was that this single advancement felt greater than all the upgrades he'd received before reaching Lord rank combined. The ability to traverse the void now allowed twice the daily usage. Moreover, its effectiveness had greatly improved. He could now teleport instantly to any location within his field of vision or even to any point his mental senses could perceive. Anywhere his eyes could see, he could teleport. For Alice, it might not feel quite as overpowered, since she was currently confined to the dungeon with limited mobility. But for Yi Tian, Void Shuttle now completely bypasses instance restrictions. He can teleport almost anywhere he desires. It's even more godlike than a divine tier skill. Its utility in combat is even more extensive. Beyond that, his combat prowess during demonic transformation had quadrupled, making his strength undeniably formidable. What intrigued Yi Tian was just how powerful he could become if he activated demonization himself. As for the enhanced boss privileges, only Alice possessed them, far surpassing the domain lord boss in every aspect. Particularly in the fusion dungeons and the ability to command all dungeon monsters. This command scope encompassed the territory where the ultimate boss resided for Alice. This meant the Han Kingdom and surrounding regions like Dongdu. The seemingly useful projecting core to other instances ability was utterly useless to Alice, who could naturally traverse the void. Meanwhile, the monster template undergoes a transformation the moment it ascends to ultimate status. Boss Template. This new template grants Alice immense attribute boosts. Especially in terms of HP and attack power, she now far surpasses the ranks of ordinary professionals. Alice's power surged instantly, making the Black Prince beside her feel a touch of envy. Dual templates, the boost to strength would only grow greater. At that moment, the emergence of the new ultimate boss drew even larger swarms of void insects. Wasn't the final boss already defeated? How did another one appear? A massive purple insect resembling a rhinoceros beetle burst into the dungeon, its gaze fixed intently on Yi Tian and Alice. Another spider-like mother insect traversed the black web enveloping the dungeon, snarling, "Intruders on our territory shall be slain." Yi Tian sneered coldly, so this is your territory now? This is Blue Star territory. You alien races will be driven out sooner or later. With that, Yi Tian surveyed the swarming purple insects surrounding them and roared, kill. The undead warriors roared and charged forward at the command. The soldiers summoned by Yi Tian possessed strength nearly matching that of a level 60 epic class. Berserkers charged like speeding trucks, plowing through the insect swarm. And Yi Tian had summoned thousands more of these undead soldiers. This necromancer's skill is actually pretty useful. Yi Tian couldn't help but praise. Of course, this was largely due to his exceptionally high spirit attribute. The berserker's twin axes swept through vast swaths of the insect horde with a single swing, while the undead general's combat prowess was more than enough to instantly annihilate the insectoid elite. Alice locked onto several insectoid leaders on the black web, unleashing a killing spree under the Black Prince's blood-boiling buff. No! Is this truly the strength of the human race? Could it be the main force of the Great Xia has arrived? Quickly seek orders from Her Majesty the Queen. Several Void Swarm leaders sensed something amiss, utterly overwhelmed by one-sided slaughter. They couldn't even mount a counterattack. They hastily fled the instance and immediately sent out an urgent distress signal. The dungeon floor was littered with the corpses of void insects, limbs and bodies scattered everywhere, numbering in the tens of thousands. Yi Tian stood rooted to the spot, bored out of his mind. Pathetic. But the experience points are decent. Surveying the once overwhelming swarm that had encircled the entire instance, now decimated to the point of leaving scarcely a handful behind, Yi Tian stretched lazily. He activated his void shuttle and returned to the Great Xia Empire. His objective achieved, lingering for the Queen's vengeance would be impolite. Alice, let's go. Yi Tian stepped through the void gate. Alice, however, looked up at the dungeon space, suddenly her expression clouding with confusion. Why does this instance space feel unstable? Like it's about to collapse. After ascending to the ultimate boss, her control over the instance had deepened, allowing her to perceive things previously beyond her grasp. But she dismissed it for now, probably just the void insect race eroding the instance too severely. With that thought, she too departed. After successfully promoting Alice to the ultimate boss, Yi Tian intended to head straight to central China to help Wei Yuan and the others pioneer the 4th-tier dungeon. Yet the moment Yi Tian returned to East China and arrived in Xinjiang, he sensed something was amiss. Chaos seemed to have erupted within the city walls. From the distance came waves of screams and the howls of monsters. The sounds seemed to originate near the dungeon's center. What the hell is going on? Yi Tian pushed through the fleeing crowd toward the source of the roars. When the dungeon center came into view, his brows instantly furrowed. Monsters everywhere, instance monsters. Countless dungeon monsters were slaughtering each other in the center, as if the dungeon space itself had collapsed, releasing all these creatures. Damn it! How did these dungeon monsters suddenly end up in the real world? Quick! Combat classes, come help! Don't let these monsters reach the residential areas inside the city. Damn it! They actually respawn after being killed? Fortunately, the dungeon hub was where most adventurers gathered daily. Once everyone gathered, they swiftly surrounded and slaughtered the dungeon monsters. Dungeon monsters invading reality? Yi Tian stared at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. But if this were true, and monsters from tens of thousands of dungeons worldwide broke free, it would spell utter disaster for Blue Star. After all, some high-level dungeon bosses possess terrifying power. Normally, it was one thing to be unable to defeat them, but if they truly descended, it would be a devastating blow to other nations. Thankfully, the monsters this time seemed to be from lower-level dungeons. For the professionals at the dungeon center, handling them hadn't caused significant casualties. At that moment, Yi Tian suddenly remembered something and hurried onward. Soon he arrived at Qingshan No. 2 High School. Sure enough, as the high school with the most low-level dungeons, it suffered the most severe monster attack. What made it even more dangerous was that most of the students here hadn't undergone class transformation yet. Only a handful of teachers and security personnel were putting up resistance. Quickly notify the garrison. Principal Ji Changlin, clad in a blue robes, his aged face etched with worry, stood at the very front, shielding the students of No. 2 High School. But with limited strength and his advanced age, he was struggling to hold the line. Panicked students scattered in all directions, further complicating the teacher's defensive efforts. Ji Changlin cast a spell to repel the attackers, his voice urgent, "Everyone, stay calm. The garrison forces will arrive any moment." Before he could finish, a black figure flashed into view. He positioned himself before Ji Changlin, at the very front of all second middle school's teachers and students. Raising his right hand, he summoned hundreds of undead warriors who effortlessly halted all the monsters. They arrived so quickly? Ji Changlin froze in surprise. But when he caught sight of the newcomer's profile, his expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. Yi Tian. Chapter 87, A Major Shift? Headquarters Meeting. Special thanks to Joyo Ghost for the author's certification. Principal, it's been a while. Yi Tian commanded the undead warriors to slay all the dungeon monsters, not even needing to lift a finger himself. Hundreds of teachers and students from number 2 high school watched this terrifying horde of undead warriors, their hearts filled with fear and panic. Yet upon realizing these undead warriors had come to aid them, they were instantly overcome with excitement. Ji Changlin stared in astonishment, unable to believe how powerful Yi Tian had become. Each of these hundreds of undead warriors radiated power far surpassing his own. And these were merely creatures Yi Tian had casually summoned. Yi Tian, I never imagined you'd become this powerful. Ji Changlin laughed heartily with satisfaction, slapping Yi Tian's shoulder. Some teachers hadn't even recognized Yi Tian, but Ji Changlin knew full well the terrifying extent of his abilities. Yi Tian, let the students resume class. There won't be any trouble here. Ji Changlin nodded, then cautioned Yi Tian Dao, these monsters are peculiar even after death, they can revive after a period of time. That's likely a characteristic of dungeon monsters. That's a bit troublesome. In dungeons, even if all the monsters are killed, they will respawn the next time the dungeon is entered. If the monsters that descended upon Blue Star also possess this resurrection trait, it would be nothing short of catastrophic. Just then, Alice suddenly sent a message through the communicator. Yi Tian's expression shifted. If such an anomaly occurred in the instance, Alice, as the ultimate boss, must have sensed something as well. Principal, I'll be back shortly. The security of second high school was sufficiently handled by the undead. After informing Ji Changlin, Yi Tian convened a private meeting with Alice. Yi Tian's figure vanished. Inside the meeting room, Yi Tian pressed urgently, what exactly is happening in the instance? Alice replied swiftly, after advancing to the ultimate stage, I sense the dungeon space beginning to collapse. Just now, my boss template flashed a message, all instance spaces might vanish entirely. Currently, it's the lower level instances. In 3 days, a large number of higher level instance spaces will also vanish. Once the instance space vanishes, the monsters inside will break free. But for Alice, this was actually good news. After being trapped in the dungeon for so long, she could finally return to the real world. Yi Tian remained puzzled, why would instance spaces suddenly vanish? Alice, I don't fully understand either, but it seems connected to a major upheaval. A great upheaval. Yi Tian couldn't help but recall the major events in the history of the supernatural era. 2 centuries had passed since the dawn of the extraordinary. During the 1st century, portals to other realms opened, and alien races formally descended upon the Great Xia. Now, it seemed the 2nd century had arrived. At this thought, Yi Tian suddenly smiled. This is rather interesting. He genuinely looked forward to seeing what intriguing developments might unfold. By the way, Alice, you can command the dungeon monsters, right? Yi Tian realized this was the ultimate boss's power. A single command would make all dungeon monsters obey. As long as Alice remained, even if the dungeon monsters descended upon the Great Xia, they wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. After all, their leader was still under Yi Tian's command. I can, Alice replied. But my control is limited to the areas surrounding the Han Kingdom. To command the dungeon monsters of the Great Xia, I'd have to replace their ultimate boss. Yi Tian chuckled. That's simple. Headquarters was preparing to challenge a Tier 4 dungeon anyway, and with Alice able to counter dungeon restrictions, taking down Great Xia's ultimate boss wouldn't be difficult. Yi Tian felt he could write a novel right away. Dungeons invade reality, but the ultimate boss is my employee. Upon leaving the meeting space, all dungeon monsters had been wiped out by the undead forces, now entering their respawn phase. The moment Yi Tian stepped out, he saw the garrison troops had already arrived and were constructing defensive fortifications. To his surprise, the commander was none other than the Lord of Qingcheng. Upon seeing Yi Tian, his expression immediately turned respectful. You're here too. You know me? I saw you during the election and main event of the recent racial competition. The Lord of Qingcheng showed no sign of dismissing Yi Tian due to his youth. Instead, his respect deepened. He quipped, these undead warriors must be your summoned minions. Please recall them, they're far more terrifying than any dungeon monsters now. With hundreds of terrifyingly powerful undead warriors present, even the garrison troops wouldn't dare act rashly. Yi Tian withdrew them into his summoning space. Having made arrangements with Wei Yuan to participate in the 4th-tier dungeon raid, he departed immediately. Meanwhile, nations worldwide convened meetings to address the issue of dungeon monsters appearing in reality. The Central China headquarters was no exception. In the headquarters conference room, Elder Sun presided over the meeting. Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, Zhang Yuanshuang, and other key personnel, along with most of the top-tier professionals, were all present. The 1st century of extraordinary history saw the emergence of portals to other worlds, bringing alien races to Blue Star. Now, in the 2nd century, the dungeon space has vanished. Could an even greater crisis be upon us? The arrival of dungeon monsters on Blue Star proved immensely troublesome, whether due to their boss-level difficulty or their resurrection abilities. However, today's meeting agenda for Great Xia did not focus on this. Ling Luo has already led the Dragon's Lair personnel to handle and prevent it. Elder Sun spoke solemnly, let us proceed to today's main agenda, the 5th raid of the Tier 4 instance. With Great Xia's crisis escalating, we must cultivate greater strength to confront it. In truth, this sentiment wasn't unique to great Xia nations worldwide shared this imperative, though whether they could achieve it remained another matter. From the seat beside Wei Yuan, a woman with an elegant demeanor and snow-white hair cascading over her shoulders spoke. The United States faced a threat from the Void Insect clan, prompting them to attempt a Tier 4 dungeon run once more. They returned in utter defeat. This morning, they offered a medium-sized secret realm in exchange for Great Xia's assistance in eliminating the Void Insects. At this news, a cheerful atmosphere filled the conference table. The news that the American Empire, their longtime rival, had suffered another setback and even proactively sought aid from Great Xia would be explosive if released as news. Yet none of the attendees grew arrogant. Firstly, the Great Xia Empire itself was uncertain whether its own attempt at clearing the Tier 4 instance would succeed. Second, none present possessed the capability to resolve the colossal threat of the Void Insect clan. Wei Yuan, you've certainly stumbled upon a treasure. Chu Chen, the broad-shouldered, sturdy head of Huaxi, crossed his arms and looked at Wei Yuan, a hint of envy in his tone. Old Sun also asked with curiosity, is there truly someone who can become the natural enemy of the Void Insect clan? Wei Yuan, could he step in again to resolve the Void Insect clan issue? Some powerful abilities come with limitations, and Elder Sun worried that Yi Tian might have his own ceiling. Noticing the gazes upon him, Wei Yuan smiled. Best let him answer that himself. Actually, I was planning to bring him along for today's Tier 4 dungeon run. What? The group listened to Wei Yuan's plan in disbelief. A Tier 4 raid? Hadn't heard of any new top-tier professionals emerging in Great Xia. Wei Yuan picked up his phone and saw Yi Tian's call coming in. Here he is. Even in such a formal meeting, Wei Yuan answered the call immediately, convinced Yi Tian's presence would be decisive for the discussion's outcome. Wei Yuan excused himself and walked toward the conference room exit, murmuring, "Finished your business? I'll teleport you over." On the other end, Yi Tian replied succinctly, "No need to trouble yourself, brother Wei. Just start a video call." Void traversal allowed instantaneous arrival to any location within sight. Therefore, any real location could be accessed through the video feed as well. Video call? Wei Yuan froze, puzzled, but complied nonetheless. The next moment, a void portal opened behind Wei Yuan. Startled, he whipped his head around. Yi Tian instantly traversed thousands of miles, arriving in the Central China headquarters conference room. Hello, everyone. Chapter 88, Stealing Talent. Thanks to the 49th dumpling for the expert certification. Hello, everyone. The moment he teleported into the conference room, Yi Tian flashed a polite smile and greeted the assembled high-ranking officials of Great Xia. Though he wasn't intimidated by such settings, being stared at by so many bigwigs at once still felt somewhat unnerving. Though Yi Tian's greeting was calm, as casual as bumping into a neighbor on the street and asking, "Have you eaten yet?" But this was the headquarters conference room. One of the most heavily guarded locations in the entire Great Xia. How did you even get in here? This question simultaneously flashed through the minds of everyone present in the conference room. Wei Yuan paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and introduced him to the group. This is Yi Tian, the person I was just referring to. Wei Yuan intended to bring Yi Tian into the senior leadership's view. This high-level meeting at the Great Xia headquarters actually had few attendees, only 8 people in total. Yet many recognized Yi Tian. Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanchuan, and Zhou Yuan alone accounted for nearly half. The others had also heard of Yi Tian to varying degrees. Seated at the head of the conference room, Elder Sun's eyes lit up with admiration upon seeing him. This young man, Yi Tian, is he the one who resolved the Void Insectoid crisis? Excellent. True heroes emerge in youth. After receiving Wei Yuan's nod of confirmation, the others fixed him with intense gazes. Following some polite exchanges, Elder Sun rose and addressed Yi Tian directly. Yi Tian, how many times can you use the skill that resolved the Void Insect clan's dungeon invasion? Or what is its cooldown duration? Yi Tian's solution to the Void Insect clan's raid dungeon was to teleport inside and beat them up. Yi Tian answered truthfully, there's no limit. It's just a minor skill. Ha! Elder Sun choked on his words. The Void Insect clan, which had caused the United States no end of headaches, Sun Lao had assumed dealing with them would be no simple task. But, no difficulty? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the conference room. At that moment, Chu Chen, the burly head of Huaxi, spoke up. I'd wager that dealing with the Void Insects is probably the least remarkable of Yi Tian's abilities, right? Oh? All eyes turned toward him. Chu Chen continued, I suspect. Mr. Yi Tian possesses some ability to enhance others' professional qualities or even change their professions. Am I right? Before Yi Tian could respond, Zhou Yuan slammed his fist onto the table with a thud. His face darkening as he glared at Chu Chen. You're investigating others? That's going too far. His daughter's future had been saved by Yi Tian, and Zhou Yuan harbored deep gratitude toward him. If anyone deliberately investigated Yi Tian even without ill intent, he wouldn't take it kindly. But to his surprise, Chu Chen sighed helplessly. Although you've done a thorough job altering the files on Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, and the others, there's still one problem. This year's East China race competition for legend tier competitors have emerged. Chu Chen looked at Zhou Yuan, spreading his hands in utter bewilderment. When has the Great Xia ever produced 4 legendary tier professionals in a single year? Hearing this, Zhou Yuan froze in surprise. Chu Chen continued his tirade, and all of them are in East China. Tell me, in which year over the past 2 centuries has Great Xia ever possessed such divine luck producing 4 legendary tier professionals from a single region? Getting 2 would be a miracle worthy of Wei Yuan's ancestors rising from the grave. This doesn't even need investigation. Zhang Yuanchuan couldn't help but shake her head slightly, while Wei Yuan also chuckled. All eyes in the room turned to Yi Tian. Indeed, as more and more people were recruited, Yi Tian knew his abilities couldn't remain hidden forever. After all, no year in Great Xia's history had ever produced such a concentration of high-caliber professionals. Fortunately, with his power skyrocketing, Yi Tian no longer cared much about his abilities being exposed. In terms of raw attributes alone, he was now on par with any top-tier professional. Moreover, Yi Tian had reviewed the resumes of everyone present. No mole. The Great Xia's internal affairs were clean at most, there were only 2 factions. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Correct. My ability can change others' professions. The statement sent shockwaves through the entire hall. The high-ranking official stared at Yi Tian intently, as if he were a national treasure. Chu Chen rose to his feet, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. You can change someone to legendary rank. That's just the starting point. Yi Tian thought to himself as he nodded. Before Chu Chen could react, a woman with flowing white hair and an elegant demeanor appeared beside Yi Tian, her eyes sparkling. Little brother Yi Tian, South China welcomes you. As long as you come as our guest, I can grant you any wish. Linghua, is it really necessary to poach people like this? Wei Yuan's lips twitched. This graceful woman with flowing white hair and a light blue gown was Linghua, the head of South China. She was also the head of the Hidden Dragon Base and the younger sister of Ling Luo. Linghua's demeanor was the complete opposite of her sister Ling Luo's eerie aura. She seemed like a friendly older sister next door. Yet when it came to poaching talent, she showed no mercy. You East China folks must be thrilled, but us South China folks are having a rough year. Before she could finish, Chu Chen chimed in, actually, West China has to deal with the Dracula Empire. This year hasn't been easy for us either. Yi Tian, I think you should come see the customs and culture of the Western region too. What began as a routine meeting midway transformed into a fierce competition for talent due to Yi Tian's arrival. Among the 7 present, aside from the 4 leaders, Zhou Yuan and Zhang Yuanchuan, only Elder Sun and another headquarters representative remained. Were it not for his age, Elder Sun himself would have wanted to vie for Yi Tian on behalf of Central China. That ability is simply outrageous. Alright, let me speak up for fairness. Wei Yuan surveyed the crowd gathered around Yi Tian. Where Yi Tian goes is entirely up to him. Right now, clearing the 4th tier instance is the top priority. Linghua shot Wei Yuan a sullen glare, though she knew the Tier 4 dungeon's initial exploration was indeed crucial. She secretly added Yi Tian's contact info before finally returning to her seat. Even after sitting down, Linghua was still enthusiastically inviting Yi Tian to sit beside her. Old Sun recalled something and spoke up. Wei Yuan, you mentioned earlier that you wanted Yi Tian to join the Tier 4 dungeon raid? Wei Yuan, that's correct. Absolutely not. Linghua immediately protested. 4th tier dungeon raiding is far too dangerous. Yi Tian must not come to harm. Chu Chen, Zhang Yuanchuan, and the others all nodded in agreement. Even if the Tier 4 dungeon raid failed, Yi Tian couldn't be put at risk. But Wei Yuan smiled and gestured toward Yi Tian, saying, this is his own decision. I'm merely relaying it. Linghua, Elder Sun, and the others turned their gaze to Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded. That's right. Actually, I possess another ability that could be immensely helpful in tackling a Tier 4 instance. Hearing this, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Just how many abilities do you possess? Except for Wei Yuan, who had been informed by Yi Tian earlier, the others were stunned, unable to comprehend where Yi Tian had acquired so many terrifying abilities. And each one more powerful than the last. Yi Tian spoke up, I can help pioneer Tier 4 dungeons, but I want something like a blind box for exclusive gear. He stated his demand without hesitation. After witnessing the effects of the black card, he realized how desperately he needed exclusive gear. It would be immensely useful to him. While exclusive gear was hard to come by, the nation might just have some in stock. After a moment's thought, Elder Sun mused. If what you say is true, exclusive gear won't be a problem. Chapter 89, The Mechanics Clash Between Bosses. Old Sun's words carried significant weight. Linghua turned to Yi Tian with a smile. As it happens, our South China Logistics Treasury has an exclusive equipment chest available. Regardless of whether the expedition succeeds, if young brother Yi Tian is willing to visit South China, I'll present it to you. Yi Tian's face lit up at the news, another exclusive item secured. Wei Yuan's face darkened, that abacus is practically smashing into my face. Ignoring Wei Yuan, Linghua kindly explained to Yi Tian, this exclusive equipment chest was brought back from the ruins by an epic-level adventurer. Unfortunately, he discovered his class didn't even have exclusive gear, so he turned it in for military merit. Whether a class has exclusive gear or even how many pieces isn't set in stone. Some god-tier classes only have one exclusive item. She was reminding Yi Tian not to blindly chase exclusive gear. The vast majority of professions lack exclusive gear, making it impossible to even open exclusive gear chests. And those who do possess them usually have only one exclusive piece at most. This point didn't worry Yi Tian at all. The effect of the black card, mentioned in the 5th point, collect the full set to activate. Meaning his exclusive gear could even form a full set. Regarding the quantity of exclusive gear, Yi Tian wasn't blindly optimistic, he simply felt it wasn't enough. At this moment, Zhou Yuan frowned, finding old Sun's decision unsettling. Master Sun, the 4th tier instance is far too dangerous. Should any crisis arise, Yi Tian may not be able to protect himself. Why not let me join this tier 4 dungeon raid as well? As the life-eroding martial saint, his combat prowess far surpassed peers of his level when unleashed. He believed he could protect Yi Tian. The venerable elder son, well into his twilight years, immediately refused. You have less time left than I do. Don't be foolish. Wei Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. You're absolutely right. The life-eroding martial saint had already significantly shortened Zhou Yuan's lifespan. This raid on the 4th tier instance was also meant to help Zhou Yuan break through to the 4th tier and seek a chance to extend his life. Zhou Yuan, fully aware of his own condition, found himself at a loss for words. Yi Tian reassured him, it'll be fine. If danger arises, I can run like the wind. Void Shuttle was undoubtedly a god-tier skill when it came to escaping. Besides, Yi Tian was more safety-conscious than anyone. If real danger arose, retreat would be the wisest course. Zhou Yuan finally nodded, no longer objecting. After another round of discussion, the team for the 4th tier dungeon's initial run was finalized. Master Sun declared, this pioneering mission falls to Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanchuan, Chu Chen, Ling Hua, and Yi Tian. I entrust it to the 5 of you. The lineup for a tier 4 dungeon raid was naturally formidable. Apart from Yi Tian, the other 4 were all top-tier legendary level professionals. Wei Yuan, level 74, Star Soul Master. Zhang Yuanchuan, level 74, profession, Cloudblade Sword Saint. Chu Chen, level 74, Saint. Ling Hua, level 67, Divine Beast Tamer. And Yi Tian, level 37, profession, Boss. What struck Yi Tian as amusing was that Chu Chen, the head of Huaxi, a pure tough guy type whose muscles practically strained against his clothes, had the profession of Saint, yet he was actually a healer. To be precise, a paladin. Both his appearance and profession radiated a profound sense of security. As for Ling Hua, the South China leader, his Divine Beast Tamer class akin to a summoner had earned him a spot on the pioneering team at just level 67, a testament to his formidable skill. The group headed toward the Tier 4 dungeon, its entrance marked by a dark crimson vortex that sent shivers down their spines. This was the very Tier 4 instance that had repeatedly defeated the Great Xia Empire. Indeed, no nation worldwide had yet conquered it. As Elder Sun and the others waited outside, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but remark. Thankfully, the high-level instance space hasn't vanished yet. Otherwise, the world would truly be plunged into catastrophe. The low-level dungeon monsters appearing in reality now could still be handled. But if high-level dungeon monsters appeared, humanity's survival would become even more precarious. Old Sun shook his head. It's hard to say. With low-level dungeon monsters already descending, high-level ones likely won't be far behind. We must devise countermeasures. Elder Sun sighed. Moreover, once the instance spaces vanish, our avenues for acquiring resources and obtaining equipment and skills will dwindle even further. Without dungeon runs for resources, the secret realms will become even more crucial. Future competition will be fiercer. His words resonated with those around him. Gazing at the instance entrance, he murmured. Let's hope this initial run goes smoothly. You have entered the instance purgatory prison. You are affected by the ultimate boss apostle of purgatory, all attributes of dungeon challengers reduced by 90%. The moment Yi Tian stepped inside, a searing heat engulfed his entire body. Beneath the surrounding dark gray, fractured ground, a sea of searing magma churned ceaselessly. Its churning waves were the infernal flames of purgatory, capable of melting all things. A 4th tier instance lives up to its reputation. Yi Tian glanced at the debuff on his body. This was what adventurers referred to as the dungeon mechanism, the ultimate boss's ability to impose restrictions within the instance. A 90% stat reduction clearly demonstrated the ultimate boss's immense power. No wonder only one ultimate boss slot existed per area. Wei Yuan and his 3 companions grew solemn as their stats plummeted to a mere 10th of their normal levels. Ling Hua waved her staff lightly. Conling. As the words fell, a giant, fish-like, azure divine beast materialized above their heads, though its form remained ethereal. This was Ling Hua's ability as a divine beast summoner, allowing her to conjure ethereal forms of divine beasts, each possessing distinct powers. Koan was an auxiliary-type divine beast. A wave of cool, penetrating energy washed over them, purifying the team's negative effects from a 90% attribute drop to a 70% reduction. The ultimate boss's restrictions were no joke. This phantom could only achieve this much, yet it still provided the group with some respite. A 30% attribute boost was significantly more advantageous than the previous 10%, greatly improving their chances of victory. During Great Xiao's previous raid attempt, they had managed to chip away nearly half the final boss's health with just 30% attributes. Alright, let's go. Ling Hua declared. Yi Tian raised his hand to signal pause. Actually, my role is also to dispel the attribute reduction effect. Ling Hua's eyes widened in surprise. You can too. Yi Tian, Alice. In the next instant, a portal opened in the distance and Alice flashed out. Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanshuang, and Chu Chen all turned to look with curiosity. Ling Hua asked curiously, younger brother Yi Tian, are you also a summoning class? Sort of. Yi Tian muttered inwardly before signaling Alice to act. Immediately, Alice activated her ability restriction within the instance, commanding, Challenger's attributes cannot decrease. In truth, what Alice commanded no longer mattered. The critical point was that two ultimate bosses within a single instance had issued commands. The instance authority between ultimate bosses had begun to clash. Soon, Alice received the failure notification, conflict. Another ultimate boss's command conflicts with yours. Since you and the opposing entity are of equal rank, both commands have been nullified. Though Alice's command failed, Yi Tian had already achieved his objective. The next moment, Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanshuang, and the others were utterly shocked. The attribute debuffs that had been imposed on them had vanished. What's going on? Yi Tian. How did you pull this off? All eyes turned to Yi Tian, their expressions filled with disbelief. The 4th-tier dungeon's mechanics could only be slightly mitigated by the Ling Hua legendary profession, yet Yi Tian had completely nullified them. This was the ultimate clash of boss mechanics. Even the top players couldn't comprehend it, for in the past 2 centuries, Yi Tian was the only one who had ever mastered controlling bosses. Though they couldn't comprehend it, the outcome left them utterly awestruck by Yi Tian's mastery. Chu Chen and Ling Hua both fell deep in thought, their gazes toward Yi Tian growing even more intense. They silently resolved. This young man must be recruited for Huaxi Huanan. Chapter 90, Replace. Clear. No wonder you were so confident about helping us pioneer this. Zhang Yuanshuang's expression shifted with sudden realization. This young boss, her own direct disciple, always brought unexpected surprises. The others were equally stunned. Previously, with just 30% of Xiao's attributes, they could reduce the final boss to half health. Now that 100% of the attributes had been restored. What was there to fear in this 4th-tier dungeon? It wasn't just Xiao's dungeons across the globe, the most challenging aspect of Tier 4 dungeons was invariably their mechanics' ability restrictions. Yet Yi Tian could directly nullify these dungeon mechanics. If other nations learned of this, they'd likely scramble desperately to enlist his aid. Even if Yi Tian did nothing else, merely nullifying the dungeon mechanics alone would make him the MVP of this run. Since Yi Tian can achieve this level of capability, let's proceed immediately. Zhang Yuanshuang flicked her long sword, eager to begin. Back when attributes were at 30%, the group had meticulously planned their raid tactics. But with 100% attributes now? What need was there for tactics? Kill. Zhang Yuanshuang charged ahead, the sword saint of flowing clouds moving like a dragon through the monster horde, as if traversing level ground. As the Great Xiao's foremost sword saint, she was the team's primary DPS. With her full strength restored, she mowed down monsters like cutting grass. Yi Tian followed behind. As a member of the pioneering team, he watched the ever-rising experience bar with quiet satisfaction. This is pure bliss. From common mobs to elite monsters, then elite bosses, stages that once demanded caution were now as easy as slicing through butter. At this moment, deep within the abyssal prison, where the boss resides, a furious roar echoed, "Who's there?" The power restriction he'd established decades ago had been nullified by another boss. Snap boom. Accompanied by the sound of chain snapping, a fire-covered figure burst forth, its body riddled with cracks. Broken chains coiled around his limbs, his expression seething with fury. This was the final boss, the Inferno Apostle. But he didn't need to emerge on his own. Yi Tian's team had already swept through the entire dungeon and arrived before him. Humans? Why would another ultimate ally with humans? The Inferno Apostle roared with rage, "I see. You want to take my territory. Dream on." Ling Hua snorted. "Blah blah blah. Take this from my summoned creature." Throughout the journey, Zhang Yuanshuang had been the driving force, and Ling Hua and the others were now itching to join the fray. To Yi Tian's surprise, Ling Hua summoned a phantom iron eater this time. Though not large in stature, its every movement radiated martial grace, faintly echoing the aura of a martial god. Like a martial arts grandmaster, the Iron Eater unleashed fierce, relentless attacks, completely overwhelming the Inferno Apostle. Yi Tian exclaimed in astonishment, "A mere phantom projection can overpower the final boss of a 4th-tier dungeon? This must be a divine beast-level summon." And Ling Hua's divine beast summoner, who could only conjure illusory forms of divine beasts, was rated as a legendary tier profession. It was no wonder. The Iron Eater's devastating fist techniques, combined with Chu Chen's group blessings and Wei Yuan's crowd control, resulted in a one-sided slaughter. The Inferno Apostle fell, only to rise again. Phase 1 concluded, and the boss entered Phase 2. Roar! The Inferno Apostle roared furiously, unleashing waves of infernal flames that spread outward, inflicting scorching damage across the entire battlefield. This was the first time anyone had witnessed a Phase 2 boss encounter in a Tier 4 dungeon. Yi Tian had no intention of letting himself get hurt. His reflexes were lightning fast as he cast his skill, Reverse Flow Light. A shield boasting 500% spirit attribute enveloped the entire party, effortlessly blocking the Inferno Apostle's area of effect attack. Shu Chen, how did your shield get so thick? Did you complete the legendary set? Wei Yuan stared in astonishment at the immense shield value on his own body. But when he turned back and saw the equally shocked expression on the paladin Shu Chen's face, he realized it wasn't his skill at all. Wait, the skill effect came from Yi Tian. Ling Hua's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they turned to see Yi Tian's harmless expression. Shield values are tied to mental attributes. This shield value indicated the caster's mental attribute was terrifyingly high. Indeed, since their recent recruits were all specialized in mental attributes. And the Black Prince had practically nothing but spirit. Yi Tian's spirit attribute had become somewhat excessive. When did Yi Tian become this powerful? Doubt flashed simultaneously in Wei Yuan and Zhang Yuanchuan's minds. But they quickly realized, perhaps it's just a significant boost to shield-related skills. They didn't dwell on this for long, as the boss battle was the top priority. At their peak, these elite professionals faced the boss's second phase with ease, overcoming it without incident. Only when the boss was on its last legs did Wei Yuan and the others pause their attacks, turning their gaze to Yi Tian. Earlier you said you wanted to finish off the boss yourself? That's correct. I have other plans for it. Yi Tian had made this request specifically to have Alice finish the boss, thereby allowing her to replace the ultimate boss of the Great Xia region. Once high-level dungeons arrived, Alice would command all dungeon monsters within the Great Xia. Moreover, if Alice secured the kill, he would receive the full boss experience. At that moment, the Infernal Apostle, now at just 5% health, sensed Alice's presence and erupted in fury. You weakling, collaborating with humans. He sensed that Alice had nullified his instance privileges, otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to Wei Yuan and his companions. The Inferno Apostle's fighting spirit surged. With your strength, even my current self fears you not. Yet Alice's black cloak billowed as her voice remained icy. Too bad. I have slay. Final judgment activated. 12 light blades piercing toward the Inferno Apostle, guaranteed to kill instantly when health drops below 12%. Whoosh! The Apostle of Purgatory's pupils dilated. As he fell, his dying eyes locked onto Alice. Purgatory will not forgive you. But at that very moment, a small boy in a black suit materialized beside Alice. He reached out and grabbed the Apostle's corpse. A soul that had been on the verge of escaping was snatched into the hands of the Dark Prince. The soul struggled violently, filled with terror. The Black Prince, in his ethereal form, gazed at the Apostle's spirit and chuckled with amusement. Now it is Nidhogg who will not forgive you. With that, he crushed and devoured the soul, strengthening his own spirit form. Yet this soul-level hunt went unnoticed by all except Yi Tian. Alice slays the Inferno Apostle, seizing control of the Great Xia region's ultimate boss authority. Reward, funds +5. Alice replaces the Inferno Apostle as the dungeon boss of the Inferno prison. Alice exits the Inferno prison instance. Instance concluded. Your squad has successfully cleared the Tier 4 instance Inferno prison. Chapter 91, KPI Evaluation System. After Alice defeated the ultimate boss of the Great Xia region, the Inferno Apostle, she immediately exited the instance. To others, this was just another routine run. Only Yi Tian knew that when higher tier dungeons arrived, he'd have another trump card up his sleeve. For the others, however, the rewards from clearing a Tier 4 instance for the first time were already an excellent haul. As the team leader, Wei Yuan received the dungeon's most valuable reward, the Ultimate Awakening Stone. This was the essential material required for advancing to a 4th tier profession. A single 4th tier instance could only yield one such stone, and no other acquisition method had been discovered, making it exceedingly rare. It was the primary objective of their expedition. For Yi Tian and Ling Hua, there was also the experience gain from clearing the instance for the first time. Especially for Yi Tian, combined with the shared experience from defeating the boss, he leveled up 3 times in one go, reaching level 40. He now needed only 10 more levels to reach level 50 and advance to Tier 3. All in all, it was a highly rewarding haul. Outside the instance at that moment, Old Sun, Zhou Yuan, and the others stared intently at the dark red dungeon entrance, their hearts pounding with anxiety. After all, the mighty Empire of America, a power comparable to Great Xia, had just failed in their attempt last night. No one could guarantee Great Xia would succeed. But soon, the dark crimson hue at the dungeon entrance began to fade. Elder Sun, Zhou Yuan, and the others instantly widened their eyes, their hearts surging with excitement. It worked! Is this real? Am I seeing this correctly? Amidst the incredulous shouts of excitement, Wei Yuan, Yi Tian, and their 5-member team emerged from the dungeon unscathed. The medical team, who had been standing by for quite some time, exchanged bewildered glances. Their steps, poised to rush forward for treatment, abruptly halted. Every single 4th-tier dungeon run worldwide had resulted in heavy casualties. Yet this time, Great Xia emerged completely unscathed. Stunned, the medical team members suddenly felt rather redundant. Old Sun stepped forward with unusually swift strides, laughing excitedly, "Excellent. We truly succeeded." Wei Yuan raised his hand, producing the ultimate awakening stone, and gave a light chuckle as a signal. "Excellent. Excellent. Excellent. This holds extraordinary significance for Great Xia." Elder Sun exclaimed repeatedly. Globally, Daxia was the first to obtain the ultimate awakening stone, meaning the first 4th-tier professional would emerge from Daxia. Amidst the looming crisis, this was undoubtedly a powerful shot in the arm for the Great Xia Empire. Should future international competitions arise, the Great Xia Empire would hold an overwhelming advantage. Zhou Yuan expressed some surprise. This pioneering run went so smoothly? In truth, aside from Yi Tian, none of the other participants had anticipated such swift success. Xu Chen and Ling Hua both chimed in. "We owe it all to brother Yi Tian." "That's right. If it weren't for Yi Tian, we wouldn't have cleared this 4th-tier instance so easily." "Oh?" Zhou Yuan and Elder Sun both looked astonished. Seeing this, Yi Tian smiled faintly. "After all, I did make a request. Naturally, I should put in the effort to get things done." Upon hearing this, Ling Hua immediately understood. "Don't worry, brother Yi Tian. Just give me the address, and I'll have your exclusive gear delivered today." A mischievous glint danced in her eyes as she added. "Of course, if brother Yi Tian is willing to return to South China with me, not only will you get it faster, but whatever else you need, the sister can grant it all." "Ahem." Wei Yuan cleared his throat twice. Yet Ling Hua merely gazed expectantly at Yi Tian, completely ignoring Wei Yuan. Truthfully, if it was just about helping awaken a few professions in South China, Yi Tian would have been more than happy to oblige. Unfortunately, after distributing employee benefits this morning, his remaining funds were a mere 7.8. He was flat broke, unable to even hire a legendary tier employee. He could only awkwardly decline, promising, "Next time for sure. Sis Ling Hua, another time. I'll definitely come find you in South China when I have the chance." Ling Hua didn't seem discouraged, though. She waved her phone and smiled. "Sure, if you ever come to South China, remember to message your big sis." Yi Tian nodded. Seeing this, Xu Chen also approached to exchange contact details. After a brief celebratory banquet hosted by Old Sun, Yi Tian returned to East China. Back at Green Hill Apartments, a representative from South China delivered a treasure chest to Yi Tian. The address Yi provided for Ling Hua was this very location. Exclusive equipment chests like blind boxes, it randomly contained one piece of class-specific gear. Though called random, most classes only had one exclusive item, leaving little room for actual randomness. But for Yi Tian, it was a completely different story. He rubbed his hands together, anticipation lighting up his face. "Wonder what I'll get this time." Beside the sofa, the black cat curiously trotted over for a peek. Then, the chest opened, bursting with light. To Yi Tian's surprise, the item inside resembled a compact laptop in appearance, but its core functionality lay in the system displayed on its screen. KPI Assessment System. KPI, Key Performance Indicators, summarizing employee performance in their work. Effect, enhances the settlement function of management logs. If the bonus pool generated by all employees during settlement exceeds a predetermined target, additional rewards are distributed. The target is set by the boss. The higher the target, the better the additional rewards. KPIs here already. Yi Tian scratched his head. Unlike the black card, this exclusive gear isn't part of a set and offers fewer effects. Seems like this random gear drop was a bit of a letdown. He just didn't know what the specific effects were. Yet Yi Tian was still pondering another question: just how many exclusive items did he actually have? This KPI assessment system was brutally straightforward, enhancing the management log skill. It sets targets for employees to achieve. For example, set 20 points as the target. If all employees collectively earn 20 points today, the KPI assessment is met, and they receive extra rewards. Failure to reach 20 points results in a failed assessment. The targets were set by Yi Tian himself. But naturally, the reward for a 5-point target differs from that for a 20-point target. Should I set the highest achievable target within employees' capabilities? Yi Tian pondered the question with keen interest. The biggest problem, though, was that he had no idea what his employees actually did each day, making it hard to judge. He certainly couldn't open the employee panel to check that would be considered collecting funds prematurely, not recorded in the management log settlement. A full day had passed, and it was now deep into the night. Today's management log was about to settle. Yi Tian rubbed his chin, pondering how high to set today's KPI targets. There aren't any group activities today. The staff are all working independently, so it's hard to say if there will be any dividend opportunities. But Huaxing University just started its semester, so maybe there will be some activities. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian decided to take a gamble on how much revenue the employees could generate today. He opened the KPI assessment system, typed 2 numbers on his laptop keyboard, and confirmed today's KPI target. 30. Chapter 92, A Day in the Life of Employee Inspection. Special thanks to Meng Luo Tian for the expert certification. A target of 30 points, 9 employees. Wade, Alice and Black Prince were in the dungeon, with almost no chance to earn funds. So 7 employees. If each person earns 4 or 5 points, that's a win. But in reality, Yi Tian knew he'd set the KPI a bit too high this time. 4 or 5 points of funds weren't that easy to earn, even if he gambled on it. It was also an opportunity to observe the employees' daily routines. After all, this was the first time the employees would operate independently without his direct involvement. Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. He'd never anticipated management logs this eagerly before, especially since his own funds were running low. Soon, today's logs refreshed the most content he'd ever seen. The very first entry immediately caught his attention. Management log. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moyao participated in Huaxing's dual team entrance assessment, consecutively defeating last year's seniors to achieve a dominant first place. They earned an SSS level admission rating and scholarship. Reward, funds plus 10. Achieving 1/3 of the KPI target right off the bat, what a great start. But as he scrolled down, his mind went blank. Due to Bai Qiuli's dazzling performance and skyrocketing popularity, Huaxing freshmen spontaneously formed a fan club named Autumn Pear Syrup. They flooded the campus forum with posts, propelling Bai Qiuli to the top of the forum headlines. Reward, funds plus 2. Yi Tian, old man on subway staring at phone.jpg. Bai Qiuli's fan club. Autumn Pear Syrup. Yi Tian pressed his forehead with a grim expression, his mind swirling with complaints he didn't know where to begin. This development threw his emotions into disarray. Whoever came up with that name must have hired some serious talent. He even looked it up online and discovered the Autumn Pear Syrup fan club already had over 700 members. Yi Tian chuckled helplessly. College students sure have a lot on their plates. Still, freshmen tended to be more free-spirited and active. Coupled with their tendency to admire the strong, it wasn't surprising that Bai Qiuli had a fan base. What intrigued Yi Tian even more was this: topping the campus forum headlines actually came with a bonus. Was it counted as an achievement or an honor? Fortunately, things became more conventional afterward. Wang Jiang led a guerrilla squad to the Abyss border, investigated abnormal demonic activity, slayed 7 demon spirit level fiends, and completed the reconnaissance mission. Funds plus 3. Zhang Che endorses the Spark Martial Arts Academy, becoming its instructor and gaining 5 registered disciples. Funds plus 1. Zhang Che and Yi Xiu led a team to seize a secondary secret realm, sold at a premium to the East China military. Funds plus 2. Yi Xiu achieved 4 consecutive victories in Stellar Glory, reaching the first rank of Starfall tier and becoming Blue Star's highest-ranked player. Funds plus 5. Reconnaissance missions along the Abyss frontier are routine border patrol operations to monitor demonic activity. Though demonic forces show little activity now, that doesn't mean they pose no threat. Beyond that, Yi Tian never imagined a secondary secret realm would be purchased by the military at such a high price. Sub-tier secret realms yield even fewer resources than minor secret realms. Oh, I see. Yi Tian realized. The disappearance of instance spaces means the only places left to obtain equipment resources are the realms. The impact of dungeons manifesting in reality extends far beyond mere dungeon monsters. Secret realms are about to become the sole source of resources, making them even more crucial. It was likely not just the Great Xia military aggressively acquiring secret realms. Countries worldwide were already doing the same. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian calculated his current funds, 23 points. He was still 7 points short of meeting the KPI, but only 2 employees remained. As an academic, Ning Jing likely had limited access to funding. The chances of completing the task were uncertain. Yet the next piece of information sent a chill down Yi Tian's spine. Chen Mo eradicated 3 minor strongholds of the mercenary organization Black Gold Hand. Funds plus 3. Chen Mo raised all mercenary organization strongholds in East Capital, countering violence with violence to establish absolute dominance over the International Public Zone East Capital. Funds plus 8. Chen Mo rises to 5th place on the international mercenary rankings due to his notorious reputation and record of defeating 50-level epic tier professionals beyond his tier. Funds plus 3. Chen Mo eradicated a remnant stronghold of the Divine Descent cult. Funds plus 1. Chen Mo is on a killing spree. Yi Tian never imagined that just yesterday he had promoted Chen Mo, and today he's already on a rampage. Not only did he wipe out the Black Gold Hand of Revenge, but he even flattened the entire Eastern Capital in a single day. Keep in mind, as an international public zone, East Capital is home to numerous international mercenary organizations. But Yi Tian quickly realized that aside from the top-ranked mercenary groups, most mercenaries weren't that strong. Level 50 was the absolute ceiling. The truly elite mercenaries had long been recruited by various nations with generous offers. Even so, taking on multiple mercenary organizations single-handedly demonstrated just how formidable the undead overlord truly was. Truly a one-man army. Yi Tian felt quite pleased today's KPI target had been exceeded. His employees had genuinely delivered some pleasant surprises. The final assessment, last piece, carried no pressure either. Ningjing accompanied the East China Scientific Expedition team to the border for exploration, discovering a relic stone tablet and an ancient tomb of an alien race. Funds +2. Chapter 93, Employee of the Month Award. New ruins information? Ningjing was actually accompanying the expedition team and had even discovered another ancient stone tablet, likely another clue to a ruin. As for the ancient tomb of a foreign tribe, Yi Tian had no idea what might be inside. Funds settled. Today's management log also featured another major highlight. You have shared the experience gained by all employees, leveling up 40-44. A 4-level jump. This was the 200% extra experience buff all employees received when Yi Tian distributed employee benefits this morning. With the buff, employees' motivation to level up soared, and Yi Tian shared a massive amount of experience points. Only 6 levels left to reach Tier 3 at level 50. Progress is flying by. Overall, today has been quite fruitful. At the end of the management log, 2 lines of information remained. Employee of the Day Chen Mo, funds earned, 15. Total funds earned today, 40 points. KPI target successfully achieved. Additional reward plus 50% to today's funds. An extra 50%. Yi Tian felt a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected the bonus to be so generous after setting a target of 30 funds. 50% of 40 funds equal 20 points, meaning Yi Tian would receive 60 points in total. His little stash suddenly swelled. If the KPI reward for 30 points is this high, imagine setting a higher target. Yi Tian couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, but he quickly reined himself in. Without major events, the entire team earning 30 funds in a day was already quite substantial. Setting the KPI any higher would make it difficult to achieve. We can only hope for higher KPIs during the next major event. For instance, during the last night repair squads competition for the Trial Secret Realm, they earned 75 funds in a single event. That's precisely when setting a high KPI makes sense. Otherwise, setting impossibly high KPIs would just be mindlessly piling on pressure. At that moment, another notification popped up. Do you wish to reward top employee Chen Mo? Spend 10 funds to grant him 1 skill in his primary profession. Can we reward the top employee after completing the KPI assessment? Chen Mo performed well today, let's reward him. After all, he alone earned Yi Tian 15 funds. Moreover, Yi Tian could naturally share the rewarded profession-specific skill. This reward was definitely worth it. Spending. 10 points deducted. Yi Tian's remaining funds, 57.8. Best employee Chen Mo has been rewarded with the Necromancer skill, Summon Death Knight. International Public Zone, Eastern Capital Border. The last time Chen Mo came here, he was being hunted down by the Black Gold Hand. This time, he came to hunt down the remnants of the Divine Descent cult. The incident where he wiped out the Divine Descent cult's headquarters, as recorded in the management logs, had occurred not long ago. The mercenary organization that had once taken him in Dawnbreak had been annihilated by the Black Gold Hand and the remnants of the Divine Descent cult working together. Kill the rest. Take these few alive. Chen Mo commanded hundreds of undead warriors, his gaze icy and the atmosphere grim. Yet the next moment, a flicker of delight crossed his icy face. Your performance has earned the boss's approval. You have received the boss's skill reward, Summon Death Knight. The boss has acknowledged my performance. Chen Mo was thrilled. His summoning skills had expanded, now complementing his existing warriors, archers, and mages with cavalry. In open international zones with minimal defenses, cavalry proved far more effective. This reward was perfectly suited for him. Strictly following the boss's orders really pays off. His conquest of the eastern capital was precisely to fulfill Yi Tian's directive, to seize control of all international public zones. The eastern capital was merely the beginning. Chen Mo raised his right hand, summoning the Death Knight. A dark vortex swirled, summoning one after another of the undead knights mounted on towering spectral steeds and clad in heavy armor. With them, neither the Divine Descent cult nor the Black Gold Hand will escape. With a sweep of his right hand, the Death Knight Corps charged forth in unison. Joining forces with other undead warriors, they pursued the remaining Divine Descent cultists. Soon, the last 5 remnants of the Divine Descent cult in the eastern capital were all captured and brought before Chen Mo. Ever since the Divine Descent cult ambushed Bai Qiuli and had most of its elite forces slaughtered by Jiang Yuanchuan, the cult had been in a state of near extinction. The few remaining remnants dared only operate in remote areas. These few, operating within the international public zone, never expected to be captured by Chen Mo once more. These members of the anti-human organization, loyal to alien races, wore expressions of cold indifference, furious anger, or slight trembling. Why did you aid the Black Gold Hand against Dawn? Chen Mo approached the first Divine Descent cultist, his voice impassive. Speak. This had puzzled him for a long time. Both Dawn and the Black Gold Hand were mercenary organizations. Their enmity stemming from the F Nation ruins made sense. But why would the Divine Presence cult, a group dedicated to opposing humanity, aid the Black Gold Hand? Anger burned within Chen Mo. Without the remnants of the Divine Presence cult's assistance, how could Dawn have lost? Yet the first Divine Presence cultist remained silent, as if he hadn't heard Chen Mo's question. Poof. Chen Mo snorted coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Then, the undead warrior behind that cultist reached out and crushed his skull with a brutal twist. Blood mixed with bone fragments splattered onto the second cultist. Chen Mo stared at him. Speak. The second cultist glared at Chen Mo with fury. You who defy the divine. You shall die without a burial place. You defy the divine descent cult, you defy the gods. When the gods descend, they will grind your bones to dust. Chen Mo knew the divine descent cult's near fanatical worship of alien deities. The leader of the Dawn organization, who had adopted Chen Mo, had only one phrase to describe them: traitorous hyenas. For such an anti-human organization, Chen Mo naturally had no patience. Boom! Undead warrior's fist smashed down, pulverizing the second divine descent cultist on the spot. The third, the fourth, any refusal met with immediate execution by Chen Mo's most brutal methods. The ground became a bloody mess, pools of blood flowing until they reached the knees of the last divine presence cultist, now kneeling. Speak. Chen Mo's voice remained as brief and cold as ever. But for this last divine presence cultist, it felt as if Chen Mo had clutched his very heart. Chen Mo had deliberately saved the most terrifying for last, using the horrifying fates of the previous four cultists to pry open his mouth. True to form, I'll talk. I'll talk. The last divine presence cultist's pupils contracted, cold sweat pouring down his face. I just joined the cult recently. The captain said we're targeting Dawn because Dawn forbids mercenaries from entering the F-Nation ruins. Chen Mo frowned slightly. What does banning access to the ruins have to do with you? Within the F-Nation ruins lies a treasure the cult leader needs. But that treasure requires sacrificing enough people to manifest. So the divine presence cult is deliberately recruiting people to send them into the ruins to die. But the leader of Dawn noticed something was off. Not only did he forbid his own mercenaries from entering, he also urged other mercenary groups not to go. By the time the divine presence cultist finished speaking, Chen Mo had already understood. Dawn had blocked the divine presence cult's path, so they were wiped out in the process. He froze for a few seconds, gazing up at the sky, a wave of desolation washing over him. Was that truly reason enough to slaughter all 3,000 members of Dawn? Chen Mo sighed. In this era, lacking strength meant having no control over one's destiny, and mercenaries operating in the international public zone were especially vulnerable to this reality. If that was the case, now that I possess power, I should be able to control everything, right? Chen Mo's gaze fixed on the cultist. Very well. If it's something your leader desires, I'll make sure he never gets it. He turned to head toward Country F. Behind him, the last cultist's panicked voice echoed, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Death Knight swung his greatsword, severing the head in one clean stroke. You have shared the skill, Summon Death Knight, from employee Chen Mo. Another summoning skill added to his repertoire. Each level of the God tier summoning space increased its capacity by 50 units. Yi Tian could now simultaneously summon 2,200 undead soldiers. Not bad. Yi Tian was in high spirits, just about to sleep, when suddenly his expression changed. On the employee panel beside his skill interface, he discovered Ning Jing's health had plummeted by nearly half. Chapter 94, The True Art of Tomb Raiding. If it were anyone else losing health, Yi Tian wouldn't have batted an eye. But Ning Jing was a scholar class, a profession that rarely engaged in combat. And now she lost half her health. Considering Ning Jing's situation following the scientific expedition team along the eastern border, discovering ancient ruins and tombs, the likelihood of encountering danger was quite high. Yi Tian immediately initiated a video call with Ning Jing. At that moment, in the underground location where Ning Jing was stationed, hundreds of monsters suddenly appeared, surrounding and attacking the expedition team. Ning Jing was under heavy protection from the accompanying military escort, but the situation remained dire. Boss! Ning Jing clutched the newly discovered relic tablet with one hand while trembling slightly as she raised her phone with the other. The soldiers escorting the expedition team beside her urgently shouted, "Get out of here! Those monsters are closing in! Boss, I'm in a bit of danger here." Ning Jing's voice carried a hint of panic. After all, this was her first direct confrontation with enemies since changing professions. Instinctively, she reached out to Yi Tian for help. But seeing this, Yi Tian actually breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a monster ambush, nothing major. "Don't worry, I'm coming to rescue you." Just as Ning Jing heard Yi Tian's words, before she could relax, she noticed Yi Tian had vanished from the video call. "Wait, boss. I haven't even told you my location yet. Boss, where are you?" She stared blankly at the video call screen, only to feel a hand pat her shoulder the next moment. "I'm right here." Ning Jing whipped her head around to find the surrounding soldiers staring in disbelief. Without warning, Yi Tian had materialized behind her. Void traversal, instant teleportation within visual range, regardless of distance. The video call was one such condition. Yi Tian scanned the scene, instantly grasping the situation. The expedition team was under siege by a horde of Tier 2 dungeon monsters, with several Tier 3 creatures also present. It seemed there was a dungeon nearby. Its spatial barrier had just vanished, allowing the monsters to materialize in reality and surround Ning Jing and her companions. This also indicated that the dungeon monsters discovered through the descent were growing increasingly powerful. The full emergence of the dungeon was likely not far off. With a wave of his hand, dozens of undead warriors materialized instantly, effortlessly taking control of the battlefield. I'll handle these monsters. You focus on protecting the expedition team. The retreating soldiers, already in disarray, were startled anew by the undead, mistaking them for even stronger foes. Yi Tian called out a quick explanation. Even Chen Mo's undead army could defeat third-tier epic class players. So for the undead warriors Yi Tian summoned, slaughtering third-tier monsters was like killing chickens. Huddled behind Yi Tian, Ning Jing watched in awe, her mouth slightly agape. "Boss, you're so amazing," she exclaimed sincerely. Among peers, she had thought Bai Qiuli was already the strongest, but now Boss was clearly even more powerful. The dungeon monsters posed no threat whatsoever to Yi Tian's undead forces. Seeing this, the captain of the military escort and the expedition team leader both approached to express their gratitude. "Thank you, young man, for your timely assistance." "Hey, Yi Tian." Hearing the surprised exclamation, Yi Tian recognized the expedition leader as Zhang Qi, the very man who had answered his question about the final boss slot yesterday. "Captain Zhang." Yi Tian gladly shook his hand. Though Zhang Qi served as deputy director of the research institute, he held Yi Tian in great respect. He knew Wei Yuan held Yi Tian in high regard, evident from Wei Yuan's urgent request for him to carve out time to address Yi Tian's questions. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Tian turned his gaze to Ning Jing, who was receiving treatment. Suddenly shifting the subject, he demanded, "With so few security personnel on the expedition, why was Ning Jing brought along?" His tone was calm, yet Zhang Qi felt his scalp tingle, recalling the tension of being questioned by superiors. This was indeed a failure on the expedition team's part. As a legendary scholar, Ning Jing offered invaluable assistance in researching the ancient civilization of Daxia. Yet the expedition had failed to prepare contingency plans for unexpected situations, nearly putting Ning Jing in danger. A chill ran down Zhang Qi's spine as he replied solemnly, "My apologies. I will request enhanced security upon our return." Yi Tian nodded. He didn't want Ning Jing to keep getting into trouble either. Still, he reminded Ning Jing to contact him immediately if she encountered any abnormalities next time. As the sole non-combatant among his team, Yi Tian held her in high regard. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Tian suddenly noticed that the scientific expedition team had captured another person. In this space hundreds of meters underground along the eastern border, besides the expedition team, there were actually other people here. Yi Tian looked over. The man was lean and muscular, sporting a crew cut and gray clothes. His brow carried a hint of reckless bravado, while his hawk-like eyes darted around the area with the alertness and shrewdness of a seasoned veteran. "Oh?" Yi Tian never expected such an unexpected surprise. Detected a potential talent of the illusionary grade nearby. By now, the expedition team had already apprehended and interrogated the young troublemaker. After all, coming alone to the underground space late at night couldn't possibly be for anything good. "Name?" Hey! No need to restrain me, officers. I'm a law-abiding citizen." The young man looked utterly innocent. "Shijio, from Qingcheng. My resident ID is still in my jacket pocket." Hearing this, the arresting military personnel searched him. Resident card confirmed, Shijio, identity verified, but this pocket's contents are rather eclectic. And another piece of paper, a pledge stating, "I will not engage in tomb raiding within the territory of the Great Xia." Shijio chuckled, "Signed it just the other day when I got busted. But this time, I wasn't even on Great Xia territory." Zhang Qi couldn't help but step closer to take a look, asking curiously, "So you're a tomb robber? So you took everything from that ancient tomb of the foreign race nearby?" Shijio sighed, "Well, it was originally a human tomb from before the supernatural era. Then the alien race took it over and made it their territory. Everything inside was pre-supernatural era antiques, not worth much now. Besides, I never rob human tombs." Zhang Qi whistled in astonishment. "You tomb raiders actually have that kind of moral compass?" Before the supernatural era, scientific explorers and tomb raiders were two groups who simply couldn't coexist. But with the dawn of the supernatural era, tomb raiders were nearly wiped out by the times. Seeing a tomb robber now came as a surprise to everyone present. "Of course." Shijio spoke with righteous indignation. "In this age of transcendence, how many precious resources does the human race even have left? And they certainly wouldn't bury them in ancient tombs as burial offerings. But you don't know some alien civilizations? Their ancient tombs are absolutely packed with treasures. Worth a fortune. You know about the Elven royal family, right? Legend has it that 3 mythical treasures were buried with the previous Elven king." Shijio spoke with great fervor. "If we could just raid that alien race's tomb, we'd make a fortune." Zhang Qi and the other expedition members chuckled. While it was true some alien races buried vast treasures with their dead, stealing them was pure fantasy. Not to mention this brat's pitifully low strength. In truth, ancient civilization ruins could also be considered a type of tomb. Yet, those who gained any inheritance from such sites were exceedingly rare. Just then, Yi Tian approached and looked at Shijiao with keen interest. So, you should go tomb raiding in other realms and show off your skills. Shijiao's eyes lit up, returning a knowing look before sighing regretfully. Ah, but I don't have the ability for that. Yi Tian glanced at his resume and couldn't help but laugh. Name, Shijiao. Basic info, male, 18 years old, native of Qingcheng, Great Xia, profession, tomb robber. Potential, illusionary colors, true heir of tomb raiding. Biography, the sole surviving true disciple of the tomb raiding sect. After the dawn of the supernatural era, the antiquities market declined and all tomb raiding schools vanished. Shijiao self-taught the strengths of the 4 great tomb raiding sects from ancient texts, aiming to revive the tomb raiding sect. Investment opportunity, God-tier profession, tomb raiding Taoist 40 funds. Chapter 95, The Treasure-Seeking Officer. Special thanks to stir-fried pork ribs with glass noodles for the king of gifts. Tomb raiding Taoist. This profession is truly a master at unearthing treasures. Legend has it that during the Three Kingdoms period in a past era, Cao Cao established the tomb raiding commanders to bolster military funds. Now, with dungeons vanishing and global resources growing scarce, the emergence of a treasure-seeking master could greatly benefit the Great Xia Empire's resource development. If Shijiao's claims hold true that valuable artifacts can indeed be obtained from alien burial sites, then this profession holds tremendous potential. Roaming the myriad realms, plundering alien tombs. Yi Tian felt the future of this tomb raiding master profession held great promise. He asked Shijiao, have you ever tried entering a foreign tomb? Of course. Shijiao replied without hesitation. But few alien races actually have tombs. Dragons, beast tribes, and the like rarely practice burial. But races like the elves and most humanoid tribes do have tombs, and they're packed with treasures. I've discovered a few non-human tomb sites myself, but unfortunately, my strength wasn't enough. I couldn't get out once I went in. Yi Tian nodded thoughtfully, intrigued. It seemed that plundering treasures from alien tombs was indeed a promising endeavor. At that moment, Shijiao, escorted by 2 military personnel, pleaded pitifully. Officers, I swear I'm an honest citizen. Can you please let me go? Zhang Qi, the squad leader, flatly refused. Your case hasn't been fully investigated yet. We'll take you back first. Sigh. Shijiao hung his head, sighing in resignation. After all, tomb raiding wasn't exactly a respectable profession. Even if he was innocent, he couldn't escape a stern lecture. Yi Tian walked over, sat down on the stone steps beside him, and asked, how about joining me from now on? Shijiao looked up at Yi Tian with a puzzled expression. Seeing his youthful face, suspicion crept into his eyes. Follow you? He'd always assumed Yi Tian was part of the scientific expedition team. He found it hard to believe someone so young could lead any kind of organization. His eyes darted around as he tentatively suggested, if you can get them to release me, I'll follow you. Yi Tian smiled and addressed Zhang Qi, Captain Zhang, release this man and leave him to me. Zhang Qi, seeing Yi Tian speak up, nodded without hesitation. With Yi Tian's influence over Wei Yuan, releasing someone was no big deal. Shijiao was released. He flexed his arms, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Yi Tian. Damn! A second-generation official? Getting the expedition leader to release someone with just a word that wasn't something just anyone could pull off. He'd initially dismissed Yi Tian as too young, intending to test the limits of his influence. The outcome of that test proved rather unsettling. Yi Tian, well? But Shijiao's expression suddenly changed. Bro, he said grudgingly, I was just joking. I'm used to being free on my own. I don't like being tied down, and I never intended to join any organization. Truth be told, Shijiao had no desire to work for any organization. Though tomb raiding wasn't exactly honorable, he still possessed a proud spirit and the ambition to restore the glory of treasure hunting. Working for someone else? No way. Oh? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, his tone cool. You're playing games with me? Before Shijiao could respond, Yi Tian stood up abruptly and addressed Zhang Qi again, Captain Zhang, arrest this man. I sense he poses a threat to East China's security. Lock him up for 100 years. I'll report this to Commander Wei later. No one releases him without my direct order. Understood. Zhang Qi, sharp enough to be a captain, immediately grasped the situation and ordered his men to bind Shijiao tightly. Ha! 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 Shijiao was stunned, pinned to the ground and struggling desperately to wriggle free. What did they mean by a 100-year prison sentence? I don't even know if I'll live 100 years. And this charge you've pinned on me is way too arbitrary. What kind of threat could a petty thief like me possibly pose to East China's security? I'm wrong. I'm so wrong, sir. At this point, Shijiao felt utterly helpless. He truly was at their mercy. If only I hadn't tested Yi Tian. At least then I'd have gotten a lecture and been released. If they lock me up for 100 years, how the hell am I supposed to revive the tomb raiding sect? Brother, I truly regret it. Hearing Shijiao's desperate pleas, Ning Jing couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly. She suddenly realized that, in comparison, Yi Tian had been remarkably kind when recruiting her. Yi Tian understood this well. Recruiting different people required different approaches. Ignoring Chijiu's desperate pleas, Yi Tian turned instead to converse with Ning Jing. As the expedition team prepared to leave, Chijiu, realizing he was truly being taken away, cried out in anguish. "Brother, I'm sorry. I'll do anything for the organization, even work like a beast of burden. I'll be your ox or horse, I swear." "Alright, leave him here." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian left Chijiu behind. Zhang Qi and Ning Jing, having completed their survey work, bid farewell to Yi Tian and returned to East China. 40 points deducted from his funds, Yi Tian's balance dropped back to 17.8. A contract fell into the hands of the devastated Chijiu. "Just sign it." This time, Chijiu didn't hesitate. When Yi Tian told him to sign, he signed. Yi Tian teased, "What's the matter? Not even glancing at it?" Chijiu felt like crying. "If I read it and refuse to sign, will you let me?" Yi Tian chuckled, "No. Then what's the point?" Chijiu now resembled a wretched soul battered by life, signing his name on the contract with utter exhaustion. But the next moment, a shimmering glow appeared. Chijiu's wretched expression abruptly shifted to utter shock. Employee Chijiu. Occupation, Tomb Raider Tier 2. Quality Divine. Level, 25. Strength, 560. Agility, 540. Stamina, 480. Spirit, 460. Class Talent Dragon Seeker automatically senses earth veins, resonates with treasure troves, and issues warnings during crises. Professional skill Finger of the Tomb, passive detects trap mechanisms through fingertips, active channel finger energy into a ranged martial attack that can trigger acupoint strikes, immobilizing opponents for 2 seconds. Mountain Moving Technique, transports immovable treasures from secret realms and ancient ruins to any desired location. Unloading Ridge Overlord's armor, shedding a full power burst that drastically increases strength and destructive force, dealing extreme damage to structures, mechanisms, and other man-made objects. Chapter 96, The Mighty Mountain Moving Technique. Partner. Special thanks to the Master's certified author, Mr. Donga. You have shared all abilities of Employee Chijiu: Dragon Seeking and Gold Dividing, Grave Uncovering Finger, Mountain Moving Technique, Unloading Ridge Overlord's armor removal. You share all attributes of Chijiu: Treasure Hunting, Tomb Opening, Mountain Moving, Ridge Unloading. Seeing these 4 abilities, Yi Tian couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Truly the ultimate legacy of tomb raiding. This knowledge covers everything. But what intrigued Yi Tian most was the mountain moving technique. It could actually transport secret realms and relic treasures. Forget ruins for now, just consider the most crucial secret realm resources. None of them can be moved. Take the trial secret realm in Dongdu, for instance. Wei Yuan wanted to station guards there, and Yi Tian had also instructed Chen Mo to keep watch. Precisely because secret realms cannot be moved, accidents were prone to occur in international public zones. This was merely a trial secret realm, which was somewhat better. But for resource sanctuaries? Even with guards posted, rival factions would still attempt to seize and plunder them. After all, it's nearly impossible to maintain heavy defenses in international public zones. And attempting to seize secret realms within other factions' territories is even more difficult. After all, even if one seized a secret realm, it would still lie within another faction's sphere of influence, making it impossible to dispatch mining teams to harvest resources. Take the 2 medium-sized secret realms lost during the Yagu dynasty's grand competition. Situated on the Yagu continent, the Great Xia dared not send anyone to harvest resources. Now, with Chijiu's mountain moving technique, all these problems are solved. They could now relocate secret realms containing resources from other regions entirely to the Great Xia. This would propel the Great Xia's future economic prospects to soar skyward. Moreover, the ability to relocate ruins and treasures will make future raids on alien tombs far more efficient. This skill is incredibly useful. Just this one skill alone made Yi Tian feel that hiring this god-tier profession was absolutely worth it. Meanwhile, Chijiu stared at his new profession, his expression shifting from utter shock to wild elation. "Brother, wait, no! Foster father! Foster father!" The usual roguish glint in Chijiu's eyes cleared, and he threw his arms around Yi Tian's thigh. Tears welled up in his eyes as he exclaimed with a hint of frustration. "Godfather, if you had this power, you should have told me sooner. If you'd told me sooner, I would have followed you long ago." The thought of how he'd recently rejected Yi Tian made him want to slap himself. What the hell was he playing at? Freedom? Reviving the tomb raiding sect? On his own, it would take generations. But now, Chijiu could even declare with certainty, the moment this profession emerged, the tomb raiding sect had been revived. If the old Chijiu had been trampled by life, the new one was now reveling in it. Chijiu looked up at Yi Tian with wide eyes. "Godfather, from now on, wherever you tell me to hit, I'll hit. If you tell me to tank, I'll never go flying." Yi Tian stared speechlessly at Chijiu clinging to his leg, his lips twitching. "Alright, stop it. Stop calling me Godfather. Call me boss. Chijiu immediately stood up straight, chest puffed out. Sir. Yi Tian, except when special circumstances require you to follow my orders, you can do whatever you want the rest of the time." Chijiu's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a sweet deal and so much freedom. However, just as Yi Tian was about to leave, Chen Mo suddenly sent a brief message. Essentially, Chen Mo was heading to the F Nation ruins to seize the treasure the Divine Descent cult was plotting to obtain. He apologized for being temporarily unable to carry out Yi Tian's orders. F Country ruins. Yi Tian vaguely recalled this ruin, never imagining it would be the target of the Divine Descent cult's schemes. Suddenly, he turned to Chijio, who had been observing, and asked, "Do you want to enter the ruins?" Ruins. Chijio's eyes lit up instantly, his excitement palpable. "I'm in. I'm definitely going. Boss, you should know while ruins are said to be the lost heritage sites of various alien civilizations, they're essentially ancient tombs in disguise. With my current abilities, entering the ruins boils down to one word, slaughter. 2 words, slaughter everything in sight." Yi Tian quickly cut off Chijio's boastful rambling. "Alright, I'll find you a partner. The 2 of you will head to Country F to explore the ruins together." Chen Mo had insisted on going alone, but as Yi Tian understood it, Country F was still quite chaotic. Having an extra person meant extra protection. Though Chijio seemed unreliable, he did possess some real strength. "Country F?" Chijio patted his chest. "No problem, boss. As long as we get into the ruins." Yi Tian didn't let him ramble on. He called Chen Mo, "Come to my place first. I'll find you a partner to go with you." Fortunately, Dongdu wasn't far from the eastern border where Yi Tian was stationed. Soon, Yi Tian brought Chijio to meet Chen Mo. Chen Mo's voice remained emotionless and cold, yet he addressed him with utmost respect, "Boss." Seeing this, Chijio leaned close to Yi Tian's ear and whispered, "Boss, this guy, he's not some cold-blooded killer, is he?" Yi Tian ignored him again, quickly handing Chijio over to Chen Mo. He was getting a bit fed up with this chatterbox. "Alright, if you have any questions, come find me." Yi Tian yawned. "I'm heading back." It was now 1:30 a.m. Barring emergencies, Yi Tian should have been asleep long ago. As the boss, staying up late any longer would be impolite. After Yi Tian left, Chen Mo studied Chijio for a moment. In his mind, Yi Tian was someone worthy of respect, so he hadn't refused the partner Yi Tian had brought along. Chijio grinned and quickly extended his hand. "Greetings, master. I'm Chijio. I specialize in tomb raiding." Chen Mo nodded. Chen Mo. F Nation lay just over 1,000 kilometers from Dongdu, not too far. Chen Mo rented an aircar from a neutral mercenary mechanic. By the time they reached the F country border, it was already past 3 a.m. in the Great Xia. As Chen Mo and Chijio stepped onto F country's soil, the aircar automatically returned along its pre-programmed route. "Whoa! This is F country?" Chijio had traveled abroad before, but this was his first time in F country. "I hear it's pretty chaotic here." F Nation was never a strong country to begin with. To fend off the demonic forces, they let foreign tribes carve up half their territory. Chijio surveyed his surroundings as they walked. Then the emergence of ancient ruins drew all sorts of organizations and factions. Now F country is a real melting pot. Chen Mo nodded slightly. "That's correct. Within F country, over a dozen organizations and factions had established themselves, making it almost a lawless zone. The good news was that Chen Mo and Chijio had entered the country without much trouble. The ruins' entrance lay just beyond the border, teeming with a highly diverse crowd of professionals, mercenaries, terrorist groups, F Nation military forces, and more. Because F Nation's ruins had a freely accessible entrance. Coupled with F Nation's established rule, any treasure found by those entering the ruins belongs solely to the finder. The F Nation government will never forcibly seize it. This gimmick drew countless mercenaries and adventurers in waves. After all, the opportunity to enter the ruins is precious. Even after the ruins had been open for over 10 days, waves of adventurers and organizations continued pouring in. But Chen Mo, having learned of the Divine Descent cult schemes, had long since formed a different plan. Suddenly, Chen Mo noticed that among the new wave of people entering the ruins, there were quite a few members of the Black Gold Hand and the Divine Descent cult. Chijio narrowed his eyes, keenly noticing Chen Mo's change in expression. He tilted his head. "Enemies? Looks like we've got targets to eliminate." Chen Mo gave a slight nod, then scanned the surroundings, observing everyone gathered outside the entrance. "Let's enter the ruins first." Chapter 97, Encirclement and Counter-Encirclement. The treasure appears. Stir-fried glass noodles with pork ribs plus update. F Nation's guard over this ruin was incredibly lax. Any professional could enter. Chen Mo sneered coldly at this. Either F Nation's higher-ups had also learned that a certain treasure within the ruins could only appear after a specific number of sacrifices, or F Nation's higher-ups had infiltrated the Divine Descent cult. Chijio's sharp gaze swept the entire area, and he couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. Just this batch entering the ruins numbers over 100. And there are elite forces from Country F lurking in the shadows outside. He sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Chen Mo. "You're actually going into this ruin?" Chen Mo strode straight into the ruin's entrance. "The greater the risk, the greater the reward." That saying applies pretty well to our tomb raiding trade too. Chijio's body followed obediently inside. But in truth, Chen Mo was even more determined to prevent the Divine Presence cult from obtaining the treasure. This ruin was an underground labyrinth. The entrance lay at ground level, resembling a staircase descending into the earth. Upon reaching the ruins, a chill crept over Chen Mo. He recognized it instantly, the aura of the undead. Chi Jio scanned the surroundings, his expression curious. It's a maze. More than a dozen passages lay before them. Some mercenaries who entered at the same time casually picked one path or cautiously selected another. After all, no one knew where the treasures lay. Chen Mo noticed members of the Divine Descent cult and the Black Gold Hand had already entered, seemingly with specific targets in mind. We need to hurry. Exploring the maze would consume significant time, and the ruins were riddled with deadly traps triggering one meant certain death. Fortunately, Chen Mo's profession was necromancer. Send out scouts. In an instant, dozens of undead warriors materialized. Chen Mo intended to send troops to scout every passage. Hey! Wait! At that moment, Chi Jio chuckled softly. He crouched down, pressing both hands against the ground as if sensing its vibrations. What are you doing? Dragon vein divination. Chi Jio was sensing the earth's veins and resonating with treasures. Holy crap! He suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. There are 2 precious treasures here. Each one is worth a fortune. Chen Mo's expression shifted. Chi Jio pointed in a direction. Come on, let's go this way. Chen Mo never imagined that the partner Yi Tian had brought along possessed such an exaggerated ability. He was practically a human treasure detector. Advance. Dozens of undead warriors advanced in formation, heading toward the direction Chi Jio had indicated. Chen Mo's brow furrowed slightly. This passageway was littered with countless corpses of adventurers, their deaths horribly gruesome, as if their very blood had been drained dry. Chi Jio pressed his index and middle fingers together, using the passive ability of the tomb opening finger to scan the maze walls, traps ahead. No sooner had the words left his mouth than ghostly undead spirits began swooping down like phantoms. Chen Mo neither dodged nor retreated. He summoned undead warriors and lich mages on the spot. The former used their bodies to block the undead spirits, while the latter incinerated them with soul flames. Chi Jio's eyes widened dramatically. Holy crap, there are traps! How can there be so many traps? It was clear why this ruin had claimed so many adventurers' lives. But Chen Mo remained utterly unperturbed. It doesn't matter. With a series of clicks, wave after wave of undead warriors materialized. Each time a trap triggered, fresh undead warriors surged forward to block and destroy it. Chen Mo chose the simplest, most brutal approach, a human wave tactic. If 10 undead warriors couldn't handle it, then 100 would. If 100 undead warriors couldn't handle it, then 1,000 would. With the legendary weapon, Book of the Dead, gifted by Yi Tian, mana consumption and summoning speed were no longer concerns. Chi Jio scratched his head beside him. This boss's crew is pretty intense. He's a force to be reckoned with. Deep within the passageway lay a different scene. In the relatively spacious underground hall, an altar stood at the very center. Suddenly, 3 arrows formed from frigid ice pierced the air, hurtling toward Chen Mo. What the hell? Chi Jio darted aside. This isn't a trap. Chen Mo stood his ground as 3 undead warriors shielded him from the attack. His eyes narrowed slightly, his voice thick with fury. Black Gold Hand. Divine Descent Cult. Both front and rear sections of the hall now held figures of Black Gold Hand mercenaries and Divine Descent cultists, though mercenaries were the majority. Chen Mo. You escaped when we destroyed Dawn's End. Now you dare return for revenge? Looks like you've truly lost your mind. Qiuli, the deputy commander of Black Gold Hand, sneered with a sinister expression. The higher-ups had long been aware of Chen Mo's destruction of 3 Black Gold Hand outposts. That's why, the moment he spotted Chen Mo, he immediately mobilized forces for an encirclement and annihilation. Best to take him alive. His sudden power surge suggests he might have acquired some inheritance. Capture him and force the location of that inheritance out of him. Qiuli shouted loudly as battle loomed. Facing dozens of mercenaries in their 40s before him, Chen Mo's lips curved slightly, his expression utterly unruffled. He had come here with his face fully exposed for what? For this very moment. A dark vortex swirled around Chen Mo. 30 Death Knights, 30 undead warriors, 20 undead archers, and 10 lich mages materialized. This number of summons wasn't his limit, it was the maximum this hall could hold. How could he summon so many at once? Qiuli of Black Hand felt his scalp tingle. In his experience, undead summoners could barely manage 20 or 30 at once, let alone ones this powerful. Something was terribly wrong. At that moment, a Divine Descent cultist's eyes widened. Could it be that divine tier class change effect that appeared in the eastern capital that day was you? That class change effect had sent shockwaves through every international public zone. Yet after any class change, one always started from level 0. Therefore, when Chen Mo demonstrated his power, no one had considered him in that light. But judging by the current situation, Chen Mo's abilities were definitely beyond legendary tier. Chen Mo remained silent, issuing only orders to kill the enemy. The Death Knight swung his greatsword, charging into the Black Gold Hand mercenary group and reaping lives indiscriminately. The Lich Mage and Undead Warrior coordinated their efforts, forming a formidable defensive formation while necromantic spells surged around them. Some Divine Descent cultists attempted to flee upon witnessing this, only to be struck through the heart by an arrow from a necromancer archer. The Black Gold Hand mercenaries and Divine Presence cultists suffered a complete collapse in morale. Who could have imagined that the encirclement set by dozens of them would be turned against them by a single man? Chen Mo's undead summons were far too powerful, they were no match for him. Shijio watched in exhilaration. Holy crap! We're tearing through them, Chen Mo. The battle raged on. Black Gold Hand and Divine Presence cult members kept falling. Unnoticed, a ghostly blue spiritual energy flowed from their corpses, steadily converging toward the central altar in the hall. Shijio looked up sharply, he alone sensed it. This was his resonance with the treasure. Scanning the area, his gaze locked onto the altar, where the faint outline of a treasure chest began to materialize. A treasure had appeared. Chapter 98, Snatching the Treasure. The Undying Heavenly Bead. Thanks to Joyo Ghost for the Gift King. Amidst the chaotic battle between the Undead Legion and mercenaries within the hall, Shijio's shifty eyes remained fixed on the altar. As the number of fallen adventurers grew, the phantom treasure chest on the altar became increasingly solid. Shijio hesitated no longer. With nimble dodges left and right, he slipped through the chaos to the altar's vicinity. Buzz! The blue spiritual energy emanating from the countless fallen adventurers' corpses intensified until the treasure chest finally materialized, emitting a resonant hum that echoed throughout the hall. Gilly, the deputy leader of the Black Gold Hand, saw this and his eyes lit up. The treasure chest has appeared. Quick! Before he could finish, he spotted a lean figure who had already reached the treasure chest and casually snatched it away. At that moment, the Black Gold Hand members' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Drop it! That's ours! They had spent ages planning their move within the ruins, all for this very treasure. Never did they expect someone to snatch it right from under their noses. The lean figure moved with lightning speed, snatching the chest and fleeing the moment it was in hand. What's yours or theirs? Once it's in my hands, it's mine. Shijio grinned. He swiftly returned to Chen Mo's side. With this powerhouse by his side, the Black Gold Hand wouldn't dare touch him anytime soon. Chen Mo, is this one of the treasures? When they entered the ruins, Shijio had mentioned there were 2 precious treasures here. You're right. Shijio could clearly sense the treasure's value. This one, I'll leave to you. The contents inside seem to be related to the undead. I wouldn't be able to use it anyway. The treasure chest that only appeared after absorbing the dead Shijio had long suspected it was undead related. Rather than hoarding it for profit, he'd rather give it to Chen Mo first. After all, they were both under the boss's command, and they might collaborate again in the future. Chen Mo accepted the treasure chest. Seeing the Black Gold Hand's furious attempt to snatch it, he summoned more undead legions to block them and decisively opened the chest. Shijio pointed at the Black Gold Hand members and teased, you know what? I bet their boss is a necromancer too. Chen Mo didn't respond, instead staring in shock at the contents of the chest. Upon opening, the chest contained only one item, a luminous white orb. Undead Celestial Orb, upon use, grants 1 god-tier undead talent and randomly enhances 1 undead skill. Truly worthy of a relic-born treasure, utterly formidable. A god-tier talent plus a skill enhancement, no wonder Shijio called it a treasure. Seeing Chen Mo open the treasure chest, the Black Gold Hand members grew even more frenzied. They charged desperately, desperate to reclaim the treasure they had schemed for. Alas, Chen Mo hesitated not a moment, activating it immediately. The necromantic orb shattered in Chen Mo's palm, transforming into a white light that he absorbed. You have acquired the talent, Undying Spirit. Undying Undead, when the Undead Legion's health reaches 0, it does not perish. Instead, it reforms on the spot, reviving with its status restored to peak condition and ready to re-enter combat. 3-minute cooldown requires 2 deaths within 3 minutes to trigger re-summoning. Random skill enhancements: summon Necromancer General, summon Skeleton King. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, perfect timing. Undying Spirit essentially grants the Undead Legion an extra life, or rather, multiple extra lives. Only by killing the Undead Legion twice within 3 minutes could Chen Mo's forces suffer casualties. In large-scale battles, this would make the enemy's headaches even worse. Skeleton King. As the only undead warrior of its kind, the evolved undead general's soul flames burned brighter within its eye sockets. Crowned with a regal headdress, clad in battle robes, and wielding a bone sword, he radiated the majesty of a true sovereign. In terms of raw stats alone, the undead general equaled an epic tier adventurer around level 45. The Skeleton King, however, was at least a legendary tier adventurer. Moreover, with the Skeleton King present, the Undead Legion gains an additional 30% attack power. Chen Mo's Undead Legion now radiated a sharper edge. Kill. With the Skeleton King joining the fray, the battle tilted even more decisively. Upon witnessing Chen Mo deploy the artifact, the Black Gold Hand and Divine Descent cult members immediately made the wisest decision. Run. They were already outmatched by Chen Mo, and now that he had grown even stronger, charging in would be tantamount to suicide. As deputy leader Qiuli of the Black Gold Hand fled, he didn't forget to hurl insults at the Divine Presence cultists who had come with him. We agreed that the treasures in this necropolis would be split evenly between Black Gold Hand and Divine Presence, one for each of us. Now it's been stolen, what about our reward? The Divine Presence cultists couldn't hold back any longer and immediately fired back. You useless bunch. With dozens of men, you couldn't even kill one Chen Mo, and you still want your reward. You. Deputy Commander Qiuli's eyes widened, his rage boiling over as he nearly lunged to take out the Divine Descent cultist on the spot. But upon reflection, he couldn't refute what the other said. No choice, they had to escape the ruins first and report to the commander. Shijiao handed the treasure chest to Chen Mo, but he hadn't come away empty-handed either. Now, surveying the dozens of mercenary corpses strewn across the chamber, Shijiao wasted no time. He immediately began looting the bodies. One piece of equipment after another was stripped from the corpses and vanished into Shijiao's backpack. As a true heir to Toon raiding traditions, Shijiao had considerable expertise in looting corpses. Another epic item. What a high drop rate. Shijiao chuckled to himself, sell all this, and I'll cover all the debts I've accumulated over the years, plus future living expenses. Chen Mo couldn't help but ask, are you that strapped for cash? Shijiao sighed, well, I didn't have the skills before. Without being able to go down into tombs, how could I make any money? Shenmo's expression grew solemn as he sincerely said, thank you. Under these circumstances, Shijiao had secured the treasure chest only to give it to Chen Mo, a gesture that deeply moved him. Beyond that, it showed Shijiao possessed a certain magnanimity. Shijiao waved it off. We've been fighting side by side, and we're both the boss's people anyway. No need for thanks, bro. Just keep it coming. Truthfully, Shijiao wasn't usually this easygoing. The reason he handed over the treasure chest so decisively was partly because Yi Tian held such immense prestige in his eyes. Powerful, influential, even capable of granting him a god-tier class transfer. Who wouldn't want to stay in an organization led by such a boss? So handing over the treasure chest was also his way of trying to make a good impression within the organization. Shijiao cleared his throat twice and flattered Chen Mo, oh, and if the boss asks about my performance, remember to put in a good word for me, okay? Chen Mo froze. Sure. In truth, Chen Mo had only joined Yi Tian's ranks a day or two before Shijiao. At that very moment, Chen Mo suddenly turned his head. His peripheral vision caught something unusual. The blood from the dead bodies was flowing in unison toward the deeper parts of the ruins, as if converging toward a single point. Shijiao observed this and declared, there's another precious treasure. I sense it lies in this direction. Chen Mo understood this undying heavenly bead wasn't the Divine Descent cult's ultimate objective. That other treasure was. Without hesitation, he prepared to charge forward. Shijiao gasped, grabbing Chen Mo's arm. Bro, you're actually going in? Think about where we are. This is F-country territory. They say whoever finds the treasure keeps it, but if we take both, will they let us leave safely? My say is, grab one and get the hell out of here. Chapter 99, Summoning the Deity. Chen Mo stared into the depths of the ruins, his voice heavy. That's what the Divine Descent cult wants. The Divine Descent cult, a heretical sect, anti-human, colluding with alien races, worshipping alien deities. Any one of these labels meant nothing good for the humans of Blue Star. More crucially, Chen Mo's adoptive father's Dawn Order had been annihilated by the Divine Descent cult. He must seek vengeance. Moreover, whatever the Divine Descent cult sought could only spell disaster for humanity. Shijiao scratched his head. He knew full well the Divine Descent cult was anti-human, but when it came to saving humanity, he didn't feel qualified for such a task. Yet Chen Mo was resolute, it's fine. You go out first. Those outside shouldn't cause you trouble. With that, he turned and plunged deeper into the ruins. Shijiao sighed and followed. Hold on. I'll risk my life for you today. Most importantly, if something happened to Chen Mo, there'd be no one left to speak well of him to the boss. Outside the ruins, near a makeshift military camp, Bill, leader of the Black Gold Hand mercenary group, and Billy, an officer from Country F, gazed expectantly at the ruins entrance. We've sacrificed enough people these past few days. 2 artifacts should emerge today. As discussed earlier, my Black Gold Hand and your Divine Descent cult each get one. Bill, the Black Gold Hand commander, added curiously, brother, what exactly is the Divine Arrival cult after? Even your own leader went down there personally. Bill's younger brother, Billy, served as a high-ranking officer in Country F and was also a follower of the Divine Arrival cult. Bro, I'll only tell you because you're my brother. Billy chuckled softly, took a swig of beer, and whispered, according to the leader, it's a mass capable of bearing a divine essence. Divine essence? Bill frowned in confusion. Matters concerning gods were solely the domain of the Divine Presence cult. As a mercenary captain, he dared not even entertain such thoughts. To be precise, Billy tapped the table with his finger, his tone turning grave. If the leader's plan succeeds today, it will complete the divine summoning. Divine descent? Exactly. Just imagine once the deity descends, our Divine Descent cult will instantly become the strongest force on Blue Star. Billy's smile was exaggerated. Then, those so-called great powers and superpowers, and especially the Great Xia Empire that dealt us such a crushing blow, we must exact our revenge. Bill sucked in a sharp breath, then asked doubtfully. Bro, are you sure the deity will help you guys after descending? Billy's smile faded as he shook his head. The deity might not necessarily aid us. But this time, the master has summoned a divine vessel, one that possesses the deity's unique power. With the divine mask, as long as the summoning succeeds. Billy's confident words trailed off. Several Black Gold Hand mercenaries who had escaped from the ruins rushed over, exclaiming in unison. Boss! Our treasure's been snatched! Billy and Bill both gasped in shock. What? Just then, the Divine Presence cultists who had also escaped arrived. Billy urgently asked, how is the cult leader? The master is unharmed. They only got the necromantic artifact. Bill slammed his fist on the table in fury, while Billy breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. But before long, someone delivered the final blow. Those two who snatched the treasure haven't surfaced yet. They must have gone deeper into the ruins. Billy, damn it! Chen Mo and Chi Jio navigated the underground labyrinth. With Chi Jio's dragon-seeking compass leading the way, they moved with astonishing speed. Soon, they reached a dimly lit stone cave. Above a black river, a shadowy figure drifted, sucking in streams of blood into its body. The silhouette resembled a human form, yet also seemed like countless people layered together. It felt as though souls were struggling within the darkness. A mask covered the shadow's face. Below the shadow, an old man in a purple robe with disheveled hair gazed at it, his face radiating ecstasy. The underworld deity's power, what immense might! At that moment, dozens of Divine Presence cult followers surrounding the old man, upon spotting Chen Mo and Chi Jio, charged forward in unison. Damn it! What the hell is this old man playing at? Chi Jio was startled. He could sense the aura of a treasure emanating from that mask, and he could also feel the danger radiating from the shadow. The cult of Divine Descent's leader. Chen Mo blared at this architect of the dawn's annihilation, his teeth clenched. Even if he is pulling some shady today, I won't let him succeed. Come out. From the gloom, nearly 1,000 undead legions materialized at Chen Mo's command, the skeleton king standing beside him. This cavern was far more spacious than the previous hall, allowing Chen Mo to unleash his full power. Chi Jio cowered in a corner, seething. Kill. Let them see my brother's power. Facing dozens of Divine Descent cultists, Chi Jio naturally didn't charge into the fray himself. Instead, he let the undead legion engage in fierce combat. These Divine Presence cultists represented the cult's last remaining forces, and their strength was formidable. For a time, the undead legion couldn't break through their defenses. Fortunately, with the power of Undying Spirit and Shen Mo's command, the Divine Presence cultists were unable to gain the upper hand. Only the Skeleton King's combat prowess cut a swath through the crowd of cultists. Then, a voice rang out from among the Divine Presence cultists, seize those bastards over there who are just watching the show. Chi Jio froze at the words. Almost immediately, 3 Divine Presence cultists charged toward him. Damn it! Chi Jio turned and fled. What the hell do they want with me? Chen Mo intended to signal him to come over, but Chi Jio bolted straight out of the stone cave and back into the underground labyrinth area. Chi Jio ran without stopping. The 3 cultists pursued relentlessly, closing in to form an encirclement. It's too late to run now. Just then, he rounded a corner. Chi Jio drew a deep breath. Power erupted from within him like a volcano, instantly enveloping his body in a layer of blazing golden light. His fists emitted a crisp, explosive crack. Unloading Ridge Overlord's armor stripping. He whipped his head around, his entire body unleashed with power. His fist, as large as a sandbag, slammed into the face of one of the cultists. The impact felt like being struck by a giant hammer. The cultist's armor shattered, bones snapped, and his body was sent flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A single punch unleashed at its peak power delivered an instant kill. What the hell? The 2 cultists pursuing him hadn't even registered what had happened. The next moment, Chi Jio's lips curled into a smirk as he swung his fist forward, charging straight at them. Damn it, you really think I can't fight? 2 punches landed. As one of the few offensive abilities available to a god tier class, their effect was naturally devastating. Surveying the 3 corpses sprawled on the ground, Chi Jio began looting them with relish. But before he could finish, an intangible sense of pressure emanated from the stone cave, causing Chi Jio's expression to freeze. An aura transcending the mundane instantly radiated out, suppressing everyone within the ruins and even those outside. This was the suppression emanating from a divine essence. At that moment, at the entrance to the ruins, Billy, who had led hundreds of soldiers from Country F into the ruins to reinforce the cult leader, burst into ecstatic joy. The master has succeeded. The god-descended cult is finally rising. Yet among the other mercenaries inside and outside the ruins, including his brother Bill, a primal fear gripped them all. This divine power brought them not just a sense of overwhelming might, but sheer terror. It was just past 4 in the morning in Great Xia. Silence reigned at the central China headquarters. Within a secret structure built within the headquarters, an elegant figure sat cross-legged upon the bed. Bathed in moonlight, her profile was breathtakingly exquisite, as if carved by divine hands, radiating an extraordinary aura. She suddenly lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the void toward the northeast, the very direction of Country F. Has the great era arrived? She murmured to herself. No. It is the descent of the nether god's divine essence. After a moment of perception, she sighed deeply. Ah, the mortal world. Soon, a knock sounded at the door. A special grade attendant from headquarters approached and asked softly, "Is there anything you need?" A cold voice echoed from within the room, "Go check the northeast. There's a problem there. If not handled properly, it could become very serious." Startled, the attendant thanked her and immediately called headquarters. The telephone in the headquarters building's office could be directly connected to this room. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cool glow that made the room sign above the door stand out starkly. Transcendent Taboo 001. Chapter 100, The Divine Mask. 9 Nether Ghosts Plus Update. Within the ancient ruins cavern, Chen Mo stared at the shadowy figure that had just unleashed a wave of suppression, his brow furrowed. In stark contrast, the Divine Descent cult's leader, the purple-robed elder, looked almost as delighted as if witnessing the birth of his own child. Marvelous! What marvelous power! Chen Mo unleashed his full might, kill. Having just leveled up to 30, Chen Mo unleashed his full might, a 1,500 summoning space and a 1,500-strong undead legion of summoned creatures, led by the Skeleton King, launched an all-out assault. Daring followers of the Divine Descent cult who dared to block his path had already been crushed by Chen Mo, with over a dozen already dead. Yet the Divine Presence cult leader remained utterly unflustered, as if countless deaths meant nothing to him. Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the masked figure, commanding his lich mages to unleash a barrage of soul flames, aiming to eliminate him before he could fully materialize. Yet the next instant, as hundreds of soul flames neared the shadow, the figure unconsciously unleashed a powerful aura of suppression, a counterattack against any creature that dared to strike it. Boom! In an instant, every lich mage was crushed to death, without any chance to retaliate. Fortunately, under the blessing of undying necromancy, the lich mages were all resurrected. Yet Chen Mo's expression remained grim. Because he truly couldn't stop it. He. The old man, leader of the Divine Descent cult, burst into maniacal laughter as he stared at Chen Mo. How utterly deluded. As a necromancer, you should sense it, right? He suddenly added with a smug tone. The power of the nether god's divine essence. The pinnacle of undead, death magic, and immortality-aligned transcendence. Though it's merely the power of a fragment of the divine essence, in this insignificant corner of Blue Star, no one can stand against it. What an utterly captivating presence! He exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. But no sooner had the words left his lips. A lean, dark shadow flashed past the cave entrance. Damn old fart, you bastard, you're putting on airs now. The words arrived before the man. Shijio stepped into the cave, leaping up and charging straight toward the floating masked shadow. Shijio. Chen Mo gasped, utterly unprepared for such recklessness. Danger! The old leader of the Divine Presence sect wore a look of disdain. Shijio's gaze grew deep. A sigh welled up within him, yet his heart brimmed with savagery. He wasn't trying to play the hero, nor did he feel worthy of such a role. He had long sensed the power of that masked shadow dangerous beyond measure. The very thought of charging in filled him with dread. But Shijio couldn't stand one thing above all else. What the hell was that old fart playing at? My temper flared. In an instant, his leaping form closed to within mere meters of the masked shadow. The masked shadow, more accurately, the vessel of divine power. The god-descended cult's leader was utterly confident, seeing Shijio as no threat whatsoever. And Shijio wasn't here to attack it anyway. The consequences of such an act had just been demonstrated by the Lich Mage. At this moment, the Divine Essence vessel remained in an incomplete state, possessing only an instinctive defensive consciousness. As long as one did not attack it, it would not react. And Shijio reached out, his hand moving toward that mask. The mask gave Shijio the sensation of the most precious treasure, and its role was crucial to the entire shadow entity. Sure enough, the moment Shijio touched the mask, the Divine Presence cult leader's expression shifted abruptly. But he quickly regained his composure, even letting out a laugh. Because that mask, even if Shijio touched it, could not be removed. It seemed fused to the shadow's very being. The Divine Descent cult leader sneered coldly once more. Divine power has already descended. You think you can disrupt the ritual now? Dream on. Shijio clutched the divine mask tightly. The old man's disdain only fueled his fury. Can't be removed? Refusing to believe it, his eyes gleamed with a wolfish coldness as he uttered each word. Mountain moving technique. Mountain moving technique, capable of relocating immovable secret realms, ancient ruins, treasures, and more to any desired location. Ancient relics? Doesn't this mask count? Shijio exerted force once more. This time, it required little effort. With a gentle tug, the divine mask fell into Shijio's grasp. Wait. What? The old leader of the Divine Descent cult's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. His entire body seemed struck by thunder, trembling violently as disbelief washed over his features. No. No! The old man knelt on the ground, screaming in disbelief. The Divine Essence mask was the crucial vessel. The power of the Divine Essence had clearly descended. How could anyone possibly take it away? This was tantamount to snatching away his medium in the face of the underworld god's divine power. Shi Jiushuan let out a triumphant cry, woohoo! Nice! Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he swiftly dispatched his undead legion to retrieve it. Divine Mask Mythical. After acquiring a divine fragment, or the mask to wield its power, it may also channel the descent of divine essence. Seeing the mask's effect, Shijio felt a chill run down his spine. Holy? The descent of divine power. So? I just snatched something from a god. Shijio's heroic bravado shattered in an instant. His throat tightened as he considered whether he could return it. However, the shadow form, deprived of the mask, seemed to lose its vitality. What had been on the verge of coming to life instantly dissipated, scattering into streaks of blue spiritual light that fell into the black river. Collapse. The vessel of the divine essence crumbled completely. Collapse. The divine arrival cult leader utterly collapsed. No, no. I sacrificed so many lives, accomplished so much, how could I fail here? Gods, have you forsaken me? At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly sensed footsteps approaching from outside. He immediately grabbed Shijio and shouted, "Let's go." The two immediately fled the stone cave, preparing to escape the ruins. Shijio still grinned as he stared at the divine mask, muttering to himself, "Mythic grade. I've hit the jackpot. If I bring this back to the boss, I wonder if he'll reward me with something good." Shijio dared not keep this item for himself. Shenemo nodded in agreement beside him. "Don't worry, the boss is very generous with rewards." Shijio excitedly stowed the divine rank mask away. But now, the passage leading back to the ruins entrance was packed with people. Black Gold Hand mercenaries, F-Nation troops, Divine Descent cultists. The F-Nation military contingent was the largest, numbering at least 1,000 elite troops at a glance, all fully armed. Billy, a high-ranking F-Nation officer, wasn't worried about anyone stealing the treasures. They simply couldn't be transported out. Upon spotting Chen Mo and Shijio, the reinforcements Billy and Bill erupted in fury. "It's them! Arrest them! Charge! Seize them!" This was nearly half of Country F's elite forces. No way could the two of them handle them. Shijio sucked in a sharp breath. Damn it! Didn't they say whoever finds the treasure gets it? That deal. Despite the curses, Shijio and Chen Mo reacted with lightning speed, immediately dashing back into the maze. This vast, intricate underground labyrinth unexpectedly became the perfect terrain for them to maneuver and stall. They sprinted through the maze's passages. The swarm of pursuers behind them were itching to grind them into dust. Fortunately, none possessed Shijio's ability to discern the labyrinth's paths and mechanisms. Chen Mo and Shijio fled through the maze passages, using undead warriors and traps to delay their pursuers. Yet these obstacles could only hold them back briefly. The entrance remained firmly in enemy hands. "Sorry for dragging you into this danger." Chen Mo looked apologetically at Shijio, but the latter waved it off nonchalantly. "No problem. I don't regret coming along either." As Shijio scanned the maze for a safe spot, he suddenly smiled. "You know, I actually have a way to deal with them. Would you believe me?" Chen Mo fell silent and shook his head. 1,000 pursuers were only the beginning. They were now within the borders of Country F. If Country F was determined to kill them, they were as good as dead. Shijio said nothing. He opened his phone, scrolled through his contacts to a recently added friend, and dialed the number. "Boss. Help me. Chapter 101, The Ghost Clan. Get to work. Where the hell did this come from? Thanks to Feng Qiaoyi for the expert certification." As Shijio fled, he cried out in a voice torn from his heart, "Boss." Yet the voice that answered him was icy cold. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Or press the pound key after the ringing to leave a message." Damn it! Shijio was stunned. The boss isn't picking up. Chen Mo remained unfazed, replying calmly, "It's around 5 a.m. in Daxia right now. At this hour, the boss must already be asleep." Shijio felt like crying. Can't he just turn off his phone's ringer while sleeping? He pressed the pound key on his phone and left a tearful message. "Boss. If you don't wake up soon, you'll lose your most loyal, handsome, and dependable employee." After leaving the message, the two had no choice but to continue fleeing through the labyrinth. Fortunately, the terrain within the ruins was exceptionally complex. With Shijio's navigational skills and Chen Mo's undead legion holding the line, they were not in immediate mortal danger. Then, Chen Mo suddenly recalled the words of the Divine Descent cult's leader. The divine essence of the Nether God, the pinnacle of undead-based transcendent power. Divine essence. Shijio tilted his head. "What? You want to become a god? Well, here, put this divine essence mask on then." Though neither had ever heard the term divine essence before, after the Divine Descent cult leader's scheming and witnessing the power of the divine essence mask, it was easy to deduce divine essence must be connected to the power of deities. Chen Mo asked curiously, "Don't you want the power of a deity?" "Me?" Shijio pointed at himself, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. "Am I even worthy?" A tomb robber becoming a god? What would the other deities think of that? Honestly, the thought made Chijiao feel a surge of excitement. Chen Mo shared his thoughts. The leader of the Divine Descent sect was just about to create a divine essence vessel. But the divine mask is merely a vessel, there must be a fragment of the divine essence itself. He pondered the cult of Divine Descent's leader's earlier words, speaking with absolute certainty. Divine essence fragment plus divine mask equals the descent of divine power. Otherwise, a mask alone wouldn't be of much use. Chijiao, holding the divine mask, found himself in complete agreement. If wielding the mask alone granted power, he should be slaughtering enemies left and right by now. Yet he remained puzzled, but now, within the ruins, there's no trace of any treasures left. His dragon-seeking compass had only detected 2 treasures within the ruins, both of which they had already obtained. Chen Mo pondered for a moment before saying, let's go back to that stone cave and take another look. Alright. Maybe my abilities just can't detect the divine fragment. Chijiao continued to accompany his friend to the end. After all, escape was impossible either way. They immediately turned around and sprinted toward the cave where the Divine Presence cult's leader had just performed the ritual. Soon, they arrived through a hidden side passage. The cave remained unchanged from before, except the collapsed leader of the Divine Presence sect had vanished without a trace. Shoujo stared at the soul black river flowing through the cavern, briefly wondering if the leader had collapsed and jumped into it. That dark shadow of the Divine Essence vessel just now, it gathered right above the black river. Chen Mo recalled the events unfolding before his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused. As Chijiao removed the mask from the shadow's face, the figure dissolved into swirling blue mist that drifted into the black river. Could there be something in the river? Chen Mo stepped forward in 2 strides. The river water appeared as if stitched together from torn fragments of shadow. The seemingly slow-moving black sludge was like a lingering afterimage, sending a chill down one's spine. Yet to the naked eye, the river's depths remained utterly impenetrable. Chen Mo pondered briefly, then prepared to summon an undead warrior to descend beneath the black river in his stead. He could share the undead warrior's vision, making it the perfect way to scout ahead. Chijiao hid in a concealed spot near the cave entrance, peering out intermittently to keep watch for Chen Mo. We can't linger too long. If we don't find anything, let's get out of here fast. That old fart might have taken the fragment with him. Chen Mo nodded. I know. But the very next moment, as he cast his necromantic spell, the sluggish black river suddenly surged and churned. A necromancer stepped out of the river, unharmed and unchallenged. Chen Mo immediately shared its vision. But when he saw the scene beneath the river, his pupils suddenly contracted. A cluster of suspended obsidian palaces lay beneath, where ghostly blue flames drifted beneath the river, illuminating twisted bone bridges. Struggling souls could be faintly seen at the bridgeheads. Beneath the black river lay a real world. Yet it held not a shred of vitality. Many drifting figures passed by, ethereal and pallid, utterly unlike living beings. Some resembled withered corpses, others wore shadow iron armor, flames flickering around their bodies, still others appeared as perfect yet pallid human forms, with crimson rings suspended behind them. In the next instant, the figure bearing the crimson ring turned its gaze toward the fallen warrior who had sunk into the black river. Boom! With just one glance, the undead warrior exploded into oblivion. Chen Mo's heart trembled violently. The Ghost Clan. The very same Ghost Clan that had slaughtered the island nation, the most mysterious alien race on the entire Blue Star. He had heard tales at dawn. The eastern capital formerly known as the island nation had been utterly annihilated within a mere fortnight of the Ghost Clan's arrival, unable to mount any resistance. Yet, the Ghost Clan never occupied the island nation's territory. Instead, they vanished from Blue Star without a trace. As the saying goes, it's not the giant spider in the room that's frightening, it's the spider that vanishes. Nations across the globe had scoured for traces of the Ghost Tribe, yet found nothing. Some veteran mercenaries had described the Ghost Tribe's appearance exactly as he had just witnessed. Chen Mo never imagined he would encounter the Ghost Tribe here. Could this be the Ghost Tribe's ruins? Considering the atmosphere within the ruins and the treasures that had appeared, Chen Mo felt it wasn't impossible. The god of the underworld, could it be the deity of the Ghost Tribe? With that thought, Chen Mo decisively abandoned his search for the divine fragment. After all, he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke the Ghost Clan right now. Just as Chen Mo prepared to leave, he heard Chijiao's startled cry from the cave entrance. Damn it! Boom! Immediately after, an explosion echoed from the cave entrance, sending Chijiao scrambling back to Chen Mo's side. Those bastards! They're playing dirty! At that moment, Billy, an F-country military officer and follower of the Divine Descent cult, blocked the cave entrance alongside his older brother, Bill, the leader of the Black Gold Hand. Behind them stood hundreds of elite mercenaries, F-Nation's finest fighting force. 2 damn little rats. Billy glared at Chen Mo and Chijiao, his eyes practically devouring them, as if he wanted to tear them to shreds on the spot. Hand over the goods, and I'll let you die painlessly. Chen Mo remained silent. With a flick of his right hand, thousands of undead warriors filled the entire cave, the Skeleton King standing by his side, ready for action. Chijiao, unusually, refrained from trash talking. He knew that even at his peak, Chen Mo was only a tier too far from capable of single-handedly taking on a nation's elite forces. But just then, Shi Jiu's phone rang. Seeing the video call request, he nearly choked back tears in his excitement. "Boss, you're finally awake." A void gate opened before Shi Jiu and Chen Mo. A sleepy-eyed teenager in a bare pajama set looked around. "Where the hell am I?" Chapter 102, I'm taking them away today. Thanks to stir-fried pork ribs with glass noodles for the second gift king, Billy and Bill, who were just about to make their move, were momentarily puzzled by the sudden appearance of this oddly dressed teenager. Seeing Yi Tian appear, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Jiu immediately began complaining tearfully, "Boss, you're finally awake. Do you have any idea what kind of bullying we've endured over here?" Yi Tian scratched his head. Truthfully, he hadn't woken up, he'd merely seen the notification while getting up to use the restroom. "You have shared employee Chen Mo's talent, Undying Spirit. You have shared employee Chen Mo's skill enhancement, Summon Skeleton King." Only then did he see Shi Jiu's distress message on his phone, learning of their predicament. He immediately traversed the void to reach them. He hadn't even had time to change out of his pajamas. "Whoa." Yi Tian surveyed the enemy forces they'd drawn and asked curiously, "Did you two snatch their national treasure? Otherwise, a single ruin should be easily handled by Chen Mo and Shi Jiu's combined strength." Shi Jiu hurried over to Yi Tian and recounted the entire incident. Finishing, he handed the divine mask to Yi Tian, his tone tinged with self-importance. "Boss, I endured hardships, overcame obstacles, faced countless dangers, and braved fire and water, all to snatch this from the Divine Descent cult's leader and present it to you." Yi Tian. Though somewhat speechless, the moment Yi Tian witnessed the effect of the divine mask, he instantly sobered up. Divine essence? His eyes narrowed. Knowing of the existence of deities, he instantly grasped the terrifying nature of the Divine Descent cult's scheme. If the Divine Descent cult truly summoned something possessing divine power, it would spell serious trouble. "Well done, Shi Jiu." Yi Tian offered genuine praise. Hearing this, Shi Jiu smiled with satisfaction. He. Yet at that moment, even Billy, who already knew the cult leader's scheme had failed, still roared in fury upon seeing the divine mask appear. "My treasure! Give my things back! Now! Or don't blame me for what happens." Yi Tian looked up at him, his gaze amused. "Oh? Your treasure?" His brother Bill also roared angrily, "And return my necromantic artifact too. Or repay me with 2 treasures of equal value." Having sensed the necromantic heavenly bead being absorbed by Chen Mo, Bill paused briefly before deciding to make an outrageous demand. Shi Jiu erupted in fury. "The rule is, whoever finds the treasure keeps it. Not what you two said. Ha? Now you send men to snatch it back. Your words are worth less than a fart." With the boss standing by, Shi Jiu felt particularly emboldened. Billy sneered with utter contempt. "Rules? They're made for the weak. Hand over the item, or none of you will leave this place alive." Yi Tian crossed his arms, smiling indifferently. "Heh, I'm taking them with me today. Let's see who can stop me." With that, Yi Tian ordered Chen Mo to recall his undead legion. Billy waved his hand, signaling the attack. "Kill. Leave no survivors." In the next instant, Yi Tian summoned his own undead legion, its overwhelming might shaking the very ground. Billy froze for a second. This was clearly an undead army, yet for the first time, he felt genuine fear. The F-Nation forces he brought were all elite soldiers, most above level 40, with nearly 100 at level 50 tier 3. Even among them were over a dozen of F-Nation's top-tier warriors at level 65. This formidable force was the foundation of his confidence. Yet, to his horrified realization, the undead Yi Tian summoned were actually stronger than their own 65-level powerhouses. And Yi Tian could summon thousands of such undead in a single moment. Kill all except the leader. Yi Tian, clad in his bare pajamas, casually issued the slaughter order. It must be said, summoning skills proved remarkably useful to Yi Tian. Not only were they powerful, but they required no direct effort on his part. Thud. Thud. The undead warriors charged into the elite forces of Country F like bloodthirsty beasts, tearing through them like wolves among sheep. The undead berserkers swung their axes, slaughtering all in their path. The horrified F-Nation soldiers realized this oddly dressed youth actually possessed the combat prowess to take on an entire army single-handedly. Wait. Billy watched the one-sided slaughter by the undead warriors, his heart pounding with terror. In the blink of an eye, his pride and joy, Nation F's elite forces collapsed like a mountain crumbling. Nation F, while not the strongest, still ranked above average among Blue Star's nations in combat prowess. Yet now, its elite forces were utterly powerless to resist. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Billy's face paled as he urgently pleaded with Yi Tian to halt the attack. Yet Yi Tian's expression was mocking. "I recall you said this mask was your treasure? So you're colluding with the Divine Descent cult?" The Divine Descent cult, the largest heretical organization, was a group perpetually hunted by the Great Xia Empire. Hearing this, Billy felt a chill in his heart. He froze for a moment, even cursing himself for speaking so definitively just now. But it didn't matter anymore. The moment Yi Tian mentioned the divine descent cult, Billy could only flee madly toward the ruins exit. He knew that if he fell into Yi Tian's hands, he would die without a doubt. Yi Tian remained unmoved. Bring him back. Kill anyone who gets in the way. By now, the undead legion had descended into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Billy's older brother, Bill the leader of the Black Old Hand, had already been split in two by an axe-wielding undead warrior. The talent, Soul Harvest, allowed Yi Tian and Chen Mo to continuously increase their spiritual power. As Chen Mo marveled at Yi Tian's undead horde, Shijiao couldn't help but tease from the side. Your army doesn't seem quite as strong as the boss's. Chen Mo instantly regained his composure. He's the boss. Isn't it only natural he's stronger than me? Though he said this, a fierce determination surged within Chen Mo. Yi Tian beckoned to the two. Let's head out first. Right away, boss. Shijiao hurried to follow Yi Tian, and Chen Mo followed suit. But at that very moment, the black river within the cave churned and surged ceaselessly, its phantom-like waters seemingly imbued with a soul. A fragment, filled with an eerie, otherworldly aura and carrying faint divine fluctuations, drifted along with the black water, utterly imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Only when Chen Mo turned to leave, that fragment seemed drawn, or perhaps chosen, rising from a wave as if conjured. It settled silently upon Chen Mo's back, vanishing into his body in an instant as though it had never existed, let alone been noticed. Chapter 103. Very well, then I hereby declare. The undead legions swept through the underground labyrinth, unopposed wherever they went. Yi Tian strolled out of the labyrinth with effortless ease, Chen Mo and Shijiao following behind him, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Billy and the other divine presence cultists scrambled out of the ruins, rolling and crawling in their haste. Some mercenary groups watching couldn't help but look on with curiosity. Billy was like a completely different person compared to when he entered the ruins earlier. But the next moment, as thousands of undead warriors poured out of the ruins, they finally understood the source of Billy's terror and scrambled to retreat. Halt! Just then, Yi Tian emerged from the secret realm only to find two middle-aged men appearing nearby, barking orders at him. Billy stood beside them, looking disheveled, but his expression finally relaxed. These two were F Nation's highest combat power, the only two level 74 top-tier professionals, the nation's last trump cards. Yi Tian glanced over and recognized the leader, a legendary professional named Senlia who possessed purple tier potential. In F Nation, he was likely the strongest combatant. Senlia fixed Yi Tian with an icy stare. While the man's bear print pajamas were somewhat peculiar, his behavior was truly outrageous. To act so brazenly within the borders of F Nation. Has Great Xia truly become so dominant on Blue Star that it can act with such impunity? Senlia's tone was accusatory. Yet Yi Tian suddenly adopted a deeply reflective expression. Not yet? Then Great Xia certainly needs to step up its game. You! Senlia's face flushed with fury. Yi Tian gave a cold snort. UF Nation sent people to hunt down my Great Xia's professionals. I haven't settled the score yet. With that, the Undead Legion formed an offensive formation, poised and ready, awaiting only Yi Tian's command. Senlia's expression hardened at the sight, sensing the threat. But just then, Billy whispered, informing him that both divine-grade artifacts were in Yi Tian's possession. What? Oomph. You come and go as you please. Today, I'll show you that Blue Star isn't dominated solely by Great Xia. Senlia's aura surged violently, yet before his words had fully faded, two figures streaked across the skies from beyond the borders of Country F, their aura towering and overwhelming. Oh no! Sensing these two forces, Senlia's aura instantly wilted, a chill gripping her heart. The arrivals were none other than Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan. Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise, Brother Wei, Brother Zhou, what brings you here? Seeing Yi Tian, Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan were equally surprised. Landing beside him, they replied. Headquarters called us in overnight. They said there's an anomaly in the northeast sector. It might be trouble. Zhou Yuan surveyed the surroundings. We flew all the way here, and this is where we ended up. Wei Yuan frowned in confusion. But all the way here, I didn't sense anything unusual. Wait, what are you doing here? Any matter serious enough to warrant both Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan being dispatched together was certainly no trivial affair. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian realized it must be the Divine Essence vessel the Divine Descent sect had been scheming to create, one that headquarters had foreseen. Indeed, a divine vessel possessing godly power would be a major headache for the entire Blue Star. Yi Tian sighed in relief. Oh, that major problem has already been resolved. Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan stared at him in stunned silence. They had only received a warning from headquarters, without even knowing what trouble they were facing, and now Yi Tian had resolved it? Yi Tian then produced the Divine Mask, detailing the entire affair involving the Divine Descent cult and how Shijiao and Chen Mo had intervened to defuse the situation. Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan exchanged glances, feeling both relieved and intensely furious. Had Shijiao and Chen Mo not been there, they would now be facing the Divine Essence vessel. A thought alone made their scalps crawl. Damn the Divine Presence cult. Thank goodness you two were here today. You truly averted a major disaster. Wei Yuan returned the Divine Essence mask to Yi Tian, letting out a sigh of relief. At that moment, watching the Great Xia group act as if they were in uncharted territory, seemingly paying no heed to the F Nation crowd. Senlia's anger flared instantly. What do you Xia think you're doing? So many of you just barging into my F Nation like this. Are you declaring war on F Nation? Blue Star isn't just home to one superpower Great Xia. Yi Tian crossed his arms, his expression relaxed. It seemed he wouldn't need to lift a finger after all. Zhou Yuan shot a cold glance, and the aura of a 4th-tier ultimate class erupted instantly. After clearing the 4th-tier dungeon, Zhou Yuan had used the ultimate awakening stone, becoming the world's first practitioner to ascend to the 4th tier. Seeing this, Wei Yuan sneered coldly, "War? Fine. Then I hereby declare." Hold on. Before Wei Yuan could finish, Senlia cut him off without hesitation, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If Great Xia truly declared war, this wouldn't be a joke. Especially after sensing the aura of a 4th-tier professional, Senlia's scalp instantly tingled. The rumor that Great Xia had become the first in the world to clear the 4th-tier dungeon was actually true. Senlia forced a smile onto his face, his voice suddenly becoming exceedingly friendly. Actually, our F Nation and Great Xia have always maintained friendly exchanges. There's no need for minor issues to disrupt our peaceful relations. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing this, Shijiao stepped forward, his voice brimming with confidence. So, about what you said that whoever gets the treasures in the ruins keeps them, does that still stand? Senlia shot a fierce glance at Billy beside him, gritting his teeth as he forced a smile. It stands. Of course it stands. Our country, F, always values credibility. Billy was at a loss for words. He had set up this gimmick solely to lure in fish to attract adventurers and reach the required number for the sacrifice. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to reel in a shark. Shijiao seized the chance to press his advantage, demanding, "Then what's the purpose of sending these pursuers after us? Ha? Answer me." Senlia nearly ground his teeth to dust, but glancing at Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan beside him, he forced a smile. "We were concerned you might encounter danger on your return journey, so we sent men to escort you." Shijiao flashed a satisfied grin, then retreated behind Yi Tian once his act was done. Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan also signaled. "Then let's head back." Just as Senlia was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Tian spoke up. "Hold on." His gaze locked onto Billy beside Senlia as he coldly declared, "I now suspect your F Nation is harboring the Divine Descent cult. Other issues could wait, but the Divine Descent cult was a heretical organization, it must be eradicated." Senlia's heart sank. He turned a blind eye to the Divine Arrival cult. After all, F Nation was already chaotic. But if the accounts were settled, he wasn't clean either. He was about to make excuses when Billy, catching Yi Tian's gaze, froze in terror. His earlier showboating had already exposed his true identity. Oh no! Billy immediately turned and fled. Yet in the next instant, a flash of sword light pierced through his body, killing him instantly. Yi Tian didn't stop there. Leaping forward with his sword, he slaughtered every last member of the Divine Presence cult. Senlia stood nearby, his lips tightly pressed together. He dared not utter a word in defense of these men, fearing Yi Tian might even target him. Watching Yi Tian's sudden killing spree, Chen Mo and Shijiao exchanged glances, each harboring the same question: does the boss know sword techniques? After dispatching the last Divine Presence cultist who tried to flee, Yi Tian glanced at Senlia beside him. With so many Divine Linger cultists appearing within F Nation's borders, you lot can't possibly be uninvolved. Senlia hastily waved his hands. No. These are truly the only ones. Yi Tian nodded. Very well. Then I'll take some items as evidence for investigating the Divine Presence cult. Senlia steeled himself, as long as it belongs to Country F, take whatever you want. At this point, whatever losses occurred, he would just have to grit his teeth and swallow them. After all, Country F didn't possess any valuable treasures. He couldn't very well haul away the secret realm, could he? Very well. Yi Tian beckoned with a wave. Shijiao, come to work. Got it. A dozen minutes later. Senlia stared at the two empty ruins, letting out an incredulous, heartbroken wail. Chapter 104, Why are you wasting words with him? Using the mountain moving technique, they had relocated two small secret realms from Country F. The realms descended like glowing orbs into Shijiao and Yi Tian's hands, ready to be transported back to the Great Xia territory. Securing two resource-rich realms was an unexpected windfall. Yi Tian and the other four requisitioned a levitating vehicle from Country F, returning safely to Great Xia. Ha! Yi Tian, clad in his bare pajamas, yawned. Zhou Yuan expressed his relief. Thanks to all of you, this operation went so smoothly. Had the Divine Descent cult truly succeeded in creating a Divine Essence vessel, he would have had to risk his life once more. Moreover, after advancing the life-eroding Martial Saint to the 4th tier, it had only greatly enhanced his combat power. It hadn't restored the lifespan Zhou Yuan had already lost. Yi Tian examined the Divine Essence mask in his hand, utterly surprised that the Divine Descent sect had orchestrated such a commotion. It was all thanks to Shijiao. He spoke up, Shijiao, good work. Is there any reward you'd like? At this, Shijiao's eyes lit up. He'd heard from Chen Mo that the boss was generous with rewards, but hadn't expected one so soon. He blurted out excitedly, "Money. Ha?" Seeing the skeptical looks on everyone's faces, Shi Jio scratched his head awkwardly. "The last couple years haven't been great. Plus, every time we go out, we have to prepare props, so I've racked up quite a bit of debt." Yi Tian understood. As a long-declining Toon rating faction, their financial struggles were predictable. Preparing props was likely for Toon rating, but with little to show for their efforts, they were constantly spending more than they earned. Still, now that they possessed such formidable strength, Shi Jio's immediate concern was repaying debts, a development that genuinely surprised him. Yi Tian glanced at Wei Yuan. After all, he himself had no money and didn't need any. Whatever he needed, he simply asked Wei Yuan for it. Wei Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, in the medium-sized secret realm Tianyu realm I reserved half of the resource shares for you. They're at your disposal." The epic material Tianhen gold mine there amounts to roughly half a ton, with a market value of about 30 billion. 30 billion? Shi Jio nearly popped his eyes out of his head. Chen Mo was also slightly startled. That profit equaled the entire Dawn team working their asses off for a year. But considering the boss's capabilities, he found it perfectly normal. Yi Tian, however, had anticipated this outcome. The true value of the secret realm lay precisely in such returns, and this was merely the haul from a little over 10 days of mining. "Then transfer 10 million to him for me." "Thanks, boss." Shi Jio thanked him. In truth, this amount fell short of the price for a single legendary piece of equipment. Yet for Shi Jio, who frequently needed to raid tombs to purchase gear, it was indeed a critical necessity. At that moment, Yi Tian gazed at the Divine Essence mask and asked curiously, "Brother Wei, what exactly is a Divine Essence?" With just a fragment of a Divine Essence, one could summon the power of a deity using the Divine Essence mask. It was undeniably powerful. Wei Yuan shook his head. "I don't know much about it either. All I know is that it relates to the level of the deity, and that some practitioners stuck at level 74 can use Divine Essence fragments to advance to the 4th tier. But that method is far too extravagant. After all, Divine Essence fragments seem to be nowhere to be found anywhere in the world." At this point, Chen Mo spoke with a hint of regret. The leader of the Divine Presence sect used a fragment of the Nether God's Divine Essence when summoning the vessel for the Divine Essence. Unfortunately, when we returned to search for it again, we couldn't find it. I wonder where it could have ended up. Shi Jio nodded. "I haven't been able to sense it at all. It truly seems lost. A fragment of the Nether God's Divine Essence." Yi Tian couldn't help but ask curiously, where did the Divine Presence sect even get wind of this Divine Essence mask? And where exactly did the leader of the Divine Presence sect acquire the Divine Essence fragment? Wei Yuan speculated, the Divine Presence sect has extensive dealings with alien races, even venerating their deities. Perhaps they obtained it from one of those alien races. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo promptly recounted his experiences beneath the Black River to the others. The ghost tribe wandering beneath the Black River still left him somewhat stunned. "Ghosts?" Wei Yuan's expression darkened. "The Ghost Clan is indeed one of the most enigmatic races. The Great Xia Empire has dispatched search parties multiple times without success." Before he could finish, the hovercraft's autopilot abruptly slammed on the brakes. An alarm sounded, warning of an obstacle ahead. Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened as he stared out the window. "No need to search anymore. They've come to us. Stay put, don't move." At that moment, two humanoid figures, bone-white and hideously grotesque, blocked the airship's path ahead. Their skin possessed a translucent quality, revealing faint blue veins pulsing beneath. Clad in black light armor, one bore a crimson ring floating behind its back. "Ghost Clan." Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply as he whispered, "That's right. It's the Ghost Clan." He had only recently stumbled upon the Ghost Clan's territory, and now they had come looking for him. However, Shi Jio appeared remarkably calm. After all, both Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan were present. If they couldn't handle this, then the Great Xia itself might be in trouble. Yi Tian observed clearly, these two Ghost Clan members were also 4th tier, their strength roughly between that of the Crimson Emperor and the White Emperor, indeed formidable. The two Ghost Clan members did not attack immediately. After Zhou Yuan and Wei Yuan stepped out, they spoke in a chilling tone. "Return what belongs to our clan." They spoke in the Ghost Clan language, which sounded like chilling, harsh words to human ears. Since Ghost Clan members were rarely seen, it was considered a niche language. Wei Yuan understood and narrowed his eyes. "What do you want?" Zhou Yuan didn't understand, but he sensed the threat in their tone. The next instant, a thunderous boom erupted as crimson vapors surged around him. The might of a 4th tier life-eroding martial saint erupted, his blood energy surging violently. Though both were 4th tier, Zhou Yuan's combat prowess stood out among peers of the same rank due to his unique profession. "What the hell are you babbling about? Old Wei, why are you wasting words with him? If you dare come, you'll all stay behind." Chapter 105, The Ghost Clan Retreats. The Demon Lord arrives. Zhou Yuan poised himself for action, his reason for striking clear, the Ghost Clan had never been a friendly or neutral race. Decades ago, when the Ghost Clan first arrived on Blue Star through the interdimensional portal, their annihilation of the island nation spoke volumes. Their stance was clearly hostile toward the human race. Though their activities had been scarce in recent years, each of their strikes carried devastating consequences. Even among hostile alien races, they were an exceptionally dangerous species. Thus, Zhou Yuan showed no mercy, his gaze fierce and ready to strike at any moment. The two Ghost Clan members were startled by this display. They never imagined anyone would be so stubborn as to attack without a word. Moreover, they hadn't anticipated that a fourth-rank professional would appear on Blue Star. The two Ghost Clan members exchanged glances. Judging by the aura of Zhou Yuan, the life-eroding martial saint, both felt a sense of apprehension. This man would be no easy opponent. Moreover, in Zhou Yuan's eyes, they could see the death-defying madness. At that moment, Wei Yuan raised his hand, urgently stopping Zhou Yuan. Though these two ghosts were no match for them, the entire Ghost Clan behind them was a force not to be underestimated. Scholars in central China had speculated the Ghost Clan's overall combat strength might rival or even surpass that of the Yagu dynasty. Yet this mysterious race rarely intervened, leaving their true activities shrouded in secrecy. This thought flashed through Wei Yuan's mind, and his expression shifted. He resolved to probe what the Ghost Clan truly desired. He spoke up, "Which one belongs to your Ghost Clan?" The Ghost Clan member, whose back was marked by a crimson ring, glanced warily at Zhou Yuan before pausing to consider. The fragment of the Nether God's divine essence. This time, he spoke in the language of the human clan. What? Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan froze in surprise. Even Yi Tian and the others in the hovercraft looked puzzled. They too wanted the divine core fragment, but hadn't found it. Wei Yuan spoke truthfully, "I won't lie to you, we haven't obtained the divine essence fragment." The two Ghost Clan members frowned slightly, falling silent, though their expressions betrayed their disbelief in Wei Yuan. Damn it! Zhou Yuan's temper flared instantly. I knew it. They're here to cause trouble. Seize these two first. Maybe we can torture the location of the divine essence fragments out of them. Before he could finish, as Zhou Yuan raised his fist, the two ghosts instantly retreated hundreds of meters. They knew their limits well. While they weren't completely defenseless, defeat was inevitable. The two ghosts spoke with sinister voices, "Sooner or later, you'll return it willingly." Though their words carried a bold threat, the two Ghost Clan members vanished from the spot the moment they finished speaking. Zhou Yuan fumed, "Those Ghost Clan bastards aren't up to any good." Wei Yuan fixed his gaze on the spot where the two ghosts vanished, nodding in agreement. "We'll adapt as we go. Once the great talents of this generation of Great Xia mature, they won't be able to run rampant like this." The two returned to their airship and continued their journey back into Great Xia territory. This time, no further incidents occurred. With the headquarters alert successfully resolved, Zhou Yuan returned to North China. Shen Mo disembarked early, returning to the eastern border to prepare for his next international public zone. Shi Jiao, however, accompanied Zhou Yuan back to East China, intending to repay the loan while procuring a batch of supplies. Yet the moment they entered East China's territory, Wei Yuan and Yi Tian immediately sensed something amiss. Demon energy. Both men turned their gaze toward Dingcheng, where dark mist pressed down upon the city, shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. A demonic tide was approaching. What's going on? Today isn't the scheduled day for the demon tide. Wei Yuan was puzzled, and judging by the situation, this demonic tide had gathered suddenly. Yi Tian's expression suddenly turned awkward as he thought bitterly. Could it be that the strange phenomenon during Qi Zhou's class change attracted the demonic forces? Last time when Shen Mo changed professions, it was at least in the eastern capital, far from the Great Xia. But this time, Qi Zhou's class change happened right on the eastern border. In fact, that was precisely the case. The emergence of a god-tier profession was highly attractive to demonic forces. Yi Tian had been cautious before, always having Wei Yuan cast protective barriers. But as his power grew, he'd become more careless. Seems I really should learn a barrier skill when I get the chance. Can't keep summoning demons every time and putting pressure on the border guards. As Yi Tian pondered this, Wei Yuan already maneuvered the hovercraft toward Dingcheng. This demonic tide was larger in scale than the last. Moreover, a demon lord-level demonic entity had appeared. Demon lord-level demons were the strongest entities to appear on Blue Star, second only to demon kings, with power comparable to top-tier level 65 legendary professionals. This time, a full 4 demon lords had appeared. In the confrontation between the border defense forces and the demon horde, mishandling even one demon lord could result in massive casualties. Therefore, the border defense forces immediately deployed specialized professionals to counter the demon lords using the sacrifice tactic. What Yi Tian never expected was Wan Jiang had unexpectedly become one of the main forces confronting the demon lords. Though Wan Jiang was now gravely wounded, his fighting spirit remained high, triggering the effect of Unrivaled growing stronger with each battle. With his teammates' support, he could absolutely slay the demon lord. Yi Tian couldn't help but be astonished. Has Wan Zhang's strength truly grown this formidable? In truth, Yi Tian had been using 2 strategic meetings daily lately to grant the entire team experience buffs in his quest to reach level 50. Now at level 38, Wan Zhang's divine tier profession combined with his S-tier thunder warbody made fighting opponents of higher tiers a non-issue. Who could have imagined that Wan Zhang, who had only joined the army half a month ago, had already become a formidable expert capable of standing alone? Wei Yuan struck early. He assisted 2 waves of teams overwhelmed by the Demon Lord, then capitalized on the momentum to eliminate the Demon Lord. As for the teams capable of defeating the Demon Lord solo including Wan Zhang's, he left them to gain experience and military merit on their own. Gah! Wan Zhang roared in fury, driving his spear downward. The Breaker of Armies power surged forth instantly, smashing toward the heavenly flame Demon Lord's head. His successful counter was largely aided by the unrivaled skill's immunity to negative effects, allowing him to ignore the Demon Lord's burning status. The heavenly flame Demon Lord stared fixedly at Wan Zhang, his expression filled with disbelief. Why are you just burning without losing health? Wan Zhang, engulfed in flames, nearly crackled with firelight. He suffered no scorching damage, appearing as though he'd merely changed into a new skin. Wan Zhang offered no reply, his eyes burning only with the desire to unlock the 4th layer of the sealed demon tower. The spear struck down, and the flame demon lord collapsed in anguish. Nice one, Captain. Captain, you're amazing. Not far from Wan Zhang, his support teammates, the members of his guerrilla squad who had been healing and buffing him, now cheered in unison. Yet the very next moment, as the demon lord fell, Wan Zhang's form vanished from the spot. The cheers froze instantly, replaced by sheer terror. Captain? Where's the captain? Could he have been taken by some of the demon lord's abilities? Report to the squad leader immediately. Hurry! Wan Zhang was the backbone of this guerrilla squad. With the captain in trouble, they all grew tense. At that moment, Yi Tian flashed before them, stepping forward to reassure them. Don't panic. Your captain will be back soon. Chapter 106, A New Supernatural Constitution. Dad. Wan Zhang's disappearance meant he had entered the Sealing Demon Tower. Slaying a Demon Lord level fiend was the requirement to unlock the 4th floor of the Sealing Demon Tower. After enduring days of agonizing wait, Wan Zhang had finally seized his chance to unlock the next tier. Unfortunately, while Wan Zhang could barely manage to kill 1 Demon Lord level fiend, the trial required slaying 10, a daunting challenge for him. Yi Tian had anticipated this, which was why he had said Wan Zhang would return soon. However, several of Wan Zhang's teammates were puzzled, even looking at Yi Tian with extreme suspicion. Who exactly are you? Yi Tian's words were hard for the soldiers to believe. Not only did he look young, but he was also wearing a bear print pajama set. But that was precisely the problem. This was the height of the demon tide invasion. Anyone who could reach the front lines wearing pajamas without being intercepted couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. How did you know? Before he could finish, Wan Zhang's figure reappeared from where he had vanished. Just as Yi Tian had anticipated, Wan Zhang had temporarily abandoned the 4th trial, intending to level up a few more times before attempting it again. His eyes lit up when he spotted Yi Tian, boss. Several team members turned at the sound, their expressions brightening upon seeing Wan Zhang return. Captain, you're okay. Where the hell did you go? Boss? One team member noticed Wan Zhang's choice of address and whispered with a strange look. Captain, our border defense force might be a bit rough around the edges, but you're not exactly getting kept, are you? Get lost. Wan Zhang slapped the back of the man's head in exasperation. He then rushed over to Yi Tian, but after scrutinizing him up and down, he asked suspiciously, Boss, what's with this look? Yi Tian's mouth twitched. Long story. Wan Zhang didn't press further, instead beaming with pride. Well, boss? I even killed the Demon Lord. Not bad, Yi Tian praised. But you still can't pass the trial on the 4th floor of the Sealing Demon Tower, right? That's true, Wan Zhang sighed and nodded. But then his eyes widened like copper bells in sheer shock. Wait, boss, how did you know I had the demon ceiling? Yi Tian gestured for Ji Chao not to be alarmed. Though his deepest secret had been exposed, Wan Zhang reflected for a moment and concluded the boss probably wouldn't harm him. After a brief pause, he accepted this reality. I suppose so. After all, you are the boss. Yi Tian then said, how about I grant you a buff to help you challenge the 4th floor of the Sealed Demon Tower? After all, clearing the Sealing Demon Tower would likely grant him an S rank or higher extraordinary physique, and he wanted to share in that benefit sooner rather than later. Wan Zhang shook his head. Ordinary buffs won't help much. Challenging 10 demon lords is still too difficult. Yi Tian pressed, what if I could double your strength? Wan Zhang's eyes widened again. Double. Holy SHT. He froze in shock. A direct doubling of his strength? That was terrifying. He'd never heard of such an outrageous buff. Wan Zhang's expression hardened with resolve. If it's truly possible, then I'll fight with everything I've got today to conquer the 4th layer. Regardless of anything else, he desperately wanted to attain that superior, transcendent physique. And with his strength doubled, even facing 10 demon lords if not with ease, at least his chances of victory would be substantial. No problem. Yi Tian raised his hand, enveloping Wan Zhang in a layer of crimson light, blood's blessing. As a skill of the hidden class, the Dark Emperor, the power boost was naturally formidable. Damn powerful. Wan Jiang, seeing such a buff for the first time, his expression hardened. Alright. Boss, I'm off. With that, his figure vanished once more. His teammates nearby froze in surprise once more. Yi Tian nodded, thoroughly satisfied. Looks like we can set the KPI a bit higher today. Chen Mo and Shi Jiao had accomplished quite a bit in the ruins, and with Wan Jiang clearing the sealed demon tower, today's haul should be substantial. Perfect timing after Shi Jiao's class change. Yi Tian's funds were running low. Today presented the perfect opportunity to recoup his losses. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian decided, better wait until tonight. Fortunately, KPI targets only needed to be set before the management log settlement. Even setting it at 11:59 p.m. would still be in time. He'd wait to see how things unfolded today before deciding on the exact target. Over 20 minutes passed. Fourth floor of the demon ceiling tower. Even with his strength doubled, Wan Jiang fought with great difficulty. Covered in blood, only his fighting spirit remained high. However, with his doubled strength, Wan Jiang now possessed the capability to swiftly eliminate a single demon lord. If he could take down one quickly, he would have a way to handle all 10. At this moment, he had already slain 7 of the 10 heavenly flame demon lords, leaving only 3 remaining. Ha 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 ha. New transcendent physique, here I come. Wan Jiang roared with laughter and charged forward once more, spear raised. You have cleared the 4th trial layer. Reward, S grade or higher supernatural constitution, choose one of 3. Wan Jiang's expression brightened. Finally, a stronger extraordinary physique to choose from. He immediately claimed his reward, and 3 card-like selection panels appeared before him. Wan Jiang, already bursting with anticipation, immediately scanned the first. Photosynthetic Spirit Body SS rank, massively increases stamina and health regeneration in sunlight, even enabling limb regeneration during combat. Limb regeneration. Truly worthy of an SS rank so incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, it leans toward defensive endurance battles, and in the dark, it's completely useless. After pondering for a moment, Wan Jiang turned his attention to the next one. Shapeshifting Spirit SS rank, can transform into the form of 100 different creatures including appearance, racial traits, and supernatural abilities virtually impossible to detect. Wan Jiang fell deep in thought. If Shi Jiao were here, he wouldn't even glance at the others, he'd pick the shapeshifting spirit body without hesitation. Shifting forms? Perfect for covert operations, or rather, essential for sneaking around, or traversing the multiverse. Extremely functional. For a moment, it genuinely tempted Wan Jiang, yet he wasn't entirely satisfied. His gaze then fell upon the final option. Cataclysmic Thunder Bones SSS, tempered by 10,000 thunder tribulations, forging an indestructible physique. Strength and stamina attributes doubled. Capable of unleashing annihilating thunderstorms with every movement and absorbing lightning-based damage. Wan Jiang's expression brightened instantly. Compared to utility, he craved something that bolstered his frontline combat prowess. While the shape-shifting spirit body excelled at stealth, infiltration, and covert operations. But Wan Jiang yearned to charge across battlefields, standing alone against an army. I choose the Tribulation Extinguishing Thunder Bones. Select Cataclysmic Thunder Bones as the reward for the 4th trial. Thunder Warframe S has been replaced by Cataclysmic Thunder Bones SSS. Boom! 9 successive bolts of lightning struck down, yet they did not harm Wan Jiang. Instead, his aura surged relentlessly upward. Purple lightning patterns, seemingly from ancient times, surfaced on Wan Jiang's body. A slight flick of his wrist produced crackling sounds. If one looked beneath the skin, Wan Jiang's bones glowed with a purple-gold radiance. How powerful! With the Cataclysmic Thunder Bones, once I ascend to Tier 3, I'll have no rivals within that tier. Wan Jiang was supremely confident. With his God-tier profession and SSS-grade extraordinary physique, even the most elite level 74 professionals would hold no fear once he ascended to the 3rd tier. His mood was exhilarating. The condition to unlock the next level must be to kill the Demon King. Wan Jiang pondered, yet the ceiling demon tower remained silent on the next layer's unlocking requirement. Instead, moments later, a white pillar of light descended into the center of the trial space. Within the pillar, a human-shaped projection materialized, as if it had been sealed away for ages. At the sight of that figure, Wan Jiang's pupils contracted sharply. His body trembled with excitement, his voice nearly shaking as he cried out. Father! Chapter 107, The Vast World. Father and son clash. Staring at the face bearing striking resemblance to his own, Wan Jiang froze, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He was certain this was his father, Wan Ming, who had been missing for 3 years. 3 years prior, Wan Ming had been an outstanding officer in the border defense forces. Yet during an alien invasion, he vanished completely on the battlefield, his fate unknown. Rumors suggested he had perished in battle, but Wan Jiang and his mother never believed it. The ring on Wan Jiang's finger, the ceiling demon tower, was a parting gift from his father before he vanished. He had so many questions about his father's whereabouts and the demon ceiling tower. He never imagined that today, while clearing the 4th layer of the demon ceiling tower trial, he would actually find his father. Wan Jiang's throat tightened, and all the questions he'd been holding back suddenly stuck in his throat. As the beam of light faded, Wan Ming's attire became clearly visible, a battle robe design never before seen on Blue Star. He studied Wan Jiang intently, then smiled with relief. Son, you've grown up. Is your mother well? Wan Jiang took a deep breath, forcing his expression to steady as he suppressed his emotions and asked. Why are you here? Everyone thought you were dead. Wan Ming explained, what's here is merely a projection of my avatar. The real me remains in another world. Back then, I only left Blue Star. Left Blue Star? Wan Jiang's eyes narrowed sharply. So you're okay? If you're fine, why didn't you come back to tell Mom before leaving? Don't you know how much it would hurt her? Wan Jiang's tone grew increasingly urgent and sharp, verging on a scolding. He harbored no resentment toward his father for leaving without a word. A man should roam the world to fulfill his ambitions. That was what Wan Ming had taught him since childhood. But the prerequisite was never to cause sorrow and tears to those who loved you. Wan Ming's body stiffened. His eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Wan Jiang's gaze. His voice was heavy as he said, leaving back then was selfish of me. But I feared that if I returned to bid farewell to Qinger, I wouldn't have the courage to leave. Wan Jiang's brow furrowed deeply. What happened? Why did you leave? Wan Ming sighed deeply, his voice heavy as he said, Son, the truth is, I'm not from Blue Star. Wan Jiang's pupils contracted sharply. What? When I was 3, I was attacked. The enemy was too powerful. My guardian had no choice but to flee with me to Blue Star for refuge. Soon after, he succumbed to his injuries, leaving me alone. Wan Jiang froze again, utterly stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Wan Ming continued, his expression growing wistful as if lost in memory. At first, I was utterly terrified of this alien planet. Fortunately, I arrived in the Great Xia. The Huadong Welfare Home took me in, providing free education and living subsidies that allowed me to survive. To repay Great Xia, I joined the Border Defense Forces after graduation, contributing to national defense. Later, I met Qinger, and then you came into my life. I once believed my remaining years would be filled with such happiness. Wan Jiang's tone softened slightly. Did your pursuers from before find you? Wan Ming shook his head. The only treasure I possessed back then, the demon sealing tower, couldn't be detected by outsiders. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt safe leaving it with you. And I hadn't yet inherited my family's extraordinary legacy. I was just an ordinary practitioner back then. Then, Wan Jiang was puzzled. This time, Wan Ming spoke with solemn seriousness. You probably wouldn't have noticed, but during my decades serving in the Border Defense Forces, Great Xia has been steadily retreating its territorial frontiers every single year. Abyssal demons. Alien races. With Great Xia's strength alone, we could never win against these forces. Your exposure to the extraordinary is still too brief. But I'm different. I know the true strength of the alien races and the demons. If this continues, Great Xia will be destroyed sooner or later. Wan Ming grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. I've lived in Great Xia for 40 years. The Great Xia saved half my life. I feel its beauty. Qinger and you are here too. My future lies in the Great Xia. How could I stand by and watch it perish? Wan Jiang was utterly stunned. So I'm returning. I intend to inherit my clan's extraordinary legacy. Once my power is sufficient, I'll come back to save the Great Xia, to save you all. Wan Ming's tone grew desolate again. Alas, I was too optimistic. Even with the extraordinary inheritance, I won't become powerful overnight. It will still take a long time to grow stronger. Wan Jiang was utterly perplexed. Why must you return? Wouldn't it be better to stay in Daxia and fight the external enemies together? With Blue Star's current strength, it's simply insufficient to confront the demonic forces and alien races. Wan Ming shook his head, then shifted his tone. Do you know, son? These myriad realms are collectively called the Great Thousand Worlds. The Great Thousand Worlds? The strength of each world within the myriad realms is categorized thus. Within the Great Thousand Worlds, there exist 1,000 middle thousand worlds, and within each middle thousand world, there are 1,000 small thousand worlds. The myriad realms of the heavens, the universe is vast and boundless. The power and foundations of a middle thousand world far exceed imagination. The alien races born within possess extraordinary abilities and strength, things unimaginable in this corner of Blue Star. Wan Jiang's lips twitched. Got it. Blue Star is a minor thousand world, a lower tier plane? No. Blue Star is a war zone, or rather, a no man's land. Theoretically, no extraordinary powers should manifest here. Wan Jiang chuckled dryly. Not even as good as a minor world. For instance, the Elven Royal Clan and the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan are small microcosms. The Yagu continent, however, was once very close to becoming a medium-sized microcosm. Yet due to an internal conflict, its power has now significantly diminished. Wan Ming then shifted his focus, but Blue Star is unique. Its treasures, secret realms, ancient ruins, and even portals to other realms are beyond imagination in their abundance. In other words, it possesses immense potential. It could yield countless unforeseen divine artifacts, a truly rare occurrence. That's why all the alien races covet this world's territory, hence it's called the war zone. Wan Jiang then looked at his father and asked, Then you Wan Ming solemnly introduced. I come from the Middle Thousand World, the celestial radiant star nation. Alongside the source martial world, it is hailed as one of the two mightiest human realms. Wan Jiang took a deep breath, his mind reeling from the overwhelming flood of information. But he knew without thinking, as a realm stronger than the Elven royal clan, the land of radiant stars must be incredibly powerful. Wan Ming spoke with a touch of emotion. Leaving the Sealing Demon Tower to you was meant to offer two paths. If you wish to live out your days peacefully after becoming a carpenter, it would become a defensive artifact. But if you still yearn to fight on the battlefield, it would initiate trials to aid your growth. I never imagined you could actually clear the fourth layer and see my projection. Son, you've done well. Wan Ming praised him, then shifted his tone. Son, return with me to the celestial kingdom of radiant stars. Only there can you truly become stronger. What? Wan Jiang frowned deeply. But you said you were coming back. If I go with you, what about Mom? I'm all she has left now. Wan Ming fell silent for a moment before his voice grew urgent. I want to go back too. But don't you understand? Returning now won't save Great Xia. Wan Jiang snapped back. How can it be unsavable? The Great Xia may not be a mid-tier world, but it's not as weak as you think. Wan Ming looked exasperated. Don't you get it yet? These past years, you've climbed from the first trial layer to the fourth layer through sheer hard work. Haven't the trials, hardships, and pain you endured been enough? Years? Hardships? Suffering? Pain? Wan Jiang fell deep in thought, finally murmuring after a long pause, what do these have to do with me? Since following Yi Tian, the worst pain he'd endured was stabbing himself until he was barely clinging to life, then consuming the attribute boost. Besides, it had only been half a month since he began climbing the tower to the fourth level. Wan Ming, frustrated beyond words, snapped, don't you understand the state of Great Xia now? They can't even handle the Yagu dynasty. And you, with your life-oriented profession. Hold on. Wan Jiang cut him off. The Great Xia Empire is doing exceptionally well right now. Besides, I'm not a life-oriented profession anymore. I'm a god-tier profession. Wan Ming froze, thinking he'd misheard. What? Wan Jiang continued, the Yagu dynasty has been driven back to their homeland. And I'm on the verge of becoming one of the strongest professionals in the border defense forces. I just climbed from the first floor to the fourth floor of the Sealing Demon Tower, and it's only been half a month. Wan Ming's mind froze. What did you just say? Chapter 108, the son sees his father still alive. Wan Ming felt numb. Even with his extensive experience, he was bewildered by the current state of Great Xia. So much has happened in the 3 years I've been gone? No. Wan Jiang corrected him. To be precise, it all happened in the last half month. Half a month? Impossible. Wan Ming expressed his skepticism. You're not pulling the wool over your father's eyes, are you? Wan Jiang curled his lip before detailing the current state of East China. Victory in the Great Race Competition, capturing the second medium-sized secret realm, driving the Yagu dynasty back through the interdimensional portal, repelling the Void Insect clan. After hearing it all, Wan Ming's expression turned dazed. Even if all that happened over 3 years, I'd still find it hard to believe. Half a month. He exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth happened in Great Xia after I left? Did a god descend upon the Great Xia? What deity? Wan Jiang snapped irritably. It was my boss. Never mind, I won't go into that with you. Wan Ming fell silent for a moment, still unable to believe one thing. Son, are you truly a god-tier profession? Do you realize that even in the star-studded kingdom of Tianhui, god-tier status isn't something easily attained? My boss's abilities aren't simple either. Wan Jiang curled his lips. Of course he's god-tier. Wan Ming remained skeptical. Then let's spar, father and son. Test our skills against each other. But Wan Jiang remained silent. His body trembled slightly, with excitement. A sparring match? Wan Jiang asked back, sounding a bit strange. Wan Ming lifted his chin slightly. Exactly. Care to spar? Recalling his mother's daily sorrow after his departure and subsequent disappearance, Wan Jiang gave a grim smile. Very well. In an instant, Wan Jiang's fighting spirit surged to its peak. Every ounce of strength in his muscles was instantly mobilized, ready at any moment to pierce his own father's skull. The fierce fighting spirit Wan Jiang had displayed when confronting the heavenly flame demon lord earlier paled in comparison, not even 1% as intense as what he felt now. Wan Ming, oblivious to Wan Jiang's expression, smiled and said, in the trial space, my rank is the same as yours. Don't say I'm picking on you. Wan Jiang glanced at his status bar. The double strength boost from Blood's Gift hadn't faded yet. He grinned. When do we start? Without hesitation, Wan Ming replied, now. Before he could finish the word now, a powerful gust of wind slammed into his face, a whipping kick aimed straight for Wan Ming's head. Wan Ming's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Wan Jiang's speed to be so blindingly fast. Startled, he immediately raised his arm to block. But the next instant, the impact of the kick slammed into his arm, sending him crashing to the ground. He rolled twice. Wait. What level are you? What attributes do you have? Wan Ming scrambled to his feet after rolling twice on the ground, only to realize that Wan Jiang hadn't even reached Tier 3. Yet in terms of combat prowess, he was already on par with the top tier of Stage 3. Of course, the blood blessing played a significant role. Could he really be a god tier class? Wan Ming couldn't believe it, yet a smile played at his lips. This kid. Before he could finish speaking, Wan Jiang flashed toward him, unleashing a full power kick aimed straight at his face. Don't get distracted during combat. This kick carried at least 14/10 of Wan Jiang's full strength. Had the heavenly flame demon lord been able to resurrect, witnessing the sheer force of that strike would have made him feel his death was well deserved. Boom! Wan Ming raised his hand to block, only to be sent crashing into the wall, leaving a deep gash in its wake. He finally realized that at this level, his combat prowess truly seemed inferior to Wan Jiang's. Son. Thud. Before he could finish, Wan Jiang's fist slammed into him, cutting off the rest of his words. Immediately after, a relentless barrage of punches like a relentless storm rained down on his own father. Stop it. Damn it. Enough. Son. Don't hit my face. Wan Ming tried to awaken his son's be kind to parents instinct. But seeing his father still shouting with strength, Wan Jiang kicked him twice more. This is for my mom. After a while, Wan Ming sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, his face bruised and bloodied. Though this was merely a projection, it remained under Wan Ming's mental control. The pain radiated to his physical body, the beating was very real. Damn it, you really are my own flesh and blood. Wan Jiang leaned against the wall beside him, letting out a long sigh. But a real son can be discarded just like that. Wan Ming remained silent for a long while. Finally, he spoke. Since you wish to remain in Great Xia, I respect your decision. But Great Xia is tough, really tough. You must be wary of the demonic forces. You saw it yourself, the Sealing Demon Tower has 9 layers. Their methods are beyond your imagination. And be wary of the alien races, both the Yagu dynasty and the Ghost Clan. Especially the Ghost Clan, they're already very close to the Middle Thousand World. If you plan to counterattack the alien races, proceed with caution. Every minor Thousand World realm has a deity residing within. Divine beings. Wan Jiang's brow furrowed deeply. He knew the Great Xia harbored ambitions to counterattack the Yagu dynasty, but the mere mention of gods brought an immense, invisible pressure. Understood. After patiently listening to the end, Wan Jiang prepared to leave the sealed demon tower when he suddenly turned back and asked, "How long can this projection avatar of yours last?" Wan Ming, his face bruised and swollen from the beating, grinned wryly, "I'll be here until you clear the 5th layer. However, this projection's original purpose was only to transport you to the celestial radiant star nation. Since you're not going now, it's basically useless." Alright, understood. Chapter 109, Methods for Acquiring Divine Fragments and Encountering Special Potential Again. You have shared employee Wan Jiang's SSS tier extraordinary physique, cataclysmic lightning bones. Seeing this notification, Yi Tian's heart leapt with joy. He knew Wan Jiang had successfully cleared the 4th layer. After replacing his SSS tier extraordinary physique, Yi Tian flexed his arms. His body felt incredibly light, yet his bones had grown even harder. Besides now channeling thunderstorm effects with every strike. Fractures should no longer be a concern for him. Moments later, Wan Jiang emerged from the sealed demon tower. Yet instead of the joy of a physique upgrade, he wore a troubled expression. "Boss, tell me, are the alien races and demonic fiends truly beyond our ability to handle?" Yi Tian shrugged without hesitation, "No clue. Haven't run into any particularly tough ones yet." Wan Jiang. Seeing his boss's confident demeanor, Wan Jiang's expression grew serious. He resolved to inform him of the impending crisis, hoping to give him advance warning. "Boss, regarding the Yagu dynasty, we should probably proceed with caution." Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Wan Jiang said solemnly, "From what I understand, there may be divine beings within the Yagu dynasty." He emphasized the word divine beings, attempting to heighten the sense of dread. Yet as Wan Jiang fixed his gaze on Yi Tian, he saw no flicker of reaction. "I know. Yggdrasil, the world tree. I already have a way to deal with that thing." Ha? Wan Jiang blinked twice, thinking he'd misheard, and froze in shock for a long moment. A way to deal with a deity. "Boss, you already have one?" The Yagu dynasty and the Great Xia Empire were already at war. Ever since he learned of the existence of gods, it felt like a boulder had been placed on his heart, making him deeply wary of the Yagu dynasty. Yet here with Yi Tian, it seemed to be resolved with such effortless ease. Moreover, judging by the name of the deity Yi Tian mentioned, the boss clearly knew far more than he did. Yi Tian touched his lips. Back then, the Black Prince had said that after reviving his body, the World Tree would be his responsibility. So all that remained was for Yi Tian to reach the 3rd tier and unleash the Black Emperor's true combat power. Yi Tian, exactly. You needn't worry about these matters for now. Wan Jiang stared in disbelief, his expression dazed. After a long moment, he murmured weakly, "Boss, you're brilliant." At that moment, Yi Tian suddenly grew curious. "But how did you even know about the existence of deities? Did something imprisoned within the Sealing Demon Tower tell you?" Upon this thought, it seemed the only plausible explanation. Wang Jiang hadn't intended to reveal everything, but seeing that Yi Tian had guessed this far, he decided to honestly explain the general situation. To his surprise, Yi Tian showed no sign of tension upon hearing it. Instead, he exclaimed excitedly, "A middle thousand world? Then your father must know a great deal. Quick, ask him about the uses and acquisition methods of divine essence fragments." Oh. Wang Jiang froze, utterly stunned by Yi Tian's reaction as if he'd just stumbled upon an encyclopedia. "Alright, I'll ask. Divine fragments. Inside the ceiling demon tower, Wan Ming was stunned. You've already encountered divine essence fragments? Great Xia, this development is moving way too fast." He paused for a few seconds before slowly saying, "The greatest use of divine essence fragments is, naturally, to ascend to godhood. Possessing a complete divine essence is one of the essential prerequisites for ascending to godhood. As for how to obtain the fragments, for you lot, there's probably only one way. That is to try your luck in the ruins." "Relying on luck?" Wan Jiang furrowed his brow slightly. "Is there a simpler way? Simpler methods?" Wan Ming gave a mysterious smile, his expression teasing. "Sure. Slaying a god. Simple enough, right?" Even the weakest deity was no easy foe, which was precisely why Wan Ming was teasing his son. Wan Zhan's mouth twitched. "Alright, you stay here." With that, he left the sealed demon tower. He relayed his father's response to Yi Tian. "Kill a god?" Yi Tian pondered silently. "The world tree, that should count too." But it was still too early to discuss that now. Seeing the demonic tide nearing its end, Yi Tian prepared to return. He'd gone to sleep just after 1 a.m. and been forced to rise for work by 5 a.m. 4 hours of sleep was nowhere near enough. Wan Jiang happened to be escorting Yi Tian away from the front lines. As they departed, they noticed a medical camp set up outside the front lines, dedicated to treating the severely wounded. Yi Tian glanced at Wan Zhan's body, ravaged beyond recognition after battling 11 demon lords. "Shouldn't you get some treatment too?" Wan Jiang scratched his head. "Well, boss, if you hadn't mentioned it, I probably would have healed myself by the time I got to the medical camp." His SSS tier extraordinary physique granted him an incredibly robust constitution and remarkable regenerative abilities. Only upon closer inspection did Yi Tian notice Wan Zhang's wounds healing at a visible pace. That healing speed could make you a meat shield. Yi Tian quipped, just as he was about to leave. His body suddenly froze, his gaze shifting toward a specific direction within the medic camp. Inside a medical tent, several priests tended to severely wounded frontline soldiers. A petite female priestess sighed as she examined the wounded soldier on the bed. "Multiple fractures. Your situation is quite serious." Minor injuries were treated by field medics on the battlefield, but major injuries like broken bones required evacuation to the rear for specialized care. The priestess peeled an orange segment and handed it to the soldier. "Here, eat this." The soldier obediently took it and popped it into his mouth. "Doctor, will this healing potion make me recover faster?" The female priestess remained deeply focused on casting her healing spell, replying without turning her head. "No, but it will be sweet." The soldier! At that moment, Yi Tian quietly slipped into the tent, his gaze locking onto the priestess with astonishment. Detected special potential talent in vicinity. Yi Tian never imagined he'd stumble upon such an unexpected windfall of special potential. Though the funds in Yi Tian's possession now stood at a mere 17.8. Fortunately, he possessed a black card. Just then, the petite female priest finished casting her spell and addressed the injured man. "There, you'll be fine after resting for 2 days." "Thank you, healer." The priestess turned her head and locked eyes with Yi Tian, both staring at each other in surprise. The young woman took him in from head to toe, her eyes widening with admiration. Yi Tian quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Please don't make fun of this outfit, thank you." The priestess covered her mouth and giggled. "It's actually pretty unique. The little bear looks cute too." She stared at Yi Tian, her left hand supporting her right as she rubbed her chin, asking curiously, "Going to the front lines dressed like this during wartime? Are you Commander Wei's illegitimate son?" Yi Tian shook his head immediately. "No." But to his surprise, the female pastor grew even more excited. "Not his illegitimate son. Not his son." Yi Tian was at a loss for words, while the female pastor laughed heartily. "Just kidding. But you don't look like a casualty, nor like a leader. What brings you to me?" Yi Tian stared at the resume before him, sinking into deep doubt. Name, Cho. Basic info, female, 19 years old, from Xingqing, Great Xia, occupation, priest. Potential, special interdimensional traveler. Life story, constantly switching between hard work and short trips, possesses unique insights on travel. Naturally radiates friendliness, easily winning others' favor. Greatest wish is to travel the world. Investment, hidden occupation traveler 60. P.S. Some friends pointed out that the concept of the 3,000 great thousand worlds was too vast. Half was a flaw in my thinking, half was a flaw in my description. I didn't explain it clearly. The previous text has been revised. There are no higher planes. The Great Thousand Worlds is an umbrella term referring to the entire universe as it currently exists. There is only one. Further subdivision only includes the middle thousand worlds and the small thousand worlds, which are not overly grand concepts. During the Black Emperor's reign, the Yagi dynasty reached its zenith, ruling countless worlds and rapidly ascending in power to approach the level of a middle thousand worlds. After internal strife, its overall strength plummeted, reducing it to an ordinary small thousand worlds. So why introduce the cosmic concept so early? Because the primary storyline in the early to mid stages of this book is the protagonist leading the geniuses of the Great Xia to conquer countless realms across the cosmos. With multiple storylines running concurrently, certain character appearances and plot developments necessitate advancing this narrative point. Incidentally, the protagonist rarely leaves Blue Star in the early to mid stages, which remains the primary plot hub. Counterattacks against other realms are initially delegated to his team, with the protagonist serving as their steadfast support. The latter stages of the plot mark the protagonist's full-scale push. Chapter 110, The Traveler. Yi Tian genuinely hadn't expected there to be a profession called Traveler? Just hearing the name, while he knew it was a non-combat role, it still struck him as rather peculiar. Yi Tian asked instinctively, "Do you enjoy traveling?" In his previous life, he would have found a love for travel perfectly normal. But in this extraordinary world teeming with danger, what was there worth traveling for? He couldn't understand. Xiao blinked her almond-shaped eyes in surprise. "How did you know?" Puzzled, she led Yi Tian outside the tent. It was a skill cooldown break, and she didn't mind chatting with a guy in a bare pajama top. "The world is so vast, don't you want to see it? Exploring wondrous, unknown extraordinary realms, just imagining it is thrilling." Xiao shifted her tone. "Of course, with our current abilities, exploring might be a bit difficult. But just looking around is still possible." Yi Tian's eyes widened in realization. "Extraordinary realms?" Xiao nodded. "I won't mention the ones within our country that I've already visited. Places like the Elven clan's sacred spirit forest, the mechanical clan's futuristic metropolis Zero City. They say Zero City can transform into a colossal robot. Wonder if we'll ever get to see it." Extraordinary realms held even greater wonders and mysteries. From Xiao's wistful tone, Yi Tian finally understood that traveling through the extraordinary world held its own unique pleasures. It was likely akin to Qi's fascination with tomb raiding. Still, Yi Tian remained conflicted. Was the traveler profession truly worth spending 60 credits to recruit? Judging solely by the name, it was difficult to gauge the traveler's specific abilities. What kind of skills could sustain someone traveling through the perilous supernatural world? Still, he held great faith in the abilities of hidden professions. After all, not a single one had ever disappointed him. Xiao eyed Yi Tian suspiciously. "So, why did you seek me out?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian finally declared, "I'm here to help you fulfill your dream." Xiao froze at his words. Far from mocking this grandiose declaration, she bowed deeply with genuine sincerity, her tone reverent. "I'm counting on you." Hey, Yi Tian said, torn between laughter and exasperation. "Aren't you even going to question this?" Xiao replied earnestly, "Given the dangerous state of the world today, traveling around the globe is practically impossible. If anyone could truly help me accomplish this, it could only be a deity." As she uttered the word God, Xiao pressed her palms together in prayer. "If you truly are a deity, please help me. I'll be diligent in offering sacrifices." Yi Tian burst out laughing, unsure whether to call her free-spirited or just thick-skinned. "Well, since you put it that way, fine. Let's go." "Where?" Xiao asked, puzzled. "My break is almost over." Yi Tian led her to a quiet tent, then called Wei Yuan over by phone. Having learned from the demonic invasion, it was best to set up a barrier before changing professions. And for changing to a hidden class, Wei Yuan had to come in person. "Commander Wei." Xiao gasped, her expression shifting in shock at the arrival. Wei Yuan was already thoroughly familiar with this process, though he was curious about the class being transferred, this time legendary or god tier. 3-star spirit barriers were cast within the tent. Yi Tian handed Xiao a contract. The black card's overdraft function successfully deducted 60 points, leaving Yi Tian with the lowest funds he'd ever had. 42.2. He even doubted whether today's earnings would cover the repayment. But there was no choice. A hidden class was simply too tempting. Xiao had initially approached the conversation with Yi Tian half-jokingly, figuring she might as well pass the time during the break. But seeing Wei Yuan arrive suddenly made things feel a bit awkward. Therefore, she began scrutinizing Yi Tian's contract meticulously. The further she read, the wider her eyes grew. Then, without hesitation, she signed her name. Buzz. In that instant, it was as if a cosmic galaxy descended from the heavens. Countless worldly illusions slowly materialized upon the celestial river, revealing the forms of one unknown, extraordinary realm after another. This. Could it be? Wei Yuan's pupils dilated in disbelief. This wasn't the legendary or god tier class change phenomenon, it was a unique, never-before-seen spectacle. And only one class type possessed such a singular manifestation during its transformation. A hidden class. Yi Tian once again shattered Wei Yuan's worldview. Hidden professions, could they actually be awakened? Yet he remained unaware that this hidden class was already Yi Tian's third class change. Staff Cho Cho. Class, Traveler Tier 2. Quality Hidden. Level, 25. 4-dimensional attributes 500. Class talent. When in Rome, upon arriving in a new world, you can learn its language, understand its racial traits, freely exchange its currency, and gain greater acceptance among its native inhabitants. Professional skill multiverse travel. The traveler pilots a multiverse vehicle, traversing worlds in a super spiritual form that ignores all effects, cannot be harmed, and cannot attack. Upon leaving one world, they randomly arrive in another, with the ability to return to Blue Star at any time. Souvenir collection. Each time a travel photo is taken, the traveler may randomly obtain local specialties from that world, with a chance to acquire unique mementos. Photos, specialties, and souvenirs can be mailed back to Blue Star at any time. Travel marker. Mark any location to teleport yourself and companions there via the multiverse vehicle. Is this what being a traveler is like? For a moment, Yi Tian felt his heart stir with longing. Cruising across worlds in the multiverse flyer, that life sounded way too exciting. Unfortunately, while in world travel mode, you're immune to damage but cannot attack, mostly confined to being a mere spectator. It was truly a non-combat profession. What piqued Yi Tian's curiosity more was what kind of local specialties and unique souvenirs one could obtain by checking in and leaving mementos. Beyond that, the travel marker. This skill holds considerable utility. Should one discover ancient ruins, hidden realms, or other treasures, they could summon allies to seize them at any moment. Xiao Qiu's focus, however, was entirely different from Yi Tian's. This ability. Could I actually travel the world? No, traverse all realms and worlds. Her face lit up with ecstatic joy. The sheer magnitude of the surprise overwhelmed her, leaving her stunned for a long moment. Suddenly, she clutched Yi Tian's arm tightly, her expression reverent as she exclaimed, "God, you truly are a god." Yi Tian, I'm not. Before Yi Tian could finish, Xiao Qiu excitedly continued, "Whether you are or not, I will be your most devoted follower. Rest assured, I'll diligently bring back offerings." Xiao Qiu's eyes sparkled brightly. In her exuberant state of mind, Yi Tian was already indistinguishable from a god. "Just call me boss." Yi Tian approved. "Go do what you want to do. As for your work at the physician camp, I'll have Commander Wei handle it." Wei Yuan nodded in agreement. Since Xiao Qiu no longer held the priest profession, she certainly wouldn't need to continue her physician duties. His only burning question now was, what abilities did this hidden profession actually grant? Xiao Qiu thanked them repeatedly. Even now, she still felt as if she were in a dream. Moments later, she activated the skill, Journey Across Worlds. A silver train, seemingly from another dimension, materialized out of the void. Resembling a compact bullet train, its two carriages appeared as if conjured from nothingness. Xiao Qiu boarded the train, and soon both she and the carriage vanished into the void. Wei Yuan gaped in astonishment. Not only had he never witnessed such an ability, he'd never even imagined it possible. Yi Tian was now deeply curious, where would this traveler journey to, and what unique souvenirs or mementos might she bring back? Chapter 111, The Grand Secret Realm. The Omnipotent One Part 2. After completing Xiao Qiu's job change, Yi Tian departed the military camp's front lines and returned to Green Mountain Apartments. The black cat gave a suspicious meow, as if wondering where Yi Tian had been so early in the morning. "Ha!" Yi Tian yawned. "Good afternoon, little black." He'd never felt mornings were so packed, rising at 5 a.m. to fight in Country F, then encountering demonic forces in Dingcheng. "At least my pajamas stayed clean." Yi Tian flopped onto his bed, ready to catch up on some sleep. But the vibration of his phone alerted him. He instinctively checked the message, and his eyes instantly widened. First came a message from Chen Mo. "Boss, large resource dungeon discovered in the International Public Area Ulan. Too many people, I can't clear them all." Almost immediately, Wei Yuan learned of the situation and sent the same message. Holy crap! Yi Tian instantly perked up, flipping out of bed like a carp. Now, he truly couldn't sleep anymore. A major resource secret realm. Large-scale secret realms were rare across the entire Blue Star, appearing only once every 2 or 3 years. Across East China, there wasn't a single large-scale resource secret realm. Even in the entire Great Xia, only 2 existed in central China. As for other nations worldwide, it goes without saying only the United States possessed 2 large-scale secret realms. Should a small nation ever discover a large-scale secret realm within its borders, it would likely face annihilation at the hands of alien races. For a large resource secret realm can yield legendary grade materials, while its output of epic grade and lower materials exceeds that of a medium-sized realm by more than 5-fold. If East China secured a large-scale resource secret realm, military equipment would leap 2 tiers within half a month. But what excited Yi Tian most was this. Securing a major secret realm would undoubtedly yield far greater dividend funds. Thinking of his current negative funds, Yi Tian could hardly contain his impatience. Wei Yuan provided more details in his message. This time, the realm would be entered in small teams of 3. After pondering, Yi Tian called upon Wan Jiang and Yi Xiu. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and headed out immediately. Little Black, stay home and behave, okay? Meow. At that moment, within the Star Domain Glory Arena, Yi Xiu exhaled a long breath, gazing at the fallen corpse of a Ghost Clan member not far away. This Ghost Clan, such bizarre abilities. Good thing I had the upper hand. After reaching the Starfall tier, he could now match against cross-realm alien races. His first encounter with the Ghost Clan had caught him off guard, costing him a rank. After pleading with Jiang Che for half a day, he managed to secure Jiang Che's entry pass and exacted revenge on the Ghost Tribe twice in succession, successfully stepping into the King tier. You have won this match. Reward, 780 Starlight points. Ranked promotion, King tier 5. You have earned the King tier promotion reward, ability refill count 1. Title Glory Stellar Throne. Stellar Throne, plus 180% damage against alien creatures. Even the icon for this title looked more imposing, displaying a dark gold crown pattern. Another ability refill. He recalled the talent he'd obtained during his golden age. Omnipotent Beginner. Effect, all skills you possess have their stats doubled. As an initial omnipotent, stay the path of omnipotence. Unexpected rewards await in the future. Regarding this maintain omnipotence, Yi Xiu was certain it was related to the Omnipotent 1 talents upgrade. The previous ability assessment covered 8 aspects: strength, agility, constitution, spirit, attack, defense, speed, and endurance. This time, he must ensure no weaknesses in any aspect to qualify for advancement. Yi Xiu couldn't help but feel relieved. Good thing I researched this beforehand. For intermediate omnipotence, the assessment no longer covers the previous 8 aspects but instead focuses on the 6 elements: wind, earth, fire, water, wood, lightning. To qualify as an intermediate all-rounder, one must master skills aligned with all 6 elemental attributes. Thus, Yi Xiu had purchased several missing skill manuals in advance, now perfectly meeting the requirements. Wind King Summon Core Annihilation Crimson Lotus Calamity Water Dragons Roar All-Encompassing Phenomena Divine Punishment Thunder Realm. Perfect. Further analysis confirms no weaknesses in your advancement across all 6 elements: wind, earth, fire, water, wood, and lightning. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden achievement, All-Rounder Intermediate. Special Talent Universalist Advancement. Omnipotent Intermediate, all your skills gain a 3-fold increase in stats. This is too good to be true. A smirk touched Yi Xiu's lips. His overall strength had finally received another boost. All that grinding in Starfield glory for days hadn't been in vain. I wonder what the ultimate effect of this omnipotent talent will be. Yi Xiu felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at the message on his phone. Whoa! We've got a job. With that, he exited the Stellar Arena platform and immediately prepared to depart for the International Public Sector Ulan. Ulan lay even farther than the eastern capital. But what was truly terrifying was that unlike the last time in the eastern capital, where only the United States and the Elven race competed, this time, it was packed to the rafters. And it wasn't just humans, the number of alien races was terrifyingly high. Upon arrival, Yi Tian quickly scanned his surroundings: the American Empire, F-Nation, the Elves, the Mechanics, the Shadow Moon Wolves, and countless others. Every nation, familiar or unfamiliar, with even a modicum of strength, had arrived. The alien races arrived even more swiftly. But Yi Tian soon realized the reason for this fierce competition. The instance space was about to vanish. Once the instance vanished, the only stable means for nations and alien races to obtain resources would be the resource secret realm. Under these circumstances, the allure of a major resource sanctuary reached its peak. No race or nation with any power would let it slip away. A faint smile touched Yi Tian's lips. This secret realm is going to be interesting. Chapter 112, Ghost Realm. Let's go! The massive mobilization perfectly captured the scene unfolding in Wulan at that moment. It could be said that every power in the vicinity of Wulan, no matter how small, refused to cede this major secret realm to others. The intensity of the competition was truly unprecedented. Some nations and alien races, bound by blood feuds, had already clashed en route. Worse still, some held the mindset that if they couldn't claim the grand secret realm themselves, no one else would get it either. This alone showed how intensely coveted a major secret realm truly was. At this moment, Chen Mo, who had been observing from the periphery, approached Yi Tian. Having originally planned to sweep through the international public zone, he had arrived in Ulan early from Dongdu, witnessing the emergence of the large secret realm firsthand. His initial plan was to eliminate everyone present to monopolize the secret realm, but unfortunately, there were too many bystanders and his strength was insufficient. News spread rapidly, leading to the current situation. My apologies, boss. I failed in my duty. Chen Mo felt a pang of shame. Had he managed to eliminate all the onlookers back then, he wouldn't have to contend with so many factions vying for control now. Yi Tian, however, smiled indifferently. It's fine. Competition is a good thing. Chen Mo thought Yi Tian was consoling him, which only deepened his shame. However, Yi Tian had considered the dividend rules criteria. If one claimed a secret realm without competition, the dividend funds would be extremely limited. While fiercer competition meant greater dividends, a pattern Yi Tian had observed. Even before the secret realm officially manifested, the number of contenders kept growing. Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and Yi Xiu Wanjiang all arrived, and even Ling Luo from the Hidden Dragon base brought a fully armed special squad. Yi Xiu recognized them, the Tusu squad. Rumored to be the strongest special squad below the third tier in Great Xia. Not anymore, Wei Yuan corrected. They were the strongest once. Wei Yuan explained, because this secret realm restricts entry to those below the third tier. Zhou Yuan observed the teams from the United States and F nation moving closely together in the distance, murmuring with a hint of disapproval. These two nations have really gone all out, bringing their elite forces of this generation. Without bringing your best, how could you possibly hope to seize a major secret realm? Unlike their previous visit to negotiate cooperation with Great Xia, the American Empire had already aligned itself with F nation and several other countries this time. Ling Luo, still clad in crimson, surveyed the surroundings. Upon seeing the number of alien races present, her brows furrowed slightly. Every alien race capable of establishing a foothold on Blue Star seems to have turned up. Wei Yuan nodded. Apart from those two distant, like the Dracula Empire, only the Void Insect clan is absent. His words hadn't even finished. At the shadowy entrance to the secret realm, purple specks began to appear one after another, followed by the sound of insect gnawing. The Void Insect clan. A cry rang out from somewhere, startling the alien races, each glaring fiercely. Each looking down on the others. The gnawing sounds emanating from the secret realm's entrance were indeed the Void Insect clan. They were gnawing at the secret realm's space, attempting to invade and enter ahead of schedule to seize the initiative. These vermin want to meddle too. Countless alien races glared with fury. Disgusting vermin. Such underhanded tactics were naturally despised, causing the atmosphere to instantly turn indignant. In contrast, Yi Tian remarked with interest, we might just get outmaneuvered by the Void Insect clan. The Void Insect clan existed within the dungeon's dimension, making them nearly impossible for other races to eliminate effectively. But Yi Tian remained unfazed. After all, he could traverse the void and eliminate these insects at any moment. Unexpectedly, the scene shifted once more. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. Buzz. At the entrance to the secret realm, darkness seeped up from the ground like a rising tide. What began as a faint shadow gradually transformed into a dark boundary devouring the world. It coalesced into an inverted bowl-shaped barrier, enveloping the secret realm's entrance. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in shock. The void insects were utterly terrified, as if struck by some fright. Forgetting their feeding frenzy on the secret realm's space, they immediately prepared to flee. Yet as this dark barrier enveloped the secret realm, it also engulfed every single insect. Soon, the barrier fell silent, punctuated only by the sound of insect bodies being crushed one after another and the shrill, agonized screams of the insectoid hordes. Teams from numerous nations retreated in alarm, their expressions filled with shock. What is this? Some alien races wore grave expressions, while others decisively abandoned their pursuit of the secret realm. Yi Xiu had witnessed this ability before while battling in the Star Domain Glory. Ghost Realm. Exactly. Ghost Realm identical to the Ghost Clan abilities described in the records, Wei Yuan said solemnly. Yi Tian was curious, Ghost Realm? Yi Xiu explained, it's a unique racial ability of the Ghost Clan. It can intensify the abilities of the Ghost Clan to their utmost limit and materialize them within the domain scope. Depending on the specific Ghost Clan member's abilities, it manifests different domain effects typically characterized by high lethality, extreme danger, and reality distortion. Yi Tian understood. Judging by the expressions of the surrounding alien races, he knew this ghost domain was no easy foe. No wonder those void insects had perished so swiftly just now. The alien races looked at each other with fear. Damn it. It's the Ghost Clan. With the Ghost Clan here, how can we possibly compete? The Ghost Domain is set up at the Secret Realm's entrance. To fight for the Secret Realm, we must first break through the Ghost Domain. The difficulty is too great. The Ghost Clan was a formidable race even among the alien tribes. Though they rarely engage in conflict, no one dares to underestimate them, much less provoke them. No one knew how many Ghost Kings lurked within the Ghost Realm. Yet to participate in the Secret Realm's conquest, one must first traverse the Ghost Realm to reach its entrance. This move by the Ghost Clan was nothing short of treacherous. Many faction leaders frowned deeply, preparing to grit their teeth and proceed. Otherwise, they would only watch as the Ghost Clan claimed this vast secret realm for themselves. Zhou Yuan's expression hardened as he declared decisively, the Secret Realm's entrance is about to appear. I'll lead you in. Wei Yuan felt the difficulty, it's tough. Upon learning of the Ghost Realm's capabilities, Yi Tian suddenly laughed. Simple. It's just crossing the Ghost Realm. His words instantly drew the attention of Wei Yuan and the others nearby. Yi Tian happened to have a solution, world travel. A silver train emerged from the void. Resembling a magnetic levitation train with two carriages, it seemed to exist in another dimension, impervious to collisions. The multiverse traveler allowed one to pilot a multiverse flyer, traversing the world in a super-spiritual state that ignored all obstacles, and it could even carry passengers. Recalling the traveler's skill he'd just shared, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to the multiverse traveler, this ghost realm was nothing but a toy. Your domain is dangerous, but sorry, the multiverse flyer remains unaffected. Hop in. Under the astonished gazes of Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, Ling Luo, and others, Yi Tian stepped into the carriage of the Silver Line train and called out to Wan Jiang and the others to board. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan, who had been preparing to risk everything to escort Yi Tian and the others, felt his emotions suddenly become disjointed. In truth, it wasn't just the Great Xia delegation. Curious gazes poured in from every nation and major alien race present. But that wasn't all. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, Yi Tian piloted the train with an excited look on his face, carrying Wan Jiang, Yishou, and Chen Mo straight toward the ghost realm. Go, go, go. Let's roll. That terrifyingly dangerous realm failed to affect Yi Tian's flying vehicle in the slightest. At first glance, one might have thought Yi Tian was leading a sightseeing tour. The numerous ghost kings lurking within the ghost realm were stunned. The Great Xia delegation, representatives from the United States, F Nation, and other countries, along with the Elf Royal Clan, Shadow Moon Wolf Clan, and numerous other alien races, all stared in disbelief. Dude, you just breezed right through like that. Chapter 113, Have They Gone Mad? Upon entering the ghost realm, Yi Tian felt only a slight dimness in the surrounding light, with virtually no other impact. Gazing out the train window at the terrifying, hideously grotesque ghost kings, he even felt inclined to wave a greeting. The ghost tribes fixed their gaze on the train. No matter how fiercely they attacked, they couldn't scratch the vehicle's surface. For a moment, they all fell into deep thought. Outside, while Wei Yuan and the others wore expressions of helpless amusement, the Tusu squad brought by Ling Luo looked utterly bewildered. We haven't even boarded yet. Ling Luo sighed helplessly. This time, I'm afraid we won't need your help. The words carried both resignation and a tinge of bitterness. Though the Hidden Dragon base was officially the top special forces base in Great Xia since Yi Tian's emergence, she felt her days were numbered. The secret realm's entrance was about to open. Upon seeing Great Xia's entry, other nations and races grew frantic. Yet none possessed Yi Tian's extraordinary abilities. Each faction's elite could only lead their own teams, gritting their teeth as they charged into the ghost realm. If this were a medium-sized secret realm, most teams would likely retreat immediately. But this was a large-scale secret realm. Breaking through meant a chance to seize its treasures. No one wanted to miss out on such a massive secret realm. Nations like the United States and F Nation charged forward, led by figures like Colonel Jack and Senlia. Yet every face among them was grim beyond measure. This was a life or death endeavor. Even Zhou Yuan would pay a heavy price. Sure enough, within moments, casualties mounted tragically. The American Empire and F Nation had barely been in the ghost realm for over 10 seconds before they fled in disarray, covered in dust and dirt. Some were dead, others wounded, and the pioneer team hadn't even managed to enter the secret realm. FK. High-ranking officials at the U.S. Delta Force Special Operations Base seethed with impotent rage. Unable to breach the ghost realm, they could only watch from the outside. Among all nations on Blue Star, only Great Xia possessed the capability to enter the secret realm and vie for its treasures. This infuriated the American Empire even more. Colonel Jack snorted coldly in fury. Going in would only be delivering themselves to the Ghost Clan. Moreover, numerous alien races had also suffered heavy casualties within the ghost realm. This instantly restored the confidence the Ghost Kings within the Ghost Realm had lost after their defeat by Yi Tian. Ultimately, only 3 alien races managed to breach the Ghost Realm and enter the secret realm. The Elven Royal Clan, the Mechanized Clan, and the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan. The secret realm's entrance opened. Yi Tian halted the train at the entrance, dispatching Wan Jiang, Yishou, and Chen Mo as a squad to enter. By not taking a spot himself, he could secure an extra share of the profits. Of course, to ensure the outcome, Yi Tian would still enter the secret realm. Void Shuttle. You have joined the Grand Secret Realm Showdown, Battle for the Flag. Each team will be assigned a base containing a team flag. Capturing an enemy flag results in their defeat, while capturing your own flag earns 1 point. At settlement, the team with the most captured flags gains control of the secret realm. These rules kinda suck. After reading the rules, Yishou grumbled, so we not only need to send people to capture enemy flags, but also keep our own flag defended. It all comes down to how you divide your forces. At that moment, Yi Tian teleported into the Great Xia stronghold. Upon seeing the rules, his expression brightened. Easy fix, I'll just stay inside the base. Boss. Yishou froze upon seeing Yi Tian arrive, then beamed with delight. I almost forgot you can bypass the rules and enter the secret realm. With Yi Tian guarding the Great Xia stronghold, it became an impregnable fortress. Yi Tian was quite content with this arrangement, as he had never intended to heavily involve himself in his employees' competitions. After all, this was tied to profit sharing. Employees competing for the secret realm on their own would yield a larger share than if Yi Tian assisted them in securing it. With the boss guarding the outpost, we can go all out to capture the flag. Wan Jiang declared to Yishou and Chen Mo, and the three nodded in agreement. With Yi Tian here, they felt practically invincible. The trio immediately set out, preparing to commence the flag capture. 6 teams were present within the secret realm. Great Xia, the Elven Royal Clan, the Mechanical Clan, the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan, and 2 Ghost Clan teams. The Ghost Clan had cast a Ghost Realm over the Secret Realm's entrance, allowing them to deploy their forces at will. However, in the Ghost Clan's estimation, 2 teams were more than sufficient to seize the Secret Realm. Records concerning the Ghost Clan were scarce, with the most widely known fact being their division into 2 major factions: Rakshasa and Yaksha. These 2 royal lineages formed the backbone of the modern Ghost Clan. The 2 teams entering this grand secret realm hailed respectively from the Rakshasa Royal House and the Yaksha Royal House. Perfect rules. This secret realm is practically tailor-made for our Ghost Clan. As long as we shroud our stronghold in the Ghost Realm, no one can take the banner. Within the Yaksha Royal Clan stronghold, 3 Yaksha demons stood, their forms hideous and beast-like. Their spines curved like bows, their skulls protruded forward into jagged fangs, and sharp bone spurs sprouted from their limb joints. Naturally, no one can rival our clan. For us, the greatest competitors are those Rakshasa scum. Exactly. The glory of conquering the secret realm must belong to the Yaksha Royal Clan. The 3 Yakas reached a unanimous agreement. First, let's set up the Ghost Domain. One of the Yaka demons prepared to establish the Ghost Domain within their stronghold. Once the Ghost Realm was established, only 1 guardian would be needed to maintain it, allowing them to fend off most enemies without having to constantly look over their shoulders like other teams. Ghost Domain. The Yaka demon's spellcasting hand hadn't even fully extended. Suddenly, voices echoed from nearby. Whoa, we spotted the enemy so easily. My undead warriors are pretty quick at scouting enemies. Attack! Ha! The Yaka demon froze. A figure wielding a long spear descended from the heavens, channeling thunderous might like a god of lightning incarnate. Boom! Not only that, but 2 others followed him. A lazy-looking man wielding a parasol-like weapon kicked the outpost's gate to pieces. 3 figures had launched a direct assault on the Yakshagwi stronghold. Have they lost their minds? Chapter 114, Showing Off Stats. Is this still the Great Xia I know? According to the rules of the Capture the Flag battle, every team must choose between sending troops to attack or keeping forces to defend. In the early stages of the Capture the Flag battle, all teams should be in a probing phase. But the Yakshas never imagined 3 Great Xia warriors would charge straight into their stronghold. Are all the Great Xia who come here madmen? Ignoring the outpost's fate was one thing, but the first to confront them, the Yaksha demon clan, actually didn't take them seriously. 2 Yakas sidestepped Wan Zhang's thunderous strike. After a mere moment of surprise, expressions of fury and contempt flashed across the faces of the 3 Yakas. You're asking for death. To choose us as enemies, your courage is admirable, but your decision is utterly foolish. Amidst the roar of surging flames, the chain blades in the 2 Yaka demons' hands ignited with fire. They stood at the front, while the 3rd Yaka demon remained behind, adopting an odd posture. He murmured in the demonic tongue, "Karmic fire summon." Shadows rose from the earth, enveloping Wan Zhang and his companions. Wherever the shadows passed, crimson wounds appeared, as if torn open by molten lava. Ghost Realm. Another Ghost Realm, Night Cultivator remarked calmly. His 2 encounters with the Ghost Clan in the Star Realm Glory had already taught him how to counter it. Chaos Domain. This functional domain was forged from the ordinary skill taunt through super enhancement. But the effect itself was secondary. What mattered was countering the Ghost Realm with an equally ranked domain skill before it fully enveloped the area. The Ghost Realm and Chaos Realm seemed to split the surrounding space in 2, colliding relentlessly at their boundary until both realms were completely neutralized. What? The 3 Yaksha ghosts wore expressions of shock, utterly unprepared for the Ghost Domain to be thwarted. Now witness my fire elemental technique. Night Cultivator maintained his domain while gathering fiery elements. Scarlet Lotus Calamity Fire. Spiritual energy, as if being refined, erupted explosively, unleashing waves of meteor-like flames that scorched the Yaka ghosts. The Yaka demon's karmic flames proved utterly no match for the Crimson Lotus Cataclysm. Of course, it wasn't that the Crimson Lotus Tribulation fire skill was particularly powerful. Rather, Yi Tian possessed the title Stellar Throne, granting plus 180% damage against alien lifeforms, coupled with the Omnipotent Medium effect, which tripled all skill values. Theoretically, if a water-type skill had been used, the Yaka demon's karmic flames would have been defeated even more decisively. But Yi Tian deliberately chose fire against fire to showcase the numbers. They couldn't even defeat a human? The Yaksha demons were utterly shocked. Losing to a human of equal rank in both domain and skills was almost unheard of. Looks like we'll have to rely on raw power. The Yaksha demon swung its chain blade, its form flickering as it charged toward Yi Tian. Raw power meant elemental attributes, the most direct measure of combat strength, and something the Yakshas, as high-tier ghosts, were supremely confident in. Yet at that moment, Wan Zhang unleashed a thunderous punch. Terrifying power erupted instantly from his SSS tier extraordinary physique, cataclysmic lightning bones. Boom! The Yaksha demon, who had sought to rely on raw power, was sent flying by Wan Zhang's punch. Like a cannonball, it crashed into the wall and perished instantly. Witnessing Wan Zhang's terrifying strike, the remaining 2 Yaka demons froze in shock. For a moment, they even doubted whether these beings before them were truly humans from Blue Star. But rather, they were prodigies from the Middle Thousand Worlds. Otherwise, how could it be possible that their Yiksha clan, in terms of domain, skills, and attributes, was utterly outmatched in every aspect? For a moment, the Yiksha demons were nearly beaten into questioning their very existence. A thunderous force swept through the air. Wanjiang seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning itself, his spear tracing a crescent-shaped lightning pattern that instantly obliterated the remaining two Yaka ghosts. Pull the flag. Wanjiang casually uprooted the Yaksha tribe's banner. The Yaksha squad was eliminated, and the Great Xia squad earned 1 point. Yeshio fell into deep reflection. Seems I may have overestimated these third-tier ghosts. Yet in truth, it wasn't overestimation. It was that Yishio, Wanjiang, and Shen Mo were currently far too powerful. Let's split up and secure the secret realm as quickly as possible. Agreed. Great Xia's Team 2 annihilates Ghost Clan Team 2. Ghost Clan Team 2 eliminated. Great Xia Team earns 1 point, currently leading the rankings. The announcement echoed throughout the entire secret realm space. On the leaderboard, only the Great Xia Team currently held any points. The entire arena fell into shock, especially the Elven Royal Clan and the Mechanical Clan. At that moment, Selena, the female elf of the Elven Royal Clan who had also served as the elf team leader during the previous trial secret realm, had just formed an alliance with the Mechanics Clan. Serena felt immense pressure in this secret realm contest. She knew the Ghost Clan's strength far surpassed that of the elves, and they had sent 2 teams. Therefore, she had sought out the Mechanics and Great Xia to form a peaceful mutual aid alliance, uniting against the Ghost Clan. But who could have imagined that Great Xia would be single-handedly defeated by the Ghost Clan? What must it feel like to see a race stronger than your own eliminated before you? Is this still the Great Xia I know? Serena stared blankly, lost in thought. Beside her, a mechanic warrior, a body forged from cold, hard alloy and clad in dark silver armor, voiced a profound question. Does Great Xia truly need to ally with us? Serena's eyes suddenly lit up as she exclaimed excitedly, 1077, could it be that this Ghost Clan's strength is exceptionally weak this time? 1077 was the name of this mechanical warrior. He responded in a steady electronic voice, based on database statistics of the Ghost Clan's average combat strength over the years and their recent performance. The probability of that is approximately 0.00026%. Of course, it's not entirely impossible. 1077's words left Serena with a look of utter disbelief. They had been dispatched to seek an alliance with the Great Xia Empire, yet now they found themselves utterly bewildered. Suddenly, 1077 received an alert. The sensor strip on his face flashed red. Bad news. Our base is under attack by Rakshasa demons. What? Defend the base immediately. Serena gasped at the news and immediately retreated to the base at full speed with 1077. The Mechanical Clan and the Elven Royal Clan were known for their cautious approach, leaving 2 members to guard the base. They never expected it to be attacked. But upon reaching the outpost, they witnessed an even more terrifying scene. Thud. Accompanied by a massive tremor, they looked up to see a super battle armor over 10 meters tall, boasting luxurious weaponry. This was the full combat form of a mechanic warrior. After transformation, their combat power would increase dramatically, allowing them to fight opponents several tiers above their level. Facing the super battle armor, however, stood 2 Rakshasa demons with green faces and fangs. Compared to the Yaka demons, their features were far more savage and ferocious. Blood-red rings shimmered behind them, and each wielded a curved blade. Boring. Utterly boring. The Rakshasa demon let out a chilling laugh. Before the super battle armor could react, he spread his arms wide, summoning a ghostly domain. The moment the ghostly realm enveloped the armor, a barrage of violent slashes tore the super battle armor apart. The hardened alloy shattered effortlessly, sparks flying in every direction. Boom! The exorbitantly expensive super battle armor was cut to pieces in the most brutal manner. Meanwhile, another Rakshasa demon stood atop the corpse of a Mechanist warrior, pulling out the Mechanist banner. Not far away, Serena, who had just returned to defend, stared in shock. No. I'm too late. No. 1077 stood frozen in place. Arriving early wouldn't have made a difference either. The super battle armor just obliterated was the Mechanic Clan's strongest combat asset this time. The mechanics were eliminated. 1077 was teleported out of the secret realm. Serena's pupils contracted sharply. Staring at the Rakshasa demon in the distance, her heart sank to the depths. Clearly, this generation of the Ghost Clan was anything but weak. Yet at that moment, a figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Am I too late? I wonder if snatching the Mechanic Clan's banner back from them counts toward our points. Chapter 115, Pick the Toughest Opponent Demon Transformation? Hearing the language of Great Xia, Serena's heart leapt with surprise. She turned her head to look. She saw Wanjiang had arrived beside her at some point and was already charging straight toward the 2 Rakshasa demons. Serena's newly calmed nerves jolted again. She hurriedly called out in Daxia. Wait. You're going alone. Has Daxia lost his mind? Taking on 2 Rakshasa demons single-handedly. Where are his teammates? Wang Jiang replied without turning his head. The other two went to capture the flag. I'm here to kill enemies. Serena was stunned. Anyone unaware might think the great Xia human race was the true high-tier species. Way to capturing the flag while one fights enemies. Aren't they supposed to defend the outpost? No. The real question now is, can he handle two Rakshasa demons alone? Serena's mind raced, then she decisively followed Wang Jiang, ready to assist him against the Rakshasa demons. The reason was simple: the Elven royal clan and the Great Xia Empire at least maintained friendly relations. Besides, if the Great Xia were eliminated by the Rakshasa, the Elven royal clan would likely be left standing alone. Wait. The word I hadn't even left her lips. Serena witnessed a blinding, earth-shattering thunderbolt descend from the sky upon the mechanical tribe's stronghold. Dragon Hunt Domain. Wang Jiang's voice rang out in the air, as resonant as stone. Having absorbed the combat experience of the Night Cultivators, Wang Jiang now knew to activate his domain first to counter the Ghost Realm. The two Rakshasa ghosts were caught completely off guard. Great Xia humans. So that Yaksha rabble fell at your hands? You are indeed slightly stronger than them, but only slightly. Wang Jiang never minced words. Great Wasteland Star Illuminating Spear. Wang Jiang flashed before the Rakshasa demons, the thunderous might unleashing a deafening explosion as he landed. Boom! Critically wounded, a single strike had gravely injured both Rakshasa demons. In the distance, Selena watched with her mouth slightly agape. The delicate elven wings fluttering behind her slowly came to a halt. She seemed to realize a grave issue. Daxia seems genuinely capable of suppressing the demonic race. The two Rakshasa demons fled, their expressions filled with apprehension. But then, they received a transmission from the Rakshasa guarding their stronghold. What? Two more Great Xia humans attacked our stronghold? Have you people gone mad? The garrison commander desperately tried to order them back to defend, but they knew retreat was nearly impossible. Wang Jiang sneered coldly upon hearing this. The last words of your fallen demon clan comrades were exactly the same. With that, Wang Jiang swung his spear once more, unleashing another full-force strike. Breaking army. But before this shattering army strike could reach the two Rakshasa demons, an announcement echoed. Great Xia has captured Ghost Clan Team 1's flag. Ghost Clan Team 1 eliminated. Great Xia squad earns 1 point and currently leads the rankings. The remaining two Rakshasa demons were immediately eliminated. Wang Jiang felt a sharp pang of regret at losing the experience from two Ghost Clan members. Damn it! Yi Xiu, you took that flag way too fast. But there was nothing to be done. The Rakshasa stronghold had only one Rakshasa left to defend it. Against Yi Xiu and Chen Mo, it stood no chance. If only I'd used the breaker first. Wang Jiang shook his head helplessly. Then, his gaze swept over Serena, who stood frozen in shock nearby, causing her body to tremble. Wang Jiang extended his hand. Hand over the flag, and you may leave alive. Serena's eyes flickered with complex emotions. After a moment, she sighed deeply. Originally, the Elven royal clan had placed great importance on this secret realm, dispatching their most elite forces from the royal court. But now it seemed clear that they were vastly outmatched, not only against the Ghost Clan but also against the Great Xia Empire. This secret realm, perhaps it was better not to fight for it. Preserving their elite forces seemed like a decent outcome after all. Very well. We concede. Thank you for showing mercy. Serena felt a surge of relief. It seemed that befriending the Great Xia Empire had been the key to their survival this time. Otherwise, with Wang Jiang's combat prowess, he could have easily kicked her to death on a whim before turning his attention to the two Rakshasa demons. I'll take you to retrieve the flag. Serena said, her voice tinged with curiosity. By the way, isn't the Great Xia going to put up any defenses? Before she could finish, a wolf's howl echoed from the Great Xia outpost. Wang Jiang's eyes narrowed sharply. Serena gasped in alarm. The Shadow Moon Wolf Clan. They're ambushing your outpost. Frankly, if the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan were to seize the secret realm, it would be better to let Great Xia have it. She looked at Wang Jiang anxiously. You must rush back to defend it. But Wang Jiang remained unhurried, even seeming slightly amused. The Shadow Moon Wolf Clan, huh? After all that maneuvering, they picked the toughest target. At that moment, at the Great Xia outpost, Yi Tian lifted his gaze, having spotted the 3 Shadow Moon Wolves long ago. They were the ones employing the most reckless tactics, completely defenseless, all 3 charging forward together. Moreover, they weren't truly mindless. They had lingered near the secret realm for a long time, assessing the battlefield conditions. They chose to ambush the Great Xia outpost. If not for me, your plan would have succeeded. The Shadow Moon Wolves were one of the Great Xia's sworn enemies, and Yi Tian couldn't be bothered to say anything. As the 3 wolves neared the outpost, Yi Tian casually unleashed a slash, void-splitting wave slash. Buzz! The invisible slash swept through like a raging hurricane, its howling winds leaving the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan utterly defenseless. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Among the Shadow Moon Wolves, 2 cubs fell, but 1 remained standing. It actually withstood my strike. That powerful? No, impossible. Yi Tian shifted from lying flat to sitting upright, taking the situation seriously. Suddenly, a demonic aura erupted from the sole surviving Shadow Moon Wolf, causing its lifeless body to darken inch by inch. Yi Tian's brow furrowed slightly. The aura of the abyss? In mere moments, the lone Shadow Moon Wolf's power surged over tenfold as it succumbed to demonic corruption. Yet it seemed to have lost all consciousness, its body now passively controlled by the demonic force. Why did the Shadow Moon Wolf clan succumb to demonic corruption? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Observing the demon-corrupted Shadow Moon Wolf, now over 10 times stronger, Yi Tian casually delivered another strike, this time an instant kill. Chapter 116, Dividend Settlement. Where is the American Empire? Yi Tian flicked the long blade transformed from his 1,000 machinery umbrella, leaving tremors rippling through the air. Even though that Shadow Moon Wolf had successfully demonized, increasing its power by over tenfold, it still couldn't withstand Yi Tian's casual slash, especially being below the 3rd tier. Seems the wolf died from that first strike. The abyssal power within just took over its body. Yi Tian analyzed the shattered wolf corpse. The question is, when exactly did the abyss's power become embedded within it? Strange. Yi Tian shook his head. Finding an answer now seemed unlikely. In any case, whether Shadow Moon Wolves or demonic beings, they were all enemies. It was rather fitting that they were tearing each other apart. It should be over now. Just as Yi Tian thought this, the announcement resounded throughout the entire secret realm. Great Xia has captured the banner of the Elf Royal Clan squad. Elf Royal Clan eliminated. All teams except Great Xia are eliminated. Secret realm settlement complete. Congratulations to the Great Xia team for capturing the large-scale resource secret realm Golden Mountain, securing 100% control. Employees Wan Jiang, Yi Xiu, Chen Mo successfully captured the large-scale resource secret realm. Reward distribution, funds 33, God tier item chest 1, God tier equipment chest 2. Divine grade chests. And items too? Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Items were generally rarer than equipment. Looks like someone performed exceptionally well, resulting in better special rewards. It must have been Wan Jiang's performance. In terms of the outcome of seizing the secret realm, Wan Jiang had indeed contributed the most. After defeating 2 Rakshasa demons, Wan Jiang followed Selena to the Elven Royal Clan stronghold. Upon hearing Selena intended to surrender outright and hand over the banner, the other 2 Elven Royal allies immediately objected. They demanded a duel against Wan Jiang. The outcome was predictable. Amidst the groans of the 2 fallen Elven Royal Clan members lying on the ground, Wan Jiang successfully pulled out the final banner. Serena ignored her teammates' cries and thanked Wan Jiang. Thank you for showing mercy, Great Xia. But be cautious, once you're out, the Ghost Clan will likely seek revenge. Wan Jiang's brow furrowed slightly at her words. He nodded, and then Serena and the other 2 were teleported out after being eliminated. Meanwhile, at the Rakshasa Ghost Clan stronghold, Yi Xiu, who had already pulled down the banner, fixed his gaze on Chen Mo, lost in thought for a moment. Wan Jiang had previously complained that Yi Xiu and Chen Mo had pulled the flag too quickly. Yet in truth, this had never been part of Yi Xiu's plan. Their smooth victory against the Yaksa demon clan stemmed from the latter not having fully established their demonic domain. Yi Xiu had caught them off guard, countering their undeployed ghost domain with his own domain, leading to their swift defeat. But the Rakshasa Ghost Clan had already fortified their stronghold with a ghost domain. If Yi Xiu and Chen Mo wished to remove the Rakshasa clan's flags, they would have to enter the enemy's ghost domain and force their way through from a position of disadvantage. A fully deployed ghost domain was no simple matter. He had expected a fierce battle. But Yi Xiu never imagined. His gaze toward Chen Mo grew complex. A few minutes earlier, Yi Xiu charged into the Rakshasa Ghost Realm. The realm activated, filling the air with palpable, deadly intent. Danger lurked everywhere. Yet the moment Chen Mo stepped into the Rakshasa Ghost Realm, the instant its lethal intent locked onto him. Behind Chen Mo, a fragmentary, formless pattern seemed to awaken. It blazed with light, erupting in an instant with unimaginable, colossal power. In that instant, an aura that seemed to emanate from the underworld itself crushed the entire ghost domain with overwhelming force. Then, the fragmentary light faded, returning all to stillness. The moment the realm was shattered, the Rakshasa demon guarding it was overcome with terror. Simultaneously, Yi Xiu sensed it in the depths of his being, a power transcending the mundane. I never imagined you'd conceal your trump card so deeply. Returning to the present, Yi Xiu glanced at Chen Mo and smiled tentatively. Chen Mo, however, looked utterly bewildered. What? Didn't you just destroy the ghost realm? Yi Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging by Chen Mo's expression, he seemed genuinely unaware. No, he must be feigning ignorance. Was he trying to conceal his true capabilities? Or? Yi Xiu fell deep in thought. After all, he had only met Chen Mo for the first time today. He didn't know him well enough to press further. Perhaps everyone has their secrets. Yi Xiu thought to himself, but resolved to inform the boss about this matter after leaving. Outside, within the ghost realm shrouding the secret realm's entrance. Witnessing 2 ghost tribes fail consecutively and so utterly and decisively, the ghosts drifting within the dark realm were enraged. The only two surviving Rakshasa ghosts knelt humbly on the ground, as if awaiting punishment. In truth, for them, failure was more despairing than death itself. High above the ghostly realm, the master of this formidable ghost realm and the most terrifying Ghost King present gazed down upon them with calm detachment. Lord Ghost King Wuxing, it truly isn't our fault. It's really the great Xia. The Rakshasa demon, gravely wounded by Wan Jiang, stammered out an explanation. Before he could finish, a hoarse, calm murmur echoed through the ghost realm. Failure. No excuses. The words had barely left his mouth when the pupils of the two gravely wounded Rakshasa ghosts dilated violently. A piercing attack instantly tore through their bodies. In the next instant, accompanied by piercing wails, both Rakshasa ghosts perished completely, their souls dissipating into two wisps of grey mist. The sight sent shivers down the spines of many surrounding ghosts, yet their eyes gleamed with covetousness as they watched the grey mist. Masara. Above the ghost realm, the Ghost King of No Birth murmured softly. A ghostly shadow approached the two wisps of ash, devouring them whole in a single gulp. In that instant of consumption, one could almost hear wails emanating from within the ashen mist. The other ghosts watched this unfold without surprise. Ghosts could enhance their power by devouring their own kind. The defeated often met this fate devoured by their own kind. The Ghost King of No Birth fixed his gaze upon the entrance to the secret realm. Guard the secret realm. If the ghost tribe cannot possess it, then no one shall. Outside, the elves and mechanics, stunned by the outcome, retreated in unison. No one had anticipated the Ghost Clan's swift defeat, nor that the great Xia would truly stand victorious in the end. Yet the gazes cast by the elves and mechanics were not filled with envy, but pity. Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, Ling Luo, and the others felt both elation and a weight of responsibility. After deep contemplation, Wei Yuan picked up a communicator. Activate Level 2 Emergency Protocol. Deploy the National Domain Barrier across North China and East China. The National Domain Barrier was a defensive shield enveloping major regions, composed of 2 layers of legendary grade barriers designed to repel external threats. The Ghost Clan would certainly not let this rest, and Wei Yuan had to prepare countermeasures in advance. Meanwhile, the United States and F Nation watched from afar, gloating over the misfortune. Think you can defeat the Ghost Clan? Great Xia is still too naive. Colonel Jack and Senlia smirked. We were right not to storm the Ghost Realm. Let them have the major secret realms. Now, even if Great Xia triumphs, they won't extract a single resource from that secret realm. Exactly. Just as the crowd reveled in their schadenfreude, a silver train shot out of the Ghost Realm at breakneck speed, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Woohoo! Still want to guard the secret realm? How about a little mountain moving technique? Yi Tian, carrying Wanjiang, Yishou, and Chen Mo, used the mountain moving technique to seize the vast resource secret realm, his expression brimming with excitement. Within the Ghost Realm, witnessing the sudden vanishing of the secret realm, the Ghost King Wuxing and the other ghost clans were plunged into bewilderment. Their eyes locked onto the silver train, filled with fury. Yi Tian immediately boarded the train and brought Wei Yuan and the others aboard. Wei Yuan quickly urged, hurry back. Beware the ghost tribe's pursuit. I've already ordered the defensive barrier activated. At that moment, Yi Tian noticed the schadenfreude-filled expressions of the American Empire's crew. His expression shifted abruptly. Wait, which direction is the American Empire again? Wei Yuan, Ling Luo, and the others froze, then exchanged subtle glances. Zhou Yuan immediately pointed, this way. The silver train reversed course, heading straight for the American Empire. Colonel Jack and the other American Empire members' pupils suddenly contracted, FK. Where are they going? Just go back to your own country already. Chapter 117, Diverting the Calamity Westward. The Celestial Curtain Barrier. These, ants. The Ghost King of No Life glared at the secret realm vanishing before his eyes. Even he, usually composed, couldn't help but seethe with rage. He opened his chilling ghostly eyes, gazing in the direction the silver train was heading, his gaze filled with murderous intent. They deserve death. Yet at that moment, another Ghost King, his back bathed in the faint glow of a blood moon, appeared behind the Wuxing Ghost King and spoke to halt him. These humans possess bizarre powers, managing to steal and pilfer right under our noses. They truly deserve death. But the great Ghost King has decreed that we must not harm the native lifeforms of Blue Star until his plan is complete. His gaze beneath the hideous mask grew particularly deep. Any harm done now would only be to our own detriment. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King of No Birth calmed somewhat. He abandoned the idea of pursuing the kill. But in the next instant, he instantly withdrew the Ghost Realm, continuously expanding his form as his aura surged higher and higher. First, teach them a lesson. If they dare offend the Ghost Clan again. The Ghost King of No Birth's specter obscured the sky, his gaze fixed on the direction the silver train fled. He raised his hand, unleashing a Ghost King's palm imprinted with runes. This terrifyingly powerful strike slammed toward the direction the silver train had fled. Seeing this, the Great Xia delegation felt a flicker of relief. Meanwhile, Colonel Jack and the American Imperial forces were seized with terror. He immediately grabbed his communicator and bellowed, quick! Activate the barrier. Activate the national barrier now. Thank goodness you were smart enough to head straight for the American Empire. Otherwise, that attack from the Demon King would have struck Great Xia instead. With the strength of Great Xia's barrier, it's uncertain if it could even withstand it. By now, evening had fallen. Yi Tian piloted the multiverse flyer carrying Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and the others on a wide detour around the United States, F Nation, the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan, and other territories. Only after confirming the coast was clear did they return to Great Xia. Upon their return, the intelligence Wei Yuan received brought profound relief that Ghost King's power likely rivals that of the White Emperor. Reports indicate that single Ghost King seal directly obliterated 2 cities in the United States. Incidentally, the 2 cities destroyed by the Ghost King's seal were precisely those under attack by the Void Insect Clan. Zhou Yuan suddenly turned to Yi Tian and said, "Well, you've indirectly helped them solve their Void Insect problem." Ha 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 ha. Indeed, with the cities gone, the Void Insects within them were gone too. How could that not count as a solution? Though the crowd found amusement in this, Ling Luo and the others still felt a lingering dread. Most hadn't anticipated that the Ghost Clan, shrouded in mystery, possessed such terrifying strength. Among the alien races encountered in Great Xia, they now ranked as the most dangerous. Return to East China. Overall, Yi Tian's gains this time were immense. He first arrived at Xinjiang and used the mountain moving technique to relocate the large resource secret realm within its borders. Holy crap! So it was your doing that 2 small secret realms appeared in Xinjiang earlier. Wei Yuan shook his head and chuckled at the sight, both marveling at Yi Tian's extraordinary abilities and reflecting on Xinjiang's current state. Xinjiang is just a small city, yet now it has a large resource secret realm. This is truly... Ha ha! He first inspected the resource yields within the secret realm, then immediately dispatched mining teams. Truly a large-scale secret realm. The yield of materials below epic grade is incredibly high. Before long, the entire Daxia army's equipment will be upgraded to a whole new tier. And with the legendary materials for strength and spirit attributes, mining for a while will yield enough to forge quite a few legendary equipment pieces. Yi Tian watched with deep satisfaction. Don't forget to set aside a few pieces for me. Since the outcome was favorable, it proved this venture hadn't been in vain. Perhaps in time, he could even distribute legendary gear to his entire staff. Wei Yuan chuckled, "Rest assured, no one will forget your contribution." Returning to Green Mountain Apartments, Yi Tian exhaled a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the 3 divine-grade treasure chests in his backpack and the substantial influx of funds, he felt exceptionally content. Apart from the unexpected strength of the Ghost Clan, the rest of the results were favorable. With noon approaching, he decided to open an item chest first before setting his KPIs. Divine tier item chest, let's see what treasures await. A shimmering iridescent light flickered. A gem-like item appeared. Celestial Veil Barrier Divine Tier. Effect: upon activation, the crystal transforms into an invisible energy barrier, forming a defensive barrier with unlimited range within the territory. The interior space withstands powerful impacts. Any external attacks are absorbed by the barrier and dispersed into dimensional rifts, making forced breaches extremely difficult below Tier 5. Single duration, 24 hours. Cooldown, 7 days. What a marvel! Judging by the description, its defensive capabilities are terrifying. It can even withstand attacks below Tier 5. Is this what God Tier means? Moreover, as long as it's within territorial boundaries, the barrier has no distance limit. Meaning, if deployed within the Great Xia Empire, it could form a barrier protecting the entire nation. He immediately shared it with Wei Yuan. This item would undoubtedly be most effective in the hands of the state. Wei Yuan was overjoyed upon seeing the item details Yi Tian sent. Yi Tian, rest assured. I'll take this straight to headquarters. I guarantee I'll get you something of at least equal value. You won't lose out. Recalling the Demon Clan's annihilation level combat power today and now seeing this god tier barrier, he felt utterly secure. The Great Xia's original national barrier only had 2 layers of legendary grade protection. With this divine grade barrier now added, its defensive capabilities would be elevated by more than just 1 tier. An item of at least equal value? Yi Tian hadn't actually intended to exchange it, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. What excited him even more, however, was the imminent refresh of today's management log and the new KPI target rewards. Chapter 118, Settlement. Fragments of the Nether God's Divine Essence? Yi Tian temporarily stowed away the 2 god-tier equipment chests obtained from the secret realm. He already possessed the 1000 machinery umbrella, and divine-grade equipment wouldn't offer him significant upgrades. He planned to save them as rewards for employees who performed well. Next, Yi Tian began contemplating today's KPI targets. Too bad the dividends from the large-scale secret realm were settled early and aren't counted in the assessment. Otherwise, I could have set a high target for today. Any activity Yi Tian personally participated in had its dividends settled in advance, excluded from the management log settlement. Excluding today's large-scale secret realm dividend. Yi Tian pondered. Chen Mo and Qi Zhou's actions in Country of Dawn should have yielded substantial gains, and Wan Jiang cleared the Sealing Demon Tower. Ultimately, he decided to set today's KPI target at 40. Last time, setting 30 earned a 50% bonus fund. What would 40 bring this time? Of course, that was assuming the target was met. Soon, the management log refreshed, but the settlement interface displayed little content. Management log. Black card, you have earned today's interest, 2.39. Yi Tian froze, suddenly recalling that his original balance of 42.2 had risen to 47.8 after earning 90 points from the large secret realm dividend. Combined with the black cards effect, he could actually earn a bit of interest, seemingly part of the KPI requirements. Guess it's a little extra pocket change. After all, the funds were meager. If the capital were substantial, the interest would naturally be more substantial. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moyao, selected by Huaxing University to participate in the Sacred Spirit Forest Friendship Exchange due to outstanding performance. Funds +6. Sacred Spirit Forest? Oh, I believe it's known as the sacred land of the elven race. Yi Tian gradually recalled every other year, the elven race invites certain races to witness one of their ceremonies. This wasn't unfamiliar to Yi Tian. Such ceremonies are likely similar to military parades, both serve to show off strength. In other words, it's commonly known as flexing muscles. After the ceremony, participants in the exchange program would receive certain benefits, so Bai Qiuli's trip would be advantageous. However, Yi Tian found himself intrigued. I wonder what the elves will flex. He continued scrolling down the settlement panel. Wan Jiang cleared the 4th trial of the Ceiling Demon Tower, funds +8. Zhang Che passed the martial instructor assessment, earning the title of master-level martial combat instructor. This boosted Starfire Martial Arts Academy's reputation, recruiting 20 registered disciples. Funds +5. Yi Xiu reached the king tier in stellar glory, funds +8. This portion of the settlement was entirely as Yi Tian had expected, with no surprises. When Yi Xiu reached the king tier, Yi Tian had already claimed the stellar throne and omnipotent intermediate rewards. With 29 KPIs now completed, today's progress was modest yet substantial. Yi Tian continued scrolling down, preparing to review Chen Mo and Qi Jiu's activities in Country F. Chen Mo and Qi Jiu seized treasures from the underworld ruins, funds +6. Chen Mo and Qi Jiu disrupted the Divine Descent cult summoning ritual and seized the Divine Mask, funds +8. Not bad KPI achieved smoothly. Yi Tian lay on his bed, feeling quite satisfied. The underworld ruins, so that's the name of the F Nation ruins. Sounds pretty high-end. Chen Mo had once mentioned that a fragment of the netherworld god's essence had been lost. That netherworld god must be the ruler of the netherworld. It's just a pity we don't know where that fragment of the underworld god's essence ended up. Yi Tian swiped down on the settlement panel. Only one final entry remained for today's settlement. Yet upon reading this line, Yi Tian's pupils dilated. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, utterly incredulous. Chen Mo obtained a fragment of the underworld god's divine essence. Funds +15. What the hell? With a sudden jolt, Yi Tian shot upright from the bed, his face blank with bewilderment. He scrutinized the message several times before finally grasping its meaning. Chen Mo acquired a fragment of the underworld god's divine essence. Yi Tian fell deep in thought, his brow furrowing slightly as his hand unconsciously rubbed his jaw, his mind churning. At the conclusion of the Grand Secret Realm, Yi Xiu had mentioned to him. Chen Mo seemed to possess some strange power capable of directly destroying the ghost realm of the Ghost Clan. At the time, Yi Tian hadn't given it much thought, assuming it was simply an inherent ability of the necromancer class. But now, he finally understood. Chen Mo obtained a fragment of the nether god's divine essence. But why didn't he say anything? Instead, when leaving the underworld ruins, he claimed he hadn't found it at the time? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. Almost instantly, the darker side of human nature suggested a possibility. Divine essence, that's something related to becoming a god. Chen Mo would naturally be tempted. Hiding the divine fragment might grant him a future chance to ascend alone, leaping beyond humanity to become a being above all others. Otherwise, if Boss Heartstirring snatched it away, wouldn't Chen Mo have suffered a loss for nothing? This thought was only natural human nature, after all. But this was merely Yi Tian's initial thought. He quickly dismissed the possibility as unlikely. Then another possibility occurred to him. That even Chen Mo himself was unaware he had obtained the fragment of the nether god's divine essence. Yi Tian's thoughts drifted back to Chen Mo's genuine disappointment upon leaving the F Nation ruins, a reaction that didn't seem staged. If he truly was unaware, he'd be an Oscar-worthy actor. Moreover, Yi Tian and Qi Jiu had followed Chen Mo the entire way out. It was important to note that both of them possessed the innate talent of seeking dragon and dividing gold. Should any treasure appear nearby, they would sense it immediately. Yet despite this, they detected no trace of the nether god's divine fragment. This indicates the fragment shields against perception and detection abilities, remaining undetectable to ordinary individuals. Even when the Ghost Clan had previously dispatched agents to intercept and search for the fragment of the nether god's divine essence. Yet judging by the Ghost Clan's actions today, they too could not pinpoint the fragment's location. Otherwise, the Ghost King would have detained Chen Mo long ago. If even the Ghost King couldn't detect the fragment, there was no guarantee Chen Mo could either. It was entirely possible that he had been unknowingly imbued by the fragment. In mere moments, countless thoughts raced through Yi Tian's mind. Ultimately, he narrowed it down to these two possibilities, which he deemed the most plausible. How peculiar. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. A fragment of the Nether God's divine essence. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. Yi Tian picked up the phone to see it was none other than Chen Mo calling. Chapter 119, Returning to the F Nation Ruins? International Public Zone, Ulan. After the Grand Secret Realm was seized by Yi Tian, the various alien races retreated, plunging Ulan back into silence. Chen Mo, accompanied by his undead warriors, returned to this place to continue their sweep. Yet for some inexplicable reason, ever since the Grand Secret Realm concluded, Chen Mo had persistently sensed an unseen force guiding him, urging him toward a certain direction. No matter what Chen Mo did or where he went, that sensation remained ever present, as if lurking right behind him, persistently trying to steer him. Damn it! Chen Mo halted in his tracks, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed something amiss. The sky had grown dark, and the evening breeze blew through the open, eerily quiet space around him. Not a single living soul was in sight. Under these circumstances, what could possibly be guiding him? And was it something good? As a necromancer, Chen Mo wasn't afraid of ghosts, but he wouldn't willingly approach anything that felt off. Moreover, they had just escaped from the ghost realm. Could it be that the ghost clan's schemes have caught up with me? Chen Mo fell deep in thought. Yet the guiding sensation felt strangely faint. This situation clearly exceeded his expectations. With that thought, he decided to call his boss for assistance. Boss, I think I've run into a bit of trouble. After hearing Chen Mo's plea for help over the phone, Yi Tian repeatedly confirmed his current situation. Suddenly, he felt a bit relieved. It seemed Chen Mo had no idea about the fragment of the Nether God's divine essence. That fragment of the Nether God's divine essence hadn't been lost, it had attached itself to him unbeknownst to him. Judging by Chen Mo's current state, the guiding sensation was faint and carried little sense of danger. Most likely, it was emanating from the fragment of the Nether God's divine essence. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian replied, follow that guidance and see where it leads. Stay in constant contact with me. If anything happens, I'll make sure you're safe. But he couldn't be entirely certain, so Yi Tian kept a backup plan. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Since his boss had spoken, he was prepared to investigate. Otherwise, that persistent sensation would linger like a red dot on a phone icon. Ignoring it felt unbearably uncomfortable. The direction it's pointing to is. Chen Mo spread his psychic energy, actively aligning with the guidance. Oh? That ruin in Country F. You want me to go back again? Fine, I'll go. Chen Mo set off for the underworld ruins, maintaining his video connection with Yi Tian all the while. Having temporarily resolved Chen Mo's issue, Yi Tian turned his attention back to today's settlement. Overall, the gains were quite substantial. Another hefty sum had been deposited. Additionally, his level had increased. You have shared the experience gained by all employees, leveling up, level 44, level 45. Reaching level 45 in just half a month was already breaking Blue Star's historical records. It was commonplace for players to take decades just to reach levels 40 or 50. In Wei Yuan's youth, a fortnight would have barely earned him a second tier. As for Yi Tian, he was already nearing stage 3. Today's top employee Chen Mo, funds earned, 22. Total funds acquired today, 58.39. KPI targets successfully met. Additional reward, 1 complimentary employee benefit distribution. What the hell? Yi Tian was instantly thrilled. He never expected the reward for this 40 KPI target would be so practical. A free employee benefit distribution meant that issuing the year-end bonus, which normally cost 10 funds per person and granted a legendary treasure chest, would be free. The experience bought from the year-end bonus boosted XP gains by 300% for 7 hours. It was downright insane. If he could do this again, Yi Tian estimated he could reach level 50 in just 2 days at most. Moreover, Yi Tian now has 11 employees, and a single year-end bonus payment would easily amount to over 100,000 yuan. This reward effectively saved Yi Tian over $100. Things are looking up. With this, Yi Tian's fund balance returned to 3 digits, 106 decimal omitted for display. At that moment, a prompt popped up again. Would you like to reward the top employee Chen Mo? Spend 10 funds to grant him a weapon of his chosen profession. Chen Mo just scored back-to-back MVPs. This was probably beyond Chen Mo's wildest expectations, especially since the shards of the Nether God's divinity were truly an unexpected windfall. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. Forget it. I'll skip the reward this time. After all, Chen Mo already possessed the Necronomicon in terms of weapons. Rewarding him again would be a bit wasteful. If Chen Mo continues to excel, Yi Tian will reward him with one of the god-tier equipment chests he holds. Besides, if this fragment truly guided Chen Mo, it might lead to even greater opportunities. Though greater danger might also be lurking. Yi Tian picked up his phone, silently monitoring Chen Mo's movements. Should any danger arise, he would act immediately. On the video call interface, Chen Mo was sprinting toward Country F. To Yi Tian, it looked just like a live outdoor broadcast. The only drawback was that the streamer barely spoke. Back at this ruin again. Chen Mo reached the F Nation border and surveyed his surroundings, finding it drastically different from his last visit. The ruins, once under the tight surveillance of countless mercenary organizations and the F country military, now seemed utterly abandoned after just one day. Not even a single guard remained. Numerous mercenaries passed by the ruins' entrance along the way, yet none showed the slightest interest in venturing inside. In truth, after Chen Mo had taken the relic's treasures yesterday, countless mercenaries and F Nation troops had continued exploring inside. Driven by the hope of finding something left behind, they had practically combed every corner of the ruins. Yet, in the end, they found nothing. Thus, the ruins had fallen into their current state. Should I enter the ruins? Chen Mo released his psychic energy, actively sensing that guiding force. He picked up the video call phone and addressed the other end. Boss, you're not asleep, are you? Yi Tian's calm voice came through. Don't worry, I'm reliable. I won't sleep. Chen Mo nodded. Alright, I'm going in. After confirming the direction, Chen Mo concealed his presence and slipped silently into the ruins. It was still that familiar underground labyrinth. He had entered just yesterday, yet upon returning today, he saw the maze's entrance already showing signs of damage. This was the damage left behind when Yi Tian summoned his undead legion to pursue the Divine Descent cultists. Chen Mo followed the guidance, moving swiftly through the labyrinth. Soon, he arrived at a grand hall. This was the place where Qi Jiu had seized the treasure chest during the Divine Arrival cult's ambush, and where he had subsequently activated the Death Spirit Orb. He approached the altar where the treasure chest had materialized and looked up at the elevated platform above it. Others had come here before, yet found nothing of value and detected no anomalies. Yet as Chen Mo drew near, the concealed fragment of the Nether God's divine essence behind him began to glow with an eerie light. Chen Mo's expression shifted in shock. There's another door here. Chapter 120, The Netherworld. The Legacy of the Nether God. Upon the platform, a door materialized out of thin air, radiating a shadowy glow and emanating the icy aura of the underworld. There's actually another door in the ruins? Chen Mo was taken aback. But no one noticed it last time we were here. After a moment, he suddenly mused, no, this door, it's as if it was open specifically for me. It wasn't that no one had noticed the door, it was that no one could make it open on its own. Chen Mo's expression grew solemn. They say opportunity and danger coexist, and he couldn't immediately tell whether this was one or the other. He picked up his phone and asked, Boss, should I go in? Seeing this, Yi Tian was now completely certain it was the fragment of the Nether God's divine essence guiding Chen Mo. Recalling how the fragment had previously aided Chen Mo in destroying the ghost realm, Yi Tian replied, Go in with confidence. This shouldn't be a bad thing for you. Receiving Yi Tian's affirmation, Chen Mo's furrowed brow finally relaxed slightly. Alright. Chen Mo stepped through the hidden door, his figure vanishing into the ruins. Once Chen Mo had passed through, the hidden door vanished as well. The scene abruptly shifted. Chen Mo found himself at the entrance of a dimly lit grand hall. Before his eyes lay a landscape of utter devastation, as if it had endured an earth-shattering battle. Where on earth is this? Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the passage leading directly into the hall, every other route was completely blocked. At that moment, the fragment of the Nether God's divine essence, which had been concealed behind Chen Mo all along, finally revealed itself. The crystal-clear, purple-glowing fragment floated into the air, hovering before Chen Mo. This is a fragment of the Nether God's divine essence. Chen Mo stared in disbelief, utterly stunned. Not long ago, when the leader of the Divine Descent sect summoned the Divine Essence vessel, he had sensed this very aura. He never imagined it would now appear before him. Wait, wasn't the fragment of the Nether God's divine essence lost in that black river? How did it end up on me? Chen Mo felt an intense itch in his head, as if a new brain were growing there. He instinctively reached for his phone, wanting to share what was happening. Boss. Yi Tian's expression showed no surprise. Indeed. This fragment of divine essence must have been attached to you for quite some time. Chen Mo froze. Boss, you knew all along? Of course. Of course not. Yi Tian himself only found out during the settlement, but he had to maintain his boss persona. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel admiration. The boss truly had everything under control. Just then, the fragment of the Netherworld God's divine essence began to glow, actively guiding Chen Mo. Though it made no sound, several pieces of information suddenly appeared in his mind. This is the inner hall of the underworld. You want me to follow you? Recalling Yi Tian's presence, Chen Mo felt reassured and followed immediately. As Chen Mo stepped into the inner chamber's passageway, the once ruined gatehouse, pillars, murals, and other structures began to restore themselves before his eyes. It was as if he were watching a documentary, one chronicling the splendor of this inner hall of the underworld before its destruction. Even merely observing this footage revealed the magnificent sanctity of the underworld at its zenith. Simultaneously, segments of text comprehensible to Chen Mo appeared over the footage, like subtitles added to this documentary. The Netherworld governs the spirits and undead, serving as the destination for humans who die unnaturally. The Netherworld God is the deity who rules over the Netherworld, commanding countless souls. As Chen Mo stepped into the main hall, the figure of the Netherworld God materialized cloaked in black robes, staff in hand, eyes deep as abysses. The pinnacle of spirit-aligned transcendence, powerful and commanding. Tens of thousands of souls prostrated themselves at his feet. Chen Mo suddenly fell into deep thought. Why are there only spirits? Where are the ghosts? This scene was entirely different from what he had witnessed in the underworld ruins. Not long ago, while searching for the god fragment beneath that black river, the entire area had been swarming with ghosts, not a single undead soul in sight. Moreover, when Chen Mo sent undead warriors down to probe the river, they were instantly annihilated by the ghosts. But his confusion was soon resolved. The virtual scene before him, resembling a documentary, shifted once more, transporting him to another point in time. Now, a ghost king appeared beside the nether god. What sent chills down Chen Mo's spine was the sight of the ghost king's arm piercing through the nether god's body from behind. The underworld, as the realm that receives the departed, is coveted due to its unique nature. The great demon king joined forces with two deities in a coordinated attack, striking down the underworld god. The divine war erupted in full force. After a few lines of plain text, the war-torn imagery that appeared before Chen Mo's eyes left him utterly stunned. The scene was truly earth-shattering. Each strike between the deities sent tremors through the underworld, causing the nether flames to dance wildly. It was clear the nether god possessed formidable strength, showing no signs of defeat against the two deities. Yet the great demon king appeared next, successfully backstabbing the underworld god and sealing his defeat. The god of the underworld has fallen. The nether god's divine essence shattered, scattering across the land. The netherworld's legions of the dead sought vengeance for their god, only to be nearly annihilated by the two gods and the great demon king. The netherworld lay utterly ruined. The ghost clan seized control of the river of life and death. The great demon king and the two gods seized portions of the nether god's authority. With that, the images before Chen Mo's eyes came to a complete end, and the scene returned to this ruined inner hall. Chen Mo stood in a daze for a long while. For some reason, witnessing the nether god's fate stirred an odd sense of kinship within him. The destruction of the netherworld mirrored the downfall of his former mercenary organization, Dawnbreak, almost exactly. The same pattern of betrayal from within and attack from without, the same two waves of forces closing in for the kill, the same tragic ending. Now, only Chen Mo remained, still fighting to avenge Dawn. What Chen Mo hadn't anticipated was the reason the fragment of the nether god's divine essence chose him was not only because of his god-tier undead profession, but also because of this burning resolve for vengeance. The fragment of the nether god's essence faded, drifting down from the sky into Chen Mo's hand as it transmitted its final message. May you inherit the legacy of the Lord of the Underworld, reunite his divine essence, avenge him, and once again rule the netherworld. Me? Chen Mo froze. Setting aside other considerations, avenging the god of the underworld meant confronting the great ghost king and two unnamed deities. Wasn't that a bit far-fetched? Should you reunite the nether god's divine essence, your necromantic abilities will undergo a qualitative transformation. The fragment of the nether god's essence responded to Chen Mo. Most crucially, you must re-establish control over the netherworld. The current collapse of the netherworld will lead to an extremely critical issue. All the departed will have nowhere to rest. If the departed are left unmanaged, chaos will likely ensue. The ghost tribe occupying the river of life and death must have ulterior motives. Reading these messages, Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeply as he grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder governing the underworld takes precedence over vengeance. The number of deceased souls was undoubtedly in the billions. Should any disturbance arise, it could unleash unimaginable calamity. After deep contemplation, Chen Mo spoke. Very well. I will do my utmost. As the words fell, a fragment radiating purple light appeared upon the decaying throne in the inner hall of the underworld. It was identical to the fragment of the underworld god's divine essence in his hand. It seemed the remnant of the netherworld god mentioned earlier was likely this very fragment. Another fragment. He immediately stepped forward to pick it up. The two fragments merged into one, then transformed into a ghostly pattern that floated onto Chen Mo's arm. You have obtained the second fragment of the nether god's essence. You now possess undead-type abilities and have accepted the nether god's final will. You have acquired the special ability, skill Summon the Underworld Judge, Underworld Realm. Chapter 121, Nether Realm. A letter from Chio. Seeing the two newly acquired abilities, Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement and even gained some confidence in avenging the nether god. Underworld Executioner was an assassin-type summon. 10 could be summoned simultaneously, and their power was nearly on par with the Skeleton King. Consider that the Skeleton King could only summon one at a time. The other domain skill was downright game-changing. Nether Realm, Divine Power. Enhances all friendly undead and immortal creatures by 5x. Other creatures within the realm suffer varying degrees of suppression. Currently a Tier 2 domain power increases with tier. Upon activating the domain, all of Chen Mo's undead legions instantly gained 5-fold enhancement, with the effect still capable of further improvement. This instantly maxed out the combat power of the undead legion. Moreover, it suppresses enemy combat power as zero-sum gain where his strength surges exponentially. A faint smile touched Chen Mo's lips. Suddenly, he felt confident about fulfilling the Nether God's final wish. This is merely the power gained from collecting 2 fragments of the Nether God. If I were to gather even more fragments. This time, Chen Mo believed that his necromantic abilities truly had the potential for a qualitative leap. You have shared the ability acquired by employee Chen Mo, summon the Underworld Judge, Underworld Realm. Seeing the shared notification, Yi Tian felt quite excited. Yet he also felt a pang of emotion. Who would have thought that Kid Chen Mo would become the first one with a chance to obtain a God tier essence? Ever since Yi Tian obtained the Divine Mask, he'd been searching everywhere for ways to attain a divine essence to no avail. Who would have thought Chen Mo would be sought out directly by the Underworld God's divine essence? Truly, comparison breeds envy. Fortunately, Yi Tian could share in the harvest, which eased his disappointment somewhat. Meanwhile, on Chen Mo's side, after retrieving the fragment left in the inner hall of the Netherworld, Chen Mo exited through the hidden door and returned to the Netherworld ruins. Having learned the various circumstances of the Netherworld, the Ghost Clan, and the Nether Palace, Chen Mo now viewed the ruins of the Nether Palace before him with a profoundly different perspective. He returned to the Black River beside the stone cave. According to the information left by the fragment of the Netherworld God's divine essence, this river was a small tributary of the legendary River of Life and Death. Its surface divided the realm of the living from the Netherworld, preventing passage between the two. Now, it too had been completely seized by the Ghost Clan. The Ghost Clan. Chen Mo had never held much regard for the Ghost Clan, and learning of the Underworld God's plight only deepened his resentment. Seeing the Ghost Tribe was like reliving the scene of Dawn's clan being annihilated by a combined inside-outside attack. Damn them! Still, Chen Mo didn't act impulsively. The information left by the Divine Fragment advised against contact with the Ghost Clan for now. His priority now was gathering Divine Essence fragments and advancing his rank. Chen Mo's gaze lingered on the River of Life and Death before he finally turned and left the secret realm. With his current strength, he truly had no business confronting the Ghost Clan head-on. Boss, I'll be leaving now. I'll sense the fragments when they're nearby, so I plan to continue clearing the international public zones and cover more ground. For Chen Mo, this was ideal. He could fulfill Yi Tian's directive to control the international public zones while simultaneously seeking opportunities to gather fragments. Yi Tian encouraged him, good idea. Keep it up. The gains from this trip were indeed substantial, making Yi Tian's late-night vigil well worth it. The call ended. Yi Tian yawned, finally ready to sleep. Unexpectedly, barely moments after lying down, another notification popped up. This time, it didn't come from his phone but popped directly from his profession panel, accompanied by 2 items materializing in the void. Traveler Chio has sent a message. Please check it. Chio. Yi Tian scratched his head. Glancing at the 2 items that had materialized on his bed, he decided to check what Chio had sent first. Clicking the envelope icon on the panel revealed Chio's lengthy message. Chio. Boss, today I visited the sacred spirit forest of the Elf Royal Clan and finally fulfilled a long-cherished little wish. They say this is a sacred site for the elven race, where they hold annual ceremonies. The scenery is so beautiful it feels like a dream. Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise. She went to the sacred spirit forest too? Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moyo had been selected to attend the Sacred Spirit Forest exchange event, but unexpectedly, Chio had arrived ahead of them. The Sacred Spirit Forest truly lived up to its name as a place of divine manifestation. Ancient ruins fall into 3 categories: sites of ancient civilizational wars, birthplaces of natural phenomena, and locations of ancient transcendent legacies. The Sacred Spirit Forest was an extremely rare example of a birthplace of natural phenomena. Among the 3 types of ancient relics, this category is the least common, and Yi Tian had never encountered it before. According to Great Xiao records, sites of natural anomalies often harbor rare treasures, possibly resources left behind by powerful beasts, or even opportunities sparked by cosmic phenomena. This piqued Yi Tian's interest, and he continued reading. I'd heard rumors that divine beasts occasionally appeared in the sacred spirit forest, never imagined I'd actually encounter one. I saw the divine beast, the 9-tailed fox. They say she's a descendant of the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox. We had a pleasant chat, and I helped her out a bit with the multiverse flyer. Also, I've sent the offering back to you, remember to check for it. And here's a photo of her. 9-tailed fox. Yi Tian froze upon seeing this. He never imagined he'd get to see a photo of a divine beast. Divine beasts were legendary entities, powerful and elusive. On Blue Star, they existed only in tales, rarely ever seen. Yet here was a photograph, one that could easily be featured in textbooks. Only Chio could have pulled this off. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived the divine beast's attack, nor would any divine beast cooperate like that. After examining the photo, Yi Tian's gaze shifted to the 2 items Chio had sent back. What the hell are these offerings? He immediately took them out to inspect. You've received a specialty item from the Traveler Spirit Spring Water. You received a special souvenir from the Traveler Glassbead 9-tailed fox token. Chapter 122, The Era of 10,000 Clans Clash. The Great Xia Rankings. A small, translucent bottle filled with emerald green spring water. A jade-like bead. Both came from the traveler's skill check in souvenir. Once a photo was taken at a location, one could obtain local specialties and commemorative items. Seeing these two items, Yi Tian finally realized the immense value of local specialties and souvenirs. Elven Spring Water, legendary consumable. Drinking a single drop restores 100% HP and MP, purifies all debuffs, and rapidly heals all injuries. Long ago, Yi Tian had heard that the water from the fairy spring, one of the sacred sites of the fairy race, was extremely precious. He never imagined a single drop could instantly restore full health, truly the pinnacle of healing potions, worthy of its legendary status. Yi Tian examined the palm-sized vial. It looked like it could last for at least 100 uses. Who would have thought this thing would be shipped back as a specialty item? Yi Tian marveled at the wonder, then turned his attention to another item. Glass bead, a token gifted by the divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. Possession of this item allows the nine-tailed fox to grant one wish within its power. Have a divine beast grant a wish? Holy crap! Yi Tian pondered thoughtfully. Divine beasts, according to Great Xia's records, possessed formidable power. After all, they were directly comparable to mythical beings. Some were said to possess powers to move mountains and fill seas, their strength far surpassing even fourth-tier dungeon bosses, likely on par with world bosses. Such an existence could grant a single wish. This time, Yi Tian truly needed to give it serious thought. Who would have thought that Qiuqiu's first journey across the multiverse would yield such rich rewards? She truly hadn't disappointed Yi Tian. Those 60 points of funds hadn't been spent in vain. And this was merely the Spirit King clan. Who knew what treasures might be sent back from even stronger realms? Noticing the reply button in the lower left corner of Qiuqiu's message interface, Yi Tian briefly responded, expressing his utmost satisfaction. He stowed the items in his backpack, feeling quite pleased. Before turning in for the night, he absent-mindedly scrolled through his phone once more. He saw the information across various websites and forums. The dungeon monsters descending into reality were growing increasingly powerful. Alice's great upheaval seems set to arrive tomorrow. Wonder what else will happen besides the dungeon invasion? Looks like tomorrow might be a bit of fun. That night, the offices of the Central China headquarters remained sleepless. The arrival of the dungeon and the unknown upheaval placed the greatest pressure on the Great Xia headquarters. They must not only safeguard the safety of the Great Xia but also guard against threats from alien races or unknown dangers. Throughout the night, the Great Xia mobilized forces across all major regions, maintaining constant readiness for combat. Simultaneously, the Great Xia headquarters received numerous requests for aid from smaller nations, mostly those unable to withstand the pressure of the dungeon's arrival, some even seeking to align themselves with Great Xia. Yet with the unfolding crisis, not a single leader at headquarters dared claim they could handle it easily. Reducing their own forces to aid others was unthinkable, so all requests were shelved. Tonight, while nations were deploying troops to their borders and other major powers received appeals from smaller states. Yet unexpectedly, by the end of the night, it was no longer just the smaller nations that collapsed. By dawn the next day, posts and messages with bright red headlines were rapidly flooding major forums and websites. Nation X hit by Tier 4 dungeon cataclysm. Tier 4 monster Raging Shark Emperor emerges, submerging 1/4 of Nation X's territory. Nation F hit by Tier 4 undead horde. Zombies besiege cities, corpses litter the streets, countless dead and wounded. The American Empire hastily abandoned a city housing a Tier 4 instance last night. This morning, the instance descended, leaving no survivors within the city walls. Similar battle reports poured in one after another, with nearly every nation worldwide plunged into desperate combat. The reason was singular: high-tier instances had officially descended upon Blue Star. Many nations anticipated difficulty, but none imagined it would be this dire. After a dungeon descends, the boss can still impose ability restrictions within its area of effect, a capability inherent to the boss template. This means combatants still face immense difficulty. Moreover, beyond the boss, all other minions could infinitely respawn within the area. It's clear that dungeon monsters will carve out their own place on Blue Star from now on. Yi Tian, having just woken up, couldn't help but sigh after reading through the major posts. But at that moment, the changes on Blue Star were far from over. Or rather, the dungeon's arrival was merely the beginning. In an instant, a blood-red canopy descended across the sky, accompanied by an announcement that echoed across the entire world. Amidst the chaos and brutality of the dungeon's arrival, Blue Star's transformation had only just begun. World announcement: the 2-century newbie period of Blue Star has officially ended. The universal game era concludes, ushering in the clash of all races era. Blue Star civilization has passed its novice phase, becoming a newly ascended civilization in the multiverse. The multiracial ranking system is activated. Civilizations will be ranked in real time based on multiple metrics including total combat strength, resource holdings, and individual peak power. Higher ranked races will gain greater opportunities to obtain Divine Essence and Divine Throne. Blue Star will periodically spawn war instances like multiracial battlefields and temporal ruins, where slaying alien races yields massively boosted experience. The top 100 races will unlock advanced racial talents and gain eligibility for star domain resource wars. Races may initiate dominance wars against one another, battling for the survival and evolution of their civilizational sparks. The weak shall become fuel for the flames, while the strong ascend the divine ladder. In this struggle for supremacy, only blood and fire endure. Yi Tian fell deep in thought as the announcement popped up on his profession panel. Moments later, a smirk touched his lips. The War of the 10,000 Races. The announcement contained a wealth of information. What Yi Tian, indeed, all of Great Xia, had never imagined was that Blue Star had only just passed its beginner phase. No wonder the gap in strength between them and other races had been so vast. It turned out they hadn't even graduated from the beginner phase yet. For Yi Tian, the most anticipated features were undoubtedly the battlefield of 10,000 races and the relics of time and space. These two war instances would inevitably pit him against alien races. Beyond the massive experience boost from slaying them, they were also surefire sources of funds. Beyond that, the multiracial rankings. The higher the rank, the greater the chance to obtain divine essence and divine throne. Just imagining it was incredibly enticing, and the top 100 promised even richer rewards. Yi Tian noticed the new 10,000 races ranking option in his profession panel and instantly wondered where Blue Star would rank. He clicked to open the rankings, a list stretching into the tens of thousands. Oh, Blue Star, wait, no, Great Xia isn't even ranked near the bottom. Yi Tian glanced at it and even felt somewhat relieved. Blue Star Human Race Great Xia, rank 8999, civilization points 305. Civilization points are calculated based on total combat strength, resource holdings, individual peak power, and other factors. Chapter 123, The 10,000 Races Ranking. Taking advantage of the crisis. The 10,000 Races ranking list contained a total of 10,000 entries. The rankings listed here represent not the entire Blue Star, but solely the nation of Great Xia. Having just passed its novice phase, Great Xia had already climbed above the 9,000th rank, a development that truly pleased Yi Tian. What he hadn't anticipated was that the next contender from Great Xia would be none other than a former formidable foe. Shadow Moon Wolf Clan, rank 9,000, civilization points 303. The Shadow Moon Wolf Clan is useless too. Yi Tian chuckled. For decades, the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan had been one of Great Xia's formidable adversaries and the greatest threat to North China. Yet now, in the overall civilization rankings, they had been overtaken by Great Xia. Yi Tian casually began scrolling through the rankings, hoping to spot any familiar names. Not far down, he spotted the Great Xia's neighbor. Elven Royal Clan, rank 8403, civilization points 410. The Elf Royal Clan, who once boasted of being a superior race within the Great Xia Academy, now seemed to be not so far behind after all. Clicking the detailed evaluation icon in the upper right corner of the civilization points revealed. He discovered that the peak strength of individual Elven Royal Clan members wasn't vastly different from that of the Great Xia. However, their resource holdings were over 10 times greater than the Great Xia's. They really are loaded. At that moment, Yi Tian opened the search bar in the rankings to check the scores of other factions on Blue Star. He typed Blue Star into the search bar. The results displayed the status of Blue Star's nations, with the United States leading in points. Human race of Blue Star, United States, ranking, not listed, civilization points 180. Yi Tian whistled in astonishment, almost convinced he'd misread the figures. After all, not long ago, the American Empire had stood shoulder to shoulder with Great Xia, jointly recognized as Blue Star's only two superpowers. Yet now, it had been left far behind by Great Xia. This clearly demonstrated that the Great Xia Empire had significantly enhanced its comprehensive strength in recent times. Meanwhile, nations and professionals worldwide were almost simultaneously checking the announcements and the multiracial rankings. The American Empire, particularly alarmed by the vast points gap separating them from Great Xia, convened several consecutive strategic meetings. Elsewhere, upon seeing the 10,000 clans ranking in Dingcheng, Wan Jiang suddenly thought of something and grew curious. He made his way to the fourth level of the sealed demon tower, where he found Wan Ming's projection idling away the time. "Dad, what's the ranking of the Celestial Radiance Star Nation in the 10,000 races?" Wan Ming instantly perked up, boasting, "Within the top 100. Take a guess." Top 100. Wan Jiang was stunned. Both were human races. Daxia ranked only 9,000th, yet his own father had made it into the top 100? He tentatively guessed a middle number, 50? Wan Ming chuckled. Close. 52. This time, Wan Jiang was genuinely impressed. The gap between 52 and 8,999 felt like an unbridgeable chasm just to contemplate. Wan Ming looked at him and asked. "Actually, the star nation of Tianhui could have ranked in the top 50. Now it's only 52. Why do you think that is?" Wan Jiang froze, furrowing his brow. He couldn't fathom why he felt he knew the answer. But upon seeing Wan Ming's teasing expression and the surrounding spatial environment, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Could it be because of this sealing demon tower? Exactly. Wan Ming chuckled. Now you see how precious this demon sealing tower is, right? But since you haven't fully mastered it yet, the demon ceiling tower won't grant you any civilization points. Wang Jiang froze in surprise. Then, won't you get into trouble if you don't take it back? Wan Ming replied with a relaxed expression, this is the sacred artifact of the Wan family. Your old man is, after all, the future head of the Wan family. What could possibly go wrong? Wan Jiang tried to say more, but Wan Ming cut him off. Clearing the demon ceiling tower sooner will be immensely beneficial for you. Wan Jiang nodded. Wan Ming continued, of course, my strongest recommendation is for you to come with me to the land of 1,000 stars. You've seen it yourself, the 52nd place ranking proves it's over 100 times stronger than Blue Star. Your future will be brighter following me than staying here. Indeed, the gap between the two races had become starkly apparent. After a moment's thought, Wan Jiang still refused, his expression resolute. I believe Great Xia will surpass you in the future. Hearing this, Wan Ming nearly burst out laughing on the spot. Patting his son's shoulder, he said, son, having dreams is a good thing. Ah, never mind. A rebellious son is indeed hard to manage. Just wait until you face a truly formidable opponent, then you'll see how true your old man's words are. For once, Wan Jiang didn't argue back, but he didn't agree either. He just left the sealed demon tower in silence. The moment he stepped outside the sealed demon tower, he heard the city-wide alarm blaring. In truth, alarms were unnecessary. From the side of the city where the portal to the other world lay, violent explosions had already erupted, accompanied by a terrifying aura sweeping across the entire city. Enemy attack. This enemy was immensely powerful, and to Wan Jiang's astonishment, the aura felt strangely familiar. He immediately joined the main force, his stunned gaze fixed on the trembling interdimensional portal. The Yagyu dynasty. The White Emperor. The Yagyu dynasty's dimensional portal had long been ensnared by the Great Xia's intricate web of countless magical formations and traps. The moment the White Emperor flung his eternal spear, its tip slicing through the air, all of Great Xia's preparations were utterly destroyed. This was the power of a world artifact. At that moment, the White Emperor, who had been biding his time, sensed the current state of Blue Star and burst into laughter. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The White Emperor finally understood why the World Tree had made him wait 3 days. The instance had descended, plunging the world into chaos. The entire Great Xia Empire was struggling to cope with the threat of dungeon monsters. Now was the perfect time for him to strike, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Not only that, but Blue Star had passed its infancy. He could now represent the Yagyu dynasty in initiating a race war, and the rewards would far exceed mere cities and territories. Everything is within the grasp of the divine. Within the interdimensional passage, 2 more formidable figures appeared beside the White Emperor, the Crimson Emperor and the Azure Emperor. Having cast off the curse of his contract, the Crimson Emperor had now ascended to the 4th tier with the aid of the World Tree, his power vastly surpassing his former self. Fury blazed in the Crimson Emperor's dragon eyes. I told you I'd be back someday. Boom! Flames erupted like pillars of light, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Behind the White Emperor, Red Emperor, and Blue Emperor, hundreds of royal dragon descendants streamed forth in formation. This would be the most significant offensive the Yagyu dynasty had ever launched. Their sights were set on more than just the Great Xia. The White Emperor wore a savage grin as he toyed with the eternal spear in his hand. Scrutinizing the insignificant border guards around him, he looked down upon all with utter contempt. Ninhog, you'd better hide well this time. Chapter 124, The Battle for Supremacy. The tide turns. The White Emperor's silver-white scales covered a dragon body with a wingspan of hundreds of meters. His dragon head rose high, letting out a long, piercing roar. His colossal spiritual energy nearly solidified into tangible form, causing all living beings within a 100-mile radius to tremble. The Great Xia is already ours for the taking. For the Yagyu dynasty, the current situation presented a truly divine opportunity. Xia indeed, the entire Blue Star had been thrown into chaos by the sudden arrival of the dungeon. The dungeon monsters alone had caught them completely off guard. How could they possibly resist the Yagyu dynasty now? This very question weighed heavily on the minds of the Great Xia headquarters. Upon learning that the Yagyu dynasty had arrived through the alien portal, the commanders and high-ranking officials found themselves in a dilemma. Dingcheng, the Yagyu dynasty advances with overwhelming force. Surveying the surroundings, the White Emperor sensed the current state of Great Xia through his spiritual perception. His confidence soared. Gripping the eternal spear in his right hand, he raised it high above his head. His imposing presence radiated outward as he declared with pride. In the name of the ruler of the Yagyu dynasty, I declare the war of racial supremacy. The moment the words left his lips, the heavens and earth began to tremble faintly, undergoing subtle shifts in response to the White Emperor's declaration. The Great Xia populace was plunged into bewilderment, for the prompt that appeared at this moment was truly beyond their expectations. The race war between the Yagyu dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty has officially commenced, declared by the ruler of the Yagyu dynasty, the White Emperor. The battle for supremacy, the weak become fuel, the strong ascend to divinity. Civilizations engaged, Yagyu dynasty of the Yagyu continent, Great Xia of the Blue Star human race. Conditions for victory in the battle for supremacy. I.e. territory, victory is achieved by first securing control over half of the opponent's total territory. 2. Total combat power, defeat half of the enemy's overall combat strength or capture 2/3 of their resource production points such as secret realms, ruins, etc., to be deemed victorious. 3. Peak combat power, eliminate all 5 of the opponent's top individual combatants or destroy the enemy civilization's deity-level entity to achieve victory. Victory determination and rewards penalties. 1. The first faction to fulfill any single victory condition may plunder the defeated faction's territory and fortune, and may recruit their forces. 2. If one side fulfills 2 victory conditions, they may fully subjugate the defeated world territory, designate it as a subordinate domain, and establish arbitrary rules for that domain. The War of Supremacy, how brutal it is. From the moment the White Emperor declared war, all citizens of Great Xia could see the notification of this battle for supremacy before their eyes. Barely out of the newbie phase, they were already experiencing the brutality of the war among the myriad races. Any one of the 3 decisive victory conditions would prove fatal to the losing side. Should 2 decisive conditions be lost, what awaits them is the subjugation of their territories, subjected to the victor's arbitrary rule. This was scarcely different from enslavement. No civilization could accept such a defeat. At this moment, within the Great Xia headquarters, the heads of various departments paled visibly upon seeing the challenge notification. This was the first time Great Xia had ever faced such a war of supremacy. Ling Luo's expression grew grave. The Yagu dynasty truly harbors immense ambition. Elder Sun immediately ordered Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, Zhang Yuanshuang depart at once and halt the Yagu dynasty. Ling Luo, you lead the hidden dragon base to continue the mission. Contain the dungeon monsters, find a way to drive them out of the city and into the wilderness. We cannot allow them to threaten the city's safety. Understood. For the Great Xia, top-tier combat power was stretched thin. They had to confront the threat of the dungeon's descent while simultaneously blocking the Yagu dynasty. Yet at the same time, upon seeing the notification for the conquest war, Yi Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. The Yagu dynasty. Has it finally arrived? I never expected the rules of this war of supremacy to be quite so intriguing. It was clear that the victory criteria could be manipulated. Territory, total combat power, and peak combat power 3 conditions. The side that first fulfills 1 victory condition could indeed seize territory and achieve a partial victory. But only by fulfilling 2 victory conditions can one directly dominate the opponent. That is the true triumph of supremacy. In other words, even a side that loses a minor round first still has a chance to turn the tables. But what Yi Tian desired, of course, was a crushing victory. Alice. He called out tentatively, but received no response. Seems Alice hasn't been released from the instance yet. Yi Tian's expression shifted as he pulled Alice into a private meeting space. Sure enough, Alice's situation differed from ordinary instance monsters. Boss, the higher the boss template level, the later it manifests in reality. Alice explained, like me, some ultimate bosses and the unique world bosses haven't manifested in reality yet. Yi Tian understood. Alice's boss rank wasn't just an ordinary ultimate. After ascending to ultimate status in Han Kingdom, she had replaced the ultimate boss slot in Great Xia. This resulted in an excessively powerful boss template, ranking higher than typical ultimate bosses. Alice added, fortunately, I can still command all the Xia dungeon monsters. Oh, that's good. Yi Tian's objective was essentially achieved. Once I command all Great Xia dungeon monsters to cease attacks, no, better yet, have them attack the Yagu dynasty. At this thought, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Dungeon monsters could potentially become an asset for the Great Xia Empire. Yi Tian immediately left the meeting and rushed toward Dingcheng. Dingcheng was now in utter chaos. The Great Xia border guards were retreating in disarray, buildings crumbled everywhere within the city walls, and the Dragon Clan's assault was terrifying beyond measure. Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and Zhang Yuanshuang hovered above Dingcheng, their expressions grave and furious as they glared at the White Emperor and his followers. Picking off the wounded? Wei Yuan sneered. The Yagu dynasty has truly fallen. Now they resort to such tactics. In the past, the Yagu dynasty would never have stooped to tactical maneuvers, always relying on brute force to crush their enemies. But now, perhaps realizing their raw power was insufficient. Cut the nonsense. Bai D snorted coldly. Hand over Nidhogg and I'll grant Great Xia a chance to surrender. Otherwise, with the dungeon descending upon us, how long do you think you can hold out against my people? The White Emperor's expression was haughty, as if the situation was already under his complete control. Even Dingcheng was now under assault by countless dungeon monsters, placing immense pressure on the border defenses. What's this about Nidhogg? Wei Yuan frowned slightly, only to suddenly spot a figure emerging from within the city. Yi Tian. What are you doing here? Before he could finish, under the stunned gazes of Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and Zhang Yuanshuang, Yi Tian issued his command, Alice, tell them to stop. Meanwhile, within a shadowy dungeon space, Alice activated the ultimate boss's authority. Obey the will of the ultimate. At her command, all instance monsters currently battling the Great Xia army across the 5 major regions and hundreds of cities froze in unison. In that moment, the Great Xia forces were utterly dumbfounded. When the reports reached the higher-ups, the commanders and officials were equally bewildered, completely clueless about what had transpired. Yi Tian commanded again, launch immediate attacks on the Yagu dynasty. Under Alice's second command. All border defense troops in Dingcheng witnessed the dungeon monsters they were fighting turn their attention en masse toward the forces of the Yagu dynasty. The royal dragon descendants, who had believed themselves to be in a dominant position, were suddenly caught off guard by the monsters' abrupt change of direction. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle reversed. The White Emperor, Red Emperor, and Azure Emperor all wore expressions of utter disbelief. What? Chapter 125, The End of Royal Power. Is that all they've got? Not only the Yagu dynasty, but even Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and the others were stunned. They observed the dungeon monster's behavior, then turned to Yi Tian in shock. You're cheating? Controlling dungeon monsters, is that even possible for a human? Yet with just 2 brief commands, Yi Tian had actually pulled it off. But they hadn't yet realized that Yi Tian wasn't just controlling the monsters of this city, he was commanding every single instance monster across the entire Great Xia. Seeing thousands of dungeon monsters charging recklessly at the Dragon Kin, the White Emperor's brow furrowed deeply. Monsters should prioritize attacking natives. Why are they aiding Great Xia? Zhou Yuan burst into laughter at the sight. Now it's time for Great Xia to consider whether to offer you the chance to surrender. You're dreaming! The Crimson Emperor roared in fury. The White Emperor spread his wings and soared into the air, his imposing aura overwhelming the entire scene. Even with these dungeon monsters added to your ranks, you remain utterly insignificant. In an instant, icy light flashed in his amber vertical pupils as a storm-like surge of psychic energy engulfed the entire city. Spell word, sovereignty. This word spirit was unleashed with unprecedented, full-power intensity by the White Emperor. Given the White Emperor's rank and bloodline, everyone present should have been subjected to the utmost suppression. In an instant, it felt as though a mountain had crushed down upon Dingcheng. The vast majority of border defense soldiers and all dungeon monsters were instantly crushed to the ground, their spines bent so severely they could scarcely straighten. Even Wei Yuan and his 2 companions felt varying degrees of suppression. As the second most powerful word spirit of the Dragon Clan, it should have dominated the battlefield. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Yi Tian's form soared into the air, floating like Wei Yuan. This single action alone sent shockwaves through Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and the others, making them realize a certain possibility. The next instant, Yi Tian raised his hand. Behind him appeared an elegant young boy dressed in a gentlemanly black suit, who likewise pointed his finger toward the White Emperor. A suppression that seemed to emanate from bloodline itself, an authority surpassing even that of a king, fundamentally halted the White Emperor's word spirit. Terminate. The 2 cold words fell like an imperial decree. Dragon sovereign supreme over all dragonkind, capable of ignoring and suppressing the word magic abilities of every dragon. The White Emperor realized with horror that the effect of his word spirit royal authority had been terminated. Sovereignty nullified. He realized there was only one possibility. The Black Emperor had arrived. As Wei Yuan and the others fixed their gaze upon Yi Tian's haughty silhouette, they exchanged stunned glances, their shock surpassing even that of the White Emperor. Levitation. Yi Tian could actually levitate. Levitation wasn't a skill, but an innate ability unlocked when certain attributes reached a specific threshold. This attribute threshold was typically only attainable by 4th-tier epic class practitioners. Stronger legend tier practitioners could achieve it at level 74. Thus, only a handful of the most elite practitioners across the entire Great Xia Empire possess this feat. But now, this Yi Tian, not yet even 3rd tier, had already attained this attribute. Zhang Yuanshuang sucked in a sharp breath. Yi Tian. Is this real? He only transferred classes a little over 10 days ago, right? Zhou Yuan was witnessing this for the first time as well. Terrifying. That single word captured the collective sentiment of everyone present. But that wasn't all. The moment Yi Tian moved, the oppressive weight of royal authority that had been bearing down on them vanished instantly. Just how many tricks did Yi Tian have up his sleeve? Nidhogg had been brought to Yi Tian's side before they even reached Ding City. Against the Yagu dynasty, it would prove immensely valuable. The White Emperor now grasped the gravity of the situation. His eyes widened in shock before narrowing into fury. N-I-D-H-O-G. Grandfather is here. A light, mocking voice accompanied the Black Prince's haughty smile as his figure materialized mid-air. Observing the White Emperor's expression, which seemed ready to devour him, his voice gradually deepened into a cold, indifferent tone. Shouldn't I be the one furious? Traitor. In truth, he and the White Emperor hadn't seen each other in nearly a century, yet the hatred born of betrayal remained seared into his soul. The White Emperor's pupils contracted in shock. Yet, feeling the eternal spear in his grasp and recognizing the Black Emperor's current soul form, his confidence returned. Then today, I'll send you to die once more. Buzz. A special alarm sounded within Dingqing City, not signaling military mobilization, but precisely the opposite, an order for all border troops to withdraw immediately. This battle had reached a level beyond the reach of mere armies. Wei Yuan and his two companions approached Yi Tian, who immediately declared, "Leave the White Emperor to me." Seeing Yi Tian choose the strongest opponent, everyone looked surprised once more. For the first time, Yi Tian prepared to give his all. "Rest assured, I have a way to counter him." His confident tone silenced their hesitation. Fourth tier Zhou Yuan would handle the Crimson Emperor, while Wei Yuan and Zhang Yuanxuan would take on the Azure Emperor. Originally, the plan was for each of the three to hold off one opponent, buying time until headquarters cleared the dungeon monsters and sent reinforcements. But then, Yi Tian emerged as an unexpected variable. What had been a heavily unfavorable, pressure-packed battle suddenly shifted into a slightly favorable one. The first clash of the two clans' war was about to erupt. Yet, in the very first exchange, a development occurred that caught the White Emperor and everyone else completely off guard. Yi Tian had barely exchanged one move with the White Emperor. The Black Prince hovered behind him, his pupils transformed into pure darkness, sin and punishment. In an instant, a black aura rapidly spread beneath the White Emperor's feet. Countless golden runes materialized from the void, weaving into chains that tightly bound the White Emperor's massive form. "All who betray me shall die. Sin and punishment, execution domain." The Black Emperor judges sinners within this domain and executes them. Effect is doubled against Dragonkin. The crime of betrayal shall be punished with the ultimate penalty. What? The White Emperor struggled desperately, only to discover these chains seemed forged specifically for him, binding him utterly. How do you possess such power? This skill was one of the exclusive abilities of the hidden class. Even Yi Tian hadn't anticipated it would prove so effective. The White Emperor's betrayal of the Black Emperor allowed Nidhogg to execute his judgment with double the efficiency. With just one exchange, the White Emperor could barely resist. Yi Tian, is that all you've got? Chapter 126, the era of sacrificing to win is over. Golden runes wove into chains, binding the White Emperor's form so tightly his massive wings were forced to fold. At their first encounter, the White Emperor froze for a moment as if recalling distant memories. The terror of the Black Emperor's reign. In the ancient Yagu continent, the dragon race's power was divided into one emperor, one king, and four sovereigns. The White Emperor, then known as the White Emperor, stood only beneath the sole Black Emperor. On the surface, he appeared to be second to none, above all others. But in truth, he alone knew most clearly that the Black Emperor's power and cunning far surpassed all the dragons of Yagu, a pinnacle he could never hope to reach. Now, a century later, facing the Black Emperor once more, that long-buried dread surged back into his heart. Yet, lifting his gaze to behold the Black Emperor, now a childlike spirit formed, the White Emperor soon burst into uncontrollable laughter. "You are no longer who you once were. You still dream of suppressing me?" With a roar, the White Emperor spread his wings, sending shockwaves rippling through the air as he brandished the eternal spear in his grasp. Compared to the current Dark Emperor, the White Emperor held one advantage, his superior level. The chains snapped under the force of his flapping wings. Gripping the eternal spear with both hands, the White Emperor slammed it down onto the black aura beneath his feet. Boom! After the strike, the domain of sin and punishment shattered like glass. Yet the Black Prince remained utterly composed. Not a trace of panic crossed his face, only a hint of amusement flickered there. "After all these years, you still need this thing to barely scrape by?" Holding the eternal spear, the White Emperor felt his confidence reignite. "This is the will of the gods." The Black Prince's gaze turned icy. "That reminds me that World Tree is also a target I must avenge, sooner or later." Yi Tian watched, his gaze burning intensely upon the eternal spear. The world artifact, the eternal spear. Forged from the divine World Tree itself, Yi Tian witnessed its combat prowess for the first time, never imagining a single strike could shatter the hidden profession's domain. Noticing the Black Prince's expression, it was clear he wasn't surprised by the eternal spear's performance. "Boss," the Black Prince spread his hands helplessly. "This thing won't be of any help to you until I have a body." Yi Tian waves dismissively with a smile. "Understood. You may withdraw." Black Prince, got it. Before the battle began, when Yi Tian brought the Black Prince along, he had warned him about this eternal spear. World artifacts, in short, are treasures that channel the power of an entire world. Imagine this: when the eternal spear locks onto you as its target, you face the might of the entire Yagu continent. Such is the nature of a world artifact, a single, unique weapon for each world. The stronger the world, the greater the power of its world artifact. As the Black Prince mentioned, the most crucial aspect of this battle lies in confronting this very eternal spear. Yi Tian wasn't particularly afraid at this moment, but rather felt a touch of envy. "I wonder when I'll ever get my hands on a world artifact?" Strength aside, the very fact that only one exists per world lends it an air of extraordinary prestige. The Black Prince vanished from the White Emperor's sight. At that moment, the White Emperor fixed his gaze on Yi Tian, his expression suddenly shifting. "Wait, it was you. Back in the race competition instance, it was you who blocked my path." He recalled encountering Yi Tian and Alice in that instance. Back then, he'd mistaken them for some abyss powerhouse and fled in terror. Yet he never imagined it would actually be a genuine human. Yi Tian chuckled, well, you finally figured it out. The White Emperor's eyes narrowed, his apprehension deepening. For over a decade prior, he had never heard of or seen this man named Yi Tian. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Yet, astonishingly, his prowess already rivaled the top-tier masters of Great Xia. At this age, with this power, this potential, it seems I cannot let you live any longer. With that, the White Emperor raised the eternal spear in his hand, his gaze unwavering. This is your misfortune. This strike was meant for Nidhogg or Wei Yuan. But in the White Emperor's eyes, Yi Tian now posed a greater threat than either of them. Once the eternal spear locked onto its target, it struck with 100% accuracy. This ultimate strike, virtually unavoidable, carried terrifying might. Yi Tian grew serious. This round was easily the most high-stakes battle Yi Tian had ever fought. The eternal spear guaranteed a hit, and a hit meant near certain death. True, Yi Tian could transform into a super spirit body using the multiverse racer to become immune. But the eternal spear would not relent until it struck. Once Yi Tian reverted to his normal form, the attacks would continue. Seems it's finally time to go all out. With that thought, Yi Tian swung his arm. The lightning of the cataclysmic lightning bones surged around him, and the blood-boiling effect doubled his strength. Yet what he hadn't anticipated was that as the eternal spear descended with the overwhelming might of a collapsing sky, a lean figure darted past Yi Tian. A hand landed on Yi Tian's shoulder, pulling him backward while the figure charged forward, straight toward the eternal spear. Zhou Yuan. Yi Tian's pupils contracted sharply. Wei Yuan had taken Zhou Yuan's place in distracting the Crimson Emperor, freeing the latter to act. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's combat prowess as a fourth-tier erosion life martial saint erupted instantly. He seized the eternal spear, veins bulging on his right hand as crimson vapor shimmered across his skin, halting its charge toward Yi Tian. The eternal spear's momentum slowed, yet its force continued to surge. Zhou Yuan's strength seemed to be growing even further. The resistance in his right hand matched that of the eternal spear, forcibly halting it mid-air. The entire crowd gasped in shock. The eternal spear, once it locked onto a target, would strike true without fail, shattering everything in its path. Yet Zhou Yuan, with his mortal body, had forcibly halted the eternal spear. How is this possible? The White Emperor was stunned into silence. Yi Tian froze in disbelief. He stared at Zhou Yuan in silence. You really will block anything? At that moment, Yi Tian's mind was a whirl of conflicting thoughts. He had thought this was the moment he would have to fight for his life, yet unexpectedly, even that desperate act had been done for him by someone else. Zhou Yuan was single-minded. He knew nothing of world-class artifacts, nor did he understand Yi Tian's true strength. Yet in that instant, he sensed the immense threat emanating from the eternal spirit, danger he had never encountered before. Without overthinking it, he instinctively decided that rather than letting Yi Tian face such peril alone, he would step forward himself. After all, his days were numbered. He would have to fight desperately sooner or later. Yet Yi Tian was crucial to the Great Xia, to him, and to his daughter. He couldn't afford any mishaps. So he charged forward. Gah! Zhou Yuan desperately blocked the eternal spear, an utterly absurd act. How could mortal strength possibly hope to halt a world-class artifact? The White Emperor's dragon eyes narrowed, and he sneered, madman. Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanshuan, the Crimson Emperor, and the Azure Emperor all looked on in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. The crimson aura surrounding Zhou Yuan grew denser, yet the eternal spear proved increasingly difficult to withstand, slowly advancing toward his chest. Yi Tian, you must. Zhou Yuan roared, the word go barely forming on his lips. Behind him came Yi Tian's calm, clear voice, accompanied by the gathering of powerful domain energy around them. I should tell you all. The era where victory could only be bought with sacrifice is over. Yi Tian's eyes glowed with an abyssal, ghostly white light as his hands slowly spread apart. Nether Realm. Chapter 127, Slaying the Crimson Emperor. How much more are you hiding? The Nether Realm, a power derived from the Nether God's divine essence. When considering how to counter the Eternal Spear, a world-class artifact, Yi Tian's first choice was this ability. Theoretically, his skills surpassed legendary and god-tier quality. They might not necessarily be inferior to a world-class artifact. The entire spatial scene abruptly shifted, as if an aura from the Netherworld enveloped the entire space. The Netherworld power fiercely suppressed the White Emperor, the Eternal Spear, and others. In an instant, Zhou Yuan was astonished to discover the Eternal Spear's power steadily weakening. He turned back in shock to see Yi Tian floating above the Nether Realm. His aura was as deep as the ocean, and the eerie light in his eyes now held a trace of divinity. Wei Yuan, the White Emperor, and all present fixed their astonished gazes upon Yi Tian. Yi Tian. Meanwhile, Yi Tian himself thought with keen interest, this shared divine power is truly useful. In truth, Chen Mo's Nether Realm alone couldn't suppress a world artifact. It was purely because Yi Tian had also shared Omnipotent One Intermediate, tripling the domain's power, that the effect appeared so astonishingly formidable. In the blink of an eye, he had nearly seized control of the entire situation. With a light wave of his hand, countless undead warriors materialized from the ground. Clad in black robes, wielding sharp blades, and drifting like ghosts, the underworld executioners alongside the Skeleton King began hunting down the invading Eagle Dragon descendants under the enhancement of the underworld domain. Yi Tian instructed the Black Prince and bestowed the blood blessing upon Zhou Yuan. Ugh! In an instant, Zhou Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot. He seized the eternal spear in his grasp, spun it around, and flung it violently to the ground. What? The White Emperor's heart pounded with shock, and indescribable dread spreading through his body. Even Nidhogg couldn't help but marvel. Boss, you humans truly possess limitless potential. 100 years ago, if someone had told him humans could block the Eternal Spear's attack, he would never have believed it. Yet in this moment, Zhou Yuan had done it. He had intercepted the Eternal Spear and driven it vertically into the ground. Though aided by Yi Tian's Ghost Realm suppression and the Blood's Blessing enhancement, the outcome was still remarkable. The Eternal Spear seemed to lose its momentum instantly, crashing limply into the center of Ding City. Something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong. Xingdi was the first to sense the anomaly. With her precise perception of magical power, she clearly recognized that Great Xiao's combat strength had become overwhelmingly powerful. It wasn't just Zhou Yuan. Yi Tian's current strength now surpassed even Wei Yuan's. The White Emperor also caught on. The moment the Eternal Spear was intercepted, he sensed trouble. Retreat! Retreat now! They sensed something was amiss. The Great Xiao's progress seemed far faster than they had anticipated. They had assumed they could easily handle the Great Xia, but in reality, not only had they lost all the advantages granted by the instance's arrival, but the Eternal Spear had also failed. How could Great Xia have produced someone like Yi Tian? After discarding the Eternal Spear, Zhou Yuan, already having burned a portion of his life force, had no intention of stopping there. He shifted his target and unleashed a fist strike, aiming for the Crimson Emperor, who had only just realized he should flee. Damn it! How is this possible? Zhou Yuan, fueled by the sacrifice of his life and empowered by the blood blessing, sent the Crimson Emperor flying with a single punch. The latter's body recoiled backward amidst a startled cry. Seeing this, Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanshuang, and the others' eyes lit up. Kill! Yi Tian conjured a long blade in his hand, unleashing a slash that rippled through the void. Upon realizing the Crimson Emperor had been left behind, the remnants of the Royal Dragon descendants, the White Emperor, Azure Emperor, and others showed little hesitation. They immediately abandoned their pursuit and retreated into the interdimensional portal. No! No! The Crimson Emperor's pupils contracted sharply as his heart sank to the depths. Boom! Under the concentrated assault led by Zhou Yuan, the Crimson Emperor's body shattered within a single breath, obliterated by several full power strikes. The Crimson Emperor, slain on the spot. Supremacy Warp combat power, successfully slain one of the top 5 individual combatants of the Yagu dynasty. Moments later, the dust settled, revealing the Red Emperor's massive, shattered skeleton. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, their expressions urgent. Ling Luo, Ling Hua, and Chu Chen. As part of the Great Xia's elite forces, they had come to provide support. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their expressions turned pale with shock. What happened? Ling Luo, her crimson robes billowing, was utterly dumbfounded. She had speculated on countless battle scenarios before rushing here, but this outcome was the last thing she had anticipated. The Crimson Emperor, slain. How is this possible? Against the might of the Yagu dynasty, merely holding them off would have been a victory. Chu Chen's expression turned alarmed as he pondered. Wait, Yi Tian. The 3 landed and joined Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and the others. Both sides voiced their confusion. Wei Yuan spoke first. Weren't you supposed to be suppressing the dungeon monsters? Why are you over here? Ling Hua, Ling Luo's sister, explained, we're just as puzzled. All the dungeon monsters across Great Xia suddenly stopped attacking. It's as if they received some kind of command. Headquarters is still investigating the cause. They feared you couldn't hold back the Yagu dynasty, so they sent us to provide immediate support. Hearing this, Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and Zhang Yuanshuang all turned to look at Yi Tian, their expressions growing even more astonished. Could it be? They had assumed Yi Tian only controlled the dungeon monsters in Dingcheng. Could it be he commanded every monster across the entire Great Xia? What kind of power is this? Yi Tian retracted his domain and explained the matter of commanding the dungeon monsters. Yes, that's correct. From now on, the Great Xia Empire needn't worry about dungeon monsters anymore. At that moment, the 6 elite warriors of Great Xia all sucked in a sharp breath. Chu Chen then asked, and how did you manage to repel the Yagu dynasty? Hearing this, Wei Yuan and the other 2 looked deeply moved. It was all thanks to Yi Tian. They revealed everything, how Yi Tian had halted the word spirit and then suppressed the Eternal Spear with his domain. At that moment, the expressions of the others finally cracked. All eyes turned to Yi Tian, voices filled with disbelief. Yi Tian, how much more are you hiding? Yi Tian spread his hands innocently, flashing a harmless smile. Chapter 128, After the Battle. The Counterattack Horn. Who could have imagined that the Yagu dynasty's declaration of war, which had come with such overwhelming force, mobilizing nearly all their top-tier combat power except for the World Tree, Yet it had ended in such a short span of time. When Ling Luo and the others arrived to reinforce the city, they had even prepared for the possibility of the Yagu dynasty capturing several cities in succession. Yet unexpectedly, Ding Cheng had merely suffered a scratch on the surface. At this moment, Yi Tian and the others noticed Zhou Yuan's condition. His once vibrant vitality had plummeted, his complexion turning unnaturally pale. This was the post-battle load state characteristic of the life-eroding martial saint profession, a manifestation of vitality draining away. Wei Yuan, Ling Luo, and the others fell silent at the sight. Since becoming one of the Great Xia Empire's top practitioners, Zhou Yuan had resolved countless crises for the empire over the past decade. Yet this came at a cost. His life was nearing its end. Yet repelling the Yagu dynasty and slaying the Crimson Emperor were, after all, cause for great celebration. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, this outcome isn't so bad. If Yi Tian hadn't intervened, I truly believe today would be my end." Ling Hua interjected, "Next time, you really shouldn't push yourself so hard." Yi Tian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Brother Zhou, if you can avoid intervening, it's best to do so. Peace is secured by the general, and the general should witness that peace." If possible, Yi Tian hoped Zhou Yuan would refrain from fighting in the future. Even if it was merely a temporary measure, Zhou Yuan should at least witness the day of Great Xiao's prosperity. Besides, if a way to extend one's lifespan could be found in the future, that would be even more perfect. Zhou Yuan scratched his head. "Alright, I'll try." Moments later, everyone present set to work inspecting the post-battle conditions of Dingcheng. This battle had been a tremendous morale booster. Especially at a time when nations worldwide were struggling to resist, Great Xia had directly repelled a powerful alien force. Not only had it slain dozens of royal dragon descendants, but it had even succeeded in killing the Crimson Emperor of the Yagu dynasty. In the history of Great Xia's battles against alien races, this was unquestionably the greatest victory. Ling Hua's eyes gleamed brightly, with so many dragon descendants slain, plus the Red Emperor. Doesn't that mean we're not far from winning the overall combat power and peak combat power rankings? At these words, Wei Yuan and the others felt their hearts surge with fervor. Territory, total combat power, and peak combat power were the three victory conditions of the War of Supremacy. When the Yagu dynasty initiated the War of Supremacy, the Great Xia headquarters scarcely entertained thoughts of victory, preoccupied instead with minimizing losses. Now, however, they had suddenly taken a giant leap toward victory. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel excited too. If they won the War of Supremacy and ruled the Yagu dynasty as a subordinate territory of Great Xia, how much fun that would be. An ancient dragon realm with deities, ruled by humans. The very thought was utterly fascinating. At that moment, all 6 elite professionals present shared expectant gazes, their minds likely already envisioning this very scenario. Counterattack the other world. Who could have imagined a month ago that Great Xia would reach this point? Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, victory is possible. Since the White Emperor dared to declare war on Great Xia, we must make him taste the bitterness of defeat. Zhou Yuan immediately added, "First, dispatch some highly mobile, stealth-capable assassin scouts to gather intelligence within the Yagu dynasty. Our counterattack against the Yagu dynasty is imminent." Exactly. The entire assembly united in resolve, busily formulating plans and deploying countermeasures against the Yagu dynasty. Of course, retaliation was no trivial matter. Thorough reconnaissance and strategic planning were indispensable. The Great Xia Empire had no intention of repeating the Yagu dynasty's fate. At that moment, Yi Tian turned his gaze toward a spear shaft driven deep into the ground. The Eternal Spear. This world-class artifact of the Yagu continent, after being intercepted by Zhou Yuan, had been planted in the center of Dingcheng, not taken away by the White Emperor. In fact, this was what Yi Tian considered the greatest gain from this battle. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan sighed, "This spear, it's no ordinary weapon." Yi Tian explained to the others, "This is the world artifact, the Eternal Spear. There is only one such spear on the Yagu continent. Now that they've lost it here, they won't be able to use it against us next time." A world artifact. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. The name alone sounded extraordinary. He immediately stepped forward, attempting to lift the Eternal Spear with his hand only to find it utterly immovable. "I can't lift it." This situation mirrored what Yi Tian had experienced in the secret realm, and Zhou Yuan was certain it had nothing to do with physical strength. Nidhogg had explained that the Eternal Spear was forged from the World Tree, and could only be wielded with its permission. "Too bad we can't use it for now." Yi Tian shook his head. Obtaining the World Tree's permission to wield the Eternal Spear was clearly out of the question. But Yi Tian believed there was another way, find a method to break the Eternal Spear's restrictions. Slay the World Tree. Yi Tian glanced at his level. Level 45, 78% experience. This leveling speed was unprecedented in Blue Star's history, yet Yi Tian still found it too slow. Fortunately, he still had one free employee benefit to use today. Once he reached level 50, Tier 3, the World Tree would be at Nidhogg's mercy. Seeing the Eternal Spear unusable, Wei Yuan remained undeterred. "It doesn't matter if we can't use it. As long as we prevent the White Emperor from wielding it, it still works to our advantage." Someone set up the barrier. Ling Luo, Zhang Yuanshuang, and Wei Yuan established 4 layers of barriers around the Eternal Spear. These barriers not only blocked the Yagyu dynasty's summoning attempts but also provided concealment and protection. Yagyu continent, the world's center. Beneath the roots of the world tree, the White Emperor stood with bowed head, his expression deathly pale. We lost. Defeated by the Great Xia. On the main battlefield, we were defeated by Great Xia, a nation the Yagyu dynasty hadn't truly regarded as a rival for over a decade. At this moment, the White Emperor didn't even know how to speak. Yet the world tree spoke first. Defeated? The White Emperor's expression flickered with shock. After a moment, he clenched his jaw and declared in a deep voice, "It's all because Nidhogg defected to the humans that led to our collapse." The world tree's tone remained as still as an ancient well. It's no easy feat to annihilate Great Xia in one fell swoop. The Great Xia still possesses some hidden tricks up its sleeve. The White Emperor's heart leapt with relief, almost as if he were celebrating his escape from punishment. The world tree continued, "This time, capturing just a few cities within Great Xia will suffice. There's no need to force the annihilation of Great Xia. There will be plenty of opportunities later." The White Emperor froze. Just seizing a few cities would suffice? In truth, the world tree's assessment of the campaign stemmed from the belief that the White Emperor had been thwarted in his campaign to annihilate Great Xia by its desperate last stand. After all, the Yagyu dynasty had committed its entire military might. This time reaching this stage was only natural. At this moment, the White Emperor's expression turned awkward. The world tree noticed this and inquired curiously, could it be that not only was Great Xia not destroyed, but even eastern China wasn't fully conquered? Sweat now beaded on the White Emperor's brow. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and reported, "Actually, our very first battle against Great Xia ended in defeat. We failed to capture a single inch of their territory. The Dragonborn army suffered heavy losses, and Chidrare was slain by the Great Xia." At this point, the White Emperor felt his own voice falter. The Eternal Spear was also lost in Great Xia. Silence. The moment his words fell, the world tree fell silent for a single second. Though it lasted but a second, to the White Emperor it felt like decades. After the brief pause, the world tree's usually serene voice erupted in an incredulous roar. "What did you say?" Chapter 129, King of the Wilderness. Boss's business card. Little brother Yi Tian. Ling Hua, clad in a blue gown with white hair cascading over her shoulders, whispered a request to Yi Tian, "If you truly can control the dungeon monsters, could you do your sister a favor?" Yi Tian shook his head and explained, "It's not that I can control the dungeon monsters, I can only give them orders. That's more than enough." Ling Hua smiled brightly. "Here's the thing, most dungeon monsters still linger within the Great Xia city walls, severely disrupting the citizens' daily lives. Could you order them to roam the wilderness instead? That way, we can use the city defenses to contain them. And if anyone wants to grind monsters for experience, they can just head out to the wilderness in groups." This proposal struck Yi Tian as reasonable. Originally, dungeon portals were located within each city's dungeon hub, causing monsters to spawn inside the city upon dungeon activation. Even if commands were issued to the dungeon monsters, the sheer number of them would inevitably pose a threat within the city walls. Driving the dungeon monsters into the wilderness would instantly solve both the rampant monster problem and the current difficulty adventurers faced in grinding for experience. Yi Tian readily agreed, "No problem." Ling Hua's eyes lit up, "Really possible?" Yi Tian nodded, vanished, and reappeared in the conference room to summon Alice. He instructed her to issue the command. Directing all dungeon monsters to the wilderness proved far simpler than commanding them to cease attacking. With a single command, Alice sent every instance monster in the entire Great Xia to the wilderness, completely resolving the monster issue. Consequently, Alice's control over the wilderness reached its zenith, earning her the title Queen of the Wilderness. "It's done." Alice stated, "However, boss, there's one more issue. While my ultimate boss authority can command all dungeon monsters in Great Xia, but if the Blue Star's sole world boss appears, his authority surpasses mine. Once he issues an order, the dungeon monsters in the Great Xia region will likely refuse to follow my commands." Yi Tian nodded slightly upon hearing this. World bosses, standing above ultimate bosses, were the highest tier boss templates. It was only natural that his authority surpassed Alice's. Fortunately, the world boss hadn't descended into reality yet due to its excessively high level. Otherwise, Alice would struggle to control the monsters, and Great Xia might plunge back into chaos. Yi Tian pondered, a world boss isn't necessarily irreplaceable. Hearing this, Alice flashed a sinister smile, "Exactly, boss. I'm already accumulating more boss template experience, aiming to seize an opportunity to replace the world boss. World bosses, too, have only one slot per world. As for finding an opportunity to replace it, it might be more accurate to say she's looking for a chance to take down the world boss." "Good." After a moment's thought, Yi Tian produced a divine-grade equipment chest. This was a special reward from the Grand Secret Realm's conclusion, and Yi Tian had kept 2 pieces in his backpack. "Your reward. Aim to replace the world boss as soon as possible." Seeing the god-tier chest, Alice's demonic eyes flashed with golden light. Even in her former world of Yuanwu, divine-grade treasure chests were exceedingly rare, mostly confined to royal families. Her expression lit up with delight. "Thank you, boss. I'll work my hardest." Yi Tian vanished before Ling Hua and reappeared instantly, causing the latter to show a look of astonishment. "It's taken care of." Ling Hua's face lit up upon hearing this. "Really? That's fantastic." The implications of this action were immense for the Great Xia Empire, leaving her momentarily speechless with excitement. Oh, and Yi Tian, the Elven Royal Clan is hosting the Sacred Forest Exchange gathering soon. It's the Elven Royal Clan's pilgrimage ceremony. Divine beasts and natural phenomena are likely to appear. Even just observing could yield immense rewards. Would you like to come and see? She looked at Yi Tian with eager anticipation. Since the Elven Royal Clan bordered South China, Yi Tian would inevitably pass through South China if he decided to attend. Once in South China, experiencing its customs and culture, Yi Tian might just decide to stay. At this thought, Ling Hua's lips curled upward. At that moment, Wei Yuan's lips twitched. "Your scheming is practically slapping me in the face." Ling Hua immediately snorted. "So what? The Sacred Spirit Forest Exchange is worth attending. You dare say otherwise?" Wei Yuan sighed helplessly. "Well, that's true. The Sacred Spirit Forest, an ancient relic of the Spirit King clan, was indeed known for appearances of divine beasts or natural phenomena. With good fortune, one could reap tremendous rewards." This name, Yi Tian had already heard twice. He found this elven pilgrimage ritual somewhat intriguing. Just then, an officer approached Wei Yuan carrying a treasure chest and whispered something to him. Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. He immediately patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and declared, "Yi Tian, take this first. I promised you that divine-grade barrier would be exchanged for something worthy." Ling Hua froze in surprise. "So the god-tier barrier you obtained from headquarters was also crafted by Yi Tian?" Wei Yuan nodded and handed the treasure chest to Yi Tian. Exclusive equipment chest. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. Exclusive gear was indeed better than god-tier equipment for him. Nice stuff. At least for now, Yi Tian's need for exclusive equipment remained quite high. It seemed there were still many exclusive items for the boss profession waiting to be unlocked. With that thought, Yi Tian activated it immediately. A flash of light emanated from the treasure chest, revealing a black and gold card engraved with Yi Tian's name. Exclusive equipment boss's calling card. Effect 1, wearing this card spreads your renown across all realms according to your fame value. Effect 2, based on your fame points, there is a chance that ambitious individuals will proactively seek to join your cause. Current renown, moderately famous. With your assistance, the Great Xia Empire triumphed over the superior forces of the Yagu dynasty. Your exploits in leading your forces to seize numerous secret realms on Blue Star are widely celebrated. Chapter 130, activate the set. The Sacred Spirit Forest. Exclusive equipment, business card. Holding this card with its gold embossed border, black background, and silver patterns, Yi Tian couldn't help but admire its elegant appearance. However, its effects weren't as immediately obvious as the black card or the KPI assessment system. It seemed to merely grant an additional ability, fame points. The higher one's fame, the more their reputation would automatically spread across the multiverse. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian felt it was a mixed blessing. Greater renown could attract covetous enemies, potentially leading to crises. Yet this particular concern didn't weigh heavily on Yi Tian. After all, given his consistent approach, his strength always outpaced his fame. Thus, he wasn't overly concerned about enemies drawn by his fame. Moreover, the benefits of heightened renown across myriad realms were considerable. Among these, the prospect of unknown talents from across the myriad realms seeking to join him was what Yi Tian anticipated most. This directly spares him the time of seeking out talent himself. Moreover, with his level nearing Tier 3, he would soon be able to invest in non-human talents. Yi Tian held high hopes for this exclusive equipment, a late-game item whose effects grew stronger with greater fame. Just as he was putting it away, a notification suddenly appeared. You have obtained the exclusive equipment business card, activating the black card set effect 5. Set effect. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. He hadn't forgotten that the black card's 5th effect required a complete set to activate. He never imagined it would activate so perfectly. He immediately pulled out the black card, eagerly examining the new effect. Exclusive equipment black card. Effect 1, allows overdraft of funds. Funds accrue 5% interest daily. Effect 2, use the black card to purchase any item requiring currency with available funds. Effect 3, unlocked at Tier 3. Effect 4. Effect 5, when equipped, daily interest accrual doubles and overdraft limit doubles. When spending currency in alien worlds, receive discounted prices based on reputation points. Higher reputation grants greater overdraft limits and deeper discounts. This effect is incredibly practical. Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim. What he valued most was the doubling of interest and credit limit. The original 5% daily interest on funds had now doubled to 10%. The 500-point overdraft limit had doubled to 1,000 points. Especially that 10% daily interest rate. In his previous life, any investment product would have wept with envy. A daily deposit increase of 10%. Yi Tian couldn't even begin to imagine how thrilled he'd be. Beyond that, the currency-based discounts. Yi Tian hadn't yet had the chance to purchase anything from the alien races, so it seemed unnecessary for now. But the Holy Spirit Forest exchange of the Elven royal clan is about to begin. There might be a chance to use it then. Originally, this elven relic where one could witness divine beasts or natural phenomena was something Yi Tian had been quite looking forward to. With that thought, Yi Tian turned to Linghua and asked, "Sister Linghua, when is the Sacred Spirit Forest exchange expected to begin?" Seeing Yi Tian's apparent interest in attending, Linghua's eyes lit up with delight as she promptly replied, "It started today. The students who secured spots for the gathering have likely already arrived. Are you planning to go? The Sacred Spirit Forest gathering is quite an eye-opening experience. It only happens once a year, a rare opportunity." Even Wei Yuan agreed, "That's true. The Elven tribe's pilgrimage ceremony might reveal divine beasts or natural phenomena. If you happen to seize the opportunity, the rewards could be substantial." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nodded in agreement. "Alright, I'll go take a look. Sister Linghua, could you please take me there?" "No problem." Linghua readily agreed. Then, she waved her hands toward the sky as if summoning something. Kunling. A gigantic, fish-like divine beast Kuan materialized in midair. As a divine beast summoner, she could routinely summon illusory beasts for transportation far faster than any airborne vehicle. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled, "That skill's pretty handy." Linghua reached out and pulled Yi Tian onto the Kuan's back. The Kuan's phantom form began to float upward, swiftly heading toward the Elven royal clan's settlement in South China in the blink of an eye. The Elven royal clans occupied territory on Blue Star-bordered South China. This international public zone was originally the ruins of the Chaoyang Kingdom. Most of the Elven royal clan belonged to the lawful faction. After arriving on Blue Star, they did not initiate war but instead pursued peaceful development, coexisting peacefully with Great Xia. At most, some elves harbored reservations toward Great Xia's professionals such as the brothers Alvid and Alvian. The Sacred Spirit Forest, an ancient relic of the Elven royal clan, lies within the Elven realm, the homeland of the Elven royal clan. At this moment, a group of Great Xia adventurers participating in the exchange journey through the interdimensional portal, passed through the Elven royal court, the capital city of the Elven royal clan, and arrived at the Sacred Spirit Forest under the guidance of the elf Selena. Wow! Silver moonlight pierced through the layered canopy of the Sacred Spirit Forest, casting dappled light upon the lush, verdant paths. The forest exuded a pure, natural essence. Most of the Great Xia practitioners attending the exchange were freshmen of this year's intake. Witnessing this sacred, natural domain, they were instantly filled with awe. After all, most had never set foot in any other worldly realm or ancient ruin before. Bai Qiuli stood calmly at the front of the Great Xia contingent, with Zhou Moyao floating beside her. Within this student exchange group, they served as the student representatives. In the distance, some elves watched them silently, their expressions filled with resentment. These were the elves led by Elvian, who had been defeated by Yishio, Bai Qiuli, and others within the secret realm. Elvian, in particular, still vividly remembered that defeat, which had made him the laughingstock of the Elven royal family. Veen. At that moment, an elderly and dignified Elven elder appeared behind them. His tone stern as he warned, "I remind you once more, any previous underestimation of Great Xia, I shall overlook. But from this day forward, any disrespect toward the Great Xia Empire will not be tolerated." Elvian bowed his head in response. "We understand, Grand Elder. We have all heard of Great Xia's decisive victory over the Yagu dynasty today. Indeed, the news of Great Xia's triumph over the Yagu dynasty spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of all the other races in an instant. The Yagu dynasty, at its zenith, had nearly reached the ranks of the middle 1,000 worlds, placing among the top 100 races. Though weakened by internal strife, a starving camel still outstrips a horse. In contrast, Great Xia had only just emerged from its fledgling stage, yet it had directly defeated the Yagu dynasty in open combat. The strength this demonstrated far exceeded the Elven royal clan's expectations. After all, the White Emperor had personally declared war wielding the Eternal Spear. Had the Elven royal clan faced such a challenge, the outcome would likely have been devastating. Yet Great Xia emerged with scarcely any casualties, a near total victory. The Elven elders pondered this, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Not long ago, the Great Xia's overall strength lagged far behind the Elven royal clan, yet now they had grown so formidable. For a moment, the entire Elven royal clan found themselves holding a subtle, respectful attitude toward Great Xia. The Elven elder nodded. "Good. I see. You should go and greet the other guests as well." The Great Xia Empire was not the only participant in today's Sacred Spirit Forest exchange. Most races and factions aligned with the orderly camp had also been invited by the Elven royal family. Besides the Great Xia, several other races were present: the mechanics, the dwarves, and others. In previous years, the Empire of Beauty would also be invited to the exchange conference. However, upon learning of the hostilities between Great Xia and the Empire of Beauty this year, the elven royal family decisively withdrew their invitation to the Empire of Beauty. At that moment, a figure suddenly soared out from the depths of the sacred spirit forest. Her silver-white hair flowed like liquid mercury under the moonlight, while her emerald-green gown, studded with stardust diamonds, trailed a long, luminous wake. Her features were exquisitely carved, radiating an aura of noble elegance. The Elf Queen. Upon seeing this figure, many guests from other races and members of the Great Xia team turned their heads in unison. The ceremony hasn't even begun, and the Elf Queen has personally come out? Wait, could she be here to greet the guests? The Elf Queen herself arrived at the entrance to the sacred spirit forest, followed by 2 elegant elf guard units. It seemed she truly had come to welcome the guests. The crowd watched with astonished and curious expressions, all turning their heads to look. Moments later, a vast, ethereal blue beast arrived, gliding slowly into the sacred spirit forest. The Elf Queen's emerald eyes fixed upon a figure atop the cunling. Adopting the manner befitting an important guest, she declared, "Welcome to the Elven Court." Chapter 131, Pilgrimage Ceremony Divine Beast Blessing. Super Tomb. Standing atop the colossal cunling's shadow, Yi Tian froze momentarily upon hearing the elegant and noble Elf Queen speak. He hadn't expected those words to be directed at him. A royal-level figure of the Elven Kingdom not only came out personally to greet him, but was even excessively courteous toward an ordinary mortal like him. But soon, a notification resolved Yi Tian's confusion. Profile your fame has spread throughout the Elven realm, striking fear into all corners. Yi Tian understood. It seemed his pivotal role in the conflict against the Yagu dynasty had spread alongside his fame. That battle against the Yagu dynasty had been colossal, earth-shattering, even. As neighbors to the Great Xia Empire, it made perfect sense that the Elven royal family would have heard about it. And as a power roughly equal to the Yagu dynasty, the Elven royal family would naturally show respect upon learning of Great Xia's near-crushing victory. The Elven royal family revered order and peace, prioritizing resource trade as their primary development strategy. They held profound respect for powerful entities, especially those neighboring them. What surprised Yi Tian equally was how remarkably effective the reputation effect of this card seemed to be. At that moment, Ling Hua was startled to see the Elf Queen personally coming to greet her. After all, as the head of the Great Xia's southern China region, she had never been personally greeted by the Elven Queen during her previous visits to the Elven Kingdom. After all, she was the sovereign of an entire race. Noticing this, Ling Hua quietly whispered to Yi Tian, "This is Elvira, the ruling queen of the Elven royal family." Indeed, Ling Hua's prompting proved useful, otherwise Yi Tian wouldn't even have known the Elf Queen's name. That would have been a waste of her kindness in coming to greet him personally. Yi Tian immediately responded with a smile, "It is my great honor, Queen Elvira." After all, he was attending someone else's pilgrimage ceremony and had been personally welcomed by the queen herself. Proper etiquette was essential. Hovering in midair, the Elven Queen spoke in the Great Xia language with gracious humility. "You are too humble, Lord Yi Tian. It is our tribe that is deeply honored by your presence at this year's pilgrimage ceremony." After 2 rounds of ceremonial pleasantries, the Elf Queen personally led Yi Tian and Ling Hua inside, flanked by 2 elf guard units clearing the path. As the deep blue cunling vessel glided through the air, Yi Tian, received personally by the Elf Queen, drew the intense stares of countless humans and other races. Who is this kid? What gives him such a grand reception? You dwarves are hopelessly out of the loop. I could tell you. Just send your troops to attack the eastern regions of Great Xia, and you'll see why he deserves such pomp and circumstance. The database entries on Yi Tian are pitifully sparse. Dwarves, gnomes, automatons, and others murmured in astonishment. Many alien races watched Yi Tian's figure, their expressions shifting between envy and jealousy. Of course, some didn't recognize him at all. Even his current somewhat famous reputation didn't mean every alien race around him had heard of him. If certain races didn't bother to inquire about Great Xia or rarely received intelligence, the impact of his fame would be negligible. At that moment, the Great Xia delegation present also turned their heads in his direction. No wonder the elves have been so polite to us. The speaker was Lu Yuan, the Thunderblade from Huaxing University. As a legendary profession, he had also secured a spot at the exchange conference. At the front of the group, Bai Qiuli noticed the commotion and exclaimed, "The boss is here." Zhou Moyao, standing beside her, brightened at the mention, "The boss. Will he be joining us at the exchange?" Bai Qiuli watched the Kunling's phantom enter the depths of the sacred spirit forest and shook her head. Probably not. The boss was personally invited by the Elf Queen. He's definitely a guest of honor. Before long, near the sacred pilgrimage site of the Holy Spirit Forest, rows of seats were arranged in concentric circles. Besides the Elf Queen seated at the head, Yi Tian and Ling Hua occupied the most honored seats directly beside the Queen. The delegations from other races gathered for exchange, including the Great Xia group, took their places in order below. The pilgrimage ceremony officially begins. After everyone took their seats, the ceremony commenced immediately following a few opening remarks and instructions, proceeding with remarkable swiftness. The pilgrimage ceremony was an annual ritual essential to the elven royal family in essence, a festival honoring nature and the elements. It shared similarities with the heaven worship ceremonies of past dynasties, praying for favorable weather and abundant harvests. However, the elven royal clan's worship yielded tangible benefits. Typically, honoring the spirits of nature would yield certain blessings. Should divine beasts or natural phenomena respond, the rewards would be even greater. Soon after the intricate rituals concluded, Yi Tian witnessed the outcome. From the depths of the sacred spirit forest, a clear phoenix cry echoed. Instantly, crimson clouds surged, and fiery-hued clouds swirled as a blue phoenix spread its wings and soared skyward, its tail feathers trailing across the heavens. Simultaneously, a faint, nine-tailed figure flickered in and out of view amidst the mist-shrouded woods. Good heavens! The divine phoenix and the divine nine-tailed fox have appeared together. This year, our elven royal clan shall surely rise to prominence. Many elves cheered, and the elf queen's eyes lit up. The sacred spirit forest, due to the uniqueness of its natural wonders and ancient ruins, often attracted divine beasts. Their appearance during the pilgrimage ceremony was regarded by the elven royal clan as an auspicious sign of prosperity. Whether prosperity would follow, Yi Tian did not know. But the appearance of divine beasts did indeed bring benefits. You participated in the elven royal clan's pilgrimage ceremony and received a reward from the spirit of nature physical attribute plus 100, mental attribute plus 200, and gained the permanent effect Eyes of Insight. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the elven royal clan possessed such formidable strength overall. A single ritual granted a whopping 300 attribute points, exceeding the starting stats of most level 10 professionals. Absolutely absurd. All elves, along with those invited to the exchange meeting, received this ritual's reward. You have shared Bai Qiuli's attribute boost, Constitution plus 100, Spirit plus 200. You shared Zhou Moyao's. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moyao originally received rewards identical to Yi Tian's. But, unexpectedly, the azure phoenix, soaring through the heavens and radiating a golden glow, suddenly looked down. Its gaze landed upon the crowd, flashing with a light as brilliant as a blue lotus. Divine beast blessing? Good heavens, who could be so incredibly lucky? Someone actually caught the azure phoenix's attention. I wonder what effect that will have. The entire crowd gasped in astonishment. Divine blessings from a celestial beast were an exceedingly rare occurrence, seldom bestowed upon anyone. Generally, such an event portended good fortune, and thus envious expressions spread across the crowd. Yet at this very moment, while the surrounding elves and other races wondered at the identity of the Blessed One, Yi Tian froze in surprise. He already knew the identity of the Blessed One. You have shared Zhou Moyao's blessed talent, Phoenix Grace. Phoenix Grace, you receive the divine favor and attention of the Azure Phoenix. Its secondary effect grants immunity to one fatal psychic attack or rule-based effect, triggering the Nirvana effect. Direct immunity to fatal psychic attacks or rule effects. Yi Tian was initially thrilled. This effect was undeniably powerful. The ability to immunize against rule effects instantly elevated Yi Tian's assessment of the divine beast's power. But soon, something fell off. Why would the divine beast grant Zhou Moya immunity to death? And why focus specifically on Zhou Moya? Yi Tian furrowed his brow as various possibilities flashed through his mind, none of which could be confirmed. Finally, he arrived at a plausible hypothesis. Could it be related to the Sangwon spirit messenger profession? The Azure Phoenix, also a divine beast, perhaps as a profession connected to divine beasts, the Azure Phoenix recognized this link and bestowed its blessing upon Zhou Moya. That was Yi Tian's tentative conclusion. Meanwhile, Zhou Moya, blessed by the divine beast, felt restless at first, even fearful of being discovered. Yi Tian immediately reassured her, no need to be nervous, explaining it was nothing serious, which instantly calmed her nerves. The blessing, as a minor interlude, did not disrupt the overall pilgrimage ceremony. Following the pilgrimage, the elven royal family would immediately commence the awakening ceremony, enabling the young elves to awaken their natural imprint, the very source of the elven race's power. Perhaps the royal family believed that undergoing the awakening after the ritual would grant an extra measure of luck. Typically, a small martial exchange tournament followed the awakening. But Yi Tian's attention was elsewhere. He suddenly noticed that one of his employees had slipped into the sacred spirit forest at some point. Through the connection between employer and employee, he sensed the figure moving furtively, not exactly engaged in legitimate business. A peculiar look crossed Yi Tian's face. He made an excuse to leave the gathering immediately and headed straight for the location. Reaching the edge of the sacred spirit forest, in an unnoticed corner, Yi Tian spotted that furtive figure. Chi Jiao? A twitch crossed Yi Tian's lips as he wore an expression that screamed, just as I thought. What are you doing here? But the moment the words left his mouth, Yi Tian realized the question was redundant. What else could Chi Jiao be doing here? Startled by being suddenly spotted, Chi Jiao froze until he recognized Yi Tian and broke into a smile. Boss. I'm looking for a tomb. Just as expected. Chi Jiao quickly pulled Yi Tian into a corner and whispered urgently, Boss, I have a major new discovery. Yi Tian glanced toward the direction of the Elf Queen and couldn't help but interrupt. Hold on, the elven royal family has been quite friendly toward Great Xia, even hosting exchange events. Digging up their tombs now might be. Truth be told, the elf queen's exceptionally gracious attitude today had completely dispelled any lingering resentment Yi Tian might have harbored. Had she so much as glanced at them with disdain, Yi Tian would have ordered Qizhou to raise their ancestral graves. Yet now that the elven royal family was being so reasonable, targeting them again felt a bit off. To his surprise, Qizhou waved dismissively. The elven royal family? Put. I couldn't care less about them anymore. Yi Tian? Qizhou exclaimed excitedly. I discovered a colossal tomb. Far larger and more opulent than the Elf King's ancient burial site. Chapter 132, The Human Race's Advantage. The Nine-Tailed Fox's Promise. A colossal tomb? Seeing Qizhou's earnest expression, Yi Tian looked skeptical. Qizhou nodded excitedly as he explained the reason for their journey. Actually, I did come here intending to explore the Elf King's tomb. It's not that I have anything against the elves after all, rumors of the Elf King's tomb have been circulating for ages. But I never expected that the moment I slipped into the sacred spirit forest today, I sensed treasure. Though the treasure's aura was deeply concealed, my dragon-seeking and gold-divining perception clearly detected it, and it's far more lavish than the Elf King's ancient tomb. Dragon-seeking and gold-divining. Hearing this, Yi Tian suddenly understood. For at that moment, Yi Tian, who also possessed the dragon-seeking, gold-divining talent, vaguely sensed what Qizhou had described. A treasure even larger and more magnificent than the ancient Elf King's tomb was hidden somewhere within the sacred spirit forest. Qizhou declared with certainty, and this tomb definitely does not belong to the Elf King's lineage. The reasoning was straightforward. The Elf King was the most powerful and ancient ruler of the Elf King's lineage. Within the elven race, no one could possibly possess a more magnificent tomb than the Elf King's. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Therefore, within the sacred spirit forest, there must exist the ancient tomb of another race. Qizhou chuckled. That's not impossible. The sacred spirit forest is an ancient ruin dating back to primordial times. It could very well contain the tombs of earlier, ancient races. Makes sense, Yi Tian agreed. Alright, go ahead. After all, Qizhou had gone to great lengths to infiltrate this place. Moreover, the aura of treasure emanating from that super-ancient tomb was undeniably enticing. With Yi Tian's permission secured, Qizhou waved his hand and immediately set off excitedly toward a specific direction. Of course, since they were on the territory of the elven royal clan, tomb raiding was something Yi Tian wouldn't personally participate in. Watching Qizhou disappear from sight, Yi Tian returned to his seat. By now, the ceremony had reached the awakening phase, where young elves communicated with the spirits of nature to awaken their elemental imprint. This was essentially identical to the class change ceremony in Great Xia. The Elf Queen watched with eager anticipation. The outcome of the awakening signified the strength of the young generation of the Elf clan. Unlike the completely random nature of a professional's class change, it was also closely tied to their elf bloodline. El Mingyu, 8-mark imprint. Suddenly, an elder at the awakening ceremony gasped in astonishment. 8 elemental marks appeared on the wrist of a young elf radiating noble bearing. Elven elemental markings ranged from 1 to 10 lines. The higher the number of lines, the stronger the affinity with the element and the greater the potential. From the delighted expression on the Elf Queen's face, Yi Tian judged this outcome to be quite favorable. The entire crowd looked astonished, and Ling Hua led the applause. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel moved, though not by the 8-mark result itself. Rather, upon inspection, he discovered that this awakened 8-mark spirit's potential was merely purple. It was well known that the awakening results of the Spirit Royal clan were not random. This stark comparison finally made Yi Tian realize that the Great Xia truly was a land of exceptional talent, no joke. Especially after witnessing the capabilities of various alien races. Yi Tian felt more and more that the Great Xia Empire's pool of high-potential talents was simply absurdly vast. Take the Yagu royal family as an example. Aside from the Crimson Emperor, Azure Emperor, and White Emperor, Yi Tian had never encountered another dragon descendant with golden potential. Similarly, among the Elven royal clan, the Ghost clan, and indeed all the alien races present, Yi Tian had encountered golden potential only rarely. The Elven royal clan stood out as the most notable exception so far. Yi Tian had only encountered one golden potential among them, the Elven Queen, Elvera, standing beside him. Compared to other races, a single golden potential could essentially grow into a ruler-level figure. Yet in Great Xia, within the small city of Qingqing alone, Yi Tian had already discovered 5 individuals with golden potential or higher. And undoubtedly, there were more undiscovered. And this was merely the talent pool of a single small city. Compared to the innate power and diverse divine abilities of other alien races, Yi Tian suddenly realized. Potential is the greatest gift of the human race. Whether this potential could ultimately be unlocked was the fundamental key to humanity's ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with other races. Fortunately, Yi Tian happened to possess this very ability. At that moment, a collective gasp from the gathered elves snapped Yi Tian back to reality. A fox spirit energy, ethereal as divine mist, drifted toward the ritual site, as if guiding someone. It's the power of the divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. Could it be that someone else is about to receive a blessing? No, this time it seems to be guiding someone to the nine-tailed fox's dwelling. Could it be that Mingyu's talent has drawn the attention of the divine beast, the nine-tailed fox? All washed over the crowd, even the elf queen rising in astonishment. However, this fox spirit energy did not drift toward any elf or other race. Instead, it passed through the awakening ceremony and came to the seat beside the elf queen. Under the gaze of the entire assembly, it settled before him. Sure enough, Yi Tian felt no surprise. After all, he carried the nine-tailed fox's token sent back by Qiu. But beside him, both the elf queen and Ling Hua were utterly stunned. While the previous blessing from the Azure Phoenix had been unclear, this time the nine-tailed fox's guidance had undeniably descended upon Yi Tian. Lord Yi Tian. Queen Elvira's voice carried a hint of envy, yet she spoke plainly. The divine beast, the nine-tailed fox, invites you to come. Yi Tian smiled upon hearing this and said, then I shall take my leave. As you wish. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Tian followed the fox spirit's power deeper into the sacred spirit forest. Before departing, however, he first approached the Great Xia delegation seats and took Zhou Moya with him. Boss, where are we going? You'll find out soon enough. Moments later, Yi Tian and Zhou Moya, now in her spirit form, arrived at a misty, ethereal pond. There, they beheld the legendary divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. It bore a striking resemblance to the photograph Qiu had taken. Its fur gleamed like moonlight, a silvery white, with crimson tips adorning the ends of its 9 tails and the tips of its ears. Its eyes shone like 2 molten amber orbs. She's beautiful, just as I thought. Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. He secretly opened the other person's resume and took a look. Nine-tailed fox. Basic info, female fox clan, 660 years old, divine beast, level 99. Potential, illusionary colors. History, descended from the fox clan of demon beasts. An ancestor, a nine-tailed fox, ascended to immortality after surviving a tribulation, becoming the nine-tailed immortal fox. This elevated all nine-tailed foxes to divine beast bloodlines. Investment opportunities, none non-human races cannot be invested in before Tier 3. A level 99 divine beast? This was easily the highest level creature Yi Tian had ever encountered, just one step away from the 5th tier at level 100. As for potential, possessing god tier potential was only natural for a divine beast. Sensing the formidable spiritual presence of the target before them, Zhou Moyao quietly cowered behind Yi Tian, not daring to utter a word. Human. The nine-tailed fox spoke in an interrogating tone, her voice cold and ethereal, hauntingly otherworldly. Why do you possess my token? It must be said, the oppressive aura emanating from this nine-tailed fox was indeed the strongest Yi Tian had ever encountered. Hearing this, Yi Tian retrieved the glass bead from his backpack. This was the special keepsake Qiu had sent back last time. Yi Tian explained the circumstances to the fox. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's tone softened as she spoke slowly. That little girl gave it to you. It seems you're quite important to her. In that case, I promised her I'd grant one wish. Now that the token is in your possession, speak. What wish do you wish to see fulfilled? She reclined on a stone platform shaped like a blooming lotus, gazing at Yi Tian with grace. As for Yi Tian, he already had a wish in mind. Truthfully, his current desires weren't excessive. Some could be achieved through his own efforts. Others were more difficult, like instantly reaching level 100. Even the nine-tailed fox was only at 99, making that clearly impossible. So he settled on a more reasonable wish. Mo Yao, first release the possession state. He turned to the nine-tailed fox and added, I'd like to ask you to heal her eyes. Hearing this, Zhou Moyao's breath caught in her throat, her expression filled with astonishment. She never imagined that Yi Tian had brought her here specifically to treat her eyes. Truthfully, even she had given up hope on this matter, yet here was Yi Tian, willing to help her. Boss. Zhou Moyao's voice grew soft, her eyes stinging with warmth. In that moment, Yi Tian's willingness to restore her sight meant far more to her than the act itself. Yi Tian patted her head gently, offering reassurance. When my employees grow stronger, they can create even greater value for me. Zhou Moyao felt a lump in her throat. Clutching Yi Tian's sleeve, she found herself speechless. The nine-tailed fox teased with a playful chuckle, oh. She glided forward, closing the distance in 2 steps. Quite the romantic scene. Clearly misunderstanding Yi Tian, she shot him a teasing glance. But the next moment, just as the nine-tailed fox focused her spirit to examine the condition of Zhou Moyao's eyes, her golden fox eyes instantly narrowed, her breath caught, and her silver white fur bristled slightly as she uttered an incredulous cry. The curse of the evil god. Hearing this, Yi Tian's brows furrowed. Evil god? The nine-tailed fox froze for a few seconds. After confirming it repeatedly, her expression turned grave. Yes, the curse of the evil god. However, it doesn't seem like an active curse from the demon god. It's more like she witnessed some of its actions and suffered an undeserved calamity as a result. Yi Tian was startled. He hadn't expected the nine-tailed fox's conjecture to align so closely with Zhou Moyao's experience. Zhou Moyao had lost her sight precisely because she'd spied on the Shadow Moon Wolf clan's Shadow Moon, which was being corrupted by some dark shadow. Yi Tian asked, what is the evil god? The nine-tailed fox shot him a peculiar glance, as if to say, "You don't even know that?" She then explained, "A rank among the abyssal demons. The hierarchy of demonic beings is wraiths, fiends, demon spirits, demon lords, demon kings, demon sovereigns, and demon gods. An evil god is a terrifying demonic entity, endowed with the authority granted by the abyss." Yi Tian froze. The Great Xia Empire had only ever discovered 5 tiers of demonic beings, those below Demon Heavenly King. He hadn't realized demonic entities were even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Above the Demon King's entities powerful enough to destroy nations, there were actually higher tiers. Evil gods. Yi Tian fell deep in thought. So, the entity that had corrupted the moon, polluting the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's world, was actually a demonic entity. Zhou Moyo had glimpsed this truth and suffered the curse of the demon god. Yi Tian now recalled the Shadow Moon Wolf tribe he had encountered not long ago, which had undergone demonic corruption. Could this also be connected to this evil god? After all, a demon god corrupting the Shadow Moon couldn't simply be a cosmetic change. As Yi Tian pondered, the nine-tailed fox sighed, "The curse of the demon god, I cannot heal it. Forcibly intervening would mean confronting the demon god's power, something I cannot do yet." Zhou Moya bit her lip. Though hearing it was incurable didn't deeply distress her, she could sense the weight on Yi Tian's heart, and it troubled her. "It's okay, boss." Yi Tian snapped out of his thoughts at her words and offered a faint smile. "No choice. Looks like we'll have to treat it later." He set the matter aside for now. After all, the demon god had only corrupted the moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's world, not Blue Star. For now, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? The thought crossed his mind as he looked up at the nine-tailed fox with suspicion. "You're a divine beast, after all. Can't you even stand up to a demon god?" The nine-tailed fox snorted. "You little brat, you have no idea how dangerous the evil god is. Enough, you're just a novice. You." The nine-tailed fox was about to explode when Yi Tian held up the jade pendant before her. "What happens when a divine beast fails to honor its promise?" "Sigh. Change your wish." The nine-tailed fox sighed helplessly. Yi Tian pondered briefly. "Then could you help me contract a divine beast? A young one would do." Mainly, Yi Tian thought Ling Hua looked incredibly cool summoning the Kuan spirit as his mount, which made him want one too. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox smiled. Her slender fox eyes melted like deep pools, and her smile bloomed like a fleeting night blooming Sirius. She was laughing out of exasperation. "Contract a divine beast? Heh." The nine-tailed fox revealed a seductive smile, her voice soft and honeyed. "How about I make a contract with you instead?" At that moment, Zhou Moya clutched tightly at Yi Tian's sleeve and whispered, "Boss, she seems a bit angry." Yi Tian's mouth twitched. "Sis, I don't need telepathy to figure that out." It seemed the difficulty of contracting a divine beast was a bit greater than he'd imagined. But the nine-tailed fox didn't exactly turn hostile, she merely rolled her eyes. "Fine. I'll focus on breaking that demon god's curse for you." After all, Yi Tian held her token. As a divine beast, she valued her word. Summoning a divine beast is practically impossible. You must understand, ordinary people don't even get the chance to speak with them. As for breaking the curse of the evil god, that's incredibly difficult too. The nine-tailed fox spoke, seemingly worried Yi Tian might doubt her capabilities. "Of course, your wish is simply too extravagant. I'm leaving the sacred spirit forest tomorrow. This is what we'll do, I'll enhance the jade bead for you. If you have any other wishes, you can summon me directly using the jade bead." With that, the nine-tailed fox's tail gently swept across the bead in Yi Tian's hand, causing it to transform. Glass bead, a token bestowed by the divine beast, the nine-tailed fox. Crushing this object summons the nine-tailed fox once at any time. Yi Tian's eyes lit up, that works too. Summoning a level 99 divine beast at will if he encountered terrifying enemies next time, like a demon god or a ghost king, he could just summon the nine-tailed fox. Noticing Yi Tian's unfocused thoughts, the nine-tailed fox shuddered involuntarily. Chapter 133, The Titan Plan. Titans fall? As for the curse of the dark god, I'm not sure if I can help you with that. If you have any other wishes, come find me again. With those final words, the nine-tailed fox's form vanished into the misty woods with a light step. Yi Tian held the crystal bead, his heart undaunted. Though he couldn't cure Zhou Moyao's eyes yet, he now understood her condition. Perhaps there was still hope in the future. After comforting Zhou Moyao, he returned to his seat at the pilgrimage ceremony. The moment he returned, Yi Tian distinctly felt the gazes of the Elf Queen, Ling Hua, and numerous other races fixed upon him. The personal audience with the divine beast, the nine-tailed fox, had evidently stirred envy among the crowd. By now, the pilgrimage ceremony and awakening rites were largely concluded. All attendees received a small gift from the Elven tribe, including a single drop of elven spring water and various exclusive materials from the sacred spirit forest. Though only a single drop, the elven spring water was an exceptionally potent restorative legendary item of considerable value, delighting many attendees. And then, Elvilla, the elf queen, rose to her feet, her ethereal voice echoing throughout the entire sacred spirit forest. "I hereby declare the martial arts exchange tournament officially open. Following tradition, after the awakening ceremony, the Elven tribe would hold a martial arts tournament. All young guests were eligible to participate, which was the primary reason the Great Xia Empire sent its new recruits. It was said that holding the tournament within the sacred spirit forest carried a chance of attracting the attention of divine beasts, potentially granting divine blessings. This prospect had many of the other races itching to compete. The fact that two individuals had caught the attention of divine beasts during this pilgrimage ceremony had everyone excited, instinctively believing the odds of receiving blessings had greatly increased. In reality, however, the only two divine beasts present, the Azure Phoenix, had already bestowed its blessing, and the nine-tailed fox had departed, leaving little hope for further divine favor. The rules remained straightforward, a tournament-style competition. As hosts, the Elven royal clan automatically assumed the role of defending champions. The mechanical tribes, goblin tribes, unicorn tribes, and other alien races were all eager to compete. Yet Ling Hua did not send any representatives. Instead, he whispered to Yi Tian, "I think it's best if you and Xiolu refrain from participating this time. Otherwise, it would be a serious slap in the face to the Elf Queen." The martial exchange tournament featured only newcomers, and the Elven royal clan had dispatched young elves who had only recently awakened their powers. Though royal elves possessed formidable power upon awakening, facing Bai Qiuli would still result in utter annihilation. If it were Yi Tian, the outcome would be even more staggering, likely requiring the Elf Queen herself to step in. If every single elf were defeated by a single person from Great Xia, especially on the royal family's own turf, it would feel like slapping them in the face. De Xia remained mindful of such considerations toward friendly races. Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. Nodding, he said, "All right, I understand." After all, the rewards for this exchange weren't high, and the chance of receiving a divine beast blessing was slim. The only regret was that Yi Tian had missed an opportunity to earn a share of the profits. The martial arts exchange tournament officially commenced. Ling Hua dispatched representatives like the Thunderblade Master Lu Yuan. Though this was also a legendary profession, compared to Bai Qiuli, it was already a significant concession from Daxia. As for the other races, they were all itching to fight. After all, even giving their all might not guarantee victory over the Elven royal clan. At best, they could secure a ranking. Only the mechanics had a realistic shot at claiming first place. The exchange tournament raged fiercely. As more and more contestants were eliminated, the matches on the field grew increasingly intense. Currently defending the arena was the elf heir Mingyu, who had already secured 6 consecutive victories. Upon awakening, the elven race gains power through elemental inscriptions. Take heir Mingyu, for instance. Having just awakened 8 elemental inscriptions, he now commands mastery over 8 elemental forces and magical abilities. Her combat strength roughly equates to that of a Tier 2 level 25 legendary professional, a multi-element grand mage. To possess such prowess immediately after awakening is quite impressive among the younger generation of both the Great Xia Empire and the Elven royal clan. His winning streak was hardly surprising, and barring unforeseen circumstances, securing first place in the exchange tournament was firmly within his grasp. Bai Qiuli watched the match with boredom. In her eyes, Heir Mingyu's combat was riddled with flaws, failing to spark any competitive interest. Yi Tian, however, watched Shi Zhou's stats with eager anticipation, wondering what would emerge from that super tomb. El Mingyu, 10 consecutive victories. The Elven Elder's resonant announcement signaled the tournament's conclusion. Lu Yuan and the vast majority of the alien races had all fallen to Heir Mingyu, drawing gasps of astonishment from the assembled alien spectators. An 8-pattern elemental engraving signified immense power, causing even the Elf Queen to nod in quiet recognition. "Are there any more challengers?" The Elven Elder called out excitedly once more. No one stepped forward to challenge, yet at that very moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the depths of the sacred spirit forest. As if something had descended upon the place. All eyes turned toward the sound. Heavy footsteps grew louder and closer, revealing a massive figure slowly emerging, a giant-like presence. Standing over 5 meters tall, its body was covered in rock-like armor of a deep, root-like brown. Its muscles were as sturdy as bronze sculptures, radiating immense power. The moment this figure appeared, the Elf Queen's pupils contracted sharply, and she sprang to her feet. Yi Tian followed the gaze, his eyes flashing with intensity the moment he saw the resume. Mephisto. Basic info, Titan race, 1-year-old, juvenile stage. Potential, gold. History, a juvenile titan of the 189th ranked titan race among all species, possessing innate formidable strength. As an ancient race accidentally smashed open the entrance to the ruins and arrived at the sacred spirit forest. Investment opportunity, none. 1-year-old. Yi Tian had never encountered a target so young yet so powerful. Ling Hua and other clan leaders rose to their feet, their gazes fixed on Titan Morpheus with a mix of apprehension and astonishment. That appearance. It's a Titan. How could a Titan appear here? The Titans rivaled the Aegu dynasty at its peak. Their standing at 189th in the 10,000 clans ranking spoke volumes of their might. Every Titan possessed terrifying combat prowess from birth, without even needing to awaken. Morpheus watched the martial contest before him, his youthful gaze suddenly twisting into a savage glint. Fight! His eyes flashed with arrogant, warlike intensity. Paying no heed to anyone on the field, he charged onto the combat arena like a meteor hurtling toward its target. As a race ranked among the top of the 10,000 clans, they possessed unique abilities for understanding and communication. Morpheus's enormous eyes flashed with crystal and blue light as he emitted a deep, earth-shaking roar of excitement. "Memphis, enter the contest." The Elf Queen's brows furrowed as she spoke in a deep voice, "Esteemed Titan, you." Before she could finish, Memphis's massive form turned toward Iremingyu. There was no trace of killing intent, only a battle will bordering on utter contempt. Elemental power. In an instant, Elmingyu unleashed the full might of his 8 elemental forces, forming a terrifying vortex of elements whose power was staggering. Yet tragically, this terrifying fusion assault failed to breach even Memphis's rock-hard armor. Boom! Morpheus slammed his fist into the ground, sending shockwaves that hurled Iremingyu dozens of meters away. He grinned, his lips curling into a sneer. Weakling! The entire crowd gasped. This titan, barely a year old, unleashed such terrifying power with a mere casual display. Yi Tian also realized that this titan, Morpheus, possessed innate power vastly superior to that of the Elven royal clan. If Iremingyu was a Tier 2 legendary mage, then this 1-year-old Morpheus was comparable to a Tier 3 level 50 legendary warrior plus tank. For the current Elven royal clan, it was nothing short of a dimensional attack. Morpheus surveyed the area, his eyes sparkling like he'd found a new toy, again. Meanwhile, in a corner of the sacred spirit forest, Shijiao crept along the path until he finally reached a remote, continuous mountain range. As he sensed the mountain range before him, his expression turned astonished. This mountain range is actually a burial ground? Guided by the dragon seeking compass's indications, he ventured deeper into the mountain range. Though it felt like a short distance by his senses, it took him over 10 minutes to reach a corner that resembled an ancient battlefield. There, he discovered a line of ancient foreign script. Titan's Fall. Shijiao stared intently at the ancient script, his expression grave as he fell deep in thought. After a long moment, he muttered, "What the hell is this? Can't make heads or tails of it. Let's go inside and see." Chapter 134, Get Past Me First. The Heart of the Titan. At the martial arena, several elven elders hurried forward to rescue Iremingyu, who had been blasted dozens of meters away. They immediately poured several drops of elven spring water into his mouth. The scene was truly terrifying. Iremingyu, bearing the 8-pattern elemental seal, had faced off against the 1-year-old titan, Morpheus. Not only was he defeated in a single strike, but his attack hadn't even managed to breach the opponent's defenses. The chasm between races could sometimes be unbearably vast. For instance, even elder-level figures from the dwarf and goblin clans possessed combat prowess inferior to that of the 1-year-old Morpheus. Not to mention the other young members of the alien races present. Standing in the arena, Morpheus urgently called out for the next challenger, "Keep going." Next. His expression was electrified. He'd casually smashed open an ancient ruin entrance, never expecting to find such an entertaining contest. But facing a single Iremingyu was utterly unsatisfying. Seeing their most promising young talent crushed so utterly, the elven royal family's expressions darkened. The elders exchanged glances, all turning to Queen Elvira, awaiting her decision. Elvira's brow furrowed slightly. She hadn't anticipated anyone discovering the ruins entrance to reach the sacred spirit forest, let alone insist on joining the martial arts exchange tournament. If it were a common race, Elvira could simply refuse their participation on the grounds of an uninvited presence, or even personally intervene to drive them away. But this was the Titan race. A super combat race ranked within the top 200 of all races. Refusing their entry or personally driving away this young Titan could lead to complaints reaching the Titan clan. Should Titan armies arrive here in response, the consequences would be unbearable. A handful of mature Titans could crush the entire Elven royal clan. Elvira's delicate brows knitted tightly. Yet, to simply ignore Morpheus and allow a juvenile titan to humiliate the Elven royal clan would be utterly disgraceful. Even the sacred beasts of the spirit forest might lose faith in the royal clan. The best solution was to defeat Morpheus fairly within the rules of combat. Though warlike, the titan race wasn't inherently brutal. Defeating this young titan in battle and sending him away would be a reasonable outcome. With this thought, Elvira quietly issued an order to the Grand Elder. After a moment's consideration, the latter selected one individual. "Elvian, you go." Theoretically, Elvian had awakened a full year earlier, making him part of the previous generation of awakened elves. Yet even Elmingyu, the strongest among this year's awakened youth, had failed. Surely no one could defeat Memphis. Elvin stepped forward at the command. Staring at Morpheus, who towered over 5 meters tall, the staggering difference in size made him gasp. "Weak." Morpheus merely glanced at him. "Far too weak." The words fell as a fist slammed out. Terrifying force ripped through the air with a deafening roar, instantly shattering the elemental shield Alvin had poured his entire strength into forging. Instant defeat again. The elven elder sighed deeply, unable even to utter the victory declaration. Next, the elven royal family dispatched 6 more elves to fight, including a high-ranking elf who had awakened 2 years ago and had just reached the 3rd tier. Yet even so, they were no match for Memphis, who held a dual advantage in both strength and constitution. Boom! Morpheus unleashed another punch, yet a look of boredom crossed his face. Weak. Too weak. You're nothing but insects. Morpheus's initially pleased expression gradually soured into irritation at his opponent's utter weakness. Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed Yi Tian seated among the spectators. His eyes immediately lit up with excitement. He reached out, pointing at Yi Tian with eager anticipation. You. Interesting. You come fight me. As the words fell, Linghua beside him wore a grave expression. Alvera also flinched slightly. She turned her head, her expression complex. She hadn't expected Morpheus to single out Yi Tian directly. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian merely smiled faintly, propping his chin on his left hand as he adopted a spectator's posture. As the words fell, a cold gleam of swordlight flashed. Bai Qiuli instantly stepped onto the combat arena, her ice soul sword pointing directly at Mephisto. Challenge my boss? Get past me first. All eyes focused on the arena. Some marveled at Bai Qiuli's courage, while others held little hope for Great Xia in this battle. In truth, Bai Qiuli had long wanted to test her skills against Morpheus ever since he stepped onto the arena. But Yi Tian had pulled her into the meeting space ahead of time to distribute employee benefits, specifically, a legendary item of their choice. Having met the KPI targets, this year-end bonus benefit was free for all employees, and Yi Tian seized the opportunity to distribute it. Moreover, the meeting buff provided another 7-hour 300% EXP boost. As for why he didn't choose attribute bonuses, well, he had confidence in Bai Qiuli. Beyond that, reaching level 50 sooner was also a key factor. Morpheus stared straight at Bai Qiuli, his massive frame clapping his hands. You aren't half bad either. But you're still a notch below him. So I'll deal with you first. Alvera and Linghua both focused intently, a look of concern creeping onto their faces for Bai Qiuli. They could tell Mephisto's combat prowess was roughly equivalent to a 3rd-tier legendary warrior, one with exceptionally high strength and constitution attributes. But Bai Qiuli hadn't even reached tier 3 yet. For a moment, the two women looked to Yi Tian, one on each side, seeking his assessment of the battle's odds. Yi Tian, however, remained utterly unfazed. After all, Bai Qiuli possessed a god-tier profession, and following this employee benefit event, she now wielded 4 legendary-grade equipment pieces. The martial contest begins, the elf elder bellowed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Mephisto's massive frame charged forward like a runaway truck. His fists pounded the ground, sending spiderweb-like cracks rippling out. His overwhelming momentum swept across the entire combat platform, threatening to crush Bai Qiuli flat. But in the next instant, Bai Qiuli vanished from her spot, transforming into a swarm of sword shadows filling the sky. Cold Moon Sword Dance. Dodging Mephisto's strike, she carved deep gashes into his rock-like armor, causing droplets of purple blood to seep out. The entire arena gasped in shock. After all, Mingyu, with his 8-pattern elemental engravings, was a force that couldn't even be defended against. Yet the fact that this strike merely left scars on his body demonstrated the terrifying physique of the Titan race. Had it been an elf, this blow could have killed a group. Mephisto felt pain throughout his body, his eyes widening in fury. You insect! Before he could finish, Bai Qiuli's form transformed into a moon shadow, silently slipping behind Mephisto. Sky-piercing sword domain. Within the domain, hundreds upon hundreds of sword intents coalesced into a single blade, crashing down with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, guided by the Dragon Seeker's compass, Shijio finally found an open clearing. At that moment, seeing the scattered, decaying weapons and the vast, desiccated caverns around him, he realized something. This doesn't seem to be a tomb, but a battlefield? Since the dragon-seeking compass had always led him to places containing treasures, he had instinctively assumed this was a tomb. Yet unexpectedly, this appeared to be the ruins of an ancient battlefield. Buried deep beneath the mountains for far too long, even its extraordinary aura had vanished completely. Amidst the wreckage, Shijio dragged out a relatively intact greatsword. After examining it with his appraisal skill, he was stunned. Titan Greatsword, level 80 legendary weapon, a mighty blade wielded by the Titan clan's leader. A legendary weapon. Shijio grinned so widely his mouth nearly split. This is a huge score. Though the blade showed significant wear from centuries of decay, it had fortunately not completely rotted away. Shijio scanned the area, noting that weapons below epic quality had mostly decayed and crumbled, while only those of legendary quality or higher remained relatively intact. Dragging the 8-meter-long blade by its hilt, he fell deep in thought. Too bad Titan weapons are a bit too big, utterly unusable. Ah well, I'll take it back to the boss. Handing it over to the state might just find it another use. Legendary tier equipment was surprisingly plentiful, 7 or 8 pieces in total. It was clear a high-level battle had erupted here. They're all Titans. He discovered this issue in the attribute list obtained from the appraisal. As he picked up items, he followed the Dragon Seeker's guidance deeper into the battlefield ruins. No danger alerts should be fine, right? Shijio pondered as he walked, but as he continued, he came to a halt beside a massive, weathered skeleton. He rubbed his eyes, as if to confirm he wasn't seeing things. Moments later, convinced this wasn't an illusion, Shijio uttered an incredulous question. What the hell? Before him, at the center of the massive skeleton, a perfectly intact heart remained. Its surface still pulsed rhythmically, as if still alive. Shijio froze. He glanced at his crisis alert system, finding no danger warnings. Scanning his surroundings once more, he finally began to appraise the heart. Titan heart, a massive heart still faintly pulsing. Though the Titan is dead, its heart retains immense vitality, enduring without end. Shijio scratched his head. This thing, should I take it too? Chapter 135, Titan Clan Battlefield Ruins. What a coincidence! Shijio stepped forward and gestured with his hands. This Titan heart was twice as large as his own head. A rhythmic thumping sound emanated from its surface, like the beat of a drum. Taking this back might make it even more valuable than legendary materials. Shijio assessed with sharp insight, but I wonder if any blacksmith in Great Xia can handle this Titan heart. The higher the material quality, the more skilled the forger needed to handle it. Legendary materials can be handled by epic smiths, but this Titan heart would likely require at least a legendary smith. Never mind. Let's take it back first. Shijio opened the spatial backpack integrated into his profession panel. Originally a 64-slot bag, he spent a fortune upgrading it to a massive 128-slot capacity. Yet this single Titan heart occupied a full 8x8 grid of his inventory space. What the hell? Shijio froze in shock. Carrying this Titan heart meant sacrificing half his Titan-class legendary gear. While Titan equipment was difficult for humans to wield, it was still legendary tier. After a moment's thought, Shijio decided to take the heart back. Hope you don't waste my 64-slot backpack, he muttered, pointing at the massive organ. But he never imagined that after picking up the heart, Shijio would regret it within 2 steps. This battlefield ruin was overflowing with gear and materials. What kind of battle had once raged here? Shijio scanned the area, seeing nothing but the colossal skeletons of the Titan race and their uniquely oversized gear. And what remained preserved to this day? All legendary grade. Shijio's eyes lit up with greed. Even the Titan bones could be used as legendary grade materials. The only problem was his backpack was too small, he simply couldn't fit it all. Each piece of gear or material was oversized, requiring at least 2 or 3 inventory slots. Shijio felt like a mouse trapped in a rice bin, yet his belly was too full to eat another bite. Just you wait, I'll be back. His eyes flashed with unprecedented resolve. But before that, he had to make a trip back to Great Xia to deliver the goods. Wait, maybe I could ask the owner to come help pack a few things. Meanwhile, at the Holy Spirit Forest battle platform, the battle between Bai Qiuli and Memphis had already raged for a full quarter of an hour. No one present had anticipated the fight becoming so fiercely contested. Titan Mephisto's physique, defense, and life regeneration were nothing short of monstrous. Even covered in wounds, his power remained terrifying. Like a raging gorilla, he hammered wildly at his surroundings, desperately trying to pin Bai Qiuli down. But to any discerning eye, Bai Qiuli's footwork and experience were too rich. In this quarter-hour standoff, she moved with the ease of a stroll in the garden, her clothes barely dusted with dirt. It was a complete mismatch in skill and technique. Boom! Finally, after the Ling Tian sword domain refreshed for the second time, the concentrated Ling Tian sword intent shattered Memphis' defenses completely. Mephisto spat blood as his body flew backward uncontrollably, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater. Bai Qiuli of Great Xia wins! The elf elder exclaimed in delight, and the entire arena erupted in cheers. Before the battle began, almost no one had believed Bai Qiuli would win. Linghua clapped her hands, and the elf queen exhaled softly. Compared to letting an intruding Titan claim victory, having Great Xia take the crown was far more acceptable. The fallen Titan, Morpheus, lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, consumed by crushing self-doubt. How could I lose? How could I lose? Wasn't I supposed to be invincible? Yet at that moment, Yi Tian did not join the others in celebration. Instead, he leapt to his feet and landed before Morpheus. Seeing this, Linghua and the others gasped in alarm, instinctively warning Yi Tian to be careful. Yi Tian and Morpheus locked eyes. The latter's expression turned furious, instinctively assuming Yi Tian intended to mock him. But that wasn't the case. Yi Tian merely offered a faint, comforting smile. You're still young and lack combat experience. Failure is only natural. Morpheus froze, and Linghua, the elf queen, and the others were even more stunned. No one had anticipated that Yi Tian would actually be consoling his opponent. Had the Great Xia Empire grown so magnanimous? But in truth, to Yi Tian, Memphis' actions were merely the instincts of a young titan hardly worthy of being called an opponent. Instead, that golden potential held real potential for exploitation. After all, golden potential was enough to qualify as a commander-level figure among most alien races, including the Yagu dynasty. Naturally, it deserved closer attention. Yi Tian smiled as he continued, your true strength extends far beyond what you've shown. If you wish to challenge me, grow stronger and come back for me. Since non-humans can't change professions right now anyway, I'll find a reason to make him come back on his own. But upon hearing these words, battle fire instantly ignited in Morpheus's eyes. Of course. My strength is far greater than this. He abruptly stood up, his towering figure over 5 meters tall looming before Yi Tian, brimming with fighting spirit. You're stronger than all of them, but just you wait, I'll come and defeat you sooner or later. Yi Tian's smile remained unchanged. Fine. I'll be waiting. With that, Morpheus hurriedly departed the sacred spirit forest, intent on returning to the Titan clan to strengthen himself. Soon, with heavy footsteps fading, Morpheus departed through the ruins entrance. At that moment, the elf Queen Elvira seemed to have an epiphany. Looking at Yi Tian, she couldn't help but express her admiration. Lord Yi Tian, you've thought this through so thoroughly. This way, Memphis won't actively seek out other titans to return for revenge, indirectly helping our tribe avert a major crisis. Hearing this, countless elves nodded in understanding, as if only now grasping Yi Tian's thoughtful strategy. Their gazes toward him filled with admiration. Yi Tian. Never mind. No need to explain to them. If that's how they see it, so be it. Then, the elf elder presiding over the martial arts exchange tournament announced loudly. The champion of this martial arts exchange tournament is Bai Qiuli from the great Xia human race. As the words fell, the assembled alien races applauded with genuine conviction. After all, with Memphis's participation, this championship truly carried immense prestige. Your employee Bai Qiuli has won first place in the Elf Royal Clan Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. Reward, funds plus 10. Yi Tian had assumed he wouldn't get any bonus this time, but unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise awaited him. His current fund balance now stood at 116. If things went smoothly, daily interest could reach as high as 11 points. The future looked promising. And with the champion's announcement, the Elven Royal Clan's pilgrimage ceremony and martial arts tournament came to a complete close. As was customary, Manhwa and the others were invited to attend the social gathering, which also served as an opportunity for leaders of various factions to discuss cooperation in trade. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had received Shijio's message early on. Finding an unnoticed spot, he concealed his presence and made his way to the mountain range bordering the sacred spirit forest. Guided by Shijio, he arrived at the ruins of the ancient Titan battlefield. Titan Fall. Yi Tian read the ancient alien script at the ruins entrance. Having shared Ningjing's universal language proficiency, he instantly grasped the literal meaning. Though the name somewhat resembled a game he'd loved during his university days in his previous life. His focus now lay on the meaning conveyed by those ancient characters. While the literal translation suggests this, based on the meaning of the alien script, it should be interpreted as the Titan clan's place of defeat. Moreover, Yi Tian could discern that these ancient characters did not originate from the Titan race. In other words, this was the site of ruins left behind by some ancient race that had defeated the Titans in open combat. Defeated the Titans in open combat? Upon hearing the meaning from Yi Tian, Shijio couldn't help but marvel. That's terrifying. But Yi Tian didn't seem to care. Who cares? Let's just go in and grab the stuff first. Guided by Shijio, Yi Tian strode straight toward the center of the ruins. The vast expanse of legendary-grade equipment and materials scattered everywhere made him gasp in astonishment. If only these were human weapons. With so many legendary-grade items, we'd be set for life. Unfortunately, the Titan equipment here was far too massive for humans to use. To make use of them, they'd have to be dismantled for materials and reforged into new gear, though whether the Great Xia even had smiths capable of such work remained unknown. Forget it. Let's just take it for now. Yi Tian made the same choice as Shijio. Having come this far, could he really return empty-handed? I wonder which race could have beaten the Titans into such a state. Yi Tian muttered as he gathered the equipment. Finally, after nearly half an hour of careful calculation, Shijio and Yi Tian's backpacks were completely full, every single slot occupied by Titan equipment. Yet over half of this ancient battlefield ruins remained unexplored by the pair. We'll just have to come back another time. Yi Tian and Shijio decisively departed. Seeing something valuable they couldn't take would be the worst kind of frustration. They arrived just as the Elven Royal Clan's evening gathering concluded. Manhwa and the others were about to return to South China and warmly invited Yi Tian to join them. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian seized the opportunity to ask, "Sister Manhwa, are there any blacksmiths in South China capable of handling giant legendary weapons?" He pulled out a Titan clan giant weapon and showed it to Manhwa. Manhwa's mouth fell slightly open as she exclaimed, "What an enormous weapon!" After examining it, she replied, "You've asked the right person. I can't guarantee that a blacksmith in South China could handle it. But if South China's smiths can't handle it, then no smith in all of Great Xia could." Her expression radiated confidence, for the South China Blacksmiths Guild boasted the highest quality and most extensive experience in all of Great Xia. Yi Tian nodded. "Alright, I'll go check it out." If he could successfully process this batch of Titan legendary gear and reforge it into human legendary gear, the value gained would be immense. Seeing Yi Tian prepare to head south, Manhwa's eyes lit up. No problem. With that, she summoned the Divine Beast's Phantom Kunling to transport Yi Tian. En route, she immediately called the Blacksmiths Association, ordering all blacksmiths to stand by at a moment's notice. Shortly thereafter, at the South China Blacksmiths Guild, Ling Hua arrived with Yi Tian and Shijiao in tow. The most prominent structure here was the guild hall, marked by a giant hammer emblem. The most advanced forging workshops and the finest blacksmiths of Great Xia were all gathered here. This is the type of equipment. Could you handle it? Disassembly or modification either is acceptable. Just make it usable for us humans. Under the watchful eyes of over a dozen esteemed and venerable blacksmiths, Yi Tian placed several titan-sized weapons onto the forging bench. A collective gasp erupted. These weapons are enormous. They're practically weapons for giants. Those who had never seen a titan were first stunned by the sheer scale of their weapons. Ling Hua turned to a venerable master and asked, Chairman Qi, could these weapons be modified? Or perhaps dismantled for materials to be reforged? Chairman Qi of the Blacksmiths Guild, also the most experienced among them, couldn't help but sigh. Chief Ling, to be perfectly honest, whether it's modification or dismantling for reforging, it's far too simple for the technology of Great Xia. Yi Tianqi and the others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with delight. But Ling Hua was puzzled. Then why did you sigh? Chairman Qi replied helplessly, simply processing these massive weapons? Even my youngest apprentice could manage that. But the issue with this batch of equipment is, they're all legendary tier. Forging legendary tier gear only requires an epic tier blacksmith, but modifying or dismantling legendary gear demands a legendary tier blacksmith. And we don't have a single one right now. Ling Hua froze. Indeed, even among non-combat forging professions, Great Xia hadn't produced a single legendary tier craftsman. This time, it wasn't a technical issue, it was a matter of sheer numbers. At that moment, Yi Tian also froze slightly. Isn't this just a coincidence? Detected golden potential talent nearby. Chapter 136, Wuya Valley. Spirit Forger. Even Yi Tian hadn't anticipated this turn of events. What a coincidence. No sooner had Forging Guild President Qi finished mentioning the shortage of high-quality professionals than the auto-detection prompt popped up. What he hadn't anticipated was encountering his first talent so quickly in South China. Following the prompt, Yi Tian scanned the area and spotted a young man with bright, dark eyes who had just arrived. He stood at the very edge of the association crowd. His skin was dark, clad in a simple jacket, with hands that looked rough, hardly the appearance of a forger, but rather that of a laborer. In truth, modern blacksmiths, aided by their profession, no longer needed to exert much physical effort when forging equipment. Thus, most blacksmiths didn't possess the dark complexion and rough features of this young man. This piqued Yi Tian's curiosity. At that moment, Ling Hua, standing beside him, keenly noticed Yi Tian's gaze. Recalling his abilities, she proactively spoke up for him. This young man is... Oh, it's Xiao Gu. Chairman Qi immediately understood and pulled the dark-skinned young man from the outer circle of the crowd over. He introduced him to Ling Hua and Yi Tian. This is my youngest apprentice, Oyegu. Though he's not a blacksmith by profession, his ancestors mastered several traditional forging techniques. He himself is deeply passionate about the craft, so I made an exception and admitted him into the guild. As he finished speaking, Oyegu flashed a polite yet slightly awkward smile. Originally, he had only heard rumors of legendary Titan equipment and rushed over to catch a glimpse. He hadn't expected to be thrust into the center of the crowd and become the focal point of attention, leaving him instantly uncomfortable. Indeed, he was an extremely introverted person. Hearing Chairman Qi's words, Ling Hua's brow furrowed slightly. Not a blacksmith? Yet he was assigned to the Blacksmiths Guild. Were it not for Chairman Qi's advanced age and long-standing detachment from fame and fortune, Ling Hua might have suspected him of using his position to pull strings. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was reviewing Oyegu's resume. Name, Oyegu. Basic information, male, 18 years old, native of Nanqing City, Great Xia occupation, heavy armor warrior. Potential, gold innate divine weapon forging physique. Background, born into a legendary swordsmithing lineage. Unfortunately, over the past 2 centuries of the supernatural era, few within his family transitioned into master smiths. Despite this, Oyegu was recognized by the guildmaster of the Smiths Association and accepted as an apprentice, thanks to the forging techniques passed down through generations. Investment opportunity, legendary profession Spirit Forger 20 funds. In truth, merely seeing this surname, Yi Tian sensed this would be a promising prospect for a blacksmith. Sure enough. Being accepted as an apprentice by the Forging Guild's chairman despite not being a forging professional in the first place proved his unique skill in the craft. Yi Tian's eyes lit up as he declared bluntly, Master Qi, your apprentice is a true talent. Who said there were no legendary blacksmiths in the entire Great Xia? Here he is. Hearing this, Ling Hua's face lit up. She'd heard many times that Yi Tian not only possessed the ability to recognize others' potential but could also change their professions, yet she'd never witnessed it firsthand. With Yi Tian speaking so highly, she instantly grasped the implication. She promptly addressed the other guild members. Everyone except Chairman Qi and his apprentice may leave now. The smiths exchanged puzzled glances, but upon hearing the leader's command, they complied and departed. Chairman Qi and Oyegu remained behind, both looking puzzled. Yi Tian was straightforward in his words. After all, if he wanted to recruit Oyegu as an employee, he had to consider his master's feelings. With Ling Hua's assistance, this negotiation became remarkably straightforward. After all, she was eager to see more legendary professions emerge in South China. Of course, upon learning of the abilities Yi Tian offered, few could refuse. Are you serious? Legendary professions, for me? Chairman Qi and Oyegu, old and young alike, froze in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chairman Qi, being of high standing and worldly wise, was the first to recover. Then why even consider me? I'm entrusting this child to you. He pulled Oyegu toward Yi Tian and solemnly pledged to Ling Hua and Yi Tian, rest assured, as long as it doesn't involve being a beast of burden, this child will handle it perfectly. Oyegu's dark, gleaming eyes flashed with resolve as he added, even if it means working like a beast of burden, I'm in. What Yi Tian had just mentioned was a legendary tier blacksmith. Under those conditions, even if he were to be a workhorse, he'd have to be the hardest working one. Yi Tian's lips twitched. Well, he won't exactly be working like a horse. With that, he decisively spent 20 funds and placed the contract into Oyegu's hands. Golden light flashed. Oyegu's signature, along with the contract, transformed into a golden pillar of light. Employee Oyegu. Occupation, Spirit Forger Tier 2. Quality Legendary. Level, 25. Attributes. Non-combat professions omitted. Class talent Spirit Fireforging. Spirit Forgers utilize innate spirit fire for crafting. This flame activates the spiritual essence within materials, fusing it seamlessly with equipment to significantly enhance attributes. Spirituality extraction can disassemble equipment or items into materials while stripping their spiritual essence. This process causes no damage to materials and preserves their inherent spirituality. Class skill Spirit Array, a Spirit Forger's exclusive formation. Deploy spirit-infused materials to create an array that can defend, attack, or assist in forging. Spiritual imbuing, upon completing an item, Spirit Forgers invariably imbue it with a specific stat or ability. After reviewing Oyegu's class abilities, Yi Tian felt reassured. This batch of Titan equipment is secured finally, someone who can handle it. Meanwhile, Oyegu, Chairman Qi, and even Ling Hua stared dumbfounded at the golden light. Even Ling Hua, witnessing the awakening process for another person for the first time, stood with her mouth slightly agape, utterly stunned. Legendary Forger. I've truly made it. Oyegu's eyes stung with tears. Coming from a traditional blacksmithing family, he understood the immense significance of this legendary profession. It might just revive his clan. Yi Tian beckoned. Now try your hand at processing these Titan-grade heavy-duty equipment. Yes, sir. Oyegu replied respectfully. He first familiarized himself with his new skills, then retrieved several materials from the blacksmith's guild warehouse. In the workshop, he set up a spirit array. This spirit array assisted the forging process, both increasing the success rate of dismantling and shielding the smith from external disturbances. Spiritual dismantling. He placed his hand on a Titan giant sword. An ethereal white light instantly enveloped the blade. Within moments, the luminous glow gradually shrank. The 8 to 9 meter long greatsword transformed into a table laden with materials. Earth vein core, power rune fragments, super meteorite iron. The materials used to forge the greatsword were fully restored. Beside him, guild leader Qi rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Just a few seconds, and it's completely disassembled without any loss at all. It was well known that perfectly disassembling equipment was far more difficult than forging it. Even Blue Star's strongest smiths, working with epic-grade materials, required about half an hour and could only achieve low-waste disassembly. Compared to Oyegu Valley today, it's like heaven and earth. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Chairman Qi murmured to himself. Yet the true power of a spirit forger's spiritual forging hadn't even been demonstrated yet. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel. If they could completely dismantle Titan equipment, then reforging it into gear usable by humans was merely a matter of time. Now, everything from that ancient battlefield ruins could be put to good use. Shijio, you've earned your stripes this time. Yi Tian praised Shijio beside him. Without his discovery of that ancient battlefield site, such a great haul would never have been possible. Shijio chuckled and added, oh, boss, there's this too. It's been taking up a lot of my inventory space. With that, he pulled the Titan heart, a monstrosity 2 or 3 times the size of an adult's head, from his backpack and placed it before them. Holy crap! Chairman Qi froze, and Oyegu was startled as well. He could sense the powerful spiritual energy emanating from this heart. Ling Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. This vitality is absurd. It definitely doesn't come from an ordinary Titan. A heart severed from its body still beating, but what was truly astonishing was how long this vitality had been sustained. Yi Tian had heard Shijio mention it earlier. He turned to Oyegu and asked, could this be used to forge something? Oyegu scratched his head, a wry smile on his face. Forging this? Boss, you're joking. This isn't ordinary material. I doubt any vessel could withstand its vitality, and even with my current abilities, I couldn't control it. Besides, using this for equipment forging would be downright extravagant. Chapter 137, The Spirit Forger's Special Entry. International Aid. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Understood. It seemed the quality of this heart was likely no weaker than God tier. But for now, he couldn't fathom what it could be used for. Linghua interjected, "I'll have someone deliver a specially designed isolation container. This heart possesses potent spiritual energy and easily attracts covetous eyes. Storing it in the container will be safer." Agreed. Yi Tian fully agreed about the risk of attracting covetous individuals. After all, that was precisely how Chijio had been lured in. Besides, a massive heart sitting on the workbench was a bit unsettling. Storing it in a container was far more appropriate. Though Oyegu couldn't handle the Titan heart itself, he was quite adept at reforging these materials into weapons. He immediately set to work, beginning to reforge one portion of the dismantled materials. Forging was a time-consuming process. Just then, Linghua's secretary hurried in, her face beaming with excitement as she announced, "Commander, our Great Xia's civilization points have increased." Oh. Not only Linghua, but Yi Tian also couldn't help but ask curiously. Civilization points were currently the most valued metric in Great Xia, and also the most prestigious indicator, representing the prosperity of a nation or race. Instantly, everyone eagerly opened the multiracial ranking. Linghua's secretary remained visibly excited as he continued, "Just now, when that golden light appeared here, Daxia's civilization points jumped from 305 to 307. Yi Tian glanced at the panel and confirmed the points had indeed increased, yet the ranking remained unchanged at 8,999th place. Hearing the secretary's words, Yi Tian instantly understood. The golden light had appeared when Oyegu had just changed professions. Transitioning to a spirit forger had increased Great Xia's civilization points by 2. However, Yi Tian wasn't surprised at all. A legendary tier forger would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the Great Xia. Still, he couldn't help but quip, "Sister Linghua, do we really need an emergency report for a mere 2-point increase?" Seeing the secretary's excited expression, Yi Tian almost thought he could gain 20 points. Linghua, however, was also unusually excited. Hearing Yi Tian's words, she couldn't help but give him a playful scolding look. "Oh, you have no idea how hard it is to earn civilization points." Linghua sat down and began explaining in detail. Ever since the 10,000 races ranking appeared, Great Xia has tried every possible method to boost its civilization points, including expanding the military, developing weapons, and so on, but it's all been useless. Not a single point of civilization score has increased. Hearing of Great Xia's immense efforts, Chijio beside him couldn't help but exclaim, "So civilization points are that hard to increase?" Linghua nodded, turning her gaze back to Yi Tian. "Now you understand how difficult it is to obtain civilization points." Yi Tian gave a slight nod. Linghua beamed, "But your career change just added 2 points. That's far more effective than all of Great Xia's previous efforts combined." Headquarters and the 5 major regions dispatch personnel to monitor civilization point fluctuations in real time, precisely to identify the causes behind increases and decreases. This allows them to control the factors causing deductions and attempt to replicate the factors causing increases. But your ability? I doubt anyone could replicate that. Yi Tian and Chijio both realized with a start that the Great Xia Empire had already accomplished so much in such a short time to boost civilization points. What piqued Yi Tian's curiosity, if a legendary profession like Spirit Forger gains 2 points? How many points would a god tier or hidden profession add? That would likely have to wait until the next recruitment drive to be verified. Night enveloped the land. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Oyegu emerged from his workshop with an expression of triumph, clutching a long sword in his hand. Its patterns resembled those of the Titan greatsword, yet it was more exquisitely crafted. A luminous, ethereal glow shimmered across its surface, and its form had been forged to the standard size of a human weapon. Success at last. Yi Tian took the sword with curiosity, finding its attributes and feel to be top tier even among legendary weapons. Yet one question remained. Titan Spirit Blade, level 80 legendary equipment. Why is it still an 80-level weapon? Chijio also spotted the flaw. While the original Titan Greatsword was indeed level 80, the highest level professionals in Great Xia were only 75. Can't reforging lower the equipment level? An 80-level weapon was undoubtedly powerful, but the problem was that the Great Xia simply couldn't utilize it. Facing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Oyegu gave a shy smile. "Everyone, please don't worry. Lowering the equipment level is certainly possible. But we have high-grade materials available now. I believe this approach will maximize the equipment's effectiveness. Look at the final stat on the equipment." At his words, the group instinctively looked over. Linghua and Chijio instantly wore expressions of astonishment. This Spirit Forger exclusive additional slot reduces the level requirement for this equipment by 30 levels. This was truly astonishing. A single additional slot, allowing an 80-level item to be worn by a 50-level practitioner. This was simply too powerful. Linghua's face lit up with delight and curiosity. How is this possible? Having examined the Spirit Forger's abilities, Yi Tian knew this was his exclusive skill. Spirit Imbuement. Upon crafting an item, the Spirit Forger will invariably imbue it with a specific attribute or ability. In this moment, he truly grasped the immense power of this ability. Linghua held the spirit-forged sword thoughtfully. If an entire army could be outfitted with level 80 gear, it would forge a truly unrivaled force. The combat prowess of such an elite force would be unmatched. Linghua grew increasingly excited. She never imagined Yi Tian would bring her such a tremendous surprise so soon after arriving in South China. Yi Tian was also contemplating if a Yegu possessed this capability, it would be perfect for crafting a few pieces of gear for other employees as well. If high-quality gear could be imbued with class-specific attributes, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Meanwhile, Yegu was not idle. Seeing everyone's satisfaction with the newly forged gear, he seized the momentum. He dismantled all the other Titan equipment Chijiao had brought and began forging anew. Just then, the person Linghua had sent arrived with the container and whispered a few words into Linghua's ear. Yi Tian placed the Titan heart into the specially crafted container. Linghua then pulled him into a conference room. Brother Yi Tian, headquarters needs your input on a matter. As you know, nations worldwide are now facing the threat of dungeon invasions, and many have requested aid from Great Xia. This time, the head of the Ross nation personally called headquarters, requesting our help to defeat their ultimate boss. Xia's conquest of the 4th tier instance was already common knowledge across the world. But what Yi Tian hadn't anticipated was the chief administrator personally calling for help. Clearly, the situation was dire. Linghua continued, the 4th tier instance that descended upon Ross is called Raging Tide in Furious Waves. Its ultimate boss, the Mad Shark Emperor, can impose ability restrictions on adventurers, making it extremely difficult to deal with. As a result, nearly 1/3 of Ross Nation's territory has already been submerged. If this continues, Ross Nation risks being irreparably damaged. If the United States had requested assistance, we wouldn't have hesitated. But Russia and Great Xia maintain friendly relations, engage in resource trade, and are among the primary nations on Blue Star fighting against demonic forces. Therefore, headquarters believes assistance is feasible and seeks your input. The reason 4th tier ultimate bosses are so challenging lies in their ability restrictions on players, the so-called boss mechanics. Yi Tian alone possesses the ability to have Alice nullify these restrictions, a capability unique to him and all of Great Xia. Thus, his opinion warrants particular consideration. With Yi Tian's assistance, Great Xia's international aid mission would become significantly easier. Yi Tian fell deep in thought. But he wasn't pondering whether to help. He was recalling the experience points gained from defeating the ultimate boss. Remember, last time in the Tier 4 dungeon, defeating the boss, the Infernal Apostle, had propelled Yi Tian from level 37 straight to level 40. Such massive experience gains could only come from a Tier 4 ultimate boss. And now, the employees still had the buff from the strategy meeting, a 300% EXP boost. If they could take down another Tier 4 final boss this time, Yi Tian felt the 50 level threshold was within reach. Perfect timing. After a day, Alice would soon arrive from the dungeon. Great! Yi Tian readily agreed. No problem. I can provide personnel to assist. Linghua smiled. Having you on board is great. I'll go set up a video conference with headquarters and the Kingdom of Ross. Yi Tian didn't participate in the video conference. But in the footage, he saw the head of the Ross Kingdom delegation, once a commanding figure, now looking exceptionally haggard, clearly worn down by the dungeon's arrival. Throughout the meeting, the Ross country representative repeatedly inquired about the timeline for Great Xia's personnel assistance and whether it could be expedited. It wasn't that he was impatient, but rather that nearly half of Ross Nation's territory was in dire straits. Hearing this, Linghua shot Yi Tian a questioning glance. Without hesitation, Yi Tian declared, the sooner the better. Best to depart immediately. Linghua was taken aback, surprised by Yi Tian's eagerness to provide international aid. Upon receiving this answer, the Russian officials were so moved they repeatedly expressed their gratitude, nearly shedding tears on the spot. However, Yi Tian's urgency stemmed from the experience buff gained during the strategic meeting, a buff lasting only 7 hours. Now, only 4 hours remained. Any delay would mean losing the buff. Linghua immediately consulted headquarters on specific personnel arrangements. Meanwhile, Yi Tian made his way to a quiet corner of the association building and tried calling out. Alice? Theoretically, even though Alice was slightly higher in rank than the final boss, she should have descended from the instance by now. Sure enough, a void gate materialized beside him. Alice's familiar figure stepped through, her long legs striding toward Yi Tian. It was the first time Yi Tian had seen her half-human, half-demon face with its eerily beautiful features in the real world. Summoned by the boss the moment I arrived, Alice remarked, surveying the surroundings with interest. So this is the boss's country? Yi Tian was about to speak. Suddenly, a shrill, urgent alarm pierced the air, echoing throughout the entire association building. Beep! Beep! Alarm detected. Powerful abyssal fiends approaching. All non-combat personnel evacuate immediately. Alarm! Watching the entire building flash with short, intense bursts of red light, Yi Tian scratched his head. He hadn't expected the Forgers Guild building's early warning system to be so well equipped. Alice smiled at the scene. Boss, it sounds like they're talking about me. The Black Prince had materialized beside Alice at some point. Be confident, it's definitely you. Yi Tian sighed. He had no idea how to turn off this alarm, so he'd just have to wait for Ling Hua to arrive. Soon after the alarm sounded, Ling Hua rushed out, frantically searching for Yi Tian. He'd been worried Yi Tian might be in danger, but it turned out the danger was coming from Yi Tian himself. Sis Ling Hua, there's been a misunderstanding. Yi Tian flashed an awkward smile. This Alice here is the assistant I plan to send to Ross. Ling Hua blinked twice where she stood, her expression finally relaxing into relief after a long moment. You really scared the life out of me. She immediately ordered the building alarm to be deactivated. A group of elite South China Army soldiers who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion were also dismissed, looking utterly bewildered. Yi Tian briefly explained Alice's situation to her, which somewhat eased her concerns. Summoning a demon like that out of nowhere is downright terrifying, Ling Hua patted her chest. I was worried something terrible had happened to you. I'll be more careful next time. Yi Tian dispatched both Alice and the Black Prince to Ross for international aid. Headquarters also dispatched Chu Chen and Zhang Yuanxuan to accompany them. With Alice neutralizing the ultimate boss's power restrictions, this mission would be a breeze. For a moment, Yi Tian found himself eagerly anticipating the experience this mission would bring. Deep into the night, Ling Hua had warmly invited Yi Tian to stay in South China for the night. But Yi Tian remembered he had a time cat at home that hadn't been fed all day. After all, it was considered a transcendent forbidden object. He couldn't risk it starving. Thus, escorted by Ling Hua's cuddling spirit, he returned to Green Mountain Apartments. Meow. The time cat remained home alone each day, feeling like a lonely old person. But given its peculiar nature, it wasn't wise to let it out for a stroll. As Yi Tian fed the cat kibble, he pondered the day's crucial question. What should today's KPI target be? Compared to the previous 2 days, although much happened today, most employees weren't involved and wouldn't receive bonuses. Bai Qiuli's victory in the Sacred Forest Martial Arts Tournament had already been settled. However, today's main event wasn't dividends or KPIs, it was the experience points gained with the bonus. Glancing at his level 45 character with a 78% experience bar, he felt a surge of anticipation. He decided to set a rough target, let's aim for 30. 12 o'clock. Log settlement. Yi Tian received the management log settlement interface. Management log. Black card, today's interest earned 9.6. Chen Mo has wiped out all mercenary organization strongholds in Ulan, securing control of the international public zone Ulan. Funds +4. Chen Mo utterly annihilated all Black Gold Hand members, including multiple level 50 epic tier professionals, ascending to the top of the international mercenary rankings. Funds +6. Alice made crucial contributions in defeating Ross Nation's Tier 4 ultimate boss, the Mad Shark Emperor, seizing its ultimate boss authority in Ross Nation. Funds +8. Chapter 138, Want a Divine Beast? Upon seeing today's admin log, Yi Tian froze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. No mistake, there were only 4 entries. Excluding Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moya, who attended the Sacred Spirit Forest Exchange today, did everyone else just slack off? Even with today's interest from the black card, the total funds inflow was only 27.6 points, failing to meet the 30-point KPI. Fortunately, Chen Mo's performance remained outstanding, otherwise, they wouldn't even have these 20-odd points. Whoa! I knew today would be rough, but not this rough. Yi Tian prepared to meticulously review everyone's activities for the day. But before he could look, his gaze drifted down to the bottom of the management log and suddenly it all clicked. Monster grinding, leveling up. Under the 300% EXP boost from today's employee perk, nearly everyone had raced toward the same goal. Reaching level 50. Perhaps today's attack by the Yagyu dynasty had heightened everyone's sense of urgency to boost their strength, but the main reason was undoubtedly the experience bonus. Yi Tian tapped his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. While the buff from the strategy meeting provided a powerful experience boost, he hadn't anticipated its side effect. Employees were completely distracted, focusing solely on leveling up. When Yi Tian checked the experience summary in the management log, he was pleasantly surprised. You have shared the experience gained by all employees, leveling up 45-49. A 4-level jump. It was well known that the higher the level, the more experience required for each subsequent level, nearly double that of the previous one. Under these conditions, Yi Tian managed to climb 4 levels in a single day. Such an absurdly fast pace clearly meant the employees had been grinding like mad today. Naturally, the bulk of the experience came from Alice participating in the defeat of the 4th-tier boss of the Ross Kingdom, leveling up beyond her tier and earning double the experience. Current funds balance, 124. Today's KPI target not met. Though he hadn't met the KPI target, Yi Tian couldn't care less. A single KPI reward couldn't compare to the thrill of climbing 4 levels in one day. But that wasn't all. Yi Tian glanced at his experience bar. Leveling up was within reach, level 49, 83% complete. He was just a step away from the threshold of level 50, tier 3. At that moment, Yi Tian even considered making a decision that defied tradition. I kind of feel like grinding for levels. After switching to the boss profession, he no longer had to level up himself. With employees around, why should the boss handle everything personally? But staring at that experience bar, just 17% away from completion, Yi Tian found himself growing restless. Forget it. I'll just go to sleep. It was getting late, and Yi Tian yawned. Maybe I'll wake up and find I've leveled up. Though this might sound a bit arrogant to others, the probability was actually quite high. However, the moment Yi Tian lay down on the bed, a meow suddenly echoed through the room, part puzzled, part surprised, part curious. The next moment, the room filled with scattered streaks of rosy light, like the ethereal mist of the sacred spirit forest, drifting through the space. Ha! Yi Tian frowned in confusion. Strangely, he felt no sense of danger toward this uninvited intruder who had barged into his home. Amidst the swirling mist, a beautiful figure slowly materialized, its fur as white as frost, nine-tails swaying gently. Yi Tian froze, utterly stunned by her unexpected presence. Nine-tailed fox. Your room has quite a few defensive measures. I've temporarily disabled them. The nine-tailed fox's voice remained as cool and ethereal as ever. I'll restore them when I leave. Yi Tian pondered for a moment before saying, do you know trespassing on private property is illegal in Great Xia? The nine-tailed fox shot him a dismissive glance. Uninterested in his petty remarks, a fox of her caliber hadn't been bound by rules in ages. Time Cat's dark, shiny eyes peered curiously at the fox's retreating figure from outside the door. Yi Tian sat up. Though his earlier remark had been offhand, he now wondered how the nine-tailed fox had suddenly found him. The nine-tailed fox seemed to sense Yi Tian's confusion and offered an explanation. You possess my token. Just as you can summon me through it, I can naturally use it to find you. Yi Tian suddenly realized, about to complain, that installing a tracking device on someone else was also illegal. The nine-tailed fox stepped closer to Yi Tian. Enough. I summoned you here for serious business. Yi Tian also grew serious. Is there a way to lift the demon god's curse? He remembered clearly the nine-tailed fox had promised to find a solution to the demon god's curse. A divine beast's pledge, he believed, was no idle threat. But unexpectedly, the nine-tailed fox flashed him a seductive smile. No. Didn't you say you wanted a divine beast? I've brought it to you. Yi Tian? To be honest, after witnessing the nine-tailed fox's power just now, he'd gained a whole new perspective on divine beasts. Though his room appeared to be just an ordinary apartment, Wei Yuan took his security extremely seriously. Its defenses were almost stronger than those at headquarters. It could be said that even opponents of the White Emperor or the Ghost King of no birth level would be severely restricted within this room, enough to hold them off until reinforcements arrived. Yet the nine-tailed fox effortlessly bypassed every single defense. This alone demonstrated that the power of divine beasts was unfathomably deep. Yi Tian had never encountered a true divine being, but he suspected that the nine-tailed fox's capabilities might not be far inferior to those of a god. Therefore, he had long since abandoned any desire to obtain a divine beast. Yet now, the nine-tailed fox was offering to gift him one. Seeing the disbelief etched across Yi Tian's face, the nine-tailed fox's smile broadened. Then, with a gentle flick of one of its tails, it plucked a jet-black egg from the void and placed it beside Yi Tian's bed. After much thought, I realized this divine beast would be in danger wherever it stayed. It's best to leave it with you. Staring at the pitch-black divine beast egg, Yi Tian froze. Will this divine beast bring danger? The nine-tailed fox shook her head. No. If this divine beast were to emerge, it would pose a threat to others. Yi Tian looked at the divine beast egg again. Its surface, covered in pitch-black phosphorescent patterns, radiated a chilling, terrifying aura. Even before hatching, one could sense the malevolent, destructive power within it was bound to be a calamity. Yi Tian looked up at the nine-tailed fox with an expression that screamed, "Are you kidding me? We've never crossed paths before. Why would you want to harm me? Haven't you considered the possibility that I might be in danger too?" The nine-tailed fox flashed a sly smile. "You already carry the aura of 2 calamity-level powers. I doubt one more would make much difference to you." 2 calamity-level forces? Yi Tian froze, then instantly recalled his 2 employees. Nidhogg, Alice. That made sense. One was the World Eater Dragon, the other a half-human, half-demon. If you're talking about calamity-level power, these 2 were undoubtedly it. Even if no one had told Yi Tian they were cataclysmic, he wouldn't have mistaken them for benevolent beings. The nine-tailed fox continued, "This divine beast, no matter where it stays, no matter who holds it, I believe it will pose a danger. But it was entrusted to me by a dear friend. After much thought, perhaps keeping it with you might just bring about a miracle?" A miracle? Yi Tian's lips twitched. And what if no miracle happens? Then I'm afraid I'll have to take it back. The nine-tailed fox's tone turned sly. So, this divine beast egg, do you want it or not? If you don't, I'll just take it back. Yi Tian didn't hesitate. I'll take it. Chapter 139, World Ending Group +1. The Time Cat's Power. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. So what if it's a calamity divine beast? Wasn't Nidhogg, the Black Emperor who once ruled the Yagu dynasty and conquered countless races, far more dangerous? The true danger of a catastrophe beast lies in the fact that no one can subdue it. Fortunately, Yi Tian was just a few levels away from 50. If all else failed, he could simply trick it into signing a recruitment contract, then controlling it would be a breeze. Yi Tian prepared to examine the divine beast egg's details closely, but what he found was unexpected. Basic information: male, unhatched, innate divine beast. Potential: unique cataclysmic disaster. Lifespan: 720 hours remaining until birth. Investment opportunities: none. Non-human races cannot be invested in before Tier 3. Though the resume revealed little due to its unborn status, Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel at the potential assessment. Another world destroyer has arrived. First there was Nidhogg, the world-destroying dragon, and now another world-destroying calamity. Yi Tian couldn't help but recall the team concept he'd envisioned when recruiting Nidhogg, a squad composed of 5 super monsters. Now, following Alice and Nidhogg, it seemed a third member had emerged. Excellent. 1 point for the Apocalypse squad. Seeing Yi Tian act with such decisiveness, the nine-tailed fox found herself hesitating. Are you sure? Should we reconsider? No need. Yi Tian affirmed. By the way, what kind of divine beast is this anyway? Even now, he didn't know the species of this egg. But the nine-tailed fox merely shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. This egg came from 100 years ago. If it weren't about to hatch recently, I'd have almost forgotten about it. Just remember its power stems from calamity. It's a born embodiment of disaster. You'd best be cautious. With that, a look of relief flitted across the nine-tailed fox's face before her form gradually faded into the mist. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Rest assured, this is a mutual arrangement. I'll still do my utmost to fulfill your wish. Once I find a way to lift the curse of the evil god, I'll come find you. The nine-tailed fox vanished from the room, leaving Yi Tian staring at the pitch-black divine beast egg, lost in thought. Never mind. I'll deal with it once it hatches. Yi Tian decided to stop agonizing over it. He picked up the egg, intending to place it in another room. Staying in the same room with it just gave him this inexplicable chill. Meow. At that moment, the time cat approached with light steps, its eyes brimming with curiosity as it studied the massive black egg. Yi Tian ruffled the cat's head and glanced at the incubation time, muttering under his breath. 720 hours? It'll take a whole month to hatch. That's so slow. The next moment, the time cat seemed to sense Yi Tian's irritation. It suddenly extended a paw, reaching toward the pitch-black divine beast egg. Simultaneously, an ethereal, mysterious aura like a river of light and shadow flowed from the cat's paw, enveloping the eggshell surface. Yi Tian's eyes widened instantly. Because at that very moment, the pitch-black divine beast egg was visibly expanding at a visible pace. He immediately checked the divine beast egg's information again and discovered a change in its incubation period. Originally requiring 720 hours to hatch, but under the time cat's time acceleration ability, the process is accelerated tenfold. It will hatch in 72 hours. Holy! Yi Tian was genuinely shocked. He stared at the black cat in disbelief, as if he'd discovered a new continent. Then he recalled the time cat's ability description. Time cat, the destined partner of the Great Xia's prophecy child. Its power grows alongside the prophecy child's abilities. At its peak, it possesses the power to traverse the river of time, but currently remains extremely weak. Could it be, even in your current weakened state, you already possess the power to accelerate time? Yi Tian scooped up the time cat, his face filled with astonishment. Meow. After using its power, the time cat's meow sounded somewhat weak, yet it seemed to affirm Yi Tian's words. Only then did Yi Tian recall. The reason the time cat was designated Supernatural Forbidden Object 003 by headquarters wasn't just because it served as the prophet's child's partner, but also due to its own extraordinary abilities. And indeed, there was a reason it was called the time cat. At that moment, Yi Tian couldn't help but think. The time cat was only known as 003. What kind of existence were the extraordinary forbidden objects 002 and 001 that came before it? Well done, little black. Yi Tian quickly fetched a packet of dried fish snacks and fed them to the time cat. However, it was clear that the cat of time's current limit seemed to be tenfold acceleration. It was already visibly exhausted. Perhaps only by finding the child of prophecy can it grow stronger. But finding the child of prophecy, that sounds a bit too vague and elusive. Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. Trying to find someone in the Great Xia based solely on a description was indeed a daunting task. Even the headquarters had been circulating the prophecy for nearly a century without success. The next day, after finishing his morning routine, Yi Tian prepared to leave. Before departing, he inspected the divine beast egg once more and instructed the time cat. Little black, keep a close watch on that egg while I'm gone. If it shows signs of hatching, pause the time acceleration until I return. Meow. Time cat responded lazily from its bed. He dressed and stepped outside. With the experience bonus gone, the late-night grind last night only yielded a 5% gain. This forced Yi Tian to make a decision that defied his ancestors' teachings. Level up. However, as he debated whether to farm dungeon bosses or hunt alien races, he suddenly noticed that numerous Qingcheng troops had entered combat readiness and were rushing toward Dingcheng. Are they sending troops to counterattack the Yagu continent? Upon inquiry, he learned that Wei Yuan was amassing forces, preparing for a counterattack at any moment. This was understandable. After all, the race supremacy war between the Yagu dynasty and Great Xia was still ongoing. Moreover, with Great Xia having gained a significant advantage, a counteroffensive was indeed a viable option. Yet Yi Tian, mindful of the world tree's existence, immediately rushed to Dingqing to warn Wei Yuan. A deity? Wei Yuan seemed somewhat prepared for this possibility, yet upon learning the truth, he was still visibly startled. It's not entirely surprising, after all, that Eternal Spear was certainly not forged by mortal hands. With deities present, entering the Yagu continent recklessly would be nothing short of suicide. Fortunately, we acquired a batch of ultra-miniature reconnaissance drones from the mechanical clan in advance. Wei Yuan expressed his relief. Deploying these into the interdimensional passage will directly reduce the Great Xia Empire's losses. He immediately dispatched personnel to operate the microscouts, surveying the situation on the Yagu continent. Yi Tian stood nearby, preparing to observe the situation. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. It was from Chen Mo. Upon glancing at the content, Yi Tian's expression instantly brightened. A secret trial realm has been discovered, containing fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. Chapter 140, The Ghost Clan's Struggle. The Buddha's Vajra. Seeing the message, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to set off immediately. Discovering a secret realm for trials and a fragment of the Nether God's divine essence, killing two birds with one stone. After all, aside from the star domain glory, the experience gains in other trial realms were exceptionally high. Leveling up was within reach. Wei Yuan's reconnaissance mission on the Yagu dynasty wouldn't yield results anytime soon, so Yi Tian decided to set off immediately. He headed to the location Chen Mo had sent, a remote town near the eastern border, not far from Dingcheng. Yet it had now been reduced to near ruins. Yet the moment Yi Tian arrived and witnessed the scene before him, his brow furrowed instantly. Ghost Realm. A pitch-black, semicircular barrier enveloped the remote town, radiating a chilling, eerie aura. The Ghost Clan had arrived too. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Wei Yuan's parting warning. For the past 2 days, the Ghost Clan had been continuously deploying ghost realms across Blue Star. Even the Ghost King had made several appearances, as if searching for something. Unfortunately, the Ghost Clan's movements were shrouded in secrecy, and with no apparent results so far, the Great Xia Empire remained unaware of what they were searching for. In that moment, Yi Tian suddenly realized. The Ghost Clan was also searching with all their might for the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. However, their search method seemed to be casting a wide net, lacking the ability to sense the fragments like Chen Mo possessed. This was actually good news. Otherwise, given the Ghost Clan's current overall strength and their rampant attitude, the Nether God's divine essence might very well have fallen into their hands. For the Great Xia alone to halt the Ghost Clan's actions was nearly impossible. This was evident from the rankings of all races. Yi Tian had long since seen the Ghost Clan's ranking, 3,250th. That's over 5,000 places higher than Great Xia. They are arguably the most threatening alien race currently on Blue Star. Unfortunately, the Ghost Clan's operations are shadowy and unpredictable, coupled with their formidable strength. Targeted defenses are impossible, leaving only the option of patiently strengthening their own capabilities. Where's Chen Mo? Yi Tian scanned his surroundings but saw no sign of Chen Mo. Instead, he saw that within the dilapidated town, a newly emerged trial realm had already been enveloped by the Ghost Realm. Yi Tian approached to investigate and discovered the trial realm was already active. The realm's results panel showed both Chen Mo and the Ghost Tribe squad had entered. It seemed the Ghost Clan's sudden appearance had forced Chen Mo to enter the trial realm to compete with them for the divine fragment. Can Chen Mo handle over a dozen Ghost Tribe teams alone? It wasn't that Yi Tian doubted Chen Mo's strength, but rather he didn't know the power level of the Ghost Clan members inside, nor whether Chen Mo needed assistance. The entrance to the trial secret realm was now sealed off by the Ghost Realm, and its active status meant the portal remained closed. But Yi Tian possessed Void Shuttle, making entry quite easy. Just as he prepared to enter and check on Chen Mo's situation, suddenly, a deep, resonant voice sounded from behind him, like the tolling of an ancient temple bell. "O devotee." Hearing this address, Yi Tian felt a moment of disorientation. Although on his way here, he had noticed a dilapidated temple nestled beside this decaying town, but it had been in ruins for ages. Moreover, places like temples and Taoist shrines had all but vanished with the advent of the extraordinary era. Instinctively, Yi Tian turned his head. He was immediately struck by awe. What did it mean to be as sturdy as an iron tower? Now, Yi Tian truly understood. This burly man sported a shaved head, clad in a brownish-green monk's robe, with equally tattered cloth garments and shoes, the quintessential attire of a temple monk. But what set him apart was his towering height, at least 2 meters 45 centimeters, bronzed skin, a bushy beard, and eyes that seemed to blaze with fury. His muscles were knotted and bulging, making him resemble an iron tower advancing toward Yi Tian. His bronze-colored forearms were as thick as an adult's thigh, radiating sheer power. This imposing figure alone, simply standing there, would be enough to terrify a 3-year-old into tears. "Who are you?" Yet Yi Tian showed no sign of nervousness, even appearing slightly excited. "This monk is Fan Wu." The bald monk raised one hand and bowed his head slightly. Entrusted by Benefactor Chen, I have come to inform you that if he enters the secret realm, no assistance will be required. Layman Chen. Chen Mo? That did sound like Chen Mo's tone. He rarely sought help proactively. But judging by Chen Mo's current state, things seemed to be going reasonably well. Meanwhile, Yi Tian's attention had already shifted to something else. Detected a potential talent of the illusory color tier in the vicinity. This monk actually possesses god tier potential. Though to be precise, he should be classified as a martial monk. Name, Fan Wu. Basic info, male, 20 years old, martial monk of Guanyin Temple in East China, occupation none. Potential, phantom tier Buddhist Vajra. Biography, born with divine strength, he was adopted by Grandmaster Ji Yuan of Guanyin Temple as a child. He shaved his head to enter the monastic order as a warrior monk, devoting 17 years to martial arts and Zen meditation. Following his master's teachings, he has not undergone class advancement. Investment opportunity, god tier class demon subduing Vajra 40 funds. No class change? This did surprise Yi Tian somewhat. But more than surprise, it was delight. Who would have thought such a god tier talent was hiding in this remote town? Yi Tian nodded in response. I understand. Thank you for the information. Fan Wu bowed slightly. The ghost clan is rampant. Please prioritize your safety, Benefactor. With that, he turned to return to the dilapidated temple. He had merely delivered a message on Chen Mo's behalf. Of course, Yi Tian had no intention of letting this god tier talent leave. He immediately asked. Guanyin Temple is now left with only you. Why must you return to this temple? The moment he saw Fan Wu, Yi Tian had instantly scanned the surroundings. Within dozens of miles around the entire temple, Fan Wu was the only one present. Naturally, Yi Tian was approaching this with the intent to recruit him. Yet Fan Wu's next words left Yi Tian utterly stunned. My master said to wait here quietly. A benefactor will come to take me away. Fan Wu's words drifted lightly, yet they sent a chill down Yi Tian's spine, freezing the recruitment offer on his lips. If things went as planned, Yi Tian had intended to recruit Fan Wu to take him away. Could this benefactor be himself? Had someone foreseen his arrival? Yi Tian recalled the master mentioned in Fan Wu's biography, Master Ji Yuan. Where is he now? The master entered paranirvana 3 years ago. Passing away while seated was the Buddhist term for a high-ranking monk who passed away peacefully while sitting upright. This made it somewhat easier for Yi Tian to accept. After all, he had heard in his previous life that some enlightened masters could vaguely perceive a person's future destiny. The world truly held many extraordinary individuals. Fan Wu's master was likely one such person. Of course, with the master now gone, Yi Tian could no longer ask for further details. Instead, Master Fan Wu's words prompted Yi Tian to skip most of his planned recruitment speech. Staring at Fan Wu's retreating figure, he stated plainly. Then you'll come with me from now on. I'll take you with me. Fan Wu's towering frame halted. He turned his head, paused for just a second or two, then replied. Agreed. Chapter 141. If I let you escape, my inherited nether god power would be wasted. Level 50. This recruitment process was arguably the simplest in history. So straightforward, in fact, that Yi Tian himself found it almost unbelievable. Yet, the moment Yi Tian mentioned taking Fan Wu away, Fan Wu formally decided to follow him, utterly baffling. The root cause lay in his master's final instructions. Fan Wu, did your master leave any final instructions? My master said that I, being a man of extreme rigidity, possess no talents beyond martial arts. Yet excessive rigidity makes one prone to breaking. Therefore, he instructed me to patiently await the arrival of a noble benefactor. Even if demons and monsters run rampant in the world, I must not act rashly. Fan Wu answered obediently, his massive frame standing beside Yi Tian like a towering sunshade. Yi Tian nodded slightly, his curiosity about Fan Wu's master Ji Yuan growing ever stronger. He even yearned to meet him, though he knew it was destined to remain unfulfilled. After deciding to follow Yi Tian, Fan Wu brought forth all his possessions from the dilapidated temple. A tattered monk's robe, a staff, a string of prayer beads, and a bowl for eating. Yi Tian's lips twitched at the sight, though he found Fan Wu's appearance rather fitting, perfect for a bodyguard or enforcer type. But Yi Tian didn't immediately grant Fan Wu a class change. He was just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 50, stage 3. Based on the experience gains from the first 2 tiers, once he reached tier 3, his hired employees would also advance to tier 3. At that point, he could instantly promote Fan Wu to level 50. Yi Tian lifted his gaze toward the trial secret realm shrouded in ghostly mist. And just then, Yi Tian's experience bar began steadily climbing. Meanwhile, within the trial secret realm, Shen Mo stood in the center of a gray, hazy stone cavern, surrounded by the undead legion standing at the ready. This hazy, grayish scene wasn't caused by the cavern itself, but by the countless ghosts that had surrounded the area. Mere humans dared to step into the ghost realm. To compete with our kind? Truly courting death. Dozens of specters surged with fierce momentum, yet Shen Mo's eyes remained impassive, his expression utterly unruffled. The ghost tribe had dispatched a force to this secret realm, 6 third-tier Yaka ghosts and dozens of second-tier ghosts. Such forces had appeared across Blue Star in recent days, their purpose a large-scale search for something. Of course, Chen Mo knew the target was none other than the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. As the heir to the Nether God's legacy, he could never allow such a thing to happen. "Kill them," Chen Mo murmured. In the next instant, a dozen shadowy figures clad in black robes materialized beside him, sword-wielding assassins that resembled ghosts, the underworld executioners. Compared to these second-tier ghost tribesmen, the underworld executioners possessed overwhelmingly superior combat power. Wait, the underworld? The ghosts who sensed this power were struck dumb with terror. Yet beneath the Reaper's swift, decisive blows, their shock lasted but a moment before ending utterly. "Advance!" Chen Mo swiftly led the undead legion forward. In his perception, the ultimate reward of this secret realm was a fragment of the Nether God's divine essence. Those 6 third-tier Rakshasa demons were already conquering the secret realm. He had to hurry. Death Knights, charge! Clackety-clack. Dozens of Death Knights, summoned by Chen Mo, charged forward recklessly. Soon, from deeper within the secret realm, came the shocked and furious voices of the Yaksha demon clan. "What? A madman has arrived." 6 third-tier Yaksha demons immediately abandoned their assault on the secret realm, turning their attention to Chen Mo. When they realized that dozens of second-tier ghosts hadn't been able to stop Chen Mo, fury twisted their hideous faces. "You killed dozens of our men? Where did you get the guts?" 5 Yakas drew hook chain weapons, while another swiftly unleashed a ghostly domain, enveloping Chen Mo. The latter offered a meaningful smile. "Letting you die now would be too easy for you. Ghosts could devour their own kind to grow stronger. Those dozens of second-tier ghosts could have at least elevated them by 1 or 2 levels, yet Chen Mo had slaughtered them all." As the pitch-black shadows of the ghost domain closed in, Chen Mo's lips curved upward slightly. In the past, confronting the ghost domain of a third-tier Yaka might have been perilous, but now, he possessed a method to completely counter it. Nether Realm. Chen Mo spread his arms wide, unleashing a vast, godlike power that enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, it dissolved the ghost domain and sealed all 6 Yaka ghosts within. "What?" The Yaka ghosts stared in shock. "The power of a netherworld god's divine essence. You insignificant human dare covet the power of the gods." Divine fragment shards were imperceptible to detection. Only now did they realize that Chen Mo before them possessed a fragment of the Nether God's divine essence. That was what their ghost clan had been searching for all along. Yet it had fallen into the hands of a human. The moment the netherworld aura descended, the Yaka demons who had previously looked down on Chen Mo quickly changed their minds. "Run! Find a way to report this to the Ghost King. When the Ghost King arrives, he'll skin you alive." Indeed, once the Nether Realm unfolded, even though these Yaksha ghosts were several levels higher than Chen Mo, they had no chance of victory. After all, this was a special power originating from a divine essence. Hearing the Yaka's furious shouts, Chen Mo wore a look of contempt. "If I let you escape, then inheriting this Nether God's divine power would have been for nothing." With that, the Skeleton King, the Underworld Judge, and the entire Undead Legion closed in for the kill. Amidst waves of wails and agonized cries, the 6 Yakas were utterly crushed. Trapped within the Nether Realm, they were utterly unable to send any distress signals. At that moment, a golden light flashed over Chen Mo's body. He had leveled up. With the dawn of the age of 10,000 clans rivalry, the experience gained from slaying alien races surged dramatically, allowing Chen Mo to level up instantly. The third fragment of the Nether God's essence. Having cleared out all the ghosts within the secret realm, Chen Mo ventured alone into its depths, commencing his conquest of this trial domain. Outside, Yi Tian sensed the ghostly aura shrouding the secret realm's entrance dissipate, confirming Chen Mo's progress was proceeding smoothly. Not long after. After Yi Tian shared a wave of experience gained by Chen Mo, a flash of golden light erupted from Yi Tian's body. "You have reached level 50. After completing the advancement quest, your profession will advance 3 times, granting exclusive class skills." Awesome! Finally hit level 50. Yi Tian felt exhilarated, utterly elated at that moment. Though this leveling speed was already unimaginably fast by Blue Star standards, Yi Tian still felt like he'd waited an eternity. Thinking of the exclusive class skills after 3rd advancement, the power boosts, recruiting non-human races, reviving Nidhogg's physical form, made the wait feel worthwhile. All that remained was completing the advancement quest. The 3rd tier was within reach. Yi Tian immediately opened the quest panel. His expression brightened the moment he finished reading. Tier 3 Advancement Quest, recruit 3 individuals with exceptional potential. Any employee must earn a national level or higher honor. Progress, 2-2. Already completed. Chapter 142, Tier 3. Team Assignment. He'd expected the Tier 3 Advancement Quest to take considerable effort, yet it was already complete. Yi Tian wore a look of surprise. He already had 3 special potential talents, Alice, Nidhogg, and Xiao. But he couldn't recall when any employee had ever earned a national level honor. After all, the college entrance exam was only a regional level honor, and achieving national level recognition was no small feat. Clicking on the task completion details, he finally discovered. Yi Xiu reached the king tier in Starfield Glory, becoming Blue Star's highest-ranked player world-class honor. Chen Mo ranked first among international mercenaries, a world-class honor. Not only had they achieved honors above the national level, but both of them had done so. World-class honors naturally surpassed national level. Yi Tian suddenly understood, his face lighting up with delight. This indeed saved a great deal of time, allowing him to advance directly to Tier 3. Tier 3 professional task completed. Your professional tier has been upgraded from Tier 2 to Tier 3. All future employees you recruit will start with a Tier 3 profession. Funds required for employee benefits reduced. Acquired exclusive boss profession skill team allocation. Acquired exclusive boss class skill team building. Unlocked the third effect for exclusive equipment black card. Recruitment investment, you can now recruit non-human races. The moment he ascended to Tier 3, a long string of notifications popped up, overwhelming Yi Tian's eyes but filling him with delight. Each tier brought immense growth to his profession, and the higher the tier, the greater the leap. Yi Tian scanned through the details one by one. First were the employee benefits. This advancement didn't add new perks but reduced the required costs. Benefit 1, insurance coverage, provides a death-proof shield. Cost reduced from 3 funds per person to 2 funds. Benefit 2, year-end bonus, provides legendary equipment, with the cost reduced from 10 funds to 6. A 40% reduction made these employee benefits more practical. Next came what Yi Tian anticipated most, profession-specific skills. Team assignment. When employee numbers are high, assigning teams boosts efficiency and synergy. Effect, form teams of up to 5 employees. When team members act together, they gain varying buffs based on team composition. Team building available after forming any fully staffed team. Team formation? This genuinely piqued Yi Tian's interest. Employees who frequently work together or share compatible professions can be grouped into teams to boost overall combat effectiveness. This aligned perfectly with Yi Tian's own thoughts, as he had been planning to organize his employees into squad-like formations. Seeing that the second exclusive skill required forming a team, Yi Tian promptly opened the employee panel. Sure enough, a new team formation interface appeared above the employee panel. He could create multiple squads and drag employees into the squad interface. Yi Tian promptly formed the first group with a slightly seasoned 5-person squad. Team 1, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Zhang Che, Yi Xiu, Zhou Maya. Cold Moon Sword Master, Nine Suns Dragon Hunter, Heavenly Guardian Martial Artist, Lone Wanderer, Azure Phoenix Spirit Summoner. These 5 had already tackled numerous secret realms together, forming a rudimentary core. The team showed no major weaknesses overall, especially with Yi Xiu, a wandering warrior, in their ranks. After forming the team, the default name was Team 1, though in theory, a team name could be changed. Yi Tian decided to solicit suggestions from all 5 members of Team 1 during the next meeting, since it was their own team name. Subsequently, Yi Tian created a new team named Life Group. He added Ningjing, Qiu Qiu, and Oyagu to it. As the name implied, this group was for non-combat professions. Since team buffs are granted based on members' professions, grouping compatible roles yields more effective enhancements. Scholar, Traveler, Spirit Forger. While non-combat professions were currently scarce, Yi Tian still looked forward to the day this team would be fully staffed. The remaining staff numbers were dwindling. Yi Tian created a new group labeled Group 2 and assigned Chen Mo and Qi Jiu to it. These two had at least worked together on missions before, jointly thwarting the descent of a divine vessel. They'd been through life-threatening situations together, so grouping them made sense. Necromancer, Tomb Raider. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were both professions from the underworld. Finally, Yi Tian turned his gaze to the last 2 employees. Blade Queen Alice, Black Emperor Soul Nidhogg. He promptly created a new team. Apocalypse Squad. Not that Yi Tian harbored any apocalyptic ambitions, it was simply that these two didn't exactly look like heroes. Moreover, a cataclysmic disaster was about to emerge. Between the names Super Monster Group and Doomsday Group, Yi Tian chose the latter for them. All employees were assigned to teams. With this fully staffed 5-member team formed, the team building skill unlocked. Team building: dispatch any team to undergo trials in a random world, targeting combat power, treasures, legends, or other. During trials, death results in immediate resurrection and return. Successful trials yield substantial target rewards. Dispatch teams to other worlds for trials? Sounds a bit like a random business trip. Still, the respawn feature upon death during trials is a solid perk. When the opportunity arises, we can have a group test it first. Additionally, Yi Tian's exclusive level 2 skill promotion now has an extra effect. Promotion elevates an employee's rank, e.g., promoting a regular employee to an excellent employee, and grants another special investment opportunity. Originally, at Tier 2, there were only 2 promotion slots for excellent employees. Now, 4 additional promotion slots have been added. Current promotion slots: Secretary 1, Key Employee 2, Excellent Employee 1. Key employees rank above excellent employees. Only excellent employees can be promoted to key employees. Secretaries, however, can be promoted from any employee. But this secretary position, it truly baffled Yi Tian. What exactly is the role of a secretary? Yi Tian was puzzled. He feared he wouldn't know until a secretary was promoted to fill the role. But for this secretary position, Yi Tian couldn't think of a suitable candidate at the moment. After reaching Tier 3, he could finally recruit non-humans. Yi Tian immediately thought of Nidhogg at last. He had a chance to counterattack the Yagu continent. But for now, having reached Tier 3, Yi Tian planned to secure the divine tier profession of Fanwu first. After spending 40 points of funds, Yi Tian watched the golden paper land in Fanwu's hands and said, "Fanwu, sign this." Chapter 143, Demon Subduing Vajra. Another special potential? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Fanwu raised his thick arm and signed his name on the slightly small contract. Soon, Vajra power coalesced around Fanwu, countless illusory forms manifesting behind him. The most potent and pure force vibrated through the surrounding air as Fanwu swung his arm. Employee Fanwu. Level, 50. Class, Demon Subduing Vajra. Quality, Divine. Strength, 1518. Agility, 1240. Stamina, 1518. Spirit, 1440. Class talent Invincible Vigor. With each class level advancement, physical resilience increases exponentially. Demon Subduing Mace, a growth-type innate weapon of mythic quality. Deals massive damage to demons and spirits, with additional purification effects. Class skill Golden Bell Shield, channel True Chi to shield the entire body, briefly defending against all physical, demonic, and ghostly attacks while reflecting ranged assaults. Eightfold Celestial Dragon Might. During combat, a celestial dragon's phantom emerges behind the demon subduing Vajra to aid in battle. The more demons and ghosts subdued, the more formidable the dragon's form and combat power become. Wrathful Vajra form transforms into a colossal, wrathful Vajra form. All attributes except speed are greatly enhanced, dramatically increasing combat power. Lasts for 10 minutes. In terms of abilities, it truly lives up to the name Demon Subduing Vajra, a veritable nemesis to demons and spirits. Nearly all its skills are designed to counter demonic entities and ghosts. Moreover, every single one is pure combat ability, not a single support or utility skill. It even comes with a class-exclusive weapon, the Demon Subduing Scepter. After Yi Tian gained access to all the Demon Subduing Vajra's abilities, he realized he now possessed two mythical weapons. At present, aside from slightly lacking mobility, the Demon Subduing Vajra's frontal combat power was absolutely maxed out. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian placed the divine weapon into Team 2, where Chen Mo and Shi Jiao were stationed. Beyond that, he opened the 10,000 races ranking with considerable curiosity. He wanted to know how many civilization points a god-tier combat profession could add. Blue Star Human Race Great Xia, rank 8992, civilization points 317. Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised by the result. An immediate jump of 10 points. It seemed that a third-tier god-tier class represented a significant boost to the civilization's overall strength. Moreover, the ranking among all races had finally climbed 7 spots. It was clear that relying solely on investing in talent would yield only slow progress in climbing the rankings. The only way to rapidly climb the multiracial rankings was likely through the race conquest war. At this moment, Fanwu, newly imbued with power, appeared even more imposing, resembling a humanoid beast. Yet after a moment of astonishment, he swiftly regained his usual composure. This surprised Yi Tian, as Fanwu was the first employee to show almost no inner reaction after receiving investment. While over a decade of Buddhist training could cultivate composure, this seemed almost too unruffled. "Fanwu, you don't seem particularly surprised?" Hearing Yi Tian's question, Fanwu replied in a deep, resonant voice. "My master once said that noble individuals possess great supernatural powers, the ability to defy heaven, alter fate, and overturn the world. If I ever encountered such a person, I should not be astonished, but simply follow them on their path." Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. From Fanwu's account, it became clear that both he and his master, Ji Yuan, were individuals who had never changed professions. That an ordinary person could foresee the future in such a way truly proved the world was full of extraordinary individuals. As Yi Tian pondered this, he suddenly realized the ghostly domain shrouding the entrance to the trial realm had completely dissipated. This proved that the ghost clan members competing against Chen Mo within the secret realm must have all perished. Seems to have gone smoothly. As Yi Tian spoke, he suddenly noticed a chilling ghostly mist approaching from the distance. Minutes earlier, within the ghostly realm beneath the river of life and death, Lord Ghost King of No Birth, a squad dispatched to search for the divine fragment, has been wiped out. Upon hearing the report, the Ghost King of No Birth, gazing across the river of life and death, replied indifferently. "Send 2 Rakshasa to investigate. Bring back any lingering spirits." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure clad in black armor, seemingly an attendant beside the Ghost King of No Birth, spoke up. "Lord, this may not be advisable." That fallen squad was led by Yeksha, a formidable force. How could they have been annihilated on Blue Star without even a trace of news returning? At this, the reporting Ghost Guard countered, "Not all of Blue Star are mediocre. There are still many who can handle Yakshas." The dark armored figure shook his head. "No. Being capable of confronting them is one thing. Daring to confront them is quite another. Among those we sent to Blue Star, how many would dare oppose them? And those who dared annihilate them entirely? They must be extraordinary. At these words, the Ghost Clan guard fell silent. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King of No Birth nodded in agreement. You speak the truth. Then, he turned to the dark armored figure beside him. Mashara. At your service. The dark armored figure knelt on one knee. You and Night Kite are to investigate this matter. Should any fragments of divine essence appear, bring them back immediately. Understood. It's a stronger layer of the ghost realm. Watching the spreading pitch-black ghost mist, Fan Wu's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. Moreover, judging by the power emanating from the mist, this wave of ghosts far surpassed the previous one in strength. The moment the ghostly domain engulfed the area, it almost instantly targeted Yi Tian and Fan Wu. The encroaching darkness grew ever closer, beginning as a whistling wind before morphing into a low, mournful wail. Twisted, bluish-gray figures surged forward, scrambling to attack the two. Yi Tian remained unmoved, while Fan Wu instantly summoned the demon-subduing mace in his hand. Standing a full 1.8 meters tall, its surface was forged from some alloy, rippling with dark golden patterns. Its base featured a spiral-patterned, three-pronged demon-piercing spike, while its top bore a Vajra pestle, radiating immense authority. With a casual swing of the demon-subduing staff, Fan Wu unleashed mountain-like force, crushing every attacker in its path. With massive damage boosts against demons and monsters, the Ghost Clan naturally fell within that category. A single strike proved devastating, leaving these third-tier vanguard ghosts with several health bars depleted. They do possess some skill, remarked a figure emerging from the ghostly realm, its back adorned with a crimson wheel, resembling a ghost warrior. It seems they are the ones. This figure happened to be one of the two ghosts who had intercepted Yi Tian's flying vehicle just days prior. Little Ghost King, Night Dove? From the profile information, Yi Tian saw the opponent's name and rank. The rulers of the Ghost Clan were divided into three ranks: Little Ghost King, and Great Ghost King. Though this one was merely a junior demon king, its power rivaled that of a top-tier human professional. Fan Wu stood before Yi Tian, his imposing frame radiating a sense of security. Yet to Yi Tian's surprise, gazing into the depths of the ghostly mist, he sensed another figure lurking within. Detected, special potential emerged. Another special potential. Chapter 144, Mara. The Bane of the Ghost Clan. Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. First, a divine-tier divine weapon, and now another special potential. However, it was clear this special potential belonged to a member of the Ghost Clan, likely an adversary. Hardly good news. Yi Tian scanned his surroundings but found the target of this special potential hadn't revealed themselves, seemingly hidden within the ghost realm, observing. Manganese. At that moment, golden Buddhist script patterns shimmered around Fan Wu's body. Behind him, a small celestial dragon's phantom emerged. His imposing frame stood like a fortress wall, blocking all Ghost Clan attacks before Yi Tian. Though Fan Wu had only just reached the third tier, his unique abilities allowed him to defeat nearly any third-tier demonic or ghostly foe. The eightfold celestial dragon force conjured a serpentine dragon phantom coiling around his arm. As Fan Wu swung his demon-subduing pestle, the dragon phantom unleashed a crescent-shaped shockwave, pulverizing all ghostly troops within its fan-shaped radius. Some ghost soldiers exploded upon impact, leaving behind clusters of pale gray ghostly spirits where they stood. Yi Tian stood quietly not far behind Fan Wu, admiring the battle that could be called violent aesthetics, while gazing at the distant sky and the hidden figure within the ghostly realm. Arrogant. High above the ghost realm, the little Ghost King Yejiao's face twisted into a vicious sneer. Lord Wuxing Ghost King was absolutely right. To dare confront the Ghost Clan, they've truly had enough of living. Seeing his subordinates unable to handle Fan Wu, Yejiao transformed into a crimson streak of light, streaking toward him to take matters into his own hands. Despite this, Yi Tian remained utterly unconcerned for Fan Wu. The blood-red streak formed by Little Ghost King Night Kite descended from the heavens, growing larger and larger, crashing toward Fan Wu with the force of a meteor striking the earth. This strike was Night Kite's full power. Even an ordinary third-tier practitioner would be either killed or crippled by it. Yet in the next instant, Fan Wu clasped his hands together. Golden light enveloped his entire body, blindingly bright. The human form enveloped in golden light instantly grew larger, as if Fan Wu's stature had been magnified 2 or 3 times, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters. The golden light dissipated. It coalesced into a Dharma form. Its form was as towering as a mountain, its entire body cast in a deep, dark blue-black like molten black iron. Muscles coiled like writhing dragons and snakes, tendons bulged like scorched marks from thunder and fire. A crimson phantom emerged behind it, a blazing wheel of light where weapons and axes floated. Merely beholding its majesty was enough to seize the soul and purge all evil. Wrathful Vajra Dharma form. Even Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel, this is far more impressive than the mechanical plant's transformation. Now, transformed into this new form, Fan Wu opened his eyes, gazing toward the approaching crimson beam. His eyes blazed with fury, each opening accompanied by a thunderous crack. Fan Wu struck out, swinging his vastly enlarged demon-subduing mace to collide head-on with the descending blood beam. Boom! Shockwaves radiated outward, sending earth and rocks flying. In the next instant, the little demon king Yejo rolled twice, retreating back to the ground. How is this possible? A grave expression flashed in Yejiao's demonic eyes. He clearly sensed his opponent's attributes were inferior to his own, yet the enemy's power felt like a natural counter to his abilities. Against other opponents, Yejiao could achieve double or triple the effect with just 1/10 of his strength. Yet against Fanwu, even his full effort only yielded 6 or 7 times the effect. Moreover, Fanwu's 1/10 effort, when landed on Yejiao, could yield 2 or 3 times the effect. Under these circumstances, anyone could sense something was terribly wrong. No wonder he dared to attack the Ghost Clan, so this is his secret weapon. Night Kite snorted coldly, yet he didn't seem particularly flustered. He bellowed toward the ghost realm. Mokshala! Why haven't you made your move yet? Fanwu didn't break his focus at the shout, continuing to press his offensive against Night Kite. Yi Tian's gaze lifted toward the concealed figure above. Is it time to emerge? Soon, a Ghost Clan warrior clad entirely in black armor and battle robes materialized mid-air. Yet his appearance struck Yi Tian as peculiar. Though also wearing a ghostly mask, he seemed somehow ordinary. Among the ghost tribes, the Yaksha form was ferocious, half-human and half-beast, their faces etched with bizarre patterns. Rakshasa ghosts resembled warriors, pale-skinned, with high-ranking ones bearing crimson rings on their backs. Yet this ghost with unique potential bore no resemblance to either of these two royal ghost clans. Just an ordinary ghost? Yi Tian found it peculiar. Possessing immense potential without royal bloodline was exceedingly rare among alien races. Yet when Yi Tian attempted to probe its information, he met with a rare failure. This target possesses innate concealment abilities. Information cannot be accessed. Yi Tian was slightly startled. Innately possesses concealment abilities? Meanwhile, the figure clad in black armor did not glance at the battle between Fanwu and Yejiao. The gaze beneath the mask was fixed directly on Yi Tian. Mashallah! Mashallah! After merely a few exchanges with Fanwu, the young demon king Yejiao had shed his former arrogance, now looking utterly disheveled. He never imagined the world could hold such a formidable opponent against the Ghost Clan. A Buddhist Vajra. He knew that even when facing other high-level experts from different races, he had never been beaten so badly. In that moment, Night Owl cried out urgently, Mashallah! If you don't act now, Lord Wushing Ghost King will surely punish you. Ha! Masara above sneered coldly, you fool, do you even deserve to be called royalty? Night Kite's voice cracked with fury. What did you say? Your opponent clearly has stronger allies yet to act, and you charge in like a mindless fool. Moshala's gaze fell upon Yi Tian, standing behind Fanwu. He remarked indifferently, once we engage in a 2-on-2 fight, our disadvantage will only grow greater. The Ghost King of no birth will understand me. You! Night Dove's expression boiled with fury. He didn't care what excuses Mokara offered, he was the one getting beaten up right now. Lord Ghost King of no birth took pity on you and gave you this chance. And now you dare to back down from battle. When I return, I will. Before Night Kite could finish his threat, his voice twisted into agonized howls. Vanwa's demon-subduing mace had struck his torso with pinpoint accuracy. Tsk tisk. Mokara remained unmoved, his expression tinged with mockery. I doubt you'll be returning at all. With that, he cast a wary glance at Yi Tian once more, meeting the young man's gaze directly. His brow furrowed slightly. The next moment, without hesitation, he turned and walked away. Mokala! You traitor! The young demon king Yejiao roared in fury. Mokara could leave, but he couldn't. Seeing this, Yi Tian made no move to stop Mokala. Instead, he murmured with interest, this is rather interesting. After 2 or 3 more exchanges, Yejiao was utterly obliterated by Fanwu's demon-subduing staff. A dark crimson soul essence lingered where he had stood. Yi Tian picked it up. Ghost soul, soul of a junior ghost king. Dropped when a high-tier ghost is slain. Can be used as material for spirit artifacts or absorbed by other ghosts to enhance their power. Seeing this Ghost King soul, Yi Tian fell deep in thought. Ghosts absorbing other ghosts to grow stronger, no wonder the elite fighters among them were always so formidable. His thoughts drifted to Mokara once more as he stowed the Ghost King's soul into his backpack. Meanwhile, within the trial's secret realm. After eliminating the previous wave of competing Ghost Clan members, Chen Mo swiftly cleared the trials. His expression brimming with anticipation, he approached the final trial. The third fragment of the Nether God's Divine Essence. Chapter 145, the third fragment of the Nether God's Divine Essence. Soul Flame. The final trial within the secret realm was a horde of countless tree-like monsters, their bark surfaces shrouded in a bluish-gray aura of death. They were called Nightwood Spirits. Chen Mo was astonished to discover that each one slain not only yielded massive experience points but also guaranteed a drop of a necromantic material. In truth, the trial realm's rewards were already quite generous. Moreover, a fragment of the Nether God's Divine Essence had fallen within this realm, imbuing both the monsters and rewards with necromantic enhancements. This amplified both the difficulty and the payoff. However, the increased difficulty posed little problem for Chen Mo. The final stage demanded slaying 300 Nightwood spirits within 5 minutes. That meant slaying at least 1/3 tier spirit per second. For ordinary practitioners, stamina, damage output, and area of effect skills were all indispensable. But Chen Mo? He simply unleashed his undead legion. Then only one question remained: would the Nightwood sprites respawn fast enough? Whoosh! The Skeleton King swung his greatsword, unleashing a semicircular blade of energy that sliced through several Nightwood imps at once, cleaving their tree-like bodies clean in two. A small contingent of undead warriors, assigned by Chen Mo, gathered the necromantic materials scattered across the ground. After all, the loot from the trial's secret realm was of decent quality, and all were necromantic materials. Quite a haul should be enough to craft some decent gear. As Chen Mo pondered this, he effortlessly cleared the final trial gate. His eyes lit up with anticipation. His primary goal wasn't these materials or experience points. Arriving at the deepest part of this darkwood forest, Chen Mo indeed discovered a fragment of the Nether God's divine essence floating in midair. Got it! Chen Mo acquired the fragment without incident, and a thread of information from the Nether God's divine essence fragment merged into his mind. Simultaneously, a new ability was mastered. You have obtained the third fragment of the Nether God's divine essence, gained undead-type abilities, and accepted the Nether God's final will. You have acquired the special ability, passive skill Soul Flame. The instant the skill was mastered by Chen Mo, all the undead soldiers under his command saw the soul flames within their skeletal eye sockets surge and ignite, transforming into a more sinister, purple-hued flame imbued with the power of the netherworld. Chen Mo clutched his forehead. After absorbing the information from the fragment, his brain throbbed slightly. So there are 7 fragments of the Nether God's essence. Gathering all 7 would allow one to condense the Nether God's essence and command the authority of the netherworld. Chen Mo now possessed 3 fragments, and the hope of gathering them all grew ever brighter. Chen Mo's thoughts settled as he examined his newly acquired skill. Soul Flame passive grants the user and all undead legions the Soul Flame ability. Attacks inflict soul burn on targets, with damage determined by the difference in spiritual power and level. It functioned like a group damage boosting effect. Any attack would inflict additional burning damage. And it scorches souls. This was the first time Chen Mo had ever seen such a skill description. Truly befitting a power granted by the underworld god's divine essence. Overall, the effect was quite impressive, leaving Chen Mo thoroughly satisfied with this acquisition. The secret realm concluded. Chen Mo exited the secret realm, having braced himself for retaliation from the ghost tribe. But to his surprise, upon stepping out, he didn't see an encircling army of ghosts. Instead, he found a field of ghostly spirits, along with Yi Tian and Fanwu. Boss! Chen Mo hurried over. No words were needed. Yi Tian already knew of his gains within the secret realm. The soul flame and the experience from the trial stages had already been shared with Yi Tian. Who would have thought the Ghost Clan would send a minor Ghost King to retaliate? They're truly mad. After hearing the recent events from Yi Tian, Chen Mo couldn't help but remark. Seems the Ghost Clan places great importance on the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. The Ghost Clan's massive mobilization to search every corner of Blue Star for the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence clearly signaled their ambitions were no small matter. Whether as rivals for the fragment or as the Great Xia Empire's foremost enemy, the Ghost Clan could not be underestimated. I need to pick up the pace, Chen Mo resolved. If the Ghost Clan gets their hands on the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, it'll be even harder to reclaim them later. Yi Tian agreed emphatically, taking the opportunity to introduce Fan Wu to Chen Mo. If you encounter powerful Ghost Clan rivals next time, reach out to him for assistance. Fan Wu excels at dealing with the Ghost Clan. From the earlier battle, Yi Tian had witnessed it firsthand. Fan Wu was practically a Ghost Clan nemesis. Amongst peers of equal rank, scarcely any ghost could stand against him. Fan Wu pressed his palms together in prayer. Amatba, lay devotee Chin. Chen Mo glanced at the burly warrior monk in surprise. Who would have thought that the random person he'd picked to relay a message to the boss not long ago would now be his colleague? Moreover, they were now even members of the same team too, and operating together would grant them a beneficial buff. Chen Mo nodded. Got it, boss. Oh, right, Yi Tian added, didn't you acquire quite a few necromantic materials in the secret realm? If you happen to pass through South China, drop by the blacksmith's guild and seek out the spirit smith there Oyegu. Tell him I sent you. Have him craft a few pieces of gear for you. His work is at least twice as powerful as standard equipment. Yi Tian introduced Oyegu to Chen Mo, knowing that with his necromantic materials, seeking Oyegu's expertise would maximize their potential. Equipment forged by a spirit forger, enhanced with their exclusive enchantments, naturally surpasses comparable gear of the same level and quality. At least twice as powerful. Chen Mo was taken aback by the claim, silently committing the name Oyegu to memory. He then parted ways with Yi Tian, continuing his journey to seek out and vie for fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. Yi Tian did not allow Fan Wu to accompany Chen Mo. Primarily, Fan Wu had spent over a decade in meditation and seemed to lack social experience. Venturing into the world unprepared would make him an easy target. He decided to keep Fan Wu close for now, assigning him the role of bodyguard. After all, having a bodyguard was perfectly reasonable for a boss. Though the bodyguard's strength paled in comparison to his boss's, at least he wouldn't have to handle everything himself anymore. Taking Fan Wu with him, Yi Tian returned to East China, intending to equip him with a phone and some daily necessities. But while passing through Dingcheng, he suddenly learned the latest news about Wei Yuan's expedition into the Yagu continent. Chapter 146, The Yagu Dynasty's Frenzied Offensive. Ambushed? At that moment, Dingcheng was mobilizing its entire military force. Besides Wei Yuan, two of Great Xia's top professionals Zhou Yuan and Zhang Yuanchuang had also arrived. Judging by the scale, it seemed more than just these three were present. Tension rippled through Dingcheng like stones dropped into a pond, sending out wave after wave of unease. What's happening? Yi Tian entered Dingcheng's command center and asked Wei Yuan. Fan Wu, too large to squeeze through the command room door, remained waiting at the entrance. You're just in time. Wei Yuan immediately led Yi Tian to a large electronic screen. We previously used the Mechanical Plan's ultra-miniature reconnaissance drones to enter the interdimensional portal and scout the situation of the Yagu dynasty. We assumed that after their crushing defeat yesterday, the death of the Crimson Emperor, and the loss of the Eternal Spear, they'd be severely weakened at the very least, preparing their defenses. But look at this. Wei Yuan gestured for Yi Tian to look. The electronic screen displayed footage captured by the micro-reconnaissance drone. The atmosphere on the Yagu continent was now grim and tense. Countless alien races and royal dragon descendants were gathering in battalion formations at the dimensional portal. As far as the eye could see, thousands of dragon descendants at the forefront radiated an awe-inspiring presence, showing no sign of retreat despite yesterday's defeat. The Yagu dynasty was preparing to launch another full-scale assault. This is madness. Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He never imagined the Yagu dynasty would dare to fight again. Judging by their formation, they were clearly advancing with fierce momentum, no weaker than their previous assault. Wei Yuan pointed out, and look at their condition. Every foreign race and dragon descendant of the Yagu dynasty is enveloped in a layer of emerald green barrier. According to the reconnaissance drone's energy detection, this emerald barrier boosts their combat effectiveness by at least 50%. Yi Tian looked closely and discovered that every legion of the Yagu dynasty was indeed enveloped in a layer of emerald green. Wei Yuan, based on the intelligence you've provided, we suspect the deity of the Yagu continent, the World Tree, has intervened. All living beings on the Yagu continent have likely absorbed the power of the World Tree. They still intend to win this war for supremacy among the races. Yi Tian realized. Indeed, with the race supremacy war ongoing, the ACU dynasty would never give up. For in such wars, the side that declared war would face punishment if they fell behind after the designated time limit. Moreover, the dragon race's nature was inherently proud. They could never accept the reality of a crushing defeat at the hands of the Great Xia. They must still covet the Great Xia. Wei Yuan said solemnly, we still have ways to deal with the Yagu dynasty's forces. But that World Tree is, after all, a legendary deity. We must exercise utmost caution when facing such an opponent. So, do you have any other intelligence regarding the World Tree? Yi Tian smiled. No intelligence needed. I have a way to deal with the World Tree. What? Wei Yuan was stunned. Indeed, reaching the third tier meant he could now revive Nidhogg's body. Nidhogg had personally stated that he could handle the World Tree. To confirm this, Yi Tian immediately convened a meeting and reconfirmed the matter with the Black Prince. Upon learning that Yi Tian could finally revive his body, the Black Prince affirmed with anger in his eyes. Correct. Leave the World Tree to me. Very well, then we depart immediately. Yi Tian allowed the Black Prince to possess his body, preparing to return immediately to the place where the Black Prince had once been imprisoned, the Forbidden Realm within the Dragon Ancestor's secret domain. After all, the Yagu dynasty was advancing with overwhelming force. If they didn't act swiftly, the enemy might arrive at any moment. Moreover, since ascending to the third tier, Yi Tian had been eagerly anticipating recruiting the complete form of the Black Emperor. After concluding the meeting, Yi Tian addressed Wei Yuan beside him. Once I return, if all goes well, you can launch your offensive against the Yagu continent. Hearing this, Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and Zhang Yuanchuang were stunned. You intend to confront the World Tree alone? Wei Yuan asked incredulously. Wasn't the World Tree the deity ruling over the Yagu continent? Why did Yi Tian sound so casual about it? Yi Tian chuckled. I'm merely bringing an old adversary to the World Tree. Besides, no one can help me with this anyway. Nidhogg's body resided within the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm. Beyond Yi Tian, who could traverse the void to reach it, not even a single person from Great Xia could enter. Within the command center, the others hesitated for a long while. Yet clearly, supporting Yi Tian was the only viable option. Alright, but you must be extremely careful, Zhou Yuan urged. Don't worry. Yi Tian smiled, then suddenly remembered something and entrusted Wei Yuan with a task. Oh, and if you have time, could you set up a phone for the guy at the entrance? And get him some daily necessities, clothes, and such. Yi Tian drew Fan Wu into everyone's view. The latter's imposing stature and powerful aura of strength immediately caught Wei Yuan and the others' attention. Sure, no problem. Wei Yuan was quite pleased to see another formidable figure joining the great Xia. I'll send someone to handle his living arrangements. All right. Yi Tian gave Fan Wu a few instructions. Then, he vanished through a void portal. The others exchanged bewildered glances, left with no choice but to await Yi Tian's further instructions. Zhou Yuan looked at Fan Wu's imposing stature. Young man, what might your name be? Amit Ba. This humble monk is Fan Wu. The forbidden zone of the dragon ancestors' secret realm. In truth, without a secret realm token, no one should theoretically be able to re-enter. Not even the Black Prince could. However, the Void Shuttle skill possessed a unique property: it could instantly return to any location previously visited. This made it incredibly convenient for Yi Tian to reach his destination. After the Void Shuttle, Yi Tian found himself back inside this dimly lit cavern, the scene identical to when he first entered through the ruins entrance. The only difference was that the corpse of the dragon born by the path had already been stripped of its materials by Yi Tian. Returning here now, Yi Tian's state of mind was entirely different from his last visit. Yet his ultimate goal remains singular: to launch a counterattack against the Yagu dynasty. At that moment, the Black Prince materialized faintly beside Yi Tian, feeling a strange nostalgia for this place that had imprisoned him for a century. Once I've slain Yggdrasil, the World Tree, I shall destroy this place as well. With that, Yi Tian led him deeper into the Forbidden Realm. Nidhogg's body lay buried in the deepest recesses. Yet, as Yi Tian followed the same path as last time, just stepping out of the cavern, a formidable dragon figure suddenly materialized before them. In its true form, the dragon's wings enveloped a translucent aura, its body covered in azure scales. The dragon of all laws, Azure Emperor. Yi Tian halted in his tracks. He never imagined encountering an enemy of the Yagu dynasty here. Am I being ambushed? Chapter 147, His Majesty the Emperor's Insight. The sense of ambush stemmed from the Azure Emperor immediately activating his true form. When a dragon activates its true form, it often signifies a full power combat mode. As one of the three emperors of the Yagu dynasty, the Azure Emperor's strength was undeniably formidable. Yet, facing the dragon of all laws blocking the cave entrance, neither Yi Tian nor the Black Prince showed much reaction. Yi Tian remarked, I never expected the Yagu dynasty to have implemented security measures since our last visit. For the Azure Emperor himself to personally oversee security at this forbidden site was indeed a significant undertaking. Yet, unexpectedly, the Azure Emperor did not launch an attack. He remained silent for a moment, merely standing there in calm obstruction. Qing, it's her. At that moment, the Black Prince's voice seemed to drift into reminiscence, though it didn't last long before reverting to his usual teasing tone. Boss, have you considered how she managed to enter the Forbidden Land? The words hung in the air, and Yi Tian visibly froze. Only then did he recall that for most dragonkind, the Forbidden Land enforced a rule of certain death. Descendants of the White Emperor die upon entry. 2. Betrayers die upon entering. 3. Those favored by the gods shall die upon entering. These rules were established by the Black Emperor with his last ounce of strength after his demise at the site of his fall, turning this battlefield ruin into a forbidden zone for the dragon race. For most dragons of the present-day Yagu dynasty fall into one of these three categories. After all, most dragons today had participated in the war that betrayed Nidhogg. Those who did not participate would inevitably face purging. This single rule alone barred the majority of dragons from entering. But now, the Azure Emperor's ability to enter the Forbidden Land clearly signifies something. She didn't betray you. Yi Tian was stunned, never expecting such a twist. Immediately, he recalled the contents of that ancient dragon stele and the life story of Nidhogg. In ancient times, the dragon clan was divided into one emperor, one sovereign, and 4 monarchs. The White Emperor seduced 3 sovereigns, then stabbed the Black Emperor in the back during the external war, sacrificing the lives of those 3 sovereigns. Oh. Yi Tian understood. So she's the only sovereign who never betrayed you. He teased the Black Prince. The Black Prince shrugged indifferently. I suspect the Yagu dynasty simply had no capable generals at the time. Otherwise, she would have been purged too. Quite right, Your Majesty. At that moment, the beautiful and elegant dragon of all laws finally spoke. Yi Tian couldn't help but show surprise on his face. So, this person can be considered an ally on our side? Of the 4 sovereigns, 3 fell. Only the Azure Emperor faced the peril of purging, yet he never defected. Isn't that the very definition of a loyal minister? Yet the Azure Emperor offered no reply, sinking back into silence. The Black Prince chuckled, that would be mistaken. There's only one reason she hasn't betrayed us. That she believes that little white guy is far less fit to rule the Dragon Clan than I am. If there were anyone more suited to lead the Dragon Clan than me, she would have stabbed me in the back without hesitation. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. You have a pretty clear understanding of yourself. Because I am the tyrant. The Black Prince roared with laughter. Hearing this, the Azure Emperor also revealed a smile long absent, as if greeting an old friend. Your Majesty sees clearly. Hearing these words, Yi Tian felt a whirlwind of emotions. He never imagined that within the Yagyu dynasty there still existed such a pure-blooded dragon clan, fighting solely for the prosperity of the dragon clan. Who ruled mattered little. Whoever could bring greater prosperity to the dragon clan would have her support. With this, Yi Tian was certain the Azure Emperor could never be an ally. For the race war had begun, and between the Great Xia and the Yagyu dynasty there could only be one victor and one vanquished. An adversary fighting solely for the prosperity of the dragon race could never defect and submit to the human race. It was a matter of principle. Just like Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan, if any alien race were poised to rule Great Xia, their choice would be to fight to the death rather than continue governing under foreign rule. I understand. Yi Tian's expression turned serious as he looked at the Azure Emperor. You've come seeking death, haven't you? The Azure Emperor remained silent for a long moment before replying. His Majesty, the Emperor's body remains here. I surmised you would return. Therefore, I remain here to prevent you from succeeding. Yi Tian confirmed, that's no different from seeking death. Xingdi. She fell silent once more. In truth, Yi Tian was correct. Opposing Yi Tian and Nidhogg was tantamount to suicide. But if the Black Emperor were allowed to reclaim his body unopposed, it would spell utter ruin for the Yagyu dynasty. That was why she had no choice but to come. Thus, the Azure Emperor said no more. Her iridescent wings flapped, and countless elemental spells shimmered like multicolored light. Over 100 spells struck in rapid succession. No honor in battle. Etienne spoke, but his hands moved without pause. Golden Bell Shield. Most of the spells were long-range attacks. Yet after a golden bell-shaped shield materialized around Yi Tian, the vast majority of attacks were instantly deflected back. What? Xingdi froze in shock. But such tactics were far from enough to defeat the Azure Emperor, and Yi Tian had no intention of wasting time. Seizing the moment when the spell attacks bounced back, he transformed the 1,000 machinery umbrella in his hand into a long sword. Rest assured, I'll give you a swift end. For an opponent who dared to fight for his race, he was willing to show respect. And the way to do that was to send them on their way cleanly and decisively. At the heart of the World Tree, on the continent of Yagyu, the White Emperor commanded all dragonkin and alien races to receive the World Tree's blessing, a divine gift from the gods. When a deity bestowed blessings upon an entire race, it could double their combat strength. With this, the impact of the Crimson Emperor's demise becomes utterly negligible, the White Emperor declared with satisfaction. The World Tree issued a solemn decree: I spare no source energy to ensure this battle for supremacy can only end in victory, not defeat. As the deity safeguarding the world, its own power waned as the world's strength diminished. Thus, it could never tolerate failure in a race war. Rest assured, Great Xia could never imagine we would counterattack immediately. The White Emperor vowed solemnly, and this time, I will personally capture Nidhogg. He shall never be given the chance to revive his body. The World Tree was about to express its approval. But in the next instant, an alert about the battle for supremacy sent shockwaves through both deities. Supremacy Battle Peak Combat Power Showdown, warning. The second individual ranked among the top 5 combatants has been slain. What? It's the Azure Emperor. She? No. The Forbidden Land. The White Emperor's eyes narrowed. How is this possible? I sealed the entrance to the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm. How did the enemy get in? The World Tree roared in fury. Stop thinking. Catch them. Chapter 148, The World Trees Will Descends. Special thanks to 981358887 for the author verification. The Azure Emperor hadn't reached the 4th tier. At the 3rd tier, defeating Yi Tian was practically impossible. Not to mention, with Yi Tian's current attributes and abilities, even if the White Emperor joined the fight, they would both perish together. Yi Tian's figure darted swiftly. Within just 2 exchanges, the White Emperor fell beneath Yi Tian's blade without any surprises. You have slain the Azure Emperor of the Yagyu dynasty. Level up, 50-51. Supremacy War Peak Combat Power, successfully slain one of the top 5 individual combatants of the Yagyu dynasty. Though not a cross-tier kill, defeating an opponent 20 levels above him still granted Yi Tian substantial experience. Unfortunately, as the boss, he couldn't reap the experience bonus from the meeting buff. Meanwhile, in the battle for supremacy, both the Crimson Emperor and the Azure Emperor, the 2 top combatants, had been declared dead. Yi Tian looked at the iridescent dragon corpse left behind after the Azure Emperor's demise. The dragon bones and dragon marrow crystals on the body were valuable materials, but Yi Tian chose not to take them, leaving the Azure Emperor with a complete corpse. Unexpectedly, a multicolored, teardrop-shaped crystal materialized at the heart of the Azure Emperor's corpse. 10,000 Laws Dragon Crystal, unique special material. Formed from the remnants of the 10,000 Laws Dragon's demise. Enhances all elements and spells. Can be used to craft equipment and weapons. It actually dropped a special material. Yi Tian had to take it. Such unique materials were exceedingly rare. The name itself hinted at its singularity. If he didn't take it now, he might never get another chance. Fortunately, taking a single crystal wouldn't desecrate the Qing Emperor's intact remains. He picked up this sole piece of loot. Yi Tian immediately turned his gaze toward the end of the Forbidden Land. That mountain-like, unbroken, pitch-black dragon formed the body of the Black Emperor. At this moment, though Nidhogg showed no outward sign, his heart burned with urgency. He wanted to know if Yi Tian could revive his body. This directly determined whether he had any hope of revenge against those who betrayed him. But theoretically, the odds were slim. After all, this body had been dead for a century, not a single drop of dragon blood remaining. At this moment, Yi Tian attempted once more to examine the dragon's corpse's information. Black Emperor Nidhogg Dragon Corpse. Basic information: male, Dragon Clan, 480 years old, soulless corpse. Potential: special catastrophe and despair. History: the sole ruler of the dragon race. The rest of the profile remained unchanged from the information Yi Tian had obtained earlier, still a completely lifeless corpse. All power stripped, blood drained dry, life force extinguished, even its soul had been severed. But now, one piece of information differed from before. Investment opportunity: ancestral dragon bloodline, Black Emperor 60 funds. Investment is indeed possible. Yi Tian was overjoyed. Given the nature of his boss ability, as long as investment was possible, there was always hope for revival. As for this primordial dragon bloodline, it likely represented a unique ability tier exclusive to dragons. Considering the 60-point cost, it should be comparable to a hidden profession among humans. After hiring Fanwu, Yi Tian still had 84 points of funds remaining, more than enough. The only remaining issue was figuring out how to get this dragon body to press its thumbprint on the contract. Signing it was obviously out of the question. Yi Tian looked at the soul form Nidhogg and said, "Take this contract and find your own hand to press a fingerprint on it." He was speaking. Suddenly, Yi Tian sensed a heart-stopping force emanating from behind him. He whipped his head around. There, emerging from the soil of the Forbidden Land, stood a sapling radiating an otherworldly aura. Swiftly, the sapling surged upward, growing into a bronze pillar as tall as 3 men. Its surface was covered in emerald-green phosphorescent patterns, beneath which hung amber crystals formed from solidified golden sap resembling some ancient life form. Yggdrasil. Nidhogg narrowed his eyes. Seeing the very force that had slain him a century ago, his rage nearly boiled over. Yggdrasil? Yi Tian was taken aback. The World Tree. After all, this was his first true encounter with a deity-level existence. Merely standing face to face, he could feel the World Tree's intangible pressure, divine power that crushed like the sky itself collapsing. Nidhogg. The World Tree emitted an intangible wave, transmitting its words to both men through mental intent. "You dare return?" Before Nidhogg could speak, Yi Tian sneered first. What's there to fear when facing nothing but a coward? Back then, they'd sent assassins to kill him merely out of fear of Nidhogg. Today, Yi Tian finally saw the real deal. Nidhogg addressed Yi Tian, "This is merely a manifestation of his will. His true form will not engage lightly." "Understood. You may go now." Yi Tian instructed the Black Prince to retrieve the contract and locate his corpse for signing. This maneuver sounded utterly macabre, yet it was precisely what unfolded. What was even more surreal was that Yi Tian now had to confront the avatar of a divine being's will. Observing Yi Tian and Nidhogg's actions, the World Tree remained utterly indifferent, its tone tinged with the playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. Struggling is futile before the divine. It wasn't the trembling of branches or the stirring of roots, it was a more primal, more brutal will awakening from the very core of the tree. Around the forbidden ground, spiked roots erupted from the earth, stone walls, and even the dragon bones. Like whips of punishment, each lash of the roots tore the earth apart. Whatever they touched, be it earth or rock, shattered instantly. Yi Tian flickered out of the way. Without exaggeration, if he'd been struck, he'd likely be crippled if not killed. He could distinctly sense an otherworldly power coursing through those roots. Yi Tian tentatively dubbed it divine might. "Floating momentum, yet you dare to shake the tree." The World Tree spoke again, its tone now utterly detached. Yet at that moment, Yi Tian laughed. "Perfect timing. Thanks to my employees, I've recently gained a new ability myself. You'll have the pleasure of experiencing it firsthand." With that, the surroundings abruptly darkened, enveloping Yi Tian and the World Tree within a barrier shrouded in what seemed like eternal twilight. The Nether Realm. At that moment, the World Tree's voice grew urgent. "What? The power of the underworld god. How could a mere human possess such power?" So it's merely a domain granted by divine status, not the full might of the Nether god." Though the World Tree spoke thus, Yi Tian detected in its tone. Though both were deities, the god of the underworld far surpassed the World Tree in power. Under the influence of the Nether Realm, the World Tree's abilities were severely restricted, forcing it to artificially amplify its divine power in an attempt to slay Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian's objective was merely to stall the World Tree, biding time for Nidhogg's revival. Soul Flame. Chapter 149, I lack nothing now. Thanks to Rue Ayo for the author's certification. Within the Nether Realm, Yi Tian summoned an army of undead to confront the World Tree's spiked roots. Each time a spiked root appeared or attacked, an undead warrior swung their blade to sever it, in a relentless back and forth. Yet the moment Soul Flame ignited, purple ghostly flames blazed in the undead warrior's eyes. Each strike felt like cutting directly into the root stem, inflicting mental damage upon the world tree. The netherworld. Always the netherworld. The world tree could no longer maintain its detached tone, its voice now filled with fury. Only then did Yi Tian realize the nature of the world tree's divine power, likely akin to life and creation. The underworld god's abilities, however, leaned toward death and destruction. Clearly, these were two mutually countering forces. Compounded by the fact that the nether god's power vastly surpassed that of the world tree, the world tree's will fragment found itself steadily losing ground within the nether realm. I hope you still feel this confident once the realm ends. The world tree watched Yi Tian's confident smile, feeling an inexplicable irritation growing within. Within the domain, though the world tree was at a disadvantage, Yi Tian had no real way to deal with it. Apart from the power granted by the nether god's divine essence and a handful of specific skills, most abilities had limited effect against the world tree. For a mere third-tier mortal like Yi Tian, killing the world tree within the domain was not impossible, but it would require a prolonged, ruling battle. Yet the nether realm had a finite duration. Once the domain ended, the suppression on the world tree would vanish, and the tide would inevitably turn once more. And the world tree was waiting precisely for this moment. Yet strangely, as it waited, a faint sense of unease stirred within its heart. Yi Tian smiled broadly, for he too was waiting for the true trump card against the world tree to emerge. At that moment, the Black Prince's soul form approached his corpse, holding Yi Tian's contract. Press my seal onto the contract? He gazed at the dragon claw, dozens of times larger than the contract paper, and fell deep in thought. A symbolic press should suffice. He placed the contract directly onto the dragon claw, making it look like he was slapping on a flyer. Yet in the next instant, the contract vanished, the recruitment complete. The mountain-like, pitch-black dragon corpse began to tremble, as if regaining bodily sensation. Its withered body and wings regained their luster, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Within the nether realm. Though shrouded by the domain, preventing sight of the outside world, the world tree's heart pounded at its peak. What the hell just happened? Meanwhile, Yi Tian, upon seeing the newest addition in his employee panel, couldn't help but grin uncontrollably. Employee Nidhogg Soulless. Ability, Primordial Dragon Bloodline Black Emperor. Level, 50. Strength, 2700. Stamina, 2700. Agility 2400. Spirit 0. Talent Dragon Ancestor possesses physical strength surpassing all other dragons, granting immunity to most elemental spells and physical attacks through sheer constitution alone. Despair, when facing Nidhogg, all that remains for the enemy is despair. Nidhogg's power of despair can actively devour all abilities of opponents, including divine and law-based powers. The stronger Nidhogg becomes, the greater the power he can devour. Embodiment of despair, Nidhogg grows more powerful as despair intensifies within his world. Destruction, Nidhogg's attacks bypass all forms of defense, including divine or law-based powers. Any being harmed by Nidhogg suffers irreparable corruption to its very essence. After reviewing the Black Emperor's physical abilities, Yi Tian could only describe his feelings with 2 words. This is just ridiculously overpowered. Regarding attributes, while he knew dragons possessed innate power, Nidhogg's stats were terrifyingly strong. By comparison, Fanwu, also at level 50, felt like a greenhorn. With 2,700 points in strength and constitution, he'd already reached the level of a 75th level divine tier human class. Does that even look human? Never mind the physical toughness, dragons are naturally strong, but Nidhogg is just a tad bit stronger. The most outrageous thing is despair. No matter what abilities an opponent possesses, this single skill alone can devour them. Even the power of gods is no exception. No wonder Nidhogg once boasted he could take on the world tree alone. As for witnessing the final destruction, for some reason, Yi Tian even began to understand the world tree's decision. This skill meant that no matter how powerful the opponent, as long as Nidhogg landed an attack, it would inflict root damage. Theoretically, it would slaughter even gods without hesitation. This is downright insane. Yi Tian muttered his disbelief, while Nidhogg let out a mighty roar to the heavens. In its soul form, Nidhogg gazed upon the reanimated body, filled with awe and excitement. I'm back. The body he had just acquired was merely a vessel devoid of soul and incapable of combat. Now, the soul form Black Emperor could finally reunite with the body. Descent fusion. A blue soul light slowly descended upon the dragon's form. After a century, the Black Emperor's soul has finally returned to its vessel. Roar. A long, pent-up roar pierced the heavens. The Black Emperor's spread wings obscured half the sky. His dragon's roar echoed throughout the Forbidden Land. His scales were pure darkness, making him seem like the very fusion of dragon and demon. Darkness. Eternal darkness. The darkness that devours all. Now I lack nothing. As the dragon's roar exploded, the air compressed into visible ripples of distortion. Ruins, caves, and even clouds along its path were shattered into dust. Where the shockwave passed, the earth cracked like a spider web, fissures spewing ghostly blue embers of dragon's breath. You have shared all attributes of employee Nidhogg complete form, strength plus 2,700, constitution plus 2,700, agility plus 2,400. You have shared all abilities of employee Nidhogg complete form, dragon ancestor, despair, embodiment of despair, ruin. As you are not of dragon kin and lack a dragon form, you cannot activate the innate talent dragon ancestor. The innate trait dragon ancestor has been dynamically adapted to superhuman constitution, Black Emperor's body. Prompt after prompt popped up and Yi Tian's strength surged dramatically. A broad smile spread across his face. Previously, battling the world trees will within the nether realm required prolonged, ruling combat. But now, armed with despair and destruction, he could even slay his opponent before the domain ended. Yet Yi Tian had no desire to do so now. He didn't even want to engage with the world trees will any longer. For a far more fitting adversary had emerged. Underworld realm, cancelled. Voluntarily cancelling the domain. Trying to escape? The world trees will couldn't comprehend Yi Tian's actions, yet his eerie smile sent an inexplicable chill down its spine. The next instant, the world trees will turned its head. It met a pair of golden eyes burning with a century-long vengeance. What? The world tree's consciousness seemed to freeze in that instant. Nidhogg. Chapter 150, The Terror of a Century Ago. The First Act of Vengeance. At this moment, Nidhogg's body and soul had fused completely. On Yi Tian's employee panel, the Black Prince and the current Black Emperor Nidhogg merged into one, becoming the true Black Emperor Nidhogg. All the Black Emperor's powers had been restored. Though his strength still fell short of his peak, it now bore the shadow of his former self. Thus, when the world trees will beheld the form of the pitch-black dragon, it felt like a lifetime had passed. How could this be? Centuries ago, as the guardian deity of the Ago continent, it had witnessed Nidhogg's entire journey from infancy to becoming the dragon race's sovereign, then conquering countless alien races. In truth, the primordial age continent was not solely dominated by the dragon race. It was a time of rival powers, where various ancient races were equally formidable. It was only with Nidhogg's emergence that he nearly crushed all opposition, establishing his rule across the entire Yagu continent. He exterminated the remaining primordial races while subjugating other alien races directly into dragon slaves and subordinates. Then came Nidhogg's self-proclamation as the Black Emperor. He began leading the dragons of Yagu to conquer other worlds, subjugating alien races through brutal and iron-fisted methods. This action was actually strongly disapproved of by the World Tree at the time. For launching a reckless war between races carried significant risks, failure or lack of dominance would severely impact the dragons themselves. And even victory might invite sieges from other races due to the brutality of his actions. Yet at his zenith, even the gods underestimated Nidhogg's power and madness. Internally, he ruled as a tyrant, using iron-fisted methods to secure the unconditional support of all dragons for his conquests. Externally, he committed unrestrained atrocities. Moreover, Nidhogg was no mindless brute, he remained remarkably rational and clear-headed in war. A tyrant with intellect is far more terrifying. Nidhogg's arrival in any world almost always signaled the dawn of despair. Thus, the ACU continent achieved victory after victory in the war of supremacy. As the guardian deity of the Ago continent, the mightier the continent grew, the greater the power of the World Tree became. The World Tree, which initially disapproved of Nidhogg's actions, eventually became a loyal supporter. For in Nidhogg's wars of conquest, the World Tree reaped immense benefits. After roughly 3 centuries under the Black Emperor's leadership, the Yagu continent was nearing the threshold of becoming a mid-tier world. To transform a race within a minor world into a major world in just over 3 centuries was an achievement beyond comprehension, even to a deity like the World Tree. It was a testament to Nidhogg's terrifying power. Until, during an external conflict, a guardian deity from a powerful world personally intervened, attempting to halt and suppress Nidhogg. In truth, guardian deities seldom intervened in racial wars. Guardian deities protect entire worlds. The survival or demise of a single race holds relatively minor significance to the world as a whole. Moreover, the power of the gods was overwhelmingly superior to that of most races. To many mighty deities, such conflicts resemble adults disdaining children's play. The World Tree had held this view until now. The guardian deity of that mighty world personally intervened, halting Nidhogg's destruction of that realm and preventing him from spreading despair. It even took proactive measures to suppress Nidhogg. At that moment, the World Tree had no intention of intervening. It felt that Nidhogg had won too many victories, and with each triumph, he grew increasingly contemptuous of his guardian. He intended to use this opportunity to teach Nidhogg a lesson. However, Nidhogg made every living being present feel true terror. He devoured his opponent's divine power and inflicted irreparable, devastating wounds upon the guardian deity. He had gravely wounded a god. The moment the World Tree realized what had happened, its thoughts froze, followed by terror rising from its very core. Having ruled the Ago continent for untold ages, it had never before encountered a being beyond its control. And this creature seemed capable of threatening its very existence. Unsurprisingly, after Nidhogg severely wounded the guardian deity, a wave of despair instantly swept across the world. And that world soon fell under the Black Emperor's rule. The Yagu continent grew stronger once more. The World Tree grew stronger still. Yet fear gripped him even more. For after Nidhogg conquered that world, his first act was to seek out that guardian deity and devour it bite by bite until it was consumed. God slaying. In that moment, the world tree finally realized. Nidhogg he harbored not a shred of reverence for the gods. How can this be? This simply won't do. It was precisely after this day that the world tree approached the White Emperor, plotting the assassination of Nidhogg. Within the dragon clan at that time, Nidhogg's tyrannical rule had long suppressed all dragons, breeding widespread discontent. It was only natural that they would stab Nidhogg in the back. Though after Nidhogg's death, the overall strength of the Yago continent rapidly declined, and the world tree's power weakened considerably. Yet he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling considerably more at ease. However, returning to the present, the moment the world trees will met those golden eyes, fear instantly returned to its heart. On the night Nidhogg gravely wounded the deity, on the night he succeeded in slaying the god, the world tree's heart was filled with nothing but dread and fear. This single gaze exchanged now. It nearly hurled his innermost being back to that most dreaded night a century ago. Nidhogg! How dare you return to life? As the words fell, Nidhogg's claws slammed down upon the world tree's wool, pinning it down with deadly force. His cold, deranged face seemed to suppress a smile, but soon, it erupted into unrestrained, maniacal laughter. Especially upon seeing the world tree's utterly incredulous expression, his laughter grew more maniacal and demonic. Yggdrasil! I've missed you so much these past 100 years. As the words fell, Nidhogg's dragon claws ripped savagely apart. The two sharp talons that had gripped the world tree's trunk tore the trunk clean in two. Gah! The embodiment of the world tree's will screamed in agony. Beside it, Yi Tian watched with relish. Especially the expression on the world tree when it saw the Black Emperor utterly priceless. Yi Tian would gladly call this the most spectacular revenge movie ever. Though this physical form of the world tree was an embodiment of its will, theoretically vulnerable to minimal physical damage, Nidhogg's attack struck at its very essence, causing excruciating agony. A jade-green stream of light touched its body as the world tree attempted to heal the wound with its life power. Yet it soon realized it was utterly useless. Yes, 100 years ago, another guardian deity had paid with its life to uncover information about Nidhogg. That one who was wounded by Nidhogg could never heal. But a century had passed, and the world tree had long forgotten it believed it could forget forever. On the day of my return, all traitors shall perish. Nidhogg's voice was majestic and stern, like an emperor proclaiming to his people from his throne. The world tree lifted its head, its tone still tinged with disbelief. Your body, there's no reason it should be able to resurrect. Yes, but Yi Tian defied logic. Apart from the slight sting of spending 60 points, witnessing Nidhogg's full power felt utterly worth it. Nidhogg had no intention of reasoning with the world tree either. He couldn't wait to tear it to shreds, then march to its true form and exact revenge, one by one. Die. The world tree itself seemed unskilled in combat, or perhaps it was simply overcome by fear of Nidhogg. In just one turn, the world tree's will form was utterly crushed by Nidhogg's overwhelming power, ultimately exploding without any chance to fight back. A jade-green fragment remained where it had stood. Employee Nidhogg defeated world tree will incarnation. You shared experience, leveling up, level 51 level 52. Employee Nidhogg defeated world tree will incarnation. Reward, dividend +6. Nidhogg devoured the lifeless trunk, absorbing the residual divine power of the will incarnate to nourish its own revival. Yi Tian stepped forward to pick up the fragment, his interest piqued. Divine fragment world tree, a remnant fragment of the divine essence belonging to the guardian deity of the Yagu continent. Who'd have thought an avatar of will could drop a divine fragment? The world tree's divine power felt entirely opposite to the god of the underworld. To Yi Tian it belonged to the life type. This made Yi Tian quite eager to obtain the complete divine essence after slaying the world tree. Not bad. Things are progressing smoothly. Yi Tian stored the divine fragment in his backpack with evident delight. At that moment, within the Forbidden Land, only Yi Tian and Nidhogg remained. A sudden stillness settled over the air. Having finally reclaimed his physical form, Nidhogg's excited dragon eyes gazed skyward, as if a long-suppressed urge had finally found release. Then, his cold gaze swept downward, surveying the surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled upon Yi Tian. Chapter 151, Word Spirit Emperor. Attack! Daxia, Dingcheng. Outside on the Yagu continent, the Great Xia army stood ready for battle. This mobilization represented the strongest force ever assembled in eastern China's history and its most significant mission, the counterattack against the battle formations were complete, awaiting the order to advance at any moment. Yet within the command center, Wei Yuan the supreme commander alongside Zhou Yuan, Jiang Yuanshuang, and several other officers were all plunged into utter shock. The reason was simple. Supremacy War Peak Combat Power Showdown, Great Xia successfully eliminates one of the top 5 individual combatants of the Yagu dynasty. The news of Qingdi's demise was visible to every citizen of Great Xia. The shock it brought to everyone was unimaginable. Wei Yuan's thoughts immediately turned to Yi Tian. Because this notification arrived shortly after Yi Tian left the command center clearly is doing. Taking down a top-tier Dragon Clan combatant? That was way too fast. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in the command center. But that wasn't all. A specialist immediately arrived to report to everyone. Commanders, the Great Xia Civilization's points have just surged by 20. What? Everyone immediately opened the 10,000 races ranking, their expressions turning stunned. Blue Star's civilization points had indeed surged by 20 points, reaching 337. Its ranking had also climbed over 100 places, 8,865. Good heavens! What on earth did Yi Tian do? Zhang Yuanshuang exclaimed in disbelief. A direct increase of 20 civilization points was an achievement that would go down in the annals of Great Xia's history. The reason, of course, was Yi Tian reviving Nidhogg's body. A special potential had fully restored Nidhogg's abilities, causing the civilization points to surge dramatically. Yet even now, Yi Tian's astonishment of the crowd was far from over. Within the command center, the real-time display of the Yagyu dynasty's civilization points. To everyone's astonishment, the Yagyu dynasty's civilization points had just dropped another 35 points. 35 points. That figure was downright terrifying. For the Great Xia Empire, losing 35 points equated to sacrificing over 1/10 of its entire national strength. What on earth is Yi Tian doing? Even with Wei Yuan's sharp mind, he couldn't fathom what Yi Tian had accomplished in such a short time to gain such a massive advantage. In his view, the only way to gain such a massive number of points was likely by targeting the deities of the Yagyu continent. Indeed, the 35-point loss stemmed precisely from the demise of the world trees will incarnate. Securing such a massive advantage before the battle even began instantly filled every commander and soldier present with elation. This shift in the balance of power instantly bolstered everyone's confidence in this battle for supremacy. Yet, after a brief pause, Wei Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow. Why hasn't Yi Tian sent word yet? Before departing, Yi Tian had stated that his return message would signal the moment for the Great Xia's counteroffensive. Now that such a decisive advantage had been secured, it clearly indicated Yi Tian's operations were proceeding smoothly. Yet, not a single word had been received from him. This shouldn't be happening, Zhou Yuan murmured, his thoughts turning inward. Could something have happened? Within the Forbidden Land, silence reigned. Nidhogg stood like a pitch-black mountain, his piercing dragon eyes fixed on Yi Tian's back. In that moment, his fiery golden pupils flashed with a piercing light. To the Black Emperor, this gaze was profoundly complex, as if weighing something, yet also deep in contemplation. The long gaze nearly solidified into a tangible line, measuring the distance between the Black Emperor and Yi Tian. This gaze did not last long, merely a second or two. Yet to Nidhogg, it felt like an eternity, prompting countless thoughts. Until Yi Tian stowed away the spoils of war, the embodiment of the world tree's will. He turned, locking eyes with the Black Emperor. What is it? Yi Tian's expression remained utterly unruffled as he met Nidhogg's gaze, a faint, detached smile curling his lips. Within the Forbidden Land, Yi Tian floated mid-air, his black robes billowing and fluttering in the wind. Nidhogg stood towering over the ground, his 100-foot frame facing Yi Tian in stark opposition. After a second of silence, Nidhogg spoke in a grave, deep voice. Nothing, boss. A hint of approval flickered in Yi Tian's smile. Good. Let's counterattack the Yagyu continent. He said no more, issuing the next order directly. With Nidhogg by his side, the world tree no longer posed such a grave threat. At those words, the image of the world tree flashed through Nidhogg's mind. The sharp glint in his eyes instantly transformed into a palpable, crimson rage. Revenge! Nidhogg spread his wings and soared skyward, his impatience palpable as he shot directly out of the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land lay at the deepest core of the dragon ancestor's secret realm on the Yagyu continent. As Nidhogg emerged, his form resembled a pitch-black cross, obscuring the skies above the Yagyu continent. Nidhogg! The Black Emperor! At the heart of the Yagyu continent, the world tree had not yet calmed from the rage of its avatar's destruction when Nidhogg appeared. Meanwhile, the White Emperor, witnessing the Black Emperor's revived form, was overcome with utter shock. How is this possible? The world tree paid no heed to the White Emperor's disbelief, for it had once been in the same state. Upon witnessing Nidhogg's arrival, it immediately summoned all dragon legions blessed by the world tree. Hundreds upon hundreds of elite dragon legions closed in on Nidhogg in unison. Even a being as powerful as a god, upon Nidhogg's emergence, had no choice but to resort to a human wave tactic to counter. Yet, facing the overwhelming waves of dragon legions, their strength amplified by the world tree's blessing, Nidhogg revealed a cold smile. Spreading his wings, his roar reverberated like the echo of ancient bells, rippling through the air like a dragon's might amplified a millionfold. Under this overwhelming dragon might, the once fierce elite dragon legions seemed struck by an indescribable dread. Some could scarcely maintain their movements, yearning to kneel before Nidhogg on the spot. Spell word, Emperor. Nidhogg's soul entity possessed two word spirit abilities, but without a physical form, they remained unusable. Only now had a portion of its power finally been unlocked. Word Spirit Emperor inflicts absolute psychological terror upon all dragons and dragonkin, with identical effects on conquered races. Word Spirit World unlocks upon gaining dominion over any world. Compared to the White Emperor's word spirit sovereignty, Emperor is far more tyrannical and overbearing, its intimidation power incomparable to the former. Its effects are even more extraordinary. After word spirit Emperor was unleashed, hundreds upon hundreds of elite dragon legions were utterly routed on the spot. Some dragons even yearned to kneel in submission on the spot. Far away, at the edge of the Forbidden Land, Yi Tian watched Nidhogg unleash his power and couldn't help but feel astonished. Your Dragon Emperor is still the same Emperor. The 60 funds spent to revive Nidhogg's body were truly well spent. The Black Emperor was handling the counterattack on the Yagu continent with effortless ease. After watching for a moment longer, he pulled out his communicator and sent a message to Wei Yuan. Advance. Chapter 152, Counterattack on the Yagu continent. This was the reinforcement Yi Tian had found. Daxia, Dingcheng Command Center. Electronic screens continuously displayed real-time footage from microscout drones surveying the Yagu continent, while personnel constantly monitored the Yagu civilization's points. All signs pointed to the Yagu dynasty facing dire straits, a tremendous piece of good news for Great Xia. Yet Wei Yuan remained solemnly attentive, awaiting a specific piece of intelligence, the critical factor determining the success of this offensive. Until the word attack flashed across his communicator from Yi Tian. Wei Yuan smiled. Then, including Zhou Yuan, Zhang Yuanxuan, and other commanders at headquarters, along with all officers, the entire East China army surged with overwhelming momentum. For this racial war, Wei Yuan had not borrowed troops from other districts, leading only the entire East China army. For in war, there was never absolute certainty. Moreover, the enemy possessed divine beings. Should a full-scale conflict erupt, the losses upon defeat would be even greater. At that moment, the spectral form of a ghostly blue divine beast, the Kuan, slowly approached. Upon the Kuan's spirit form stood two figures. Ling Hua, Ling Luo. You're here too? Zhou Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Upon the Kuan spirit's form stood two beauties with similar features yet vastly different demeanors, one in fiery crimson robes, the other in elegant blue gowns. They were none other than the sisters Ling Hua and Ling Luo. This is the first counterattack against the other world in 200 years of Great Xia. If not for the need to deter other alien races, I suspect everyone from headquarters would have wanted to participate. Ling Luo's words were indeed true. The counterattack against the Yagu continent marked the first opportunity in 2 centuries for the Great Xia to strike back against the alien races, even to launch a counteroffensive against the alien realm itself. The time has come. Upon receiving the news, Wei Yuan immediately assumed the posture of Supreme Commander, standing before the East China army and declaring, "Soldiers of Great Xia." As his voice fell, the entire East China Legion 10,000 elite combatants, including Wan Jiang, Yishou, and Jiang Che, turned their burning gazes toward Wei Yuan. Yet at this moment, few words were needed. The mobilization speeches had been repeated countless times over the past 2 days. The gravity and progress of the conquest war were displayed on every professional's interface. As the first Great Xia forces to counterattack they understood the stakes of this battle all too well. Thus, Wei Yuan needed say no more. Advance. After uttering these words, Wei Yuan paused for a second before turning and striding toward the interdimensional portal first, his green robe billowing behind him. Zhou Yuan, Zhang Yuanxuan, Ling Luo, Ling Hua, and the entire Eastern Army combat formation present all stepped into the portal to the Yagu continent with faces aglow with excitement. This moment was destined to be etched into the annals of Great Xia's history. The counterattack against the alien races begins now. However, from the moment they stepped through the portal to their arrival on the Yagu continent, the Great Xia forces, who had been fully focused and exceptionally vigilant, were astonished to find the operation proceeding with unusual ease. The dragon legions that had gathered at the portal had seemingly departed for unknown reasons, sparing the Great Xia forces from immediate, severe resistance. Instead, the moment they set foot on the Yagu continent, top-tier professionals like Wei Yuan immediately sensed the sound of intense combat emanating from the continent's center. "What's happening on the Yagu continent?" Ling Hua exclaimed in shock. "No need to guess," Zhou Yuan declared with certainty. "Such strange occurrences must be connected to that kid Yi Tian. What on earth is he doing? Whatever Yi Tian is up to, we'd be doing the right thing by heading over to lend a hand." As Wei Yuan finished speaking, his gaze seemed to already be fixed upon the battlefield at the heart of the Yagu continent. Simultaneously, he issued combat orders to all officers. First and second combat formations, proceed according to the original plan. Your primary objective is to secure the victory conditions for the battle for supremacy. Except for Zhou Yuan, who will remain with the main force, the 3 of you will accompany me to support Yi Tian. The reason Zhou Yuan wasn't being deployed was, of course, to spare him the drain on his lifespan. The moment the order was given, Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanxuan, and the other 2 rushed straight toward the center of the Yagu continent, the direction of the World Tree. Subsequently, the East China army immediately divided into 2 major legions according to plan. The conditions for victory in the battle for supremacy were threefold. Be the first to occupy half of the opponent's total territory. Defeat half of the enemy's total forces, or capture 2/3 of their resource production points. Eliminate all 5 of the enemy's top individual combatants, or annihilate the enemy civilization's god-tier entity. The First Legion, comprising the vast majority of professional soldiers, was tasked with defeating the alien legions and seizing territory on the Yagu continent. The Second Legion comprises elite forces, including Wan Jiang, as well as conscripted knight cultivators like Zhang Che, all fall under this division. Its objective is to swiftly seize the resource points of the Yagi dynasty, namely, the major secret realms and ancient ruins. This strategy ensures at least 2 potential paths to victory in the dual campaigns. Even in the worst-case scenario, should the elite forces suffer defeat, victory might still be possible. This was the most comprehensive strategy chosen by the East China Command. In reality, however, the elite forces campaign unfolded far more smoothly than the Great Xia had anticipated. At the heart of the Yagu continent, in the clash of elite forces, it was the Yagu dynasty that should be trembling. Hrager! Die! Nidhogg's roar rolled like thunder, shaking the world. Hrager was the name of the White Emperor. After the Word Spirit Emperor had intimidated the Dragon Clan's elite legions, Nidhogg's first target was to strike him down. After over a century of imprisonment, the 2 objects of his deepest hatred, the White Emperor and the World Tree, were equally despised. Gods! Save me! The White Emperor panicked. His prideful Word Spirit imperial sovereignty proved utterly useless against Nidhogg, instead being countered by the latter's emperor power. Though his current attributes matched Nidhogg's in raw power, he dared not risk a life or death struggle. He could only pray for the World Tree's intervention. And here, on the Agu continent, the World Tree's own domain, it would never tolerate Nidhogg. A beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing Nidhogg's body like a sharp sword. This was one of the World Tree's few offensive techniques, but when channeled with divine power, its effect was sufficient to instantly slay most opponents. Yet the Dark Emperor spread his wings, and the power of despair mercilessly devoured it. Despair, the power of despair can actively devour an opponent's abilities, including those of deities and the forces of law. That divine power from the World Tree was instantly devoured by the Dark Emperor, its radiance swallowed by darkness. At that moment, the despair emanating from the White Emperor and even the Dragon Legions intensified. What kind of monster is this guy? At that moment, Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanxuan, and the other 4 who had just witnessed this scene were all utterly shocked. After all, had that World Tree attack struck any one of them, it would have been enough to gravely wound or even kill them. An internal conflict among the Dragon Clan? How terrifying. No, this is the reinforcement Yi Tian brought us. What? Chapter 153, Confronting the World Tree. Influencing the divine with mortal power. Help? This help is a bit much. Upon hearing Wei Yuan's words, Zhang Yuanxuan, Ling Luo, and Ling Hua all wore expressions of shock. The black dragon before them, radiating an apocalyptic terror, had not only single-handedly shattered the elite legions of the Yagi dynasty and utterly defeated the White Emperor, but had even shattered the divine power of the World Tree in an instant. This was the backup Yi Tian had brought. This is the main force, damn it. However, their astonishment didn't last long. After all, opportunities in battle are fleeting. Since the current situation favored them, they naturally had to press their advantage. Wei Yuan led the charge, with Zhang Yuanxuan and the others following closely behind, joining the fray where Nidhogg and the White Emperor's elite forces were locked in combat. As for Yi Tian, he held his ground, biding his time. By the nature of the conflict, this was Nidhogg's battle for vengeance. He undoubtedly sought to exact his own revenge against the White Emperor and the World Tree. In terms of battlefield strength, as long as the World Tree remained inactive, the White Emperor's faction simply lacked the collective might to overcome Nidhogg, especially with the Word Spirit Emperor present. Therefore, Yi Tian first introduced himself to Nidhogg, Wei Yuan, and the others to prevent friendly fire. Afterward, he hovered mid-air above the Yagu continent, vigilant against any moves from the World Tree. For a guardian deity of an entire continent, Yi Tian believed no amount of caution was excessive. As events would prove, Yi Tian's judgment was correct. As the World Tree's beam of white light descended from the heavens and was swallowed by Nidhogg, the very center of the Yagu continent began to tremble faintly. As if the wrath of the gods had been provoked. Snap! 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 In an instant, countless roots erupted from the ground, radiating outward from the World Tree's location. These thick stems, each 7 or 8 meters in diameter, rapidly grew into a dense, cage-like jungle. The roots churned, constantly emitting a gray mist absorbing the life force of all surrounding creatures. Mortals and rebels dared to defy the divine. The air within the jungle prison echoed with the World Tree's majestic and awe-inspiring voice. Mortals and rebels, this referred precisely to Wei Yuan and his companions, along with Nidhogg. Facing the World Tree's suffocating tendrils, Wei Yuan activated his star spirit barrier to shield his companions. Zhang Yuanxuan swung her sword with all her might, barely severing the tendrils only for more to swarm in immediately. Ling Luo and Ling Hua were equally grave expressions, forced to fight with all their might just to stay alive. The World Tree, rooted in the Yagu continent, possessed powers several times greater than that embodiment of will. This first encounter with the true power of a deity brought an overwhelming sense of crisis to the Great Xia group. Yet Nidhogg, his face aloof, let out a wild, maniacal laugh. Yggdrasil. Without me, how weak have you become? Nidhogg's words sent shockwaves through Wei Yuan and the others. Weak? Indeed, in Nidhogg's eyes, this was weakness. The World Tree was the guardian deity of the Yagu continent. The stronger the Yagu continent grew, the greater its power became. During the Dark Emperor era, the Yagu continent had reached its true zenith. Back then, the World Tree's power was at least 10 times greater than it was now. Had they faced it then, Wei Yuan and his companions would never have survived a single strike from the World Tree. Yet now, without the Black Emperor, the Yagu continent has visibly weakened over the past century, causing the World Tree's power to decline significantly. This is one reason why it seeks to ignite a war for supremacy among the races. It's more than enough to deal with you lot. The World Tree's anger flared, unleashing its divine power in a frenzied attempt to drain the life force from the group. Nidhogg snorted coldly. Despair spread like ink droplets on water, radiating outward from its core and steadily devouring the World Tree's divine power. Despair, a force so profound it could devour even divine power. Yet, faced with this terrifying power, the World Tree remained utterly disdainful. For Nidhogg's current level was too low, his strength too weak. Even his despair power, once formidable, was a shadow of its former self. Moreover, this world held little despair, preventing Nidhogg's power from amplifying. The World Tree's life-giving divine power remained unconsumed. The jungle prison, vast enough to obscure heaven and earth, still closed in upon Nidhogg, Wei Yuan, and the others. Oomph! Nidhogg! Before the World Tree could utter a sound, a figure appeared, seemingly waiting for this very moment. The divine beings do have some substance after all. A praise tinged with mockery escaped Yi Tian's lips, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Immediately after, Yi Tian spread his hands wide. Shadow Realm. A shadowy purple aura representing death spread relentlessly, enveloping the surrounding space. The moment the netherworld descended, the roots of the World Tree began to wither and decay, as if drained of life. Compared to Nidhogg's power of despair, Yi Tian felt that divine power was a more suitable choice. The power of the netherworld. It's you! The World Tree, discovering Yi Tian defying its will incarnate within the Forbidden Land, was utterly astonished. Who are you? How could a mere mortal wield the power of the netherworld? A faint smile touched Yi Tian's lips as he remained silent, offering no answer to the question. Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanchuan, and the other two approached Yi Tian and whispered a warning. The World Tree is indeed no easy foe. They had anticipated this moment, yet only when truly confronting the divine being did they realize its power far exceeded their wildest imaginings. The White Emperor and the Dragon Legions encircled the vicinity of the World Tree. Nidhogg and Wei Yuan's group stood by Yi Tian's side. Leave Nidhogg behind. Withdraw from the Yagu continent, and I can guarantee non-aggression between us and Great Xia. Though the World Tree had conceded a step, its tone remained unyielding. For though the Nether Realm was formidable, the World Tree remained a genuine deity. While slightly disadvantaged within the realm, it believed its advantage would return once the realm ended. Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled. If he unleashed his full power and every trick in his arsenal, he might very well defeat the World Tree now. But there was no need. Amidst this stalemate, the Great Xia forces remained composed. Wei Yuan and Yi Tian exchanged a glance, even sharing a smile. Rest assured, the East China Army won't let us down. On the other side of the Yagu continent, the East China Army, divided into two major combat formations, was now locked in fierce battle. With the Yagi dynasty's elite dragon legions redeployed to defend the vicinity of the World Tree, the Eastern Army faced minimal pressure and held a slight advantage. Meanwhile, the second combat formation operated in small teams, scattered across the Yagu continent to carry out missions. Among them, the three-man squad composed of Wan Jiang, Yishou, and Zhang Che was racing through one secret realm after another. 1 minute and 30 seconds to clear. Including this medium-sized secret realm, we've now captured 3 medium-sized realms and 11 small ones. As the team leader, Yishou led the way, urging, not bad, but we need to pick up the pace a bit more. Zhang Che, racing alongside him on the right, looked thrilled. Holy crap! 14 secret realms already? This sneaky, underhanded feeling is so damn satisfying, ha ha ha. What do you mean sneaky? Wan Jiang, surrounded by lightning on Yishou's left, corrected him. We're making a crucial contribution to victory in the war of supremacy. I like that assessment. Yishou agreed. Before entering the Yagu continent, Wei Yuan had sought out Yishou and Zhang Che, assigning them a mission to seize the Yagu dynasty's resource points at full speed. This was an extremely important mission, and only by entrusting it to these three could Wei Yuan feel somewhat at ease. On one hand, one of the victory conditions for the War of Supremacy was to control 2/3 of the enemy's total resource points. On the other hand, it directly concerned the greatest adversary in this war, the World Tree. Though Yi Tian was seeking ways to counter the World Tree, Wei Yuan and his team weren't idle either. Headquarters had intelligence. As a guardian deity, the World Tree's power was directly proportional to the prosperity of the Yagu continent. Therefore, the secret realms capable of producing resources for the world were undoubtedly most closely linked to that level of prosperity. Seize the secret realms of the Yagu dynasty for the Great Xia. This would inevitably weaken the world tree's power significantly. Even with mortal strength, we can profoundly influence the war of the gods. Chapter 154, A Team Buff. Now, it's your turn. Looking back at the entire war against the Yagyu dynasty, Wan Zhang, Yi Xiu, and Jiang Che were arguably the busiest trio. In a short span, they traversed secret realms across the Yagyu dynasty, rushing between locations and accelerating their conquest of these domains. They truly never paused, their feet practically sparking as they moved. Moreover, the Yagyu continent boasts numerous secret realms, 7 medium-sized resource realms alone. For Wan Zhang and his group to fulfill one victory condition, they must seize at least 2/3 of these resource points in the shortest possible time. Another secret realm entrance. Quick! Soon, Yi Xiu led the way to a new secret realm location and charged straight in without hesitation. A level 50 medium-sized secret realm? Let's see if we can clear it in under a minute this time. The statement bordered on madness. A 1-minute clear? That practically treated the secret realm boss like a mere nuisance. But given the current state of the three of them, it wasn't impossible. With the new team buff the boss gave us, clearing it in under a minute is no problem. Wan Zhang declared confidently. Wan Zhang, Yi Xiu, and Jiang Che now all possess the same buff, the team buff. This was the unique effect of Yi Tian's third-tier exclusive skill, team allocation. Team allocation: form a team of up to 5 members. When team members act together, they gain varying buff effects based on their specific team composition. Each team's composition determines its unique buff effects. The specific details depend on the team's composition. Based on the occupational abilities of one group of team members, this team is labeled All-Rounder Squad. Team Buff All-Rounder Squad: when 3 or more members of the same team enter combat together, all 4 attributes increase by 30%. 35. This buff effect is present on Wan Zhang, Yi Xiu, and Jiang Che. A 30% boost to all 4 core stats for all 3 members. This enhancement is stronger than gaining over 10 levels. Moreover, judging by the 3-5 notation at the end of the buff description, this is merely the effect when 3 members fight together. If a full 5-member team engages, the effect would undoubtedly be even stronger. Next time, bring Qiuli and Mo Yao along. We might just crack that 30-second speedrun. Ye Xiu couldn't help but daydream as he led the 2 beside him into the secret realm. Once a secret realm is claimed by a faction, any other faction entering it will be attacked by the realm's defenders. Clearing out both the defenders and the boss allows the invading faction to seize ownership of the realm. Typically, the Yagyu dynasty would deploy additional garrison troops to defend such realms. But now, things were different. The elite dragon legions had been redeployed to the World Tree, while the remaining forces were sent to the front lines to confront the Eastern Army. The remaining alien garrison forces were no match for Yi Xiu and his 2 companions. This situation allowed the trio's operation to proceed remarkably smoothly. Not long after Yi Xiu seized ownership of another minor secret realm, a vast, resounding echo reverberated across the entire Yagyu continent. Yet for the Yagyu dynasty, it was devastating news. War of Supremacy, decisive victory. Great Xia successfully seized 2/3 of the Yagyu dynasty's resource points, becoming the first to fulfill a victory condition. In an instant, dark clouds gathered over the Yagyu continent. The sky instantly darkened, spiritual energy depleted, and even the flora near the World Tree wilted slightly. An intangible force was diminishing from the Yagyu continent, absorbed by Great Xia. All non-human races and dragon clans of the Yagyu dynasty plunged into panic. The first to fulfill a victory condition may plunder the defeated party's territory and fortune, and may recruit their forces. An intangible force known as fortune was being absorbed by the Great Xia. However, the currently scarce fortune proved difficult to manifest in any tangible effect. Yet for the Great Xia faction, Wei Yuan's intended outcome had already succeeded. At the heart of the Yagyu continent, the World Tree faction, including the White Emperor, the Dragon Legion, and the World Tree itself, fell into stunned silence. Some dragons even radiated a hint of pessimism and despair. How is this possible? How could the secret realm be taken so swiftly? The White Emperor's voice betrayed utter disbelief. The loss of the secret realm had been far too swift. Though the Yagyu dynasty's elite forces were concentrated on fighting Nidhogg, neglecting the secret realm's defense, swiftly conquering it was no simple feat. At the very least, elite-level combat power would be required. Where could Great Xia possibly find that many capable individuals? But pondering this now was already too late. For a far more grave problem had emerged. As most of the secret realms were seized, and even the continent's vital energy was plundered, the divine power of the World Tree was visibly waning. The tree trunk, which once stood at the world's center like a pillar supporting the heavens, now showed faint signs of withering. This sign was not obvious, merely a few patches of withered bark and leaves, seemingly insignificant. Yet to the Yagyu dynasty, it was utterly terrifying. How could the World Tree wither? It seems the Huadong army is making swift progress, Wei Yuan remarked with a composed smile. Yet the World Tree showed no trace of amusement, immediately dispatching its elite dragon legions. Rally the defenses. Reclaim the secret realm. Too late. As Yi Tian's words fell, Nidhogg roared and launched another assault, its momentum shaking the heavens. Nidhogg had grown even stronger than before. Despair. After Great Xia fulfilled one victory condition, the Yagyu dynasty was gripped by a growing sense of despair. And all of this despair had now been channeled into Nidhogg's power. How dare you! At this point, the World Tree had no choice but to intervene once more, unleashing its divine power. For neither the Dragon Legions nor the White Emperor could possibly stand against Nidhogg. The overwhelming, life-draining ocean of the tree realm surged toward Yi Tian and his companions. Yet this time, even Jiang Yuanxuan and Ling Luo could effortlessly sever the thick roots attempting to bind them. Consider that just moments ago, these roots had seemed utterly indestructible. There was no doubt about it, the World Tree had indeed weakened considerably. Is that all? Nidhogg laughed with contempt, his pitch-black despair devouring the surroundings. This time, the World Tree's life-giving divine power was utterly no match for him. You must recognize who the true traitor is. The arrogant voice echoed through the air as Nidhogg advanced unchecked, alone. Yet, among the Yagyu dynasty's forces, there were clearly brave souls. A guardian dragon stationed beside the World Tree soared into the air to confront Nidhogg. How dare you show disrespect to the divine? This guardian dragon, having absorbed the World Tree's divine life force for years, possessed immense power, ranking among the 5 strongest warriors on the Ago continent. Yet, the instant it met Nidhogg, a shattering force like dark shards instantly consumed it. Supremacy War Peak Combat Power Showdown, the third individual ranked among the top 5 combatants of the Yagyu continent has been slain. Without even needing word Spirit Emperor, empowered solely by the might of Despair Incarnate and the force of annihilation, it was an instant kill. Against Dragonkind, Nidhogg's prowess speaks for itself. Has the dog you raised always been this brave? Nidhogg's feral gaze fixed upon the World Tree, then swept over the White Emperor. His golden pupils flashed crimson. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 155, The White Emperor Dies. Victory was within reach. The World Tree's guardian was consumed by despair, its corpse plummeting from midair. The 100-meter-long dragon carcass crashed straight into the ground, erupting in a thunderous roar. As the announcement of the supremacy battle echoed, it reached the ears of everyone on the front lines. Another elite warrior of the Yagyu dynasty had fallen. The news swept through the ranks like a gust of wind, instantly lifting the morale of the Great Xia forces. Our leaders are incredible. Another one down. Let's push harder and crush their front lines. Brothers, charge. Today is the day we make our mark. Though the East China Army's professional fighters were fewer in number than the Yagyu dynasty's alien forces, each was elite. Coupled with the constant battle notifications, each one bringing favorable news for the Great Xia, their confidence soared, and their morale surged. In Legion warfare, confidence and momentum are paramount. At this moment, despite their numerical disadvantage, the Great Xia forces pressed forward relentlessly, displaying their prowess. On one sector of the main battlefield, a burly warrior monk clad in plain monk's robes, towering like an iron pillar, advanced relentlessly alongside the Great Xia forces. Whenever enemy defenders approached, the warrior monk's massive palms would glow with golden light. A single strike could send an enemy flying, and his double-handed thrusts left no foe standing. This was none other than the demon-subduing Vajra Fanwu. After Wei Yuan sent men to procure daily necessities for him, he brought him along to the Yagyu continent, assigning him the role of vanguard commander. And Wei Yuan hadn't misjudged him. Just looking at Fan Wu's imposing stature, he seemed like someone who could really fight. Where on earth did Yi Tian find these men? At that moment, Zhou Yuan, who was following the East Army, watched Fan Wu's performance and couldn't help but marvel. Each one is more formidable than the last. The Great Xia once again gained the upper hand on the main battlefield. In stark contrast, the foreign legions of the Yagyu dynasty faced far greater challenges. After receiving consecutive reports of resource points falling and elite fighters perishing, a wave of despondency and pessimism spread through the Yagyu dynasty's legions. With the retreat on the main front, this mood transformed into despair. Among the vast foreign legions, only a small fraction succumbed to despair. Yet despair is contagious, and it continues to infect all the foreign forces. Thus, Nidhogg's strength continued to grow. Now it's your turn. Nidhogg gazed at the World Tree and the White Emperor, his smile growing increasingly maniacal. He could feel his former power slowly returning. In the next instant, ignoring the World Tree's furious glare, Nidhogg charged forth alone, striking directly at the World Tree, the White Emperor, and the Dragon Legions. He's gone mad. Ling Hua exclaimed in astonishment at the sight. With the World Tree, the White Emperor, and hundreds of Dragon Legionnaires glaring menacingly at him, Nidhogg charging straight into the fray was truly a mad act. But this was Nidhogg's signature style, reckless and tyrannical. Not to mention, the enemies before him were all dragons, and most were his sworn foes. Seeing Nidhogg's audacity, the White Emperor was about to intervene when Nidhogg suddenly uttered a brief yet majestic ancient dragon incantation. Word Spirit Emperor. The Black Emperor's overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. No dragon could withstand this word spirit, not even the White Emperor. This left Nidhogg rampaging through the enemy ranks as if entering an unguarded realm. The White Emperor was his first target. How dare you touch me? The White Emperor never imagined Nidhogg would attack him even before the World Tree. No one can save you. This single sentence was practically a death sentence for the White Emperor. Nidhogg's eyes transformed into pure darkness, sin and punishment. A black aura spread from beneath the White Emperor's feet, while chains forged from golden runes tightly bound him. Witnessing Nidhogg's utter disregard for him, daring to act right under his nose, the world tree burned with fury. Yet in this moment, its fury proved of little consequence. The situation on the Yagu continent continued to deteriorate, and the world tree's power visibly waned. In contrast, Nidhogg's strength continued to surge. As one power waned and the other grew, the world tree's renewed divine attack was effortlessly swallowed by Nidhogg's despair. As the emerald green divine energy descended upon Nidhogg like a pillar of light from the heavens, the pitch-black despair power ignited, steadily devouring the divine energy until the emerald glow vanished completely, replaced by utter darkness. Immediately, Nidhogg's movement echoed through the air with a thunderous roar. His dragon form shot toward the White Emperor like an arrow released from its string. When you betrayed me, did you ever imagine this day would come? A strike carrying a century of hatred and colossal force crashed down upon the White Emperor with the force of a collapsing sky. The White Emperor's expression twisted in terror. He tried to dodge, but his body was bound by the domain of sin and punishment, unable to break free. He could only shield himself with his wings, unfurling a flowing light defensive barrier to withstand the blow. But Nidhogg ignored all defenses. Annihilation. Nidhogg's attacks bypass all forms of defense, including the power of laws or deities. Boom! The White Emperor let out an agonized roar as his wings were torn apart by the blow. Blood rained down like a torrent, a pitiful sight. Nidhogg let out a triumphant laugh. His laughter continued unabated as he moved. This is only the beginning. He stomped down, a cruel smile on his face. With each crushing blow, the sheer force of his power left visible cracks in the White Emperor's body. Betray me? I told you I'd return for vengeance someday. His voice grew more intense, his attacks more brutal, while the White Emperor was utterly powerless to defend himself. Thud! 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 Nidhogg sneered with disdain. Beneath his foot, the White Emperor had become nothing more than a corpse. Employee Nidhogg slays the White Emperor. You share experience, leveling up, level 52 level 53. Employee Nidhogg slays White Emperor, ruler of the Yagu dynasty. Reward, funds +8. Supremacy War Peak Combat Power. The fourth individual ranked among the top 5 combatants on the ACU continent has been slain. At this moment, the White Emperor, the supreme ruler of the Yagu dynasty for a century, second only to the World Tree, and the mightiest being in existence. The White Emperor was brutally slain by Nidhogg. On one hand, the White Emperor knew full well the truth of his betrayal. He feared Nidhogg more than anything else, otherwise, he wouldn't have guarded Nidhogg's corpse for a century. On the other hand, the Emperor of Words made Nidhogg a veritable nemesis to the dragon clans. With the White Emperor slain, the Dragon Legion's sense of dread intensified. Nidhogg's gaze swept across the scene, first resting upon the World Tree, then settling on a specific target within the Dragon Legion. It was the commander of this elite Dragon Legion, the last of the top 5 individual combatants on the Yagu continent. Having already secured one victory condition, eliminating him would mean eliminating all 5 top combatants. This would mean both victory conditions were achieved, bringing the conquest battle within reach. The Great Xia forces understood the critical importance of this moment. Thus, within a single breath, Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Ling Hua exchanged glances before simultaneously charging toward the 4 directions of the Dragon Elite Regiment commander. Nidhogg likewise sprang into action, soaring forth. Die. Chapter 156, Experience Packs. Do they still respawn? At this moment, witnessing the demise of the White Emperor, ruler of the Yagu continent for nearly a century, left most present with complex emotions. Especially Wei Yuan and his companions. They knew full well that the Yagu dynasty had coveted the Great Xia for decades, occupying its cities for decades. Now, witnessing the true demise of those former aggressors, how could they not feel stirred? Yet unexpectedly, the calmest presence among them was the World Tree Yggdrasil. Witnessing the White Emperor's demise before its very eyes, its composure remained unshakably serene. Nidhogg, your return is quite the surprise. As the World Tree's indifferent words fell, millions of branches emitted blinding emerald light, lashing out toward Wei Yuan and the others charging forward to end the war of supremacy, along with Nidhogg. The branches of the World Tree descended like a waterfall from the heavens, crushing down upon them. This near-full power strike forced everyone back, despite Nidhogg using the power of despair to devour part of the divine energy. The power of a god was fundamentally different from that of mortals, and Nidhogg's despair could not devour it endlessly. Yet Yi Tian remained unmoved. Partly because his nether realm was cooldown, partly because he was curious how could the World Tree possibly turn the tide now. After observing the entire battle, Yi Tian was certain the World Tree was not a deity skilled in combat. When Chen Mo accepted the Underworld God's legacy, Yi Tian had glimpsed the Underworld God's battle with the assailant through the Underworld projection. Every movement radiated devastating power and awe-inspiring might. In contrast, the World Tree, though constrained by Nidhogg's power of despair, had shown little remarkable prowess. Now, after repelling Nidhogg and his allies, the World Tree did not pursue. A blinding light erupted from its trunk as countless willow branches converged upon it. Within the radiance, they shimmered like golden talismans, while emerald green brilliance gathered from all directions, coalescing into an energy vortex atop the world tree's crown. The divine power contained within this vortex was unprecedented in its intensity, undoubtedly the world tree's fullest exertion. Now let's see if you can still swallow this. The world tree's voice echoed through the air with a hint of mockery, clearly provoking Nidhogg. Yet Nidhogg's reserves of despair were far from limitless. They had nearly been depleted in the previous battle. Facing such overwhelming divine power, swallowing it whole was utterly impossible. Nidhogg wasn't enraged by the mockery. Instead, he felt perplexed. Having worked alongside the world tree for years, he knew its capabilities inside out. Yet this particular manifestation of power was utterly unfamiliar to Nidhogg. Above the world tree's canopy, the energy vortex had expanded to over a kilometer in diameter. As the world tree chanted its soaring divine script, the first wave of emerald light surged outward, radiating from the world tree's core. Awaken! Those present who understood these 3 words all wore solemn expressions. Yi Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Whoa, such a classic move. The meaning behind those 3 words, combined with the knowledge that the world tree's divine power was of the life type, led the great Xia group to instantly grasp a possible conclusion. Resurrection of the dead. Wherever the jade-green light tide swept, vegetation grew wildly. Flowers, plants, and trees destroyed by the aftereffects of the battlefield were actually rejuvenated. As the light washed over the White Emperor's form, the wounds pierced by Nidhogg began healing at a visible pace. This is bad. A sense of dread spread through the great Xia forces. If the world tree could truly resurrect all the fallen warriors of the Yagu dynasty, it would be terrifying. The White Emperor, the Azure Emperor, the Crimson Emperor, the Yagu dynasty would instantly regain its peak combat strength. Not only would the hard-won advantage de Xia had secured be lost, but the now visibly fatigued de Xia forces could very well see the tide of war turn against them. Observing Nidhogg deep in thought, the world tree declared with absolute certainty. Never seen this move before, Nidhogg? At these words, Nidhogg, who had been deep in thought, suddenly burst into laughter. He finally understood why he had never witnessed this ability of the world tree before. During his reign over the Yagu continent, he had enjoyed near-constant victories. Even in defeat, losses were minimal, casualties kept within acceptable limits. Even with its resurrection of the dead power, the world tree had neither the necessity nor the opportunity to use it. Nidhogg sneered, "Indeed, I never imagined the Yagu continent would be reduced to such a pitiful state under your command." Hearing this, the world tree gave a cold snort, offering no rebuttal. However, from the moment this emerald light tide took shape, it possessed unwavering confidence in its invincibility. For Nidhogg's power of despair was nearing exhaustion. No one could withstand its divine force of resurrection. Ha ha ha! A low chuckle echoed through the air. To everyone's astonishment, the White Emperor, who had fallen dead to the ground moments before, now resurrected in full glory, returning to the battlefield. Ha 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 ha! The revived White Emperor roared with laughter. The majesty of divine power, how could you fathom it? This ability had been revealed to him by the world tree not long ago. His first death had been a calculated move, depleting Nidhogg's strength and lulling him into complacency. Immediately after, the fallen world tree guardian also resurrected. Supremacy War Peak Combat Power. The top 5 individual combatants of the ACU continent have been restored to life. The world tree's first wave of emerald light spread only 100 miles around, insufficient to revive the Azure Emperor or the Vermilion Emperor. Yet its second wave was already gathering rapidly. Royal Authority. The White Emperor roared with maniacal laughter, his aura surging as spell word, Royal Authority, enveloped the entire battlefield. Spell words certainly weren't cooldown-free and infinitely usable. Nidhogg could no longer suppress the White Emperor's royal authority with Emperor. Of course, while royal authority was useless against Nidhogg, it was more than sufficient to suppress the others. As for Nidhogg himself, the gods would deal with him. The White Emperor's arrogance flared instantly. Victory belongs to the Agu king. His words trailed off abruptly as a figure in black robes suddenly materialized before him. Recognizing that face, he suddenly remembered there seemed to be one other being unaffected by royal authority. Experience packs, they actually have a respawn function? A smirk touched Yi Tian's lips as he met the White Emperor's gaze, which was nothing short of horrified. Seeing Yi Tian teleport in an instant, Wei Yuan and the others froze in shock. While they were still reeling from the world tree's resurrection technique, Yi Tian had already made his move. Yet the most shocking spectacle was only just beginning. Facing the White Emperor at his peak, Yi Tian wasted no time, channeling the exact same annihilation power as Nidhogg. Wait! A genuine flicker of panic appeared in the White Emperor's pupils. This identical annihilation power threatened him even more intensely than Nidhogg had. How could this be possible? Last time was Nidhogg's vengeance. This time, I repay the debt on behalf of Great Xia. As Yi Tian's words fell, his right fist launched an assault. A vortex-like blast of air roared beneath the punch, as if the very atmosphere itself couldn't withstand the sheer force of the strike. Had Yi Tian known the White Emperor's shock, he might have retorted, "Of course it's stronger than Nidhogg." The real question is just how much stronger. If even Nidhogg could suppress the White Emperor, then with Yi Tian, the outcome was even less in doubt. Boom! The devastating force of annihilation, several times more potent, erupted like a black tornado. A single punch pierced through half of the White Emperor's body, tearing a horrific hole through the dragon's head. Instant kill. You defeated the White Emperor by overleveling. Level up, 53-54. The White Emperor, over level 80, was the highest level opponent Yi Tian had ever faced, yielding the most abundant experience from this level jumping kill. He had thought sharing the kill's experience and instantly leveling up was already incredibly satisfying. But to think he could actually revive and kill him again. Blessings from Mother Nature. Yi Tian gazed toward the world tree with intense anticipation. As if asking, could this happen again? The world tree froze. Its branches, which had already gathered the energy for another wave of rebirth light, now stiffened completely. Chapter 157, The Battle for Supremacy ends. Victory! Yi Tian unleashed a fist strike, its terrifying annihilating force causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if obliterated. The surrounding light dimmed to near darkness, leaving only flashes of black light. Supremacy War P Combat Power Decisive Battle, one of the top 5 individual combatants on the Yagu continent has been slain. Another death. Witnessing the White Emperor's demise once more sent shockwaves through Wei Yuan and the others, far more intense than the first time. Just one day prior, when the White Emperor led his forces to invade the Great Xia, Yi Tian's combat prowess hadn't been this terrifying. Yet in just one day, the White Emperor at his absolute peak was instantly obliterated with a single punch. Is this even human? Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanxuan, Ling Luo, and Ling Hua stood speechless, each harboring profound doubts within their hearts. Beside them, Nidhogg's reaction was even more extreme. The instant Yi Tian struck, his golden pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles. Yet amidst his astonishment, he felt an unusual sense of relief. Nidhogg's heavy gaze settled on Yi Tian, gradually transforming into genuine apprehension. Yet the most stunned by this punch was the opponent, especially the World Tree. Its branch, poised to cast a spell, slowly dropped as it froze in shock. How could this be? It murmured softly. In its original plan, after successfully reviving the White Emperor, the situation should have completely reversed. With the White Emperor's combat prowess combined with the power of the word spirit sovereignty, dealing with the Great Xia forces should have been a breeze. The only threat, Nidhogg, was nearly depleted of despair power. Dealing with it would be a mere formality for the World Tree itself. Next, the Dragon Legion would reclaim the resource points, reinforce the main front, and utterly annihilate the Great Xia forces. Everything should have unfolded precisely this way, so how could an opponent like Yi Tian appear? Is this even reasonable? The World Tree was plunged into deep doubt. Equally shattered were the other Dragon Legions, their commanders, and the newly revived World Tree Guardians. They had believed the White Emperor's word spirit sovereignty was the trumpet heralding a reversal on the Yagu continent. Who could have foreseen that a single punch from the enemy would shatter that dream of reversal? The budding hope and exhilaration that had just emerged collapsed with that single blow, transforming into an even more intense despair. Especially for the newly revived World Tree Guardian. He had just returned to the battlefield. After witnessing the White Emperor's death, the next instant, he saw the figure of the black-clad youth flash before him. The World Tree Guardian's dragon form trembled visibly, clearly startled. Though resurrected, the agony of death remained vividly etched in his memory, an experience he had no desire to repeat. But having chosen to join the fray, whether he lived or died was no longer his decision to make. Yi Tian swung his fist, punching out. The same punch erupted, this time without even bothering to speak. Thud! The World Tree Guardian's body recoiled as if struck by a cannonball, hurtling backward and crashing straight into the ground. You defeated a World Tree Guardian beyond your level. The two who had just revived were instantly wiped out. But this level was still inferior to the White Emperor's. The experience gained from defeating a higher level enemy was nowhere near enough for Yi Tian to level up again. Another instant kill sent a collective gasp rippling through the crowd. Yet Yi Tian showed no signs of stopping, his gaze fixed on the final target of peak combat power, the commander of the Dragon Legion. Under normal circumstances, Yi Tian wouldn't intervene. After all, letting his subordinates do more meant greater financial gains. On the other hand, facing a god-tier opponent, one couldn't help but fear their hidden trump cards. What if they possessed a tactic to destroy both parties? Better to let Nidhogg handle it than risk taking that hit himself, right? But now, most of the World Tree's divine power was channeled into its ability to resurrect the dead. Having made his move, Yi Tian must act swiftly and decisively. End it! Yi Tian's figure flickered once more, instantly closing the distance to the Dragon Legion to the Legion commander himself. The Dragon Legion commander's expression turned horrified, but Yi Tian's focus wasn't primarily on him. His attention was fixed on the World Tree, observed through the corner of his eye. Apart from the World Tree, the other opponents present were no longer worth his concern. Yet the situation took an unexpected turn. The World Tree, which had been preparing to unleash its second wave of revival light, froze in its tracks upon witnessing Yi Tian's instant kill of the White Emperor. Then, witnessing Yi Tian instantly slay the World Tree's guardians, it chose to halt completely. The emerald energy vortex gathering atop its canopy dissipated as well, as if conserving its final divine power, refusing to act again. Judging by Yi Tian's description, it was somewhat akin to tapping out. This outcome brought Yi Tian considerable relief, making the conclusion of the supremacy battle proceed more smoothly. Boom! The final blow came without suspense. With the World Tree no longer obstructing him, the Dragon Legion commander was no match for Yi Tian's fist and fell instantly. At that moment, the dragon's expressions darkened, utterly despairing. Wei Yuan and the others of Great Xiao's forces shone with excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor. In the sky, winds and clouds churned violently, the heavens an earth-shifting color, as if foretelling an impending cataclysmic change across the continent. It's finally over. The World Tree felt a profound sense of helplessness, remaining motionless for a long while. War of Supremacy, decisive peak combat power. The top 5 individual combatants of the Yagu continent have been completely eliminated. Great Xia has fulfilled another victory condition. The Great Xia has fulfilled 2 victory conditions. The War of Supremacy against the Yagu continent is hereby concluded. What? We lost? How could we lose? No. Impossible. We are the Dragon Clan. The moment the declaration rang out, the dragon descendants of the Yagu dynasty near the portal to the otherworld on the Yagu continent collapsed in despair. Shock, panic, disbelief, and refusal to accept the reality spread through the legions. So overwhelming was the despair that most dragonkin immediately dropped their weapons. The outcome of this battle was already sealed. Once the proclamation ended, even if the World Tree were to resurrect all dragons, it could not alter the outcome. In stark contrast, after a brief silence, the Great Xia Eastern Army erupted in earth-shaking cheers. This was a roar suppressed for decades under foreign rule. Countless soldiers could scarcely believe it. They dared not fathom that they had truly defeated the Yagu dynasty. Zhou Yuan immediately issued a stern order, commanding all combat units to focus their attention on the battlefield. After all, they were still on the Yagu continent. Celebrations would have to wait. They couldn't afford any distractions. At that moment, the interdimensional passage connecting the Great Xia and the Yagu continent had quietly undergone a transformation. The two-way passage between the two realms had transformed into a special one-way portal. Now, only the Great Xia could freely travel to the Yagu continent. While any beings from the Yagu continent wishing to enter the Great Xia must first obtain its permission. This arrangement already bore the rudiments of a subordinate territory and a superior nation. Additionally, the results of the series of hegemonic wars were tallied. Great Xia has achieved complete victory in this supremacy war. The Yagu continent shall be wholly subjugated under Great Xia's rule, designated as a subordinate territory of Great Xia. All resource points on the Yagu continent may be fully transferred to the Great Xia Empire. Daxia may establish global rules for the Yagu continent, including but not limited to restricting the living areas of all races on the Yagu continent, enacting laws and regulations for various races, etc. Regarding world rule formulation, 5 Great Xia officials shall each hold 10% decision-making authority, while the greatest contributor to this conquest battle shall hold 50% decision-making authority. The MVP of this conquest war, Yi Tian. Chapter 158, Savor Your Revenge. Civilization points skyrocket. The proclamation of the Conquest War's conclusion echoed across the entire Yagu continent battlefield. The moment the outcome was revealed, the vast majority of non-human forces within the Yagu dynasty's legions were overcome with disbelief. Many abandoned their armor and weapons, fleeing the battlefield in open retreat. For most of the alien races on the main battlefield, continuing to fight to the death was now meaningless. Even if they managed to hold the line and keep the Great Xia Eastern Army out beyond the border, it would be pointless. For Great Xia now held the power to dictate the rules of the Yagu continent, including restricting the living areas of the Yagu dynasty's various alien races. For example, if the Great Xia designated a small, remote, and narrow strip of land on the Yagu continent as the Yagu dynasty's designated activity zone, all non-human races of the Yagu dynasty would be teleported into this area. Without the Great Xia's permission, they could not leave. For all eternity, they shall dwell only within the territories designated by the Great Xia. Meanwhile, all other regions of the Yagu continent shall belong entirely to the Great Xia. Even though they were once the proud dragon race, their future domain would be nothing more than a small parcel of land granted by the Great Xia. Under such circumstances, it was clear that living in barren, hopeless lands would spell the near-total demise of the Yagu dynasty's future. Unless, under these circumstances, an entity capable of shattering the established order emerges, only then might reality be altered. But that was virtually impossible. Thus, on the main battlefield, the Yagu dynasty was utterly routed. Continued fighting had become meaningless. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Yagu continent, after the White Emperor, the World Tree Guardians, and other powerful beings were defeated by Yi Tian shortly after their revival, the most elite dragon legions also had their psychological defenses shattered, completely losing their will to fight. After all, even the World Tree had abandoned them. Now, with the defeat of the Yagu continent, the World Tree's power had plummeted to its lowest ebb. Even a deity could not restore its former majesty. Defeated. Ever since the World Tree resolved to eliminate Nidhogg, the word failure had become a constant echo in its ears. After eliminating this capable yet dangerous Black Emperor, failure had almost become the norm on the Yagu continent, so much so that even the World Tree had grown somewhat accustomed to it. The World Tree's gaze fixed upon its adversaries. Nidhogg's return, the emergence of talents in Great Xia, and his gaze settled upon Yi Tian. The threat this human posed was overwhelmingly immense, utterly beyond its expectations. It seemed that with such an adversary, defeat was only natural. You have won. The World Tree forced its voice to remain steady. His divine power was nearly depleted. He could resist once more, but the outcome would remain largely unchanged. Hearing this, Yi Tian felt a hint of disappointment. Why not revive them a few more times? He pointed at the corpses of the White Emperor and the World Tree's guards. I feel like you could still put up a fight. If the World Tree could resurrect the White Emperor a few more times, Yi Tian felt his path to reaching level 75, tier 4, might not be too far off. Poof. The World Tree snorted coldly, seemingly still unwilling to accept the Great Xia's victory. As long as I live, your victory is but fleeting. Sooner or later. Even in its death throes, its aura remained supremely arrogant and utterly confident. For it was a deity. A deity wielding the divine power of life. It was utterly certain that the methods of the human race could never inflict a fatal wound upon it. In its final moments, it had reserved a portion of its divine power precisely to ensure its own survival. As long as this deity lived, the Yagu continent would retain a glimmer of hope. But before his words had even faded, a massive shadow streaked toward him. Before he could react, the shadow sank its jaws into the base of his tree trunk, leaving a deep gash. Nidhogg. The World Tree let out a cry of agony. Nidhogg coiled beneath the World Tree, gnawing at its roots. The serpentine roots, twisted like ancient dragons, were corroded by Nidhogg's power of destruction. The life-giving divine power that protected and healed the trunk's surface was consumed by the force of despair. Destruction ignores all forms of defense, including laws and divine powers. Any being harmed by Nidhogg is corrupted at its core. Despair actively devours all abilities, including divine powers and the force of laws. The combined might of these two powers would strike fear even into the hearts of gods. Though Great Xia possessed no means against deities, Nidhogg did. Yggdrasil. Nidhogg grinned wildly. Do you remember my words? All who betray me shall die. Nidhogg's current level was insufficient to confront the World Tree. Yet now, with the failure of the Yagu continent's conquest, the dragon clans and alien races were plunged into despair. This had caused the World Tree's power to plummet to its lowest point, while Nidhogg's strength had surged dramatically. No! The World Tree trembled from the depths of its spirit. Nidhogg's gnawing made it truly feel death approaching. Nidhogg, stop! Stop! This moment felt like a flashback to a century ago, when Nidhogg first displayed his god-slaying power. The World Tree had feared precisely this scenario unfolding and had acted to eliminate him. Yet, even after truly slaying Nidhogg once, this moment had still come to pass. Well done! The World Tree is yours now. Yi Tian praised Nidhogg. Enjoy your revenge. Defeating the World Tree was nearly impossible with the Great Xia Empire's capabilities. As a divine entity, the World Tree could be likened to a boss with an extremely long health bar, incredibly high defense, and rapid life regeneration. Even with Yi Tian's abilities, it wasn't something that could be resolved overnight. But with Nidhogg present, the damage inflicted would prevent the World Tree from recovering. In other words, it would slay the god sooner or later. And the process of slaying the god, the World Tree's endless agony, is Nidhogg's ultimate delight. Thus, the matter of the World Tree was left entirely to Nidhogg to handle. Wei Yuan and the others immediately set about arranging the subsequent gains on the Yagu continent. As for Yi Tian, besides receiving a massive sum of funds today and securing 50% decision-making authority over the Yagu continent, his reputation points on the business card also skyrocketed. Meanwhile, in East China, outside the interdimensional portal to the Yagu continent, beyond the constant vigilance of headquarters and major media outlets, the Elven Royal Clan, the Mechanical Clan, and even the Ghost Clan and Dracula Empire, virtually every surrounding alien race were watching this battle for supremacy. After all, the gathering of 10,000 elite troops in East China was no small matter. Rumors of it had inevitably reached the ears of various races. The outcome of the Great Xia Empire's battle for supremacy against the Yagu continent represented each alien race's preliminary assessment of the Empire's current strength. However, with only 10,000 troops sent to confront the Yagu dynasty, coupled with the inherent weakness of the human race, few alien races held much hope for their success. Until approximately 3 hours after the Huadong army marched into the Yagu continent, Daxia's civilization points suddenly surged dramatically. Blue Star Human Race Great Xia, rank 7726, civilization points 517. Chapter 159, After the battle. Movements from all sides. A civilization score of 517, a staggering 180-point surge from just hours prior. The long unchanged multiracial rankings finally saw a rise of over 1,000 places. Upon discovering this development, the alien races immediately intensified their scrutiny of Great Xia. Civilization points are a key indicator of a race's strength. Under normal circumstances, gains exceeding 100 points are extremely rare. Even 20 or 30 points is considered high. This 180-point surge could only mean one thing. The Great Xia had won. Following its triumph in the War of Supremacy, all secret realms on the Yagu continent, 8 medium-sized realms and dozens of small ones, were incorporated into the Great Xia Empire. Moreover, the entire Yagu continent was directly incorporated as a subordinate territory of the Great Xia Empire. This is precisely why such a massive point increase occurred. Thus, though the race conquest battle carried immense risk, its rewards were equally colossal. Simultaneously, news of Dacia's victory spread rapidly among the alien races across Blue Star, particularly among the neighboring alien races. In this era of supremacy, the strength of one's neighbors is a matter of utmost importance. The Elven Royal Clan, the Elven Royal Court. The Great Xia, they've actually done it. Upon learning of the Great Xia's battle outcome, Queen Elvira of the Elves found herself overwhelmed with mixed emotions, her expression complex. On one hand, a profound sense of inferiority enveloped her and the entire Elven royal family. After all, just a month ago indeed, for nearly 2 centuries the Elven royal clan's overall strength had far surpassed that of Great Xia. Their might was overwhelming. Just days ago, their civilization score had been over 100 points higher than Dacia's. Yet, how long had it been? The Great Xia Empire had not only conquered but now ruled the entire Yagu continent. Their civilization points have surged ahead by over 100 points. How could this be possible? This is absurd. The Grand Elder of the Elven royal clan fell deep in thought. How on earth did those humans from Dacia manage this? Hearing this, the image of Yi Tian inexplicably flashed through the mind of the Elf Queen, Elvira. He truly is unfathomable. She murmured softly to herself, though it was unclear whether she was speaking of the Great Xia or Yi Tian. Yet, a sense of relief stirred within her. After all, from the very beginning, the Elven royal clan had maintained a friendly stance toward the Great Xia Empire, never once committing any act of offense. Given this foundation of goodwill, the strength of their neighbors seemed like a positive thing. With this thought, Queen Elvira of the Elves immediately issued an order. The resources traded yesterday with the southern region of Great Xia, the Elven spring water and specialty materials from the Sacred Spirit Forest, are to be delivered to Great Xia today. Reduce their price by 20%. No, make it a 30% reduction. Reducing the payment from Great Xia by 1/3 meant this transaction would nearly result in a loss for the Elven royal clan. Yet none of the Elven elders present, usually known for their shrewdness, voiced any objection. Meanwhile, the Ghost Clan's intelligence network was equally swift. The Ghost King of Wuxing sat enthroned, deep in thought, his long, gaunt fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Great Xia, the human race, quite interesting. Though Great Xia's civilization points had skyrocketed, they were not yet considered a formidable threat by the Ghost Clan. Like a shadowy figure, Moxera stood silently in the shadows beside the throne, his eyes flickering slightly at the mention of Great Xia. Well, they did defeat the Yagu continent. They must possess some capability. The Great Ghost King's plans for the Netherworld are not yet complete. Let us not complicate matters further for now. The Ghost King of No Birth issued an unusual order to avoid conflict. Evidently, several defeats against the Great Xia had made him vaguely aware that they were not to be taken lightly. Within the Ghost Clan, the Great Ghost King held supreme authority, though he was currently absent due to certain circumstances. Thus, the Ghost Clan was now led by the Great Ghost King's second strongest subordinate, the Wuxing Ghost King. His orders were swiftly relayed to every division of the Ghost Clan. Regarding the Great Xia's battle situation, one alien race reacted with extreme exaggeration. That was the Void Insect Clan. Standing as a gateway to another realm within the Han Kingdom, they are unquestionably the alien race closest to the Great Xia Empire. Ever since the Void Insect Clan occupied Han Kingdom's territory, they hadn't paid much attention to Great Xia. They had expected to at least stand on equal footing, but never imagined that the Yagu dynasty, far stronger than themselves, would be utterly crushed by Great Xia. This development instantly disrupted the Void Queen's strategic plans. After all, they had already attacked the Great Xia. What if the Great Xia retaliated? Wouldn't they be the next to be annihilated? Thus, after a moment's deliberation, the Void Queen led her entire insectoid brood in a direct migration away from the territory of the Han Kingdom. The destination mattered little. What was crucial was to distance themselves from Great Xia's borders. After the news spread, alien races across Blue Star drastically altered their stance toward Great Xia. Many chose to distance themselves from Great Xia's territory, causing Great Xia's prestige to soar overnight. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Elder Sun and the other high-ranking officials gathered to celebrate. On one front, they discussed establishing governance rules for the Yagu continent and formulating subsequent development plans. On the other hand, they celebrated the nation's first victory in the Great Xia's conquest campaign. All university-affiliated professionals shall receive an additional 30% resource subsidy. Nationally registered professionals purchasing equipment at regional trading houses would receive a 30% price subsidy from the state. The resources in secret realms harvested from the Yagu continent were tangibly reflected in benefits for all national professionals. This announcement sparked nationwide celebrations among all professionals. Beyond this, headquarters must address another matter: the reward for Yi Tian, the greatest contributor to this conquest war. Yagu continent, the war ends. Wei Yuan swiftly commanded the East China army to begin clearing the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yi Tian eagerly examined the funds acquired during this campaign. After transforming into Nidhogg, Yi Tian had only 24 points of funds remaining. Subsequently, Nidhogg slew the wool incarnate of the World Tree and the White Emperor, earning 14 points in dividends. Additionally, upon the complete conclusion of the Conquest War, another dividend was announced. Employee Nidhogg made significant contributions to the victory over the Yagu continent during the Conquest War. Reward, funds plus 12. Funds balance, 50 points. This brought the funds back to a reasonably balanced level. But that wasn't all. Since Yi Tian participated throughout the entire battle, Nidhogg's actions were settled on the spot. As for Wan Jiang, Yi Xiu, and Zhang Che, major contributors to capturing resource points, their merits will be settled in the midnight log. Then, we can seize the opportunity to set a high KPI. At this moment, the professional soldiers of the East China army, brimming with enthusiasm, swept the battlefield clean. They carried away the corpses of powerful dragons like the White Emperor and even demolished the once grand palace of the Crimson Emperor. The once lavish Crimson Emperor's palace, constructed entirely from epic grade materials, now tempted the soldiers' greed. Beyond this, Yi Tian also noticed Ning Jing arriving on the Yagu continent. It was said that the extraordinary history of the Yagu continent stretched back centuries, even millennia, predating the Great Xia Empire. Such antiquity inevitably yielded treasures of scholarly value, such as ancient stone tablets from lost civilizations. However, most dragon clans lack the expertise to study or decipher such artifacts. Upon discovering anything of value, they would typically store it away in their treasuries. Ning Jing's journey, however, was precisely to unearth these dust-covered antiquities. Mr. Yi Tian, headquarters requests your presence for the post-battle meeting. Just as Yi Tian finished conversing with Ning Jing, 2 military personnel approached him with the message. After all, with control over 50% of Yagu continent, it would be unthinkable for headquarters to convene without him. Yi Tian was unsurprised. Alright, let's go. Chapter 160, I shall question the prophecy. Seeking the fragments of the god of the underworld. Flanked by the 2 military officers, Yi Tian respectfully exited the interdimensional portal and boarded the dedicated airship bound for headquarters. Since this was an official invitation from headquarters, the proceedings were far more formal. Yi Tian refrained from using his void teleportation to instantly appear at headquarters. Also accompanying him was Fan Wu, fresh from the battlefield. He followed Yi Tian solemnly onto the airship, his imposing frame making the vehicle's doors appear almost miniature. Post-war affairs on the Yagu continent were being handled by Wei Yuan, and Zhou Yuan was also heading to headquarters. Throughout the journey, Yi Tian listened as Zhou Yuan praised Fan Wu's dominant performance on the front lines. Especially after his transformation, he was the absolute king of the battlefield. Zhou Yuan recounted the recent battlefield situation. You wouldn't believe the sheer terror that Golden Colossus instilled in our enemies when it suddenly appeared. Yi Tian could hear it in Zhou Yuan's excited words, the burning desire to lure Fan Wu back to North China. This Zhou Yuan was great in every way, except he was far too fond of poaching people. His bodyguard was definitely not going to be lured away by him. Yi Tian casually replied with a few words before opening his profile panel. After the battle on the Yagu continent, his reputation had shifted slightly. Current renown had risen from somewhat famous to renowned in the region. Yi Tian's name would now be known in more places and among more alien races surrounding the Great Xia. However, when viewed across the myriad realms, this level of fame remained modest. What Yi Tian was more curious about was whether the talented individual's seek you out effect in his business card would activate now that his fame had increased. Meanwhile, in the headquarters building's conference room, while awaiting Yi Tian's arrival, Senior Sun from headquarters, Chu Chun from Western China, and other high-ranking officials couldn't help but discuss Yi Tian. Ever since Yi Tian emerged, not only East China but the entire Great Xia's situation has improved significantly. With the complete defeat of the Yagu dynasty, Great Xia can finally catch its breath. Since his emergence, the future of Great Xia has finally shown signs of hope. Old Sun, could this Yi Tian be the legendary child of prophecy? At that moment, a senior leader from the conservative faction gazed intently at Elder Sun, seated at the head of the conference table. Many other senior figures from the conservative faction also cast curious glances his way. The prophesied child represented the greatest hope in the hearts of the conservative faction of Great Xia. Yi Tian's string of victories had indeed kindled their hopes. Yet Old Sun merely shook his head with a faint, ambiguous smile. It's peculiar. Judging by the attitude of Forbidden Object 003 toward Yi Tian, it clearly isn't as intimate as it would be with the true prophecy child. Yet it's not the same disdain or disregard shown to others. It's quite perplexing. Old Master Sun also fervently hoped that Yi Tian was the legendary child of prophecy. If so, the conservative and radical factions of the Great Xia would finally unite in purpose. Unfortunately, the Time Cat's abilities did not grow stronger alongside Yi Tian's own power. Upon hearing this, the conservative faction leaders around the conference table exchanged glances. Historically, once it was confirmed someone was not the prophesied child, the conservatives would maintain their calm and steady demeanor, paying less attention to that person's actions. But now, upon learning this development, a staunch conservative leader, also the Minister of Logistics for Central China, suddenly spoke up. What if Taboo Object 003 is actually fake? Or could the prophecy itself be inaccurate? Upon hearing this, many conservative leaders found themselves nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, the radical faction leaders present all turned to him with looks of utter disbelief. Chu Chun of the radical faction furrowed his brow. Oldly, have you been possessed? Or are you being controlled by someone? You of all people saying that. For decades, Oldly, head of the Central China Logistics Department, had been a staunch conservative whose devotion to the prophecy bordered on religious fervor. If any radical had ever dismissed the prophecy before, Oldly would have been the first to confront them. Now, words like the prophecy is inaccurate were actually coming out of his mouth. Ahem. Oldly pressed his fist lightly to his lips, laughing awkwardly before clearing his throat twice. Isn't that the case? Think about it. If the prophecy were true, and there really was a chosen one, he should have appeared long ago. But there's been no sign of him. And now, even if Yi Tian isn't the prophesied child, his actions absolutely qualify him as the savior of Great Xia. These words resonated deeply with the surrounding high-ranking officials. Some conservative leaders, who had long harbored lingering doubts about the prophecy while waiting, found Yi Tian's emergence to be nothing short of a shot in the arm. Oldly declared with conviction, even if Yi Tian isn't the prophesied child, I'm treating him as such from now on. If the prophecy denies Yi Tian, then I'll question the prophecy itself. Oldly scanned the room, his impassioned demeanor instantly drawing spontaneous laughter from the entire crowd as if he were the radical one at that moment. Well now. Old Sun couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. What a way to challenge the prophecy. The logistics department head, Oldly, waved his hand grandly. If Yi Tian needs anything, I'll pull strings for him. Many conservative senior officials, including Oldly, shared this sentiment. Yet other conservatives refused to abandon the prophecy. What if the chosen one of the prophecy has encountered some problem? Before the words had fully faded, the conference room doors swung open as Yi Tian finally arrived. Fan Wu was left in the lounge outside the conference room, while Zhou Yuan, Ling Luo, and Ling Hua entered alongside Yi Tian. The moment Yi Tian entered the conference room, all senior executives of headquarters immediately rose to their feet, applauding in welcome as a sign of respect. The scene was quite a spectacle. It was a tribute to the greatest contributor to the battle for supremacy. Mr. Yi Tian, welcome. Elder Sun stepped forward to greet him with a handshake. Yi Tian responded with a friendly smile, it's my honor. It must be said that even facing the world tree in battle hadn't made him feel as tense as this moment. No, the honor is ours. Fortunately, Elder Sun understood his state of mind perfectly. After a few brief words, they took their seats and formally commenced the post-war meeting. The very first item on the agenda after declaring the conquest battle a resounding victory was Yi Tian's commendation. Elder Sun spoke up, Yi Tian, regarding your reward, I won't bother with empty gestures. I imagine you wouldn't appreciate that either. I know you need exclusive gear, but our stock is extremely limited. The only 2 pieces in the Great Xia Empire's inventory have already been given to you. Moving forward, should the Great Xia acquire any exclusive equipment, I will personally arrange for it to be delivered to you immediately. Yi Tian nodded in response. Elder Sun continued, beyond that, if there's anything else you require, just speak up. As long as it's within our capabilities, we'll make it happen for you. The assembled high-ranking officials all signaled their agreement. Oldly from logistics was also waiting for Yi Tian to speak. Regarding immediate urgent needs, Yi Tian had one prepared to request before arriving. Moreover, in this matter, the power of the nation would be far simpler than relying on personal efforts alone. I request headquarters to assist in locating information regarding the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. This is of utmost importance. Chapter 161, Racing Against the Ghost Clan with the Might of Great Xia. One crisis barely resolved, another arises. Fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the assembled high-ranking officials in the conference room were stunned. Some looked utterly bewildered, having no prior knowledge of such things as divine essence fragments. This was understandable. Beyond the few elite practitioners of Great Xia and those with potential to break through to the 4th tier, divine essence fragments were indeed a distant concept for most others. Elderly, the logistics department director, scratched his head and began asking those around him about the nature of divine essence fragments. Meanwhile, others like Elder Sun, Zhou Yuan, Ling Luo, and Ling Hua understood the origin and purpose of divine fragments far more clearly. They were also intensely curious, had Yi Tian truly reached the stage of seeking divine essence fragments already? How long had it been since his class change? Elder Sun looked astonished. Yi Tian, you seek divine essence fragments for? Yi Tian had made this request after learning that the entire ghost clan was mobilizing across the land, deploying countless ghost kings to hunt for divine fragments. Both the ghost clan and Chen Mo were pouring all their efforts into finding the fragments of the nether god's divine essence. And judging by the images left behind by the netherworld god, the ghost clan's pursuit of these fragments must be driven by some significant ambition. Therefore, they must find the fragments before the ghost clan. Chen Mo was already working on this. However, the ghost clan mobilizing their entire clan's strength meant the efficiency gap compared to Chen Mo searching alone was simply too vast. At this rate, no matter what, Chen Mo alone could never outpace the ghost clan. Fortunately, Yi Tian had the entire might of the Great Xia Empire at his disposal. When it comes to mobilizing collective strength, the ghost clan simply cannot match the Great Xia. In terms of numbers alone, the Great Xia Empire held the advantage. Upon hearing Elder Sun's words, Yi Tian laid bare the ghost clan's scheme to seize the divine essence of the nether god. Upon hearing this, even the higher-ups who knew nothing about the divine essence fragments wore solemn and resolute expressions. As the old saying goes, whatever the enemy seeks to accomplish, it must never be allowed to succeed. Of course, gathering fragments of the nether god's divine essence would greatly benefit Chen Mo's ability to reassemble the nether god's divine essence. Conversely, Yi Tian would gain access to more of the nether god's divine power, far more valuable than any other reward. During the battle against the World Tree, Yi Tian had clearly sensed that in conflicts at the divine level, wielding the power of divine essence proved far more effective. This is manageable. Our scouting units can commence the search operation immediately, a Central Army officer affirmed. Old Sun nodded slightly. He had no objection to the plan, but one issue remained. But we seem to lack a method for locating divine essence fragments. In its early days, Great Xia had also sought to collect divine essence fragments to aid practitioners in breaking through to the 4th tier. However, the fragments themselves were impervious to detection methods, making them extremely difficult to locate. Currently, only Chen Mo, having absorbed the power left behind by the nether god, could sense the fragments of the nether god's divine essence nearby. This left Yi Tian deep in thought. At that moment, a conservative high-ranking official present who served as the director of the Central China Research Institute adjusted his glasses and spoke up. If Comrade Yi Tian can locate the power signature of the nether god's divine fragment, I do have a method for finding it. Oh? Speaking, the elderly Research Institute director rummaged through his backpack's spatial pocket and retrieved an item shaped exactly like a dog. Placing it on the table, the dog suddenly seemed to come to life, sniffing around with its nose. This is the Research Institute's latest development, the 4th-generation canine searcher. The principle is simple: once it detects a specific scent, it can track down targets emitting that same scent anywhere. Zhou Yuan stared in astonishment at the dog sniffing around the table, then curiously reached out to pet it. The Research Institute director continued, it can detect more than just scents, it can even sense the power aura of practitioners and even alien races. For instance, if Zhou Yuan left behind an attack imbued with life erosion power, it could track down you, the life erosion martial saint, by following that energy signature. Originally, it was used for city security and tracking criminals like the Divine Descent cult. Holy crap! That's awesome! Zhou Yuan gave the puppy a thumbs up. Moreover, the director of the Research Institute turned to Yi Tian. It doesn't directly track the divine essence fragments themselves, but rather the aura they leave behind. This way, even the fragments can be located. Impressive, truly impressive. Yi Tian hadn't expected the Research Institute to possess such capability. Now that's what I call real experts. Perfect timing, I can unleash the power of the nether god's divine fragment right now. Yi Tian unleashed the nether realm, restricting its scope to an extremely small area. The Research Institute director operated the Canine Type Searcher 4, successfully recording the nether aura of the nether god's divine fragment. That's sufficient. Have the scout units carry the canine searchers in large numbers. I'm confident we'll have results soon. No problem. The consensus reached between the Research Institute director and the officers deeply pleased Yi Tian. Indeed, the efficiency of such meetings was remarkable. Old Sun watched with envy. He too wanted to search for divine essence fragments, but he couldn't detect their power aura. After Yi Tian's request was resolved, Elder Sun prepared to return the meeting's focus to discussing decisions regarding the Yagu continent. However, an unexpected incident erupted. Sun Lao's secretary abruptly entered the conference room. After whispering a few words in Sun Lao's ear, he addressed the assembled group. Everyone, an extraordinary situation has arisen in North China. Please take a look at the frontline situation. With that, the electronic screen in the conference room switched to a new feed. Yet the images displayed were not of North China, but of the sky above. Following the conclusion of the war on the Yagu continent, night had fallen. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, a full moon illuminated the blue planet's surface. Yet, slightly lower in the sky, a sinister, dark red moon, its surface covered in shadowy patterns, climbed silently into the heavens. Is that the Shadow Moon? Could the Shadow Moon wolves be attacking North China again? Zhou Yuan frowned, his tone urgent. Looks like I need to head back first. Those Shadow Moon wolves are quite the nuisance. The others present all sighed in resignation. At that moment, Yi Tian's brow furrowed deeply. The instant he saw the shadow moon, he sensed something was terribly wrong. The shadow moon, in essence, was the moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan's world. The Shadow Moon Wolf King could summon this moon to enhance his clan and achieve the special effect of invisibility. The last time Yi Tian had seen the shadow moon, the dark crimson orb had faintly flickered with black shadows across its surface. Yet those shadows had been sparse, more like scattered accents. But this time, the shadows had nearly completely engulfed the dark crimson moon. The moon's surface was now twisted with dark shadows, while crimson moonlight seeped through the gaps between them. It looked like the moon was struggling, radiating an unnerving aura. To others, this might seem like another special technique of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. But Yi Tian had learned from the nine-tailed fox that atop the shadow moon resided a dark god. Inside the conference room, the high-ranking officials began discussing the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Yi Tian stared at the screen and couldn't help but sigh. One crisis barely subsides and another already stirs. Chapter 162, Shadow Moon approaches. The time cat vanishes. What's the current situation in North China? Zhou Yuan asked urgently. However, Secretary Sun's words surprised everyone present once more. Commander Zhou, there's no need for concern just yet. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan attacking North China is currently very small in number and no Wolf King has appeared. What? How is that possible? Zhou Yuan froze and many others present looked perplexed. The current situation simply didn't align with the Shadow Moon Wolf clan's nature. Shadow Moon Wolf clan attacks were typically carried out in large packs. Moreover, it was a well-established fact that only the Wolf King could summon the Shadow Moons. How could the current situation be possible? The secretary affirmed, through continuous observation, we've confirmed this is indeed the case. However, the issue lies not with the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, but with this particular Shadow Moon. The secretary enlarged the video feed on the screen, focusing on the moon now shrouded in twisted shadows. Unlike previous Shadow Moon appearances, this one's dark shadow is larger and steadily creeping toward Blue Star's moon, attempting to draw closer to ours. Approaching Blue Star's moon? What is it doing? Frowns deepened across the room. Though the situation remained unclear, the threat to their environment immediately made everyone realize the gravity of the matter. Gazing at the distorted shadows on the shadow moon, Yi Tian instinctively thought of one word: pollution. The secretary then added, the good news is, based on our calculations of the shadow moon's approach speed toward Blue Star's moon, it will take at least several months before the two moons make contact. That's the situation. The secretary stepped aside after speaking. Hearing that they still had several months, the assembled crowd visibly relaxed. For some reason, though the war for supremacy on the Yagu continent had just concluded, the moment they saw the shadow moon, an inexplicable feeling arose in everyone's hearts. The danger was far from over. The real conflict had only just begun. The appearance of two moons in the sky instantly captured the attention of nations across Blue Star and numerous alien races. They instantly dominated the headlines of major forums and front pages of media outlets, sparking widespread global discussion. Meanwhile, at apartment 502, Green Hills, Yi Tian was in a meeting. At home, only Time Cat lay lazily in its bed, and the pitch-black divine beast egg remained in the room. The crimson moonlight of Shadow Moon streamed through the window, casting an eerily otherworldly glow. The Time Cat turned its head, gave the scene a casual glance, then ignored it entirely, returning to its comfortable spot in the bed. Yet the next moment, it sensed something. It suddenly sprang to its feet, its expression intensely agitated as it darted its gaze left and right, searching for something with palpable excitement. Soon, the Time Cat zeroed in on a direction. It leapt up, landed on the doorknob, pulled it open, and dashed out impatiently. Before leaving, it didn't forget to close the door. Then it vanished at the apartment exit. Central China, headquarters meeting. The Shadow Moon incident briefly interrupted the meeting. Elder Sun appointed Zhou Yuan to establish a special investigation team to search for information regarding Shadow Moon. The meeting quickly returned to its original agenda. Post-war arrangements for the Yagu continent and maximizing the utilization of its resources. After all, having finally won a decisive battle for supremacy, how to capitalize on the victory was an art in itself. This matter naturally fell to the headquarters specialists to strategize. Yi Tian mostly chimed in with a word or two before zoning out like a dried fish, letting others do the talking. Unexpectedly, it felt like reliving the tedious meetings of his past life. Moreover, national meetings typically lasted longer. This one had already stretched over 3 hours. The basic arrangements for the Yagu continent were confirmed. For instance, segregating the alien races across the continent, prohibiting communication between regions to prevent their gathering, controlling the powerful Yagu dragonkin while weaker alien races could be harnessed through contracts for human use, and so on and so forth. Dozens of bills, large and small, had been passed. Listening to it all, Yi Tian even began to regret attending the meeting. It was proving to be quite an ordeal for him. I could really use a secretary right now. Yi Tian pondered deeply. After all, as his power grew and his status rose, the Great Xia headquarters would inevitably invite him to their meetings. If he had a secretary who could attend these events on his behalf, summarize the key points for him, and ideally even convey messages on his behalf, that would be absolutely perfect. Otherwise, having to attend every single meeting himself was truly agonizing and a waste of time. Yi Tian glanced at his available promotion slots. None of the slots for promotions after reaching Tier 3 had been used yet. Current available promotion slots: Secretary 1, Core Employee 2, Outstanding Employee 1. A secretary slot was available, but he hadn't yet identified a suitable candidate. As for the other promotion slots, Yi Tian decided to prioritize Chen Mo as his top candidate. Chen Mo's recent performance had been outstanding, certainly deserving of a promotion slot. Another hour passed. The meeting concluded with decisions largely finalized. Yi Tian exercised his 50% decision-making authority to approve the rule-making for the Yagu continent. He then hurried home to rest. Qingshan Apartments. Yi Tian brought Fan Wu back as well, since Fan Wu had nowhere to stay after leaving Guang'an Temple. Fortunately, Wei Yuan had granted Yi Tian free use of all 5 floors of the entire Qingshan apartment. Yi Tian simply arranged for him to stay in the vacant room 501 next door. Returning to his own room, he placed it by the door. Just as Yi Tian was about to open the door, his brow suddenly furrowed and he crouched down. His psychic senses keenly detected an extra, minuscule catpaw mark at the bottom of the door. It looked like a mark left when someone closed the door from the outside. 1,000 thoughts raced through Yi Tian's mind. He was certain that stray cats never appeared in Green Hills apartments, especially on the 5th floor. Sensing something was amiss, he immediately opened the door. Xiao Hei? Xiao Hei? The time cat didn't respond, and the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen in the cat bed. His psychic energy instantly spread to every corner of the room. Yi Tian frowned. Gone? The time cat, forbidden object 003 of the Great Xia, had vanished from Yi Tian's room. There were no signs of struggle in the room. The divine beast egg still held traces of the cat's temporal power, and the door bore the imprint of being closed. All indications suggested the cat hadn't vanished against its will. This puzzled Yi Tian even more. Ever since arriving at his place, the time cat had been so docile it hardly seemed like a cat at all, spending its days either curled up in its nest or basking in the sun. Yi Tian never imagined the time cat would run off on its own. But the situation was still serious. Yi Tian immediately sent a message to Wei Yuan, summoning all the garrison troops around Qingqing to search the entire city for the time cat. The time cat's abilities were still weak. If it encountered danger, it might not be able to protect itself. Yi Tian was counting on the time cat to sense the legendary child of prophecy. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Tian was about to head out to search personally when suddenly, his expression froze. Wait. Could the cat of time's disappearance be connected to the child of prophecy? Chapter 163, The Child of Prophecy, Lu Xinghe. While following Yi Tian, the time cat displayed an extremely indifferent personality, showing almost no interest in anything. It usually just lay quietly in its cat bed, sleeping. Not a single thing had ever piqued its interest, not even once. But if the child of prophecy appeared, the more Yi Tian thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Could it be that the legendary child of prophecy had finally revealed its presence? The thought struck him, and he called out to Fan Wu next door. Fan Wu, come with me to search for. He was about to call Fan Wu to join him in searching for the time cat when his peripheral vision caught the pitch-black divine beast egg in the room. Though it lay still, it faintly emanated an aura of impending disaster. Such a terrifying thing, better not to leave it here alone. Fan Wu, you stay here and guard this black egg. If anything unusual happens, you can take control first and then notify me. Understood, monk. Fan Wu entered from the adjacent room 501, clasped his hands together in a nod, then immediately crossed his legs in meditation beside the pitch-black divine beast egg. The moment Fan Wu approached, the calamitous aura on the pitch-black divine beast egg instantly retracted, becoming utterly still. Yi Tian set out alone to find the cat. Stepping out of room 502, he instantly teleported to the rooftop of the Green Mountain apartment building. In the next instant, a colossal mental force, vast as the ocean depths, radiated out from him, instantly enveloping the entire Qingqing area, sensing every inch of land within. Under normal circumstances, no practitioner could freely unleash psychic energy within the Great Xia territory, as it easily triggered the city's defense systems. However, Yi Tian had made arrangements with Wei Yuan. If the time cat wasn't found in Qingcheng, he would extend his mental energy across the entire East China region. Fortunately, the process went smoothly. In a hidden corner within Qingcheng, Yi Tian swiftly detected that familiar aura. Found it. It hadn't gone far after all. Yi Tian felt a slight sense of relief, then messaged Wei Yuan, I found it. You can call the garrison troops back to rest. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from the rooftop of the Green Mountain apartments in an instant. The next moment, he arrived at a corner of Qingcheng. This was a particularly shadowy corner of the city. Due to its proximity to a scrapyard, it was rarely frequented by people, and now it was eerily quiet. Yi Tian walked over. Sure enough, he spotted the figure of the time cat. But it was currently staring intently at a figure in the corner, its eyes wide and round, as if confirming something. Yi Tian looked over. It was a youth clad in tattered gray clothes, his appearance utterly despondent like a stereotypical vagrant from a past life. His gaze was unfocused, his face bearing only a despairing calm. This was a bit too pitiful. Yi Tian instinctively sensed something was amiss. Because in present-day Great Xia, especially in East China, the recent discovery of several secret realms including medium and large-scale ones had led to a massive increase in resource and material production. Military equipment had been upgraded immediately, and the living subsidies for all practitioners in East China had also seen substantial increases. Theoretically, even if one relied solely on the government's minimum living allowance, such extreme destitution and dishevelment should be impossible. Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, the time cat stepped forward, its expression brimming with excitement. Meow! Meow! The time cat affectionately ran to the side of the shabby, gray-clad youth, its short, pleasant cries expressing greeting or excitement. The cat's affectionate display in this moment made it seem as though it and the ragged, gray-clad youth were old friends or brothers. Yet the moment he saw the time cat, extreme bewilderment, astonishment, even struggle clearly flashed in the gray-clad youth's unfocused eyes. Yet there was no trace of unfamiliarity toward the time cat. Shichi! What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at headquarters? The gray-clad youth froze. Facing the time cat, who was running excitedly and affectionately toward him, warmth suddenly welled up in his dull eyes, nearly bringing tears to them. Just as he reached out to stroke the cat's head, he suddenly acted out of character. Like a madman, he shoved the cat away forcefully, trying to push it as far from himself as possible. Don't come near me! Don't come near me! The gray-clad youth's voice trembled. His eyes darted nervously as he instinctively took 2 steps back. I don't know you. Don't come looking for me. Meow? Pushed away, time cat froze, the long-lost excitement on its face turning to disappointment and confusion. At that moment, Yi Tian's expression was incredibly complex. The information in the resume had already confirmed the reason for the time cat's disappearance. Name, Lu Xinghe. Basic info, male, 18 years old, native of Nantang City, North China. Occupation, none warning, abnormal status. Potential, special child of prophecy. Seeing this, Yi Tian should have been overjoyed. Never did he expect the child of prophecy to truly appear. The child of prophecy that Great Xia had awaited for nearly a century, the savior who had given the headquarters immense hope, had just appeared. But something felt off. Yi Tian scrutinized the youth clad in tattered gray robes not far away. His eyes were dull and lifeless, as if shrouded in a layer of gray mist, his face bearing a numb, weary expression. Judging by his name and potential, he should be a spirited and ambitious youth. He could even be called the true savior of the Great Xia. So why had he become like this? At that moment, the gray-clad youth rose and walked away, quickly distancing himself from the time cat. The time cat, its face full of confusion, ran up again, nuzzling at his feet, thoroughly convinced it hadn't mistaken him for someone else. Meow, meow. Its voice no longer carried excitement, but instead a hint of grievance. After a moment's hesitation, the gray-clad youth shoved the cat aside again, determined to keep it from following. But the time cat refused to give up, clinging to the boy's heels. Each time it was pushed away, it would return, its meows growing more plaintive with every attempt. The gray-clad youth could bear it no longer. 2 clear tears streamed down his dirty, disheveled face. Unable to meet the time cat's gaze, he hastened his pace to leave, though his steps felt heavy and weak. Finally, Lu Xinghe staggered forward, his inner turmoil raging as he murmured like a cornered beast driven to desperation. Don't come looking for me anymore. I can't do it. I truly can't. His mouth kept repeating these words, as if crushed by overwhelming pressure, endlessly echoing don't come for me and I can't do it. Seeing Lu Xinghe's state, Yi Tian suddenly understood something. Instantly teleporting before him, he asked amidst Lu Xinghe's vacant gaze. You know the prophecy from the Great Xia headquarters, and you know you're the one foretold in it, right? The prophecy was known only to a select few high-ranking officials at the Great Xia headquarters, yet Yi Tian spoke with absolute certainty. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe visibly froze. He lifted his head, which was usually bowed, and glanced at Yi Tian, his expression shifting to one of disbelief and shock. But then it dropped again, returning to a blank, despairing expression. I can't do it. I can't save anything. Save anything. The time cat crept closer. Its gaze no longer held sorrow but instead offered comfort. It nuzzled close to Lu Xinghe, rubbing its head against the back of his hand. Yi Tian fell silent. He never imagined the legendary child of prophecy would end up like this. He continued scanning Lu Xinghe's resume, searching for answers. He hadn't finished reading earlier because the section detailing Lu Xinghe's life history was simply too lengthy. Even if you combined the life histories of the previous dozen employees, they wouldn't amount to a fifth of Lu Xinghe's. So lengthy that Yi Tian felt it was impossible for one lifetime to encompass such experiences. Lu Xinghe continued to murmur, his expression vacant. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he clutched his head with both hands, collapsed to his knees in agony, and let out a weak whimper. I can't save it. I can't save anything. Chapter 164, A Lone Savior's Path Part 1. Lu Xinghe's life experiences will be recounted in his own recollections. 80 years ago, the first god-tier profession of Great Xia the Star Guardian uttered a prophecy with his dying breath, a prophecy that echoes to this day. When Great Xia faces a calamity threatening its very existence, a savior shall emerge. Time and again, this savior will turn the tide, rescuing Great Xia from the brink of destruction and saving humanity from catastrophe. My name is Lu Xinghe. At the beginning of this tale, I believed I would be that savior. I believed I would save Daxia, save the human race. Supernatural Era 200, Northern China, Nantang City. Lu Xinghe. Legendary tier profession. At that year's class advancement ceremony, I was the only legendary tier class holder in North China. The entire school cheered for me. Commander Zhou Yuan, the Northern China chief administrator, held me in high regard, saying my talent was exceptional and that with hard work, my future achievements could rival his own. Back then, I was brimming with confidence, my self-assurance nearly reaching its peak. Director Zhou treated me exceptionally well, imparting countless combat strategies and techniques. Unsurprisingly, I claimed the top spot in the North China College entrance examination. I enrolled at Huaxing University, one of Daxia's most prestigious institutions, beginning my college journey as the top freshman recruit. Unfortunately, during the freshman tournament and martial arts exam, I was defeated by the exchange student from the elf royal clan LVD and only secured second place. That was the first defeat I had ever experienced in my life. My mentor and the university president consoled me, explaining that the elven royal clan possessed powerful racial talents and innate magical abilities that humans could not match. I understood that most non-human races possessed greater strength than humans. To defeat them, I must strive even harder. Yet mere days later, the world was turned upside down. The dungeon space vanished, dungeon monsters descended upon Blue Star, and Great Xia plunged into chaos. Under the protection of my Huaxing teachers, I took refuge in an underground shelter and avoided danger. Yet it was said Great Xia suffered catastrophic losses. Chairman Zhou Yuan lay near death, barely holding the situation together. Though I was a Tier 2 legendary practitioner, I was still too weak to be of any help. Thinking of Chairman Zhou Yuan, who had held such high hopes for me, now on the brink of death, my desire to grow stronger surged even higher. 3 months passed at Huaxing University. I pushed myself relentlessly to reach Tier 3, finally making a name for myself in Great Xia. Yet by then, Chairman Zhou had already passed away. Amidst this perilous crisis, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan suddenly attacked North China. I immediately chose to return to defend North China, joining the battlefield with confidence to resist the Shadow Moon Wolf clan's assault. Yet I failed. That day, the Shadow Moon replaced the Blue Star's moon. Blood-red moonlight bathed the North China plains, and the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, seemingly possessed by madness, effortlessly shattered the North China defenses. I fell in battle at the front lines. In my final moments, I realized that all of North China might be lost. I had failed to live up to the trust placed in me by Chairman Zhou. The moment the Shadow Moon Wolves tore me apart, I thought I would die. But, unexpectedly, I was reborn. Reborn to several months ago. To the very day of the class selection ceremony. I couldn't believe it, but it was true. Recalling the dungeon invasion and alien race incursion from my past life, I resolved to change everything. The job change ceremony's outcome was unsurprising. I still attained a legendary class. Commander Zhou Yuan placed great expectations on me. Everything unfolded exactly as in my past life, confirming beyond doubt that I had truly been reborn. This time, I neglected sleep and meals, seizing every moment to grow stronger, leveling up, farming gear, mastering skills. I obtained every powerful equipment and skill I knew from my past life. By the time the college entrance exams rolled around, I achieved an unparalleled first place. Even the top scorers from other districts fell far short of my achievement. I still applied to Huaxing University. In the freshman tournament and martial arts exam, I defeated Elvid of the Elf Royal clan to become the top freshman in the entire school. My mentor and the university president cheered for me, rewarding me with exceptional skill books that further elevated my power. But days later, the dungeon descended. My level was still too low. Facing the 4th tier ultimate boss, I couldn't contribute at all. I could only accept protection and wait for the seniors to fight. Commander Zhou Yuan was still on the brink of death. I was still too weak. Over the next 2 months, I trained relentlessly, seizing every opportunity to enter ruins and acquire legendary gear and treasures, rapidly accumulating combat experience. Across East China, South China, West China, and even Central China, no newcomer could stand a single blow against me. I was hailed as the top newcomer in Great Xia. Half a month later, I reached the 3rd tier, where I was already considered a formidable force. Another half month passed, and Chief Zhou Yuan passed away. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan launched their assault. This time, I was utterly confident. Alone on the battlefield, I moved through it as if unopposed, charging in and out 7 times. The battle lasted but half a day. With the aid of the venerable Jiang Yuanshuang and Ling Luo, I slew the Shadow Moon Wolf King. In that moment, all of North China cheered for me. I thought I had succeeded. The Shadow Moon Wolf King was the supreme leader of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. With the king's death, the Shadow Moon would vanish and the clan would disperse. But things didn't turn out as I expected. The Shadow Moon in the sky still hadn't vanished. Through the haze, I thought I saw a massive, twisted figure standing atop the moon, shrouded in darkness. The next moment, that figure flickered. I died. What was that twisted shadow? How did I die? I don't know. The Shadow Moon Wolves have attacked once more. This time, Northland may not hold out. But I have been reborn once more. This time, upon returning, I found myself overwhelmed with shock, yet simultaneously, an unprecedented resolve surged within me. I sensed that I might be able to reincarnate infinitely. Whenever I die, I can return to this very day of the class change ceremony. This means that as long as I exist, I will eventually defeat the alien races, the demonic forces, and every threat to Great Xia. The Great Xia shall rise because of me. The human race will grow mighty through me. I am utterly confident. Thinking of the twisted black shadow above the shadow moon, I fell into confusion once more. What exactly was that thing? How should I deal with it? In the final moment of my previous life, the vast disparity in power left me utterly bewildered, with no clear path forward. Reflecting on my past life's experiences, I realized that growing stronger alone wouldn't be enough to face this crisis. So I made a decision. I would share the knowledge gained from my rebirth with the nation. Chapter 165, A Lone Savior's Path Part 2. After the reclassification ceremony concluded in this lifetime, I sought out Commander Zhou Yuan personally. I revealed my rebirth to him privately and used certain major secrets I had learned from my previous life to deepen his belief in my reincarnation. After our conversation ended, Chairman Zhou sank into deep contemplation. Indeed, during my first rebirth, I had felt the same profound bewilderment. Ultimately, Chairman Zhou chose to trust me and escorted me to the headquarters building of the Central China District. Before the heads of all major districts and the headquarters' senior leadership, I revealed that the dungeon would descend into reality within days. The impact of dungeons descending into reality had been most severe and devastating for the Great Xia Empire in my previous 2 lifetimes. If Great Xia could prepare for this in advance, it would be ideal. After hearing my words, the entire leadership fell into a prolonged silence. Many even expressed their doubts about me on the spot. After all, the instance space had remained stable for nearly 2 centuries. Why would it suddenly manifest in reality? I explained at length, introducing the concepts of the novice period and the era of conquest to everyone present. As for the specific reasons, I myself was unclear. Fortunately, despite the skepticism, headquarters took this matter extremely seriously and immediately deployed emergency defenses at all instance portals. This brought me immense relief. Days later, the dungeon descended. But the Great Xia Empire was already prepared. The National Army stood ready, repelling the dungeon monsters and driving them out of the city. Residents near the dungeon had been evacuated well in advance. This time, the impact and casualties brought by the dungeon's arrival were significantly reduced. Compared to the previous 2 incarnations, the Great Xia's professional forces saw a 30–40% higher survival rate. Yet tragically, the Great Xia's ultimate 4th-tier boss, the Apostle of Purgatory, remained overwhelmingly formidable at that time. Headquarters paid a heavy price to barely drive it away. Nevertheless, unlike the previous 2 incarnations, Commander Zhou Yuan did not sustain critical injuries this time. This ignited a powerful hope within me. I truly can change the fate of Great Xia. Moreover, after this incident, headquarters placed immense trust in me. Not only did they vigorously cultivate my strength, but they also prepared contingency plans for every crisis I had warned them about. 3 months later, the Great Xia's situation had improved vastly compared to the previous 2 lifetimes. Its overall strength remained intact, and it had strengthened its defenses against the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. My own strength had surged to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. To devise countermeasures against that mysterious shadow, headquarters dispatched 5 of Great Xia's top professionals as reinforcements. I believed this time we would finally triumph over the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. But, unexpectedly, the twisted shadow looming above the Shadow Moon did not stand by as a spectator to the battle between the 2 tribes, as it had in the previous life. This time, it struck directly at the Great Xia army. Great Xia suffered a crushing defeat. The defeat was 100 times more devastating than the previous 2, with the army nearly annihilated and countless mighty warriors killed or wounded. Commander Zhou Yuan burned his entire life force to fight his way to the Shadow Moon, yet ultimately failed to alter the outcome. The Shadow Moon still replaced the Moon of Blue Star. I too perished once more upon the battlefield. I cannot comprehend it. Why was the disparity in power so immense? Daxia's elite practitioners were utterly helpless before that twisted shadow. The difference was like that between mortals and immortals. After reincarnating once more, I sat in a daze for a full hour. I realized clearly that unless we uncovered the true nature of that twisted shadow above Yeye, Great Xia had no hope of victory. Yet no investigative method could uncover information about that shadow. I had to rely on myself. With my rebirth ability, I would eventually find a way to break it. Thus, upon beginning this new life and pledging allegiance to the nation, I began searching through every resource repository and ancient text, drawing upon my past life memories of that twisted shadow's techniques and abilities. For this, I immersed myself in the Great Xia archives for a full month, even journeying to the ancient elven royal lineage to glean knowledge from their ancient texts. Through 2 consecutive rebirths, I devoted nearly all my time to absorbing knowledge, even the most obscure secrets hidden within ancient texts. The outcome remained unchanged. The North China defense line was breached twice, and both times I perished in the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's wars. Yet the gains from these 2 lifetimes were immense. Not only did I amass vast knowledge about alien races, demonic forces, and even supernatural powers. More crucially, I finally traced the origins of that twisted Shadow's combat abilities. A demonic entity from the abyss, evil god Shadow devouring Crescent Moon. Evil gods, entities diametrically opposed to deities. They wield the authority bestowed by the abyss, possessing power that in no way falls short of legendary gods. Such a being actually existed among the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan. I felt a sense of bewilderment, for the power of the gods was truly beyond my comprehension. I only know what I've read in ancient texts. Even across the entire Great Xia, the highest known abyssal demon rank was merely Demon King, and evil gods surpassed it by 2 entire tiers. My head ached at the sheer magnitude of it. Yet unexpectedly, in the 6th realm, a turning point emerged. Reborn, I once again chose to pledge allegiance to the state. After gaining the nation's trust through the instance descent, I revealed everything as usual. Moreover, I informed headquarters of the existence of the evil god. But I never imagined. After I revealed the demon god's existence, headquarters' attitude instantly turned grave. Those who had previously doubted me grew even more convinced of my rebirth. This turn of events truly caught me off guard. After all, the entire Great Xia Empire recognized only 5 demonic ranks below the Demon King level. Evil gods stand above demon kings. Since this Xia clearly knew nothing of them, they should have been even more suspicious that I was making it all up. It wasn't until later that I understood. It all stemmed from a prophecy. Much time passed. According to Premier Zhou, after learning of the demon god's existence, Elder Sun from headquarters traveled to the location housing the transcendent forbidden object. There, he conversed extensively with Great Xia's forbidden object 001, preparing countermeasures against the demon god. This surprised me. Forbidden object 001 could converse. Was it actually a living being? If they could even handle the evil god, it seemed the Great Xia Empire had more hidden cards up its sleeve than I had imagined. This was good news, boosting my confidence immensely. Moreover, the next day, Chairman Zhou brought me a black cat. Reportedly, this was Taboo Object 003, the destined companion of the prophecy child. I was instructed to communicate with it. I was puzzled. But upon seeing this black cat, I felt an inexplicable connection, a profound bond as if destined by fate. This must be my unseen best partner. And that black cat, upon seeing me, its eyes lit up with golden light, showing me great friendliness. This display left Chief Zhou momentarily dumbfounded. For a human and a cat to share such a brotherly bond felt truly extraordinary. Chief Zhou Yuan informed me that I was the prophesied child the Great Xia Empire had awaited for nearly a century, and this cat was the prophesied child's destined companion, the Cat of Time. Thus, I learned the prophecy of Great Xia. When the Great Xia faces a calamity threatening its very existence, a savior shall emerge. Time and again, this savior will turn the tide, rescuing the Great Xia from the brink of destruction and saving humanity from catastrophe. Is this about me? It seems I've already reincarnated 5 times. To save the Great Xia, I will surely keep reincarnating. Alright, if it is me, I will strive to fulfill the role of the prophesied child. Daxia, I shall save it. Chapter 166, A Lone Savior's Path Part 3. The time cat was left with me by headquarters. I gave it a name, Shuri. It seemed to understand my words and seemed to like the name. With the time cat by my side, my strength grew at an accelerated pace. For whenever I grew stronger, the time cat would grow stronger alongside me. Moreover, it began mastering certain abilities related to time, including accelerating or slowing the passage of time, and even briefly reversing it. The power of time truly terrifying. With Shuri's assistance, in this lifetime, I ascended to a 3rd-tier practitioner in just 2 short months. Shuri's power grew stronger too. Together, human and cat, we've become a force to rival even Chief Zhou Yuan. Thus, I have become the 9th supreme powerhouse of Great Xia. Moreover, I secured a trial realm in the eastern capital, the Stellar Glory. Within it, I reached the Starfall tier, receiving rewards while also exchanging points for a mythical weapon. My combat power skyrocketed. My strength in this lifetime has surpassed my wildest expectations. 1 month later, the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan launched an attack. She, the cat, and I weaved through the pack. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, we slew the Shadow Moon Wolf King. This time, even when facing the attack of the Dark God, Shadow Devourer of the Crescent Moon, I managed to withstand his strike. Only those who've lived it know how incredibly difficult that was. Yet I still posed no threat to him, couldn't even scratch him. Shadow Devourer Moon stood high above Shadow Moon, looking down upon all of Great Xia. But this time, things were different. That day, within the chamber of Forbidden Object 001, a brilliant, crystalline white stream of light shot straight toward the heavens, soaring above the Shadow Moon. I glimpsed a figure, a stunningly beautiful, noble woman with 2 pairs of pure white wings. A halo of sacred, radiant light surrounded her, as if a divine spirit had descended upon the mortal world. I thought, if angels truly existed as legend described, this must be what they look like. That angelic woman, like a streak of light soaring from the earth to the heavens, landed directly upon the dark crimson shadow moon, shrouded in shadow. She was the first being I had ever seen capable of confronting the shadow devourer of the moon. The battle that erupted between them was terrifying beyond measure, nearly dimming the heavens and earth. The sheer intensity of its aftershocks rendered every present person utterly helpless, a spectacle I had never witnessed before. Elder Sun, who usually remained at headquarters, had personally come to the front lines for the first time. He told me that if even 001 couldn't defeat the evil god, Great Xia would truly be beyond hope. In my heart, I rejected this notion. If we couldn't defeat the evil god this time, I would come back 10,000 times over. I would find a way. As long as I am here, Great Xia will always have hope. The battle on Shadow Moon concluded, and Elder Sun and everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. The Shadow Devourer Crescent Moon had vanished. Shadow Moon vanished too. Yet that angelic woman, seemingly gravely wounded, vanished from Great Xia as well. I never saw her again. But this time, Great Xia had successfully defeated the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan. This was a historic victory. It was the first time the Great Xia had defeated a foreign tribe in open warfare. Yet headquarters felt profound helplessness, even sorrow for the angelic 001 had vanished. Yet my heart surged with exhilaration, as if I glimpsed the dawn of sweeping away the alien races and eradicating the demonic forces. Yet reality soon shattered my naivety. Not long after, Chairman Zhou passed away. It was said that during a recent operation in F Nation, he had forcibly intervened, shattering the divine vessel created by the Divine Descent sect, an act that drastically shortened his own lifespan. Damn the Divine Descent cult. After Commander Zhou's departure, I assumed the role of North China's leader, leveraging my status as one of Great Xia's top professionals. But Great Xia had barely repelled the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan and the evil god before we could even catch our breath. Another crisis loomed. Great Xia now faces declarations of war from both the Ghost Clan and the Yagu dynasty, a race war. The Great Xia Empire had long passed its infancy. With too many hostile races lurking nearby, the weaker its strength, the more easily it attracted covetous eyes. Following the battle against the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan, the Great Xia Empire's vitality was severely depleted, emboldening the surrounding alien races to become even more rampant. Two racial wars erupt, the Ghost Clan on the northern front, the Yagu dynasty on the eastern front. Troops nationwide are rapidly mobilized, and emergency protocols are activated. And I chose to lead the charge. As the mightiest warrior in Great Xia, I may not be able to defeat the demon god, but I was confident in handling the foreign tribes. Thus, I led the North China forces to confront the Ghost Clan. That day, the realm of the Nameless Ghosts, ruled by the Nameless Ghost King, engulfed the entire city of Nantang. Nantang City fell, reduced to a city of the dead. I fought within the ghostly domain until the very last moment, yet still could not overcome the king of the Nameless Ghosts. After clashing with the Ghost Clan, I realized the gap between alien races is simply too vast. The Ghost Clan's overall combat strength was far beyond what the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan could match. I made a mistake born of inexperience. Fortunately, I could start over. 7th Life. Armed with the experience of my previous life, I swiftly gained the trust of the Great Xia and reunited with Shuri. I discovered that although Shuri wields the power of time, he doesn't seem to reincarnate alongside me. Each time he sees me, his eyes sparkle with the same astonishment. Navigating this path with ease, my growth accelerated. Secret realms, ancient ruins, galactic glory. Whenever I recalled the devastation of North Hua and the hellish scenes of Nantang City from my previous lives, I dared not rest for even a moment. Even as Chairman Zhou and all the leaders marveled at my growth rate. Facing the shadow-devouring moon of the evil god, I remained powerless to resist. I could only request headquarters to summon that woman designated 001 to exchange lives with the evil god. Yet with each exchange, I sensed headquarters' helplessness, as if 001 possessed even greater power, yet was forced by circumstance to trade her life for the demon gods. Then, as expected, the war for supremacy between the Ghost Clan and the Yagu dynasty began. This time, my strength had risen once more, and I had prepared countermeasures against the realm of the lifeless ghosts. I was utterly confident in defending Nantang City. This time, I did not underestimate the Ghost King of No Life, but I still underestimated the Ghost Clan. I never imagined that the Ghost Clan possessed not just one supreme being capable of crushing other races like the King of the Lifeless Ghosts, but multiple such beings. This time, I faced 3 Ghost Kings and a Ghost Clan expert named Mokara. Why are there so many powerful Ghost Clan members? Only now do I recall fragments from the archives. The Ghost Clan can devour their own kind to enhance themselves. Thus, the Ghost Clan could trade numbers for the strength of powerful individuals, a testament to their formidable racial gift. Damn it! I felt a deep sorrow. The Great Xia professionals who came to reinforce Nantang City had been wiped out by the Ghost Tribe. As I lay dying, I watched clearly as Nantang City turned into a living hell, the most prosperous city in North China transformed into a Ghost Tribe paradise. I refuse to accept this. I can still fight. Chapter 167, A Lone Savior's Path Part 4. The demon race's war for supremacy has become my most pressing problem. The 8th life, the 9th life, the 10th life. With each subsequent rebirth, I relentlessly compressed my rest periods, leveling up, advancing, growing stronger, until even sleep seemed like a waste of time. Using the lessons from my past failures, I devised new battle strategies. I only hoped to be more prepared before the Ghost Clan arrived. Yet, facing the Ghost Clan, I failed utterly in every incarnation. The Ghost Clan's power is too mysterious, too unfathomable. That is my true feeling. The Ghost Clan possessed 3 other Ghost Kings matching the might of the Wuxing Ghost King, plus that elite Ghost Clan warrior, Mokala. Yet in Great Xia, I alone could stand against the Ghost King of No Birth in direct combat. After the passing of Supreme Leader Zhou, the remaining Great Xia elites had to divide their forces to support East China, leaving scant reinforcements for North China. Through 3 consecutive lifetimes, I failed to save Nantang City from the Ghost Clan. Is the power of one person truly so limited? The 11th life. After reuniting with Shuri, I made a different decision. I ceased fighting alone and began seeking reliable allies across Great Xia, intending to rapidly enhance their combat strength using Shuri's time acceleration ability. Along the way, I encountered some promising talents, but their professional skills were generally too weak to stand against the Ghost Clan. Ultimately, in this incarnation, I did not join Huaxing University. Instead, I entered Ling Luo Sr.'s Hidden Dragon Base. I selected 4 teammates with legendary professions, forming a special squad. With Shuri's assistance, my teammates and I rapidly advanced to Tier 3. Then, one day, we traveled to Country F. Drawing on knowledge from previous lifetimes, I had laid the groundwork beforehand. While the Divine Descent cult's leader summoned the Divine Essence vessel, Shuri utilized his small-scale time reversal ability to perfectly prevent the vessel's descent. This time, President Zhou did not expend his lifespan to intervene over the divine vessel. Unfortunately, it was said that a fragment of the Nether God's divine essence had been obtained, but I failed to secure it. In this lifetime, my team members are exceptionally strong, and Chief Zhou Yuan is still alive. Therefore, I made a bold decision. Strike first. I will launch an offensive against the alien race. Between the approaching Ghost Clan and the Aegu dynasty, I have chosen to strike the slightly weaker Aegu dynasty. Successfully crippling this single alien race will not only reduce pressure in the upcoming war for supremacy but also intimidate others, deterring them from easy attacks. Alongside my squad members and the 4 commanders Zhou Yuan, Wei Yuan, Ling Luo, and Zhang Yuanchuan, we launched an operation to assassinate the Crimson Emperor stationed in Dingcheng. Despite the considerable commotion, we succeeded smoothly. The Crimson Emperor fell, throwing the Yagu dynasty's garrison into chaos. I was filled with excitement, preparing to lead everyone straight into the Yagu continent. But before long, the White Emperor emerged from the interdimensional portal, wielding the Eternal Spear. The Eternal Spear, a world-class artifact. That was my first glimpse of its true power. Commander Zhou Yuan burned his life force to its limit to withstand the Eternal Spear. In that instant, his powers surpassed mine entirely, yet he was still pierced through by the spear. A world-class artifact, a single strike instantly obliterated the mightiest warrior of Great Xia. Only then did I truly understand that the pressure from alien races facing East China was no less than that faced by North China. This time, I did not die. But too many had sacrificed themselves to save me, all because of my decisions. I chose to start over. 12th life. The 13th life. I believed tackling the Yagu dynasty first was the right path, though our strength fell short. The White Emperor was still a viable opponent to fight, but the Eternal Spear was simply too terrifying. Even when Shuri and I joined forces, we were instantly annihilated. Ultimately, headquarters decided to sacrifice 1 life to lure the White Emperor into unleashing the Eternal Spear, then have me and Chairman Zhou eliminate him. The one chosen as bait was Wei Yuan, the head of the East China region. Wei Yuan fell in battle, pierced by the Eternal Spear. His sacrifice bought us the time needed to slay the White Emperor. My team members, Commander Zhou, and other veterans ultimately succeeded in slaying the White Emperor. Yet against the Eternal Spear, we still had no effective counter. World artifacts are truly remarkable. If only Great Xia possessed one. The Star Domain Glory Treasury does offer it for exchange, but it requires a staggering 100,000 points, a near impossible feat. Still, the situation has improved somewhat. Both the Crimson Emperor and the White Emperor of the Yagu dynasty have been annihilated. We fought our way onto the Yagu continent with immense difficulty, enduring countless losses and sacrifices. We thought victory was finally within reach. Unexpectedly, we encountered the legendary deity, the World Tree Yggdrasil. All our efforts were in vain. A single encounter. Though the pressure wasn't as intense as when the demon god Ingshir Xianyu appeared, the gap in power was still as vast as the heavens. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, it resurrected the White Emperor and the Red Emperor, then effortlessly slaughtered the elite warriors of Great Xia. Our efforts felt utterly laughable. This is the chasm between us and the divine. When I opened my eyes again, I had been reborn. For the first time, I felt utterly powerless. What should I do? After facing setbacks from both the Ghost Clan and the Yagu dynasty, I asked myself this question time and again. But I never imagined. Heaven never closes all doors. In this lifetime, I learned that the military had obtained intelligence. The Ghost Clan was searching for fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. The Nether God's Divine Essence legend has it, the most direct path to mastering God tier power. 7 fragments of the Nether God's Divine Essence are scattered across the globe. Finding these fragments not only grants special abilities but also allows one to assemble the complete Divine Essence. But the fragments are incredibly difficult to find, even the Ghost Clan can only cast a wide net. But this is my specialty. Finding things? If I couldn't find them in one lifetime, could I find them by endlessly restarting? I was utterly exhilarated, instantly realizing this might be my way out of this predicament. 14th life, 15th life, 16th life, 17th life. From then on, I roamed the world, hunting for any sign of the Nether God's Divine Essence fragments. Even if the Ghost Clan snatched any fragment before me, I wouldn't panic. Because in the next life, I would have already taken that fragment. This process spanned a total of 6 lifetimes. I gathered 5 fragments of the Nether God's Divine Essence. Except for the one used by the Divine Descent cult's leader to summon the Divine Essence vessel, whose whereabouts remain unknown, and the one originally possessed by the Ghost Clan, all others now belong to me. Though I am not a necromantic transcendent class, these 5 fragments of the Nether God's Essence have granted me immense power. Moreover, they granted me control over the unique shadow power. At this moment, my power ceiling has soared dramatically. Even facing the Ghost Clan and the World Tree again, I now possess far greater confidence. Chapter 168, A Lone Savior's Path Part 5. In the 19th realm, after gathering all 5 fragments of the Nether God's Divine Essence, I finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope to break the stalemate. The shadow power of the Nether God's Divine Essence could both counteract the World Tree's life divine power and effectively resist the Ghost Clan's Ghost Realm. All 6 rebirths had not been in vain. Having located the 5 fragments of the Nether God's Divine Essence, time in this life grew exceedingly tight. I chose to actively restart once more. After nearly 20 rebirths, death had become almost familiar to me. The 20th life. After the class change ceremony concluded, I reported my rebirth to the nation as usual and reunited with Shur. Leveraging my memory of the fragments' locations, I rapidly leveled up while seizing them across the world. Within a month and a half, I successfully reached Tier 3, exchanged for a mythic weapon at the Stellar Glory Exchange, and collected all 5 fragments of the Nether God's Divine Essence to activate the power of the Nether Realm. 20 opportunities to reincarnate had honed my skills to perfection. On this day, I was hailed as the strongest newcomer in the Great Xia Empire in 2 centuries. In challenges against alien races and grand racial competitions, I faced no worthy opponents. Within 2.5 months, I reached level 70. Paired with Shuri, I could already be called the strongest in all of Great Xia. Of course, that excludes the mysterious woman known as Transcendent Taboo Object 001. Her power likely transcends the bounds of humanity. This time, harnessing the power of the Netherworld and coordinating with Commander Zhou Yuan and others, I finally slayed the 4th tier ultimate boss, the Purgatory Apostle, and obtained the ultimate awakening stone. Another half-month passed. I barely slept a wink, my excitement reaching its peak as I relentlessly leveled up using Shuri's time manipulation abilities. I realized this was likely my greatest opportunity, the chance to save the Great Xia from the brink of disaster. 3 months later, I consumed the ultimate awakening stone and ascended to Tier 4. When the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan attacked, I effortlessly obliterated the Shadow Moon Wolf King. I repelled the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's invasion almost single-handedly. Except for the demon god, Shadow Devourer Crescent Moon. To bolster Great Xia's strength, I personally led the conquest of every secret realm that appeared on Blue Star during this period. No other faction on Blue Star possessed a rival capable of challenging me. When the Void Insect Clan invaded Great Xia's territory, I charged straight to their lair and used the power of the Netherworld to force the Queen Insect away from Great Xia. Subsequently, following my prior strategy, I launched an assault on the Yagu dynasty. I assassinated the Crimson Emperor and reclaimed Ding City. Facing the White Emperor and the Eternal Spear, I coordinated with elders like Zhou Yuan and Wei Yuan using the power of the Netherworld. We ultimately defeated the White Emperor without a single casualty and repelled the Eternal Spear. Everything proceeded far more smoothly than any previous operation. However, when I stormed the Yagu continent and confronted the World Tree. Though my Netherworld power could counteract the World Tree's life force divine power, giving me a slight edge in combat, my attacks were utterly incapable of posing a life-threatening challenge to the World Tree. The World Tree's trunk, even if the entire Great Xia Empire focused their firepower on it, would likely prove impenetrable. The damage inflicted couldn't even match the rate at which the World Tree regenerated its health. Is this the power of a deity who wields the divine power of life? I was at a loss. Ultimately, we could only reach a temporary understanding with the World Tree. Daxia could not utterly defeat the Yagu continent, and the World Tree could not subdue Daxia. Both would abandon their ambitions, and henceforth, the 2 realms would remain mutually undisturbed. In short, the absence of a foreign race waging a war of ethnic extermination against the Great Xia Empire has at least lightened the burden on the empire. Compared to previous eras, the Great Xia's current situation is unprecedentedly favorable. I am utterly confident. Now, only the Ghost Clan remains to be dealt with. This is the unintended consequence of gathering the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. Upon learning I wield the power of the Nether God's divine essence, the entire Ghost Clan launched a full-scale assault, making their offensive against the Great Xia even more terrifying. Against the Ghost Clan's 4 great Ghost Kings in Mara, I can defeat them one-on-one, gain the upper hand against 2, and remain undefeated against 3. In terms of ultimate combat power, I remain the sole pillar of Great Xia. No one can assist me. Fortunately, under these circumstances, Headquarters found allies. The Elven Royal Clan and the Mechanical Clan. Headquarters persuaded the leaders of both clans to unite against the Ghost Clan, using the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. I finally saw hope. With the mightiest warriors of the Elven Royal Clan and the Mechanical Clan joining us, we could fully withstand the Ghost Clan. Once the Ghost Clan is driven back, Great Xia will gain a moment to breathe, allowing its overall national strength to rapidly develop. My own strength would also rise once more. And if we defeat the Ghost Clan and seize the fragment of the Nether God's divine essence they hold, my nether power will grow even stronger. My heart swelled with ambition. I even began to fantasize, Great Xia repelling all alien races from Blue Star, suppressing demons and evil spirits, becoming the strongest nation on Blue Star, restoring an era of peace. Until the final battle with the Ghost Clan. My hopes were utterly shattered. That day, the 4 great Ghost Kings in Mara all remained inactive. Instead, a ghostly domain emerged, obscuring the sky and shrouding the entire Blue Star. Amidst the despairing gazes of the Elf Royal Clan and the Mechanical Clan's mighty warriors, the 4 great Ghost Kings in Mokara bowed their heads in reverence, paying homage to the master of this terrifying ghostly domain. The great Ghost King, Yi Tian. In that moment, a flicker of despair touched my heart for the very first time. Led by the Ghost King of No Birth, the 4 great Ghost Kings, along with Mokara, each possessed peerless combat prowess. It would take 5 or 6 of the Great Xia's top practitioners to contend with just one of them. Even in the Yagu dynasty, a powerhouse like the Ghost King of No Birth could rival the mightiest of the White Emperor. Thus, I had long believed the Ghost King of No Birth to be the mightiest among the Ghost Clans. All my strategies were formulated specifically to counter the 4 great Demon Kings. Only now did I realize that above the 4 great Ghost Kings, there existed the Grand Ghost King. What should I do? The battle was almost a foregone conclusion. The mightiest warriors of the Spirit King clan and the Mechanical clan shattered instantly upon contact with the great Ghost King Yi Tian. Sure, Yi and I were instantly crushed into fragments, and the 5 shards of the Nether God's divine essence were seized by the great Ghost King Yi Tian. Even the demon god Ingshur Xianyue and the World Tree never made me feel this utterly hopeless. They were opponents not even on the same level. In my final moments, I sensed the same aura of the Nether God's divine fragment emanating from the great demon king Yi Tian. The fragment possessed by the demon clan was within him. Only through this defeat did I understand why the Ghost Clan ranked among the top 1,000 races across all worlds. Rebirth, the 21st incarnation. I was utterly lost. Over the next dozen rebirths, Headquarters and I exhausted every possible strategy, yet found no way to counter the great Demon King. In one lifetime, guided by Elder Sun, I even entered the chamber of 001. When I asked her how to defeat the great Demon King, that angelic woman remained silent, only shaking her head repeatedly. The 35th life. I attempted to have everyone charge their most powerful attacks, then used Shiyi's temporal power to control the great Demon King, aiming to cripple it with a concentrated barrage of the strongest assaults. Yet before the great Demon King, everyone's most powerful attacks were nothing more than a harmless breeze. Useless. 47th incarnation. Instead of launching a direct assault on the Yagu dynasty, I chose to divert the conflict eastward, plotting to provoke hostility between the Demon Clan and the Yagu dynasty. Knowing the great Demon King coveted the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, I placed several of them near the World Tree. This did indeed cause some hindrance to the great Demon King. He engaged the World Tree in battle, yet within a mere 2 minutes, the World Tree was utterly defeated. The farce ended. The 61st reincarnation. A profound sense of helplessness washed over me. Any strategy or countermeasure was practically laughable against the great Demon King's overwhelming power. Collecting the fragments of the underworld god's divine essence would inevitably draw the attention of the Demon Clan and the great Demon King, yet without gathering them, we lacked even the strength to defend our homeland. This time, Headquarters and I have decided, abandon North China and East China. We would completely retract our defenses, prioritizing the survival of the Great Xiao's fighting forces above all else. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear the lack of firewood. I too wonder, if Great Xia had survived a little longer, might some unexpected variables have emerged? Chapter 169, A Lone Savior's Path 6. This time, I didn't even attempt to seize the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, leaving all 5 shards to the Ghost Clan. The purpose was to prevent the Ghost Clan from targeting Great Xia prematurely. Simultaneously, I secretly leaked information about the Nether God's divine essence fragments to other alien races, hoping to hinder the Ghost Clan's movements. Sure enough, after Great Xia's continuous retreats, the great Ghost King Yi Tian never even made a move against the Great Xia. Or rather, he had no interest in attacking the Great Xia. This time, I avoided a direct confrontation with the 4 great ghost kings in the World Tree. After evacuating all residents, the Great Xia headquarters decided to cede northern China to the Ghost Clan, and the eastern China region to the Yagu dynasty. Meanwhile, the Great Xia kingdom steadily retreated its defenses and territorial boundaries. Watching lands and cities that once belonged to the Great Xia fall under foreign occupation and suffer wanton destruction, waves of sorrow welled up within me, yet I could do nothing. For ultimate victory, I must find a way to break through this stalemate through countless rebirths. Those foreign tribes who ravaged the lands of Great Xia, sooner or later, I will make them pay in blood for their crimes. I resolved myself. The reluctant abandonment of East China and North China, however, brought a silver lining to the Great Xia. The Ghost Tribe and the Yagu dynasty, sharing adjacent territories, harbored mutual distrust and frequently clashed. This conflict provided both me and the Great Xia with a much-needed respite. Though this lifetime lacked fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, I skillfully seized every opportunity and treasure through the experience of dozens of rebirths, strengthening myself at breakneck speed. Legendary skills from the Trial Secret Realm, mythical weapons from the Star Domain Glory, unique abilities left behind in ancient ruins, and so on. Sometimes, with just a single aid, my strength would still surge dramatically, propelling me to the 4th tier and making me the strongest professional practitioner in Great Xia. Yet I knew this was far from enough to break the deadlock. I could only bide my time amidst the alien threat. Yet hope did not arrive so promptly. Within the 5 months of my rebirth, the Ghost Clan, operating with extreme frequency, successively occupied territories across Blue Star nations, the American Empire, the Russian Federation, the F Nation, and others. The 4 great demon kings of the Demon Clan, combined with Mara, proved too formidable even for Great Xia, let alone other nations. Not even the United States could stand against them for a single round. In just 5 short months, 1/3 of Blue Star's territory fell under the Ghost Clan's control. During this period, I witnessed countless human warriors from different nations attempting to resist the Ghost Clan through various means. Yet not a single one survived. A deep sorrow welled up within me as I watched these warriors, like moths drawn to a flame, rushing toward their doom. It was as if I were witnessing my own reincarnated self from before. Yet what's even more despairing is, before the Ghost Clan could find a solution, an even more formidable foe emerged. During the 5th month's demonic tide, an unimaginably powerful demonic entity emerged. Investigations revealed this fiend was originally a monster from a dungeon, corrupted by the Abyss's aura into a half-human, half-demon hybrid. After descending to Blue Star, its unique abilities caught the Abyss's attention. It was fully corrupted by the Abyss, endowed with terrifying power, transforming her into a terror surpassing even the demon gods. The 8th-tier demon fiend, the Demon Empress. The Demon Emperor, Alice. Under the name of Demon Empress Alice, she led her demonic hordes to effortlessly sweep across the Blue Star, reducing every land they touched to scorched earth of the Abyss, barren and lifeless. Even deeply rooted alien races like the Void Insect Clan and the Dracula Empire proved utterly powerless against her. I once glimpsed her form from afar. Even in her abyssal transformed state, she did not appear grotesque, resembling a darkened, venomous warrior woman. Her physique wasn't as grotesquely exaggerated as other demonic beings from afar, she appeared merely as a tall woman radiating an aura of sinister power. Yet this very woman had crushed all alien races into submission. She plunged Blue Star back into the terror of abyssal domination. The silver lining, however, is this. The Abyss does not specifically target humanity. It treats all life forms as its enemies. This meant the Great Xia Empire was not its primary target. Within 10 days, Demon Empress Alice crushed the vast majority of Blue Star's alien races, transforming another 1/3 of the planet's land into scorched wasteland of the Abyss. Gazing at the strategic map of Blue Star, I sighed and remained silent for a long time. The Ghost Clan and the Demon Clan forces had swept across more than half of Blue Star's territory. I had believed we could leverage Empress Alice's power to oppose the great demon King Yi Tian. Unexpectedly, these two supreme beings tacitly agreed, rather than clashing head-on, they would first seize weaker territories. Or perhaps it was simply the fate of the weak. Both the Ghost Clan and the Demon Clan simultaneously expanded their influence across Blue Star, devouring weaker territories. I felt utterly powerless. Either the great demon king or the demon emperor acting alone could effortlessly destroy the Great Xia Empire. But it didn't stop there. With the dawn of the era of 10,000 races struggle for supremacy, more and more powerful alien races began appearing in Great Xia through interdimensional portals. Among them, the entire territory of the Elven Royal Clan has been completely occupied by the Titan Clan. The Mechanical Clan's lands were seized by the Nebula Clan, one of the top-ranked races among the myriad tribes. Thus, the Great Xia Empire has plunged into its darkest hour. Surrounded by predatory alien races and the ever-menacing ghost and demon clans bearing their fangs, the Great Xia Empire could only survive in the cracks. And now, even that sliver of survival seems to be slipping away. I had hoped that prolonging the Great Xia's survival might reveal unexpected variables. Little did I know that while change did come, it brought no welcome news. The adversaries we now face far exceed my wildest expectations. Seated in the Central Military Command, staring at the strategic map showing Great Xia's precarious existence on Blue Star, the pressure felt like countless mountains crushing me, leaving me breathless. Over the past 2 months, Old Sun at headquarters, all the department heads, and every high-ranking official have barely rested, exhausting every possible method to keep the Great Xia alive. Perhaps I've failed too many times already. Facing this situation, all I can say is, give up. Start over. The situation in this lifetime is simply too hopeless. I'll figure it out in the next life. Perhaps it was nerves stretched taut under extreme pressure, but after this thought formed, I slumped into my chair, as if all strength had drained from my body. I sat there in a daze for a long time. 5 months non-stop grinding from level 0 to my current level 80, constantly devising strategies against alien races and defenses against the Ghost Clan. Not a single hour of rest had been spared for myself in those 5 months. This cycle has repeated itself dozens of times. I feel a bit tired? No. It's nowhere near enough. In the next life, I must find a way to change the Great Xia's predicament. But unexpectedly, just as I was contemplating a restart, this life's Great Xia suddenly received reinforcements. Not only was I unaware of his arrival, but the entire headquarters was equally in the dark. Few even recognized him. Yet his strength was so profound, even I couldn't fathom it. He said. He hailed from the celestial radiant star nation. His name is Wan Ming. Chapter 170, A Lone Savior's Path 7. The Great Xia Empire now occupies only 1/5 of its former territory, surviving in the narrow space between alien races and demonic forces. Its overall national strength continues to decline, and even I have lost all hope. Yet, in these dire circumstances, reinforcements have unexpectedly appeared. Initially, myself and nearly all the high-ranking officials at headquarters viewed this Wan Ming with suspicion. Yet Wan Ming himself seemed unconcerned, detailing his origins and intentions at length. Through verification by veteran military officers and records from the East China Army, we made a surprising discovery. This formidable warrior from the mid-plane world land of the Radiant Stars had actually lived in Great Xia for decades and served in its military. Moreover, his son and wife currently reside in Great Xia. This was truly beyond my expectations. According to Wan Ming's explanation, he had left the Great Xia precisely because he foresaw the current crisis and sought a way to break the deadlock. Unfortunately, the life or death crisis facing Great Xia arrived sooner than he had anticipated. After multiple tests of Wan Ming, I found his words seemed genuine. One reason for this is his extraordinary power. By my estimation, he is at least as formidable as the Great Demon King I first encountered. I refer to the first Great Demon King I encountered because after obtaining more fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, Yi Tian's power surged at an unimaginable rate. His power was now incomparable to that of the Great Demon King I had first confronted. Consequently, under the Great Demon King Yi Tian's leadership, the Ghost Clan's civilization points had skyrocketed, propelling them from around the 1000th rank among all races to within the top 100. As Wan Ming put it, the Great Demon King Yi Tian's power was almost unnervingly strong. The entire Ghost Clan's might stems from the Great Ghost King, whose power has nearly reached the pinnacle of divine being. Wan Ming couldn't quite grasp it, but I suspected it had to do with the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. In this lifetime, the Great Demon King had gathered nearly all the fragments. Simultaneously, this was the first time both I and the Great Xia had learned about the hierarchy of deities. Wan Ming's arrival stirred excitement within me. It meant I could gain more intelligence and potentially find a way to break the deadlock. Within half a month, under the covetous gazes of surrounding alien races and demonic forces, Wan Ming and our forces finally succeeded in defending the Great Xia's last remaining territory. We even defeated the Ghost Clan's 4 Great Ghost Kings. Yet the Great Ghost King Yi Tian and the Demon Empress Alice remained foes beyond Great Xia's reach. Wan Ming told me that to counter the Great Ghost King Yi Tian and even stronger foes, there were only 2 paths. First, one must attain such overwhelming power. There have been beings across myriad realms whose mere physical might could pierce worlds with the aftershock of a single punch. Yet across all realms, few races could achieve this feat, and the human race held no hope whatsoever. Second, one must master God-tier abilities. Great Demon King Yi Tian's current power has elevated him to the status of a guardian deity among the demonic races. To oppose a deity, wielding God-tier abilities proves far more effective. I etched these truths deep into my heart. Though they seemed distant from my current self, they became my life's purpose for the next existence. One night, Wan Ming gazed upon the remnants of the Great Xia's territory and sighed deeply with profound sorrow. The Great Xia, it was once so prosperous. After a moment of lamentation, he patted my shoulder. Since Great Xia now had few remaining strong ones, only I could act alongside Wan Ming. Xiaolu, have you noticed? The Yagu dynasty has the World Tree as its guardian deity, and the Ghost Clan has the Great Ghost King. The reason Blue Star faces such hardship is precisely because it lacks divine-level pillars to support it. That's why you all endure such hardship. Achieving this much in less than half a year since your class change, you're actually quite exceptional. But the era of all races vying for supremacy has arrived. There's no time left for you to grow stronger. Divine tier pillars? For some reason, I suddenly thought of that mysterious woman from Forbidden Object 001, though she no longer exists in this lifetime. Wan Ming's words sounded almost like a final testament. Yet I had to admit he was right. If Great Xia lacks a divine tier pillar, can I truly accomplish this? One day later, the Demon Empress Alice arrived in Great Xia. I think I understand now why Wan Ming made those parting words yesterday. Wan Ming, myself, and the entire defensive might of Great Xia couldn't hold out for even half a day against the Demon Emperor Alice. Wan Ming even deployed a tower-shaped artifact, seemingly designed to counter demonic forces, yet Alice crushed it without mercy. An existence above the demon god in absolute chasm and power. Reborn once more. After my experience with Wan Ming, I no longer fixated on my current level or strength. Instead, I began forging diverse possibilities across multiple timelines. Even if no breakthrough opportunities arise, I will strive to uncover more treasures and legacies, especially god-tier abilities, to lay the groundwork for elevating the upper limit of my power in the next life. East China, South China, West China, North China, Central China. Elven royal clans, mechanical tribes, the Yagu dynasty, ghost clans, titan tribes, and beyond. Through countless rebirths, I relentlessly sought hope for growth among the diverse nations and factions. During this time, I witnessed the countless tragedies that befell the nations of Blue Star. I witnessed the Great Xia Empire's countless collapses. I have watched with my own eyes as this nation and its people whom I fought so desperately to save were trampled time and again under the iron hooves of alien races and demonic forces. The world I fought so hard to save now crumbles before me time and again. Cities have become playgrounds for alien races and demons. Countless humans are slaughtered, rivers of blood flowing, enslaved by alien races to suffer fates worse than death. This hellish spectacle on Earth is what I must constantly confront. In these moments, I am profoundly grateful that Yi, upon rebirth, possesses no memories. His heart remains untouched by the torment of witnessing this inferno time and time again. Only I must bear this burden. With each rebirth, when I see Yi again, its face always lights up with such joy. But I can barely muster a smile anymore. Yet I am powerless to change it, nor can I give up. I must search through each timeline to find the correct one, the one that can break the cycle. I am the prophesied savior. The Great Xia still awaits my salvation. Chapter 171, A Lone Savior's Path Part 8. This conviction has sustained me through hundreds of rebirths. No matter how desperate the situation, no matter how many failures I endure, I never stop. My sole objective, to find a way to grow stronger. The good news is, despite enduring countless despair, these hundreds of rebirths have yielded tangible results. I've discovered countless opportunities across different worlds. According to Wan Ming, I've even attained god-tier power. In the ruins of an ancient Titan battlefield, I discovered the opportunity to obtain the divine essence of the god of war. After dozens more rebirths, I discovered a chance to obtain fragments of the omnipotent god divine essence within the stellar glory. In a distant world, I even found the power of the god of thunder. As for the god of the underworld's divine essence, without obtaining the fragment held by the great demon king Yi Tian, there was simply no hope of assembling the complete divine essence. But all in all, the gains were immense. Across hundreds of timelines, I discovered 3 divine-level powers, each highly attainable. As this life drew to a close, I nearly laughed out loud with excitement. The 271st rebirth. I set my primary objective on the war god deity among the 3 divine powers. The god of war is unquestionably one of the most formidable deities in direct combat. I resolved to alter the tragedy of Great Xia in this lifetime. This time, I did not relinquish the fragments of the god of the underworld's divine essence to the ghost clan either. It turned out that allowing the great demon king to gather all the fragments of the god of the underworld would make him powerful beyond comprehension. Even if I had gathered the underworld god's divine essence myself, it wouldn't have been this powerful. It's quite strange. 3 months. With Yi's assistance, I rapidly leveled up, accumulating hundreds of experience points. I successfully obtained 5 fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, defeated the Inferno Apostle, and ascended to the 4th tier. Then I journeyed to the Titan clan's ancient battlefield ruins. After a month's effort, I successfully obtained the War God's divine fragment. The time was well spent. The abilities granted by the War God's divine essence multiplied my strength several times over. During this period, Great Xia naturally lost considerable territory under the onslaught of alien races. But with my return, everything would change. Single-handedly, I defeated the White Emperor and the Yagu dynasty, stormed into the Yagu continent, and dealt a crippling blow to the World Tree. I then shifted the battle to northern China, single-handedly confronting the 4 Ghost Kings. 270 rebirths had honed my combat experience, mastery, and application of abilities to an unparalleled level, perfectly synchronized with Yi. The 4 great Ghost Kings who once plunged me into despair, I now vanquished them single-handedly. From this point onward, the demon clans retreat 3 steps before the Great Xia. This was the first time I truly experienced the exhilaration of breaking through a stalemate. That day, the entire Great Xia cheered for me. Yet I did not grow complacent in the face of this victory, for I knew stronger foes lay ahead. I defeated countless alien races in succession, but the exposure of my divine power drew even more powerful, top-ranked alien races to vie for me. Foremost among them were the Titans, followed by the fallen angels, divine abominations, nebula clans, and more. Some of these formidable alien races were completely unknown to me during my first 100 rebirths. Yet the moment they learned of the immense power I wielded, they descended like ravenous beasts, swarming to tear me apart. Blue Star plunged headlong into a true era of interstellar warfare. More and more powerful alien races appeared on Blue Star. At its peak, over 300 distinct alien races coexisted on the planet. The Great Xia Empire and I were exhausted from fending off their covetous eyes. Beyond the Great Xia, nearly every major land and sea territory on Blue Star changed hands. In the 5th month, the demon Empress Alice appeared as usual. This time, her arrival actually gave me a moment to breathe. For the Abyss showed no favoritism, it attacked both humans and alien races indiscriminately. Whoever stood in the Abyss's path first became its adversary. The Titans, fallen angels, divine abominations, these alien races, confident in their strength, became Alice's primary targets. As for me and Great Xia, it seemed we had returned to a time of survival in the cracks. This time, however, I held more initiative. Despite the relentless hardship, we held out for a full 2 years. By the end of the 2nd year, I reached the pinnacle of the path of the professional. At that moment, I could finally wield the war god's divine essence, fusing it into my being to ascend as a deity, the war god. Ascension. Only now did the 270 rebirths seem to coalesce into a single, unified force within me. The cheers of the Great Xia populace and headquarters high command gradually faded into distortion in my ears. I longed to shed tears of joy. But my tears had nearly dried up over 270 rebirths. Hope. I finally saw hope with my own eyes. Back then, Wan Ming had said that Great Xia lacked a pillar of divine strength. Well, now, I have succeeded. Alas, the Great Xia no longer has anyone to fight alongside me. Even Wan Ming, who once came to our aid, has never reappeared. I defeated the Titan race head-on, forcing them to abandon their covetousness for the war god's divine essence. Next, I struck back against every alien race on Blue Star that had ever threatened the Great Xia, leaving not a single one unpunished. Some were easily crushed, while others possessed deep foundations, forcing me to merely drive them back. But the goal was achieved. The emergence of a war god in Great Xia deterred most alien races from daring to invade lightly. Yet I never anticipated this. As all alien races retreated, the Abyss's assault only grew more relentless. After my first clash with the demon Empress Alice, she expressed great surprise. To find a god in such a place, it seems you are truly unique. I offered no reply, and she seemed to require none. Soon after, a second demon emperor descended upon Blue Star. I was utterly perplexed. When a god appeared in Great Xia, all other alien foes retreated in fear. Yet the Abyss, upon discovering the deity's presence, only intensified its assault. Facing 2 demon emperors, I resolved. Abyss, demonic forces, I will eradicate you completely, sooner or later. Upon hearing my words, the 2 demon emperors burst into laughter in unison, a sound that was particularly mocking and shrill. It seems you know nothing about the Abyss. Those words were the last piece of information I received in this lifetime. Even having attained the divine rank of war god, facing a demon emperor remained a formidable challenge, let alone 2 of them. Yet this time, I felt no panic. As long as this path held hope, I could return again and again, continuing along it until that hope grew ever stronger. After enduring countless rebirths, by the 282nd rebirth, I was fully prepared. Over 4 months, I mastered the war god's divine essence and gathered 5 fragments of the nether god's divine essence. 2 years later, I obtained a fragment of the omnipotent god's divine essence within the stellar glory. Alas, the conditions for acquiring the omnipotent divine essence were too stringent, preventing me from obtaining more. I then slew the world tree, mastering the divine power of life, and gained a portion of the thunder god's power. Thus, I now wield 5 divine level abilities. I can almost feel it. The salvation of Great Xia is within reach. Chapter 172, A Lone Savior's Path 9. Focusing my energy on seeking more god-tier abilities significantly slowed my advancement this time. During these 2.5 years of rebirth, I successfully ascended to godhood, attaining the divine rank of war god. This time, my power surpassed my previous war god status by more than double. War God Essence, fragments of the God of the Underworld Essence, fragments of the Omnipotent God Essence, Life Divine Power, and Thunder God Power. Though other divine essences and powers weakened considerably in my grasp after attaining war godhood, they remained more than sufficient. The alien races surrounding Blue Star were no match for me now. Even when facing the demon Empress Alice, though my divine rank was slightly inferior to hers, with the 8 of times power, I held my own without faltering. After my deification, Yi's temporal abilities also grew substantially stronger, proving utterly unstoppable in every battle thus far. Working together with Yi, we defeated 2 demon emperors. However, Alice's spatial traversal abilities prevented me from eliminating them. Nevertheless, with the demon emperor's retreat, the demonic hordes also withdrew. I watched the retreating demons, speechless for a long time. Success! Success? Nearly 3 years had passed. The alien races had retreated, the demonic forces had been defeated had I finally saved Great Xia. Yet, several powerful alien factions had abruptly halted their large-scale assaults on Blue Star Midway, instead withdrawing their forces. Moreover, Wan Ming of the Celestial Radiance Star Nation never returned to Great Xia. I'm somewhat puzzled, but the outcome is ultimately positive. Now, the Great Xia is no longer troubled by alien invasions, and the demonic forces seem to have retreated completely back into the abyss. The Great Xia is about to usher in an era of peace. Half a month passed. I witnessed the Great Xia turn from peril to safety, with an atmosphere of tranquility permeating the entire nation. I paid my respects to the late President Zhou. After hundreds of rebirths in Great Xia, I finally enjoyed my first leisurely rest. Yet for some reason, a deep unease gnawed at my heart. Perhaps it was Alice's words, "You truly know nothing about the abyss," that planted seeds of doubt within me. Or perhaps it was the memory of the great demon King Wu Tian from long ago. According to Wan Ming, Wu Tian's peak strength once reached the pinnacle of divine power, far surpassing my current tier. I still had vast room to grow stronger. After deep contemplation, I resolved that I must never cease my pursuit of greater strength. Blue Star now boasts numerous portals to other realms, leading to the far more powerful mid-thousand worlds. It is said these realms surpass Blue Star and countless other small thousand worlds by 100-fold. I resolved to venture into a middle thousand world, seeking the hope of growth. The closest middle thousand world to Blue Star is a realm called the Stellar Sea Empire, said to be ruled by the Nebula clan. It ranks a solid 110th among all races. Here, surely lies a path to greater power? With this mindset, I stepped through the portal into the Star Sea Empire. Passing through the void-spanning portal, I floated above a sky and beheld a new world. Yet in that instant, my mind froze as if it had crashed, filled with utter dread. Ranked 110th among all races, the Star Sea Empire possessed a territory nearly 100 times larger than Blue Star, with overall strength exceeding it by over 100-fold. The ruling Nebula clan was an ancient and formidable race, boasting countless powerful individuals, even possessing more than one deity. Without the aid of my temporal power, I likely wouldn't have been able to defeat the Nebula clan on Blue Star. Yet now, this mighty Nebula clan, this formidable Star Sea Empire, all of it, utterly reduced to scorched earth. My eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether this was some kind of illusion. Scanning the entire world, it had been completely overrun by the abyss. Demonic entities roamed the entire world, not a single living soul remained, and the entire Nebula clan had been annihilated. Suddenly, I recalled the consistent descriptions of the abyss found in ancient texts of various races. The abyss spares none, waging war against all races across the myriad realms. Its power is unfathomable. Only now did I grasp the true horror of the abyss. It seemed to far exceed my own and Great Xia's wildest imaginings. But now, knowing this seems too late. Suddenly, the surrounding space flickered, and I heard an eerie voice emerge beside me. "Heh, you actually dared to come out?" Amidst the ruin-strewn land and vast starry sky, I turned to see the demon Empress Alice. She had teleported to my side using her spatial abilities. She was actually staring at me? What did her words mean? For some reason, even though I had defeated her before, I now felt a surge of panic. Alice smiled at me, a smile that seemed utterly terrifying to me. Her next words nearly made my heart explode, as if a giant hand had clamped down on it, choking off my breath. "Your rebirth game should come to an early end." What? The moment she uttered the word rebirth, I felt as if struck by lightning, my entire body trembling. The next moment, another demon emperor I had defeated appeared silently beside me. Yet, showing no intention to attack, he merely smiled and said, "Cheating isn't exactly commendable behavior. Since you've walked into this trap." I couldn't comprehend it. A profound dread filled my heart. Never had I felt such bone-chilling coldness. I almost wanted to kill myself right then and reincarnate back. But my spine froze rigid. Something had appeared behind me. Space seemed to warp, and time itself felt strangled by some invisible force. Slowly, I turned my head, my pupils suddenly contracting. It was an existence of breathtaking beauty, almost divine. A single glance was enough to shake the soul. Such an indescribably exquisite beauty could only be rivaled by Forbidden Object 001. What surprised me was that 001's features bore a faint resemblance to this figure before me, though at the time, my mind was completely frozen and I didn't even register this detail. Behind this breathtaking figure, behind a cloak of dawn-like radiance, as if forged from molten stars, countless vast planets and planes flickered behind her, as if undergoing evolution, transformation, and gestation within time, only to march toward destruction. The rotation, collapse, and extinction of planets and realms continuously surfaced behind this woman. Upon closer inspection, each of these shadowy worlds was utterly gray and lifeless, as if covered by the scorched earth of an abyss. "Gotcha." Her emotionless words sent a chill through me, as if I'd fallen into an ice cave. The next instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from her eyes. I instinctively braced for defense, only to realize no attack had actually struck me. Only at my throat did a pitch-black, sinister star-wheel pattern appear. The cheater of the river of time. Another demon emperor explained to that breathtaking figure, had it not been for him, the abyss would not have been held back for so long. I did not listen to the rest. A tremor from the depths of my soul told me I couldn't stay here any longer. I must reincarnate and return. I decisively swung my blade, severing my own head. Suicide, rebirth. To my surprise, the mysterious woman did not stop my rebirth. But in my final moments, I faintly heard a matter-of-fact voice say, "You cannot escape." Chapter 173, A Lone Savior's Path End. The job change ceremony officially begins. Hearing those familiar words, half my heart sank. I had reincarnated after all. The oppressive aura emanating from that mysterious woman was overwhelming. And what shocked me most was that the two demon emperors, including Alice, showed her profound respect. What could her status be within the abyss? I sank into deep contemplation, my mind feeling like it might explode. Then it was my turn to step forward for the class change ceremony. The teacher presiding over the ceremony glanced at my neck and suddenly asked me in a playful tone, "Xiaolu, did you get a tattoo?" I lowered my head, a chill spreading uncontrollably throughout my body. A pitch-black, sinister star-wheel pattern still remained on my body. Left by that mysterious woman. I had clearly been reborn. How could it still be here? Before I could process it, the teacher conducting the ceremony grabbed my arm and initiated the class change. But only I noticed that the moment extraordinary energy gathered around me at the start of the transformation, the star-wheel pattern suddenly glowed with a black light. Holy crap! Lu Xinghe. Legendary tier class. The class teacher shrieked in astonishment, and the stunned gazes of the entire school's faculty and students converged on me, a scene all too familiar. But in that instant, a dual pressure from both soul and body descended, the air abruptly thickening. My pupils froze instantly, staring straight ahead as my heart felt crushed under a mountain of pressure, struggling to beat. "So you're here." That breathtakingly beautiful, enigmatic woman stood before me, her expression as calm as an abyss. Just as I had seen in my previous life moments before death, countless planets and planes of existence flickered and faded behind her. The woman who could make even demon emperor-level beings bow in submission. She stood before me now. And I had just finished my class change. How could this be? The ominous aura emanating from the mysterious woman instantly triggered the vigilance of every teacher and student in the academy. Some grabbed weapons and stood ready for battle, while others immediately notified Zhou Yuan and the military high command. Watching the teachers around me scrambling to protect me, my heart was filled with despair and helplessness. She is no match for any human. Everyone, run. Next, the mysterious woman destroyed North China, destroyed the Great Xia. To be precise, with a single casual blow, she utterly crushed the place I had fought so desperately to protect. My eyes bulged in fury as I exhausted every method, every ounce of ability, attempting suicide once more. Given the situation before me, suicide and rebirth were the only way I could find to survive. At that moment, a brilliant white pillar of light shot skyward from the destroyed Great Xia headquarters, instantly capturing the mysterious woman's attention, allowing me to successfully end my life. Turning to find my lifeless body, the mysterious woman merely glanced at me with a flat expression. "The river of time, I cannot resolve it yet. But you will not escape." The job change ceremony officially begins. Hearing those words again, seeing the familiar teachers, students, and campus surroundings once more, my body began to tremble uncontrollably. Not long ago, the despair and helplessness I experienced in my previous life had left me nearly drained of all strength. Staring blankly at my own hands, I was momentarily speechless. "Lu Xinghe, come forward for your class change." "Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe." The teacher presiding over the ceremony called his name repeatedly, yet Lu Xinghe remained frozen in place, seemingly oblivious to the summons. Lu Xinghe, however, stared blankly down at the dark, sinister star-wheel pattern etched upon his neck. I was certain that in my previous life, the moment extraordinary power fused with my body after class advancement, that star-wheel pattern had been activated. Immediately afterward, that mysterious woman had used it to track him down. This meant that whenever he touched extraordinary power, that mysterious woman would come knocking, slaughtering everything in the Great Xia without mercy, making his life a living hell. How could this problem be solved? How could he break free from this trap? How could he erase this mark? How could he stop the mysterious woman's pursuit? How could he prevent the abyss from invading? How could he grow stronger? How could he utterly defeat the myriad races? How could he save the Great Xia? What should he do? What should I do? Lu Xinghe, ascend the platform to awaken. Seeing Lu Xinghe remain motionless for so long, the teacher presiding over the ceremony grew visibly annoyed. Approaching him, the words of reproach he intended to utter suddenly caught in his throat. For at some unknown moment, Lu Xinghe had already been weeping uncontrollably. The utterly despairing and complex expression on his face was something that could never be feigned. Lu Xinghe lifted his head, and a smile spread across his tear-streaked face, a smile that seemed like utter collapse after reaching the depths of despair. "Teacher, I can't do it. I truly can't do it." He had witnessed it with his own eyes, the Starsea Empire, 100 times more powerful than Blue Star, utterly destroyed by the Abyss just 3 years later. To save Great Xia, he must defeat the Abyss and vanquish the demonic forces. though he had once held on to that fighting spirit. But now, he couldn't even access his transcendent powers. The mark planted on him by the mysterious woman from the abyss felt like a death sentence. How could this be resolved? And after resolving it, how could he face the alien races and the abyss? How could he confront that terrifying, enigmatic woman? The moment that enigmatic woman appeared, the destruction of Great Xia would be but an instant. Lu Xinghe's once vibrant gaze now seemed shrouded in gloom. I'm a failure. I truly can't do it. What are you talking about, Lu Xinghe? What can't you do? It's time for your class change. Teachers and students around him exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Xinghe shook his head blankly. Teacher, I won't be changing jobs. Name, Lu Xinghe. Basic info, male, 18 years old, native of Nantang City, North China. Occupation, none warning, abnormal status. Potential, special child of prophecy. Life story, after enduring countless despair, Lu Xinghe abandoned his class change to prevent the abyss perception from arriving prematurely. Having nearly lost all hope of saving humanity, he ceased contact with state personnel and his partner, the Time Cat, choosing instead to live a life devoid of all aspirations. Investment opportunity, hidden class Time Walker 100 funds. Chapter 174, Have You Seen Me? After reading Lu Xinghe's life resume, Yi Tian stood frozen for a long time, speechless. It felt like reading a short story filled with twists and turns. Gazing once more at Lu Xinghe's despondent figure, Yi Tian remained unsettled for a long time. He never imagined Lu Xinghe's life would be so convoluted and bizarre. Even more astonishing was that he had actually witnessed the very concept of rebirth, a theme he'd encountered in countless novels of his past life. Not only had Lu Xinghe reincarnated, but he had done so hundreds of times. Through hundreds of rebirths, he had witnessed the rise and fall of the Great Xia countless times, faced innumerable formidable foes, and even attained godhood. In the end, he ended up in this state of utter despair and decay. Originally, Yi Tian had felt some confusion and even disappointment toward him, but after reading through Lu Xinghe's life story, only silence remained in his heart. Who could say Lu Xinghe had failed to live up to the title of prophet's son? In his early days, Lu Xinghe was full of vigor and ambition. When it came to his resolve to save the Great Xia, few could match him. Yet the despair he endured was simply too overwhelming. The shadow-devouring moon god looming above Ingwe, the four ghost kings of the Ghost Clan, the Demon King and the Great Ghost King, the Yagu dynasty. Each of these early adversaries could have brought ruin to Great Xia entities beyond the reach of ordinary men. And for Lu Xinghe, this was merely the beginning. Demonic forces invading Blue Star, myriad races descending to vie for supremacy, horrors lurking within the abyss. Each one posed an existential threat not only to Great Xia, but to the entire Blue Star. These were events worthy of being recorded in one's life chronicles. And in the later stages, even the unrecorded minor crises would undoubtedly be headaches of their own. Between the lines of his resume lay the palpable despair Lu Xinghe had tasted time and again. Xia, an ordinary nation within the neutral zone, found itself besieged on all sides, surrounded by hostile forces. And Lu Xinghe, at just 18 years old, stood alone without a single ally. Only countless enemies. Even the Time Cat, reborn without corresponding memories, could not truly empathize with Lu Xinghe's journey. He walked this path entirely alone. Yet one thing piqued Yi Tian's curiosity. Among the hundreds of rebirths Lu Xinghe had endured, not a single trace of his own existence had ever surfaced. At such a desperate juncture for Great Xia, he would never stand idly by. His absence from the records could only mean two things. Either Lu Xinghe had never seen or heard of him, but that was highly improbable. Given Yi Tian's capabilities, it was nearly impossible for him to remain unknown. Moreover, the Eastern China documented in Lu Xinghe's life seemed more like a fate trajectory without Yi Tian's presence. Moreover, none of the employees under Yi Tian's command seemed to have appeared either. The only individuals who caught Yi Tian's attention were those mentioned in Lu Xinghe's biography. Alice and Wan Ming. Based on Wan Ming's self-reported background and experiences, he hailed from the celestial Radiant Star Nation and had served as a soldier in East China during the Great Xia era. He was undoubtedly Wan Zhan's biological father. These details, including Wan Ming's efforts to save Great Xia, had been relayed to Yi Tian by Wan Jiang after their conversation within the sealed demon tower. Yet Yi Tian had never met Wan Ming, unlike Lu Xinghe, who had encountered him during his rebirth. What surprised Yi Tian most was Alice, the Demon Emperor. In Lu Xinghe's memories, Alice's life trajectory unfolded like this: she appeared in Great Xia after the dungeon descended, then caught the abyss's attention. It bestowed upon her immense power, elevating her to Demon Emperor. Later, she would destroy Great Xia and Blue Star countless times, unstoppable. This was clearly a fate entirely different from Alice's current trajectory. Instead, it resembled the timeline where Yi Tian never existed. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He never imagined Alice's future would truly make her a world-ending boss-level existence. But it made sense. Alice possessed extraordinary potential, the ability to traverse the void, and was a unique being with both human and demonic attributes. It was only natural the abyss would take notice. The Alice of the present had become the hidden Classblade Queen. She possessed sufficient power even before the dungeon descended, and the abyss hadn't set its sights on her. The only explanation. Yi Tian could only speculate. Could it be that among the hundreds of rebirths Lu Xinghe experienced, there was no timeline that included Yi Tian himself? But then another question arises. If he didn't exist in previous timelines, why was Lu Xinghe encountering him now? Yi Tian glanced at Lu Xinghe with puzzlement. Beneath his weary, despairing eyes, the corners were slightly moist. The look he gave the time cat seemed to hold profound sorrow. I can't save anything anymore, Cherie. I'm nothing but a useless shell now. His voice choked with emotion, tears mingling with frustration and despair. In that moment, Yi Tian finally understood Lu Xinghe's words. That terrifying, mysterious woman from his past had placed a mark upon him. The moment Lu Xinghe had tapped into transcendent power, whether through class change or any other ability, the mark would activate. That unknown, mysterious woman would then detect the signal across all realms and worlds, storming into Blue Star to destroy everything. Theoretically, after rebirth and the reversal of time, no one except Lu Xinghe should remember the events of the previous life. Yet the mark planted by that mysterious woman was a method that severely counteracted time manipulation abilities. Even if reborn and stripped of memories, anyone sensing the mark would inevitably be an enemy wielding temporal power. Finding and eliminating them would suffice. Judging by descriptions of her life, someone capable of making the Demon Emperor bow in submission, even someone powerful enough for the Demon Emperor Alice to serve as her subordinate, must possess unimaginably terrifying strength. Yi Tian even suspected she might be the strongest being in the abyss. No wonder Lu Xinghe felt despair putting himself in that position. Yi Tian would feel the same despair. At this moment, Yi Tian finally understood why Lu Xinghe, the prophesied child, had remained utterly silent and inactive within the Great Xia Empire until now. Yet even now, the cat of time continued to rub against Lu Xinghe's hand, expressing confusion and grievance. It was merely a cat, incapable of seeing Lu Xinghe's experiences like Yi Tian could. It only knew that its destined partner now completely ignored it, even trying to shoo it away, leaving it utterly bewildered and aggrieved. Cherie, go back. Don't follow me anymore. Lu Xinghe stroked Cherie's head with a trembling voice, pressing his own forehead against the cat's. True, Lu Xinghe had reincarnated hundreds of times, but hadn't Cherie also died hundreds of times before him? Each time, his only companion perished before his very eyes. What kind of sorrow was that? If I do anything more, Great Xia will only perish faster and more miserably. Now, letting Great Xia experience its final moments of peace before destruction is the best outcome. Wait. Hearing Lu Xinghe's words, Yi Tian immediately reached out to stop him. Whether Great Xia will perish, I cannot say. But with me here, whoever seeks to destroy it won't find it so easy. Lu Xinghe didn't even lift his head at these words. His heart held no mockery for this confident declaration, only a sigh at the folly of the ignorant. He had reincarnated hundreds of times without finding hope. How could anyone else possibly succeed? And now, Yi Tian was left with only one question. Among the hundreds of rebirths where Lu Xinghe had failed and the Great Xia had fallen, had he ever existed? Yi Tian addressed Lu Xinghe, who sat slumped on the ground. Lu Xinghe, have you ever seen me? Hearing his name, Lu Xinghe froze, lifting his head in surprise until his gaze finally met Yi Tian's. Chapter 175, I'm just a boss. Lu Xinghe lifted his head, meeting Yi Tian's gaze with a look of confusion. He instinctively wanted to ask, how could Yi Tian know his name when he had completely changed his appearance, disappeared for so long, and even moved to a different district? But he quickly formed a guess: anyone who could appear alongside the time cat must be someone from headquarters. If headquarters wanted to find him, it wouldn't be difficult. He instinctively assumed Yi Tian was sent by headquarters to find the child of prophecy. Yet upon hearing Yi Tian's question, he found it odd, then grew bored. Having reincarnated hundreds of times, he recognized not only headquarters personnel but every figure of note or position within the entire Great Xia. Yet, when Lu Xinghe finally made out Yi Tian's face in the darkness, his brow instantly furrowed. Who are you? How come I've never seen you before? Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled inwardly, just as I thought. If Lu Xinghe had claimed to recognize him, Yi Tian would have felt more uneasy. For the destruction of his Great Xia versus the destruction of a Great Xia without him were two entirely different matters. Fortunately, Lu Xinghe's hundreds of reincarnations likely didn't include a timeline with him in it. But this raised another question. Why was Lu Xinghe encountering him now? Who, exactly are you? Lu Xinghe's face was now guarded, instinctively shielding the time cat behind him. Yi Tian's lips curved upward into a smile. I am the one who will lead you to save the Great Xia. Having now understood Lu Xinghe's journey, Yi Tian's immediate priority was to reignite his fighting spirit. After all, this was a talent with exceptionally unique potential. Yi Tian had never encountered a profession that required a whopping 100 points just to change jobs. It required a full 40 points more than other hidden professions, nearly double the cost. However, facilitating Lu Xinghe's class change now was clearly impractical. It wasn't due to a lack of funds, but rather the mark left by that mysterious woman from the abyss. The resume had flagged Lu Xinghe as having an abnormal status, which likely referred to this imprint. If Yi Tian were to change his class and expose him to transcendent power, it would be a death sentence. It would draw the Abyss's attention to his location, endangering everyone in the Great Xia Empire. The mark was indeed a tricky problem. Fortunately, as long as Lu Xinghe avoids contact with extraordinary power, the mark won't activate. And for Yi Tian, even if Lu Xinghe never changed professions, he remained immensely valuable. Hundreds of rebirths had granted him access to invaluable intelligence. This included the locations of all fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, information of strategic importance. It also included the locations of major ruins, secret treasures, and even the whereabouts of god-tier powers and divine essences. Moreover, the Abyss's curse mark was far from irreversible. Finding the right method could unlock it, allowing Lu Xinghe to successfully transfer 100 points of funds to a hidden profession. Therefore, after proving his identity as a great Xia to Lu Xinghe, Yi Tian immediately prepared to rouse his fighting spirit with impassioned words. Yet Lu Xinghe seemed utterly crushed. No matter what Yi Tian said, his demeanor remained despondent. It's useless. Nothing can save Great Xia. You have no idea what kind of enemy we're facing. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Clearly, words alone wouldn't sway him. It seemed facts were needed instead. He sat down beside Lu Xinghe and casually countered. Nothing can save the Great Xia? Haven't you noticed that this Great Xia hasn't been affected by the dungeon's arrival at all? It must be said, this question finally caused a flicker of change in his expression. Lu Xinghe frowned in confusion. Has the instance already descended? Ever since abandoning his class change, he'd become a soulless shell of a man, wandering aimlessly like a vagrant. He carried no communication devices and hadn't recorded the date of the instance's arrival. Since all the dungeon monsters from this descent had been driven into the wilderness by Alice's command, the minimal impact had led Lu Xinghe to believe the dungeon hadn't even descended yet. Yi Tian immediately pulled out his phone, scrolling through major media outlets and forums for news about the instance's arrival. It was nothing short of global chaos, Great Xia unscathed. Lu Xinghe stared at the headlines, blinking repeatedly, doubting his own memory. How could this be? Even in previous rebirths, when he had warned Great Xia in advance and they were prepared, the cost had been significant. How could it be handled so effortlessly now? The only casualty reported in the news was someone who twisted their ankle while fleeing in panic during the dungeon's descent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Xinghe was utterly baffled, unable to believe it. He even suspected for a moment that the news photos had been photoshopped. Yi Tian understood his reaction completely and presented the next course of action. He showed Lu Xinghe the current rankings of all races in Great Xia. Since Lu Xinghe hadn't changed professions, he lacked a profession interface and couldn't receive news of Great Xia's victory over the Yagu continent, otherwise, he wouldn't be so troubled. The next moment, Lu Xinghe's eyes widened in shock. Reflected in his pupils was the information: Blue Star Human Race Great Xia, ranked 7,700th among all races, with over 500 civilization points. How could the ranking be this high? Lu Xinghe was stunned. How long had it been since Great Xia passed its beginner phase? How had they achieved such a high ranking already? But that wasn't all. Yi Tian opened the detailed ranking information, where an entry titled Subordinate Territory listed the worlds or factions ruled by Great Xia. Clearly inscribed was this Xia's sole subordinate territory, the Yagu continent. Wait, subordinate territory? The Yagu continent. Lu Xinghe's eyes went blank. He rubbed them, even instinctively wanting to slap himself to see if he was dreaming. A subordinate territory meant that Great Xia had utterly defeated its rivals in the War of Conquest. How is that possible? Lu Xinghe was dumbfounded. The Great Xia had only just emerged from its fledgling phase, yet it had already defeated the Yagu continent in the Conquest War. Even if he had reincarnated hundreds of times, he couldn't fathom how such a feat could be achieved. No, absolutely impossible. You're lying to me? Lu Xinghe's gaze turned wary. Show me the War of Supremacy settlement. At that moment, Lu Xinghe's worldview seemed to shatter. The profession panel never lied, he knew that well. But he simply couldn't fathom how Great Xia had managed it. Could it be that just because he did nothing, Great Xia grew stronger on its own? Was he just a freeloader reaping the rewards? Lu Xinghe's expression was complex. The usual look of resignation that often graced his face had now transformed into one of utter disbelief and questioning, even doubting whether he was under some kind of illusion. As he'd requested, Yi Tian reopened the Conquest War settlement interface for him to examine. Lu Xinghe studied it intently, scrutinizing every detail before pointing to the bottom line with a slight frown. Most valuable player MVP of this conquest battle, Yi Tian. Having reincarnated hundreds of times, he knew nearly every powerful practitioner in Great Xia. But who is this Yi Tian? Lu Xinghe understood this title well. It meant that Great Xia could only win with this person present. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian smiled. That's me. Lu Xinghe's eyes widened as he stumbled back 2 steps. You. No wonder of all the people in the Great Xia, this was the only one he couldn't recall at all. Who exactly are you? To lead Great Xia to victory over the Yagu continent and defeat the World Tree Yggdrasil in such a short time, that's simply impossible. Lu Xinghe fell deep in thought, even doubting himself. Wait. Could it be? Lu Xinghe pointed at Yi Tian in disbelief. Could you be the savior foretold in the Great Xia prophecy? Yi Tian. This guy has quite the imagination. No, the child of prophecy is you. Yi Tian was utterly certain after all, it was written on Lu Xinghe's resume. Seeing Lu Xinghe's bewildered expression, Yi Tian explained, I myself have nothing special to boast about, but every employee under me is an extraordinary genius. He patted Lu Xinghe on the shoulder and smiled. I'm just their boss. Chapter 176, Igniting Fighting Spirit. Gaining an advisor. Boss. That title plunged Lu Xinghe into deep contemplation. He even began to suspect whether Yi Tian's current actions were part of some scheme. But the settlement interface of the Conquest War and the information on the 10,000 races rankings were undeniably genuine. He knew this all too well. Moreover, Yi Tian being with Time Cat signaled the headquarters' profound trust in him, otherwise, they wouldn't have placed such a crucial transcendent taboo object in his care. All these signs combined made Lu Xinghe less wary of Yi Tian. Yet he still couldn't comprehend how such a person could emerge from Great Xia. He seemed more like the savior destined by prophecy than Lu Xinghe himself. Noticing Lu Xinghe's complex expression, Yi Tian smiled and extended his hand. Stop moping. Come join me. I'll lead you in saving Great Xia. You've seen it yourself, the Great Xia's situation is far better than you ever imagined. There's still hope. Yi Tian's words suddenly brought a glimmer of light to Lu Xinghe's previously gloomy gaze, as if shrouded in a layer of dust. They reignited a spark of hope deep within him. How could he simply abandon what he had once been so passionate about saving? Lu Xinghe simply couldn't let go. That wildfire of fighting spirit still burned within him. At the same time, he refused to betray Shi Yi's expectations. He wanted to avenge them against the enemies who had once trampled them. Lu Xinghe paused mid-sentence, his voice faltering once more. He turned his head and sighed. No, we're still far too weak. Even though Great Xia is in a favorable position now, we're still far too weak to take on those powerful enemies. And besides, I can't change professions now. I can't master extraordinary powers. I'm completely useless. Lu Xinghe stared at his own hands, his words dripping with helplessness. Yi Tian, however, offered reassurance with remarkable ease. It's fine. Just sharing the crucial information you possess will be enough to aid Great Xia. Besides, even though you're cursed now, there will definitely be a way to remove it in the future. When that time comes, I'll grant you even more formidable class power. Compared to the legendary professions Lu Xinghe had attained through hundreds of rebirths, he was certain the hidden profession Time Walker with its 100-point funding would be infinitely more powerful. Lu Xinghe lifted his head to look at Yi Tian, his eyes brightening. Under the night sky, bathed in lamplight, Yi Tian's silhouette beneath the streetlight seemed to glow in Lu Xinghe's eyes. Having endured hundreds of rebirths, having faced countless despair. By now, he was on the verge of giving up, nearly losing all hope. But at this very moment, the appearance of this one person brought him genuine hope. In Lu Xinghe's eyes, Yi Tian's figure grew ever more towering. Good. Lu Xinghe had declared with unwavering resolve, his tone no longer despondent but instead radiating the clear-eyed vigor of his first rebirth at youthful spirit. Truthfully, he still held little hope of the Great Xia Empire. After all, he had witnessed far too many formidable foes to not recognize the Great Xia's insignificance. He doubted Yi Tian could truly alter this reality, viewing him through the lens of ignorance breeds courage. Yet, in Yi Tian's eyes, he saw confidence, a reflection of his own former self. What if he failed again? It would only mean rebirth once more. Having failed hundreds of times already, what difference did one more struggle make? He rose firmly to his feet and looked at Yi Tian. What do you need me to do? Seeing Lu Xinghe's renewed fighting spirit, Yi Tian smiled. I know you possess a wealth of information. All I need is for you to follow me, serving as a strategist or advisor of sorts. Lu Xinghe nodded in agreement. After all, when it came to combat, he was just an ordinary person. Yi Tian continued, you should know the locations of all the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, right? The fragments of the Nether God's divine essence were the fastest known method to obtain divine power, as far as Yi Tian knew. After all, Chen Mo had already acquired 3 fragments. The only challenge now was scouring the globe for the remaining fragments while racing against the Ghost Clan. Having lived through hundreds of rebirths, Lu Xinghe practically held the correct answers in his hands. I know, Lu Xinghe affirmed. But if you intend to vie for the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, you will inevitably face the Ghost Clan. They are immensely powerful, crossing them is no trivial matter. Yi Tian chuckled, don't worry. We've already made enemies. Lu Xinghe? My men have already secured 3 fragments of the Nether God's divine essence and slain a minor Ghost King. Lu Xinghe was stunned. He hadn't expected 3 fragments to have been secured already. It seemed far too easy. Moreover, one of the fragments was one Lu Xinghe had never seen before, the very one that vanished when the divine essence vessel descended. All right. Though I don't understand how you managed it, I'll share what I know. Lu Xinghe requested paper and pen, meticulously recording the locations and coordinates of all the Nether God's divine essence fragments. One fragment was held by the great demon king Yi Tian, while the rest were scattered across various locations on Blue Star. International Public Zone East Capital, Eastern Border, Northern Russia, Southern California, USA. Lu Xinghe recorded the coordinates of the 5 Nether God essence fragments with meticulous precision. Having collected them countless times, he knew this information by heart. Yi Tian photographed Lu Xinghe's notes and sent them to Chen Mo, who was currently searching for the fragments. This will speed up the collection process considerably. Lu Xinghe cautioned, some fragment locations will inevitably involve competition with the Ghost Clan. Be sure your people proceed with extreme caution. Don't worry, he's incredibly strong. Yi Tian reassured him with a smile. Considering Lu Xinghe was currently homeless, Yi Tian decided to bring him back to Qingshan Apartments and arranged for him to stay in the adjacent room 503. They also picked up a few new outfits along the way to help him shed his current homeless appearance. All in all, tonight's gains were substantial, another exceptional talent secured. On the way back, Lu Xinghe stared at the dark crimson shadow moon suspended in the sky, his brow furrowed. The shadow moon should appear in a month and a half. Why has it come forward? We must be extra cautious. Yi Tian had long been aware of this matter. A demon god resided atop the shadow moon. What he hadn't anticipated was that headquarters Forbidden Object 001 possessed the ability to exchange one for the other. But from Lu Xinghe's perspective, it was a last resort. 001 should possess even greater power. Yi Tian gazed up at Shadow Moon, resolving to devise a solution himself. Back at Green Mountain Apartments. Under Fan Wu's watch, the pitch-black divine beast egg showed no signs of abnormality. Under the Time Cat's accelerated time ability, its incubation period was now estimated to be only 2 days. Yi Tian put it aside for now. Midnight was approaching, and the management log settlement was about to refresh. Yi Tian eagerly prepared to set today's KPI. Chapter 177, Log Settlement. Lord of the Underworld. Given today's racial supremacy battle, many employees had performed exceptionally well. Yi Tian felt he could set a high target. After all, higher KPIs meant better rewards. Plus, funds were tight now, with only 50 left in the balance. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian set the KPI at 50. It was the highest KPI he'd ever set, but Yi Tian still felt somewhat confident. Soon, noon arrived. A long string of management log entries refreshed on Yi Tian's profession panel. Management log. Chen Mo defeated the Ghost Clan team in the Trial Secret Realm, cleared the realm, and obtained 1 fragment of the Nether God's divine essence. Reward, funds +4. Fan Wu slays the Ghost Clan's junior Ghost King Yeja. Funds +2. Ghost Clan note, Ghost Kings are divided into 3 ranks: Junior Ghost King, and Grand Ghost King. Only Wu Tian holds the title of Grand Ghost King. Below him are the 4 Great Ghost Kings led by Wuxing Ghost King. These 2 events occurred before the conquest battle and were within Yi Tian's expectations, merely today's appetizer. But the real main event was the situation of the conquest war. Wanjiang, Jiangche, and Yeshio captured multiple small to medium resource sanctuaries during the Great Xia Yagu Dynasty War of Supremacy, helping Great Xia fulfill one of the victory conditions. Reward, funds +30. Nidhogg, in the Great Xia vs Yagu Dynasty Supremacy War, slew the White Emperor and restrained the World Tree, making significant contributions to Great Xia's victory. Funds +6. Fan Wu, in the Great Xia vs Yagu Dynasty Supremacy War, defeated large numbers of dragonkin and alien races in direct combat, greatly boosting Great Xia's morale. Funds +3. Nidhogg devoured the World Tree's core essence, inflicting irreparable damage to its fundamental source. Funds +4. It must be said that this race war has contributed a substantial amount of funds to Yi Tian. And this was with Yi Tian as the primary force. Should future operations rely on staff members as the main force, the funds gained would undoubtedly be even greater. This time, the actions of Wanjiang, Jiangche, and Yishou alone earned a solid 30 funds. After settling the entire supremacy battle, the KPI was just 1 point shy of 50. This left Yi Tian feeling remarkably calm moving forward. Shijiao looted equipment resources from the Titan clan's ancient battlefield ruins, funds +2. Bai Qiuli, Zhou Moyao, participated in the Elven Royal Clan's joint trial event. Funds +2. Oyegu reforged Titan equipment into legendary gear for the human race, bolstering Great Xia's elite forces. Funds +2. Ningjing, excavate and collect ancient artifacts and relic tablets on the Yagu continent. Funds +1. Black card, you've collected today's interest, funds +5. You've gained shared employee experience, leveling up, level 54, level 56. Funds, 111. Overall, today's gains were quite substantial. Acquired a fragment of the underworld god's essence, recruited Fan Wu and Nidhogg in their complete forms, won the conquest battle, and even found the child of prophecy, Lu Xinghe. Though the external crisis remains severe, there is always hope. However, after reviewing the management logs, Yi Tian suddenly noticed an issue. Besides Alice diligently leveling up to become a world boss, there was someone else Yi Tian hadn't seen in ages. Where's Cho Cho gone? Yi Tian scratched his head, puzzled. It had been 2 days since he'd seen any sign of Cho Cho truly peculiar. After all, if Cho Cho had done anything, it would have appeared in the management logs. Yet now, there was absolutely no trace of her. However, as a traveler, Cho Cho possessed the capability to avoid any mishaps. Riding the Multiverse Express, she was essentially an entity that could bypass any obstacle. After checking Cho Cho's employee panel and confirming she hadn't encountered any danger, Yi Tian decided to put her out of his mind for now. Today's top employees: Wan Jiang, Zhang Che, Yishio, Nidhogg. Earned funds, 10 points each. Total funds acquired today, 61 points. KPI assessment targets successfully achieved. Additional reward: the next 2 employee promotions will generate special investment opportunities requiring no funds. 2 promotions without spending a dime? Yi Tian's eyes lit up. He happened to have promotion slots available and had been planning to promote Chen Mo. This turned out perfectly to his advantage, saving him a significant amount of funds. However, today's Employee of the Day award had 4 spots because 4 employees earned the same amount of funds. Yi Tian scratched his head. Next came the reward segment. Should the Employee of the Day be rewarded? Since 4 employees tied for Employee of the Day, the boss may select anyone to receive the award. Choose 1 out of 4. Upon seeing this prompt, Yi Tian paused only briefly before decisively foregoing the reward opportunity. When 4 employees have equal merit, either reward all 4 or none at all. As the saying goes, it's not the scarcity that troubles us, but the lack of fairness. Yi Tian was firmly convinced of this principle. As for the upcoming promotion slot, based on past performance, Yi Tian had already settled on the candidate Chen Mo. As the employee who had repeatedly delivered the best performance, coupled with his crucial role in battling the Ghost Clan and competing for fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, he truly deserved a promotion. Promote Chen Mo. Yi Tian's current promotion pool included 1 secretary, 2 key employees, and 1 outstanding employee. Ordinary employees could only be promoted to outstanding status, with key employee being the next rank up. On the employee panel, Chen Mo's title instantly changed. Outstanding employee Chen Mo. Immediately afterward, a new special investment panel popped up. Outstanding employee investment opportunity. Unlock hidden occupations 50 funds. 2. Divine grade exclusive supernatural constitution 30 funds. 3. Divine grade exclusive equipment 30 funds. 4. Promotion only, no investment. Whoa! Yi Tian had thought advancing to the hidden profession was already the best option. Little did he know that the subsequent Divine Essence exclusive supernatural constitution and Divine Essence exclusive equipment would prove equally enticing. After all, the power associated with a divine title was bound to be formidable. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian decided to first advance Chen Mo's profession. After all, the one requiring the most resources would undoubtedly be stronger. After all, he had 2 free opportunities. Next, he might consider promoting Chen Mo again to see if even more powerful divine abilities could be unlocked. Meanwhile, upon receiving the coordinates for the Nether God fragment from Yi Tian, Chen Mo immediately set off without delay toward the nearest location. Mid-journey, a shimmering pillar of underworld light suddenly erupted around him. You have been promoted to Outstanding Employee. Divine Tier Profession Undead Overlord promoted to Hidden Profession Lord of the Netherworld. You have acquired the Hidden Class skill, Grasp of the Netherworld, Summoning the Nether Bone Dragon. Chapter 178, Second Promotion. The Scythe of the Nether God. Lord of the Underworld, truly a hidden class. Its skills are exceptionally powerful. After sharing Chen Mo's 2 newly acquired skills, Yi Tian couldn't help but express his admiration. After advancing his class, besides the base stat boosts, the exclusive skills he gained significantly enhanced his combat power. Grip of the Underworld, a wide area control skill, could temporarily affect the souls of multiple enemies, rendering their bodies immobile. Among control abilities, it ranked among the very best. As for Summoning the Nether Bone Dragon, every undead-focused class knew the sheer value of this skill. The Bone Dragon stood among the mightiest undead summons. Its power is undeniable. This class advancement proved quite effective, especially since investing didn't cost a dime, saving a solid 50 points. Now, the other free investment opportunity. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. The only remaining positions were for key staff and a secretary. No secretary had been finalized yet, and the core staff slot could only be filled by promoting an outstanding employee, meaning the choice was between Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, or Chen Mo. After brief deliberation, Yi Tian decided to grant Chen Mo another promotion. On one hand, Chen Mo traveled the world alone, facing numerous dangers while battling the Ghost Clan for fragments of the Nether God's divine essence, a daunting mission that genuinely required some support. On the other hand, Chen Mo had also performed exceptionally well in the international sector. Promote Chen Mo again. Yi Tian activated the skill, and Chen Mo's employee panel immediately upgraded, Core Employee Chen Mo. Simultaneously, the second special investment opportunity appeared. Key Employee Special Investment Opportunity. 1. Divine Grade Exclusive X Tier Superhuman Constitution 60 funds. 2. Divine Grade Exclusive Growth Tier Weapon 60 funds. 3. Promotion only, no investment. Compared to the previous special investment, both the superb constitution and exclusive weapon have been significantly enhanced. The required funds have also increased, but fortunately, there's still one free opportunity available. Superior constitution or exclusive weapon, which should I choose? Both options were difficult to choose between, each offering significant combat power boosts. After pondering, Yi Tian decided to call his neighbor, Lu Xinghe, for advice. After all, Lu Xinghe had wielded the power of the Nether God's divine essence during his hundreds of previous rebirths. Perhaps he could offer some insight. Superhuman physique? Exclusive weapon? You think you're ordering food? The question had barely left his lips when Lu Xinghe froze, unable to resist a sarcastic retort. Neither of these was practically obtainable in Great Xia. How come Yi Tian suddenly got to pick and choose? But complaints aside, Lu Xinghe had agreed to join and serve as Yi Tian's advisor, so he had to offer his advice. If you really must choose, go for the exclusive weapon. With your extraordinary physique, you'll obtain it upon collecting all 5 fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. Choosing it now would be a waste. Truly a professional advisor. After hanging up, Yi Tian felt deeply gratified. This incident taught us the importance of having a reincarnated friend by your side. They can help you avoid many wrong choices. Yi Tian promptly selected the second option, special investment divine essence exclusive growth tier weapon. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was still basking in the joy of his career advancement. At this moment, he was riding a terrifying, colossal bone dragon, streaking through the night. The bone dragon stretched hundreds of meters long, its form composed of countless bones glowing with a ghostly blue phosphorescence. Its tailbone resembled a thorny whip, and the stark, fleshless carcass only amplified its terrifying presence. What a powerful bone dragon! This will make traveling across the land much faster. Just as Chen Mo was reveling in his delight, another piece of good news arrived. You have been promoted to key employee. Acquired the Underworld God's divine rank exclusive growth tier weapon, Reaper's Scythe Elegy. Chen Mo's heart stirred as a scythe-like weapon slowly materialized in his hand. Its spine-like handle featured dark red gemstones embedded at the tip, while the opposite end bore a crescent blade of azure crystal, its surface etched with sinuous crimson patterns. Another gift from the boss. Chen Mo was overcome with excitement and immediately checked the weapon's attributes, only to be utterly stunned. Scythe of the Nether God Elegy. Base attributes, base agility plus 40%, base spirit plus 40%. Special effect amplifies the undead enhancement talent. All undead type skills enhance 10x 20x. Effects in parentheses indicate pre-amplification values. Augmented talent soul harvest. When surrounding enemies have less than 10% health, instantly execute them and absorb a portion of their spirit attribute. Divine power Shadow Realm enhanced to Lord of the Underworld Realm. Attached attack skill, Lord of the Underworld Wave. Upon completing the divine essence set, weapons advance again. Beyond terrifying base stat increases, all original class talents have been enhanced. The domain has been significantly enhanced and now comes with an attack skill. This weapon is simply too powerful. Chen Mo had believed his legendary weapon, the Necronomicon, was already among the finest weapons available. Compared to the Lord of the Underworld scythe given by the boss, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Gazing at the dazzlingly powerful Reaper's scythe in his hands, Chen Mo felt a flood of emotions. The boss's kindness is something I'll never be able to repay in this lifetime. He'd been promoted twice in a row, first advancing his profession, then receiving this weapon, and before that, the boss had helped him countless times. In Chen Mo's heart, aside from his late adoptive father, Yi Tian's place was now unparalleled. With the boss placing such trust in me, I absolutely cannot afford any mistakes in the upcoming battle for the fragments of the Nether God's divine essence. I must secure the complete Underworld God's divine essence for the boss. Chen Mo's cold eyes flashed with unwavering resolve as he commanded the bone dragon to accelerate once more, heading toward the location of the next fragment. In room 502 of Green Hill Apartments, Yi Tian gave the Scythe of the Nether God. He'd acquired a shake of his hand, nodding with satisfaction. It's no wonder this weapon cost 60 points, it's truly formidable. Having exhausted both free investment opportunities, Yi Tian temporarily reserved his final promotion slot, stowed the weapon, and concluded his day's activities. The next day, Yi Tian was roused by a knock on his door. Opening it, he found Lu Xinghe, who had been sleeping next door. Today, Lu Xinghe wore clean, crisp clothes. After showering, his once messy hair was now smooth and fresh. His face was clean and fair, his gaze no longer dull and vacant but exceptionally bright, his pupils faintly tinged with sky blue. If yesterday he had looked like a disheveled vagrant, today he had transformed back into a handsome young man. Holy crap, that shower did more than a facelift. Yi Tian motioned for him to come inside. Lu Xinghe scratched his head upon hearing this, seemingly aware that his appearance yesterday had indeed been rather unsightly. As soon as Lu Xinghe arrived, Shuri happily jumped onto his shoulder, clearly showing a different attitude compared to Yi Tian. Yi Tian had originally planned to have Shuri stay in Lu Xinghe's room, but since Shuri's assistance was still needed for the Divine Beast Egg's incubation, he decided to hold off for now. As soon as Lu Xinghe arrived, he eagerly asked, "Boss, what do you need me to do?" Chapter 179, The Confusion of the Prophecy Child, Preparing for Team Building. Lu Xingha's urgency stemmed from a sudden sense of confusion that had washed over him upon waking this morning. This wasn't his first time experiencing life at 18. Over hundreds of rebirths, his entire focus had been on saving the world, leaving him no time to rest. Now, suddenly at peace, he felt utterly aimless. Compounded by his current lack of professional power, he was utterly clueless about what to do next. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian chuckled lightly. "You're my advisor, after all. Shouldn't you be the one telling me what to do?" Lu Xingha fell deep in thought. Truth be told, he felt little confidence when facing Yi Tian. After all, in hundreds of rebirths, he had suffered almost nothing but brutal failures. In contrast, Yi Tian, without the advantage of rebirth, had achieved far more than he ever could. This stark contrast even made him feel a twinge of inferiority. Yi Tian saw this in his hesitation and patted his shoulder with a smile. "Think about it, when it comes to saving the world, absolutely no one has more experience than you." That statement was undeniably true. Though Lu Xingha was only 18, with the experience of hundreds of rebirths, no one was more adept at saving the world than him, a fact Yi Tian believed even more firmly than Lu Xingha himself. Hearing this, Lu Xingha paused, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Yi Tian paused, then pressed further. "Given the current state of Great Xia, what do you think is the most urgent and critical danger that needs addressing?" By phrasing it as a question, Yi Tian encouraged Lu Xingha to voice his true thoughts. Upon hearing the question, Lu Xingha immediately opened the window without hesitation and pointed skyward. There hung the dark crimson shadow moon, eerily suspended mid-sky despite the daylight, an unsettling sight. Yi Tian's brow furrowed slightly at the sight. Lu Xingha declared, "The shadow moon. Though I'm not yet fully informed about the Great Xiao's current situation, this shadow moon appearing 2 months early, coupled with the presence of the evil god upon it, must be the most pressing issue." Yi Tian nodded. A single curse from the evil god had rendered the divine beast, the nine-tailed fox, powerless to respond. The evil god itself posed an immense threat. The shadow moon had hung for over 12 hours. The Great Xia headquarters and nations worldwide had surely devised countermeasures long ago, yet most likely proved ineffective. Lu Xingha continued, "I've heard that to confront such a deity-level power, there are only 2 possible methods." Yi Tian understood in Lu Xingha's reincarnated life, Wan Ming had revealed these 2 methods. First, attain attributes powerful enough to match it. The second is to master god-tier abilities. For the Great Xia, it seemed only the second method was feasible. The first method was beyond the reach of the human race and the vast majority of other races. For a race, its attributes inevitably have an upper limit. Take the human race, for instance. Even if a professional reaches level 100, the number of attribute points they can obtain is limited. The more powerful a race, the higher its attribute ceiling and floor, resulting in greater combat strength, as evident in the 10,000 races ranking. Take the Titans, ranked 189th. Young Titans approach Tier 3 at birth, and their adult strength far surpasses that of humans. Therefore, as Wan Ming had stated at the time, this method was virtually impossible to achieve. But for Yi Tian, it was an entirely different story. A single individual's attributes have a limit. But his attributes weren't just those of one person. With all employees' attributes shared among him, Yi Tian's current attributes had long since reached terrifying levels. This was evident when he instantly defeated the White Emperor and withstood the World Tree on the Yagu continent. With his current personal strength alone, Yi Tian is already capable of facing the World Tree. While the World Tree's lack of combat proficiency played a role, Yi Tian's attributes themselves were no trivial matter. However, the adversary he now faces is the Dark God Ingshur Xianyue. His combat prowess far surpasses that of the World Tree. To prepare effectively against him, Yi Tian must further enhance his attributes and combat prowess. Enhance attributes and combat strength. The moment this thought crossed Yi Tian's mind, a solution immediately came to him. Team building. This class-specific skill, acquired upon advancing to the 3rd tier, remained unused by him thus far. Team building. Any team may be dispatched to pursue objectives such as combat strength, treasures, lore, or other goals, randomly entering a world for trials. During trials, death triggers immediate respawn. Successful trials yield substantial target rewards. Boosting combat power is precisely one of its effects. For example, if combat power is set as the team building objective, successful completion of the trial will yield rewards related to combat power. Coincidentally, one group already has a full complement of 5 members. Moreover, all 5 were nearing Tier 3. The highest level Bai Qiuli needed only 5 levels of experience to reach it. After reaching Tier 3, Yi Tian's combat power would increase even further. With that thought, Yi Tian immediately pulled out his phone. He checked the 5-person group chat 14-1 and found that all 5 members were free today. He promptly invited them over to prepare for the team building event. "Xiao Lu, you make a good point. I'll prepare for the Shadow Moon matter." Yi Tian offered his heartfelt encouragement to Lu Xingha. He then found Lu Xingha a computer, allowing him to review the headquarters' official archives. This would help him gain a deeper understanding of the current situation in Great Xia and enable him to offer suggestions. With the task at hand, Lu Xingha readily agreed. A few minutes later, Bai Qiuli and the other 4 members of the group arrived at Yi Tian's apartment. Jo Moyo hovered beside Bai Qiuli, her face lighting up with delight. Team building. Is this the team building I imagined? Boss, you're taking us out to play? Jiang Che sat on a small stool in the living room, his expression astonished. After arriving, the 5 exchanged glances upon hearing Yi Tian's plan. Seeing their reactions, Yi Tian chuckled. It might not be quite the team building event you imagined. I'll probably be taking you to another world. Yi Tian briefly explained his abilities. Upon hearing they wouldn't actually die and could even earn rewards, the group pondered briefly before finding it impossible to refuse. Yi Xiu leaned against the doorway, crunching on a lollipop. Well, I don't have anything planned today anyway. Bai Qiuli nodded. As long as it makes us stronger, I'm in. Wan Jiang waved his hand decisively. I'm in. Let's do it. Hearing their enthusiastic agreement, Yi Tian felt deeply gratified. Motivation was key, he didn't even need to persuade them further. With the decision made, Yi Tian immediately activated his 3rd-tier class skill team building. Chapter 180, Team Building Shadow Realm. Setting the main quest. The team participating in this team building event is Team 1 members. Bai Qiuli level 45 Cold Moon Sword Master 1 Jiang level 44 9 Luminaries Dragon Hunter. Jiang Che level 43 Heavenly Guardian Martial Artist Yi Xiu level 44 Lone Wanderer Jo Moyo level 40 Azure Phoenix Spirit Messenger. Select your team building objectives. 1. Combat Power 2. Treasures 3. Legends 4. Experience 5. Choose 2 options. After using the team building skill, a 144-hour cooldown period began. Before Yi Tian, the team building interface and objective options appeared. Over a dozen options could be set as team building goals. Whichever goal was selected would determine the rewards gained during this session. Without hesitation, Yi Tian declared, set the objectives, combat power and experience. Combat power was a broad category encompassing gains like equipment, attribute boosts, and skill acquisition. For Yi Tian and his 5-member team, boosting combat power and experience proved the most practical goals. Team building objectives confirmed. A group of members will be randomly teleported into the team building world. Death results in immediate respawn and return. After the 2 prompts popped up, a sudden flash appeared before Yi Tian. He turned to look and saw that all 5 members of the group had already been teleported away. That fast? Randomizing the trial world for this team building session. At that moment, countless illusory worlds and planets materialized on the interface before Yi Tian, constantly shifting and rotating like some kind of gacha game. Amidst the swirling illusions, Yi Tian scrutinized the display and realized this team building could access an immense number of worlds. Different worlds offered different rewards, and their danger levels varied wildly. Yi Tian spotted the Machine Clan plane adjacent to Great Xia here. It was as peaceful as a resort. Mechanical City, Danger Level 1. Dream Realm, Danger Level 12. Source Martial World, Danger Level 20. Eternal Abyss, Danger Level? The danger level is almost directly proportional to the richness of the rewards. Yet as Yi Tian surveyed these high-risk realms, he found himself hoping none would be selected. Though he possessed 1 resurrection, the gap in power between him and these worlds was simply too vast. A single revival would be of little use. Especially when his eyes fell upon the words Eternal Abyss, Yi Tian's mouth twitched. Team building in the abyss? You've got to be kidding me. After 5 or 6 seconds, the random result appeared before Yi Tian, causing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Shadow Realm, Danger Level 3. Shadow Realm? Yi Tian froze again. Isn't that the plane of the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan? What a coincidence, team building at the enemy alien race's stronghold. Shadow Realm, ruling clan Shadow Moon Wolf Clan. Originally known as the Wilderness Realm, it was home to hundreds of wild beast races, the most primordial wilderness world. At that time, the wolf tribe occupied a low position in the food chain and struggled to survive. A certain wolf king discovered a corrupted artifact of the abyss within ancient ruins. By absorbing the power of a dark god, he grew immensely powerful, slaughtering numerous wild beast clans and leading the wolf clan to become rulers of the wilderness. However, the dark god's power infiltrated the wilderness, corrupting the wolf clan and polluting the world, plunging the wilderness into its current bloody dark age. There's actually a backstory? So that's the origin of the Shadow Realm. No wonder those wolves radiate such an unholy aura. Hold up, it's pitch black in here. Can someone turn on a light? The voices of Yi Xiu, Bai Qiuli, and Jiang Che echoed within the cramped, pitch-black space. Even with their keen eyesight, they couldn't see their hands in front of their faces here. Only Jo Moyo instinctively scanned the surroundings with her psychic senses, gathering some information. This place feels primitive. The space is tiny, surrounded by eerie cliffs. We seem to be trapped? Whoosh! Yi Xiu ignited a flame in his hand. The bright light illuminated the surroundings, expanding their field of vision. Yet the space remained confined, barely 10 square meters in size. As Jo Moyo had described, jagged cliffs rose unevenly on all sides, their surfaces coated with an eerie black shadow. The same shadowy substance covered the floor and ceiling. Only the front revealed a prison door. The air carried a cold, metallic stench of blood mingled with the putrid rot of decaying flesh, an almost instinctive reminder that this was a dungeon. What the hell? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions turning peculiar. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a team-building event? Why are we locked in a dungeon? Is this part of the play too? Yi Xiu studied the dungeon door, lost in thought. Wan Zhang and Zhang Che seemed to be questioning the meaning of life. You're not seriously expecting us to do team building in a dungeon, are you? Boss. Say something, boss. Be a human being, boss. Not seeing Yi Tian anywhere, Zhang Che cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted up at the ceiling. Bai Qiuli was equally speechless. This is the Shadow Realm. The boss probably can't hear us. Stop shouting. But that wasn't actually the case. At that moment, Yi Tian's field of vision was also fixed on this cramped, pitch-black dungeon. Though physically still in Green Hill Apartments, Yi Tian's perspective felt like God's eye view. He could watch the 5 people's movements from mid-air. It felt like playing a third-person multiplayer RPG game. Interesting. Yet when Yi Tian attempted to intervene, he found he couldn't directly interfere with their actions. His perspective could only follow their movements. Still, he wasn't merely an observer. What he could do now was vastly different from the employees participating in the trial. Employees have arrived in the team-building trial world. Low-risk worlds do not allow selection of birth location or identity. Current employee spawn location, Shadow Abyss Dungeon Prison, where the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan imprisons the vanquished, located at the bottom of the Shadow Realm. Please establish primary and secondary objectives for the team-building activities. The difficulty level of primary objectives will determine the corresponding rewards. Design main and side quests? Yi Tian scratched his head, surprised that this was what he was tasked with. Still, it seemed normal for the boss to set the team-building tasks. Yi Tian continued reading as 3 options appeared. Main quest. 1. Escape the Shadow Abyss Dungeon with all employees. Reward, 1 group of employees and the boss each gain 1 level. 2. Destroy the Shadow Abyss Dungeon. Reward, 1 group of employees and the boss each gain 3 levels. 3. Annihilate the Shadow Realm and the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan. Reward, 1 group of employees and the boss each gain 5 levels. The above rewards are base bonuses. Additional rewards will be granted based on employee performance. Chapter 181, Team Building Part 1. These 3 tasks appearing simultaneously? Yi Tian couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. The difficulty gap between these 3 tasks was simply too vast. Escaping the dungeon and destroying it were clearly on entirely different levels of difficulty. The latter would largely involve direct confrontation with the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan and the Wolf King. Though Yi Tian had confidence in his subordinates, he couldn't be this confident. As for the third task, annihilating the Shadow Realm and the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan, that was beyond discussion. Destroying a world? That task suited another team entirely. Moreover, even setting aside the sheer difficulty of destroying the world itself, the Dark God Ingshur Xianhua stands as an insurmountable hurdle. Even Yi Tian couldn't be entirely certain of success. Of course, the reward was quite appealing, a direct level boost. The higher the level, the more experience required to level up, so a direct level boost would undoubtedly be more useful later on. However, the difficulty of these 3 quests was entirely unpredictable, as Yi Tian's knowledge of the Shadow Realm was limited. The only certainty was the Shadow Devourer Crescent Moon, the Shadow God perched above the Shadow Moon in the skies of the Shadow Realm. That was an adversary the entire Blue Star had reason to fear. Forget it. For our first team building event, let's not pile on too much pressure. Main objective, escape the dungeon. Main team building mission confirmed, all employees escape the Shadow Abyss Dungeon. Mission difficulty dangerous. Side quests pending activation. Yi Tian froze, this can actually be set to dangerous difficulty? Primary objective confirmed. Decide whether to grant employees buffs. Buff 1, conceal the professional aura of team building participants, rendering them invisible to all enemy detection and perception abilities. Cost, 5 funds. Buff 2, temporarily boost all employees' 4 core attributes by 50%, cost 10 funds. Buff 3, provide 1 additional on-site resurrection opportunity. Cost, 20 funds. Adding buffs would certainly benefit the employees. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian decided, spend 5 funds to activate Buff 1. Considering the Dark God's watchful gaze over the Shadow Realm, Yi Tian concealed the employee's aura primarily to avoid detection by the Dark God. Forget the other buffs. This level of difficulty? Let them handle it themselves. Ding. Boss has assigned the main quest, all employees must escape the Shadow Abyss Dungeon. Boss has granted the entire team the buff, aura concealment. Within the Shadow Abyss Dungeon, a mission panel simultaneously appeared before a group of 5. The boss's quest? Escaping the dungeon shouldn't be too hard, and the boss even gave us a buff. Zhang Che looked sincere. I admit I spoke too loudly to the boss earlier. Bai Qiuli had drawn her long sword without anyone noticing. Since the mission's been set, let's get moving. No rush. At that moment, Yi Xiu observed the area outside the cell door. If we're escaping the dungeon, we naturally need to understand the terrain and guard placements. Otherwise, we'll just be running around like headless chickens. Hearing this, the others nodded slightly. Yi Xiu continued, this door isn't magic-proof. With my invisibility, I can teleport out to scout. Wait for me to return. We should move together, our team buffs are quite powerful. What Yi Xiu referred to was the team buff from Group 1. Team buff all-rounders squad. When 3-5 members of the same group enter combat together, all 4 attributes increase by 30%, 50%. If all 5 members fought together, their 4 core attributes would surge by 50%, making their combat power undeniably formidable. Agreed. Everyone understood Yi Xiu's plan. Only he possessed teleportation and stealth skills, granting him the flexibility needed for reconnaissance. Once he returned with intelligence, they would decide whether to force a breakthrough or outmaneuver the enemy before finalizing their plan. The 5 members of this team had coordinated many times before and placed considerable trust in Yi Xiu as their leader. Swish! Yi Xiu executed a triple instant movement to the prison door, then slipped into stealth mode and crept toward the outer passageway. Yi Tian's perspective followed Yi Xiu, revealing the scene beyond the prison walls. This place resembled the deepest bottom of a dark valley, like an abyss 10,000 feet deep. The Shadow Abyss dungeon stood at the bottom of this abyss, divided into 9 prison levels. The lower the level, the closer it was to the abyss's depths. The exit, astonishingly, lay above the abyss. The only way to glimpse this was through the cylindrical opening at the dungeon's center. Yet, only by looking up did one grasp the sheer hopelessness of attempting an escape. Yi Xiu looked up and couldn't help but click his tongue. It really won't be easy. Their current level of the dungeon was still 6 levels away from the exit. Breaking out would likely alert numerous enemies. Instead, Yi Xiu decided to scout this level first. The Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's prison block had surprisingly few guards. Sneaking along, Yi Xiu encountered no guards but instead discovered other prisoners. In a nearby dungeon, several wild beasts were imprisoned. These creatures had once roamed the wilderness, fierce and untamed. Now, however, these beasts were covered in gruesome wounds, blood pooling around them. The sight was horrifying, and they were barely clinging to life. These are all wounds inflicted by the Wolf Clan. Observing these beasts, Yi Xiu recalled the world background that had appeared upon his teleportation here. He instantly realized. This was the Wolf Clan's revenge after their rise. Many such tortured beasts had been locked away along the way. It was clear the Wolf Clan intended to keep them alive for torment and amusement. Yet at this moment, gazing upon these tortured creatures of another race, Yi Xiu felt no sympathy. He didn't know whether these beasts were good or evil, nor whether they had ever harmed humanity. Naturally, sympathy was out of the question. For them, Yi Xiu had only one thought. High-level, critically wounded monsters. High-level blood-depleted monsters. If they were low-level beasts, they wouldn't have survived this long with such injuries. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no guards were present, Yi Xiu struck with the stealthiest attack possible. 6 flying blades sliced through with precision. 6 critically wounded high-tier beasts fell instantly. Yi Xiu glanced at his experience bar and gasped in delight, a 50% jump in my experience bar. That was half the experience needed for level 44. Even more astonishingly, Yi Xiu was still in a party. Meaning that even after splitting the experience evenly among his 4 teammates, he still gained 50%. And this prison held far more beasts than just these. At this thought, Yi Xiu's lips curved into a faint smile. I'm starting to feel reluctant to leave. However, as the team leader, Yi Xiu knew his limits. He couldn't forget the main objective. He swiftly stealth moved across the entire level of the dungeon, memorizing its layout and terrain. Finally, at the exit of this level, he encountered the dungeon guards of the Wolf Clan. 4th tier Shadow Moon Wolves. Near the exit, a towering, pitch-black werewolf slumbered. Its body was a mass of coiled muscles, emanating a bloodthirsty and twisted aura. Yi Xiu's pupils contracted sharply. His assessment of this dungeon shifted. This dungeon was likely a crucial location within the Shadow Realm. How peculiar. What on earth is locked away in this dungeon that requires a 4th tier Shadow Moon Wolf to guard it? Yi Xiu scratched his head, lost in thought. Never mind. We've explored this level thoroughly enough. Let's head back and regroup. Yi Xiu turned and headed back to reunite with the others. At that moment, the 4th tier werewolf slumbering near the exit suddenly opened its dark crimson eyes, its pupils flickering with a cold, menacing light. Its nostrils, heavy with the stench of blood, twitched twice. Human scent? Chapter 182, Team Building Part 2. This Shadow Abyss dungeon has 9 levels by my count. We're on the 7th level, and the exit is above the 1st level. Breaking out will likely cause quite a commotion. After returning to the dungeon, Yi Xiu relayed the intelligence he'd gathered to the rest of the group. Bai Qiuli nodded upon hearing this. Breaking through from the 7th to the 1st floor won't just require fighting our way through, it'll likely draw other enemies too. Yi Xiu added, though the dungeon guards aren't numerous, they're exceptionally powerful. Guarding the 7th level exit is a level 75, 4th tier werewolf. Hearing 4th tier, the group showed little fear, instead growing eager for the challenge. Wang Jiang pondered for a moment before stating, with our current combined strength and team buffs, defeating a 4th tier foe above our level isn't impossible. As the team leader, Yi Xiu fully agreed with this assessment. Though their average level was only in the 40s, their professions were all legendary or god tier. Thanks to Yi Tian's rewards, each also possessed at least 3 legendary grade equipment pieces. Taking down an ordinary tier 4 alien race wouldn't be too difficult. Still, he cautioned, but remember, this is Shadow Moon Wolf territory. We must proceed with caution. The 5 of them stood a good chance against a single 4th tier wolf, but if the enemy had reinforcements, the difficulty would increase exponentially. All nodded in agreement. Yi Xiu then shared the good news from the intelligence, but there are many high-tier alien creatures with low health in this dungeon. The experience gained from killing them is extremely high. It's definitely a great place to level up. Plus, the Shadow Abyss dungeon has complex terrain, few guards, and plenty of room to maneuver. As Yi Xiu spoke, several tactical plans began to form in his mind. But just as he was about to speak, heavy footsteps echoed through the dungeon corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The powerful footsteps grew louder as they approached. The 5-man squad fell silent, bracing for battle. Each gripped their weapon, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The source of those footsteps was none other than the 4th tier werewolf guard Yi Xiu had spotted earlier. His crimson eyes flickered with suspicion. Humans? How did you end up on the 7th level? Witnessing this, Yi Tian instantly realized the buff he'd purchased, aura concealment, only masked the power fluctuations of practitioners, preventing enemies from sensing or locking onto their extraordinary abilities. For instance, the skill fluctuations Yi Xiu had just unleashed to slay the wild beast should have been detectable by a 4th tier alien race, but the buff concealed them. Yet when Yi Xiu approached the 4th tier werewolf, though still cloaked, the human scent was detected by the werewolf, rendering the concealment useless. Fortunately, the werewolf didn't suspect an intruder, merely wondering if the dungeon had been locked in correctly. On one hand, since the Shadow Abyss dungeon's construction, no intruder had ever breached the 7th level. Reaching the 4th or 5th level already signaled formidable enemy strength. On the other hand, the Shadow Abyss dungeon held a considerable number of human prisoners. Tap, tap. As the 4th tier werewolf's footsteps drew near a group of 5 prisoners, a pack of werewolves suddenly arrived at the 7th layer's entrance. Warden, the hunting grounds are about to open. We must select a batch of prey to take up. This pack of 8 wolves wore distinctive shoulder armor, immediately identifying them to the werewolf guard as the Wolf King's subordinates. Upon hearing this news, the werewolf guard known as the jailer showed no surprise. Very well, proceed with your selection. Remember to avoid certain dangerous prisoners for now. Understood. As a long-standing adversary of the Great Xia Empire, the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's language had long been incorporated into Xia's educational curriculum. Even Jiang Che, having crammed the knowledge just a week prior, could now understand the conversations outside. Hunting grounds. A sense of foreboding washed over the group, and they all retracted their weapons. These 8 Wolf King's personal guards, though weaker than the werewolf guards, were still 3rd-tier wolves in their 50s and 60s. Attacking now would put them at a severe disadvantage. As the chaotic footsteps drew nearer, the group reached a silent consensus in mere moments. Zhou Moyao, existing as a spirit form, quietly concealed herself behind Bai Qiuli. Yi Xiu instantly cloaked himself in invisibility, while the others began mimicking the appearance of defeated prisoners. Humans? At that moment, the 8 Wolf King's guards, paired off in groups of 2, were selecting prisoners. 2 of the wolves happened to spot them. Humans are actually imprisoned here? After observing the group's appearance, the 2 Wolf King's guards sneered coldly. Humans make quite suitable prey. Take these 2 away first. After sizing them up, the 2 guards selected Wan Zhang and Jiang Che. Keep the female. At these words, everyone's expressions turned grim. Clearly, whether taken away or left behind, neither outcome promised anything good. Bai Qiuli's face was now as cold as frost, her gaze sharp and icy. The group exchanged glances with the concealed night cultivator, their thoughts churning as they debated whether to strike immediately. Yi Tian, observing from the spectator seats, couldn't help but ponder. Following them to the hunting grounds meant some would complete the main quest and leave the dungeon. But for those left behind, escaping the dungeon would become even more difficult. Not only would their numbers dwindle, but the team buff would diminish accordingly. At that very moment, as the 2 Wolf King's guards opened the cell door, another selection interface popped up. Side quest triggered. 1. Refuse to proceed to the hunting grounds and resist capture by the Wolf King's guards. The main quest immediately enters combat mode, eliminating all possibility of triggering side quests. 2. Selected employees agree to participate in the hunting grounds. Team members will be separated, increasing the risk of casualties. Main quest remains unchanged. Side quest Wasteland Hunting Grounds is activated. Upon completing the side quest, receive an additional reward. 1 employee and the boss each gain 1 level. 3. All members voluntarily participate in the hunting ground. Entire team will be escorted to the wilderness hunting ground, altering the main quest. This mission's outcome will be determined by employee actions. The triggered side quest prompt was visible to Yi Tian and his team members. At this moment, all present members had a similar understanding of the consequences and implications of each possible action. Direct confrontation was undoubtedly the most reckless course of action. Yet agreeing to be taken by the Wolf Clan carried immense risk. It would fragment the team's combat strength, leaving the captured members in even greater peril. Frowns deepened across their faces, yet little time remained for deliberation. At that moment, two Wolf King's personal guards opened the cell door, each holding a twisted chain that seemed to coalesce from shadows in eerie sight. Once bound by these chains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then, a faint crackling sound rippled through the air. In his stealth form, Yi Tian instantly teleported behind one of the wolves. Clutching the long blade transformed from the thousand machinery umbrella, his piercing gaze locked onto the enemy's nape. A single strike. Chapter 183, Team Building Part 3. The moment the wind slicing sound echoed, the targeted Wolf King's guard sensed the threat on his skin's surface. His dark fur bristled, and a sudden shock gripped his heart. In the next instant, he instinctively prepared to dodge. But Yi Tian's blade was faster. The instant the opponent sensed it, the blade sliced through like cutting through mud. In truth, these two wolves had anticipated resistance from the prisoners when entering the dungeon. Yet they never imagined a fourth figure lurked hidden within the dungeon, striking from behind while their attention was fixed on the other three. SSSSHHH. The blade sliced through one wolf warrior's throat. His head flew off, his face still frozen in a look of alertness. The other wolf heard the sound and instinctively turned his head, his eyes instantly filling with terror. In the blink of an eye. No words were needed. The moment Yi Tian struck, Bai Qiuli standing closest to the other Wolf King's guard drew her sword without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Soul sword pierced the throat of the opposing wolf. One slash to the throat. Though Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli hadn't reached Tier 3 yet, their current professional skills and gear, combined with the team buff's attributes, were more than sufficient to instantly eliminate an unprepared 50-60 level alien race. Seeing their two teammates strike, the remaining three hesitated no longer, immediately preparing for battle. Should we break out now? Wan Jiang asked, guarding the cell door with his spear. The attack had been too swift for them to coordinate a proper countermeasure. Though the two wolves had been slain, the commotion and the bloodstains on the floor couldn't be concealed. The rest of the pack would surely come running at the sound. Breaking out was inevitable. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian shook his head with a smile. No, now is not the time to slaughter indiscriminately. I have a better plan. A better plan? After all, if we break out now, we'll lose the side quest. You're still thinking about side quests? Zhang Che retorted. Of course. I'm even preparing to harvest these dungeon beasts with their health barely hanging on. Yi Tian's tone brimmed with confidence. Then, he retrieved two twisted chains shadow-like in form from the corpses of the two Wolf King's personal guards. Fortunately, I traded for a useful skill in Star Domain Glory. The Stellar Treasury in Stellar Glory offered numerous exchangeable items, including skills for various classes. To diversify his tactics, Yi Tian had once exchanged for a white-tier, common quality skill, Disguise. Disguise, exclusive to bounty hunters. Allows simple mimicry of familiar human appearances. Yi Tian activated the skill immediately, Shapeshifter. Any skill mastered by Yi Tian would be amplified to God-tier strength, and Disguise was no exception. Shapeshifter instantly transforms into any creature encountered, replicating physique, appearance, biological traits, aura, and voice. Maintains transformation during attacks. With a loud boom, Yi Tian's form instantly transformed, becoming identical to one of the Wolf King's personal guards. Holy! Zhang Che stared in disbelief. The others all wore expressions of astonishment. That's too much like him. Even Zhou Moyao sensed a different aura. How did brother Yi Tian turn into a werewolf? Yi Tian flicked the shadow chain in his hand, his eyes darting toward Zhang Che before settling on him with a rather sinister grin. Brother Jiang, you're in for a rough time soon. Zhang Che shivered involuntarily. The commotion from instantly killing two werewolves had drawn more of the Wolf King's personal guards, along with that fourth-tier werewolf sentry. But by the time they arrived, only a single wolf corpse remained on the ground. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Zhou Moyao huddled trembling in the dungeon's corner. Yi Tian, disguised as one of the Wolf King's personal guards, was furiously beating Zhang Che. You insignificant humans dare attack us? You're asking for death. Death! Yi Tian stomped on Zhang Che's body with one kick after another, each blow heavy and forceful. Zhang Che's movements and expressions played along perfectly, and with the blood smeared all over his body beforehand, he appeared to be suffering a brutal beating. In reality, Zhou Moyao had cast a protective shield on him beforehand, ensuring he wouldn't suffer serious injury despite the blows. As Zhang Che rolled on the ground, he still managed to roar out two curses. You bastards. Fucking bastards. Whether this curse was directed at the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan or at Yi Tian remained unclear. The other Wolf King's personal guards snorted coldly at the sight. Poof. So it's just a human who doesn't know when to quit. Even after falling this far, he still dares to fight back? The one who died was just as brainless. Didn't he know to bind him with shadow chains first? Since he's such a tough nut, he deserves to be sent to the hunting grounds. Prisoners being attacked to death seemed a common occurrence in the Shadow Abyss dungeons, so the other wolves barely reacted. The werewolf guards, in particular, couldn't be bothered to look. Overhearing the surrounding chatter, Yi Xiu swiftly flung the shadow chain he'd picked up, binding Jiang Che in place. Jiang Che's expression hardened. The moment the chains closed, he felt his strength suppressed, his movements restricted. Had he agreed to leave with those two wolves earlier, once chained, escape would have been utterly hopeless. Fortunately, Yi Xiu could now release the shadow chains. Yi Xiu promptly added, "Just wait until we deliver you to the hunting grounds. See how arrogant you'll be then." Seeing this, the other Wolf King's guards warned him to be careful before departing one by one. "Hey, you bastard. Get your foot off me." Jiang Che growled lowly. Yi Xiu cleared his throat twice and promptly moved his foot off Jiang Che. "It's all for the show, you know. Just wait till we get back, then you can stomp on me all you want." Jiang Che grumbled indignantly, "Don't worry, I'll step on you back even if you don't ask." The others chuckled softly before asking, "So what do we do now? Leave immediately or split up?" If Yi Xiu led them out directly, they might complete the main quest, but the side quest would be lost and they'd gain less experience. Split up. Yi Xiu had already made up his mind. Now that I'm part of the Wolf King's personal guard, I'll have a much better chance of surviving the side quests in the hunting grounds. Plus, once I'm out, I can devise a plan for you all to escape the dungeon. With Yi Xiu's decision made, the others agreed unanimously. Yi Xiu, then Jiang Che and I will head out first. I'll take Jiang Che to participate in the Wolf Clan's hunting grounds. Qiuli, Wanjiang, Moyao stay here for now and act according to the situation. Understood. As soon as the words fell, everyone's levels surged upward. Yi Xiu has obtained the status of Wolf King's personal guard reward. All party members and the boss each gain 1 level. Special side quest unlocked. Survive the wilderness hunting grounds and eliminate all wolf hunters within reward upon completion. The entire party and the boss each gain 2 levels. Yi Xiu and the others were fired up. It's time to see what the hell this Wolf Clan wilderness hunting ground is all about. Chapter 184, Team Building Part 4. Disguised as a wolf, Yi Xiu escorted Jiang Che out of the dungeon with a shadow chain. Before departing, he shot the other team members in the dungeon a reassuring glance. He chose to split the team into 2 groups to complete both tasks simultaneously. While the rewards would be greater, the danger was equally obvious. The Team Buff All-Rounder squad had vanished from Yi Xiu and Jiang Che, leaving the remaining 3 with only 30% of their attribute bonuses. Moreover, escaping the 7th layer of the dungeon would prove even more difficult for the remaining trio. The thought sent Yi Xiu's mind racing as his gaze darted between the remaining Wolf King's guards and the exit. Roar! Woo woo! In other sections of the prison, numerous wild beast prisoners were being forcibly led away by the Wolf King's guards. Their necks or hands were bound by shadow chains. Those who were violent or attempted to resist were completely subdued after their strength was suppressed by the shadow chains. Some more resilient beasts, witnessing their kin being led away, pounded on their cell bars, letting out furious howls that shook the heavens. The Shadow Moon Wolves, hearing the clanging, paid no heed whatsoever, even flashing smug smiles. The Shadow Abyss dungeon's cell doors held these beasts in perfect check, their blows made not a dent. The pathetic howls of defeated dogs are truly delightful. Soon enough, it'll be their turn. The Wolf King's personal guards chuckled as they dragged out one savage beast after another. Outnumbered and outgunned, Yi Xiu took no further action. He followed the other guards, escorting Jiang Che toward the exit. As they departed, the 4th-tier werewolf guard glanced at Yi Xiu, his gaze unremarkable, detecting nothing unusual. Upon exiting the 7th level, Yi Xiu and Jiang Che's gazes diverged, one looking down, the other looking up. The Shadow Abyss dungeon, like a 9-tiered spiral mountain path, encircled the bottom of a 10,000-foot abyss. Looking upward from the 7th level exit, breaking out to ascend to the heavens seemed as difficult as climbing to the sky itself. Looking down, one discovered the deepest level of the Shadow Abyss dungeon, a special prison sealed off by countless shadow chains. A single shadow chain could suppress the vast majority of Jiang Che's power or that of a wild beast. Yet at the dungeon's very bottom, hundreds upon hundreds of shadow chains held something captive. What lies imprisoned down there? This question simultaneously crossed the minds of Yi Xiu and Yi Tian, who was watching from the spectator's perspective. However, upon witnessing this scene, a different set of options appeared before Yi Tian. Side quest triggered. Rescue the prisoner held in the deepest dungeon of Shadow Abyss. You may choose to accept. Accepting will increase the difficulty of the main quest. Rewards vary based on side quest completion. Failure does not affect the main quest and carries no penalty. Another side quest? Yi Tian paused to consider. The current main quest was already perilous enough, accepting this would only make it harder. Still, Yi Tian was genuinely curious about what was imprisoned within the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's dungeon. It might even be someone imprisoned by the Dark God, Shadow Devourer Crescent Moon. If he could rescue them, might he gain another employee? With that thought, Yi Tian decided, accept the side quest. Afterward, he spent part of his funds to hold a tactical meeting and offered his employees a safety net benefit. Benefit 1, insurance provides a death immunity shield. Cost reduced from 3 funds per person to 2 funds. After reaching Tier 3, the cost of benefits decreased. With 13 employees, it only required 26 funds, well within Yi Tian's current balance of 106. Moreover, with this benefit in place, tactical meetings could now grant an 80% attribute boost to all employees. The mission grew tougher, but so did the perks. Side quest. At that moment, all members of Team 1 simultaneously saw the prompt, side quest: rescue the prisoner imprisoned in the deepest depths of the Abyss dungeon. The three individuals within the dungeon turned their gaze toward the exit, while Yi Xiu and Jiang Che simultaneously looked into the dungeon. Moments earlier, Yi Tian had briefly gathered everyone in the meeting space to outline the side quest, granting them time to prepare and discuss. Yi Xiu knew full well that he and Jiang Che would be unable to participate in this side quest. It would have to be left to the other three to complete. Therefore, they must devise a plan now to get them out of the dungeon. What should we do? Jiang Che asked in a low voice. Yi Xiu's eyes darted slightly, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. Simple. By now, all the Wolf King's personal guards had already escorted their prey away and departed. Walking at the rear, Yi Xiu suddenly seemed to recall something and abruptly turned back toward the 7th level of the dungeon. Why have you returned? Warden, one of our kin was slain earlier, and one prey was left behind. I've come to make amends. Yi Xiu replied as he should. He observed the other Wolf King's personal guards. Each guard, each shadow chain, had taken away one prey. This meant the prey had a quota, and the one he had killed was definitely one short. Yi Xiu produced the empty shadow chain. The 4th rank werewolf guard nodded upon seeing it. Understood. Proceed. Remember to avoid certain dangerous prisoners for now. Understood. Night Repair nodded. He then moved to a blind spot in the dungeon and activated his skill, multiple shadow clones. From the corpses of the 2 slain Wolf King's guards, he obtained 2 shadow chains and 2 dungeon keys. Yi Xiu placed 1 dungeon key into the shadow clone's hand, instructing it to sneak toward the cells housing the high-tier wild beasts. What he intended to do was self-evident. But not yet. Yi Xiu returned to the dungeon holding the other team members and used the 2nd key to unlock their cell door. Be cautious once you're out. This mission rests on your shoulders. Got it. He escorted his teammates with shadow chains toward the exit. Upon encountering the 4th rank Wolf King guard, he respectfully addressed him. Thank you for your hard work, jailer. The werewolf guard seemed pleased and nodded. In the next instant, the shadow clone sprang into action, unlocking the cell doors of one high-tier wild beast after another. Roar! Boom! Earth-shattering roars and furious curses directed at the Shadow Moon Wolf clan mingled into a deafening cacophony. Countless dangerous auras burst free from their confines, charging toward the exit. Those whose kin had been taken were consumed by murderous intent in an instant. What? The 4th-tier werewolf guard sprang to his feet, his pupils constricting sharply. Yi Xiu, seeing this, played along with a look of utter shock. What's going on? I clearly didn't even approach the danger zone. Lord Jailer? I have no idea. The werewolf guard frowned deeply. He had indeed watched Yi Xiu avoid the danger zone. How could this have happened? Gazing at the several dangerous auras bearing down on him, the werewolf guard snapped impatiently. This isn't your concern. Go summon the other guards. Understood. Chapter 185, Team Building Part 5. With that, the werewolf guard advanced alone. The imprisoned beasts were all gravely wounded and easily defeated. As a 4th-tier warrior, he wasn't afraid, but the problem was there were far too many of them now unleashed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Xiu led his teammates toward the exit. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Zhou Moyo headed deeper into the dungeon, while Yi Xiu distracted the remaining guards and escorted Jiang Che upward. What's happening? The 6 Wolf King's personal guards halted their advance, questioning Yi Xiu as he arrived. He replied nonchalantly, some prisoners escaped. The jail warden said he could handle it and let him go first. Hearing this, the other Wolf King guards accepted it without question. The 7th jailer is exceptionally powerful. Unless every prisoner on the entire level escaped, nothing could possibly go wrong. Let's move on. The hunting grounds are about to open. Yi Xiu and Jiang Che followed the Wolf King's guards as they departed, watching them activate the portals between each level until they swiftly reached the surface. The wilderness hunting ground was an entertainment activity the Shadow Moon Wolf clan devised after completely dominating the Shadow Realm, using the defeated as their playthings. Captured losers were bound by shadow chains, their power largely suppressed, and cast onto isolated islands shrouded in utter darkness, illuminated only by the Shadow Moon. They became prey for the young Shadow Moon wolves to hunt or rather, slaughter. The purpose was to hone the young wolves' killing instincts and satisfy their amusement. Within the hunting grounds, the prey possessed far inferior vision compared to the Shadow Moon wolves, and their power was suppressed to the point of near helplessness. The hunt is personally overseen by the Wolf King, who rewards the Shadow Moon cubs that claim the most kills. These were the circumstances Yi Xiu had uncovered after arriving at the hunting grounds. Brother Yi, why do I see so many great Xia people? Jiang Che's gaze shifted toward a certain direction, his expression turning grim. Yi Xiu scanned the surroundings, nodded, and his gaze turned hostile. The Wolf King stood atop a nearby high point, overlooking most of the hunting ground, while his personal guards served as its sentinels. "Release the prey!" the Wolf King suddenly bellowed. Immediately, the personal guards escorting prisoners from the Shadow Abyss dungeons began bringing captives into the hunting grounds. Unless something unexpected happened, what awaited them would be the Shadow Moon Wolf's hunt and an inevitable death. Yeshio whispered behind Jiang Che, "I've already released the shadow chains. Once the hunt begins, I'll send you a signal. You're powerful enough to kill them." The shadow chains now hung loosely on Jiang Che's wrists, easily breakable with a simple tug. Jiang Che's eyes lit up. "Brother Yi, you're the real deal. After this team building event, we'll have a real shot at advancing to Tier 3. Completing this side quest would grant a direct level up, significantly accelerating their progress toward reaching Tier 3. Yi Xiao nodded. Just then, they noticed several Wolf King's personal guards escorting a few Great Xia citizens into the hunting grounds. What's more, they were wearing uniforms of the North China Army. The two men frowned slightly. The North China Army and the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan had been at war for a long time, and it was inevitable that some would be captured alive by the Wolf Clan. Yet witnessing this scene firsthand stirred a deep sense of injustice within them. If they died, they could be reborn and returned to Great Xia. But these captured souls, if they perished here, would truly die in a foreign land. "Let's go take a look." Yi Xiu led Jiang Che toward the North China soldiers. "The hunt is about to begin." With the Wolf King's resounding cry, the pack responded with fervent howls. The Wolf King's personal guards escorting the prisoners withdrew from the hunting grounds, and over a dozen young Shadow Moon wolves stepped into the hunting area. This was the Shadow Moon Wolf Tribe's biannual young wolf hunting ritual. Much like the apprentice trials for professionals. But their targets for slaughter were prisoners of war from enemy races. Yi Xiu followed the other Wolf King's guards, silently withdrawing from the hunting grounds to a spot near the Wolf King, observing the entire scene. As he watched, Yi Xiu's gaze swept across the scene and suddenly fixed on the Wolf King. The Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's Wolf King, also a 4th tier, was vastly superior to the werewolf guards. Though the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan's civilization points were low, this stemmed from their bloodthirsty and brutal nature. They scarcely developed their own secret realms, relying entirely on plunder for resources, hence their meager resource points. Yet their strength remained formidable. However, Yi Xiu's attention wasn't on the Wolf King itself. Instead, his gaze was drawn to a jade green orb resting upon the throne beside the Wolf King's paws. Its surface was etched with claw-like patterns radiating a primal, wilderness aura, emanating a powerful, transcendent energy. Clearly a treasure. Woo woo woo. The sky darkened once more, with only the light of the Shadow Moon illuminating the Shadow Realm. Within the hunting grounds, the young Shadow Moon wolves let out piercing howls, sounding like a battle cry heralding the impending hunt. Meanwhile, among the prey within the arena, some sharpened their blades, preparing to strike back at the first opportunity. Others desperately sought ways to survive. For the Shadow Moon wolves had once promised that if they survived the hunting grounds, they and their kin would be allowed to leave. But the wolves had only ever made that promise. Jiang Che didn't wander aimlessly. With darkness shrouding all directions, making orientation difficult, he immediately sought out the other Great Xia soldiers who had been captured here. Da Xia soldiers. Spotting Jiang Che, the military personnel, their uniforms torn and shackled with shadow chains, immediately stiffened. Spotting fellow countrymen who had also been captured in this strange realm, they felt both exhilarated and sorrowful. "You're so young, how did you end up here? Has North China fallen victim to the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan again?" The soldiers pressed eagerly. It was like meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land. Tears welled up in their eyes. During their conversation, several military members explained their situation to Jiang Che. The leader among them, nicknamed Old Lu, was a border patrol squad leader in the North China Army. 3 months prior, when residents of North City were attacked by the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan in the wilderness, he had stayed behind alone to ensure their safe evacuation. He was captured alive by the Wolf Tribe. After 3 months of imprisonment in the Shadow Abyss dungeon, he had now been sent to the hunting grounds. Old Lu sighed. "These past months, I've seen fewer and fewer captives from Great Xia being brought in. I thought it meant the North China border defenses were gradually growing stronger. Never imagined I'd see someone as young as you captured today." The atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Jiang Che quickly shook his head. "I wasn't captured. My situation is rather complicated." "Not captured?" Old Lu and the other soldiers froze in surprise. At that moment, the howling of wolves drew nearer, and the shadows of the Shadow Moon spread among the group the hunters were approaching. Jiang Che immediately declared, "No time for talk now. We must fight back quickly and ensure we all survive." Before encountering these North China border soldiers, Jiang Che had felt relatively carefree. After all, even if he died, he could simply revive and return. But upon seeing them, Jiang Che seriously contemplated, could he bring them all back alive? These soldiers had given their all. Were they truly destined to be tortured to death by the Wolf Tribe here? But no matter how hard he racked his brain, Jiang Che couldn't figure out how to rescue them all. After all, this was the Shadow Realm. It seemed an impossible task, and perhaps an unnecessary one. But Jiang Che wasn't one for meticulous planning. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. He'd focus on each immediate step at hand. First, survive these hunters. Old Lu froze upon hearing this, then shook his head heavily. Impossible. I've been here 3 months and never seen anyone survive the hunting grounds. The shadow chains we're wearing are incredibly strange. They suppress at least 95% of our attributes and strength. Under these conditions, forget about the Wolf King outside, even the little wolves inside the hunting grounds couldn't. Before he could finish, Jiang Che wrenched his hands free, effortlessly snapping the shadow chains suspended from his wrists. Old Lu and the other comrades? Old Lu glanced at the shadow chain on Jiang Che's wrist, then at his own. He froze instantly. Seeing this, other comrades tried to break free like Jiang Che, only to find their shadow chains unyielding. Wait, you. Jiang Che grinned. I told you, I wasn't captured. And I'm not alone. As he spoke, the sound of wolves darting through the forest suddenly filled the air. Their footsteps were swift, their movements fierce. Under the shadow moon, their figures were impossible to catch. Watch out. Old Lu warned urgently. He knew the shadow moon wolves were formidable. Younger practitioners usually suffered heavy losses against them due to inexperience. At that moment, Jiang Che received a message. Enemy at 4 o'clock. Attacking toward 6 o'clock. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Che gathered his chi and burst toward the 6 o'clock direction. Heavenly Dragon Tiger Roar. Chapter 186, Team Building Part 6. Within the hunting grounds, the sound of sharp claws tearing flesh, the agonized screams of beasts, and the rhythmic footsteps of prey fleeing and hunters pursuing intertwined into a nocturnal symphony. Most prey stood utterly defenseless before the hunter Shadow Moon Wolf, left only to be toyed with and slaughtered. The Wolf King stood atop a vantage point overlooking the hunting grounds, a look of satisfaction on his face. Hunting prisoners of war as prey not only cultivated the young wolves' killing instincts and abilities, but for the Wolf King himself, hunting these former powerful beings of the wilderness as prey was nothing short of exhilarating. But at that moment, a faint roar like that of a tiger and dragon echoed through the hunting grounds. Casualties have appeared. From their vantage point, the Wolf King's personal guards could sense the positions and fates of the young wolves and their prey, calculating which young wolf had claimed the most kills. While young wolves had perished in previous years, none had ever been counter-killed by prey so swiftly at the start. The Wolf King's face darkened with displeasure as he barked coldly, useless. Beside the Wolf King, at the rear of the guard squad, Yisho, disguised as one of the Wolf King's personal guards, had long been using patrols as cover to secretly relay enemy intelligence to Jiang Che in unobserved areas. Side quest: eliminate all wolf hunters in the hunting grounds. Reward: directly boost experience by 2 levels. This alone was reason enough for Yisho to focus entirely on assisting Jiang Che. Within the hunting grounds, Jiang Che suddenly whipped his head around. With a roar, he anticipated the Shadow Moon Wolf's movement and instantly killed his opponent. Old Lu and the other border guards were utterly stunned. They hadn't even caught sight of the Shadow Moon Wolf's trajectory, yet Jiang Che had already struck and finished it. Holy Master! Young man, how did you pull that off? We've never heard of you in Great Xia before. Could you be a secret weapon trained by headquarters? At that moment, Jiang Che felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. Master! It's been ages since anyone called me that. Of course, the main task couldn't be neglected. Whenever news of the night wolves arrived, he immediately launched attacks on the designated locations as instructed. Each time he moved, he would effortlessly eliminate at least one Shadow Moon Wolf. At that moment, Old Lu and the other soldiers watched Jiang Che in utter amazement. He can kill enemies with pinpoint accuracy while playing on his phone? He's practically a god. Meanwhile, in the 9th level of the Shadow Abyss dungeon. Thanks to Yisho releasing all the prisoners from the 7th level, the dungeon descended into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, the trio of Bai Qiuli successfully slipped into the deepest level of the dungeon. They had expected a fierce battle and were even mentally prepared for the worst. After all, the 7th level had 4th-tier werewolf guards reaching the 9th level, they expected even stronger foes. But to their utter astonishment, the 9th level had no guards. What's going on? The 9th level dungeon sat at the center of the ground, appearing as if it were being held down by the 8 levels above it. Its surface was covered by hundreds of shadow chains, forming a dense, impenetrable net. Wan Jiang tapped the surface with his rifle barrel. After testing it, he confirmed, if we're going to break through by force, we'll need to try our most powerful attack. But it's only a test. Whether it can be broken remains to be seen. Bai Qiuli nodded. But if they used their most powerful attack to force their way through, it would inevitably draw more enemies. This required careful consideration. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Zhou Moyao, in her spirit form, floated in the air, a hint of excitement in her expression. She extended a hand, lightly touching the surface of the shadow chain, only to find her hand passed right through it, as if this containment method was utterly ineffective against her. Just as I expected, Bai Qiuli remarked nonchalantly. In spirit form, you're virtually impervious to physical barriers. During their university days together, Zhou Moyao had often used this ability to walk through walls as if they were nothing. Bai Qiuli's original plan had been that if they couldn't violently breach the deepest dungeon, they would send Zhou Moyao through to attempt an internal escape. Though Zhou Moyao was blind, her psychic perception was the strongest among them. Just as Zhou Moyao prepared to phase through the dungeon door and enter the deepest chamber, a voice suddenly echoed from within the 9th layer of the dungeon. "Hello? Anyone out there?" This single phrase instantly sent the trio scrambling backward in fright. It wasn't the voice itself that was frightening, but the fact that it was spoken in standard Great Xia Mandarin. A Great Xia person? People from the Great Xia. Hearing Bai Qiuli and the others' voices, the voice from inside grew equally agitated. But they weren't the only ones. Yi Tian, observing from the spectator's perspective, was even more stunned than they were at that moment. That voice, why does it sound so familiar? At that moment, Bai Qiuli and her two companions exchanged bewildered glances. Could the person imprisoned inside be a Great Xia citizen? Impossible. In the deepest depths of the Shadow Abyss dungeon, the most perilous place in the Shadow Realm guarded by 4th-tier Wolf Clan members and countless layers of sentinels, what Great Xia citizen could possibly receive such treatment? Thoughts raced through Bai Qiuli's mind. If anyone from Great Xia truly deserved such treatment, she could only think of the boss as a possibility. But then, Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang exchanged a glance. Just as the latter was about to step forward to question, the voice from within suddenly emerged. It was a petite, adorable girl, yet she possessed the same ethereal form as Zhou Moyao, a spirit body. Moreover, her spirit body seemed even more powerful than Zhou Moyao's. Seeing this little girl before them, Bai Qiuli and her two companions were instantly dumbfounded. But Yi Tian, observing the scene, was suddenly startled. Shou Qiu. Traveler, Xiu Qiu. How could she be here? The moment this thought surfaced, Yi Tian answered his own question. Exactly, she was a traveler. Her journey across worlds ability allowed her to randomly travel to any realm. Combined with the super spirit body effect that negated all impacts and damage, theoretically, she could go anywhere she pleased. Perhaps she accidentally arrived in the Shadow Realm during her travels. But Yi Tian still couldn't understand what was she doing in the Shadow Abyss dungeon? It really is someone from Great Xia. Xiu Qiu's expression lit up with excitement upon seeing Bai Qiuli and her companions. I never thought I'd actually get help. But why do I feel strangely familiar with you all? Hearing this, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Zhou Moyao all furrowed their brows slightly. They too felt the same sensation as if this unfamiliar little girl before them shared some kind of connection with them. This was because their supernatural powers all stemmed from the same source. They were all employees of Yi Tian. Yi Tian's mouth twitched. To save them the time of explaining, he sent them a message directly, clarifying their identities. Upon reading the message, Bai Qiuli's frown instantly smoothed out. She looked at Xiu Qiu with a warmer gaze. So you're also one of the boss's employees? The boss's team sure has grown, Wan Jiang remarked wryly. Even encountering them in another realm. Xiu Qiu suddenly understood. So you're a colleague? Pleased to meet you. Wait. Wan Jiang suddenly remembered a crucial question. Could it be you who's locked up in there? Zhou Moyao immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. Miss Xiu Qiu has a spirit form too. This dungeon couldn't possibly hold her. In fact, Xiu Qiu's ability to emerge from the dungeon and meet everyone already answered the question. Xiu Qiu explained, I'm hardly worthy of being imprisoned like that. What's imprisoned inside is a divine beast. Chapter 187, Team Building Part 7. A divine beast. Exactly. I stayed here intending to find a way to save him, but my abilities are too limited. Thankfully, I met you all today. Xiu Qiu's words startled the trio. They never imagined the side quest task they were assigned to rescue involved a divine beast. This coincidentally aligned their goals with Xiu Qiu's. Yet the problem before them remained unsolvable. Bai Qiuli shook her head. The truth is, this gate itself is blocking our path. We simply can't get inside the dungeon. Unexpectedly, Xiu Qiu seemed utterly unconcerned. No problem. I'll take you inside. You'll lead us. As the trio looked puzzled, Xiu Qiu waved his hands. A silver train, seemingly from another dimension, emerged from the void and came to a halt outside the cell door of the Shadow Abyss dungeon's 9th level in a manner beyond their comprehension. Get on. Xiu Qiu assumed the air of a bossy older sister, ushering the three onto the world-spanning flycar. The multiverse flyer could transport passengers to any location in its super-spiritual form, ignoring all obstacles and influences. Not even gods could stop it. The silver world-spanning chariot simply passed through the dungeon gate woven from hundreds of shadow chains carrying everyone straight inside. Holy! Wan Jiang was utterly stunned. He never imagined any professional practitioner could wield such an outrageous ability. What was most terrifying was that this was also one of Yi Tian's employees. But soon, everyone's attention shifted to the dungeon's interior. Imprisoned within the dungeon was a massive turtle. It was a somewhat shriveled black-shelled tortoise, its carapace engraved with ancient runes. Yet the light patterns on the runes were extremely dim. Its 4 legs, once as massive as pillars supporting the heavens, now appeared utterly aged. Its current state was truly horrifying. 8 enormous, pitch-black spikes had been driven through its body. The first demonic spike pierced the black-shelled turtle's left front leg, driving straight through the bone. The second, third, all 8 spikes were driven into its limbs, neck, and the crevices of its shell. This. Bai Qiuli frowned deeply at the sight.
Zhou Moya could sense that despite the Xian turtle's tenacious vitality, it endured agony with every passing moment.
From the spectator's viewpoint, Yi Tian observed more details about the Xian turtle, his heart filled with profound emotion.
Divine Beast Mystic Turtle.
Basic info, Black Tortoise Clan, 97,400 years old, Divine Beast, Level 0. Potential, Illusionary Colors. History, former guardian deity of the wilderness realm, maintaining the continent's stability until the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan unleashed abyssal entities to ravage the realm's creatures. The Dark God seized this opportunity to invade the wilderness realm. The Dark God Shadow Devourer Crescent Moon defeated the Black Tortoise, stripped and shattered its divine essence, causing its rank to plummet. Unable to fully destroy it, the Dark God sealed the Black Tortoise deep within the Shadow Abyss dungeons.
Investment opportunity, Ancient Divine Beast Bloodline Power 60 funds.
Not merely a divine beast, but the guardian deity of the wilderness realm.
This rank is identical to that of the World Tree on the Yagu continent.
No wonder the Dark God struggled to destroy it completely. Entities like the Black Tortoise, akin to the World Tree, possess extraordinarily resilient vitality. Alas, a guardian deity now stripped of its divine essence, imprisoned at the dungeon's depths. No wonder the wilderness realm became the Shadow Realm, ruled by the Dark God. Even the guardian deity had been defeated. Barring any unexpected turn of events, he would likely be sealed away by the Dark God until death. At that moment, the Azure Turtle's emerald eyes fluttered open slightly, catching sight of Qiu arriving at his side with Bai Qiuli and the others.
Qiu said cheerfully, "Grandpa Turtle, I've brought people to rescue you." The Black Tortoise revealed a benevolent smile. It wasn't the smile of one who knew he was about to be rescued, but a smile born from the heart, recognizing the kindness of a being from another race, someone he had met only once who was willing to bring companions to save him. "Little Qiu, you are a good child." The Black Tortoise strained to speak, "Your abilities are exceptional, but you must leave. Staying here is too dangerous." But Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, and Zhou Moya heard these words as if they were just wind passing by their ears. Whether it was dangerous or not no longer mattered. Completing the side quest was their sole concern. Their 2 teammates were also striving for the mission. They couldn't afford to fall behind. Thus, the moment they saw the Black Turtle's predicament, the trio began examining the 8 pitch black spikes, pinning it down, searching for a way to break free. "It's impossible. These are the Shadow Demon Pillars of the Dark God. Your power isn't enough to destroy them yet." Xian Gui warned. Moreover, attacking the Shadow Demon Pillar could summon a formidable enemy. Ignoring the latter part, Bai Qiuli pressed on, refusing to give up. "Is there truly no other way to break this?" The Xian Turtle pondered for a long moment. He had intended to casually say there wasn't and urge them to leave quickly. But seeing Bai Qiuli's earnest gaze, he reconsidered and said, "The Shadow Demon Pillar of the Dark God, unless the Dark God wills it, there is no way to break it. However, this Shadow Demon Pillar itself embodies the power of demonic forces. Any power of demonic origin is inherently countered by the attributes of light and thunder. Unless you possess some extremely high-tier light or thunder-based ability." He emphasized the word extremely deliberately, warning them not to waste their breath trying with abilities of insufficient rank. After all, abilities of such an extremely high tier were exceedingly rare. Even Xian Gui himself, with his 9,700-year experience, possessed very few. Crack! Crackle! Crash! Deep purple lightning danced across Wan Zhang's skin until the searing power of the thunderstorm fully ignited within him. SSS grade supernatural constitution cataclysmic lightning bones. Wan Zhang swung the arm now imbued with the cataclysmic thunder bones. "Is this sufficient?" The Black Tortoise paused, its enormous emerald eyes blinking twice. The heart that had long lain dormant began to beat much faster. In that instant, a glimmer of hope finally flickered within its gaze. Before Xian Gui could speak, Bai Qiuli glanced at Xian Gui's expression, then turned to Wan Zhang decisively. "Looks like it's enough. Get moving." "Ha!" Before Xian Gui could react, Wan Zhang had already raised his spear, ready to strike one of the Shadow Demon Pillars. "Wait. You guys are moving way too fast." Bai Qiuli replied earnestly, "Saving you is just a side quest. We need to make the most of our time. Please understand." "Xian Gu?" Wan Zhang leapt forward, sweeping his spear horizontally while shouting, "This might hurt a bit, bear with it." Clang! The power of thunderstorms poured forth, unleashing its fury entirely upon the Shadow Demon Pillar. In an instant, blinding lightning flared. The Shadow Demon Pillar was still embedded in Xian Gui's body. At that moment, his entire body trembled, and he nearly broke out in a cold sweat. Still, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine." Boom! The Shadow Demon Pillar was instantly shattered by the lightning. Qiu's eyes lit up at the sight. "It works." Chapter 188, Team Building Part 8. The Shadow Demon Pillar collapsed in an instant, accompanied by the flash of the thunderstorm. Though the Black Tortoise grimaced in agony, its heart swelled with joy. This time, it was the genuine thrill of impending rescue. Yet as the Shadow Demon Pillar fell, the entire Shadow Abyss dungeon trembled slightly, as if struck by a minor earthquake. "What's happening?" Wang Zhang's expression turned wary.
Xuan Yu hurriedly explained, the Shadow Demon Pillar is connected to the entire Shadow Abyss dungeon.
The demons of the Shadow Realm and the Wolf Clan will surely come to hunt you down the moment they realize what you've done. You can still leave now.
Xiao Qiu tried to say something, but Bai Qiuli's tone was even more resolute.
No need for words. Wan Jiang, continue. If any enemies come, I'll hold them off. Understood.
Wan Jiang said no more, accelerating his movements as he channeled thunderstorm energy once more, striking the next Shadow Demon Pillar. At that very moment, throughout the entire 8-level dungeon above, every Shadow Moon Wolfguard sensed the tremors. Their expressions shifted in unison.
What's happening?
They hadn't yet realized the Shadow Demon Pillars were being destroyed. Such an event had never occurred since the Shadow Abyss dungeon's construction. But in the blink of an eye, Wan Jiang struck again, shattering the second Shadow Demon Pillar. All the Shadow Moon Wolves instantly turned their gaze to the lowest level of the dungeon, realizing simultaneously that enemies had breached their defenses.
Trouble. Enemy attack. Wah!
Except for the werewolf guards on the 7th level, who were entangled by the wild beasts, the wolf clan guards from the 8 levels above rushed urgently to reinforce the 9th level. Bai Qiuli listened to the commotion above, drawing a deep breath. She hadn't expected that prison door woven from shadow chains to become their defensive line. However, she did not remain trapped there. Instead, she instructed Xiao Qiu to carry her out. She headed toward the only path leading to the 9th level, wielding the Ice Soul Sword. With vast and powerful sword intent, she formed an array, deploying it along this essential route.
Celestial Sword Domain.
High above the Shadow Realm, upon the Shadow Moon. The once blood-red moon was now completely shrouded in black shadows, an eerie sight beyond compare. Strangely, from this Shadow Moon, one could simultaneously witness the sights of both the Shadow Realm and the Blue Star. At the moon's center, a colossal, twisted shadow embraced the surface in an embrace-like posture. At that moment, as the Shadow Demon Pillar shattered, an intense surge of perception erupted from the Shadow Realm's abyss, instantly detected by the twisted shadow. The twisted shadow abruptly raised its head, its unnatural eyes blazing with murderous intent.
Meanwhile, in the wilderness hunting grounds,
Zhang Che led Old Lu and his group through the hunting grounds. Guided by Yi Xiu's instructions, he was absolutely devastating, precisely eliminating nearly 10 Shadow Moon wolves along the way.
Old Lu and the North China soldiers watched him with eyes filled with utter disbelief.
But at that moment, the Wolf King, observing the hunt, was seething with rage, itching to join the fray and kill with its own paws. The wilderness hunting ground was dimly lit, and under the moonlight, the wolves naturally held the environmental advantage. Their prey was also suppressed in strength.
Yet, under these conditions, so many hunters were being killed. This prey is outrageously defiant.
Only Zhang Che's group remained in the hunting ground, yet they moved through it with ease, even turning the tables and killing their opponents effortlessly. The Wolf King gritted his teeth, his towering 5-meter frame rising to his full height, poised and ready, seemingly preparing to enter the fray himself.
The heavy losses among the hunting pack weighed heavily on his mind.
Seeing this, Yi Xiu frowned. Their side quest required eliminating all hunters, but if the Wolf King intervened now, Zhang Che would never get another chance to kill any wolves under the king's watch.
With this thought, Yi Xiu ventured dangerously close to the enraged Wolf King. As the Wolf King's personal guard, he spoke with righteous conviction, "Your Majesty, might a formidable prey better test the young wolf's abilities?"
Humph. The Wolf King snorted coldly.
Flat, open terrain will never produce exceptional hunters.
Yi Xiu bowed his head low, appearing exceedingly humble. Hearing these words, the Wolf King's eyes flickered.
He sat back down, holding his temper for now.
Well said. I'll see who can eliminate the last prey. I'll reward them handsomely.
The Wolf King bellowed.
Yi Xiu silently retreated, slipping into an unnoticed corner. He hurriedly messaged Zhang Che.
The last 4 are closing in on you. Take them out fast.
Zhang Che was leading Old Lu and his group toward the edge of the hunting ground. Every single one of the dozens of beasts in the entire hunting ground had been killed. Only Lao Lu's group had survived this long alongside Zhang Che. Zhang Che still hoped to lead them to continued survival. But then, the sound of extremely swift footsteps echoed around them.
For Shadow Moon wolves had formed a hunting encirclement. Zhang Che, leave us behind.
Lao Lu halted, gasping heavily.
You might actually escape alone.
Several North China soldiers shared this sentiment. Given Zhang Che's strength, had he not been burdened with them, he might have escaped long ago. The shadow chains bind us.
We cannot escape.
A sudden whistling cut through the jungle air, the air itself sharpened into blades between the Shadow Moon wolf's fangs. I never intended to run, Zhang Che's lips curved upward.
I only wanted to keep you alive. 4 little wolves? Not nearly enough to stop me.
As the words fell, the fist wind unleashed a torrent of Heavenly Gang's energy, crashing like a tidal wave into the darkness and striking another cub with pinpoint accuracy.
The latter was sent flying dozens of meters as if struck by a cannonball, instantly killed.
Another cub attempted a sneak attack on Old Lu, but Zhang Che caught it in his peripheral vision. He swiftly turned and delivered another instant kill with a single punch. Old Lu's expression grew grave.
As a soldier of the Great Xia, he could recognize Jiang Che's immense potential. But now, as a prisoner of war, he truly didn't want Jiang Che to expend any more energy on him. It simply wasn't worth it. Jiang Che. Enough. Dying trying to survive is better than waiting to die in this hellhole. Jiang Che unleashed a frenzied barrage, instantly eliminating the last 2 hunters. Jiang Che wasn't the type to plan far ahead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Lao Lu and the others along. How would they face the Wolf King after escaping the hunting grounds? He hadn't figured that out yet. But he simply couldn't bear to watch them die before his eyes. Let's go. Damn it. The Wolf King's eyes glowed crimson, his killing intent reaching its peak. Their hunters had been slaughtered by a mere prey. Utter humiliation. The Wolf King's gaze locked onto Jiang Che and his group. Then, with a mighty leap, he charged straight into the hunting grounds. A terrifyingly powerful aura rippled through the air, causing the entire hunting ground to tremble. Yi Xiu exhaled softly. The counterattack had succeeded. Now, as long as Jiang Che managed to escape the hunting grounds alive, the side quest would be complete. But with the Wolf King attacking, Jiang Che stood no chance of winning. Therefore, he must still hold the Wolf King back. With that thought, Yi Xiu drew a deep breath. He bellowed, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The piercing cry sent shockwaves through the surrounding Wolf King's personal guards, Shadow Moon Wolves, and even the Wolf King himself who had charged into the hunting grounds. Instantly, the Wolf King's personal guards instinctively scanned their surroundings, yet detected nothing amiss. What's going on? Where's the enemy? A Wolf King's guard bellowed at Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu's figure flickered suddenly. The Thousand Machinations umbrella in his hand transformed into a long blade, which he swung out in a strike. Right here. Chapter 189, Team Building End. Buzz. Soul-splitting wave slash. Yi Xiu's strike sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The wolf guard who had confronted him was instantly cleaved in two, killed in an instant. The other wolves nearby were instantly stunned. Was this the thief crying thief? What decent person would warn others of an enemy attack before striking? However, once they regained their senses, the Wolf King's guards drew their weapons, fixing furious gazes upon Yi Xiu, the intruder. But this was precisely Yi Xiu's objective. He even deliberately chose a skill with dazzling visual effects when he attacked. His goal was to draw the attention of all the wolves and the Wolf King, buying time for Jiang Che to escape the hunting grounds. Yet even after Yi Xiu killed one guard, the Wolf King did not return to confront him, choosing instead to deal with Jiang Che in the hunting grounds first. Yi Xiu's gaze swept across the entire arena, suddenly brightening. His gaze landed on the Wolf King's throne, the blue jewel engraved with 4 claw marks. The moment he saw it, Yi Xiu knew this must be a treasure. Without hesitation, Yi Xiu activated triple instant movement. He teleported out of the Wolf King's guard's fierce encirclement and instantly arrived atop the Wolf King's throne. Right here. Fearing they might not find him, Yi Xiu bellowed to grab the wolves' attention, then unleashed one wide area spell after another as if they were free. Then, he immediately turned his head and reached for the azure treasure orb. At that instant, the Wolf King who had already charged into the hunting grounds seemed to sense something. He whipped his head around. Damn it! The Wolf King's murderous intent toward Yi Xiu now burned several times fiercer than that directed at Jiang Che, his eyes glowing a blood-red black. He had no time for Jiang Che. His legs tensed abruptly, launching him forward like a cannonball as he charged back, leaving 2 deep footprints in the ground. You're dead meat. Boom! If one excluded the demon god Ingshur Xianyue, the Shadow Moon Wolf King was undoubtedly the mightiest being in the Shadow Realm. Not only was he over 80 levels strong, but his race excelled in both raw power and speed. So much so that even Yi Xiu couldn't catch the Wolf King's shadow before being sent flying nearly 100 meters by a single swipe, embedding him into a massive boulder, a near-fatal blow. The Wolf King snorted coldly, seemingly mocking Yi Xiu's overreach. With such power, he dared to cause trouble in the Shadow Realm? But when he turned his head, he discovered the emerald orb atop his throne had vanished. Ha! The Wolf King froze. The next instant, a triumphant voice echoed from the boulder that had been smashed into a deep pit. Right here. Yi Xiu wasn't dead. He waved the blue gem as if to mock the Wolf King's scorn. What the Wolf King had deemed a fatal strike was blocked by a golden shield of immunity on Yi Xiu's body, granting him a sliver of survival. The Wolf King's eyes bulged with fury. He leapt forward impatiently, ready to snatch it back, give it back. Having anticipated the Wolf King's utter depravity, Yi Xiu's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Until next time. My mission is complete. With that, Yi Xiu drew his blade across his own throat, ending his life instantly. The Wolf King froze in shock. Yet after Yi Xiu's death, his body vanished instantly along with the jade-green treasure orb. Upon death, a team member would instantly resurrect and return, leaving not a single trace behind. The Wolf King searched the spot where Yi Xiu vanished, digging frantically as if he could tear up the ground, yet found nothing. His own treasure orb had been taken too. Glaring at the ground, he gritted his teeth. Just who the hell is that? The deepest level of the dungeon. Near the entrance, within the range of Ling Tian's sword domain, countless Wolf Clan corpses lay strewn beneath the sword intent. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moyo held the 9th level cell door as their stronghold, repelling the dungeon guards sent by the wolf clan to reinforce the defenders. Wan Zhang. Are you done yet? Bai Qiuli shouted urgently, a rare display of impatience. Facing countless wolf guards, especially numerous high-ranking ones, Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moyo could only hold out for so much longer. Were it not for this gate woven from shadow chains, Bai Qiuli would likely have been left holding the fort alone. Bai Qiuli erected an ice wall behind the gate. Should the gate itself be breached, this would be their final means of delay. Got it. Fortunately, Wan Zhang's actions did not disappoint his teammates. It took 8 consecutive shadow demon pillars, each shattered with his most powerful attack infused with the power of the cataclysmic thunder bones, until the very last one. By then, Wan Zhang's strength was nearly depleted. All the shadow demon pillars shattered. The divine beast, the black tortoise, was finally freed, its vitality gradually returning. Well done. At that moment, even the Xian turtle couldn't help but cheer for them, utterly astonished that it had truly been saved. Yet upon breaking free from the seal, the Xian turtle sensed its current strength and was instantly overcome with sorrow. What good was freedom now? His divine essence destroyed, the wasteland he had guarded for tens of thousands of years taken from him, his rank fallen. Where could he possibly go now that he was free? The black tortoise froze for a moment, but recovered quickly, for the task at hand was far from over. I'll hold off the pursuers. Follow me out. Gazing at the countless Shadow Moon Wolf Clan guards closing in, the black tortoise prepared to stand his ground alone. Unnecessary. Xiao suddenly reached out and said, "Get in my car. Turtle Grandpa, could you shrink down a bit and hop in too? When it comes to making a run for it, I'm quite capable." Xiao declared with great confidence, then beckoned toward the void. A silver train materialized. The black tortoise froze. This train, can it get us out of the Shadow Abyss dungeon? You bet. Xiao patted his chest. Not only can it get us out of the Shadow Abyss dungeon, it could easily circle the Shadow Realm a few times. Hearing this, Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, and Zhou Moyo promptly boarded the train. After all, as the boss's employees, they trusted his judgment wouldn't be off. To make such a bold claim, he must possess extraordinary abilities. Xiangu remained silent for a moment, then hesitated no longer. His form began to shrink proportionally, eventually shrinking to the size of a washbasin. Xiao carried it aboard the multiverse flyer. Let's go! Whoa! The multiverse flyer itself functioned as a super spiritual form, impervious to obstruction and damage. As the train launched forward, a streak of silver shot through the tidal wave of wolf pursuers, soaring upward at an 89-degree angle from the 9th level of the Shadow Abyss dungeon. Inside, passengers clung desperately to handrails, their bodies almost floating forward. Only the poor Xian turtle, unable to grasp anything, thumped wildly against the train's interior. The wolf pursuers were utterly dumbfounded. The Multiverse Express, like a true roller coaster, shot skyward, bursting out of the Shadow Abyss dungeon. Side quest: rescue the prisoner completed. Woohoo! At the edge of the hunting ground. Yi Tian was right to say his mission was complete. He had bought Zhang Che enough time to escape the hunting grounds. Not only that, Zhang Che even managed to bring old Lu and the others out with him. Side quest: Wasteland Hunting Ground completed. Zhang Che's mission was also complete. But the Wolf King and the Wolf Pack pursuers would soon arrive to kill them. Zhang Che, Lao Lu, and the others would all die here. This time, Zhang Che truly had no solution. It seemed the final curtain of this drama was about to fall. Zhang Che tugged at his hair, searching for a new way out. Lao Lu and the North China soldiers said nothing more, only silently patting Zhang Che's shoulder. Their eyes were already slightly moist. They knew that as prey, they shouldn't have survived this long. Zhang Che had given them extra time, and now it was time for it to end. Zhang Che. Before Lao Lu could finish, the distant roar of a speeding train echoed through the air. Zhang Che. Get on the train. Wan Zhang leaned out the window, waving to Zhang Che and signaling him to bring the others aboard. Zhang Che's puzzled expression instantly turned to delight upon seeing the train appear. Holy! Main quest: escape the Shadow Abyss dungeon with the entire team completed. Team building concluded. Chapter 190, Massive Level Up. The Evil God's Pursuit. Xiao's multiverse flyer soared through the Shadow Realm skies, a silver streak darting through the void. On the ground, the Shadow Moon Wolf King's eyes blazed crimson with fury. The rest of the Shadow Moon Wolf pursuers could only watch helplessly as they departed. Damn it! Woohoo! The joys and sorrows of humans and wolves are not the same. The Shadow Moon Wolf King had lost over a dozen promising young wolves and a precious artifact on this mission, while Yi Tian and his group had achieved a tremendous victory. On the train, Zhang Che, who had led old Lu and the others to safety, couldn't help but shout excitedly. Who'd have thought we'd run into colleagues here? What a coincidence! Yeah, if it weren't for Qiu, we probably wouldn't have escaped the dungeon. Hey, where's Yi Tian? Brother Yi said he was going to risk his life to obtain a treasure. He's probably already succeeded and returned. On the journey back to Daxia, everyone's expressions radiated excitement. The gains from this trip were beyond imagination. After the team building concluded, rewards were distributed based on mission completion. 2 side quests rescuing the divine beast, the mystic turtle, and turning the tables on the hunters in the wilderness hunting ground each rewarded them with a 2-level experience boost. Among them, the team that rescued the captive performed exceptionally well. In truth, simply breaking the shadow demon pillars for the Shin turtle counted as mission success. Even though the shadow moon wolves later resealed it, it didn't affect Team 1's mission. However, thanks to Cho's presence, the Shin turtle was brought out alive by the group, achieving the highest reward tier for the mission and earning an additional 1 level of experience. As for the main quest, it was flawlessly completed without incident, granting 1 level of experience. Beyond that, the experience gained from Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, and Zhang Che slaying monsters also earned the group over 1 level of experience. In other words, this single team building outing saw the entire party 1 level up by 6 levels. While Zhang Che reached level 49 and Zhou Mayo hit level 46. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Yi Tian all reached level 50. Completing their advancement quests would allow them to break through to tier 3. Meanwhile, upon completing the team building event, Yi Tian also shared in the level up. He jumped straight from level 56 to level 62. This leveling efficiency is absolutely insane. Before the team building skill appeared, Yi Tian would never have believed a single skill could grant a 6-level jump. But then again, it was the boss's class exclusive skill. The first and second tier exclusive skills holding meetings and promotion were both exceptionally powerful. So it made sense that the third tier exclusive skill would be this powerful. This thought sparked a greedy curiosity in Yi Tian: just how powerful would the 4th tier exclusive skill be? If I could pull off a few more team building events, reaching tier 4 wouldn't be far off. The idea was tempting, but it wasn't that simple. Yi Tian glanced at the team building activities cooldown timer and immediately dismissed the notion. Each team can only participate in 1 team building event per year. A skill with a 1-year cooldown. Absolutely ridiculous. Fortunately, if a second team reaches full strength with 5 members, they can trigger the team building event again. I wonder which team will be the first to fill their 5-person roster next. Yi Tian glanced at the remaining teams: Team 2, Life Support, and Doomsday, and couldn't help but ponder. Just then, a commotion erupted from the living room. Yi Tian had respawned at his pre-team building location after being killed. The moment he returned, Yi Tian began inspecting something in his hand. Upon confirming it was still there, his expression lit up with excitement. "Boss! Look what I brought back." He pulled out the jade green treasure orb and showed it to Yi Tian. The latter couldn't help but laugh bitterly. From his spectator view, he'd clearly seen Yi Tian sacrifice a death to snatch the Wolf King's treasure. The Wolf King was probably fuming. Yi Tian took the jade green treasure sphere, his eyes lighting up. Some treasures radiate their extraordinary nature simply by existing. This orb was one such item. Azure Dragon Spirit Orb, divine grade material, forged from the essence blood of the Azure Dragon, a primordial divine beast of the Wasteland realm. Its overflowing spiritual energy allows beastkin to absorb and grow stronger. Ancient times? A divine beast? Formed from the essence of the Azure Dragon's blood? Yi Tian and Yi Tian exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The latter gained sudden clarity. No wonder the Wolf King reacted so intensely back then. This thing holds immense power for the beast tribes. Yi Tian scratched his head. "Boss, I'll give this to you. It's useless to me anyway." While it might be useful to the beast clan, its effect on the human clan was uncertain. At least, when Yi Tian obtained the treasure sphere, he hadn't sensed any benefit for himself. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian nodded and accepted it directly. This item was naturally of no use to him at present, but Yi Tian's gaze instinctively drifted toward the jet-black divine beast egg inside the room. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the sky outside the window darkened instantly, as if the northern skies were shrouded in darkness. High above, the crimson shadow moon in the sky emitted an eerie glow. A sense of impending danger. A powerful sense of impending danger began spreading from North China across the Great Xia Empire, detected by nearly all practitioners with strong psychic abilities. Yi Tian's expression instantly tightened. But upon glancing at Yi Tian beside him, he saw the latter's calm expression and felt slightly reassured. "Looks like I need to handle this." Yi Tian had already grasped the situation. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from the spot, teleporting away. In the adjacent room, 503. Lu Xinghao was fully engrossed in studying the changes in the Great Xia Empire. Suddenly, he sensed the sky darkening. He snapped his head up, perceiving a familiar aura of danger, and his expression changed abruptly. Evil God. Shadow-devouring crescent moon. This aura he knew it all too well. He had even been killed by its owner multiple times. Why now? What on earth is happening? Lu Xinghao's brow furrowed deeply. He knew all too well that the presence of the evil god would deal a devastating blow to the Great Xia Empire. With that thought, he dashed to the adjacent room and pounded fiercely on room 502's door. "Boss! Boss!" Soon, Yi Tian opened the door to room 502. "It's bad the demon god has appeared." Lu Xinghao began, but his words halted abruptly when he realized it wasn't Yi Tian who had answered the door. "Where's the boss? Boss! Hearing Lu Xinghe's address, Yi Xiu instantly realized this was yet another colleague. Recalling Yi Tian's reaction and Lu Xinghe's mention of the evil god, Yi Xiu pondered for a moment before saying, "If I understand you correctly, the boss must have gone to deal with the demon god." Lu Xinghe froze? One person taking on the evil god? Has he lost his mind? Chapter 191, Confronting the Evil God. Call me mortal? Meanwhile, the silver train smoothly traversed the interdimensional portal from the Shadow Realm, returning to the North China district of the Great Xia Empire. Old Lu and several northern border defense soldiers watched the scene, their eyes even slightly moist. They never dreamed that after being captured by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, they would ever see the day of returning to Great Xia. Yet even now, throughout their entire escape from the Shadow Realm, the Black Tortoise remained constantly vigilant, never lowering its guard. Something's off. Xiao Qiu frowned at the Xian turtle's remark. What's wrong? The Black Tortoise fell deep in thought. You likely don't know this, but though the Shadow Moon Wolf clan is called the rulers of the Shadow Realm, their overall strength isn't actually that formidable. In essence, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan can be considered puppet rulers. Puppet? Xiao Qiu was baffled yet intrigued, and the others also turned their attention to him. The Black Tortoise was about to continue. The enemy I truly fear is that dark god. He was the one who seized the Wasteland Realm and shattered my divine essence, the true commander of the Shadow Realm. He is the true great enemy. Yet we escaped all the way from the Shadow Realm, and he never intervened. It's truly puzzling. Before he could finish, a thunderous crack of shadow lightning erupted. The sky was suddenly engulfed in darkness. A twisted and eerie face suddenly appeared outside the window. What the hell? Everyone in the car jolted in fright at the sight, some even shrieking. Zhou Moyao's eyes trembled slightly as her breathing quickened. In her spiritual perception, the very entity that had left her with a terrifying impression years ago, the one who had stolen her eyes, had reappeared. Dark God, shadow-devouring crescent moon. Xiangu revealed an unprecedented gravity. Truth be told, though he was a turtle, he was far from a timid creature. But the problem was, decades ago, even as the guardian deity of the Wasteland Realm, the Black Tortoise couldn't defeat this foe. Now, with his divine essence shattered and the enemy having absorbed the Wasteland Realm to multiply his power, victory was utterly impossible. Don't look him in the eye. Don't go out to challenge him. Only the Black Tortoise, who had once faced the evil god as an adversary, truly understood the extent of its terror. At this moment, Xiao Qiu remained surprisingly calm. It's fine, everyone. He can't touch us on the train. Xiao Qiu was confident on the Multiverse Express. In his super spirit state, he couldn't be affected. His words brought a slight measure of calm to the group. But at that moment, the twisted shadow outside the train, the dark god, shadow devourer crescent moon, moved. Its skin was fluid shadow, its torso seemingly woven from countless fine black threads. Four eyes were symmetrically arranged across its face, with no other features besides eyes and a mouth. 6 massive black hands swept past the train, passing right through it without causing any damage. Yet the demon god seemed to have anticipated this. A very unique ability. He made no motion to speak, his voice propagated directly through the air, allowing the recipient to comprehend its meaning instantly within their mind. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned wary. Though I cannot defeat you. The evil god let out a wild, arrogant cackle. This is your planet, right? At these words, Bai Qiuli, Zhou Qiu, Old Lu, and everyone else aboard the train felt their pupils contract sharply, overcome by sheer terror. Only now did they grasp the true cunning of this evil god. He seemed to have long recognized the world-spanning Express as a formidable foe, hence his restraint throughout the journey, patiently waiting for their return. Everyone in the Xian turtle get off the train within 1 minute. 1 second too late, and I'll obliterate a city. The smile on the evil god Ingshi Xinyue's face had never faded since his appearance, as if everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Across northern China, including the entire Great Xia Empire, the moment the god's aura manifested, a divine-level defensive barrier, the Heavenly Veil Barrier, immediately activated. Several of Great Xia's top practitioners, including Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan, instantly soared into the air, preparing for battle as they advanced toward the demon god. Yet none of this fazed the evil god in the slightest. This display only deepened the gravity in the expressions of everyone aboard the train. Xiangu observed Xiao Qiu's expression and sighed deeply within his heart. I've still dragged you all into this. 1. The Shadow Devourer Moon raised a single finger, his smile still eerie as he stared into the train. But at that moment, a clear voice rang out from the void. Hey! A void gate suddenly opened beside the train, and a figure clad in black stepped through. Those threatening us within Great Xia's airspace, do they really think they're something special? Upon spotting the figure's arrival, Bai Qiuli, Zhou Qiu, and the other 5 employees inside the train were filled with delight and relief, their hearts settling considerably. The boss is here. The boss! Especially Zhou Moya, the moment she sensed Yi Tian's presence, the tremors in her spirit instantly subsided, as if a great sun had dispelled the darkness. At that moment, though they didn't know if Yi Tian could defeat the demon god, the sight of his figure filled the employees with an unprecedented sense of security. The Black Tortoise noticed their shifting expressions and looked at Yi Tian with confusion. Can he really handle the evil god? Who is this? A guardian deity of the human race? No, he lacks divine essence. Below, Wei Yuan, Zhou Yuan, and others had already gathered several top-tier professionals, preparing to confront the enemy. Upon seeing Yi Tian, they immediately signaled everyone to halt. It's Yi Tian. Central China, headquarters, within the building housing all forbidden artifacts. In a room designated 001, a figure of unparalleled beauty and nobility stared intently from the bedside toward the location of the dark god. The demon god has appeared. It seems Great Xia will need me to handle this. Wait. Her low, melodious sigh abruptly halted as she detected an unexpected development. Someone actually dares to confront the demon god alone? When did the world produce people like this? High above, the shadow of the dark god, Ingshi Xianyu, gazed down at Yi Tian. His smile gradually faded. Teleporting from the void, this single feat alone revealed the opponent's extraordinary power. So he has someone backing him. No wonder these punks dared to disrupt the shadow realm. The shadow god Ingshi Xianyu's voice was chilling. Yi Tian, however, remained unconcerned. Disrupt the shadow realm? You took my employee's eyesight without cause, ruining her life, then manipulated Shadow Moon to threaten Blue Star. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. The dark god snorted coldly with disdain. Inside the train, Zhou Moya listened to Yi Tian's words, biting her lip slightly. Her eyes had grown warm without her noticing. Shadow Devourer Moon's 4 eyes scrutinized Yi Tian closely before a cold smile touched its lips. Poof. A mere mortal who hasn't even ascended to godhood dares to speak to me in such a tone. Yi Tian suddenly felt like laughing. Mortal? Though he didn't know how far he was from godhood, if he was to be scorned as a mere mortal, he'd like to test whether he could slay a god. Personal panel Yi Tian. Occupation, Boss Tier 3. Quality unknown. Level, 62. Strength 22608. Agility 21040. Stamina 19625. Spirit 28600. Class talents, resume review, cold moon decision, peerless, martial heart, 1000 machinery umbrella, full-time enhancement, demonization dark battle god, 12-winged light will blade, dragon sovereign, undead enhancement, diamond heart immunity. Class skills, recruitment investment, cold moon sword dance, army breaker, bagwazang collapse fist, soul shattering wave slash, final judgment, backflow light, crime and punishment, lord of the underworld domain, embodiment of despair, unloading ridge overlord's armor removal, wrathful Vajra Dharma form. Superior physique, cataclysmic thunder bones, black emperor's body. Chapter 192, Yi Tian's power. A single punch knocks the evil god back to his senses. 4 dimensional attributes, averaging over 20,000 points each. If anyone else saw Yi Tian's stats panel, they'd instantly exclaim, this is cheating. Then they'd ask in disbelief, is this even human? At first glance, these numbers might not convey their true power. But a comparison makes it clear. Fanwu, who recently advanced to a level 50 god tier class, wields only one piece of gear with average stats hovering around 1,500. Capable of dominating the front lines in the war against the Yagu dynasty. Meanwhile, top-tier professionals of Great Xia like Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanxuan level 74 legendary professions with fully equipped gear boast average stats around 3,000. Such power is sufficient to achieve aerial flight and rank among the world's elite. As for Zhou Yuan, the Great Xia's sole 4th-tier class practitioner, his average stats hover around 3,700. Excluding deities like the World Tree and the Evil God, he ranks among the strongest within Blue Star's major factions including alien races. Yet Yi Tian possessed 20,000 attributes. Yet this was merely his base attribute. He possesses 2 extraordinary physiques, the cataclysmic lightning bones and the Black Emperor's body, that ordinary practitioners, and even alien races, could scarcely hope to attain. Both simultaneously amplify his body's fundamental strength. He also possesses the void-subduing Vajra's innate talent, Vajra indestructibility, which substantially enhances his physical fortitude. Not long ago, during Lu Xinghe's rebirth experience, Wan Ming had mentioned, when attributes reach a certain level of power, one can directly confront opponents of god-tier strength. Yi Tian now yearned to test whether he truly possessed such capability. At that moment, the twisted, colossal form of the evil god stood locked in confrontation with Yi Tian. Xiaoqiu's multiverse flyer hovered behind him, several employees pressed against the windows, watching his back with tense expressions. Yi Tian waved his hand, signaling them to leave. He intended to test the dark god's strength alone. In truth, Yi Tian rarely initiated combat. Drawing from his past life's experiences, he rigorously adhered to one principle. As a boss, don't act recklessly and certainly don't court death. When you have capable employees, they will naturally handle matters for you, no need to risk yourself. But after witnessing Lu Xinghe's ordeal, Yi Tian had come to deeply understand another truth. Strike first to prevent 100 blows. When alien races bully us, demons come to join the fray. The reason is simple, they see the human race, they see Great Xia as easy prey. So we fight. Fight until they dare not casually provoke Great Xia. Fight until they tuck their tails between their legs at the mere sight of us. On the other hand, while bosses shouldn't easily court disaster, now that the evil god has brazenly pursued his attack into Great Xia and even threatened his own employees, As the boss, to do nothing at this moment would be a disgrace to the title. Thus, upon sensing the dark god's presence, Yi Tian immediately charged in. At that moment, Cho Cho, catching Yi Tian's gesture, wisely started the multiverse flyer, preparing to leave immediately. Seeing this, the shadow-devouring crescent moon of the evil god extended a black, massive hand, its voice cold and indifferent. Who gave you permission to leave? No one leaves without the man and the mystic turtle. In an instant, black shadows began to spread from behind the demon god. An eerie aura of corruption and demonic energy emanated from within the shadows, radiating out in all directions. This was the aura emanating from the evil god, a force that could also be called his presence. Even ordinary people who merely brushed against the spilling shadow would suffer mental corruption. Worse still, those unable to resist would be directly demonized. The Shin turtle aboard the train and Lu Xinghe on the ground both paled. They recognized this as the harbinger of the dark god's impending wrath. Even those unfamiliar with the could sense the danger. Yet Yi Tian suddenly snorted with derision, as if amused. His expression instantly turned cold as his form flickered. Power surged from his body, coalescing into a single, devastating punch. In an instant, Yi Tian teleported before the dark god, and that fist slammed into the opponent's body. The teleportation was almost impossible to react to, and the punch itself was blindingly swift. From sensing Yi Tian's punch to the fist striking his body, the demon god Ingshi Xian Yu didn't even have time to react. How could he be so fast? That thought was his last before the fist struck. Boom! A piercing sonic boom erupted through the air. The overwhelming force swept through the alley like a raging storm, distorting the surrounding air itself. The scattered shockwaves instantly shattered the dark shadows enveloping the demon god. In the next instant, the demon god was sent flying backward like a meteorite struck by a cannonball. If one looked closely, they could see the demon god's face contorting in pain. The arrogance and hubris present just a second ago vanished completely from his face, replaced entirely by shock and sobering realization. One punch. That punch sobered the demon god right up. He just knocked him flying with one hit. All the high-ranking practitioners who had noticed this battle, including Wei Yuan, Zhang Yuanxuan, Zhou Yuan, and Bai Qiuli, were utterly astonished. Judging by the overwhelming aura of power the demon god had displayed, they had expected a brutal, drawn-out battle. Who would have thought the gap would be exposed with just one punch? Yet the most stunned were Lu Xinghe and Xian Gu, especially Lu Xinghe, whose eyes nearly popped out of his head. Only those who had clashed with the demon god knew the terrifying might of demon god Ingshi Xian Yu, making the current scene all the more bewildering. Yeshou and Fanwu, who had come along with Lu Xinghe to support Yi Tian, exchanged glances at the sight and shrugged helplessly. Yeshou turned to Lu Xinghe. I tell you, this demon god isn't all that. Lu Xinghe was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only mutter, this can't be. Perhaps seeing the demon god whom he regarded as his greatest enemy looking so pathetic now, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but warn Yeshou. The demon god can't be that simple. Yeshou shrugged his shoulders, but he just got knocked flying with one punch. Lu Xinghe racked his brains, preparing to translate into terms Yeshou would understand, the fifth tier of demonic beings, Demon King. You should know about that, right? That's an existence powerful enough to destroy a nation, surpassing even the top-tier practitioners of Great Xiao by half a notch. Above Demon King lies the Tyrant Lord, and above Tyrant Lord, the Demon God. He stands 2 ranks higher than even a nation-destroying Demon King. Yeshou nodded. Yet he was just knocked flying with a single punch. Lu Xinghe's brows furrowed in fury. He also wields the authority of a demon god granted by the abyss. His true power is beyond your comprehension. Yeshou acknowledged this, but he was just. Enough. Stop talking. Lu Xinghe sighed deeply, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Only then did Yeshou flash a bright smile, slinging an arm around Lu Xinghe's shoulder in consolation. Relax. I know that bastard must be ridiculously powerful, otherwise, why would old Wei and old Zhou both show up? But what I'm trying to say is, since the boss is here, and you're one of his employees, all we need to do is trust him unconditionally. And personally, I think if the boss can't handle it, we might as well find a shady grave and wait for death. Chapter 193. This is only 1/10 of my skills. Hearing Yeshou's words, Lu Xinghe finally felt much better inside. Yet he hadn't anticipated that every one of Yi Tian's subordinates seemed to place extraordinary trust in him, even bordering on reverence. But after witnessing Yi Tian's display of power just now, he found himself nodding in agreement. You're right. The boss's strength is truly something else. Lu Xinghe looked up at Yi Tian's figure, recalling that single strike. That punch from the boss didn't use any skill enhancements, it was pure speed and raw power. That's just insane. It means his stats have reached unimaginable heights. Could it be, the boss is already level 100? High above, the body of the demon god Shadow Devourer String Moon finally came to a forced halt after being flung backward nearly 1,000 meters. A small crater had been smashed into his chest by Yi Tian. Yet countless black thread-like shadows swiftly filled the void, restoring his form to perfection. The dark god lifted his head, his gaze dark and menacing as he fixed it on Yi Tian. I underestimated you, mortal. In that instant, all arrogance vanished. He now regarded Yi Tian as a worthy adversary. As a demon god of the abyss, this was the first time he had ever truly acknowledged an enemy who was not a deity. Yet, Yi Tian felt a faint sense of regret over his previous strike. He had intended to test how much damage raw power could inflict upon a demon god, only to find it fell far short of his expectations. So it can't be killed? Regret. Had Lu Xinghe heard those words, he would likely have erupted in exasperated ranting. What the hell are you regretting? Your opponent is an actual god. Yet while Lu Xinghe didn't hear it, the dark god across from him did. Hearing that a mere mortal dared attempt to kill him, a venerable deity, with a single punch, Xian found his rage utterly uncontrollable. You must be tired of living. In an instant, shadow-devouring crescent unleashed its full fury. Black shadows, now several times more powerful than before, surged toward Yi Tian at blinding speed, closing in to encircle him. The demonic energy emanating from the shadows caused discomfort even with the slightest exposure. Unable to discern his opponent's abilities, Yi Tian opted for caution, unleashing the Golden Bell Shield. Golden Bell Shield from the demon-subduing Vajra circulates true chi to shield the entire body, providing temporary defense against all physical, demonic, and ghostly attacks while reflecting ranged assaults. The demon-subduing Vajra proved exceptionally effective against malevolent forces. The moment the Golden Bell Shield activated, it instantly blocked all of the opponent's assaults. At that moment, Yi Tian suddenly received a message. Taking advantage of the Golden Bell Shield's protection, Yi Tian instinctively glanced at it. It was from Lu Xinghe. Boss, current professional reconnaissance skills cannot obtain information on deities. However, I possess extensive intelligence on Shadow Devourer Crescent Moon. The demon god Shadow Devourer Crescent Moon wields demonic power across 3 domains: shadow, darkness, and mutation, and commands the authority of corruption. Yi Tian scanned the message and felt a surge of excitement. It must be said that the information Lu Xinghe possessed was far more comprehensive than anything in the Great Xiao's resource database. In just a short text message, the capabilities of the Shadow Devouring Crescent Moon were almost fully explained. What a reliable advisor. A smile touched Yi Tian's lips. Now that he knew both his enemy and himself, he no longer needed to remain on the defensive. Eightfold Celestial Dragon Force. 4 gilded illusory dragons materialized behind Yi Tian. Guided by his will, they tore through the dark shadow of the demon god, carving a path for his assault. Watching these 4 celestial dragons, the spectator Famu scratched his head. How come it feels like my boss knows all my abilities, and he seems to wield them even better than I do? Indeed, thanks to the effect of Omnipotent Medium, all of Yi Tian's skill stats were tripled, naturally surpassing the original host's usage. The shadow-devouring crescent moon's 4 eyes flickered slightly. Amidst the sky-filling black shadows, a surging black mist spread like a tidal wave. This mist was exceptionally viscous. Upon touching the 4 golden celestial dragons, it clung to their surfaces like flesh-eating maggots. Seconds later, the 4 golden celestial dragons vanished entirely within the black mist, as if completely devoured. Darkness. Within Lu Xinghe's intelligence, Yi Tian recognized this ability. The power of the dark god darkness could devour an enemy's attack and cause it to vanish completely. In a sense, it was not dissimilar to Nidhogg's despair, but while darkness could only devour attacks, despair could consume all abilities. Thus, facing the surging black mist, Yi Tian countered directly with the power of despair. For a mortal, you possess quite a few abilities, don't you? Seeing his dark god power devoured, Xianyue's gaze grew even more dangerous. Quite a few abilities? Yi Tian scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. I've only used 1/10 of my skills. Yi Tian's skill bar had swelled to an almost monstrous extent. Golden Bell Shield, 8-fold Heavenly Dragon Force, despair. These were merely 3 skills, barely reaching even 1/10 of his inventory. Shadow Devouring Crescent Moon sneered, dismissing Yi Tian's words as trash talk. However, Yi Tian had no intention of showcasing his entire arsenal. He could sense his opponent was about to unleash a devastating attack. The reason it felt so obvious was because the moon was drawing closer to him. More precisely, the crimson-hued shadow moon, emitting an eerie glow, was descending behind Shadow Devouring Crescent Moon, being absorbed by him. Lu Xinghe, seeing this, immediately sent a message warning, "Boss, stop him. He can draw power from everything he's corrupted. The shadow moon is one of them." This was the power of the corruption authority. Yi Tian took a deep breath, wasting no more time. I understand. Instantly, Yi Tian's body flickered with bursts of light, the visual effects of various buffs taking effect. Blood's Blessing. Overpowering Armor. Dragon's Soul Protection. Beyond his domain and transformation skills, Yi Tian activated 6 combat-enhancing abilities, unleashing an overwhelming aura of fury that radiated from his very being. Shadow Devourer's pupils suddenly contracted. He had never encountered a competitor who could stack so many buffs on themselves before the battle even began. So many buffs alone. It seemed he hadn't been lying when he said he'd only used 1/10 of his skills. Swish! Without hesitation, Yi Tian charged once more before the evil god. Facing that twisted, grotesque visage that felt unsettling just to look at, he unleashed a punch, then another. This time, the demon god was actually prepared, even swinging a counterpunch. But what he hadn't anticipated was that this mortal Yi Tian possessed greater raw strength than him. Boom! Yi Tian's frenzied momentum surged like a torrential flood. One punch sent the evil god tumbling backward, and another hammered him violently into the shadow moon behind him, carving a massive crater. The violently shaken air currents traced a graceful arc through the air. The entire arena fell silent. Chapter 194, Declaration of War. Crush. Before the battle began, no one could have imagined this fight would turn into such a one-sided rout. The black tortoise perched at the window of the Multiverse Express, its beady eyes fixed intently on the battlefield. In disbelief, it murmured, "What kind of monstrosity has emerged among the human race during my years of sealing?" Even with nearly 10,000 years of experience, he had never witnessed such a young human being utterly crush a demon god in direct combat. Even disregarding age, a mortal body utterly crushing a demon god was almost beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu watched Lu Xinghe, who stood gaping in astonishment, and chuckled with amusement. "See? I told you to believe." Lu Xinghe was utterly speechless. Even after reincarnating hundreds of times, he had never defeated a demon god-level foe before ascending to godhood. Suddenly, Wan Ming's words echoed in his mind. The Great Xia faces such hardship precisely because it lacks a guardian deity to serve as its pillar. That's why you people endure such suffering. This thought lifted Lu Xinghe's gaze toward Yi Tian, whose black robes billowed in the sky above. His expression grew distant, as if transported back to that conversation with Wan Ming centuries ago. He murmured softly, "The Great Xia may not be without a guardian deity now." Boom! At that moment, accompanied by a thunderous crash, the colossal form of the shadow-devouring moon demon was embedded into the massive crater on the surface of Shadow Moon. Yet suddenly, the twisted black shadow shrouding Inua's surface began to stir, as if alive. It gathered from all sides of Shadow Moon, enveloping the fallen demon god. Yi Tian, witnessing this, was about to step forward. But witnessing this scene, Lu Xinghe's expression abruptly changed. Almost instinctively, he roared, "Don't go near it! Do not step onto Shadow Moon!" Yi Tian caught the message Lu Xinghe sent in his peripheral vision, and his body froze instantly. Of course, it wasn't solely because of this message. Rather, the rare warning from the dragon seeking and gold dividing technique itself had alerted Yi Tian. His brow furrowed as his gaze locked onto the Shadow Moon, its surface twisted by shadows that stirred a visceral unease. Above the Shadow Moon, danger lurked. Yi Tian hesitated only for an instant before he was certain of it. This Shadow Moon had once been the great wasteland moon of the Wasteland Realm. After being seized by the evil god, it had taken decades to corrupt it into its current state. Venturing into such a place recklessly was clearly not a wise move. Lu Xinghe kept sending messages warning Yi Tian. Meanwhile, the dark god was nearly merging into the shadowy layer enveloping the moon. If allowed to merge completely, it would be like a fish in water, a bird returning to its forest. After a moment's thought, Yi Tian drew the scythe of the nether god with one hand while summoning the 12-winged light will blade behind him. Lord of the underworld domain. From beneath Yi Tian's feet, a tidal wave of nether energy rapidly spread, enveloping Shadow Moon at a visible speed. Final judgment. He did not charge at Shadow Moon but instead unleashed long-range attacks against him. Frenzied power erupted instantly at the spot where the dark god had vanished, its overwhelming might causing Shadow Moon to tremble. For a moment, even that eerie black shadow couldn't hold, shattering completely. Boom! You have slain the demon god shadow-devouring crescent moon alteration form? Level up, 62-65. The skill shockwave left a crater dozens of meters deep upon Shadow Moon. The eerie crimson glow emanating from Shadow Moon abruptly retracted. The fallen body of Shadow Devourer Crescent Moon disintegrated in an instant. We killed it. Holy crap, Yi Tian's attack is insane. I almost thought he was going to punch right through the Shadow Moon itself. The Great Xia crowd erupted in gasps. Lu Xinghe and Shen Gui were equally thrilled, yet still felt a lingering sense of dread. Though the Shadow Moon had dimmed its radiance, it had not vanished. Yi Tian looked up at the Shadow Moon, watching as the shrouding darkness began to shift slowly once more. From within the shadows came the familiar, sinister voice of Shadow Devourer Crescent Moon. Since you've chosen to oppose the abyss, you must consider the consequences. The dark god's threatening words echoed across the sky, yet Shadow Moon began to fade away. The abyss will devour all. And you will fail. The crimson-hued Shadow Moon vanished completely from the skies above Great Xia. Only the dark god's two menacing declarations remained, followed by a prompt. Shadow Realm Demon God Shadow Devouring Crescent Moon has initiated the Battle for Supremacy deathmatch against Great Xia. The battle for supremacy between the Shadow Realm and Great Xia has officially commenced. Supremacy War Deathmatch Mode, victory is achieved by fulfilling a single condition, eliminating all enemy combatants or destroying the opposing world nation. Shadow Moon vanished, but the Shadow Realm's declaration of war remained etched upon every Great Xia professional's interface. For a moment, the entire arena fell into stunned silence. After all, the first battle for supremacy had only just concluded. Who could have imagined the second would arrive so swiftly? And it was declared by a deity himself. But now, Great Xia was no longer gripped by the anxiety and tension of the first battle. Armed with the experience of defeating the Yagu dynasty, Great Xia might not be brimming with confidence, but they certainly weren't afraid. For high-ranking figures like Wei Yuan and Zhou Yuan, however, the concerns were different. Several elite practitioners immediately soared into the air, landing beside Yi Tian, who had just concluded his battle. They hadn't fought alongside Yi Tian during the battle precisely because they knew that at this level of combat, their assistance would only hinder him. "How is the situation?" Wei Yuan asked first. Ling Hua examined Yi Tian closely. "Little brother Yi Tian, you haven't suffered any internal injuries, have you? Would you like your sister to check you over?" Zhou Yuan also exclaimed in astonishment, "I never imagined you'd become this powerful already." When facing the World Tree earlier, Yi Tian hadn't displayed his full strength. Compared to now, he was like a completely different person. Of course, Yi Tian hadn't suffered any injuries. To be precise, the evil god hadn't even touched a single hair on his head. He smiled as he shared the situation with everyone, including the issues with the Shadow Realm and the evil god. After all, with the battle for supremacy about to begin, intelligence was crucial. Our opponents are no simple foes. They likely still have some hidden cards up their sleeves. Wei Yuan nodded. Highly likely. Otherwise, why would they so decisively initiate a race war while at a disadvantage? I believe this battle transcends mere racial conflict. Ling Hua's delicate brows furrowed. This war of supremacy was initiated by the Dark God, who represents the forces of the Abyss. That means the demonic beings of the Abyss will certainly join the fray. Great Xia will now face both the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan and the Abyssal Fiends simultaneously. On this point, everyone was in complete agreement. So, after only a brief conversation with Yi Tian, they immediately prepared to head to headquarters to strengthen defenses against both the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan and the Abyss. However, Yi Tian was preoccupied with another matter and set out immediately to find Lu Xinghe. Chapter 195, The Aspiration to Ascend to Godhood. The Black Tortoise's Request? Inside the multiverse chariot, witnessing Shadow Moon's disappearance finally eased the tension weighing on everyone's hearts. Xian Gu, in particular, felt immense relief. Who would have thought the humans of this world possessed such power? In terms of peak combat strength, they likely rival those two human superpowers of the Middle Thousand Plains. But now, the battle for supremacy begins anew. As the words fell, the Mystic Turtle's face clouded with worry. Suddenly, Xian Gue whipped his head around, his eyes brightening as he looked at Xiao Qiu and asked proactively. "Xiao, can you contact your boss right now?" "Contact my boss?" Xiao Qiu was puzzled but answered promptly, "Yes. Black Tortoise, please help me contact your boss. I wish to speak with him." Meanwhile, Yi Tian was returning to Green Mountain Apartments with Lu Xinghe and Fan Wu. As for Yi Xiu, he, Bai Qiuli, and Wan Jiang had already reached level 50 and were preparing to undertake the advancement quest to ascend to Tier 3. During the recent battle against the evil god, Yi Tian had some questions for Lu Xinghe. "Why did you stop me from stepping onto the Shadow Moon?" The reason for this question stemmed from the crisis alert triggered by the dragon seeking and gold dividing technique, an alert Yi Tian had never received before, yet it had just sounded for him. Lu Xinghe couldn't help but recall the past lives where he'd suffered losses due to intelligence failures. Thus, he answered Yi Tian's question in great detail. "Boss, you remember besides the 3 types of demon god power, the shadow-devouring crescent moon wields another authority called corruption." "I remember. Divine authority can be simply understood as the supreme power a deity possesses in a particular domain. For instance, the divine nature and authority of the fire god both pertain to flames, the divine nature and authority of the thunder god both pertain to thunder. The dark god Ingshur Xianyue possesses a particularly bizarre dominion, corruption. On one hand, any place he thoroughly corrupts becomes his domain." Yi Tian froze upon hearing this. Doesn't that mean he possesses a permanent domain? After all, his own lord of the underworld domain only lasts a few minutes. "Exactly," Lu Xinghe affirmed. "Moreover, the stronger the place he corrupts, the more powerful his domain becomes. Depending on the extent of corruption, it can even generate dual or triple domains. Should any enemy rashly step into territory tainted by shadow-devouring crescent moon, the consequences would be unimaginable." Lu Xinghe's tone was grave. Van Wu, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel. "Layman Lu, you know so much." "Lu Xinghe." Yi Tian patted Lu Xinghe on the shoulder, gesturing for him to continue. "The power of authority is exceptionally unique. Only beings of divine or demonic deity status can wield it. Without comparable strength to counter it, breaking its hold is exceedingly difficult." "So that's how it is." Yi Tian nodded, but he noticed Lu Xinghe had said difficult to break, not impossible to break. "There must still be a way." "One more question," Yi Tian asked again, puzzled. "I distinctly felt I was fighting the true form of the evil god, so why did the kill log show it as an evil god clone?" Although defeating an avatar did grant significant experience, he'd leveled up 3 times. The difference between the two was undeniably vast. And during the fight, I felt like I could suppress the demon god, yet I couldn't seriously injure it. It was like my attacks were hitting a shadowy mass. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe's mouth twitched. Clearly, answering this question was proving difficult for him. Because, theoretically, a mortal body is incapable of slaying a god. He looked at Yi Tian with genuine admiration. With your current attributes and abilities, you've already achieved the extraordinary feat of confronting and even defeating a demon god with a mortal body. Of course, I suspect you haven't fully realized this yourself. Yi Tian nodded honestly. Lu Xinghe continued with a sigh, but resisting, defeating, and slaying are entirely different matters. The abilities required to directly confront a deity, to defeat a deity, and to slay a deity are vastly different. For a mortal to kill a god is inherently an extremely difficult feat. Because with a mortal body, the attributes and abilities required to annihilate a divine form are utterly unattainable. Lu Xinghe spoke with indignation, then suddenly turned to Yi Tian beside him, pausing before adding, impossible to attain. Moreover, without god-tier power, one cannot shatter a god's divine essence. Without destroying the divine essence, the demon god can reincarnate by clinging to it. No wonder. Yi Tian realized with a flash of understanding. No wonder he had nearly unleashed his full power and still failed to kill the demon god. He finally understood why, in battles like the god of the underworld's divine war, the divine essence was destroyed or shattered into fragments. In that moment, he suddenly grasped Nidhogg's unique nature. Its power of annihilation could corrode the very essence of gods and divine essences, ultimately slaying them. The only drawback was the need for relentless assault, which explained why Nidhogg still gnawed at the world tree. But the dark god wouldn't keep fighting him indefinitely. And there's more. Lu Xinghe thought of something else. His power of corruption possesses another formidable ability. Any entity he corrupts, including you, the Shadow Moon, and even the Shadow Moon Wolf Clan, can become a source for him to draw power from. So be extremely cautious during the battle for supremacy. This point had indeed caught Yi Tian's attention. The dark god draining power from Manhwa or even from any being he had corrupted was indeed a dangerous tactic. So, to defeat the dark god, we'll need even stronger attributes and abilities? Hearing Yi Tian's question, Lu Xinghe nodded in affirmation. But he quickly added with a smile, actually, for you, boss, there's an even simpler method. If this method succeeds, I believe no deity or demon will stand as your equal. What method? Ascend to divinity. Ascend to divinity. Recalling Lu Xinghe's final words, Yi Tian's heart stirred with emotion. That is, seize a divine seat and become a god. Undoubtedly, if Yi Tian ascended to divinity, no other deity or demon god of equal rank could stand as his opponent. But the difficulty of ascending to godhood was immense. First and foremost was the need for a complete divine essence. Lu Xinghe had even proposed several methods, yet each remained beyond Yi Tian's current reach. Yi Tian resolved to set them aside for now, focusing first on the matters at hand. Knock knock knock. Yi Tian pushed open the door to find Xiao Qiu arriving with the mystic turtle, though it was primarily the turtle's request. Good morning, boss. Xiao Qiu greeted him with boundless energy. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. The missing person is back, huh? Xiao Qiu declared decisively, no, I'm still leaving. Yi Tian gave a helpless chuckle before turning to the black tortoise. I hear you wanted to see me? Xiao Qiu had recently contacted Yi Tian, mentioning that the black tortoise wished to discuss matters with him. This former guardian deity of the wasteland piqued Yi Tian's curiosity. The black tortoise nodded, then got straight to the point. I wish to join your cause. I can aid you in fighting the Shadow Realm. Yi Tian froze, unsure whether to feel delighted or stunned. He had been clear when rescuing the Xian turtle. After all, it was a divine beast and Yi Tian had indeed considered recruiting it. But this? This easy. Chapter 196, The Bloodline of the Ancient Xuanwu. Who exactly are you? Before Yi Tian could speak, the Xian turtle, as a divine beast, proactively requested to join. After all, the Black Tortoise and the Great Xia Empire had only met once. Yi Tian asked curiously, why did you decide to join us so decisively? The Xian turtle replied solemnly, on one hand, the moment Xiao Qiu chose to lead people to rescue me, I sensed that the human race of your Great Xia possesses a soul unlike any other. And on the other hand, the evil god polluted the wasteland realm, shattered my divine essence, and sealed me away for 100 years. The fury in the Black Tortoise's voice was utterly uncontrollable. I had thought that with my divine essence destroyed, even if I survived, there would be no possibility of revenge. But today, in you, I see the hope to crush the Shadow Realm and the evil god Ingshi Xian Yu. I wish to join you in avenging the Dark God. And if possible, restore the wasteland realm to its original state. Hearing the Black Tortoise's words, Yi Tian nodded slightly. As a world guardian whose divine essence had been shattered, he naturally refused to stand idly by while the Dark God polluted his world. If there was hope, who would willingly remain a useless slacker? Seeing Yi Tian's nod, the Black Tortoise added. Though I've fallen to level 0 now, I'm still more than capable of serving as a military strategist for your human race. His tone grew noticeably more confident as he continued, I suspect even you know nothing of the Dark God Ingshi Xian Yu. I could guide you. No. Yi Tian cut him off immediately. I know everything there is to know about the Dark God now. Thoroughly familiar? The Black Tortoise froze, adding arrogant to his impression of Yi Tian. Even he, who had battled the shadow-devouring crescent moon for years, wouldn't dare claim to know the demon god inside out, let alone these humans. Yet Xian Gui could never have imagined that Lu Xinghe, reborn hundreds of times, had clashed with the evil god nearly 100 times himself, knowing the evil god better than he knew the style of his own clothes. After communicating with Lu Xinghe, Yi Tian naturally possessed ample experience in this regard. Xian Gui probed cautiously, "Do you know the powers wielded by the evil god?" 3 types of demon god power, plus the corruption authority, the latter being the most peculiar. Yi Tian spoke fluently, spilling out the details Lu Xinghe had shared with him. The more he spoke, the more astonished the expression on the black tortoise's face became. Not only was the information accurate, but its level of detail included things even the Xian turtle didn't know. Could it be that the great Xia truly understood the evil god inside out? The Xian turtle's expression went blank. As it listened, it even began to wonder, had it possessed this intelligence back then, perhaps it could have at least fought the evil god on equal terms. "How do you know all this?" Yi Tian smiled and answered truthfully, "My advisor told me." This statement also conveyed to the black tortoise that neither he nor Great Xia currently needed a military strategist. Xian Gui was dumbfounded. He never imagined the Great Xia had such a master. The air suddenly fell silent. Somehow, despite being a divine beast, Xian Gui now felt utterly useless. Xian Gui had once believed that for a divine beast in form or deity like himself, joining the Great Xia was already a significant lowering of his status. But now, he even doubted whether he was capable of joining the Great Xia at all. The black tortoise hesitated for a long time. Yi Tian, seeing this, understood the black tortoise's state of mind and smiled as he said, "Though you cannot serve as a military strategist, you may become the Great Xia's guardian beast as my employee." "No," the black tortoise sighed, shaking his head. "My divine essence is shattered, my rank has plummeted to level 0, and my power. It doesn't matter. I can grant you power." Hope flickered in the black tortoise's eyes. Having served as a guardian deity for tens of thousands of years, he had heard of several methods to bestow power upon others, but none were commonplace. He never imagined encountering such an opportunity today. Though it meant a divine beast becoming a human subordinate, upon reflection, it didn't seem to dishonor him. After all, he had witnessed Yi Tian's subordinates Qiu, Bai Qiuli, and Wan Jiang each possessing extraordinary skills and remarkable abilities. Joining him wouldn't be a bad choice. After deep contemplation, the black tortoise nodded decisively, "Agreed. I accept your offer." The next moment, Yi Tian produced a recruitment contract, gesturing for the black tortoise to stamp its footprint on it. The investment opportunity for the black tortoise listed ancient divine beast bloodline power, a prospect that had Yi Tian quite excited. The only painful part was the cost, a whopping 60 points, leaving his balance at a mere 20 points. With his wallet now empty, he could only hope this class change wouldn't disappoint him. Without hesitation, the black tortoise stamped its foot onto the contract. Employee recruitment successful, divine beast Xian turtle. Investment, ancient Xuanwu bloodline. A deep green aura surged as a sacred, ancient power awakened within the Xian turtle. Employee Xian turtle. Ability, ancient divine beast bloodline Xuanwu. Level, 50. Strength 2600. Stamina, 2700. Agility 900. Spirit 2700. Talent skills, vast seas mystic might, deep oceans fortress wall, move mountains and turn seas, guardian of the 4 seas, spirit of mystic waters. How is this possible? Feeling the surging power within his body, the black tortoise's expression was utterly shocked, completely incredulous. Ancient Xuanwu bloodline. In that instant, he suddenly realized joining Yi Tian wasn't just acceptable. It was nothing short of defying the heavens. The black tortoise looked up at Yi Tian in disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. "Who exactly are you?" Xuanwu, alongside Qinglong, Zhuke, and Baihut, was one of the 4 symbols of the ancient era, a supreme divine beast of immense power. As for the black tortoise, though it too was a divine beast, countless eons had passed since the ancient era. It merely carried a faint remnant of the black tortoise's bloodline. When it came to the power of divine beast bloodlines, the difference between Xuanwu and him was like heaven and earth. Yet now, Xuanwu had long vanished from history, its whereabouts unknown. And Yi Tian had actually awakened the power of the black tortoise's bloodline within himself. What kind of immense power would be required to achieve such a feat? For a moment, the black tortoise felt a pang of dread, unsure whether the man before him was truly human or something else entirely. He was certain that even the gods themselves could not achieve such a feat. Yi Tian found the black tortoise's expression rather amusing and couldn't help but speak up. "What am I?" "Your boss, of course. What else could it be?" Hearing this, the black tortoise's mind remained unsettled for a long time. "You have shared the attributes of employee mystic tortoise, strength plus 2600, constitution plus 2700, agility plus 900, spirit plus 2700. You have shared the ability of employee mystic turtle, vast sea mystic might." Seeing this ancient black tortoise bloodline ability, Yi Tian felt the investment hadn't been wasted. Moreover, this was the first employee under his command to possess formidable defensive capabilities. Beyond defense, the black tortoise's abilities encompassed water and earth elemental powers, along with the capacity to nourish the spiritual energy of the land. Quite a capable guardian beast. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. With the war raging, he decided to designate the black tortoise as the border guardian beast of Great Xia. Instead of assigning it to any existing team, Yi Tian created a new one specifically for it. Shield of China.